Chapter 1. A new arrival. Jean, stop struggling and accept your fate. Jean opened his eyes in a daze, staring at the Muhammad in front of him who was dressed in ancient attire, with an eerie glow surrounding him. The mic pointed a sword at Jean, making him feel bewildered. What on earth is going on? Detected host Jean. Pickup system activated. Jean felt even more lost, but at the same time, a faint premonition surfaced in his mind. Pain surged through both his body and head simultaneously. As waves of memories flooded his brain, Jean finally understood what had happened. He had been transported to another world. In this world, there were 14 continents and myriad living beings, all striving for immortality. It was a realm filled with extraordinary encounters and opportunities. Humans, though weak among the races of the 14 continents, dominated much of the continent under the leadership of countless formidable warriors. And now, he, Jean, was an outer sect disciple of Guishu sect, currently at the Chi practitioner level. Before this Jean died, it was because, while in a secret realm, he inadvertently saved a fellow Xantha who was in danger. This act was witnessed by the person standing before him, the admirer of that Xantha. This person's name was Perry, also an outer sect disciple of Guishu sect. Unlike Jean, who had only reached the first level of the Chi practitioner stage after 3 years, Perry had already achieved the 7th level of Chi practitioner, making him one of the top. Isn't that the swift swallow step that Johnny Duan just used? But Jean hasn't learned this move. No way he could have just picked it up now. It's impossible. Perry hadn't expected Jean to use the swift swallow step either. With a dark expression, he said, "Whether you learned it now or earlier, you'll only survive this once." Jean had a hunch. He glanced at the other glowing orbs on the ground and began randomly picking them up. More messages echoed in his ears. Picked up 3 blood chi points. Picked up sword technique concealed light. Automatically learning this sword technique. Picked up 10 energy points. He clearly felt the strength surging within his body, energizing him completely. To others, however, his actions appeared insane as he suddenly lunged and scrambled on the ground. Haha, Johnny Duan, just end it quickly. Look at him. He must have gone mad. Yeah, look at him. Fortunately, this is our sect's secret realm. If any other sect saw us, we'd be embarrassed. Perry laughed heartily, pointing his sword at Jean. Then let me cleanse the sect. Saying this, he casually walked over. Jean turned to face him, recalling the sword technique he had just learned. Without giving Perry any chance to react, he caught the sword mid-air, twisted his wrist, and slashed it toward Perry's neck. Shock and terror flashed across Perry's face, but it was too late. Blood spurted, splashing warmth on Jean's face. Looking at Perry collapse, Jean wiped the blood off his face. Surprisingly, he felt surprised. Blood chi, 87/100, below 100 indicates injury. Cultivation, 4th level Chi practitioner. Another page on the panel changed. The host can gain different attributes and powers via fights, killing monsters, or picking up items randomly on the road. These include but are not limited to cultivation techniques, cultivation power, weapons, etc., to enhance personal strength. Jean pondered. This is like playing a game? Except that this was real, and he could actually die. He exhaled deeply, looking around before entering the forest. His gaze roamed, noticing glowing orbs hidden in the grass. Jean collected all the orbs he saw. Gained 1 scarlet pearl grass. Gained cultivation technique mystic turtle technique. Automatic learning. During non-combat periods, all pickups are allocated by the host. Gained 1 point of water attribute power. Gained. His eyes grew brighter as he continued walking. Even these small increments added up to significant improvements. Moreover, they helped him understand the world's power dynamics better. Boom. A loud vibration came from the left front. Chapter 2. It takes worthiness. Xavion lifted his head and, after a moment's hesitation, headed toward the source of the sound. The source was quite far away, but as he approached, he could feel the ground trembling and even detect ripples in the air. Approaching cautiously, Xavion saw, not far from a mountain spring, an enormous silver-white snow tiger battling 4 disciples from Guishu sect. However, the clothes these 4 disciples wore were different from his own. Xavion quickly delved into the memories of this body to find relevant clues. The golden embroidery on the disciples' clothes indicated they were inner sect disciples. Among them was a particularly outstanding woman with a red mole between her eyebrows, none other than the sect Khalil's daughter, Cheyenne. And it was clearly remembered that the girl he had casually helped earlier was precisely this Cheyenne. However, she only thanked him briefly before being pulled away by her companions. It seemed those companions were around her now. Still, this didn't seem too important right now. What mattered was that snow tiger. His scavenging wasn't limited to people or plants. So, he felt a stir of excitement, curious about what he could gain from the beast. Just then, the snow tiger seemed to be enraged and released a wave of frosty energy. Ice spears gathered out of nowhere and fell towards the 4 disciples. They were caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Xavion's mind raced. Learn the black tortoise technique. In a swift motion, he appeared in front of Cheyenne, emitting a brown light that deflected the falling ice spears. Cheyenne had closed her eyes in fear, expecting pain, but when it never came, she opened her eyes to see a handsome Muhammad standing before her. She froze for a moment. Wasn't this the person who had helped her earlier? Cheyenne was unharmed, while Xavion, though drained, had no injuries. He also noticed that after the snow tiger's attack, numerous glowing orbs appeared on the ground. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab them. Obtained 1 unit of ice energy value. Obtained 5 units of energy value, automatically converted to cultivation. Obtained 3 units of snow tiger power, automatically converted to strength. With each announcement, Xavion felt his strength surge, replenishing the energy he had just expended. Taking a deep breath, he stared at the snow tiger continuously dropping glowing orbs and charged forward. Borrow your sword. Xavion grabbed Cheyenne's sword. Be careful. Cheyenne exclaimed instinctively. Xavion rushed ahead. Under the surprised gaze of Cheyenne, this outer sect disciple, barely at the 4th layer of Chi practitioner stage, swung the longsword. Detected Ice attribute weapon in host hand. Ice attribute energy value automatically augmented. Host suffers 10% reduced damage from Ice attribute attacks and deals 10% more damage to Ice attribute creatures. A glow from the Black Tortoise technique enveloped Xavion, shielding him from the Snow Tiger's power as his sword struck. Besides this, Xavion did not miss any of the surrounding energy orbs. As he gathered them, the others looked on bewildered. What is he doing? Did the Snow Tiger hit him on the head? No idea. Enrico replied nonchalantly before pulling Xavion away. Xavion finished grabbing the last attribute and simply frowned at the interruption, ignoring him. He turned back to return Cheyenne's sword. Thank you, sister. Don't mention it. I should thank you, Cheyenne replied. Enrico interjected sourly. An outer sect disciple calling Cheyenne sister? Ignore him, sister. This guy has ulterior motives. Let's divide the Snow Tiger. Cheyenne frowned slightly. But the Snow Tiger was killed by him. According to the secret realm rules, whoever kills the beast gets its belongings. Her eyes held a hint of curiosity as she spoke to Xavion. This disciple wasn't powerful, yet his battle skills were astonishing. No one expected a 4th layer Chi practitioner to slay a 2nd stage Snow Tiger. Moreover, the sword he used had seemed more potent than when she wielded it. Such a disciple must be one of the better ones in the outer sect. But Enrico perceived her attention differently. Irritated, he sneered, rules apply to certain people. He's an outer sect disciple with limited strength, 4th layer Chi practitioner, and probably only managed this feat through some secret method. We're all inner sect disciples, and we found the Snow Tiger first. If he wants it, he'll have to earn it. ##### Chapter 3, Provocation. Xavion actually didn't care much about the Snow Tiger, given that as an outer sect disciple, he only had a 1 square meter storage bag. A creature as large as this Snow Tiger would be impossible for him to carry. Moreover, the truly valuable things it possessed had already been taken by someone else. But Enrico's words irritated him greatly. At least, I, a Chi practitioner of the 4th level, managed to kill a Snow Tiger, Xavion said, his gaze sweeping over Enrico. He was still injured and had just narrowly escaped the Snow Tiger's attack. He looked quite disheveled. Enrico also thought back to what had just happened, his face darkening. What do you mean? Boy, don't forget you're just an outer sect disciple. There was a world of difference between outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. 100 outer sect disciples were not as important as a single inner sect disciple. Xavion's smile widened. Indeed, I am just an outer sect disciple. His eyes carried a hint of disdain. He was just an outer sect disciple, but hadn't he accomplished something even inner sect disciples couldn't? Enrico instantly flew into a rage. You're asking for death. He immediately drew his saber. Enrico, what are you doing? Cheyenne stepped in front of Xavion. Little sister, get out of the way. Enrico's face darkened. If Cheyenne hadn't interfered, his anger might have been limited to disdain for the outer sect disciple who dared challenge him. But now, with her intervention, it felt like a personal affront. Wasn't it bad enough that this person he despised had won the favor of little sister Cheyenne? This was more than just provocation. It was challenging his dignity as both an inner sect disciple and a man. Boy, do you dare to fight me? If you win, this Snow Tiger is yours. If you lose, kneel down and apologize to me. Isn't the Snow Tiger supposed to be mine in the first place? Xavion looked at him with some confusion. Can inner sect disciples just snatch things from outer sect disciples? Wah. Enrico, Cheyenne interjected, clearly displeased. Enrico clenched his teeth, his facial muscles twitching, then turned his gaze back to Xavion. As an outer sect disciple, you have no right to question me. Xavion sneered, stretching his body. Fine, let's see if you can lose gracefully. Preposterous. Enrico refused to believe he could lose. Xavion killing the Snow Tiger must have been pure luck. Cheyenne gave Xavion a worried glance. Although Xavion was indeed an outer sect disciple, he had saved her several times, earning her goodwill. Enrico, being an inner sect disciple, had already reached the 5th level of condensation realm, making him far superior to any outer sect disciple in talent. After all, whether in talent or resources, outer sect disciples could not match inner sect disciples, which was a common occurrence. Yet excitement shone in Xavion's eyes. Fighting meant he could gain attributes and grow stronger. He naturally craved it. However, he had no weapon. After a moment's thought, Xavion looked at Cheyenne and asked, Little sister, can I borrow your sword? Don't even think about it. Enrico interrupted, his expression fierce. That is little sister's life-bound weapon. I lent it to you earlier because we were in dire straits. Do you want it again? In the 14 continents, everyone who could cultivate spiritual energy was called a spirit Khalil. Every spirit Khalil had a life-bound weapon, regardless of its form. A life-bound weapon was connected to one's heart pulse. If it was damaged, the consequences could be dire. Therefore, only those in extremely intimate and trusted relationships could lend their life-bound weapons to others. The situation earlier was special, so Enrico could overlook it. But now, he couldn't bear it. Cheyenne hesitated, but eventually handed her sword over to Xavion. Little sister. Enrico stared at her in frustration, then glared at Xavion with even more resentment. To your doom. Red flames appeared on his saber, warping the surrounding space due to the intense heat. Xavion saw a red orb drop instantly beneath Enrico. He charged forward, swinging his sword toward Enrico but aimed for the orb. Unaware of the orbs, Enrico was caught off guard by Xavion's sudden attack. Instinctively, he dodged sideways. Xavion saw that Enrico's foot was about to step on the orb. Though only he could see it, Xavion instinctively redirected his sword towards Enrico's leg. Caught by surprise again, Enrico barely avoided the strike but ended up half frozen by frost. Xavion focused on the orbs, swiftly picking them up and noticing that every time Enrico moved, more orbs dropped. His eyes lit up as he closed in on Enrico. Enrico had never seen such a fighting style. Xavion wasn't following any particular technique. He attacked chaotically but always unpredictably hit his mark. As Enrico grew increasingly flustered, he felt absurd. An inner sect disciple shouldn't be weaker than a mere outer sect waste. At this point, Xavion was less focused on defeating Enrico and more on collecting attributes. Gained 1 point of fire attribute energy, which can be accumulated for partial immunity to fire. Obtained 3 points of blood chi energy, used for healing injuries. Obtained 5 points of fire attribute energy. He realized that Enrico was essentially a walking attribute treasure chest, dropping items left and right. With each pass, Xavion heard the system announcements. He also discovered that he didn't need to touch the items with his hands. Any part of his body would work. This gave him more room to force Enrico into dropping more attributes. While Xavion was enjoying himself, Enrico became increasingly miserable, unable to withstand the relentless pressure. Finally, pushed to the brink, Enrico decided that this boy must die here no matter what. I didn't want to use this move. Enrico gritted his teeth, red flames erupting around him, even turning his eyes a vivid red. Cheyenne and the others took a few steps back, shocked. Enrico, what are you doing? Cheyenne sounded worried. This was Enrico's life-saving technique. Using it would leave him with aftereffects for 3 whole months, but once unleashed, at least a 4th-level chi practitioner wouldn't survive. Cheyenne still had a favorable impression of Xavion. As the daughter of the Bradley, she often thought about the greater good of the sect. With Xavion's current strength, he would surely enter the inner sect after the sect competition. Such a loss should not happen in the secret realm. Chapter 4, Battle. But it was already too late. The flames on Enrico's body gradually adhered to his saber, turning the entire weapon a fiery red like molten magma. Xavion noticed the light spheres falling from him becoming even more vibrant. One of them landed near his feet, and he stepped on it immediately. Acquired 1 point of mutated fire attribute energy. Collect 100 points to gain immunity against regular fire attributes and 40% immunity against this mutated fire. 100 points? Xavion muttered under his breath. He glanced at Enrico, whose eyes were bloodshot, exuding a dangerous aura that sent shivers down Xavion's spine. He had an instinctive feeling that if he didn't handle this properly, he might be ruined by this guy. Did he have anything that could defeat this opponent? Can I activate my White Tiger lineage? Xavion asked himself. Ding! Host has activated White Tiger lineage. For the next 3 minutes, speed will increase by 300%, strength by 150%, with ice attribute power added. Ice attribute consumes 1 point every 3 seconds. Xavion gritted his teeth. These points were drawn from his strength. Luckily, he had acquired a few hundred ice attributes earlier. 3 minutes? That would be enough. Let's see what a true man can do in 3 minutes. Almost instantly, Xavion felt an odd sensation spread throughout his body. He felt as light as air, as though he could run on wind, and he possessed incredible explosive strength capable of breaking mountains with a single punch. This punch landed squarely on his body. While Enrico's strength had increased, his defense hadn't changed much. His bones shattered instantly upon impact. The ice attribute also managed to extinguish most of the flames around Enrico, releasing thick white steam, which made it hard for Xavion to see clearly. Instinctively, he continued punching forward, even hearing system notifications ringing in his ears. Acquired 10 points of mutated fire attribute energy. Acquired 3 points of mutated fire attribute energy. Acquired 50 points of mutated fire attribute energy. Reaching 100 points seemed easier than he imagined. In moments, picking up the glowing attributes in the mist brought the total to 99. White Tiger lineage has entered cooldown. Next activation available in 48 hours. His strength vanished instantly, and his body trembled from the sudden loss of power, causing waves of weakness and nausea. He fell to the ground awkwardly. As the mist cleared, everyone saw Enrico, who was now unconscious, barely breathing, with all the flames extinguished. Water vapor had soaked his entire body, leaving visible dents where Xavion's punches hit, including half of his face. Cheyenne gasped and rushed to check on Enrico. She found healing pills from her storage ring and fed them to him. Enrico's condition was primarily due to severe self-backlash compounded by Xavion's attacks, leading to extensive bone fractures. Cheyenne couldn't help but glance at Xavion. He looked terrible too, with both hands nearly burned off and an extremely pale complexion. Xavion's weakened state was just a temporary reaction to the rapid dissipation of his enhanced abilities. Xavion's gaze scanned the ground. He wanted to find those crimson light spheres, but saw none. Damn, could it be stuck at 99? There were other items scattered around, which he kicked towards himself. Acquired saber technique, crimson flame blade. Acquired movement technique, blazing fist. Acquired 1 point of vital energy, automatically used for healing injuries. Acquired many things, but not the mutated fire attribute energy. Xavion shot Enrico a look of frustration. Useless, just a bit more effort. Cheyenne didn't know what to say. They needed to get Enrico back for immediate treatment. She sighed, forget it. You take the snow-clearing tiger and leave. Don't let him go. The 2 disciples finally realized the severity of the situation. With Brother Brit in this state, he must be held responsible. They were inner sect disciples, but they weren't top tier. Ordinary Humphrey's disciples, unlike Enrico, who was the Grand Humphrey's grandson. Given Enrico's condition, they feared punishment from their own masters once they returned, knowing they had to make sure the Grand Humphrey would approve. Thus, they blamed Xavion. You were quite bold. As an outer sect disciple, openly harming an inner sect member, do you want exile? Xavion, already frustrated about not getting what he wanted, sneered. He was the one who took my stuff and insisted on fighting me. If he isn't skilled enough, why should I take responsibility? Do inner sect members get to act like this? Saying this, he stood up. The 2 disciples subconsciously took a step back, remembering Enrico lying on the ground. But they soon regained their composure, realizing such a reaction would appear cowardly. Chapter 5, Go All In. The two disciples felt that their earlier actions made them appear fearful of Xavion, which was indeed a stain on their reputation. Consequently, they resumed their aggressive demeanor. That's only because you were ungrateful and deserved punishment. Fabian acted justly in disciplining you. Yet, you retaliated fiercely, attempting to kill Johnny Britt. How audacious of you. These two had an incredible ability to twist the facts. In their telling, Fabian's actions were now portrayed as just and righteous. Xavion couldn't be bothered with their rhetoric and stepped forward directly. Are you also planning to challenge me? You. The two disciples were instantly both alarmed and enraged. They hadn't seen clearly what had transpired inside, but they knew that if Fabian was in such a state, how much worse would it be for them? You're too scared to face me, yet you have the nerve to argue here? This is the pride of inner disciples? Xavion sneered. What qualifications do you have to judge the inner disciples? The two disciples looked displeased. Let's fight then. Do you think we're truly afraid of you? Enough. Cheyenne spoke up, her gentle face turning cold. Do you not feel embarrassed enough by now? As inner disciples, your strength should far exceed his, yet you've ended up like this. How can you still bicker here? The faces of the two disciples alternated between red and pale, a rather amusing sight. Seeing that they were not convinced, Cheyenne sternly added, this incident was fundamentally Fabian's fault. Are you planning to aid his wrongdoing? With Fabian now seriously injured, our priority should be getting him out of the secret realm. The two disciples instantly fell silent. As the daughter of the Bradley, Cheyenne's words carried weight. By accepting her judgment, they could avoid punishment, thus making further argument unnecessary. After all, they lacked the confidence to stand against Xavion. Cheyenne gave Xavion a final deep look, her eyes carrying a hint of admiration, nodding at him. I will report this truthfully. Rest assured, he simply wasn't skilled enough. When facing Xavion, Cheyenne's expression softened considerably. Xavion's displayed strength was proof enough. If he were brought into the inner circle and given sufficient resources, he would undoubtedly become a formidable power in the future. The two disciples lifted Fabian while Cheyenne nodded at Xavion. They crushed the jade pendant in their hands and left the secret realm. Xavion shrugged. It's a real shame. If only that kid could have been tougher. Muttering under his breath, he shook his head, determined to find more mutated fire energy. However, for now, he focused on the forest before him. First, he dealt with the Qingxue tiger lying on the ground. Though his storage bag couldn't hold everything, he carefully collected valuable items like its fur and internal pearl, things that could be traded for resources. With these preparations, Xavion stretched, feeling his body gradually recover as he ventured deeper into the woods. SSS. While collecting medicinal herbs on the ground, Xavion suddenly heard a tremendous noise nearby. It sounded like the roar of some large animal. Xavion cautiously approached. However, upon spotting the giant black python, whose scales shimmered menacingly under the sunlight, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. From his memories, this snake was called a color ring python due to the colorful ring of scales around its tail. The python's body stretched over tens of meters, nearly matching the nearby hillock, radiating a suffocating aura of danger. There was no point following the python to collect treasures since he wouldn't survive its attack. But the dense concentration of orbs on this small island, and even underwater, drew his attention. He didn't know where so many orbs came from, speculating it might be linked to the python's agitation, but it mattered little to him. He needed to approach stealthily and quickly grab as many as possible. Xavion wasn't naive. He wasn't clear about Fabian's exact status, but he understood the significant gap between inner and outer disciples. Based on the reactions today, once outside, trouble was inevitable after injuring Fabian. Plus, he had already killed someone when he arrived. So before stepping outside, he must become stronger to protect himself and gain leverage. Therefore, it was time to go all in. Wealth comes from taking risks. The powerful attributes shed by the coloring python would surely be potent. Absorbing this batch of power could lead to a qualitative leap in his strength. Resolved, Xavion took a deep breath, enhancing his newly acquired attributes and activating all his techniques. Before the python returned, Xavion darted forward toward the island in the pond. Chapter 6. May you walk the path well. Xavion was as fierce as a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, his speed incredibly fast, almost leaving behind only streaks of motion. Even the ground beneath his feet showed no signs of disturbance, as if only a gentle breeze had passed. Now he could barely feel the passage of time. There was only one thought in his mind: grab and run. Soon, he sneaked into the small island and began picking up glowing spheres from the ground. 1, 2. Gained 40 points of mutated ice attribute energy. Gained 30 points of mutated fire attribute energy. Gained 50 points of mutated ice attribute energy. The system's notifications kept ringing in Xavion's ears, but he paid no attention to them at all. As Xavion continued grabbing the glowing balls, he scanned his surroundings with nervousness, fearing that the rainbow ring snake would suddenly return. Gained. All sounds around him were like fleeting clouds. What's this? Xavion's expression changed. The glowing sphere had turned into an opaque ball, quite large, about the size of a beer belly. No, this wasn't a light ball at all. It was an egg, and it was the rainbow ring snake's egg. Looking around, he saw walls on all sides. It seemed he had ended up in the snake's den while collecting items. Boom. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, and pebbles began falling from the stone cave ceiling. The rainbow ring snake had initially left to deal with cultivators like Xavion. Cultivators were extremely irritating, always coming over to disturb it and attempt to steal its inner core or take its eggs. Just after giving birth, it was naturally even more irritable. After dealing with those cultivators, upon returning, it sensed a temperature change, indicating that someone had infiltrated its territory. Xavion's face turned deathly pale. The rainbow ring snake was back. What should I do? He looked at the egg on the ground, took a deep breath, and then quickly picked it up before running out of the cave. Based on the current situation, if he ran alone, there was an 80% chance that the rainbow ring snake would catch him. But if he held the snake's egg, it might just save his life. The rainbow ring snake quickly detected Xavion using its sensitive temperature perception. Its entire body rapidly moved forward, followed by a swift tail swing aimed at smashing Xavion into pulp. Xavion had just run out of the cave when he felt a slight heat against his cheek, followed by all his body hair standing on end. He slowly turned his head. Just 10 centimeters from his face was a tail larger than his whole body. The rainbow ring snake stared at Xavion with ferocious eyes, as if ready to swallow him whole. Xavion took a few steps back, his legs trembling. Just now, he almost died. Perhaps the egg in his hand made the snake hesitate. Raising the egg in one hand, Xavion drew a small knife from his waist with the other, pointing it at the egg while slowly backing away. The rainbow ring snake watched him intensely, its red eyes glaring fiercely, yet it didn't move. It was working. Taking the egg was a good idea. Relieved, Xavion observed the snake and sped up his pace. The rainbow ring snake soon disappeared from view, though he could still sense it watching him, unseen. The main issue now was how to return the rainbow ring snake's egg. He understood that as long as he had the egg, the rainbow ring snake wouldn't let him go. Returning the egg was his only hope for survival. Xavion. A clear, commanding voice called out. Xavion looked in the direction of the voice. It was Arvin. In his memory, Arvin was an outer sect disciple of Guesu sect, at the 5th level of the condensation chi stage, a notable figure. Arvin's storage bag bulged as if it were about to burst, his eyes fixed on the egg in Xavion's hand. Although he couldn't identify it as belonging to the rainbow ring snake, the faint pressure it emitted made it obvious it was valuable. Xavion, merely at the 2nd level of the condensation chi stage with no influential background, was just another outer sect disciple. Taking the item from him would be effortless. If he didn't comply, well, Xavion noticed the murderous intent in Arvin's eyes. Seizing this opportunity to pass the buck, he handed over the egg without hesitation. If Johnny wants it, take it. Not that he feared Arvin, but it was a perfect moment to shift the blame. Why not? Arvin was slightly stunned. It was so easy, almost too easy. Even a fool would know that egg wasn't ordinary. Receiving the egg, he realized that Xavion must have understood he couldn't protect the egg and might lose his life instead. Himph, you're quite self-aware. Johnny, may you walk the path well. I won't send you off. Xavion bowed respectfully. Go ahead. Once I return to the sect, I'll look after you. Arvin felt exceptionally happy and missed the deeper meaning of Xavion's words. May you walk the path well? By the time Arvin looked again, Xavion had already vanished. Meanwhile, Xavion had noticed the rainbow ring snake advancing swiftly. If he didn't run now, when would he? As he ran, he also observed that the rainbow ring snake was heading towards the egg, not his location. Arvin, may you walk the path well, blame your greed. Boom. Aya. With a roar, accompanied by a loud crash and scream, Xavion couldn't help but shake his head. Hashtag chapter 7. An opportunity for wealth. Xavion walked in another direction, as the place was truly too terrifying. Not far away, Arvin's agonizing screams echoed around and refused to dissipate, giving Xavion goosebumps. But Xavion didn't feel much sympathy for Arvin. That kind of person didn't deserve pity. As for whether Arvin could survive the attack from the rainbow python, most likely not. Mountain ranges undulated, enveloped in clouds and mist. The secret realm was picturesque, almost like a celestial paradise, but Xavion had no heart to admire it. His current goal was singular, to pick up attributes and grow stronger. In his previous life, he had read plenty of novels, and Xavion knew very well that the protagonist would inevitably attract a lot of trouble. Hey, junior brother, wait up. As Xavion was moving around, a voice suddenly called out. Turning back, Xavion saw a sharp-eared, monkey-faced teenager waving at him. Do you need anything? Xavion asked. Looking at this guy, though he wasn't as handsome as himself, he didn't seem to be there to cause trouble. Brother, are you training alone in the secret realm? The sharp-eared, monkey-faced teenager approached enthusiastically, immediately putting an arm around Xavion in a carefree manner. Xavion pushed the guy's arm away in disgust and stepped back 2 meters, looking at the mic warily. Brother, what do you want? Approaching so intimately at first. Did this guy have some weird fetish? Xavion thought to himself. Brother, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. The sharp-eared, monkey-faced Mike laughed slickly, thinking Xavion was wary of him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ferdy. Little brother, you're wandering around here alone with no companion? Before Xavion could respond, Ferdy quickly explained, Don't worry. I have no ill intentions. We're both outer disciples, and we all have it tough. I see you've been struggling on your own. You probably haven't caught any good beasts yet. A single chopstick can easily be broken, but a bundle is hard to break. You understand this principle, right? I happen to have a chance to make some money, but I lack manpower. Your luck is good. If you join us, it will be far better than going solo. Ferdy spoke confidently, having polished this pitch many times over. Despite being an outer disciple, he had spent years understanding their psychology deeply. Extending an olive branch now, this kid was unlikely to resist the temptation. Xavion glanced at Ferdy and instantly understood. Though Ferdy played his role convincingly, nothing comes without reason, and Ferdy must have ulterior motives. Yet, Xavion wasn't concerned. With his golden finger, he had no fear. Besides, meeting someone in the secret realm meant either robbery or cooperation. Robbery and passersby were already ruled out. With the offer of cooperation, there must be an opportunity. Xavion didn't care much about beast treasures or promised benefits. He only wanted to gather attributes. He pretended to lower his guard, acting puzzled and hiding his interest while asking. Oh, really? Brother, what kind of money-making opportunity? Forgetting my introduction? We're quite fated. I also go by. My name is Xavion. Maybe we were kin a few hundred years ago. Xavion responded with feigned politeness. Now that's more like it. Ferdy grinned slyly, once again hooking his arm around Xavion. Your Humphrey brother, being a veteran outer disciple, had good luck and met an inner disciple brother in the secret realm. Not long ago, we found the lair of a crimson flame tiger. However, dealing with it is troublesome. Our inner disciple senior has a plan, finding a trustworthy partner for cooperation. He'll lure the crimson flame tiger away, while we deal with the litter of baby tigers inside the den. Young crimson flame tigers have little fighting ability, so we should manage them easily. When the senior lures the adult away, we can rush into the den and grab the tiger cubs. The senior will lose the crimson flame tiger and then meet us. There are 8 baby crimson flame tigers in total. We'll split one between us. How does that sound? One baby crimson flame tiger isn't bad. Others might give you just a bone as a share. Ferdy guided him gently. Upon hearing this, Xavion got the gist of it. This guy was clearly a weakling among outer disciples, several years older yet still stuck there. Worse, he dressed up this weakness as veteran. What a laughable waste. Sure, senior. I'm incredibly grateful. Meeting you in this life is a blessing. Xavion acted excitedly. While the baby crimson flame tigers weren't a priority, gaining attributes was different. If he could collect those from young crimson flame tigers, it would significantly benefit his physical strength. Xavion couldn't refuse such an opportunity. Yes, great. Follow me, brother. I'll introduce you to the senior, and from now on, we're brothers. With me protecting you, we'll live comfortably within the sect, and having an inner disciple senior backing us means walking tall. Ferdy's eyes narrowed with delight. He thought he'd need to work hard to persuade and allay suspicion. This boy looked somewhat naive, a perfect target for cooperation. Securing a reliable collaborator might impress the inner disciple senior, possibly leading to future promotion. Life would be sweet then. His status within the outer disciples would soar, and perhaps even reaching inner disciple status wasn't impossible. While Ferdy indulged in pleasant daydreams, unbeknownst to him, Xavion had his own agenda. ####Chapter 8, Jeff. Jean followed Ferdy to a tall and distinguished inner sect disciple. At that moment, this inner sect disciple was holding a folding fan with a refined demeanor, posing in an overly affected manner and exuding a pompous air. Jean internally scoffed at the ridiculousness of it all, but as soon as Ferdy saw this inner sect senior brother, he immediately changed his attitude and approached him with obsequious smiles and nods. He asked in a subservient tone, Johnny Song, I have brought the person you wanted. When do we depart for the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair? Ferdy then turned around and put on a stern face, addressing Jean sharply. This is inner sect disciple Jeff. Haven't you greeted Johnny Song yet? The contrast in Ferdy's behavior towards Jeff left Jean speechless. He clearly was a sycophant who kowtowed to those in power. It was undeniable that Jeff looked around Jean's age, but had already become an inner sect disciple. No wonder he carried such arrogance. Seeing Jean standing there blankly, Ferdy quickly explained to Jeff, Johnny, sorry, the new arrival doesn't quite understand. Then, turning back to Jean, he scolded, show some initiative. Hooking up with someone like him would be enough to make your ancestors laugh from their graves. Jean. Sure, just another inner sect disciple. No big deal. However, for the sake of gaining attributes and locating the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair, Jean pretended to be clueless and greeted Jeff with feigned respect. Hello, Johnny, hello? Seeing Jean's dim-witted appearance, Jeff finally smiled. He gave an approving look to Ferdy. The kind of people Jeff needed were exactly like Jean, clumsy and easily manipulated. In fact, Jeff found overly clever people unsuitable for this task. Someone who was not too sharp-headed was just what he needed. Upon seeing Jeff smile, Ferdy felt elated, believing that Fei Gu must be quite satisfied with his performance. Despite being an inner sect disciple, even Jeff needed people like him who could get things done efficiently. Thinking about this, Ferdy couldn't help feeling extremely lucky. He managed to bring back a seemingly simple-minded person so quickly, as if heaven itself favored him. Little brother Jean, right? Excellent. Johnny can tell that you are trustworthy. This time, following me will definitely benefit you greatly, Jeff said, looking at Ferdy. Johnny, where is the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair? Let's get going. I can hardly wait, Jean chuckled, rubbing his hands together while inwardly cursing himself. Right now, the most pressing matter was to find out the location of the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair from this arrogant fellow, and then leave them behind as soon as possible. If not for that information, Jean might have slapped him right away. He'd seen arrogant people before, but never anyone as conceited as this guy, acting as if the entire sect belonged to him. What's the rush? I'll take you right now. Jeff laughed, but inside, he felt slightly uneasy. This junior seemed suspiciously deferential, as if he had been putting on an act earlier. After all, asking directly about the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair seemed too eager, almost like trying to go after it alone without them. But Jeff quickly dismissed the thought. A guy like this, barely at chi condensation level 4, wouldn't have the strength to hunt a Crimson Flame Tiger even if told its location. Probably just being paranoid. After exchanging pleasantries, Jeff immediately led Jean and Ferdy towards the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair. Although outwardly calm, Jeff was internally anxious, worried that others might find the Crimson Flame Tiger first. Not everyone in the inner sect could handle demonic beasts solo like Enrico. An adult Crimson Flame Tiger was no small feat. Trudging through rocky terrain and dense shrubs, Jean inwardly cursed again. Jeff refused to divulge any information until they reached their destination, despite Jean being only at chi condensation level 4. Little brother Jean, once we reach the Crimson Flame Tiger's area, I will distract it. You and Ferdy will ambush from different directions because the Crimson Flame Tiger has a keen sense of smell. If we detect nearby scents, we'll retreat together. One of you will enter its lair to finish off the remaining cubs, Jeff explained en route. For Jean, Jeff had a simple plan. He was merely cannon fodder. Not as smart as Ferdy, he wouldn't be recruited under Jeff's wing. Many outer sect disciples met their end in the secret realm challenging demonic beasts like the Crimson Flame Tiger. The sect wouldn't trace it back to him. Even if they did, he could always blame Ferdy. This was going according to plan. As Jeff plotted, they arrived near the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair. Amidst the mountains covered in thickets, a pungent odor hung in the air. The stench of crimson flame tiger droppings used to mark territory and warn other demonic beasts away. Standing here, they could feel a chilling presence indicating the lair lay hidden within the thicket. Johnny, please protect us. Our lives are in your hands. Ferdy, visibly uneasy, started looking around nervously. Don't worry. Even if we encounter the crimson flame tiger, I can ensure our safe escape, Jeff reassured confidently. Jean, stay here and keep watch. I will take Ferdy to set up an ambush elsewhere. Once I lure the tiger out of its cave, you and Drakefy should immediately head into the cave to deal with the cubs. Jeff instructed seriously, showing genuine concern. Jean nodded, smiling inwardly with a mix of sarcasm and another devious idea forming in his mind. Note: the names have been carefully transcribed into Pinyin to maintain accuracy. The original tone, style, and structure have been preserved to ensure a coherent narrative flow. Chapter 9. Big Brother, may you seek good fortune? After Jeff and Ferdy left, Xavion remained at the spot, a new thought crossing his mind. He didn't leave the location Yunfei had instructed him to stay at. Xavion suddenly felt that having Jeff distract the Crimson Flame Tiger might not be a bad idea. After all, the Crimson Flame Tiger was indeed a dangerous beast. If it could be lured away, that would be ideal. Jeff's intention was obvious. He wanted Xavion to act as bait and lead the Crimson Flame Tiger to him. If Xavion left prematurely, Jeff would surely notice something amiss. Honestly, from previous interactions, Xavion found that there was a reason Jeff had become an inner sect disciple. Regardless of talent, this guy was also extremely alert. If Xavion chose to leave, Jeff would likely proceed cautiously, immediately losing the Crimson Flame Tiger and waiting for it to return to its den before finding another unfortunate soul to replace him. Shortly after Jeff and Ferdy left, Xavion lay in wait carefully. Soon, he saw Jeff heading solo toward the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair. Not long after, a deafening roar echoed from within the cave, followed by Jeff fleeing from it. Behind him, a tiger with colorful stripes was in relentless pursuit. Seeing this scene, even Xavion couldn't help but marvel. This guy truly deserved to be an inner sect disciple. At the very least, the courage to go into the Crimson Flame Tiger's den alone wasn't something ordinary people had. Even with the lure of a young Crimson Flame Tiger and the relatively good strength of an inner sect disciple, such boldness was rare. After escaping, Jeff didn't run directly towards Xavion, but pretended to be leading the Crimson Flame Tiger away. When he got close enough to Xavion, Jeff suddenly changed direction, running towards Xavion. Junior brother Xavion, run. The Crimson Flame Tiger has sensed your presence. Let me take you away. Xavion sneered inwardly. Jeff's words were meant to keep him from fleeing. If Xavion ran down a difficult path, the Crimson Flame Tiger might not chase him. Big brother, I'm so scared. Xavion feigned fear and secretly gathered energy, condensing fire-type power in his hands. Upon seeing that Xavion hadn't fled, Jeff's expression turned joyous as he quickly dashed towards him, his speed astonishing. Big brother, I can save us both. I know a technique to increase speed, which should help us escape alive. Just as Jeff approached, Xavion suddenly yelled, Jeff! At that moment, Xavion leaped out from the shrubs and slapped Jeff across the face. Smack! Caught off guard, Jeff stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Oh no, big brother, sorry I couldn't catch your hand. Oh, the Crimson Flame Tiger is catching up. Big brother, may you seek good fortune? Xavion, feigning terror, sprang up like a rabbit and bolted in another direction. Jeff, slapped by Xavion, fumed with rage. As the Crimson Flame Tiger closed in, opening its massive jaws, Jeff had no choice but to fight back. Now, survival was the priority. Concerning Xavion, Jeff was filled with suspicion but had no time to dwell on it. The Crimson Flame Tiger was too powerful. Despite being an inner sect disciple, Jeff was now struggling desperately to survive. After shaking off Jeff, Xavion chuckled as he ran towards the Crimson Flame Tiger's lair. He figured the beast wouldn't expect this weak human to head straight for its den instead of fleeing. As for Jeff, Xavion thought simply. With hundreds of thousands of outer sect disciples in the Guesu sect, by the time Jeff found him, he'd likely already be an inner sect disciple. Of course, provided Jeff survived. With such a strong beast, whether Jeff could escape or not was entirely up to fate. In short, Jeff was just a minor character. Xavion didn't believe this guy could ever match him in the future. Ha ha ha, hitting pay dirt, you little tigers, die already. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xavion heard Ferdy's lecherous laughter inside. With a cold smile, Xavion rushed in to see Ferdy frantically gathering the 8 baby Crimson Flame Tigers, too excited to notice his arrival. Bro Fei. Xavion appeared behind Ferdy, startling him nearly out of his wits. Who? Ferdy spun around, shock filling his face upon recognizing Xavion. Didn't Jeff say he would leave this guy for the Crimson Flame Tiger? Why did he suddenly appear here? Where was Johnny Jeff? Xavion feigned sorrow, telling Ferdy. Bro Fei, big brother failed to lure away the Crimson Flame Tiger and is now battling it fiercely. He asked me to come get these baby Crimson Flame Tigers because I'm weaker, so I should escape first while you go assist him. He said if you can defeat the Crimson Flame Tiger together or escape, he will consider you a life and death brother and help you become an inner sect disciple wholeheartedly. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Johnny Ferdy. I envy you so much. If only my strength was greater, I'd snatch this chance. Feigning regret, Xavion grabbed the baby Crimson Flame Tigers from Ferdy's hands. Is that true? Hearing about becoming an inner sect disciple, greed flashed in Ferdy's eyes. What Xavion described wasn't impossible. It made sense why he was here and Jeff wasn't. Regarding Xavion, Ferdy trusted him completely. After all, this kid wouldn't dare flee with the baby Crimson Flame Tigers. And Johnny asking for his help indicated the Crimson Flame Tiger was tough to handle, needing assistance to draw attention while he used a powerful move. Chapter 10. What is a hidden world-class powerhouse? That? You take the Crimson Flame Tiger cubs and leave first. I'll go save Johnny. I warn you, Never let the Crimson Flame Tiger cubs disappear. With Johnny's status as an inner sect disciple, it would be very easy for him to find your whereabouts. If he catches you, your life will be in danger. Before leaving, Ferdy didn't forget to issue one last threat. What are you saying, Brother Faye? How could I have such courage? Hurry up, Johnny is waiting for you to save him, Xavion said cheerfully. This Ferdy simply didn't understand the power of the Crimson Flame Tigers and had inexplicable confidence in Jeff. He probably didn't know that if he were there, Jeff might abandon him first and then walk away unscathed given half a chance. For someone like Jeff, Xavion knew him very well. After Ferdy left, Xavion couldn't wait to start collecting attributes. Gained 30 points of mutant fire energy. Gained 30 points of mutant fire energy. 8 Crimson Flame Tiger cubs, each contributing 30 points of mutant fire energy to Xavion, totaling 240 points. Xavion was delighted inside. Then, Xavion placed the cubs into his storage bag. Seeing the storage bag quickly fill up, Xavion sighed, thinking that he really needed a bigger storage bag after exiting the secret realm. After all, a cubic meter storage bag had a very limited capacity. Thinking about how the limited space in the storage bag prevented him from taking much of his harvest, Xavion felt a sharp pain in his teeth. This was truly too much of a loss. No, that's not right. Suddenly, Xavion had a flash of inspiration. His storage bag was limited, but Jeff's wasn't. That guy, being an inner sect disciple, likely had a much larger storage bag. Facing the Crimson Flame Tigers, Jeff would probably be unable to escape and, even if he did manage to flee, he would be injured. Why not take this opportunity to grab Jeff's and Ferdy's storage bags and eliminate both of them while at it? After all, if these two people died here, it would be easy to imagine they were killed by demons. It would never be traced back to himself. Also, there were probably quite a few good items in their storage bags. If he could get his hands on them, he would gain a substantial sum in a short period. Even though Xavion now had the system, he was still in desperate need of spirit stones and other resources for the mundane world. With his current cultivation level being too weak, he still relied on these things. Thinking about these factors, Xavion immediately decided to retrace his steps and see what happened to Jeff and Ferdy. May you die miserably, Xavion. Approaching not far from Jeff and the others, Xavion heard Ferdy's screams and curses, clearly indicating he was in trouble. Shut up, we'll settle scores later. The urgent task now is to think of a way to escape, Jeff coldly said. Ferdy joining the fight didn't change anything since even an inner sect disciple like Jeff found dealing with the Crimson Flame Tigers problematic. How much difference could Ferdy make? However, since the Crimson Flame Tigers were so powerful, one more person or less made little difference. Now that Ferdy joined the battle, he had no chance of escaping. One could say that Ferdy, clever in small matters but lacking in wisdom, was blinded by short-term gains and ended up in this predicament. Xavion chuckled and appeared in front of them. Xavion? You still have the nerve to come back? After Xavion suddenly appeared, Jeff and Ferdy were stunned for a moment before starting to curse at Xavion. Soon, their faces darkened. Due to Xavion's sudden appearance causing them to hesitate momentarily, the Crimson Flame Tigers seized the opportunity. Now the duo was in even greater danger. May you suffer 1,000 deaths, Xavion. Once I escape, you're dead. Xavion. Was this intentional? Jeff and Ferdy looked embarrassed and kept cursing while Xavion watched amusedly from the sidelines. The Crimson Flame Tigers were far enough from him and were currently battling Jeff and Ferdy, so they wouldn't give up these opponents to attack Xavion. You two, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Xavion said while picking his nose. I know what you're thinking. Don't blame me for putting you in this situation. If I hadn't, I would be the one trapped right now. Just karma, that's all. Jeff harumphed, fighting while looking at Xavion. So, why are you here? Not to mock us, I hope? Jeff initially thought Xavion came to take advantage of the situation, maybe even call for some inner sect disciples to help. This way, they might be able to break free, leaving Xavion for another day. Congrats, you guessed it. Just here to watch. Jeff. He expected Xavion to say it wasn't so, but instead, this kid was rubbing salt in the wound. Thinking about it made Jeff want to explode with rage, wanting to kill Xavion immediately. But alas, he was too busy fighting to deal with Xavion and could only grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it, Xavion, you coward. Ku. Ferdy cursed incessantly, hating it to bits. Now, Brother Faye. We've at least been companions, haven't we? Why start with insults? Xavion chuckled. I know, you guys just want me to join you in battle, right? Watch closely. Now, I'm going over. I'll show you what a hidden king is. Saying that, Xavion took a step forward. Jeff and Ferdy were dumbfounded. Could this Xavion really be a hidden powerhouse? It seemed incredible, but soon, their faces darkened again. Because after taking one step forward, Xavion stopped and just smiled at them. This was clearly mocking them, making Jeff's heart ache once more despite having calmed down. Where did this guy come from? Haha, just kidding. Now, I'll show you what a hidden ultimate powerhouse looks like. Xavion grinned wickedly. Chapter 11, Jeff's storage bag. Jeff wanted to kill this despicable person, continuously offending him. There was no one in the world as lowly as this. Ku. Xavion, you're not a man, you coward. If you have the guts, come over and stop bragging, huh? Just as Jeff was cursing loudly, his words abruptly stopped as if he had seen a ghost. He stood there dumbfounded. This time, Xavion actually came. With light steps, he casually walked near the Scarlet Flame Tiger, pacing around it continuously. Jeff. Although he didn't know why this guy had suddenly decided to approach the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Jeff would never let go of such a rare opportunity. Immediately, with an ecstatic look, he ran towards Xavion. How will you run this time, scum? You've ked me royally. Jeff grinned ferociously, trying to shift the Scarlet Flame Tiger's attention to Xavion. Not to mention, just Xavion and Ferdy alone could distract the Scarlet Flame Tiger. As long as it was distracted, he could escape at that moment. Once he escaped, all grievances would be like floating clouds. Of course, he also did not believe Xavion could survive the Scarlet Flame Tiger's attack. Faced with Jeff's sneer, the corner of Xavion's mouth curled upward. In the next instant, he bent down and swiped Jeff's storage bag. All items on the ground were scooped up by Xavion. Gained 200 mutation fire attribute energy points. Seeing the system values, Xavion was taken aback for a moment. Adult Scarlet Flame Tigers indeed were much stronger than those little cubs. He got 200 points at once. However, now that he had Jeff's storage bag, there was no need to stay and play along with Jeff. At this moment, Jeff hadn't realized his storage bag was already stolen by Xavion. Frenzied, he stared at Xavion. For an outer sect disciple to escape unscathed from his attack was indeed a great humiliation for him. Roar. With another human involved, the Scarlet Flame Tiger bellowed deafeningly, obviously extremely furious. The spirit birds in the surrounding woods immediately scattered upon hearing the roar. Huff. The Scarlet Flame Tiger turned and directly raised its paw, slapping toward Jeff and Xavion. Faced with this blow, even Jeff, an inner sect disciple, dared not take it lightly. After all, a full-strength attack from the Scarlet Flame Tiger could cost his life. But what Jeff couldn't have imagined was Xavion, slippery like an eel, easily evading the Scarlet Flame Tiger's attack before kicking Jeff in return. Die! Xavion shouted fiercely. A sudden and full-power kick like this would inevitably cause great damage to Jeff, who wasn't prepared for it. Moreover, demon beasts like the Scarlet Flame Tiger possessed intelligence. Through analysis, it concluded that among the three humans, Jeff posed the greatest threat. The other two? Trash. Xavion, you'll suffer a terrible death. Jeff let out a wretched cry, landing face first on the ground. Then Xavion and Ferdy saw a red shadow flash past as the Scarlet Flame Tiger pounced on Jeff. Within seconds, the back of Jeff's body was gnawed into a bloody hole, lying amidst a pool of blood. Whoosh! Seeing Jeff successfully distracting the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Xavion wasted no time in bolting away. Missing this chance to escape would lead to lifelong regret. Connor, take me with you. Seeing Jeff's fate sealed and impressed by Xavion's impressive performance, Ferdy immediately understood that Jeff had been outsmarted by Xavion. However, his life was more important. He'd do anything to live. Ignoring Ferdy's cries for help, Xavion thought, why save this fence sitter? As for Ferdy's life? Let the Scarlet Flame Tiger take care of it. The Scarlet Flame Tiger would soon come after Ferdy, who wouldn't stand a chance against it. Connor, don't leave me behind. Take me with you. I'll be your subordinate. I'm absolutely reliable. It was all a misunderstanding. If you keep me, you'll save yourself trouble in the future. Ferdy screamed miserably because he saw the Scarlet Flame Tiger turning toward him after finishing off Jeff. Hearing Ferdy's words, Xavion hesitated for a moment before decisively changing direction. I knew you wouldn't abandon me, Connor. Seeing Xavion running back, Ferdy was emotionally moved, tears streaming down his face. Talented people always get recognized no matter where they are. Connor must see my potential. Yeah, once we exit this secret realm, I'll report this event to the sect. We'll see how this Xavion gets away then. Pack. As Ferdy was filled with anticipation, Xavion walked up to him and slapped him hard across the face. Instantly, Ferdy flew backward like a broken kite, falling heavily to the side. Xavion, you? Ferdy widened his eyes, never expecting Xavion to treat him like this. Hee, good luck surviving on your own. Xavion laughed coldly and sped away. Ferdy's continuous shouting annoyed him immensely. Moreover, watching this kind of person die by the Scarlet Flame Tiger's hands would give him immense satisfaction. As for Ferdy, Xavion could never accept someone like this. While he did possess some skills and was first-rate in flattering others, Xavion despised him and didn't want to be associated with such a person. Most importantly, Ferdy only followed because of self-interest. Being an outer sect disciple, Xavion couldn't promise the benefits Jeff did. Knowing this, Ferdy would likely report him first thing outside the secret realm for revenge. Roar. Behind him, the Scarlet Flame Tiger caught up to Ferdy and tore into him with its huge jaws. Before Ferdy could scream, he fell silent, dying an agonizing death. Meanwhile, Xavion took advantage of this opportunity to escape to a safe place. Greedily, he opened Jeff's storage bag. As an inner sect disciple, Jeff should have plenty of treasures. Who knew what valuable items lay within? Chapter 12. Senior sister, please stand up for me. Xavion took a deep breath and then opened Jeff's storage bag. Indeed, as an inner disciple, Jeff had a rather spacious storage bag of about 30 cubic meters. However, the items inside were pitifully few. Only a sword, a few cultivation manuals, and some healing pills. Xavion couldn't help but sigh deeply. It seemed Jeff hadn't been an inner disciple for long, and had spent all his savings on these essentials. After a moment's thought, Xavion concluded that he wasn't entirely empty-handed since he needed a long sword urgently. He took out the sword and left the place. The training period was nearly over. After some consideration, Xavion decided it made no sense to wander around further in the secret realm and decided to leave as soon as possible. Outside, he would find ways to enhance his strength. Whoosh! Xavion headed toward the exit of the secret realm. Along the way, he encountered no obstacles. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, he saw 3 outer disciples sighing sorrowfully. Ignoring them, Xavion continued walking toward the exit. Outer disciples generally did not fare well, and these 3 likely found nothing of value here. But what did it matter to him? He certainly wasn't going to pity them. Even if he wanted to, he didn't think he could offer much help. Hey, stop right there. Just as Xavion was about to pass by them, a fat man among them shouted at him. What do you want? Xavion stopped and looked at them. Boy, what did you gain inside this secret realm? The trio approached him aggressively, feeling emboldened seeing him alone. With no one around, and the boy looking quite pleased, they assumed he must have gained something valuable. Even if he didn't, the sword hanging from his waist was worth a lot. Robbing him wouldn't be bad. Hearing their impolite words, Xavion smiled faintly and said, Indeed, I did gain quite a bit. This time, my luck was incredible. His arrogant demeanor irked the fat man and his companions. They had come up empty-handed while this lone individual claimed great success. Naturally, they felt disdain towards Xavion and wanted to teach him a lesson. Initially, they planned to release him if he handed over his gains, but now, with his own admission, they saw no reason to let him off easily. Hand over everything you've obtained, including that sword. If you know what's good for you, do it quickly. Some things aren't meant for your likes. The fat man threatened menacingly. You want what's mine? Xavion feigned shock. But I refuse to give it to you. F***CKU. The trio instantly flared up at Xavion's defiance. Just as they were about to attack, a melodious voice rang behind Xavion. Cheyenne and a few other inner disciples were approaching. Xavion recognized them. They had witnessed his battle against Enrico. What a coincidence. Xavion greeted them with a chuckle. Do you need help, junior brother? Cheyenne looked at the trio and immediately understood the situation. Inner disciples fighting or robbing others within the secret realm wasn't uncommon. These three clearly weren't decent types. She wondered why they chose to target Xavion, who had defeated Enrico, when they were just outer disciples. Yes, senior sister, please stand up for me. Xavion put on a piteous expression and pointed at the trio. These guys are despicable. They tried to rob me. I've never seen such wicked people. They have been lazy and evil, and now they even dare to rob others. How can they act like this in the sect? Senior sister, as the daughter of the Bradley, you must uphold justice for me. With dramatic tears, Xavion accused, pointing at the trio. They stole 30 spirit stones from me and dared to say even the Bradley has to give way to them. They are the bullies of our sect. The trio was taken aback. They had already toned down their behavior upon seeing the inner disciples, realizing they might be reported. Now, they found themselves facing the daughter of the Bradley. Their luck couldn't get any worse. We're being framed, senior sister, we didn't. The fat man protested. Quickly return my 30 spirit stones, or I won't let you off. Xavion cried theatrically. Cheyenne was silent. She knew it was probably all an act, and the trio hadn't managed to steal anything yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be standing. As for the lie about the 30 spirit stones, outer disciples earned only 5 per month, so having 30 was highly unlikely unless someone had saved for 6 months. And outer disciples usually struggle to save much. These fellows are bold, senior sister. You can't ignore this. They robbed me and insulted the Bradley. Such offenses must be punished, Xavion proclaimed. Startled, Cheyenne waved her hand and assured, calm down, junior brother. I will handle this for you. Thank you, senior sister. Please make sure to retrieve those 30 spirit stones for me. You truly are a living bodhisattva. Xavion changed tone to flattery. The trio was shocked. Did they really have to pay 30 spirit stones to this guy? Chapter 13. 3 months, 30 spirit stones. At this moment, facing Xavion, Cheyenne finally began to feel a headache. To be honest, these 3 fat guys hadn't even started their robbery yet. Even if they were reported to the Humphrey in charge of punishments, it wouldn't cause much trouble. On the other hand, if she really sent these 3 guys there, wouldn't she be letting Xavion use them? But if she didn't send them, Xavion's insistence on not letting the matter rest made her unable to come down from this difficult situation. At the same time, Cheyenne was also somewhat curious about Xavion. This junior brother, as an outer sect disciple, could actually defeat Enrico. After all, Enrico wasn't just any ordinary inner sect disciple. He was the Grand Humphrey's grandson and incomparable to ordinary inner sect disciples. Despite that, this little junior brother still managed to defeat him. Junior brother Alan, you check these 3 fellows' disciple information to find out where their dormitory is. I will stand up for you on this matter, sister. Hey, you 3. You have 3 months to pay junior brother Alan 30 spirit stones. If you dare not repay junior brother Alan, I will immediately report to my father and get you expelled. Cheyenne said coldly. At this point, if she didn't give Xavion an explanation, he would likely continue causing trouble without end. Besides, Cheyenne herself had high hopes for Xavion and naturally wouldn't let him lose face at this crucial moment. And by making them pay instead of taking them directly to the Humphreys, Xavion would calm down, and she wouldn't lose her dignity either. Upon hearing the Khalil's daughter personally ordering them to repay the money, the 3 fat guys stood there like wooden chickens, stunned. However, they also knew that the current situation was beyond their control, and they could only accept their bad luck with no choice. If they refused, they would likely be expelled from the sect. Once expelled, they would have nowhere else to go around here, cutting off their path to cultivation. Thank you, senior sister Cheyenne. You are truly awe-inspiring and just. Hearing Cheyenne order the 3 to repay him, Xavion instantly squinted his eyes in delight and proceeded to check the information of the fat guys before allowing them to leave. Although 3 months seemed long, there was no alternative. An outer sect disciple only received 5 spirit stones a month, which wasn't nearly enough. Even if the fat trio borrowed from friends, they probably couldn't gather that much. However, Cheyenne doing this much for him was already impressive. Junior brother Alan, don't worry about what I promised you before. Edric absolutely won't make trouble for you. And given your combat strength, you should have been able to enter the inner sect long ago. Don't worry. Once I return, I'll certainly report everything honestly to father. Your promotion to the inner sect will definitely be smooth. Cheyenne added. Thank you, senior sister Cheyenne. Xavion nodded gratefully. Entering the inner sect was something Xavion greatly looked forward to after all, as an inner sect disciple receives a full 50 spirit stones per month, a stark difference compared to outer sect disciples. Of course, entering the inner sect would mean encountering stronger disciples, providing more opportunities to gain attributes. Back in his dormitory, Xavion returned directly to his bed. Outer sect disciples lived differently from inner sect disciples, who each had their own courtyard. Outer sect disciples shared large dormitories with dozens of beds. The dormitory environment was chaotic, filled with people who had no hope of advancing and just passed the days. It was far from ideal. Xavion kept a distance from these fellow disciples, mainly because he wasn't familiar with the old Xavion's acquaintances or friends. Xavion, come on. Just as Xavion lay in bed pondering other matters, a sleazy guy suddenly patted him. Xavion, what's going on? He didn't quite understand what was happening. Seeing Xavion's puzzled look, Sullivan appeared confused, then put on a lecherous expression, staring at Xavion. Xavion. Honestly, that gaze made him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't figure out what Sullivan was trying to convey. Seeing Xavion still pretending not to understand, Sullivan got annoyed. You're not giving me face, huh? Don't go if you don't want to. Stop acting so innocent. The next time little sister takes a bath, I won't bring you along. With that, Sullivan stormed off, leaving Xavion completely flabbergasted. Damn, was this how the previous Xavion operated? Xavion, what's going on? That doesn't sound like you at all. You used to be super interested in such things, begging others to take you along. What happened today? A fellow disciple named Brooks asked, surprised. After all, getting an opportunity like this was rare even for him. It was only because the old Xavion once gave this guy a spirit stone that he always brought Xavion along. Others would never have had such a chance. Xavion. I've turned over a new leaf. I've thought it through and realized I should focus on cultivation. He spoke in a serious tone. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Xavion's words, bursts of laughter erupted throughout the dormitory. Really, who didn't know who in this dorm? Even among outer sect disciples, there were social divisions. Those who idled away their days together often ended up grouped together. Everyone in this dormitory was the type who did nothing all day. You, thinking of turning over a new leaf? Your dead mother might come back to life with joy. A big, plump man pointed at Xavion and laughed loudly. Hearing this, Xavion frowned. He'd seen impoliteness, but never to this extreme. This outer sect dormitory was indeed a den of scum. Xavion stared at Sullivan coldly. Watch your words. Don't insult my mother. Or don't blame me if I'm not nice to you. Hey you, who are you being tough with? Got a bit arrogant after that secret realm trip? Ralph's expression darkened upon hearing Xavion's words, and he walked towards Xavion with a sneer. Brother Kuin, calm down. Xavion must be in a bad mood. Please don't take it to heart, Brooks quickly explained to the big man while frantically gesturing to Xavion. The big man's name was Xenon, the undisputed tyrant of the dormitory, whom few dared provoke. Compared to Brooks, however, others reacted differently. The remaining residents watched the drama unfold with keen interest. Chapter 14, Dormitory Tyrant. Get lost. Who do you think you are? One of the brothers from Brooks received a slap directly on his face from Xenon. Instantly, this brother fell to the side. Seeing this, Xavion's anger surged up immediately. F***ck Xavion, have you no shame? I'm talking about your mother just to give her some respect. Not everyone qualifies for me to mention her. Boom. Before Xenon could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden gust of wind. In the next instant, Xavion suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him straight in the face. Though he had transmigrated into this body and was not the real Xavion, he would never allow anyone to insult Xavion's mother. That was a line that couldn't be crossed. Caught off guard, Xenon stumbled and fell to the ground, looking at Xavion with shock. He didn't expect Xavion to actually dare defy him. Good job, Xavion. You've got guts to lay hands on me. Xenon exploded with rage. As the undisputed tyrant of the dormitory, he absolutely wouldn't tolerate any challenge to his position. In the next moment, Xenon leaped from the ground and unleashed a punch infused with forceful energy towards Xavion. This punch held nothing back. The might of a cultivator at the 6th layer of chi practice instantly spread out, causing everyone in the dormitory to change expressions dramatically. Everyone knew that Xenon was a fearsome character among them. Now, Xavion had enraged him. It looked like there would be consequences. These outer disciples were numerous and often troublesome, lacking ambition. So long as they didn't commit serious offenses, the Humphreys wouldn't bother managing them. Humph! Facing Xenon's punch, Xavion had no fear. Instead, he used the fiery fist technique he had obtained and met it head-on. Whoosh! As Xavion threw his punch, his arm was instantly covered in flames. Threads of fire burned slowly, emanating an intimidating aura that was terrifying. Just like Xenon showing no restraint, Xavion also understood the rules among the outer disciples and knew the Humphreys wouldn't intervene. Moreover, he was destined to become a person of high status. How could he be scared by a small fry? Boom! The two fists collided, instantly creating a shockwave. The people in the dormitory were incredibly shocked. This confrontation between the two was the strongest they had seen in their dormitory. They hadn't remembered when Xavion became so powerful. Judging from this scene, it seemed he could indeed fight against Xenon. However, in the next moment, everyone's faces filled with shock. They saw Xenon's previously arrogant face contort in pain the moment their fists met. His fist started to crack inch by inch, blood flowing down his hand, while Xavion remained unscathed. Aya! Xenon screamed in agony, instantly fainting. His fist was almost destroyed. He was clearly not on Xavion's level. SSS. A wave of intense surprise swept across everyone's faces in the dormitory. No one understood why Xavion had become so strong. But they knew this. From now on, the dormitory tyrant had changed. What's going on? Who's fighting? At this moment, an Humphrey voice rang out, shocking everyone again. It was the Humphrey's voice. What was happening? Hughes like him hardly ever visited their dormitory. Why did he suddenly decide to come here now, especially right after Xenon fainted? Whoosh! Hearing the Humphrey's voice, Xavion instantly extinguished the flames on his hand, pretending like it wasn't his business. He already had an idea of the Humphrey's purpose for being here. Report Hugh. Xenon is the bully in the dormitory and has been bullying me. I've secretly trained for a long time, and today I finally taught him a lesson. A quick-thinking disciple immediately spoke up as the Humphrey walked in, glancing at Xavion. This guy was shrewd, knowing that Xavion would rise in the future. If he took responsibility for this, perhaps Xavion would protect him later, raising his status in the dormitory. Moreover, although Humphreys might punish for such incidents, it wasn't too severe and within his tolerance. Xavion glanced deeply at this guy, noting him. Undoubtedly, this Muhammad was astute, and Xavion like that. After all, it was clear why the Humphrey had come here. If Xavion gave a bad impression, it might affect his prospects within the intersect. The Humphrey heard this, looked at the scene on the ground, and understood everything. His visit today was originally instructed by the higher-ups to inform Xavion of his promotion to the inner sect. Higher-ups recognized Xavion as a genius with boundless potential, making an exception to promote him to an inner sect disciple. You must be Xavion indeed, the Humphrey said, observing that only Xavion could deliver such a blow to someone that even shattered his fist. Well, Hugh, I am Xavion. Xavion stepped forward awkwardly, having no choice but to reveal himself. He couldn't stay hidden. Otherwise, the inner sect position would go to someone else. You're Xavion? The Humphrey paused momentarily, having been out of touch for long and not understanding the situation. Yes, Hugh, this is Connor. Others chimed in. Oh, you're Xavion. Well, I came here today to inform you that you can pack up and move to the inner sect. Now, gather your belongings and follow me. Despite his doubts, the Humphrey, constrained by his status, felt it inappropriate to ask more questions. Besides, these disciples wouldn't dare to impersonate Xavion and take the blame. What? Connor is promoted to the inner sect? Heaven, what's happening? The Humphrey's sudden announcement that Xavion was promoted stirred everyone with shock, envy, and admiration. For these outer disciples, becoming an inner sect disciple was a lifelong dream. Being an inner sect disciple was a symbol of glory, yet Xavion had secretly achieved it. No one knew when he had worked hard enough, given that previously, he seemed just like them, wasting days. But it certainly caused envy. Chapter 15. Promotion to Inner Disciple. Hugh's words did not surprise Xavion much, as he had mentally prepared for this long ago. He maintained a very calm demeanor on the surface, which made the dorm mates admire him even more. Indeed, someone who could become an inner disciple deserved admiration. Just his composure was enviable. This was the bearing of a true powerhouse. I'll wait for you outside. Pack quickly, the Humphrey said and walked away, unwilling to spend a moment longer in the outer disciples' dormitory. As for Xenon's injury, the Humphrey turned a blind eye, realizing it was surely Xavion's doing. However, the higher-ups specifically instructed that this inner disciple had great potential and would achieve much in the future. This made the Humphrey more cautious. It wasn't wise to offend Xavion over trivial matters when the latter might become an Humphrey someday. Connor, you're truly amazing to become an inner disciple. Don't forget us once you're out there. Come back and visit often. Connor, did I do well today? Disciples gathered around Xavion, expressing their congratulations and bidding farewell. After all, becoming an inner disciple elevated his status, granting them bragging rights among other outer disciples, ensuring no one dared offend them easily. Haha, brothers, we won't see each other for a long time once I leave. But don't worry, I'll visit once I settle in. No one will dare bully our dorm. Xavion responded politely. One shouldn't reject goodwill, especially now, when he needed allies during his initial period as an inner disciple. Having old friends by his side, helping him out, would be beneficial. Besides, Jeff himself had chosen Ferdy as a junior brother. Why not rely on his own trusted companions? That's right, inner disciples have many tasks. It's normal not to return for a while. Just remember us here, the dorm mates replied. Xavion nodded and looked at Ruben, his only friend from the dorm. Take care of my brother Ruben after I leave. Respect him as your leader. As for Xenon, if he doesn't submit, let him find me in the inner sect. And thanks for your support earlier. You'll assist Ruben in the future. Also, 3 people will come with 30 spirit stones soon, one of whom is fat. Collect them for me, and I'll use a communication jade slip to tell you my address inside. Deliver them to me. Xavion didn't forget Ruben or the help of others, including the 30 spirit stones owed by the fat guy. Regardless of their motives, they had genuinely helped him. Of course, Connor, rest assured, our days under Xenon's tyranny are over. We'll respect Ruben as you wished. The dorm mates pledged loyalty, united by Xavion's promotion. Becoming an inner disciple was rare among outer disciples. Friendship was invaluable. In such a chaotic environment, having a respected ally was crucial. Thank you all. After polite exchanges, Xavion left, his luggage packed eagerly by admirers. Soon, he walked out of the dormitory. Now follow me. We'll register and arrange your living quarters, the Humphrey instructed. As an inner disciple, focus on cultivation. Don't waste time like before. Also, cut ties with these useless acquaintances. They mean little to the sect. Understood, Hugh. Xavion obediently followed the Humphrey to the inner disciples area. After registration in a grand hall, he received 50 spirit stones, a storage bag, some cultivating pills, and cultivation manuals. Then, he followed the Humphrey to his new living quarters, situated in secluded, scenic courtyards on a quiet mountain. The inner sect was serene, with cranes gracefully dancing amidst misty surroundings, like a paradise on earth. This is your courtyard. Cultivate diligently. Hope to see you become an Humphrey one day, the Humphrey said. Thank you, Hugh, Xavion nodded. After seeing off the Humphrey, Xavion entered the courtyard, appreciating the private space. Even though it wasn't huge, it felt wonderful, a symbol of status and achievement compared to the messy dormitory life. Chapter 16. Perfectly in accordance with his wishes. Life inside the inner sect was quite monotonous. Since entering the inner sect, Xavion had been focusing on cultivation, using up the spirit stones distributed by the Humphreys. As a newcomer, he did not know much about the inner sect and therefore stayed out of trouble. He wanted to be a quiet, handsome man. Knock, knock, knock. One day, while Xavion was quietly cultivating in his courtyard, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is the new junior brother in? A mild voice came from outside. Xavion was puzzled, but walked over to open the door. He didn't have any acquaintances in the inner sect, so why would someone visit him? The door opened, revealing a burly figure. Looking at Xavion, the visitor smiled. Hello, little junior brother, you're the new arrival, right? Don't tell me you're here for protection fees? Xavion replied, bewildered. Johnny. The senior brother then put on a different smile. Haha, junior brother, you're really funny. Why would I do that? Upon hearing this, Xavion felt a bit disappointed. In these few days, what he had hoped for most was for someone to come asking for protection fees so he could pick up attributes. After all, in the sect, especially in the inner sect which he wasn't familiar with, how could he proactively provoke others? If he did that, it wouldn't take long before he was expelled. But if he didn't fight, he wouldn't gain attributes. So Johnny, what brings you here? Xavion asked, confused. Well, since you're new, having just become an inner sect disciple, you might not understand much about our lifestyle yet. In our Guesu sect, most inner sect disciples join alliances once they become inner sect members. Besides cultivation, conflicts between disciples can happen, big or small. Without an alliance, you could easily be bullied. But with an alliance, things are different. With an alliance, if someone provokes you, the alliance will step in to resolve the issue for you. And I'm in Humphrey of the Blaze Alliance. I've come specially to ask if you have any interest in joining our alliance. The senior brother explained enthusiastically, giving Xavion a better understanding of the inner sect. But even with the knowledge, Xavion wasn't inclined to join. Smaller alliances probably cared enough to send Humphreys to recruit members, while larger ones wouldn't bother with such things. Xavion was starting to get a headache, unsure how to politely decline the senior brother. Hey, Blaze Alliance people, you're really too much, misleading a junior brother like this. Everyone knows your Blaze Alliance only has 3 people. This young brother looks like a future great talent. Why waste time in an alliance like yours? Junior brother, why don't you come join our Black Tortoise Alliance? At that moment, a fat guy appeared, walking over with a grand manner and putting his arm around Xavion's shoulder. Don't worry, junior brother. You can completely reject him. No problem, I'll protect you. Xavion. Knowing that the Blaze Alliance only had 3 people, it was evident it wasn't a powerful alliance. Xavion truly didn't want to join. Whoosh. Then Xavion saw more than 10 inner sect disciples heading toward him, all smiling as if they were meeting their own fathers. Junior brother, don't listen to Rhett's nonsense. Their alliance isn't much better than the Blaze Alliance. Join us instead. Get lost. Can't you see the junior brother has no intention of joining you? Junior brother, let me introduce our alliance to you. We have many people. These people jostled forward, eager to have Xavion join their alliances. So, Xavion raised his hands and said, Seniors, I'm very sorry. As a newcomer, I have no immediate plans to join an alliance. If I ever do consider joining one, I'll definitely contact you first. Xavion was sure that those who sought him out weren't from major alliances. Joining these minor ones seemed meaningless. It was better to remain independent until he understood the inner sect better. Sure. Junior brother, take your time considering. Come find me when you're ready. We respect your decision. Rest assured we won't force you. Please remember our alliance, junior brother. These people all sounded polite, pretending to leave but actually unwilling to go. They feared losing Xavion to others. Seeing this, Xavion gritted his teeth, pushed them aside, and closed the door. Let them squabble outside. Noticing Xavion's lack of enthusiasm, these alliance leaders were displeased. Usually, new disciples would eagerly seek opportunities to join alliances, afraid of missing out. How dare this kid lock himself in? Hey, junior brother, what do you mean by this? Open the door. This is disrespectful to us seniors. I'll count to 3. If you don't open by then, don't blame me for being rude. Outside, the seniors clamored, trying to pressure Xavion into joining their alliances. For small alliances, numbers were crucial, and they desperately tried to recruit members to solidify their positions within the inner sect. Xavion ignored their threats, not believing they would really break down the door. But then, boom. In the midst of the chaos, someone from one of the alliances forcefully kicked open Xavion's courtyard gate. Damn it, showing us some face, and now you ignore us. Instantly, the group stormed in, looking furious. Passing disciples shook their heads upon witnessing this scene. Most new inner sect disciples went through this harassment from smaller alliances. Life in the inner sect wasn't simple, and it certainly wasn't for leisure. However, what these disciples didn't realize was that this intrusion perfectly aligned with Xavion's wishes. Chapter 17. Rampage. Xavion's face darkened as he directly drew his long sword, coldly eyeing the people before him. They dared to kick up a fuss at his place. This was perfect. Right into his hands. The leading senior brother from the alliance saw Xavion's enraged look and inwardly sneered. Most inner disciples who had become such were usually the best among outer disciples, each with their own pride. However, this pride and sense of superiority were only relevant among the outer disciples. Here, it was laughable. This junior brother seems rather upset. A member of the alliance said coldly, Today, you must choose one alliance among all those present. Otherwise, you can forget about practicing today. Don't think of reporting to the Humphreys. Let us tell you that in the inner sect, matters between alliances are not managed by them. And moreover, law doesn't punish the crowd. Today's humiliation is certain for you. These people assumed Xavion wouldn't dare act because there were so many here. Over a dozen members of various alliances. How strong could someone just joining the inner sect be, no matter how much of a genius? Such a commotion attracted all nearby inner disciples. But most watched like spectators. When they had first joined the sect, they too had faced bullying by these small alliances. So naturally, they came to watch. After all, no one wanted humiliation to only befall themselves. New disciples always think they're unique geniuses. Once they've been in the inner sect a while, they wake up. Ah, I'm lucky to have wisely joined an alliance in advance, avoiding being bullied. This new disciple has some backbone. He even dared to keep these little alliance members out. A group of inner disciples prepared stools and watermelons, ready to watch and discuss the spectacle. Ha! Xavion sneered. Who kicked my door? Step forward. As an inner disciple, don't have the courage to step forward after causing trouble. Xavion's words took effect quickly. Soon, the robust senior brother from the Blaze Flame Alliance stepped forward. I did it. What can you do? The Blaze Flame Alliance senior's demeanor changed from friendly to cold. With so many alliances present, their alliance was the weakest, hence he didn't hold any hope with Xavion. Now, he harbored resentment towards Xavion for thwarting his recruitment plans. If not for this smart kid, things would have gone smoothly. Within the intersect, there was a rule that once a new disciple joined an alliance, no other alliance could recruit them. Otherwise, the Humphreys would intervene. Most of the time, these alliances governed within the intersect while the Humphreys managed the alliances themselves. There were thousands of inner disciples, so the Humphreys left management to the disciples, intervening only when necessary. Now what? I've stepped forward, but what can you do? The robust senior asked arrogantly, you're just a newcomer without an alliance. What gives you the audacity? Is it your chi cultivation level 7 strength? I'll tell you. I'm an Amador realm expert. You'll never get revenge. The Blaze Flame Alliance senior, already annoyed by Xavion, grew even more arrogant. Failing to recruit him, he sought to embarrass him and vent his frustrations. Huh. Seeing this arrogance, Xavion sneered, then suddenly rushed towards him with speed. His cultivation had reached chi cultivation level 7 thanks to absorbing attributes earlier. Plus, his battle experience made Amador realm seem nothing special. Junior brother, join our alliance, and we'll deal with him for you. Junior brother, don't act rashly, you won't win. Junior brother, don't die for pride. Even if you lose, joining another alliance won't help you settle old scores according to the rules. Many tried to persuade Xavion to join an alliance, but he ignored them, continuing his charge. Looking for death. The robust senior laughed, drawing his sword and using a set of sword techniques, making it whirl like a hurricane, with lightning swirling around, looking powerful. Clang. Xavion slashed without any technique, relying purely on his strength. His previous battles gave him enough confidence. Plus, his strength could increase further through absorbing attributes. This slash sent the Blaze Flame Alliance member reeling back several steps, giving Xavion the chance to absorb more attributes from the ground. SSS. Seeing Xavion, a chi cultivation level 7, overwhelm a Amador realm, everyone gasped. A genius. Absolutely a world-class genius. Many alliances began thinking of ways to recruit him, even offering leadership positions. After all, with such talent, great achievements were inevitable, and recruiting him would ensure future protection. Brother, join our alliance. We promise you the best resources. Junior brother, come to us, and every month, we'll give you a spirit stone. Junior brother, if you come to us, we'll make you the alliance leader. Many alliances eagerly offered opportunities to Xavion, completely changing their stance, all hoping to secure him for themselves. Chapter 18. The Eagle Alliance. The surrounding disciples were taken aback. They had never seen a newly admitted inner disciple receive such treatment. To be genuinely and eagerly courted by a group of alliance members, almost to the point of being fiercely competed over. There was even someone who wanted to give up the position of alliance leader. As humans, why is there such a big difference between people? Why couldn't they have received such treatment when they first arrived? Not interested. For these recruiters, Xavion gave a cold snort and directly rejected them. Joining an alliance full of fickle individuals who immediately change their tune as soon as they see potential in him. What future does that hold? Moreover, what Xavion worried about the least now was offending people. He actually hoped that these people would all act together to challenge him, so he could gain many attributes. However, Xavion's hopes were dashed because after witnessing his capabilities, their attitudes completely changed, and none of them got angry at his words. If a weakling said such things, they would scoff or become enraged. But for a strong individual, especially a talented one with potential, every word out of their mouth becomes gold. Seeing the change in everyone's attitude, the member from the Blazing Flame Alliance instantly turned red with embarrassment. These fickle people had treated Xavion the same way just moments ago, but suddenly changed their attitudes. However, this person did not intend to back down easily. How often do you encounter true geniuses? Untested talent still isn't considered a true prodigy until it grows. Immediately, he roared and charged at Xavion again. Boom, boom, boom. Xavion stepped forward to meet him once more. This time, Xavion was like striking rich. System notifications kept popping up. 3 points of vitality energy found, automatically used to heal injuries. 6 points of vitality energy found, automatically used to heal injuries. After one battle, Xavion continuously gained attributes, while this guy became his ATM machine. Finally, Xavion could no longer find any benefit from him, so he kicked him away with one foot, sending him flying. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding alliance members' eyes lit up. A genius like this, if acquired, would greatly strengthen their own alliances. Is anyone else brave enough to challenge me? Step up and fight. Xavion bellowed arrogantly. This time, no one mocked him. All around him, smiles of eagerness filled the crowd as they actively sought ways to recruit him into their alliances. Since no one chooses to challenge me, Scram. Xavion was utterly impolite, giving an expulsion order right away, making these people vacate his courtyard. And in public, he declared that whoever dared to step into his courtyard would make him blacklist that person's alliance and not consider joining them. Sure enough, this declaration took effect. In an instant, all the alliance members left the courtyard in unison. But they didn't leave. They waited quietly outside the courtyard. Everyone knew the value of a peerless prodigy, so these people vowed to guard here properly, not wanting to miss out on such a rare opportunity for their alliances. Faced with this situation, Xavion felt helpless. Yet, the area outside his courtyard was not under his jurisdiction. He couldn't really force them to leave. Although he wished to gain more attributes, Xavion wasn't foolish. Offending so many small alliances directly would mean enemies everywhere in the future. Any average alliance considering taking him in might balk at all these troubles, which would affect his cultivation in the inner sect unfavorably. 3 days and 3 nights passed. Those alliance members did not leave. They seemed determined to wait for Xavion, hoping to introduce their own alliance to him favorably. After 3 days, not only did the number of people in front of Xavion's residence not decrease, but it actually increased significantly. During these 3 days, news spread rapidly within the inner sect that Xavion, despite being only at the 7th layer of cultivation, had defeated a disciple at the Aura Realm stage. Many disciples now knew that this place housed an exceptionally powerful junior brother. On the 3rd day, noon, just as Xavion was absorbing spirit stones, a commotion broke out outside his door. Xavion stopped cultivating immediately. Next, he saw a coldly beautiful senior sister walk directly into his courtyard and approach him. Senior sister, please leave, otherwise. Xavion stood up and spoke coldly, but before he finished, she interrupted. I'm not from those pesky alliances, so I shouldn't be bound by their rules. Let me introduce myself. My name is Joan. Our alliance is called the Eagle Alliance. Have you heard of it? Allow me to introduce our Eagle Alliance. Although we are not the strongest alliance within Guishu sect, we differ from other alliances. We only recruit world-class geniuses. One must possess exceptional natural talent to become our recruitment target. The so-called strongest alliances now are nothing. If our Eagle Alliance decides to recruit freely, we will immediately become the strongest within the Guishu sect. But we're not interested in ordinary mortals. We only focus on prodigies. Junior brother, this is your chance. If you can seize this opportunity and join our Eagle Alliance, within this Guishu sect, you'll be able to walk horizontally. Joan gave a straightforward introduction to the Eagle Alliance, then looked at Xavion with playful curiosity. She wanted to know whether Xavion could remain as calm as before in the face of the allure of the Eagle Alliance. Really, it's the Eagle Alliance. I didn't expect Xavion to catch their attention. It seems we don't stand a chance. Whoever has been chosen by the Eagle Alliance, can anyone snatch them away? Sigh, such a character is destined to elude us. Many disciples sighed. At first, Xavion was somewhat moved after hearing Joan's introduction. Given the confidence exuded by this senior sister and the reactions of the people around him, her words appeared to be genuine. But the last sentence shattered Xavion's thoughts about joining the Eagle Alliance. Yes, exactly the phrase, walk horizontally. Honestly, without that phrase, Xavion might have impulsively joined the Eagle Alliance because it could help him immensely within the sect. However, if joining an alliance meant nobody dared to provoke him anymore, Xavion would rather not join. If no one dares to provoke him, who the hell is going to let him pick up attributes? It was a very practical issue, and Xavion thought clearly about it. Chapter 19. Joan's Strength. Sorry, senior sister, I have no interest in your so-called Eagle Alliance. Please leave now. And to me, your so-called Eagle Alliance is no different from those fly alliances outside. Xavion spoke calmly, with an air of daring to shock the audience. In the face of provocation, Xavion chose to be even more provocative, pushing boundaries as much as he could. This was his way to rise up. Damn impressive. This new disciple is indeed arrogant. Too damn impressive. I've never seen such a character in my life. This is a historic moment. We must watch carefully. This gives us something to brag about. Outside, many disciples marveled aloud. This junior brother was incredibly bold. None had ever been so daring. He outright rejected the invitation from the Eagle Alliance and insulted them by calling them a fly alliance. Arrogant. So damn arrogant. No one had ever been this bold before. Everyone was ready to witness Xavion's show, for he was too outrageous and it was quite annoying. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Xavion's response, Joan didn't get angry but instead showed a hint of amusement on her face. Xavion had struck her fancy somewhat. This was how a true genius should act, arrogant enough to defy all rules and challenge every taboo. Such a person was exactly what the Eagle Alliance needed. Sorry, junior brother, today, you will join our Eagle Alliance whether you like it or not. This matter is not up to you. Since the establishment of Guishu sect, no one who has caught our attention has ever escaped our hands. Joan said without any hesitation, her tone filled with arrogance and confidence. As she spoke, purple rings rose beneath her feet, instantly encircling her entire body. In the next moment, Joan recited the incantations, and the rings flew toward Xavion as if they had their own consciousness. Today, even if it means fighting, I will make you submit and join our Eagle Alliance. Joan vowed confidently. Facing Joan's attack, even Xavion felt a chill run down his spine. Honestly, the aura Joan exuded was unlike anything he had experienced from Enrico or Cheyenne. Enrico and Cheyenne were around his age, relatively new inner disciples. But Joan was different. She was one of the true prodigies of Guishu sect, with potential to become a core disciple. Humph. Though slightly panicked, Xavion did not back down in terms of momentum and began using the mystic turtle technique to protect himself. Buzz. A resonant hum echoed through the sky. Instantly, a green glow enveloped Xavion, forming a shell-like barrier in front of him. While not aesthetically pleasing, the mystic turtle technique was a defensive art, providing Xavion with his strongest defense. Boom. The rings collided with the mystic turtle technique, forcing Xavion to retreat several steps before stabilizing himself. Joan was indeed formidable. A single attack nearly defeated him, but the show was far from over. Xavion did not believe he would lose in the long run. Seeing that Xavion successfully defended against her attack, Joan was surprised. However, her eyes sparkled with excitement, looking at Xavion as if he were a rare treasure. If Xavion, being only at the 7th stage of chi cultivation, could demonstrate more strength, her gains would be immense. Now, seeing Xavion grow stronger, she was even more determined not to let him go. Someone like him must be recruited into the alliance. Treading swallow, Xavion roared, now taking the offensive. In an instant, he moved like a swift swallow, reaching Joan in a few steps. Boom. He launched a powerful punch, eager to test Joan's true strength. Haha, trifling skills. Joan smiled faintly, blocking Xavion's attack with just one hand, showing complete disdain. After all, no matter how strong Xavion was, how far could he go? His cultivation level was limited. Collected 5 points of vitality energy can be used to repair injuries. Collected the mystic sword art. Collected 10 points of cultivation can be used to enhance personal cultivation. The system kept prompting Xavion as he engaged in fierce combat with Joan, breaking many things in the courtyard. Xavion was covered in bruises and cuts. Undoubtedly, Joan was his strongest opponent yet. Nevertheless, Xavion licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty grin. He benefited greatly from fighting Joan. Thanks to the accumulated vitality energy, he could continue the battle indefinitely. Furthermore, he had obtained numerous good items from Joan. In no time, his cultivation broke through to the 8th stage of chi cultivation. Xavion imagined that if the fight continued, he might even reach the Amador realm today. Seeing Xavion still fighting despite his injuries and growing stronger as the fight went on, Joan was puzzled. This person was indeed a rare talent. Even within the Eagle Alliance, Joan estimated his aptitude could rank among the top 5. With someone like this appearing, there was absolutely no reason to let him go. More importantly, while the Eagle Alliance was powerful, it wasn't large. Compared to other powerful sects, they relied solely on their high-level combat power advantage. Within the Guishu sect, various alliances frequently clashed. Though the Eagle Alliance maintained a superior stance, they were not without enemies. If such a person joined another alliance, it would be bad news for them. You have some skill. Nice, fitting perfectly into our Eagle Alliance standards. Regardless, today, you must come with me. Saying this, Joan drew a small white sword, clearly preparing to get serious. If she failed to recruit Xavion today, the news would likely spread to other major alliances, and someone else might snatch him away. Proud as Joan was, she wouldn't allow that to happen. Thunderblade technique. Just as she was about to attack, a figure in white suddenly appeared before her. Hashtag chapter 20. The task hall. Junior sister, stop. A white-robed figure stepped in front of Xavion and sternly shouted at Joan while intercepting her attack with his own hands. Johnny, move aside. I must take this arrogant fellow away today. Joan roared, visibly fuming, clearly very displeased with Xavion. Junior sister, stop. Seeing that Joan seemed unconvinced, the Muhammad in white once again barked sharply. This time, her momentum immediately subsided, and she had no choice but to comply with her senior brother. Xavion observed everything quietly but said nothing. To be honest, even though he found it somewhat difficult to handle Joan at present, he wasn't worried. He knew that if the battle dragged on, he could always stand undefeated unless the opponent was far more powerful, capable of delivering a devastating blow. Otherwise, over time, he would surely turn the tables. After calming Joan, the Muhammad in white turned around and gave Xavion a gentle smile. Little junior brother, please forgive junior sister Joan for being a bit temperamental, but she isn't bad at heart. Our Eagle Alliance is not an unreasonable organization. Everything junior sister mentioned earlier is true. We have a great reputation within the Guishu sect. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask around. The reason she acted so rashly was because she saw potential in you. That's just her way of doing things. I hope you can understand and not hold it against her. You can carefully consider our offer. We respect your choice, but please know that the doors of the Eagle Alliance will always be open to you. The Muhammad in white spoke amicably, and Xavion, seeing this, decided not to press the matter further. Thank you, Johnny. I will seriously consider what you've said, but I hope you don't get your hopes up too much. It's not that the Eagle Alliance is inadequate. It's just that I have no intention of joining any alliance for now. I promise you that if one day I do consider joining an alliance, I will give serious thought to the Eagle Alliance. Xavion politely responded with a clasped hand salute. Alright then, I won't disturb you further, junior brother. The Muhammad nodded and said, my name is Ares. If you ever run into trouble, you can find me at the Eagle Alliance. Our Eagle Alliance values geniuses. If you ever face insurmountable problems, we won't sit idly by. With that, Ares led Joan out of Xavion's courtyard. At this moment, the other disciples outside were left utterly astonished. For years, they had never seen the Eagle Alliance treat anyone with such politeness. Everyone coveted membership in the Eagle Alliance. Why would someone refuse? Even serving as a low-ranking servant inside the alliance, fetching tea and water for these prodigies, would be considered a privilege. Sadly, such opportunities seldom fell upon ordinary disciples. And now, this new junior brother had actually roused 2 members of the Eagle Alliance. Joan had even threatened to kidnap him. Despite all that, he did not join the Eagle Alliance. This new junior brother's thoughts were truly unfathomable. What kind of alliance could possibly meet his standards? After Ares and Joan left, everyone else dispersed. The Flies Alliance no longer dared to harass Xavion. Why would he show interest in their small alliance when he didn't even give the prestigious Eagle Alliance a second glance? Staying here would only waste time and might even anger him, leading to a beating. In some part of the inner sect, Joan pouted as she walked alongside Ares, still sulking over the incident. Johnny, why did you stop me? Why didn't you let me bring him back? At this point, Joan was still preoccupied with the matter, feeling that Ares' intervention had been detrimental to the Eagle Alliance's reputation. If word got out, people might think the Eagle Alliance feared Xavion. Ares chuckled, responding, junior sister, you're still young. Xavion is also proud, different from ordinary geniuses. If you forcibly brought him here, he wouldn't submit. He wouldn't be impressed by the might of the Eagle Alliance, nor would he be devoted to us. For now, we should let things lie. If Xavion truly wants to join an alliance, he'll naturally consider ours first. The Eagle Alliance is the ultimate destination for true prodigies, so there's no need to worry about him being poached by others. After all, he is a proud man. Hearing Ares' explanation, Joan pondered thoughtfully. After dismissing everyone, Xavion tidied up briefly and headed to the Inner Sect's task hall to undertake some missions. In recent days, he had been busy cultivating and dealing with various alliances' advances, wasting a lot of time. Within the Guishu sect, becoming an Inner Sect disciple came with a strict rule. Each Inner Sect disciple must complete at least 1 mission annually. Now, Xavion planned to finish some tasks to earn some spirit stones. After all, if he wanted to stay afloat, he needed to explore outside the sect, rather than always relying on picking up properties within. Picking up properties required constant battles, which meant making enemies. Just starting out, offending too many people within the Guishu sect wouldn't be wise. Inside the task hall, many Inner Sect disciples were gathered, reviewing the available missions. Within the Guishu sect, spirit stones were the primary cultivation resource, and to obtain them, disciples had to complete missions, contributing to the sect. Among these missions, some were highly dangerous but offered generous rewards. Others were easier but earned less. Upon entering the task hall, Xavion registered briefly with an Humphrey and received a mission tablet that recorded task data. You want to accept the mission after just a few days of becoming an intersect disciple? The Humphrey glanced at Xavion, clearly surprised. Most intersect disciples waited until the last moment to accept missions, especially when they had just become intersect disciples and were relatively weak, unwilling to risk taking on missions. Yes, now that I'm an intersect disciple, I should seize every opportunity to cultivate and strive to become a core disciple in the future. Xavion smiled and replied. Seeing Xavion's confidence, the Humphrey sighed and advised, you shouldn't rush. Being an intersect disciple doesn't make you invincible. Most of the missions here are beyond your current capabilities. Chapter 21. Dangerous mission. When Hugh spoke, Xavion just smiled and told him that he had his own plan before leaving. Seeing Xavion's stubbornness, the Humphrey helplessly shook his head. Most of the new disciples were arrogant, believing that since they could become inner disciples, they would one day be among the elite. But no one was as reckless as this kid. He actually dared to ignore the Hugh's words. Honestly, the Hugh was quite curious about what kind of mission this kid would choose. In the solemn grand hall, many inner disciples were whispering and discussing which missions they would undertake. Most of these inner disciples went in groups, while a few, who were exceptionally strong, dared to venture alone. Xavion walked among them, examining the tasks posted. After careful consideration, he fixed his gaze on one task. This task had a high risk factor but came with a direct reward of 500 spirit stones if completed. Mission details asterisk. Head to the rebellious Minister Mountains, find the malevolent cultivator David in a nearby village, and slay him. David is a 9th rank Heaven Chi realm expert who practices a bloodthirsty cultivation technique, continuously devouring human blood to enhance his strength. Seeing the 500 spirit stones reward, Xavion's eyes sparkled. These spirit stones were equivalent to 10 months' worth for an inner disciple. If he could refine these spirit stones, it might truly allow him to step into the Heaven Chi realm. Ordinary disciples usually took at least 2 years to advance from the 7th level Chi refinement to the Heaven Chi realm. Bridging this major realm was not easy. But Xavion did not think so. After careful deliberation, Xavion approached an Hugh responsible for registration, pulled out his mission token, and said, Hugh, I am interested in the task to slay David. Please assign this task to me. His words caused a stir within the grand hall. The task to kill David was one of the most dangerous currently listed, having been unclaimed for a long time because most powerful disciples were either on other missions or in seclusion. Now, someone appeared, ready to take up this mission, naturally causing a sensation. Whoa, someone is taking the David task. Which heavenly ranked disciple is this? This senior looks unfamiliar. He doesn't seem to be a renowned figure. I have to admit, just by choosing this task, I admire his courage. All eyes in the grand hall turned to Xavion. The Hugh responsible for registration also felt agitated. Having seen this task hang there for so long without takers, he naturally felt the pressure. The villages near the rebellious Minister Mountains kept urging Guishu sect to send someone to slay David, but with no one taking the task, the villages grew anxious and started pressuring Guishu sect. As a sect responsible for protecting its region, Guishu sect bore the brunt of this pressure. If they didn't resolve the issue soon, higher-ups would hold the mission hall accountable. Disciple, please show your mission token. The Hugh looked at Xavion excitedly. Though Xavion seemed unfamiliar, he didn't dwell on it given Sullivany disciples who came daily. Xavion politely presented his mission token. Good you are. 7th level Chi refinement? Upon seeing the information, the Hugh's face darkened abruptly. A 7th level Chi refinement disciple wanting to take on a mission to slay David. A joke? According to the records, this kid had just joined the inner circle recently. And at 7th level Chi refinement, what could he possibly hope to achieve? The Hugh's expression towards Xavion turned sour. To him, Xavion was either seeking attention or had lost perspective after becoming an inner disciple. Ordinary disciples wouldn't dare take on a 9th rank Heaven Chi realm task at their level. Disciple, don't seek attention unnecessarily. With your 7th level Chi refinement, how can you possibly slay David? Besides, David has followers too. You won't even be able to handle his underlings. The Hugh raised his voice sharply. What? 7th level Chi refinement? No wonder he isn't on the heavenly rankings. This era has all sorts. Seeking attention in the mission hall? Doesn't the hall care? Is this guy really planning to go on this suicide mission? Who is this arrogant person? Maybe his mind got messed up during cultivation. Many disciples ridiculed Xavion openly, viewing him as a mere joke. More importantly, they figured this guy would soon be infamous within the inner circle, making his future there even more difficult. Xavion furrowed his brow, then relaxed. Such reactions were normal. No one believed a 7th level Chi refinement disciple could slay a 9th rank Heaven Chi realm expert. But Xavion didn't bother explaining. He simply said to the Hugh, assign the mission. I don't want to explain much. You can't stop someone from taking the mission if it's listed here. Hearing Xavion, the Hugh's face turned strange. He thought Xavion must have issues. If not, why would anyone volunteer for a death sentence? Taking on a mission without completing it would result in a month's deduction of spirit stones, so most disciples were cautious. Yet, this disciple was fixated on this dangerous mission. Was he trying to commit suicide? Disciple, if you're troubled or bullied, report it to the law enforcement Hugh. Don't disrupt the order here. One more outburst, and I'll have you carried out. The Hugh showed no mercy. This guy is still putting on a show at this moment? Is he really seeking death? Who knows? We'll watch the show. Hey, little brother, are you afraid now? Several disciples heckled, hoping to dissuade Xavion. Chapter 22. Opening the bet. Jean paid no heed to these people's attempts to dissuade him. How could sparrows understand the aspirations of a soaring eagle? Hugh, let me reiterate, I want to take on this mission. Jean said calmly to the Humphrey, his tone resolute. Seeing that Jean was still putting on a show at such a critical moment, the Humphrey paused, then a cold smile crept across his face. But if you take on an ordinary mission and fail to complete it, 1 month's worth of spirit stones will be deducted. This mission is not an ordinary one. If you accept it and fail to complete it, your record will be marked, and for 6 months, you won't receive any cultivation resources from the sect. Are you sure you want to take it? This time, the Humphrey didn't mock him but sternly explained the conditions. The Rwandan Mountains were pressuring Guishu sect to quickly eliminate David, yet no one from the sect had acted over these days. Sending a mere 7th-layer cultivation chi disciple would be too negligent. What would it say about the sect's reputation? However, the sect couldn't limit disciples from taking missions, so if Jean insisted, they had no other choice. The Humphrey looked at Jean, thinking he had made things clear enough. Jean should back off now. After all, losing access to cultivation resources for 6 months would be devastating for an intersect disciple. Jean glanced at the Humphrey. Why are you so nagging? Just give me the mission, isn't that it? I have my own plans. His words sent shockwaves through the gathered disciples. They hadn't expected Jean to still act so defiant at this point. Was it worth risking his life or future just for temporary pride? Hugh, since this junior brother has spoken, why would you stop him from taking the mission? Yes, just give him the mission. If he insists on seeking death, you can't stop him. Many disciples chimed in, unable to bear Jean's brash behavior. Fine, you stubborn kid. Since you insist on taking this mission, even the gods can't save you. The Humphrey took a deep breath and tapped the mission, sending a beam of spiritual light into Jean's mission plaque. He had never seen such a stubborn disciple in all his years at Guishu sect. Since Jean was set on it, why should he stop him? Let him go. The surrounding disciples burst into laughter upon seeing Jean actually accept the mission. Haha, this kid must be stunned now. He probably didn't expect to really get the mission. Let's see how he deals with it. 6 months worth of spirit stones, that's not a small amount. Let's just enjoy the show. Ignoring their jeers, Jean shrugged. Since none of you believe I can complete this mission, what if I do? Here's the deal. Each person puts up 5 spirit stones, and I'll stake a year's worth of spirit stones, with the Humphrey as a witness. Within 6 months, if I complete the mission, your spirit stones are mine. If I fail, my year's worth of spirit stones goes to you. What do you say? Jean taunted the surrounding disciples. He hadn't come here today to endure ridicule. Before coming, he had anticipated what might happen. So everything before had been part of his plan. Letting them mock him to set up this bet. Earning spirit stones through simple missions was too slow. One needed a big payoff. What? This kid is facing death and still wants to place a bet? Why not? This guy is rich and foolish. We'd be fools not to take advantage. Right, it's a great opportunity. Earn some spirit stones while enjoying a laugh. Despite being surprised by Jean's obstinacy, many disciples, enticed by the potential gain, placed their bets. Jean found in Humphrey to oversee the bet and staked a year's worth of spirit stones. Playing big, he aimed to make a fortune quickly. Encouraged by the crowd, the total bet reached 1,400 spirit stones, with almost everyone betting against Jean completing the mission. Even the Humphrey witnessed it, making it impossible to renege. Let's see how this kid deals with it after 6 months, said the disciples, watching like it was a play. Even the Humphreys in the mission hall shook their heads. Young people value face, but staking a year's spirit stones was reckless. A year was crucial for advancing cultivation and laying a strong foundation. Losing this time could significantly impact his future. Alright, wait until after 6 months. I don't think it will take that long. Seeing the piles of spirit stones, Jean's eyes gleamed greedily, though others saw it as foolishness. After the bets were placed, Jean left the mission hall, breathed in fresh air, and immediately departed. He needed to prepare for the mission. Indeed, confronting a 9th-layer Bright Chi Realm expert was different from any enemy he'd faced before. A single misstep could lead to failure. Before embarking on the mission, Jean decided to slightly enhance his strength. Connor, I didn't expect to meet you here. How are things in the inner sect? Suddenly, Jean encountered a former doormate from the outer sect. Aslan seemed preoccupied before doom befell them. Because once this happened, even Xavion might not retain his position in the inner sect. Although he had advanced into the inner sect, there was still a significant gap in cultivation compared to the true inner sect disciples. Xavion suddenly understood. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he immediately saw through the situation. There was no doubt that his dormitory brothers relied on him entirely. His recent high-profile actions must have drawn considerable resentment from others. If the news of his bet reached the outer sect, those seeds of dissatisfaction would ignite instantly, causing immediate backlash against his dorm mates. It would be like a collapsing tower. False. Xavion said coolly. We deliberately spread this rumor. To be honest, brother, my actions are part of a plan. I can't explain the details at this stage, but you only need to believe that no one wagers so many spirit stones without being sure of winning. You understand, right? After all, these disciples couldn't access the mission hall, so Xavion felt free to fabricate reasons. He couldn't explain the existence of his system, but he needed these brothers for future foundations. One day, after he grew stronger, there would be benefits within the outer sect as well, so Xavion couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. Really? That's wonderful, Feiyu. Aslan beamed upon hearing this assurance and left happily. Xavion chuckled softly as he watched the disciple depart. This guy probably had no idea how much benefit following him would bring. Once Xavion soared to greater heights, these brothers would also rise. With a composed demeanor, Xavion walked toward the teleportation array of Guishu sect, Luanbrit Mountain Range. According to historical records, this mountain range was not called Luanbrit back then. A small sect once stood here, thriving under the protection of Guishu sect. Later, when Guishu sect engaged in a war with another major sect, this small sect defected, striking a blow from behind. In the end, this small sect was destroyed by Guishu sect, leading to the current name of Luanbrit Mountain Range. Now, in a secluded area within Luanbrit Mountains, a series of runes surged, and a figure emerged. It was Xavion. He had arrived through a wartime teleportation array, having been sent on a special mission. After stepping out of the array, Xavion surveyed the surroundings, then checked the mission plaque. According to the plaque, David was active in nearby villages, but his exact lair was unknown. David likely knew that Gueshu sect would eventually send someone to hunt him down. Therefore, despite extensive searching, none of the previous scouts could locate David or his followers. Luan Brit Mountains housed remnants of the previously destroyed sect. Legend had it that the sect's founder managed to save it. Shouldn't the prettiest girls be offering him flowers? Why were they hiding from him? Logically, it didn't make sense. Xavion quickly caught the Humphrey man and asked, "Sir, I truly am a Gueshu sect disciple here to exterminate David. If you have any leads, please tell me, don't go." Chapter 23. An unthinkable phenomenon. Seeing Xavion put on a truly angry expression, the disciple hesitated for a moment before stuttered. "Brother Alan, I came to the inner sect to handle some matters and heard about your deeds. Only just now, I heard from others that a newly promoted inner sect disciple named Xavion bet all his spirit stones for a year." As he spoke, this disciple looked at Xavion as if seeking confirmation. "Brother Alan, is what they say true? Did you really bet a year's worth of spirit stones to slay an expert at the 9th level of the Amador realm?" While speaking these words, this disciple clearly wore an apprehensive look, seemingly afraid that Xavion might have really done it. After all, if this news spread to the outer sect, all outer sect disciples would come to know. Their pillar of support has crumbled. These past few days, the brothers in the dormitory have been strutting around proudly wherever they went. If this matter were true, then they were not far from their doomsday. Because by then, even Xavion's position in the inner sect might not be secure. While Xavion had advanced into the inner sect, his cultivation was still somewhat short of those true inner sect disciples. Xavion suddenly understood. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he instantly saw through the situation. To be honest, the brothers in the dormitory all relied on him. These few days of arrogant behavior must have stirred up considerable discontent. This dissatisfaction could serve as a fuse, igniting the moment the news of his bet spread back to the outer sect. Then those whom the dormitory brothers offended would immediately seek trouble, turning the dormitory into a focal point of attacks. It was akin to a collapsing building. "False," Xavion said coolly. "We intentionally released this rumor. To be frank, brother, there is a plan behind my actions. At this stage, I can't explain it to you. But believe me, no one bets so many spirit stones without being sure of success. Do you understand?" Since these dormitory disciples couldn't go to the mission hall, Xavion could only make up something. After all, he couldn't explain that he had a system. Furthermore, Xavion needed these brothers to lay the foundation for his future. Once he grew stronger, having influence in the outer sect would bring benefits. Therefore, Xavion couldn't abandon this asset. "Really? That's great. Brother Alan?" Hearing such assurances from Xavion himself, the disciple's expression brightened, and he left feeling relieved. Xavion chuckled in the direction the disciple left. This guy probably didn't realize the benefits of following him now. When Xavion rises in the future, these former brothers will also rise with him. After composing himself, Xavion headed towards the teleportation array of the Gueshu sect, in the mountains of Wanshan. Apparently, this mountain range wasn't called Wanshan in ancient times. A small sect once thrived here, relying on the Gueshu sect. Later, when the Gueshu sect engaged in battle with another major sect, this small sect betrayed them and dealt a severe blow. Of course, the small sect was later destroyed by the Gueshu sect, and the name Wanshan Mountains was born from this incident. At this moment, deep within a secluded area of Wanshan Mountains, symbols surged forth, and a figure stepped out. It was Xavion. This was a wartime teleportation array, and due to executing a special mission, Xavion emerged from it. Upon exiting the spirit array, Xavion glanced around and checked the description on the mission badge. According to the mission badge, David was active in the nearby villages, but the specific location of his base was unknown. David probably knew that over time, the Gueshu sect would inevitably send someone to end his life. Thus, despite extensive searches, previous scouts couldn't locate David or his followers' hideout. Due to the remnants of the old small sect in Wanshan Mountains, legend had it that their patriarch used his last strength to send away some young disciples when they were annihilated. These disciples grew up, gathered believers, and selected promising disciples to revive the sect. Therefore, the Gueshu sect sent disciples every 7 to 8 years to eliminate them. Now, while hunting David, one had to be wary of a sudden attack from these people. It was unclear if David was associated with them. Xavion first went to a nearby village. The village wasn't large, only a few hundred households. Walking down the main street, Xavion watched the bustling villagers, pondering how to find David. Honestly, flipping the entire Wanshan Mountain solo was unrealistic. In the past, disciples would investigate similarly by gathering clues and looking for leads. Suddenly appearing in the village, dressed like a cultivator, drew several curious gazes. Recently, the issue of David had become notorious in the surrounding villages. The villagers eagerly awaited the Gueshu sect to suppress David, yet nothing had happened as they hoped. "Little brother, are you from the Gueshu sect?" An Humphrey man approached shakily, eyeing Xavion and asking. Xavion gave a warm smile, nodded, and replied, "Hugh, I'm from the Gueshu sect tasked to slay David. They say David is active around here. Do you know anything about him?" While speaking, Xavion raised his voice. He hoped to gather information on David from the villagers and at least spread word of his arrival. However, an odd scene unfolded. Upon hearing Xavion ask about David, the streets suddenly erupted in chaos. Villagers who previously were indifferent to Xavion rushed off as if fleeing from a plague. This confused Xavion greatly. He had clearly stated his intention to exterminate David. Logically, shouldn't pretty girls be offering flowers to welcome him? Why were they running as if avoiding David? That made no sense. Xavion quickly caught up to the Humphrey and asked again, "Old man, I am truly a disciple of the Gueshu sect sent to slay David. If you have any clues, please tell me. Don't go." Chapter 24. I saw nothing. Confused, Xavion couldn't quite understand why the villagers were avoiding him like he was the plague. He moved on to another village in search of news about David. However, just as before, Whenever Xavion mentioned the Gueshu sect, panic ensued, and the villagers fled as if he were David himself. Xavion's face showed his bewilderment. This situation was indeed difficult to handle. As a disciple of a righteous sect, he couldn't resort to threats or force like some malevolent cultivator. Instead, he found himself wandering aimlessly in the streets. As night fell, Xavion lit a bonfire and roasted a rabbit near a pile of rocks. He had hunted the rabbit during the day. Now, as he gnawed on it, he pondered why the villagers reacted as if they were terrified of him. Logically, the arrival of a savior should be met with joy, not fear. Deep in thought, Xavion realized that he needed to intercept someone when fewer people were around. Otherwise, this investigation would go nowhere, and finding David, let alone defeating him, would become an impossible task. If he failed within 6 months, he'd lose all the spirit stones he owed for the year, making him the biggest joke in Gueshu sect's history. Motivated by these thoughts, Xavion threw aside his rabbit and hurried toward the nearest village. Stealthily, he entered the village. Due to the chaotic times, the villagers stayed indoors at night. Xavion tiptoed towards a house. Just as he reached the eaves, frustration surged within him, considering how fruitless his efforts had been. With sudden anger, Xavion leaped into the courtyard. Why did they all avoid him, the supposed savior? Today, he must find out the truth from someone. Driven by rage, he barged into the house. The lights were out, but with a snap of his fingers, a strand of spirit energy illuminated the room. To his shock, he saw 2 people naked in bed, mid-act. They scrambled away, startled by the intrusion. Who is it? Who's so impolite? Is there a thief in the house, or are we being robbed? Xavion stood speechless. I saw nothing. Damn, what rotten luck to witness such an intimate moment. Quickly regaining composure, he covered his eyes and shouted, "Put your clothes on, then stand still. I'm a cultivator, and I will not tolerate defiance." These were desperate times that called for drastic measures. Though awkward, Xavion knew he couldn't back down. Doing so might damage both his investigation and Gueshu sect's reputation. The couple hastily dressed, trembling as they stood aside. "Immortal sir, please don't kill us. We really know nothing." Ralph's voice quivered, almost feminine, while a wet patch spread below his waist, emitting a foul odor. Xavion frowned and uncovered his eyes. "I am a disciple of Gueshu sect, here to slay David. But I need to know why none of the villagers provide me with information, and why they flee upon learning my identity. Now, tell me immediately." As he spoke, Xavion released his aura. While cultivation existed in this world, many were still ordinary people. To them, cultivators were like deities who controlled life and death. "Immortal, sir, we truly know nothing about David. Please let us go. Ask others. We really have no knowledge of David." Xavion's face darkened. These 2 were still trying to deceive him. David was a menace who had killed many. How could the villagers be completely unaware? Living in such conditions, ignorance seemed highly unlikely, like a lifelong disciple of Gueshu sect, not knowing the difference between inner and outer disciples. Jean's voice turned cold as he drew his sword. "Are you mocking me? Do you think I'm a fool? Speak now, or you'll die tonight." He pretended to threaten them, but Xavion wasn't about to harm civilians. Still, extreme measures were necessary to protect more lives from David's attacks. "Please, immortal sir, stop forcing us. We really haven't heard anything. Please, don't kill us." The woman tearfully knelt, pleading, "We have children and Humphrey parents. If you kill us, they'll suffer terribly." Xavion sighed inwardly. Lies. There were only 2 people in this house. Moreover, at their age, 80-year-old parents? His expression grew stormy. These 2 stubbornly refused to reveal any information, and as a righteous disciple, he couldn't torture them either. Stalemate. Realizing this, Xavion felt the pressure mounting. He sheathed his sword and sighed deeply. This sigh carried over to the couple, who looked puzzled. ####Chapter 25, The Root Cause. Alright, no matter what reason you have for not wanting to speak, I can't force you. Sigh. These past few days, we've made no progress in investigating David. I really can't understand why. Xavion sighed deeply and prepared to leave. Since he couldn't get any information from here, he had to find other ways. Xavion was perplexed. Why were the villagers so stubborn? They wouldn't reveal any information about David even when faced with life and death, as if David were their own parents. He simply couldn't fathom it. Seeing Xavion's genuine sigh, the couple looked at each other with suspicion. Then, the Wilhelmina seemed to want to say something but was sharply pinched by her bow. Xavion could sense the couple's unusual behavior behind him, but if they didn't want to talk, there was nothing he could do. He had to leave alone. "Sorry, I disturbed your intimate moment. That wasn't my intention. Truly, I am very sorry. I lost my head earlier. Please forgive me." As he walked out the door, Xavion bowed deeply to the couple, sincerely apologizing. After all, he had disrupted their peaceful lives. While an apology couldn't fully make up for what happened, at least it conveyed his regret. Xavion's words caused the Wilhelmina to tremble, tears welling up in her eyes. The beau grew extremely anxious and rushed to cover her mouth, but she struggled free and slapped him across the face. Smack. "You coward. You spineless weakling. Get out of here." The Wilhelmina screamed hysterically before chasing after Xavion in a brisk run. Xavion sensed everything that happened behind him, stopped in his tracks, and turned around, puzzled, to look at Donna. "I don't care if you kill me for speaking up. Today, I must tell you." The woman shouted fiercely, her voice echoing through the village. Seeing her shout so loudly, the beau paled immediately, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. This only intensified Xavion's confusion. He had come to save them, yet their reactions seemed like they had deep-seated grievances against him. Was Xavion previously one of David's men? Had he forgotten these details after being transported here? "I never intended to harm any of you. If you have anything to say, you can tell me," Xavion said calmly. At this point, Xavion felt a glimmer of hope and was determined not to leave until he had some answers. Hearing Xavion's reassurance, Donna felt as if she found a stronghold. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. When Xavion first saw them in bed and averted his gaze, she started to trust him. Later, when he apologized rather than harming them, she couldn't hold back anymore. She had to confess. Otherwise, she would live with guilt forever. Great Immortal, please come inside. We will tell you everything about David. The woman's voice was tinged with sobs, standing alone under the night sky, her slender figure looking desolate. Xavion hesitated for a moment before following her into the house. Now, speak. Our Guishu sect will uphold justice for you. Whatever reason you had for keeping quiet before, we forgive you and understand your hardship. Xavion spoke with genuine concern. Realizing that Xavion was not there to hurt them, Donna's tears flowed like a spring as she wiped them away. We didn't say anything before because we were too afraid. In the village, David has informants among the villagers who are well hidden. We never knew who they were. Moreover, to prevent exposure, David often sent his subordinates disguised as disciples of the Guishu sect to ask us about him. If anyone revealed anything, they would be killed immediately. This has happened many times. People cherish their lives, so no one in the village dared to tell you, mistaking you for either a disciple of the Guishu sect or one of David's people. Wiping away her tears, Donna explained. Instantly, Xavion understood the mystery. No wonder he got nowhere when asking the villagers about David. No wonder this couple remained silent even when he drew his sword. David's methods were probably more brutal than Xavion's. Revealing the truth might mean losing their lives immediately. Speak, I am not David's man. I truly belong to the Guishu sect. If I were on David's side, the information you've already given would be enough reason to kill you now. As for the spies in the village, it's late at night. Even if they wake up, they won't have heard clearly. Also, I'll keep a close watch on the situation here. I won't let David take revenge on you. Xavion promised solemnly. Seeing Xavion give such assurance, both of them burst into tears. The beau, a grown man, sobbed uncontrollably and told Xavion, Great Immortal, we've finally waited for your arrival. You can't imagine what we've been through. Our child was taken by David for some twisted purpose. Our parents died of grief upon hearing this, and we were also tested once by David's men to see if we would speak up. That David truly deserves to die. Xavion patiently listened to the couple's curses against David, feeling shocked by David's depravity. According to the couple, David's actions would warrant the most severe punishments to appease the villagers' anger. However, the Guishu sect hadn't sent anyone earlier, which allowed David to become increasingly audacious. Alright, now that I'm here, everything will change. I will eliminate David. Now, can you tell me where David's lair is? Since I came here, I haven't been able to find it, and without it, I can't act. Please help me. Xavion asked seriously. Chapter 26. People from a small sect. Now, after much deliberation, Xavion finally had a clue and managed to find a thread of information. As long as he could find clues, eliminating David would not be a problem. Seeing Xavion's inquiry, Donna shook her head, her eyes revealing a trace of sorrow. Xavion frowned, still unwilling to say it? No, Immortal, you misunderstand. The woman shook her head like a rattle drum. It's not that we don't want to tell you. It's just that this is all we know about David. Even we have no idea where his lair is. Probably only his disciples know. The woman's words made Xavion feel the difficulty once again. Having found a small clue at last, it now seemed to have hit a dead end. Just knowing why the villagers wouldn't reveal any information didn't help much. I hope everything I told you can offer some assistance. However, one thing we are certain of is that David, due to practicing evil arts, must attack villages periodically. David is quite cunning. Every time he attacks, he basically sends his people together to capture people. Each village gets attacked by one person, making it hard to know which one is him. Hearing Donna speak, Xavion gave a cold laugh. This guy seems to know that Shuiman's sect currently has no resources to deal with him, and wants to take advantage of this opportunity for whatever he can get. If Shuiman's sect starts managing, he will immediately abandon these mountains. Making so many people come to cover up indicates that this guy still fears Shuiman's sect. Thinking of this, Xavion bowed deeply to Donna. Thank you for sharing your information tonight. You can rest assured, since Shuiman's sect has sent someone here, we will eliminate David. You can be confident that David will eventually pay blood for blood. Seeing Xavion's resolute assurance, the couple nodded repeatedly, their despair turning into hope. Shuiman's sect hasn't forgotten them. As long as this immortal of Shuiman's sect exists, David will ultimately meet his doom. Leaving the couple's house, Xavion frowned and walked deeper into the Wanshan Mountains. These mountains are vast, so to avoid alarming the secular world, it's impossible to send great powerhouses or large numbers of disciples for a large-scale search. But if Shuiman's sect determines to eliminate David, even if he possesses considerable skills, he won't be able to escape. However, Shuiman's sect's jurisdiction isn't limited to Wanshan Mountains alone, and there are countless evil cultivators in the world. There's simply no way to manage all of them. With no choice, Xavion plunged deep into the Wanshan Mountains, beginning to hunt beasts here. Regardless, at least removing some of these beasts would make life better for the nearby villagers. Of course, this was secondary. The most important reason was that Xavion urgently needed to boost his strength. The biggest advantage of the attribute pickup system is that even away from major sects without cultivation resources, Xavion can still become stronger by picking up beast attributes. Xavion began intense hunting. For days passed quickly. Bam! After Xavion killed a blood wolf barehanded in the forest, his aura surged. In an instant, Xavion advanced to the Huachi realm. At this moment, Xavion exuded terrifying power, with a flicker of starlight seeming to sparkle in his eyes. If I faced Joan now, she wouldn't gain any advantage against me. Xavion mumbled to himself. Based on estimation, Xavion felt that while Joan was powerful before, her cultivation level was only around the 7th or 8th layer of the Huachi realm. Certainly, for Joan to achieve such a level at her age was impressive. Although Joan joined the inner gate earlier than him, Xavion guessed she was only 1 or 2 years older. Now, Xavion already possessed the means to confront David face to face. However, David's refusal to show up was a headache for Xavion. Stop, are you from Schumann sect? At this moment, a voice shouted, and Xavion turned to see several cultivators standing behind him. The leader appeared to be at the 5th layer of the Huachi realm, and the others were also at the Huachi realm. Xavion surveyed them and concluded they were probably people from a minor sect destroyed earlier. After all, from these people, Xavion felt no trace of evil cultivation. Although they looked fierce, they weren't evil cultivators. Besides those rebels, who else could be in these Wanshan mountains? You guys are Schumann sect's rebels? Xavion chuckled calmly, standing there as if he had no intention of fleeing. Seeing Xavion did not run, the leading disciple sneered. Schumann sect sure has a lot of guts to send a mere disciple just entering the Huachi realm to kill David. Do they really want you to die? At your cultivation level, facing David at the 9th layer of the Huachi realm, you'd be crushed easily. Our identity you guessed right, but don't call us rebels. We came here today for no other reason than seeing your young age and promising cultivation potential, inviting you to join our sect. Since Schumann sect can't accommodate you and sends you to your death, why should you dedicate yourself to them? Just join us. Our sect will one day counterattack Schumann sect, and we'll repay your grievances then. That man eloquently explained to Xavion, hoping to brainwash him into joining their sect. He thought Xavion had no other choice but to join their sect. Join your sect? Counterattack Schumann sect? Ha, even when your sect was at its peak, it couldn't match Schumann sect's scattered strength while dealing with greater foes. Now that you're declined, how can a bunch of you dream of counterattacking Schumann sect? It's ridiculous. Xavion laughed mockingly, his disdain obvious. You're courting death. Upon hearing Xavion's remarks, the leader became enraged, instantly furious. With a wave of his hand, his disciples immediately surrounded Xavion. Indeed, after so many years, he hadn't seen such an ignorant disciple. No wonder he was ostracized within Schumann sect and sent here to die. Such a personality was bound to cause trouble. Chapter 27, Fierce Battle. Facing the invaders from the minor sects, Xavion did not show the slightest sign of panic. Instead, he watched these disciples with a playful and unconcerned gaze, as if everything was under his control. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Oslons from the minor sects rushed at Xavion all at once, attempting to capture him in one fell swoop. However, when they approached Xavion, they suddenly found themselves lunging into empty air. Xavion vanished like a phantom from his original spot. In the next moment, a mocking voice echoed above their heads. Hee, utterly powerless. Oslons were greatly alarmed, sensing imminent disaster and desperately tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. A mighty force erupted from Xavion, sending them flying in all directions, groaning as they lay scattered on the ground. With just a single exchange, Xavion had incapacitated them all. All this happened in the blink of an eye, leaving many witnesses dumbfounded. Xavion then soared through the air, charging directly at the leading figure, at Igor. Xavion had a hunch that this person might have information about David. Additionally, while there was a mission concerning David in the Rebel Mountain range, the task related to the minor sects was even more crucial. This was something that needed periodic clearing. It couldn't be wiped out all at once because the Rebel Mountain range was the main territory of these minor sects, where they had been entrenched for countless years. If Xavion could take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate several of the minor sect's key figures, it would be a significant achievement. At the very least, the Guishu sect would reward him with plenty of spirit stones, solving his resource issues for quite some time. His ranking within the inner sect would also skyrocket, possibly reaching the heavenly list. This was a great chance for Xavion to make a name for himself, rising quickly within the Guishu sect and earning genuine respect. Humph! The Igor clearly did not expect Xavion to be so formidable. He had dealt with all the disciples in one move, and was now advancing towards him. However, as an Igor, how could he fear Xavion? I admit, the Guishu sect has sent someone capable. But if your abilities are limited to dealing with these newly minted Huachi realm individuals, then you're not enough. Today is destined to be your day of downfall. This young prodigy was no ordinary being, so the expert knew that the best way to handle him was to eliminate him. It was impossible to recruit him into their minor sect. Such talents had their own pride and would never stoop to joining a minor sect, even if they were ostracized by major sections. They would instead do everything to restore their standing within their original sect. Do not presume to judge me. Xavion drew his sword, unleashing a profound sword technique, attacking fiercely towards the Igor. Clang. Xavion's sword clashed with the expert's weapon, sparks flying. The expert retreated several steps before stabilizing himself, but Xavion remained unharmed. Behold my sword. Xavion roared, his sword cutting through the air with a torrent of wild energy, striking the expert. The expert felt a deep sense of horror. He hadn't expected a Guishu sect disciple to be so strong, able to match a Igor soon after entering the realm. No wonder the Guishu sect sent him to handle the David mission. This Muhammad truly had remarkable skills. The expert began to feel that he might die at the hands of this Mike. He realized he wasn't even a match for him. The thought caused the expert to grow increasingly uneasy. Ridiculous. He held a position of importance within his minor sect, yet now he felt intimidated by such a young individual. Void Sky Sword technique. The expert roared, unleashing his ultimate move. The surrounding trees moaned as if struck by the force. It was as if a supreme ruler had emerged with the sword strike. Instantly, the expert charged at Xavion with his sword raised. Crack, crack, crack. Xavion fought intensely with the expert, whose attributes dropped everywhere. Xavion fought while collecting those attributes. Solving this opponent wasn't difficult for Xavion. He could have ended it much quicker, but he wanted to practice his sword techniques further. Even though Xavion could have overwhelmed him with full power, that wasn't what he desired. Moreover, picking up attributes was part of it, and the other part was to instill true fear in the opponent, which would help in extracting information about the minor sects and David. As the battle dragged on, the expert's initial shock turned into despair. The Muhammad before him seemed invincible, impervious to any attacks or techniques. It was as if Xavion was treating him like a training partner. Realizing this, the expert lost the will to continue. He decided to seize this opportunity to escape. Losing a few disciples was trivial compared to risking his life here. Besides, Guishu sect disciples were incredibly powerful now. He must return alive to report this matter and let higher-ups decide whether to mobilize all resources to capture him and inquire about Guishu sect's current strength. Sensing the expert's intent to flee, and having collected enough attributes, Xavion intensified his attack. Bang! The expert's sword was knocked away. Xavion placed his sword at the expert's throat. So this is your condition for recruitment? With your sect's strength, how can you resist the Guishu sect? How can you protect me? Now, answer whatever I ask. If you refuse, others will answer eventually. Xavion glanced at the fallen disciples of the minor sects and said coolly, Younger brother, since you've been marginalized by the Guishu sect, why remain loyal to them? With your talent, our sect will cultivate you fully. Note, Haochi refers to vast energy or similar terms used in martial arts settings, but it's left untranslated to maintain the original context. Chapter 28, David's Whereabouts. Realizing there was no way to escape, Sullivan resumed pleading with Xavion. Although he knew it was unlikely, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. After all, if he could recruit such an exceptional talent into the sect, his status within the sect would skyrocket. Not only would this crisis be turned into safety, but he would also be credited for great deeds, a prospect that made him want to wake up laughing. However, as soon as he saw the cold look in Xavion's eyes, he instantly understood. It was impossible to persuade Xavion to abandon the Guishu sect. I ask you, do you have any information on David? Xavion said coldly. If I were to ask you something, and you answered me truthfully, then I wouldn't mind sparing your life. Your sect will eventually be completely wiped out, while your cultivation is enough to allow you to leave here. I can leave those few guys to you, so you can establish your own sect, becoming a local tyrant somewhere. If you don't see reason, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Since Xavion intended to force out useful information, he knew he couldn't be too harsh. Otherwise, why would Sullivan give him any answers? Really? Ralph was startled, then laughed coldly. I'm afraid once I tell you, you'll kill me right away. Having said that, Sullivan stuck out his neck, appearing ready to be slaughtered, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate. Seeing this, Xavion smiled faintly, put away his sword, and looked at Sullivan. Firstly, I always keep my promises. Secondly, do you really have other choices? This statement struck deep into Sullivan's heart. In an instant, he became hesitant. Cultivation was not easy, and none of them wanted to die here. With a glimmer of hope now, he naturally hoped to grasp it, yet he feared that after being used by Xavion, he would be killed. At this point, he was caught in a dilemma. Talk about David first, and besides, I'm interested in your sect as well. Just then, Xavion's voice came again. You've decided to join our sect? Ralph's eyes lit up as he directly looked at Xavion. Xavion almost laughed. He looked at Sullivan and said, What I mean is, I have some interest in eliminating your sect. Hurry up and think about it. My patience is limited. If you don't answer me within 10 seconds, then go see King Yama. Xavion gave the final ultimatum. He had already given this man time to think. But now, as Sullivan kept stalling, Xavion's patience was running thin. It was time to apply pressure. After all, these weren't innocent villagers whom, as a righteous disciple, he couldn't coerce. But forcing a small sect traitor like this one was acceptable. Seeing that Xavion seemed genuinely angry, and the other disciples looking for a chance to survive, Sullivan finally decided to take a gamble. David has some connection with our sect's Humphreys. We do know a bit about him. As for his whereabouts, I truly don't know. This guy is cunning like a fox. However, our Humphreys might know, considering they helped him out of a major bind once. Of course, don't even consider asking our Humphreys. I advise you to know when to stop. Our sect has quite a few Huachi realm disciples and several Jasua realm Humphreys above that. You won't get the information you want from them. Looking panic-stricken, Sullivan answered and pleaded for Xavion to spare him. Immortal sir, please let me go. I'll tell you about David. That guy didn't tell the whole truth. Suddenly, a disciple shouted from a distance, clearly the most eager among them to live. Hearing this, Xavion turned his gaze to the disciple. Aslan appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, with Huachi realm cultivation, likely considered an outstanding disciple within the small sect. However, his current behavior didn't quite match his elite image, appearing rather cowardly. Tell me everything you know about David and your sect, Xavion said. Seeing Xavion speak, the disciple's face lit up with joy, while Sullivan beside him looked increasingly panicked. That David is actually inside our sect. Though he practices dark cultivation, he's practically part of our family now. As for Jasua realm Humphreys, most of our influential members have already been wiped out by the Guishu sect. Only one Humphrey recently advanced to Jasua realm. The rest are all Huachi realm. In our sect, there aren't many Huachi realm cultivators, and only 2 at the 9th layer. But one thing this guy did say correctly is that despite your strength, you might not be able to destroy our sect. I suggest you return. This disciple spoke hastily, revealing everything. From this disciple's words, Xavion learned that their small sect had over 100 people left. These survivors, however, varied widely in strength. Repeated sweeps had left the sect in shambles. If it weren't for their base in the Luanbrit Mountains and their hidden spots, they would have faced total annihilation long ago. But this level of strength was indeed beyond Xavion's capacity to handle. Without even mentioning others, 3 Huachi 9th layer cultivators and 1 Jasua realm powerhouse were enough to bring disaster upon him. Xavion furrowed his brows. He was in a dilemma. Before coming, he never expected David to be entangled with the small sect. This made the situation very complicated. To his surprise, the small sect, though classified as rebellious, was essentially a righteous sect and rarely associated with dark cultivators. Yet they managed to ally with David. Immortal sir, please spare me. Cultivation isn't easy. We've worked hard to reach our current level. No one wants to die like this. Aslan continued pleading. Xavion ignored him, lost in thought about what to do next. Based on the information now revealed, if he brought this disciple back to the Guesu sect, reported David's alliance with the small sect, he could cancel his previous mission, or even consider it completed since he had gathered crucial intelligence. Furthermore, this could allow the Guesu sect to annihilate the small sect. Chapter 29. Celebrity. After serious deliberation, Xavion finally decided to bring these fellows back to the Guesu sect. He would let the sect handle this matter. It wasn't cowardice, rather, it was recognizing one's limits. After all, with one Shackles Realm powerhouse and 3 9th layer Sovereign Chi Realm experts in their group, such a lineup was far beyond his capacity as a newly minted Sovereign Chi Realm disciple. Life was long, and with his system, he had an unimaginable future. Acting impulsively out of pride would be foolish. Of course, concerning the bet in the mission hall, Xavion had other plans to retrieve what was due. Anything he won, including the stakes of the bet, could not be taken back. Even though he hadn't completed the mission, he still had a 100% chance to get the bet money. With these thoughts in mind, Xavion turned his gaze towards the disciples from the small sect. Feeling his sudden stare, they tensed up, yet recalling Xavion's confident assurances earlier, they felt a glimmer of hope. After all, despite people being capable of lying, this guy seemed too earnest not to keep his word. In the next moment, they saw Xavion walk over and deliver a slap on each of their backs. Instantly, darkness engulfed their vision as they lost consciousness. Xavion took them along, using the transmission spirit array to return to the sect. At Guesu sect's array site, it was typically quiet except during emergencies, so no one usually emerged from here. The Humphrey guarding the spirit array yawned continuously. As the Humphrey stationed here, chatting, drinking, and enjoying tea seemed to be his main activities daily. Most Humphreys assigned to guard this array lacked potential and spent their twilight years idling away in the sect. At that moment, 2 Humphreys were seated in grand chairs, yawning incessantly. Suddenly, a hum echoed from the spirit transmission array, instantly alerting them. What's happening? Why is someone arriving from here? Did someone find our sect's hidden array? Idiot! Don't you remember a disciple left for the Wanbrit Mountains to kill David some time ago? David is cunning. Why did he return so soon? Don't talk so much, let's hurry and check. The 2 Humphreys rushed towards the spirit transmission array, seeing it slowly rotate, emitting blue light and arcane symbols flashing profoundly. From within, a white-clothed Mike stepped out, dragging several people behind him like skewered candy. Which one is David? How did you return so quickly and powerfully? The 2 Humphreys were startled but then smiled warmly, extending hospitality. Previously, they had thought Xavion, merely at the cultivation level of practicing Chi, was likely going to die fighting David. But now, he not only returned but also captured David alive. This kind of prodigy had an untold future, and befriending him might benefit them. You don't need to worry about that. I have urgent matters. I've discovered the hideout of a small sect in the Wanbrit Mountains. I must report this to the Bradley immediately, Xavion said sternly. He didn't explain further. He disliked constant ridicule and wanted to report everything directly to the Bradley first. The 2 Humphreys nodded repeatedly, sighing inwardly. With his urgency, there was no time for introductions. Dragging the few individuals, Xavion hurried toward the mission hall, unaware of where the Bradley was. Even if he knew, he probably didn't have the authority to report directly. So he aimed for the mission hall to ask an Humphrey for help contacting the Bradley. Walking down the path, he attracted attention due to the people he dragged. Since the mission hall was within the inner sect, many disciples recognized Xavion. His fame was immense. Refusing the Eagle Alliance and betting a year's worth of spirit stones while being only at the practicing Chi stage was a significant event. His return and heading to the mission hall naturally caused excitement. Look, isn't that Xavion? Did he capture David? He doesn't look like David. I remember David is a 9th layer Sovereign Chi Realm expert, but the strongest among these is only 5th layer. Maybe Xavion is so powerful that he reduced David's cultivation? Let's follow and see. Inner sect disciples murmured amongst themselves. No one knew what David looked like, even Xavion. However, David was well known among them, so Xavion's ability to capture and demote him was astonishing. Soon, Xavion was trailed by a dense crowd of inner sect disciples, creating a celebrity-like scene. Entering the mission hall, the Humphreys had already noticed the large crowd outside. When Xavion entered, they were puzzled. While they didn't know David's appearance, they could tell from cultivation levels and evil aura that none of the captives were him or even cultivators of evil. Hugh, these are people from a small sect in the Wanbrit Mountains. I've captured them. Xavion kicked the captives forward, rousing them. I know what you're thinking, but according to my intelligence, David is hiding within the small sect. There's one Shackles Realm expert, David, and 3 9th layer Sovereign Chi Realm cultivators. This is far beyond the scope of my mission and my capabilities. Please report this to the Bradley and send forces to eliminate the small sect completely. Hashtag chapter 30. The Guesu sect is shocked. Xavion's words caused an uproar. No one had expected that Xavion would return with the exact location of the small sect. To be honest, eliminating the small sect was far more important than David's mission. The minor sects in the Ranch Mountains had long been targets of the Guesu sect, but their entrenched presence made it incredibly difficult to locate them precisely. Moreover, if Xavion's claims were true, then this mission could only be cancelled. After all, if David had retreated to the small sect, the situation was much more serious. Even if Xavion couldn't complete the task initially, he wouldn't suffer any consequences. Furthermore, the spirit stones for the task would still be rewarded to him. In an instant, everyone felt that Xavion had struck gold. Sigh, this kid's luck is just too good. He went out once and managed to find the whereabouts of the small sect. Yeah, now he's earning 500 spirit stones just for stumbling upon the small sect's location by chance. Let's not say that. Xavion has real skills. You saw how even a person at the 5th level of Hauchi Realm lost to him. I originally wanted to see him fail, but now, I guess the bets will have to be called off, many disciples murmured, shaking their heads. However, no one doubted Xavion's sincerity. No one dared to lie about something like this because discovering the small sect's location would involve major operations from the Guishu sect. If it turned out to be a false alarm, the penalty would be death. Upon hearing Xavion's report, the Humphrey in charge of missions shuddered and quickly confirmed the information again. Once they verified that Xavion hadn't lied, the Humphreys in the mission hall immediately became agitated. All missions were suspended as they focused on this matter. Xavion waited patiently. About an hour later, hurried footsteps echoed in the mission hall, and a towering figure entered the grand hall. This person wore a Taoist robe and appeared to be around 40 years old, with a stern face that and asked, "Yes, I meet you, Patriarch." Xavion bowed respectfully. After all, it was through Patriarch Danny's efforts that he became an inner sect disciple, despite not quite meeting the qualifications back then. Well done. The last time Cheyenne mentioned you, you were still at the Lianqi stage. And now, you've already reached the 5th level of Haoqi? Patriarch Danny nodded and continued. This time you did very well, capturing a member of the small sect. This can finally resolve a major issue for our Guishu sect. Your capture of David is considered complete. You can take the 500 spirit stones. Hearing the Patriarch's words, Xavion smiled. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. Then, Patriarch Danny glanced at the captured members of the small sect on the ground. Scared by the Patriarch's gaze, they immediately revealed the location of the small sect. Revealing this information would save them from execution and possibly grant them a chance to join the Guishu sect, given their talents. If not, there are countless ways to make you talk. Good. This time, Xavion has done a great service. After we eliminate the small sect, I will personally reward you. Now, the Guishu sect will immediately mobilize to crush the small sect. Patriarch Danny declared confidently. The strength of the small sect was limited. After being beaten back many years ago, they were now in disarray. Khalil, I have another request. Xavion cupped his hands respectfully. You're talking about the bets, right? Young man, don't be greedy. You acted rashly, and it was sheer luck you captured a member of the small sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't have completed the mission. So, the bet doesn't stand. Everyone's spirit stones will be refunded, and this matter is closed. Patriarch Danny frowned, assuming Xavion was asking him to declare victory for the bet. How could he allow that? Without capturing a member of the small sect, Xavion would have likely lost everything. No, Khalil, that's not it. Xavion hastily clarified. I don't want you to declare my win. Instead, I wish to capture David alive. Once he's captured, I want to fight him. If I win, then I am the victor. ####Chapter 31. The Jetti's Promise. Xavion continued to explain. Previously, the task was not completed because David took refuge in a minor sect. Within a minor sect, there is still some considerable strength, far beyond what I could handle. Therefore, I had no means of eliminating him. And the location of David was discovered by me. If I could defeat David, then it would indicate that I have completed the mission. Xavion explained logically. This was his strategy. Only this way could he regain the spirit stones he had bet on. Otherwise, the entire process would be meaningless. More importantly, he could engage in battle with David right in front of the Jetti, drawing his complete attention. Hearing this, the Jetti furrowed his brow and sternly said, Xavion, don't push your luck. The rewards for this task have already been given to you. Yet, you are still unsatisfied and wish to defeat David? As a 9th layer Huaqi realm powerhouse, David is not someone you can contend with. You were merely lucky not to have encountered him before. If you challenge David, there's absolutely no chance of survival unless an Humphrey intervenes. Moreover, if you insist on battling David despite knowing the risk, do you really think you'll win? By then, not only will you lose the spirit stones from this task, but also all the spirit stones you'll receive for the next year. Do you still want to continue? The Jetti glanced at Xavion with a look suggesting that it would be wise to reconsider. Honestly, the Jetti had never met such a disciple who didn't know their place. Besides, Xavion was a meritorious figure of Guishu sect. If he engaged in a duel with David, how would other uninformed disciples view this situation? Would they treat their hero this way? Would they allow David to take revenge and vent his anger? Moreover, 1 year's worth of cultivation resources was certainly not trivial. The Jetti still harbored hopes for Xavion to advance and become a core disciple in the future. But if he lost those resources, Xavion wouldn't improve at all over the next year. If that happened, a potential prodigy would be wasted. The sect had its rules and would not provide additional resources to Xavion. So even though he seemed promising now, his future could crumble instantly. Therefore, the Jetti was actually looking out for Xavion. This Xavion, truly pushing his luck, trying to bargain over such matters at this crucial moment, commented some nearby inner disciples. Doesn't he fear the Jetti might get angry and revoke his reward spirit stones? If he really fights David and loses, we'll see how he explains himself then. He just got lucky discovering the location of the minor sect. Who does he think he is, some kind of chosen one? This guy is arrogant. If not for his previous good luck in capturing people from the minor sect or avoiding David, he'd be in big trouble. Many surrounding inner disciples sneered at Xavion's actions. They believed he was blinded by greed and had forgotten his place. However, Xavion remained unfazed. He bowed respectfully to the Jetti and said, Jetti, please give me one chance. Since I dare to issue this challenge, I must have my reasons. I won't willingly sabotage my own future. There are solid grounds behind my decision. Xavion spoke earnestly, and upon hearing this, the Jetti was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xavion didn't appear to be unintelligent at all. Moreover, having achieved such a significant accomplishment, most disciples would be basking in glory. Yet, Xavion remained composed as if it were nothing special. Could it be that he truly held some ace up his sleeve to contend with David? Since you insist on a trial, I will order the sect members to ensure David survives. But if you fail, you must accept the consequences. Think carefully about it. The Jetti reiterated his warning. Respected Jetti, I have considered everything carefully, Xavion replied confidently. How could he not have? The total amount of spirit stones at stake was equivalent to 3 years' worth for an inner disciple. Such a sum could significantly enhance his cultivation. How could he miss the benefits? Since you're resolved, I won't say more. I will instruct accordingly. When the time comes, whether you win or lose depends on you. I hope you're not just talking big. The Jedi left after giving this final statement, heading off to deal with the eradication of the minor sect. That matter required mobilizing several Humphreys and many disciples to ensure its success. It was a monumental achievement that would add greatly to his legacy posthumously. Once the minor sect was obliterated, it would boost the morale within Guishu sect. After the Jedi left, Xavion ignored others' comments and went straight to the Humphrey to claim his spirit stones. Hugh, may I exchange for spirit stones? Xavion requested. Hey, are you mistaken? Your spirit stones need to wait until the sect eradicates the minor sect and brings back David. Only then, after defeating him, can you receive them. After all, this was your requirement. If you don't win, you haven't completed the task. The Humphrey of the task hall looked at Xavion as if he were a fool. Xavion, how could this Humphrey be so dense? While the Jedi said this, he would probably still grant Xavion some privileges even if he lost. Some spirit stones would be symbolically given to him, and during the distribution of merits for eradicating the minor sect, he would likely receive extra compensation. Was it seriously thought that he would fall? But Xavion didn't waste time arguing with the Humphrey. He left the task hall and returned to his courtyard. In the coming days, the brothers in his dormitory would soon realize something was amiss. With continuous news reaching their ears, they would quickly believe it. Naturally, the matter was true. His dorm mates would inevitably feel downhearted. Xavion thought about visiting senior sister Cheyenne to borrow some spirit stones. After all, his spirit stones were running low, and there was no immediate opportunity for combat to gain more attributes. Chapter 32. How embarrassing. Thinking of spirit stones, Xavion felt a headache coming on. This damn Guishu sect was too stingy. They only provided 50 spirit stones per month, which was not nearly enough for his cultivation. He wondered if Cheyenne would lend him some. It had been a while since he last saw her, and Xavion thought it was important to visit this old friend, thank her, and perhaps subtly hint about any spare spirit stones she might have. If the disciples within Guishu sect knew what Xavion was thinking, they would gnash their teeth in envy. Damn it, countless outer sect disciples were trying their hardest to enter the inner sect just for that 50 spirit stones per month. Yet this guy dared to complain about not having enough spirit stones. If the outer sect disciples knew this, they would surely spit on him until he drowned. Xavion walked straight toward Cheyenne's residence. It was easy to find out where Cheyenne lived once inside the inner sect. After all, this senior sister was not only the daughter of the Bradley, but also a shining star of Guishu sect, with many inner sect disciples vying for her favor. So finding out where the goddess Cheyenne lived was relatively simple. What? You ask why other disciples would willingly give Xavion Cheyenne's address? Well, for this, Xavion had his own unique way of handling things. There was nothing a fight couldn't solve. He could use brute force. He didn't believe he couldn't get Cheyenne's address through intimidation. After all, with the system, as long as the realm difference wasn't too significant, no one could match Xavion's endurance. At Cheyenne's door, Xavion hesitated a moment before politely knocking. Soon, footsteps approached, and the door opened, revealing Cheyenne's stunning figure. Xavion Jr., brother? Why is it you? Cheyenne was clearly surprised, not expecting Xavion to visit her. She wasn't sure what brought Xavion here. Good morning, senior sister Cheyenne. Xavion greeted with a playful smile. Looking at the bright sun overhead, Cheyenne was puzzled by his greeting. This is because, thanks to you, I managed to enter the inner sect. I've come specially today to thank you, Xavion continued cheerfully. Cheyenne. She couldn't quite understand Xavion's intentions. After all, who comes to offer thanks empty-handed? Although she wasn't short on money, she felt there was more to his visit than simple gratitude. That, junior brother Xavion, you're too polite. Entering the inner sect was entirely due to your own ability. I didn't really contribute much, Cheyenne smiled sweetly, making everyone feel like they were in spring. Xavion chuckled awkwardly, preparing to continue when a voice interrupted. Xavion? What do you want with Cheyenne? Turning around, Xavion saw Enrico running over urgently and protectively standing behind Cheyenne. Xavion, your end is near. Once the sect descends the mountain, David will capture you easily. By then, whether you can survive under David's hands is questionable. Enrico then turned to Cheyenne, warning her. Senior sister Cheyenne, don't associate with this crazy person. He must be mentally unstable. Xavion's face darts, Enrico exploded in rage, barely restraining himself from lashing out. All right, enough. Alan, come with me. Seeing the tension rise, Cheyenne interjected, guiding Xavion into her courtyard. She didn't invite Enrico in, as she had said they had private matters to discuss. You, outside. Enrico seethed as he watched Xavion enter with his goddess. He was insanely jealous. Even he rarely entered Cheyenne's courtyard. Now this guy was inside. Humph, little boy, trying to challenge me, huh? Let me show you that power isn't just about cultivation but also connections. I didn't want to bother with you, but you leave me no choice. Enrico's expression turned ruthless as he took out a communication jade and started contacting his intersect allies. As the Edric's grandson, his network was strong. Once inside Cheyenne's courtyard, Xavion followed her into the house. Junior brother Xavion, I already know why you're here, Cheyenne said looking at him. Startled, Xavion stammered. How embarrassing. Chapter 33. Underestimated. Adley smiled sweetly. Junior brother Alan, don't be embarrassed. I know you've been under a lot of pressure lately. Regarding your upcoming battle with David, I believe you have your strategies and wouldn't challenge him lightly. The last time you saved my life, I've always wanted to repay you, but I haven't had the chance. Today, whatever amount of spirit stones you need, I can provide for you. Additionally, junior brother, you don't need to worry. Even if you fail in your battle with David, I'll support you with the spirit stones for the remaining year. Adley never forgot that Xavion had saved her. Although she had recommended Xavion to join the inner sect, she didn't consider this as enough repayment. After all, Xavion's promotion to the inner sect was due to his own abilities. Even without her help, he would have succeeded on his own. As the daughter of the Bradley, Adley had excellent upbringing and would not think a simple recommendation constituted repayment. Moreover, while outsiders considered Xavion crazy for challenging David right after advancing to the Amador realm, Adley didn't share this view. She had seen Xavion cross realms to defeat Enrico before, so she genuinely believed he could win again. Listening to Adley's generous offer, even Xavion felt a bit touched. Indeed, the daughter of the Bradley had resources far beyond ordinary members. The outer sect disciples struggled for spirit stones, yet Adley could easily obtain large amounts and lend them out. Junior brother Alan, speak up boldly. Don't worry about whether I have enough spirit stones, Adley said. Xavion hesitated, calculating in his mind before extending one finger. My requirements are quite high, but 100 spirit stones is what I need for cultivation, Xavion said shyly, feeling anxious. After all, 100 spirit stones equal 2 months' worth of cultivation resources for an inner sect disciple. Borrowing such a large sum might leave a bad impression. 100 spirit stones? Adley asked, slightly surprised. Too much. Sorry, senior sister Adley, maybe 80 will do? Xavion looked dejected, feeling how hard it was to borrow money. No, junior brother Alan, 100 spirit stones is fine. But, is 100 really enough? Adley quickly corrected herself, then asked doubtfully. David was a formidable 9th-layer Amador realm expert. Substantial spirit stones were necessary for rapid strength improvement. She sincerely thought 100 wasn't enough. Xavion was stunned, realizing he had underestimated his needs. Yet, it felt too embarrassing to change his request. Actually, although 100 isn't enough, senior sister, you also need these for your cultivation. Xavion insisted. Adley paused, then said, how about this, junior brother Alan? I'll give you 500 spirit stones. That should be enough, right? At this crucial moment, I'm sure you're under immense pressure. Please stay calm and don't let the stress get to you. Adley was very serious. This wasn't just about gratitude. She had a strong intuition. From the first time they met, she sensed that this Muhammad would become someone significant. At his age, being able to fight across realms suggested he wouldn't be bound by the Guesu sect in the future. As the Bradley's daughter, Adley wasn't naive. Every penny spent was meticulously planned. A genius like Xavion was worth cultivating ties with. This left Xavion shocked. He initially felt asking for 100 was already too much, but now his senior sister offered 500. Not a loan, but a gift. Such generosity could only come from the Bradley's daughter. However, Xavion immediately realized he needed to seize this opportunity and not let face issues hold him back. This was a golden chance for him. With 500 spirit stones, his cultivation would advance significantly in a short time, giving him better odds against David. If he proved himself, the Guesu sect would certainly focus more resources on nurturing him. With a major sect's full support, who knew what could happen? Since senior sister is willing to give me this much, thank you. I will never forget your kindness. Xavion bowed respectfully. Adley smiled, walked into a room, and soon returned carrying a large chest. Junior brother Alan, I'm not sure exactly how many spirit stones are in this chest, but it must contain at least 500. You can take it now, wishing you victory. Smiling, she handed over the chest. Xavion thanked her again and quickly left, eager to refine the spirit stones. Guesu sect had dispatched disciples to annihilate smaller sects. They could return any time, leading to his impending battle with David. Despite confidence in his endurance, he feared the Humphreys noticing something unusual if the fight lasted too long. Thank you, senior sister. Xavion carried the chest out, feeling its weight, a testament to his largest spirit stone acquisition ever. Exiting Adley's courtyard, he headed straight for his residence, unaware that behind him, Enrico and several senior inner sect brothers followed stealthily. Johnny, did you see? It's that kid. This is Xavion, who defeated you? Yes, Johnny, it's him. Humph, today, I'll test whether this boy has any right to challenge David. In all my years in the sect, I've never seen such arrogance. Chapter 34. Ambushed. Xavion walked down the main road and didn't have to go far before he saw several figures ahead, seemingly waiting for him. Leading them was none other than Enrico. Seeing Enrico there, Xavion instantly understood the situation. Clearly, these were the reinforcements Enrico had sought. This boy clearly hadn't given up his wicked intentions and still wanted to attack him. But it was just as well. Since the Edric wouldn't act, he would take it upon himself to teach this grandson a lesson. Boy, weren't you so arrogant before? Now your end is near. Enrico shouted arrogantly. Haha, quite a bit of nonsense from a wimp. Is this all you've got? On the path of cultivation, only the strong are respected. You're nothing but waste, fit only to be a parasite. Xavion sneered openly, his disdain clear on his face. Sure enough, Xavion's words successfully stirred Enrico's anger. From childhood, no one had dared to speak to him like that. After all, his grandfather was the Edric. Such a background meant he had always been different from others since birth. He was used to humiliating others, not being humiliated himself. At that moment, Enrico was fuming with rage. He felt that Xavion was the greatest enemy he had ever encountered in his life. You stubborn fool, ha, let's see how tough your mouth is this time. Enrico said viciously. Haha, Enrico, without your mason, you're nothing but trash. Xavion replied with a cold laugh, then stowed the box in his storage ring. At such a critical juncture, any mishap with the spirit stones could cost him dearly, especially when dealing with someone like Enrico. Hand it over. Those are Sophie's possessions. Do you even deserve to touch them? Enrico's eyes blazed at the sight of the box. That kind of box clearly contained a large number of spirit stones and was given by Sophie. Notably, she had never given him anything, yet she gave so many stones to this boy. The jealousy gnawed at him. Moreover, seeing so many spirit stones made Enrico think. If the stones were willingly given by Sophie, perhaps it wouldn't be appropriate or safe to return them if he took them back. He might even get scolded by her. But if he quietly kept them, this boy would still be responsible for repaying the debt. Also, he needed to support some lackeys under him. These disciples consumed a significant amount of spirit stones every year, but supporting them upheld his reputation and status. Maintaining those subordinates created a considerable expense, giving him a headache annually. Though his grandfather was the Edric, he only supplied Enrico with spirit stones for cultivation. Supporting additional disciples required more stones, which even his grandfather couldn't endorse entirely. Worse, if other Humphreys found out, they might report him to the jetty. Now, robbing this boy would solve everything. The abundant spirit stones would suffice for a while, sparing him from asking his grandfather again next month for funds to support the lackeys. Enrico's smile grew wider, and he gestured grandly to his fellow senior disciples. Seniors, please join me. Let's deal with this guy together. He's no ordinary opponent. Capture this brat, and beat him soundly to rid me of this humiliation. After Enrico spoke, the few senior disciples beside him immediately unleashed their power, charging towards Xavion like bulls. These seniors were good friends with Enrico, and wanted to cultivate ties with the Edric, so they treated Xavion as a joke. In their hearts, they did not believe Xavion could match them. However, since Enrico had spoken, they naturally joined forces, also aware that if they didn't act collectively, the glory would be taken by one person. Hum. Instantly drawing his long sword, Xavion caused it to hum like a white dragon swirling around him. Kill. Roaring fiercely, Xavion charged straight at the inner disciples. Among them, the highest rank was 7th level Aura stage, with the rest being 6th level. Honestly, their ranks were impressive, but to him, they were merely practice partners. 7 treasures wonder skill. Void slash. Garuda fist. The 3 seniors roared and simultaneously unleashed their techniques, attacking Xavion. Although Xavion had previously captured a 5th level Aura stage practitioner, deep down, they doubted his ability to match them. No matter how strong your talent, unless you're a legendary genius, you'll be confined within Guisu sect forever. And within Guisu sect, apart from the jetty, the most powerful person was the Edric. Cultivating good relations with the Edric's grandson would bring numerous advantages within the sect. Boom. Facing the intense attacks from the trio, Xavion swung his sword in an arc, sending out ripples like a beautiful wave. The technique was something he had acquired from a 5th level Aura stage practitioner from a minor sect. Though it seemed feminine, the system rated this sword technique as commendable, indeed commendable for Guisu sect standards. In the instant the ripples emerged, a fierce aura spread, overpowering the 3 inner disciples like a dominant dragon, making them feel threatened. This brat does have some skills. We can't let this continue. The leading 7th level Aura stage disciple stated solemnly. A single attack had already put them on edge. It was clear this kid possessed cross-stage fighting prowess. If they didn't finish him quickly and strike a decisive blow to his morale, even if they defeated him, he might still defy them. Once he grows stronger, he would be a problem. Considering this, the 3 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. However, Xavion wasn't paying attention to them. He was focused on scavenging properties. Inner disciples were likely top tier within the inner sect. Harvesting properties like cultivation methods and bloodline values would boost his strength further. Moreover, these disciples must have plenty of treasures and high-ranking cultivation techniques from Guisu sect. You indeed have some skill, but you've succeeded in angering us. Initially, we planned to give you a light punishment, but now seeing your true strength, today you won't get off easily. Hashtag chapter 35, Garuda. Cut the useless talk. If you have any real skills, then show them. Don't be like your worthless master, who only knows how to boast. Xavion adopted a challenging stance. At this moment, facing these 3 individuals, Xavion felt a slight sense of difficulty. Indeed, their cultivation and combat strength were far beyond that of the small sect disciple he had encountered before. However, it made things more interesting. Xavion smiled, eyeing the 3 inner sect seniors like a hawk ready to strike. So what if they are inner sect disciples? They're just a bunch of trash who joined the sect earlier than me. I wouldn't fear even 10,000 of them. You were practicing the Garuda fist earlier, weren't you? Xavion sheathed his sword and looked at the strongest senior among them. Now, let me show you what the true Garuda fist is. With that, Xavion roared, and an overwhelming gale erupted from him. Instantly, golden light shone as if Buddha's radiance had appeared in the world, just like Garuda had descended upon them. This was the highest realm of the Garuda fist, the realm of Garuda. Seeing Xavion successfully unleash the Garuda fist and reach the realm he had always yearned for, the strongest senior was utterly shocked, as if his entire worldview had been shattered. He never imagined that this junior brother, who had just joined the inner sect, had already mastered the highest realm of the Garuda fist. This came as a tremendous shock to him. When did he learn it? He had gone through great efforts to gain the approval of the sect Khalil to practice the Garuda fist. After years of cultivation, he had only reached his current level. Entering the legendary Garuda realm was something he had never dared to hope for because it was extremely difficult. Such a realm existed only in records. Supposedly, no one in the history of Guisu sect had ever achieved it. Now, this kid had actually managed to achieve it. It was incomparably shocking. It was evident that this Muhammad was a remarkable genius. Considering this, the inner sect senior decided that he could not let this kid off easily today. If there was an opportunity, he would create a scene where Xavion's body was found dead after a cultivation mishap. This kid's potential was far greater than he had anticipated. If he let him go, he might not be able to handle him next time. Truly letting a tiger loose back into the mountains. Kill him. The inner sect senior roared, and immediately the 3 figures lunged forward, each unleashing their respective techniques to attack Xavion. Boom. Using the Garuda fist, Xavion fought with godlike prowess, unyielding and overwhelming. In an instant, the 3 were sent flying by Xavion's powerful strikes. After a tense battle, all 3 fell to Xavion's hands. After dealing with these guys, Xavion let out a cold snort. Enrico and others, hearing this snort, shivered, realizing just how terrifying Xavion was. It didn't seem like he was a new inner sect disciple at all. Honestly speaking, they now firmly believe that Xavion had the qualifications to challenge David. Who would have thought that this junior brother was so formidable and might become the biggest dark horse of the year? Enrico, I didn't expect you to be such a coward, Xavion said with a mocking smile. You can't fight on your own, and the people you brought here are also weaklings who can't even defeat me. Is this the principle of fools befriending other fools? Xavion did not harbor any thoughts of reconciling, knowing that if he showed weakness, they would see it as fear and continue provoking him. Xavion, we admit you are very strong, the intersect senior said calmly, filled with confidence. But we aren't alone. We have our alliance behind us. Let us go, or else the alliance won't forgive you either. Right? Quickly let us go, or else ouch. Or else what? You dare to shout at me at this moment? Xavion kicked Enrico, sending him sprawling on the ground. Today, you started the robbery against me. Hand over all your valuables now. Don't make me do it myself. No disciples pass through this secluded place. If I get angry and kill you, do you think any sect would refuse me given my talents? Which sect wouldn't spare no effort to protect me? The last sentence struck fear into Enrico and the others. They felt death looming over them. This Mike was too terrifying. Opposing him would be a grave mistake. Junior brother Enrico, hurry up and pay him. Junior brother Alan, this time we were rash. From now on, we won't trouble you anymore, nor will our alliance. I'm truly sorry about today. The strongest intersect senior quickly pleaded. Johnny, what are you doing? I don't believe he would dare to kill the Edric's grandson. Enrico complained bitterly. Lord Britt, haven't you realized the situation yet? If you keep being stubborn, do you really think you have a chance to live? Huh. Xavion's words hold truth. If he secretly kills us and flees, it will take some time for the sect to find us, and even more time to identify the true culprit. By then, Xavion would already be in another sect. With Xavion's talent, any sect would spare no effort to cultivate him. By then, we would die in vain. Some people can be restrained by alliances, but some geniuses cannot be controlled. We can only beg for mercy. The intersect senior glanced at Enrico with a hint of frustration, regretting helping him. Enrico paled when he heard the explanation, finally gritting his teeth and reluctantly handing over his storage bag. Xavion didn't hesitate to snatch it away and began searching through its contents. Any useful resources, such as spirit stones, cultivation techniques, etc., were all taken by Xavion. He didn't stop there. He searched the other seniors as well before finally letting them leave. Chapter 36, The Return of Guishu Sect's Triumph. After returning to his courtyard, Xavion took stock of what he had. Cheyenne had given him over 600 spirit stones. Adding those to the spirit stones he had scavenged from Enrico and others, he now possessed more than 1,300 spirit stones. Primarily, Enrico carried a lot with him because he had a large group of underlings who knew that, as the Grand Humphrey's grandson, he was generous when giving out spirit stones to others on expeditions. He would often carry many spirit stones in case he needed to give them away to others. After being raided by Xavion, it was likely that this Muhammad wouldn't dare step out easily for a long time. It wasn't that Edric wouldn't back him up, rather, David would soon be brought back within these 2 days. If Xavion could kill David, even the Edric wouldn't easily retaliate against him. At that point, Xavion would receive full cultivation support from the entire sect. It was unimaginable that the Edric would jeopardize his position over his grandson. Xavion didn't believe that the Edric was without opposition within the sect. If Xavion gained fame through combat, the Edric's continuous attacks would likely result in his ousting. Therefore, this gave Xavion confidence. After absorbing all 1,300 spirit stones in one go, Xavion's cultivation soared rapidly. He advanced directly from the Chi stage to the 3rd level of the vast Chi stage. Such speed was astonishingly fast, probably breaking Guishu Sect's historical record. Guishu Sect's purge of the small sects quickly ended in victory, bringing excitement throughout the sect. All disciples were talking about this event. Everyone had heard of the atrocities committed by the small sections. Many disciples bore deep-seated hatred toward them due to numerous incidents where disciples were ambushed and killed. Now, word spread that the small sect had been completely annihilated, and David was captured alive by Guishu Sect without serious injury. After David's capture, the biggest news in Guishu Sect became Xavion's challenge to David. Xavion's story spread widely. Virtually every disciple knew about it. Many wondered if Xavion really could defeat David. I reckon this guy is just bragging. Maybe he drank fake wine. People shouldn't be arrogant. Pride goes before a fall. Come on. It's said that today is Xavion's battle with David, and all members can watch. Let's see how Xavion faces David. Sure, let's go together. All the disciples put aside their cultivation to head toward the sparring arena where Xavion was set to challenge David, the infamous evil cultivator. Everyone wanted to know if Xavion truly had the nerve, or if he had lost his mind. The arena was packed, exceeding the attendance at the annual sparring contests. Place your bets, place your bets. You can freely bet on Xavion or David. A few mischievous disciples started betting games, trying to profit while guessing the outcome. Many paid close attention to the event, but the majority bet on David. Everyone knew Xavion's talent, given time. Surpassing David wasn't an issue. But not now. Challenging David so recklessly seemed suicidal. Xavion probably didn't expect to win either. He might have just wanted some attention. Thus, only a few dared to bet on Xavion, hoping to make some money since life was hard for most disciples within the sect. They chose David for better odds, aiming to strike it rich. Meanwhile, Xavion was en route. As he exited his courtyard, Cheyenne appeared with a smile. Senior sister Cheyenne, why are you waiting here for me? Xavion asked, puzzled. He didn't understand why she was here instead of heading straight to the arena. Junior brother Xavion, how about I lend you 2,000 spirit stones? Cheyenne smiled, her intentions unclear. Xavion was confused. Why did she suddenly offer such a large amount of spirit stones right before the fight? Cheyenne explained, many disciples are placing bets at the arena, wagering on you and David. You probably know that few bet on you. I can place a bet of 2,000 spirit stones for you. Whether you win or lose, you must repay the spirit stones. If you win, you only need to return the principal. How about it? You're still short on spirit stones, aren't you? Even if you beat David, the rewards and previous bets are too small compared to your needs. With that, Xavion understood her intention. She was considering his welfare, wanting to help him earn more. Anticipating he had no spirit stones to bet, she offered a loan. This warmed Xavion's heart. Thank you, Senior Sister Cheyenne. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, do you really have a chance against David? Even I find it unlikely. David practices dark arts which are powerful but not tolerated by orthodox sections. Cheyenne asked with genuine concern. Rest assured, I would never joke with my future. If I'm challenging him, I must have my reasons. Just trust that I will win. Xavion chuckled, then headed towards the arena with Cheyenne following behind. Chapter 37. Meeting the challenge of David. The arena was packed with people. As Xavion stepped onto the platform, the entire crowd erupted into excitement. Unlike previously well-known disciples, Xavion was a newcomer to the inner sect, having only recently joined. But perhaps among all of Guishu's sect's disciples, Xavion was now the most famous. He would likely remain a star attraction for quite some time. After these events, even endorsement deals alone could earn him considerable advertising fees. However, he needed to survive this battle first. Do you see him? That's Xavion. Heaven, this guy still looks so confident. I wonder if he knows the word death. I don't believe it. Does this guy really think he can turn things around today? Impossible. Discussions buzzed through the crowd. Some were secretly borrowing money to place bets, hoping to win big. On the judges' podium, important figures from Guishu sect had gathered. The sect Khalil and Barnabas were among those who came to oversee the duel. The stakes were too high, especially concerning whether an unparalleled genius was ruining his future or forging ahead boldly. Their presence was necessary. Barnabas, do you think Xavion can win? The sect Khalil's tone was inscrutable. Sect Khalil, I'm not sure. But since he dared challenge, he must have some hidden ace, replied the Barnabas. Everyone was watching Xavion, eagerly awaiting the outcome. After all, everyone knew how formidable David was. If the danger level wasn't so high, there wouldn't be such a generous reward in spirit stones. Let's wait and see. I'm looking forward to this Muhammad's performance, said the sect Khalil with interest. Yes, hopefully, we will have one more prodigy in Guishu sect to uphold our name in future competitions, the Barnabas added, his expression revealing little emotion. In the audience, Fabian and his companions arrived early. Since being disciplined by Xavion, Fabian had kept a low profile, hardly daring to step out. He relaxed his practice, fearing that Mason might find out about the trouble. Fabian also pawned many of his belongings and borrowed spirit stones, planning to bet on Xavion losing. He believed Xavion would definitely lose against David. David practiced dark techniques, maintaining an advantage in battles within his rank. Could Xavion stand a chance? Under intense public scrutiny, Xavion walked onto the arena. David was brought up as well. Seeing David for the first time, Xavion was somewhat surprised. From David's attire and appearance, he clearly looked like a Muhammad. Despite his mic, his face was etched with cold blood and ruthlessness, hinting at countless lives lost to him. You're Xavion? You're David? They spoke simultaneously, then David gave a sinister smile. Rumor has it you found my hiding place, leading to my current predicament. And you wish to challenge me to prove yourself and become Guishu sect's prodigy? David asked coldly, mockery evident on his face. What gives you the confidence? Your cultivation at the third level of Amador Jing? Haha. Xavion smiled faintly, not wishing to argue with the dark practitioner, as there was nothing much to say to a dying man. Humph indeed, you're overly arrogant. In my prime, I wasn't nearly this cocky. But that's expected, growing up in a coddled environment, never having seen the real world. What a pity, wasting my talents just to kill someone like you. Thinking back, I used to slaughter so many people. Now, the person who discovered my location is the last one I need to kill. So disappointing. David spoke nostalgically and wistfully. Clearly, he had committed numerous atrocities for his dark practices. Thinking of this made Xavion shudder, wanting to end the fight quickly to avoid picking up the same nasty traits. Kala Chakra Punch. Xavion roared, his fist glowing golden, surrounded by divine light, almost as if a Buddha had emerged. Mahamera Demon Palm. David smiled and unleashed demonic flames that coiled around his palm. This is the highest realm of Kala Chakra Punch, Garuda? How did this boy master it? The legendary Garuda realm, appearing in him, and in just days, his strength has grown significantly. Oh heavens, this is a major event for Guishu sect. Clearly, he's a world-class prodigy. Protective Hughes, quick, send reinforcements to ensure Xavion's safety. No matter what, he must not die by David's hand. If he dies, all Protective Hughes should commit suicide. Seeing Xavion reach the Garuda realm, the sect Khalil was astonished, momentarily losing composure. This was a once-in-a-millennium talent who could not be allowed to fall to a dark practitioner. Rules aside, survival was paramount. Talent and power mattered most. Past words didn't count if you weren't strong enough. Witnessing this urgency, the Protective Hues were distressed. With the battle starting, intervening now might be too late. Even with a Protective Hue guarding Xavion, any mishap could spell disaster. Chapter 38. Fierce Battle. Xavion was unaware that the Guiding Vortex sect had dispatched a Protector Humphrey to safeguard him. At this moment, he was locked in a fierce battle with David. It had to be admitted that this David was weaker than Xavion had imagined. Even so, Xavion still had to give it his all to deal with him. Previously, Xavion thought that even with a large number of spirit stones aiding his breakthrough, he would need to expend considerable effort to defeat him. There was a high likelihood of a prolonged struggle. But now, things seemed different. David also sensed the persistence and strength of this Muhammad. The Mike, at merely the third level of the vast energy realm, was able to fight him to such an extent, an unparalleled feat in the world. David had a premonition that this Muhammad's future achievements would not be inferior to his own. Who would have thought that such a prodigy could emerge from the Guiding Vortex sect? I suppose I can accept being found by you. But do you really think you can win? You are too naive. On my deathbed today, to be able to slay the guiding vortex sect's unrivaled genius is indeed an honor for me. As soon as he finished speaking, David's aura began to suddenly surge, and his entire person seemed to rapidly age. A bloodthirsty glow emanated from his entire body. Oh no, David is trying to take everyone down with him, seeking to trade lives. The cultivation he accumulated using dark methods has now been ignited, directly pushing him to the realm of half-step shackles. Why didn't we see him use this ability before? The surrounding Protector Humphreys were greatly alarmed. On the stage, the sect Khalil was visibly tense, staring intently at the arena, fearing something untoward happening to Xavion. Everyone was baffled as to why David, who possessed this ability to boost his strength by burning his cultivation, hadn't used it when the guiding vortex sect went down the mountain to eliminate him. They didn't know that the enemies David faced then were too powerful. Using this method would be like tickling them, thus rendering it useless. Therefore, David hadn't utilized it. This oversight led everyone to overlook whether David had any more cards up his sleeve, plunging Xavion into crisis. Die! David's figure flashed like a wraith, instantly appearing behind Xavion and delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. This time, it was clear that David was fully prepared to deliver a fatal blow, intending to end Xavion's life right there. The surrounding Protector Humphreys were frantic, rushing forward, but David's sudden surge in strength made it impossible for them to intervene in time. There was an uproar in the crowd. All the disciples, seeing the anxious expressions of the Humphreys and the sect Khalil, knew in their hearts that Xavion was likely in dire straits. Today's events had become a mockery. Xavion ultimately couldn't defy fate and would die at the hands of David. In the audience seats, Cheyenne's eyes widened in shock. She never expected David to have a hidden ace. Confident Xavion was now facing his doom. Previously, this little junior brother always seemed so confident, as if nothing could shake him. Now, would he truly be finished? Cheyenne closed her eyes, beginning to pray for Xavion, knowing full well that the chances were slim. The Humphreys above were already panic-stricken, signaling grave danger. Enrico and the three intersect seniors Xavion had defeated earlier showed signs of relief and glee. This arrogant boy was finally paying the price for his overconfidence. To tell the truth, those who most wished for Xavion's demise were these few. Only they harbored enmity towards Xavion. For other disciples, it was just about winning bets and earning more money. At the viewing area for outer sect disciples, the brothers from the dormitory looked pale and shivered. Seeing the heavy expressions of the sect Khalil and Humphreys, it was clear Xavion was at his last gasp. This cast a shadow of gloom over the dormitory. They knew that once Xavion fell, they would all be doomed. Recently, their arrogance due to Xavion's protection had offended nearly all the outer sect disciples in the surrounding dormitories. These days, many people had been predicting Xavion's downfall, but they still believed Xavion, renowned in the inner sect, wouldn't act recklessly. They reassured themselves that Xavion must have a plan. Previously, despite only being at the Chi cultivation realm, Xavion had captured someone at the vast energy realm from a minor sect during a mission. They thought Xavion must have some hidden cards or motives. Who knew his luck would run out here, leading to this failure? Hee, you guys were quite arrogant before. Your backer is going down. See how you'll fare without him. After Xavion dies, your days are numbered. We will return all the trouble you've caused. Some disciples around them grinned malevolently. Just then, on the fighting platform, Xavion suddenly made a sharp turn. In the next moment, his figure vanished from its original spot, causing David to strike empty-handed. There was another commotion in the crowd. Everyone was stunned. Xavion had managed to evade this attack. However, David wouldn't give up so easily after making up his mind to kill him. With such a higher realm, David was far too strong. Perhaps Xavion should flee to the Protector Humphreys for a slim chance of survival. Unexpectedly, instead of immediately fleeing toward the Protector Humphreys, Xavion unleashed a ferocious martial technique and charged straight at David. Once again, there was an uproar in the crowd. Even David didn't expect this and started laughing maniacally. Haha, kid. You had the way to heaven but chose the path to hell. All the Protector Humphreys were alarmed again. Why was he showing off now? There was still a sliver of hope for survival, yet he was rushing to his death. It was too late. They could only watch helplessly as Xavion charged towards David. Now, David had turned to face Xavion again. Every Protector Humphrey knew Xavion was in serious trouble this time. At this moment, Xavion's lips curled upward in a slight smirk. Now, it was time for the final move. Chapter 39. Complete victory, shining bright. Boom. Xavion delivered a punch with his mightiest offensive power. Boy, with your cultivation, you can only tickle me, huh? David sneered and made no attempt to dodge as he didn't believe Xavion could harm him. However, his expression soon changed dramatically, because Xavion's punch struck David's chest, causing it to visibly cave in. Instantly, his entire aura of cultivation began to falter. This is impossible. David's hair was disheveled as he screamed, unable to accept this outcome. But Xavion had seized the moment and, having narrowly turned the tables, would not miss this chance to finish him off. Die! Roaring with fury, Xavion unleashed his most powerful attack. Fierce spiritual energy swirled around him. In this moment, Xavion seemed almost possessed. Boom! In an instant, David's head exploded like a watermelon, dead beyond all doubt. Phew! After killing David, Xavion expelled a breath of stale air as he stood there. In reality, he was already at the end of his strength. After all, the difference between Chain Realm and Radiant Chi Realm was too vast. Even a half-step Chain Realm was exceptionally formidable. It wasn't like the Radiant Chi Realm where Xavion could cross realms and still battle fiercely. But now, he had one, and he was standing here alive. The crowd was stunned by Xavion's actions. Soon after, enthusiastic applause filled the arena, cheering for Xavion. I never thought that Xavion actually has the ability to slay David, the victor. The stakes Xavion placed earlier, the bet is settled. Xavion wins. As for the rewards and spirit stones from previous tasks he didn't collect, we will personally deliver them to Xavion. Additionally, starting today, Xavion will receive the highest standard of cultivation for inner disciples within Guesu sect. He will also officially enter the preparatory sequence of core disciples. The Jedi announced many things in one go. This made everyone feel somewhat moved. After all, this kind of treatment was essentially the best Guesu sect could offer. Xavion was truly about to soar. No wonder he refused to join our Eagle Alliance earlier. He indeed has his own pride. Joan murmured, gazing at Xavion on stage. She realized that even forcing Xavion might not work in the future unless he chose to join on his own accord. No one else could influence his decisions now. After staying on stage for quite a while, Xavion slowly descended from the competition platform. This caused the disciples to inwardly criticize. We know you're skilled, but do you really need to act so cool? They hadn't noticed before how much Xavion could pretend. If Xavion knew what these disciples were thinking, he would loudly plead his innocence. After all, it wasn't pretending. He was simply out of strength. Xavion, you did well this time. Everything I promised you, you shall receive in full, said the Jedi cheerfully as he approached. Regarding those spirit stones you mentioned, I will have the Humphreys personally deliver them to your courtyard. Now follow me, I want to take you to select some rewards. How Xavion learned the Garo Fist previously wasn't important. All Guesu sect's techniques would be freely accessible to him now, so these trivial matters weren't worth fretting over. Moreover, getting the Garo Fist through unofficial channels likely cost him significantly. But now this disciple could choose any technique from Guesu sect freely without repeating such issues. Thank you, Jedi. Xavion smiled palely. The system was furiously repairing his body. The vitality points collected earlier were proving useful now. To be honest, without the system, Xavion would probably have lost the battle long ago. Thanks to the constant restoration and infusion of vitality, he survived. It wouldn't take long before he would regain his vigor and return to normal. Following the Jedi, Xavion walked deeper into the sect. On the way, the Jedi personally replaced Xavion's disciple token with a dark green one. This type of token symbolized identity and status. Ordinary disciples wouldn't possess such tokens. Inside a splendid hall, they found themselves alone. Xavion, all the techniques are here for you to choose from. Also, weapons are over there. You can pick two that you like. It wasn't that extraordinary. Moreover, the items previously given to him by Jeff could be shared with his dorm mates. Now he needed to find something suitable for himself. Xavion entered the armory, where various types of weapons like longswords, great swords, spears, axes, and more were on display. The profound resources of Guesu sect were fully revealed to Xavion. While exploring, he suddenly noticed a spear tucked away in a corner. This spear was unusual, covered in handprints yet dusty where there were no prints. The moment Xavion saw it, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if fate linked him to this spear. Its design was incredibly elegant, and holding it made him look exceptionally dashing. That spear is practically useless. It only has a fancy appearance. It was brought back from an ancient battlefield. Basically, no disciple would choose it. Pick another one. And Humphrey passing by kindly warned Xavion. Oh, thank you, Hugh. Upon hearing this, Xavion felt excited. This situation felt familiar to him. In his previous life, he had read many novels where such overlooked items turned out to be extraordinary. Besides, ever since he arrived, this spear seemed to beckon to him, hinting that possessing it would grant dominance over the world. Xavion carefully wiped off the dust, revealing the three characters, War God Spear. Upon obtaining the War God Spear, Xavion suddenly lost interest in other weapons, his heart completely taken by this spear. You're the one. Determined, Xavion took the spear away. After all, he was now a priority cultivation target for Guesu sect. If the spear turned out to be ordinary later on, he could always exchange it here anytime. No rush. Returning to the martial technique area, Xavion, after careful selection, chose a gunfighting manual called the Fei Hong Spear Technique. Despite having numerous sword techniques, he had few spear techniques. He needed one to boost his combat prowess. After picking both weapon and martial technique, Xavion left the Grand Hall and headed back to his courtyard. Along the way, he had become the star of Guesu sect, with many disciples looking at him enviously. Upon returning to his courtyard, the scene became even livelier. A crowd of enthusiastic fans gathered around, including many strong senior brothers who wanted to get acquainted with him. Brother Alan is back. Congratulations, Brother Alan. Your recent victory is truly enviable. Brother Alan, remember me? So many people greeted him warmly, making Xavion somewhat bashful. However, their enthusiasm was undeniable, and it wouldn't be polite to ignore them. Although some of these people were merely there for show, Xavion still courteously engaged with everyone until midnight. Indeed, they treated him as warmly as family, maybe even more so. Phew, finally everyone's gone. Xavion sighed, feeling exhausted as he dragged his tired body back to his courtyard. Inside his room, he closed the door and opened the Fei Hong Spear Technique. Despite being physically drained, Xavion practiced diligently, determined not to slack off for a moment. Possessing a golden finger, he felt it was his duty to create a legendary story. After studying for a while, Xavion picked up the War God Spear and began practicing according to the Fei Hong Spear Technique, which contained only 21 moves but covered most fundamental spear actions. These moves provided solutions for virtually any combat scenario. Eyes sparkling, Xavion knew he had struck gold. But there was one thing that bothered him. The War God Spear performed no better than an ordinary spear, perhaps even worse than most weapons in the armory. This disappointment lingered. However, using the War God Spear gave him an indescribable feeling, leading him to believe it was closely related to the spear itself. What secret does this War God Spear hold? Xavion wondered as he stared at the spear. Early the next morning, just as Xavion was still in bed, a knock on the door startled him. Confused, he couldn't understand why anyone would visit at this hour. After all, yesterday even Cheyenne had already paid him a visit and delivered the spirit stones he won from bets. At this point, Xavion certainly didn't lack spirit stones. Yet, What was the reason for this unexpected visit? He went over and opened the door, finding one of his old dorm mates standing there, rubbing his hands and smiling eagerly, waiting for him to open up. ####Chapter 41. Did the brothers strike it rich? What did you come to see me for? Xavion was puzzled. After all, these dormitory brothers wouldn't have come to him without a reason. There's something, Brother Fei. The brothers have caused some trouble, one of the brothers said sheepishly. Earlier, while we were in the outer sect, we heard many defamatory rumors about you. So, after you decisively defeated David, we couldn't help but act on our impulses. As a result, we ended up injuring quite a few people, some of whom are even protected by intersect disciples. Furthermore, to support you, during your battle with David, the brothers placed some spirit stones as bets and ended up earning a significant amount of money. Some of the intersect disciples who had grievances with you, and those who lost money started to make trouble for us. This matter has even alarmed the Humphreys, leading to several of the brothers being detained in the black cells. They presumed you wouldn't care about us, which emboldened them to act so boldly. The brother lamented. Sorry, Connor. We've only brought you more trouble. Enough. Xavion waved his hand dismissively, feeling warmth in his heart. Don't worry. I'll go with you right now and resolve this matter. Also, starting from today, no one will dare bully you again. In the outer sect, I want you all to walk with pride. As he spoke, Xavion's tone grew serious, even showing a hint of menace. Although these brothers wouldn't achieve much, they were still his people. Xavion understood the situation well. These brothers were at the bottom of the sect hierarchy and didn't realize how formidable David was. They trusted him wholeheartedly, so they placed their bets on him. When he won the battle, these brothers proudly boasted about it. Thus, the intersect disciples who lost money shifted their resentment onto them. After all, they dared not provoke Xavion directly and instead took out their frustrations on these brothers. Meanwhile, most people would ignore their former outer sect brothers after entering the intersect, making it easier for them to take out their anger. Otherwise, there was little chance the Humphreys would intervene seriously over such minor issues among the outer sect disciples. Clearly, this wasn't just one or two intersect disciples behind this. There were likely more involved. Although these brothers might not amount to much in the future and were now far below his level, Xavion could not tolerate them being bullied. After all, they had genuinely supported him. Walking down the road with this dormitory brother, Xavion suddenly remembered something and asked the brother named Cash. Cash, how much spirit stone did you win in total? Xavion suspected that these brothers had made quite a fortune and turned into nouveau riches. After all, very few people bet on him back then, while the opposing bets were extremely high. Such odds meant that even a small initial investment would lead to huge profits. Hearing Xavion's question, Cash looked embarrassed. Connor, actually, each brother earned around 1,200 spirit stones on average. Xavion was stunned. He knew they would earn a lot, but he never expected it to be this much. With so many brothers in the dormitory, the total earnings must have been substantial. Then, how much did you initially invest? Logically, you shouldn't have that much money. Xavion hesitated, a bad premonition forming in his mind. Hee Connor, you don't understand. Since we became your allies, we practically struck it rich, Cash chuckled. We used to pay protection fees to intersect disciple subordinates, but as your men, we had to think of your benefit. Not only did we collect the protection fees around us, but we also borrowed a lot of money. We pledged the right to collect protection fees in our dormitory area to others within the intersect. Naturally, with the large investment, we made substantial profits. But don't worry, Connor. We know this isn't just our money. You were always too busy, and we didn't want to disturb you. Now, we're thinking of giving you a portion of the earnings, including the protection fees. Xavion nodded, still in disbelief. This gambling incident was truly profitable. It was also one of the reasons why Xavion didn't forget about these outer sect disciples when he ascended to the intersect. Why do intersect disciples recruit underlings? It's not just about authority. The benefits are immense. Guisu sect has thousands of intersect disciples, but nearly 1 million outer sect disciples. Outer sect disciples provide 5 spirit stones per month because Guisu sect needs them to handle various tasks, and the intersect disciples come from the outer sect as well. Without resources, Guisu sect would cease to exist. However, most of these outer sect disciples are idle. With so many of them, the sect naturally cares about the spirit stones distributed annually. Therefore, the sect turns a blind eye to intersect disciples profiting from the outer sect, though not everyone is allowed to do so. Currently, such activities require the approval of an alliance, with most acting as mere fronts. There are always areas the intersect disciples can't reach, and while the sect allows intersect disciples to exploit outer sect ones, it occasionally intervenes to prevent total exploitation. The region where these dormitory brothers lived hadn't had protection fees collected in a long time because the previous intersect disciple responsible had fallen from power. Chapter 42. Face. Originally, Xavion thought that these brothers had no hope of entering the intersect in this lifetime. But now, it seemed like their chances of joining the intersect were too good to be true. After all, each of them suddenly became wealthy, with 1,200 spirit stones apiece, enough for an outer sect disciple's 20-year supply. Such a massive amount of spirit stones, given to these brothers at once, would surely propel them into the intersect. Thinking about it, even Xavion felt envious of these brothers' luck. They'd been mere delinquents living aimless lives, destined to grow old and eventually die within the Guisu sect. Yet, due to a single bet on him, they managed to reverse their fate dramatically. Could it not provoke anger among other outer sect disciples? And could the intersect disciples not feel jealous? Especially with these suddenly rich brothers likely growing overconfident, walking around the outer sect as if they owned the place. It was only natural that others would target them. Soon, Xavion brought Cash to the outer sect and went to see the disciplined Hugh. According to what Cash said, to secure his release, the brothers gathered 50 spirit stones to offer to the disciplined Hugh. Thus, Cash was promptly released. Of course, these brothers had probably thought about using money to get out. However, the disciplinary hall managed the sect's order. Suddenly arresting so many people and then releasing them without explanation would be difficult to justify to the higher-ups, so they didn't dare accept more money. Xavion led Cash straight into the Discipline Hughes Hall. At that moment, the Humphreys inside were handling some matters. Seeing a disciple enter uninvited, they nonchalantly said, "Write down your concerns, and we will investigate in due time." "Ah, it's me." Xavion introduced himself. "I wonder if the Humphreys recognize me. I am Xavion, the one who defeated David and recently joined the intersect." "Xavion?" Upon hearing Xavion's name, the Discipline Hughes raised their heads. Upon seeing his face, they smiled warmly. They certainly recognized Xavion. The days of being Discipline Hughes were quite dull, so when Xavion dueled David, they had all skipped work to watch the match. Now, Xavion was standing before them in person. "So it's little friend Xavion. You've truly been in the spotlight lately, putting us old fellows to shame. When you appeared on that day, this old man felt you were destined to be someone extraordinary. David was no match for you." One Humphrey complimented him effusively. These Humphreys were mostly at the beginning stages of the Amador realm, at most reaching the 5th layer. They were former intersect disciples who had stayed within the sect because they lacked significant achievements throughout their lives. This was the typical path for intersect disciples. Some Humphreyly intersect disciples might teach at smaller sects or become wandering cultivators, seeking glory through battles with heaven. Others returned to their villages, ruling as local lords. Curtly, intersect disciples enjoyed better treatment and status in their later years compared to outer sect disciples. The latter usually remained in the sect doing menial tasks, becoming cannon fodder, or returned to their villages or the mortal world to work as bodyguards. Their treatment and status lagged far behind those of intersect disciples. "Indeed, Hughes." Xavion smiled awkwardly, addressing them respectfully. "My fellow dorm brothers caused some trouble, and we've all been sent here. I wonder if you can grant me this favor and introduce me to the Humphrey in charge of this matter. I hope to get these brothers released. These days, life is tough for everyone. My brothers have had a rough time." Though his future looked bright and these Humphreys were flattering him, he knew asking for such a large favor wasn't easy. Only an intersect disciple like him had the influence to pull it off. Moreover, the matter involved other intersect disciples, and the Discipline Hughes must have received bribes from some parties. Hearing Xavion's request, the Discipline Hughes were taken aback. They had never seen an intersect disciple, especially one rising quickly, pleading for outer sect disciples, especially those with little hope. They immediately reported the matter to their superior Discipline Hugh. While Xavion's influence was valuable, this was not a trivial issue. It entangled several factions within the intersect, and mishandling it could create problems for the disciplinary hall. Soon, a hurried figure approached, an Humphreyly man in his 50s, exuding authority. He had a rugged appearance, dark skin, and a stern look, clearly not someone to be trifled with. Recognizing Xavion instantly upon arriving, his expression turned slightly sour. He had been the first to skip work when Xavion faced David. Upon seeing Xavion, the Discipline Hughes' mood soured, having bet some spirit stones on David and losing them all. But he wouldn't dare mention it, knowing Xavion wouldn't tolerate such insinuations, possibly refusing to help and remembering this Humphrey unfavorably. These Humphreys often came from influential families within the sect, hoping their descendants would remain rooted there. Therefore, they did not want to offend Xavion, a star destined to soar. "So, little brother Bai, you've been quite the talk of the town lately. This old man feels ashamed, realizing how much my life has been wasted." ####Chapter 43, Outer Sect Arrangements. The Arsene was as ceremonious and flattering towards Xavion as always. This Humphrey, who had climbed his way to the head of this division's punishment hall, possessed not only cultivation but also intelligence. He knew that if he could curry favor with this Muhammad, perhaps his descendants would reap benefits. Compared to those secret alliances, these were insignificant. After all, they were just small alliances. Larger ones would disdain such trivial matters. Besides, the number of people who bet on Xavion back then was too few. There wasn't enough meat to divide among them. "Haha, I truly apologize for troubling you, Hugh. It's just that there's a small matter requiring your assistance." Xavion politely clasped his fists in greeting to the Humphrey, making the Humphrey feel immensely honored. "You don't need to say anything, little friend Xavion. I'm already aware of your issue. Rest assured, all your dormitory brothers can return home. I'll make sure they face no punishment." "Little brother Xavion, you're so young yet possess such loyalty and righteousness. It's truly admirable." In the face of significant interests, the Arsene remained clear-headed, recognizing that at this moment, Xavion was more important. Cultivating good relations with him took precedence over everything else. "Thank you very much, Hugh." Xavion smiled. It was the first time in his life he felt that his reputation carried such value. You're welcome, the Arsene replied. He then ordered his subordinates to immediately release those from Xavion's dormitory from the holding cells. As the brothers emerged, they strutted confidently, showing no respect for the Humphreys. "What did I say? Big Connor would definitely come save us." "Shut up." Seeing his brothers disrespecting the Humphreys, Xavion's face darkened. The Humphreys respected him to give him face. Without that respect, things could get complicated. After finally getting out, couldn't they have kept quiet for a bit? Upon hearing Xavion's stern reprimand, the brothers immediately hushed, frightened into silence. Big Connor was their protector after all. They naturally dared not go against his wishes. Following this, Xavion exchanged pleasantries with the Arsenes before leading his brothers out. Exiting the punishment hall, Xavion felt a pang of nostalgia. His decision to accept the task of slaying David had been right indeed. This one action elevated his status significantly, allowing even people here to show him respect. "Big Connor, we rarely come back to the outer sect. Since we're here, we've made some money. There probably isn't a grove inside the inner sect, right? Given how rare female disciples are, why don't the brothers take you to enjoy ourselves in the grove? It's cheap, 3 spirit stones at most." Seeing Xavion stand up for them, the brothers, now flush with cash, were feeling exceptionally generous. Xavion was taken aback, then remembered there were indeed many female disciples in the outer sect with considerable allure. Some of them, with great ambition, well, for the sake of their future and cultivation, were highly motivated. Back when he was in the outer sect, being short on funds, he never spent the 5 spirit stones per month required for such indulgences. Therefore, he never went. If not for his brother's reminder, he would have forgotten. However, Xavion didn't agree, instead staring grimly at them. What are you all thinking? We barely made some money. Use it to improve your cultivation first. With strength comes respect and protection. If you build power, others will naturally flock to you for protection. Don't squander your spirit stones. Life is too important to let fleeting pleasures overshadow everything else. Think about your future. Xavion lectured them seriously. Indeed, if he didn't properly reprimand them, these suddenly wealthy fellows might waste quite a bit of their spirit stones. They'd regret it later. In this world, it was strength that mattered, not money. With strength, many would follow. Lacking it, even a temporary influx of wealth would lead to regrets. Hearing Xavion's stern advice, the brothers reluctantly nodded, mentally noting his words. They had been acting arrogantly in the outer sect, unchallenged. Now, Big Connor's words were like 10 years of wisdom condensed. As long as you understand, don't embarrass yourselves further. With those spirit stones, focus on enhancing your strength. At the very least, try to make it into the inner sect with those resources. Xavion continued to lecture them. Oddly enough, scolding people felt pretty satisfying. On the way, Xavion imparted much wisdom to them, reminding them that cultivation resources were hard-earned. Such a windfall might never happen again. In their lifetime, they should prioritize boosting their strength within the sect. Even if it doesn't work out, returning to their villages would still grant them absolute authority. They would likely stay in the outer sect for a while longer, where there was plenty of opportunity. Xavion wouldn't let these chances slip by. Certainly, Xavion had no qualms about taking advantage of the situation. Everyone knew about this practice, but everyone chose to turn a blind eye. But, apart from cultivation, there's one more thing I need you to do for me. Xavion began laying out his plans in the outer sect. Given the growing demands for spirit stones in Guesu sect, especially as time progressed, he needed people to collect spirit stones for him. The protection fees you collected earlier, keep them. While you cultivate, recruit more disciples, expand your territory, and collect as much as possible, storing it temporarily. When it's time to transfer the spirit stones to me, ensure they go through proper channels. Occasionally visit certain areas like the groves, but don't indulge. Pretend that the spirit stones were used elsewhere. Then, once the spirit stones have a plausible explanation, hand them over to me. And, when collecting protection fees, don't mention my connection. Maintain distance between us. Make sure the penal hall Humphreys don't suspect you're working for me. Xavion instructed carefully. Chapter 44, Cooperation with the Eagle Alliance. Jean had his own considerations for distancing himself. After all, given his reputation, these people would likely expand their territory very quickly. By then, it would inevitably anger many outer sect disciples, and there were not a few enemies within the inner sect who might seize upon this opportunity to find fault with him. That would be extremely detrimental to him. In this world, people here were not as clever as those from his previous life on Earth. With just a bit of trickery, he could cover everything up. Everything would belong to him, and even if an investigation were conducted, nothing substantial would be found. It wouldn't trace back to him at all. Therefore, Jean had planned well, make a significant profit in the early stages, and then no longer need these resources later on. As for his dormitory brothers, even if they were expelled from the sect, they could still be local tyrants in the village. He considered himself quite lenient towards them. Hearing Jean's words, although the dormitory brothers didn't fully understand why he was doing this, Jean's orders were like imperial edicts to them, so they complied. After returning from the outer sect, Jean went back to his courtyard. Just as he entered, he saw Joan reappear in his courtyard. Seeing Joan, Jean felt a headache. He didn't know how to get rid of this girl. Why did she always want him to join the Eagle Alliance? After all, the current Joan couldn't defeat him anymore, and battles with her wouldn't yield much in terms of attributes. Jean didn't want to get entangled with her any further. You're finally back, Joan said coldly upon seeing Jean return. Being back in this small courtyard made Joan feel uneasy, mainly because she couldn't beat Jean anymore. After all, the current Jean wasn't the same cultivator at the chi condensation stage as before. He was capable of defeating David, so dealing with her would be effortless. Reflecting on the fact that her new junior brother, whom she could easily beat a few days ago, was now stronger than her, Joan naturally couldn't accept it. Senior sister, what brings you here? Jean asked helplessly. I really have no intention of joining the Alliance right now. Thank you for your good intentions, he added. Look at you getting so scared. The Eagle Alliance won't eat you. Joan laughed. This time, I'm not here to invite you to join the Eagle Alliance, but for another matter. Hearing about another matter, Jean was puzzled and asked, what is it? Well, junior brother Jean, our Eagle Alliance has taken on a major mission. Due to limited manpower, we hope you can join us. Rest assured, after completing the task, the spirit stones will be distributed by the Humphreys in charge of the mission hall. There will be no embezzlement. We hope you can do us this favor. Our Eagle Alliance will be eternally grateful. Even if you don't officially join our alliance, we won't stand by idly when you're in trouble. Hearing this, Jean inwardly sighed. Anyone who could come up with this idea wasn't a simple character. This wasn't just asking for help, but another way of trying to recruit him. The Eagle Alliance, such a powerful alliance, would lack manpower? Clearly, this was an excuse. By inviting him over, they would save a person and allow them to undertake other missions. Additionally, it would showcase the strength of the Eagle Alliance, attempting to attract him with their power. Even if the recruitment failed, cooperating with the Eagle Alliance would make outsiders think he had connections with the Eagle Alliance, making them more cautious before moving against him. Frankly speaking, Jean didn't want to agree, but he couldn't refuse either. Eventually, he would have to join the Eagle Alliance, and it wasn't wise to create too much animosity too early. However, he currently wanted to challenge some people in the Guesu sect, and wasn't ready to give up his immunity shield yet. Jean thought for a moment and then said, all right, but I have one condition. You're setting conditions? Upon hearing this, Joan raised her eyebrows. Many people desperately wanted to join the Eagle Alliance, yet this guy kept refusing their offers. Not only that, but the Eagle Alliance had handled matters tactfully for him, and he still dared to set conditions? According to Joan's understanding, anyone being recruited by the Eagle Alliance should prostrate themselves in gratitude. However, despite her anger, she couldn't show it. Before coming, the Eagle Alliance members had instructed her that Jean was a remarkable individual who would eventually become a core disciple. Absolutely not someone to offend. The Eagle Alliance valued Jean so much that Joan feared ruining things, so she had to swallow her pride. Speak your condition, as long as it's not too outrageous, I'll agree, Joan said angrily. Seeing this, Jean nodded and said, I can assist with this mission, but one thing. Absolutely no one can know about our cooperation. Otherwise, I will never join the Eagle Alliance. Another thing. When I face difficulties, you cannot offer help. We can cooperate in the future, but our relationship must remain secret. Jean hoped to harvest the last wave of attributes. Hearing Jean's demands, Joan almost exploded in rage. To her, this meant Jean wasn't particularly interested in joining the Eagle Alliance and didn't see the necessity of it. But due to face-saving reasons, he was reluctantly accepting under these terms. This clearly showed disrespect to the Eagle Alliance. Fine, I agree, but I have a word of advice for you, Joan huffed. Don't be too arrogant. One day you'll pay the price for your arrogance. Joan believed that temporarily agreeing wasn't a problem. Once Jean witnessed the Eagle Alliance's power, he would naturally want to join. Then, when this guy begs to join, she'd make sure to give him a taste of humility for his arrogance toward the Eagle Alliance. Hee, that goes for you too. Not everyone wants to join the Eagle Alliance, so don't think too highly of yourselves, Jean chuckled. With this, the matter was settled. When the time came, he would secretly work with the Eagle Alliance. Seeing Jean readily agree, Joan left angrily, clenching her fists tightly as she went. Translation completed. Chapter 45. Mistaken for a thief. The appointed time had arrived. Xavion was dressed from head to toe in concealing attire, fearful of being recognized. He tiptoed towards the meeting place with Joan as quietly as possible. Since he had made a promise to the Eagle Alliance, Xavion intended to keep his word. However, it was essential to avoid any suspicion and prevent others from thinking he was affiliated with the Eagle Alliance. In recent days, through the use of spirit stones, Xavion had managed to elevate his cultivation to the 5th level of the vast Chi realm. This level of strength was already considered commendable within the inner sect. Within the Guesu sect, numerous inner sect disciples cast curious glances at this peculiarly dressed individual passing by. It was as if he could not bear the light, dressed completely covered, an appearance they had never seen before. Hey, what's your business here? You're not here to steal from the inner sect, are you? Everyone, be cautious. If this thief is so bold as to walk openly, he might have some trump card. Should we report him to the Humphreys? The inner sect disciples accused Xavion as they passed by. This left Xavion feeling quite embarrassed. If not for fear of revealing his identity, he would have lashed out at these individuals. Especially when some disciples actually planned to report him to the Humphreys, causing Xavion to panic and quickly speed up his pace to flee. After all, if caught by the Humphreys at this moment, rumors about him having enough money but still stealing would surely spread within the sect, ruining his reputation almost completely. Hey, stop. Who are you, and why are you here? At this moment, a handsome senior suddenly appeared in front of Xavion, directly pointing a long sword at him. What shameless deeds have you done? Speak now, or I'll take you straight to the Humphreys. This senior spoke rather dominantly. Senior Bryant has intervened. This thief is in trouble now. Indeed, Senior Bryant is dominant. As the 6th ranked on the heavenly list, even just his presence can't be matched. It's said that Senior Bryant hates evildoers. This thief truly had bad luck to encounter him. The group of inner sect disciples began discussing amongst themselves, pointing fingers while watching like an audience. Xavion felt speechless upon hearing them. They really mistook him for a thief. If things continued this way, he wouldn't be able to leave. If he couldn't leave, the Eagle Alliance would think he had breached the agreement unilaterally. Explaining this situation afterward would be difficult. How would he explain this? To deliberately dress up and pretend to be a thief only to meet Bryant wasn't exactly a smart move. Wasn't this intentionally avoiding coming? Thinking of this, Xavion became irritated, then immediately burst into action. His cultivation unleashed in an instant, using incredible speed to escape. Though this action wasn't very honorable, with the disguise no one knew who he was. Brat, still trying to run? Seeing Xavion escape, Bryant was surprised and enraged. In the next moment, his long sword turned into a streak of white light, resembling a crane, pursuing Xavion fiercely. It seemed Bryant was determined to catch him. However, although Bryant was powerful, Xavion's specialty was agility and speed. Within a few moments, Xavion had thoroughly shaken off Bryant. How detestable. What kind of character is this brat, being so formidable? Unable to catch this flying thief, Bryant was clearly infuriated. Hating such individuals the most, he could not believe he let someone escape right under his nose. Bryant felt his Tao heart was being challenged. Hiss. A chorus of sharp intakes of breath erupted from the crowd. No one expected the thief to escape right under Senior Bryant's nose. They realized everything should be carried with them to prevent theft. More uncertain was whether the person was indeed a thief. If not, perhaps a robber, which was terrifying. Around the onlookers, they secretly resolved that they must stay in crowded places, fearing to be alone and risk being robbed by this powerful individual. Unbeknownst to Xavion, after his departure, these disciples conjured many speculations in their minds. The misunderstanding today led to immediate rumors spreading throughout the inner sect about a powerful flying thief, creating unease. Xavion came to a small forest outside Guesu sect where Joan, Ares, and several other members of the Eagle Alliance were waiting. Though there were some unfamiliar faces among them, each Eagle Alliance member had a similar demeanor of arrogance. Xavion sighed. It looked like these members were here to show off. Are you Xavion? A tall, lean Mike stared at Xavion like a hawk, his gaze sharp. Yes. Seeing this attitude, Xavion felt irked, replying coolly. After all, he was somewhat of a celebrity within the sect. How could this person look down on him like a worm? Orlando Sr., this junior brother Xavion? Ares attempted to explain something to the lean Mike, but before she finished, Orlando abruptly attacked. Instantly, a powerful whirlwind erupted around Orlando, golden divine light radiating from him as he charged towards Xavion like a blade with a fist. Humph! Xavion sneered. Then a dragon's roar echoed in the sky. A golden dragon surged within him, amplifying his strength. Unyielding, he punched back. Since the opponent struck without provocation, Xavion was determined to show him he wasn't easy prey. Bam! The clash between the two produced a shockwave. Xavion and Orlando retreated several steps, barely regaining their balance. Orlando's eyes widened in surprise. No wonder you managed to kill David. I was in seclusion and thought it was a rumor. Looks like you do have some skills. Orlando observed Xavion closely. Senior Orlando, calm down, don't fight. Ares rushed forward, urgently signaling to Xavion. She knew Orlando hadn't used his full strength yet, merely testing him. If he went all out, Xavion would find it tough to resist. Chapter 46, Orlando. Orlando watched Xavion with interest, refraining from attacking again. His attack was motivated by two reasons. First, to express his displeasure at this person repeatedly rejecting the Eagle Alliance's invitations. Second, to gauge whether he indeed possessed the strength rumored. On the day Xavion fought David, Orlando had been in seclusion and did not witness it. He thought if this guy wasn't as formidable as rumored, perhaps coercion could force him into joining the Eagle Alliance. But now, Orlando had to abandon this thought. Although confident he could defeat Xavion, forcing him would only backfire given his potential. There was no other way but to show his strength. The remaining Eagle Alliance members near Orlando observed Xavion with amusement, not taking the previous skirmish seriously. They were top-tier geniuses within their sects, so they wouldn't panic over such trivial matters. This is how you treat your guests? I came to help you, and before doing anything, you attack me outright? Xavion said coldly. If you don't give me an explanation for this, I will leave immediately. And I will never join the Eagle Alliance. This was not Xavion being arrogant or conceited. Given what happened, he needed an explanation. If not, Xavion would not let this slide easily. Because, if you protest, they might take you seriously. If you let yourself be bullied without defending yourself, people will look down on you. Xavion, calm down. Orlando didn't mean any harm, another Eagle Alliance member advised. He just loves a good fight, wanting to see if you're as strong as rumors suggest. It's just his curiosity. Humph. Xavion snorted. And if I got curious and attacked you randomly on the road, how would you feel? Xavion openly expressed his dissatisfaction. Alan, I apologize for this. It was my mistake today. All members of the Eagle Alliance know that this is just my way of greeting, Orlando interjected, unable to stay silent any longer. Otherwise, Xavion might really leave. If the leader holds him accountable later, he can't bear the blame. Xavion didn't continue the topic. Instead, he turned to Ares and asked, what's our mission? Continuing the conversation was pointless. Among all Eagle Alliance members, only Ares was relatively approachable. Others couldn't be reasoned with. Here's the deal, Alan. Once the Eagle Alliance takes a mission, we don't just do one. We take many. After all, many tasks can be done simultaneously. But this time, we have some very challenging missions. Our first task is to collect spiritual herbs in Big Thorn Mountain. Ares explained to Xavion. Don't underestimate the task of collecting herbs. Big Thorn Mountain isn't easy to enter and harbors many dangers. Moreover, the spiritual herbs have developed sentience and can attack humans. So, we need to cooperate fully to accomplish the mission. Ares hoped Xavion and Orlando would reconcile and set aside their petty disputes. Xavion nodded, then let's go. Xavion saw Ares pull out a flying boat from a storage bag. It wasn't too large, designed for long journeys, piloted by the most powerful among them. After all, everyone had different cultivation levels and varying speeds. On this trip to Big Thorn Mountain, not only do we have disciples from our Guisu sect, but also elite disciples from the Jingguang sect. We need to both gather herbs and be wary of the Jingguang sect. Remember, Jingguang disciples and ours have a history. Orlando explained kindly to Xavion. Xavion nodded. As a former outer sect disciple, he had no opportunity to explore outside and thus knew little about sects like Jingguang sect. However, he understood and even liked these kinds of plots. After all, if there were no rivals, who would challenge them? How could they improve their skills? Having a competitor is crucial. Ares briefed Xavion extensively before everyone boarded the flying boat. Orlando piloted it toward Big Thorn Mountain. Alan, previously we didn't know much about you. I hope this time we can cooperate and become good friends. Joan spoke up unexpectedly. She realized that since Xavion agreed to collaborate, he must be considering joining the Eagle Alliance. He simply had some reservations for now, but eventually, he would be part of their group. Her earlier rudeness probably left a bad impression on him. Now, Xavion was not just a new inner sect disciple, but had enormous potential. Even if he doesn't surpass her soon, his current status in the sect already outweighed hers. Reconciling past tensions was necessary. Sure, no problem. Rest assured, I won't throw a tantrum over important issues. Xavion smiled warmly upon seeing Joan's gesture of goodwill. These days, Xavion pondered how to ease relations with people like Joan. Things had gotten somewhat strained before. He couldn't afford to offend everyone in the Eagle Alliance for temporary gains. Otherwise, he'd truly have no allies in the future. In Guisu sect, the future would still largely depend on members like Joan in the Eagle Alliance. And if he wanted to venture further into the world, he would still need companions who grew up alongside him. It wouldn't be wise to make things too difficult between them. Junior brother, once we reach Big Thorn Mountain, be cautious of Jingguang sect members. There's an alliance in Jingguang sect similar to our Eagle Alliance. They frequently clash with us. As a newcomer, you'll likely face provocation. Try to avoid conflicts when possible. Joan added suddenly. Chapter 47. The Willful Younger Brother. Great Spike Mountain. This place lies at the southernmost tip of the Guizhou sect, forming the boundary between Guizhou sect and Jingguang sect. It is also a natural treasure land. Thanks to its unique geographical advantages, countless medicinal herbs grow here, each one of them worth a fortune if found. However, due to Great Spike Mountain's special terrain, not many can be successfully harvested. It's jointly dominated by Guizhou sect and Jingguang sect. Every year, some disciples and Humphreys stay here to guard against herb thieves. Yet, every year, plenty of people still risk their lives to collect the desired herbs from Great Spike Mountain. Known as Demon Mountain, it is perennially blanketed in violent thunderstorms. One misstep into this area might result in instant obliteration. Jean and his group's flying boat soon arrived at Great Spike Mountain. Thereafter, Orlando steered the flying boat toward Guizhou sect's main camp. They had to report before heading to Great Spike Mountain. It was for safety purposes, should something happen that required search and rescue. After all, the disciples who came here for excavation were the top students within the inner sect. Losing even one of them would cause the sect significant heartache, and it wouldn't allow these disciples to be randomly lost. Orlando, it has been quite a while since you've been here. This disciple seems unfamiliar. Have you got new members joining Eagle Alliance? And Humphrey asked, looking at Jean at the foot of Great Spike Mountain in the main camp. No, Hugh, this junior brother is here for assistance for some reasons, Orlando replied coldly without elaborating further. After all, it didn't look good on the face of the Eagle Alliance, constantly offering olive branches to Jean, yet he never joined them. Now they had to showcase the strength of the Eagle Alliance to him this way. Seeing Orlando lacked enthusiasm to chat like usual, the Humphrey said nothing more but guessed the gist of things. Such incidents hardly happened in other alliances, but still occurred in Eagle Alliance. All the Eagle Alliance's disciples were picked geniuses from thousands. Let's go, junior brother Alan. Orlando spoke to Jean with slight dissatisfaction. On the way, he sped up the flying boat intentionally to show off his prowess. To his frustration, Jean appeared unperturbed. This left Orlando somewhat angry and internally swearing to impress him this time. Once this junior brother wanted to join the Eagle Alliance, he could offload all dirty work to him as an outlet for these days' displeasure. Jean scrutinized Great Spike Mountain carefully. Dark clouds loomed over it, making it look gloomy and sinister, possibly still raining. Under such harsh conditions, incredibly rare herbs grew, indeed leaving people baffled. However, Jean's eyes lit up immediately after noticing numerous lightning attribute light orbs floating above the mountain. These orbs were clearly caused by the thunder on Great Spike Mountain and hadn't dissipated. Jean felt thrilled at once, guessing that this trip might yield substantial gains. He was sure he wouldn't lose out at all. Johnny, let's hurry up the mountain. Upon seeing the lightning attribute, Jean urged spontaneously. Orlando and others were confused since this junior brother had been indifferent throughout the journey. Why did he suddenly become cooperative? Was he awed by the mightiness of Great Spike Mountain, realizing his own insignificance, hence showing respect to the senior brothers who frequently harvested here? Orlando handed Jean a spade instantly and asked, "Can't wait already? Here, take this spade for now. You can return it to Johnny when we're harvesting the herbs. And this bag is for carrying herbs," Orlando continued. Jean noticed that Orlando had given him everyone's spades, treating him as hired help. Jean gave Orlando a "you're insane" glance and walked up the mountain, ignoring him altogether. He wondered what this senior brother was thinking. He couldn't follow this guy's line of thought at all. "You come back?" Seeing Jean ignoring him, Orlando became furious but was helpless. His superiors had warned him sternly to not solve problems violently if Jean exhibited extraordinary talent and strength. If Jean refused to join or joined another alliance due to any conflict, Orlando would be responsible. Therefore, Orlando could only trail behind grudgingly. Behind him, Joan had all sighed upon witnessing this scene. Their junior brother indeed had a strong personality. After setting foot on Great Spike Mountain, Jean glanced around, seeing peculiar-looking plants everywhere. As he reached out to pick some, Aries' voice rang. "Junior brother Alan, these herbs don't need us to harvest. Ordinary intersect disciples handle this area. We must venture into the dangerous regions. Also, keep up with the senior brothers. You won't be able to contact us if you get lost." Aries was polite, and Jean could only nod reluctantly. Inwardly, however, he remained restless, glancing around curiously, picking up remnants of thunder attributes wherever he saw. Surrounding senior brothers and sisters were speechless. This junior brother indeed acted like a curious child, running around recklessly. What if danger struck? However, Jean ignored their gazes and kept collecting. The road on Dao Mountain was long, so he seized this opportunity to gather as much as possible. "Junior brother, don't run around. Some areas have lingering thunder energy. A misstep will definitely cause injuries." Aries reminded kindly from behind. "Don't worry, Johnny. I won't get hurt. I'm confident in my abilities." Jean replied confidently. Seeing Jean being so reckless, Orlando frowned. For disobedient disciples, if something went wrong, they'd bear the responsibility. Frustrated with Jean's stubbornness, Orlando retorted, "Forget it, Aries. Let him be. If he gets injured, it's his own fault. Let him find his death if he wants." Chapter 48. So simple. This overly arrogant disciple, ignoring his senior's warnings and deliberately courting death, naturally enraged Orlando. So he silenced Aries directly and let Xavion suffer the consequences of his own actions. Seeing Orlando's fury, the other senior disciples, including Joan, all wore expressions of anticipation as if watching a show. Aries could do nothing but shut his mouth, feeling rather helpless about this junior disciple, Xavion. After all, Xavion's combat prowess was formidable. Those lightning attribute energies probably couldn't harm him. However, what happened next almost made Orlando's eyes pop out. Despite Xavion running around wildly, he kept being incredibly lucky and wasn't struck by any of the lightning attribute energies. Humph, this guy sure has good luck. But after using up all his good fortune, we'll see what he can do next. Orlando thought bitterly upon seeing Xavion remained unharmed, though there was little he could do. Aries could only give a bitter smile. Truth be told, although he had always treated Xavion kindly before, Ares had investigated this disciple. Rising to prominence too quickly, it was natural for people to be curious. After the investigation, however, Ares discovered that Xavion had previously been obscure and unknown until something like an overwhelming wave of good fortune came upon him, leading to his rapid rise. This made Ares realize that Xavion was far from simple on the surface. In fact, despite his friendly demeanor within the Eagle Alliance, Ares held a high position. Though he had not been in the Alliance for long, the leader of the Alliance had taken notice of him, and this was not without reason. Though Ares appeared harmless and easygoing, in the eyes of the Eagle Alliance leader, Ares was no ordinary individual and might one day become a core disciple. Upon arriving at a medicinal field, Orlando glanced at Ares, hinting that he should explain how to harvest the herbs to Xavion. Unwilling to offer guidance after witnessing Xavion's behavior on the way, Orlando left it to Ares. Understanding this, Ares promptly explained to Xavion, "Junior brother Xavion, the herbs in this field must be harvested with care. These herbs have developed intelligence. You need to start from the edge and suppress them using force, but you must be careful as they will band together and surround you. Once surrounded, it will be dangerous and very troublesome." Ares patiently explained this to Xavion. Xavion sighed inwardly. In these times, even herbs had become intelligent, displaying considerable IQ and understanding the concept of solidarity. Sure enough, as Xavion observed, the herbs remained motionless but appeared menacing, radiating an aura of hostility. "Little brother, watch me," Ares demonstrated, crouching down near the herbs, then cautiously wielding a spade towards them. The herbs reacted fiercely, thrashing wildly, but rooted firmly in the ground, unable to escape. As Ares dug up one herb, the others surrounding it clung tightly, unwilling to let go. Ares had to use the hooked end of his spade to finally pull the herb free. Witnessing this, Xavion furrowed his brow. Harvesting one herb was so troublesome. No wonder disciples in the Guishu sect found it difficult to enhance their cultivation with insufficient resources. These herbs were spoiled. "Fellow junior brother Alan, you can give it a try. It's very simple," Ares said to Xavion. Before he could finish, Ares gaped in shock. Xavion walked straight up to the herbs and simply squatted down, then casually slapped the thrashing herb, causing it to wilt immediately, seemingly subdued. Xavion yanked the herb out along with its roots and placed it into his bag. The surrounding herbs instantly lost their bravado, wilting away as if afraid of Xavion's attention. Orlando and others were stunned. How had this tough medicinal field suddenly become so docile in front of Xavion? Joan, driven by curiosity, approached a herb to see if she could replicate Xavion's method, hoping to increase harvesting speed. However, soon, she was entangled by the herbs, which extended vines toward her arms, leaving her hands covered in cuts and bleeding profusely. "Joan!" The others panicked upon seeing Joan entrapped, abandoning their tasks to rescue her. At this moment, the only option was to violently remove the surrounding herbs, despite the risk of damaging some and losing their essence. If not, Joan's arm would be ruined. Although herbs were important, Joan was more precious. "You guys move aside. Watch me." Xavion stepped forward calmly. He knew the herbs feared him because when he slapped them, he absorbed some of their attributes, making them perceive him as a mortal threat. Ordinary people like Joan weren't recognized as threats by the herbs. "What are you doing? Now isn't the time to mess around. If you don't save Joan, her arm is in danger." Orlando scolded Xavion but fell silent as Xavion approached Joan. Instantly, the herbs wrapping around her arm retracted their vines, becoming extremely compliant and trying to avoid detection. A stark contrast from before. This left Orlando and others questioning reality. Chapter 49. All wrapped up. Joan seized this opportunity to quickly pull her hand back, managing to save her arm. After narrowly escaping, she panted heavily, glancing fearfully at the medicinal field and turning to look at Xavion as if he were a monster. The first time could be considered a coincidence by Xavion, but this time, when Xavion approached, those herbs retreated immediately. This couldn't be coincidental anymore. Most importantly, Xavion had never been here before, so there was no way he could have studied these herbs in depth. How did he do it? This question was on everyone's mind. Orlando looked at Xavion and said, "Junior brother Xavion, how did you manage to make these herbs retreat? If you have a method, I hope you can share it. It would be good for our sect, and of course, the sect will reward you appropriately." In this matter, Orlando did not try to threaten Xavion. Instead, he spoke kindly. On issues concerning the sect, Orlando was very open-minded and wouldn't let personal grievances cloud his judgment. Xavion gave a bitter smile, replying, "If I say I don't know either, would you believe me? Besides, even if he knew, he couldn't tell them, or the system would be exposed." Orlando and the others were taken aback for a moment, then they understood. After all, since Xavion had never been to this medicinal field, there must be some reason for his success. However, the attempt to subdue Xavion through the medicinal field failed this time. "Since that's the case, Brother Alan, we'll leave this task to you this time. You dug up the herbs faster than all of us combined," another member of the Eagle Alliance remarked. Xavion nodded. In such a situation, he naturally wouldn't miss out on this chance. With so many herbs to harvest, he'd gain a significant amount of attributes. Still, Xavion underestimated the loyalty of the Eagle Alliance members, or perhaps their admirable qualities. Despite his help, their combined harvest remained minimal, yet these members didn't idle nor left everything to Xavion. After all, they came together. This attitude impressed Xavion, making him realize the Eagle Alliance wasn't as cold-hearted as he imagined. Yet, at this point, even if Xavion felt greedy, he couldn't tell the others to rest. That would be tantamount to admitting weakness. Though the others weren't malicious, one still had to save face. After harvesting this patch of medicinal field, Xavion and the group moved to another field under Orlando's lead. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone completed the task ahead of schedule, much quicker than expected. The herbs here were precious, and only strong inner disciples were allowed to harvest them, which made the task difficult. But with Xavion, it seemed all rules changed. The normally aggressive herbs behaved submissively before him, leaving Joan and others sighing in amazement. Indeed, people couldn't compare. Their rapid harvesting meant they didn't encounter the Golden Light sect, who hadn't finished yet and thus couldn't keep up. Upon descending Mount Mang, the Humphrey overseeing the area for Guishu sect was surprised by their swift return. Did you encounter any danger or problems? The Humphrey asked anxiously. These herbs were crucial for the sect's prosperity, and any unforeseen danger that even the Eagle Alliance members couldn't handle would be problematic, requiring more Humphreys to resolve. Such a situation would temporarily strain the supply of elixirs. No, Hugh. We completed the task quickly because of some special circumstances, Orlando explained, sparing Xavion's secret. Oh, I see. Good work, everyone. The Humphrey nodded, showing little interest in further details. He assumed Orlando and the team encountered minor issues that were manageable but wanted to avoid embarrassment, hence coming down to fetch supplies or call reinforcements. They didn't know that some people could truly create miracles. Orlando led Xavion and others back onto the flying boat. On board, Ares reviewed a scroll and announced, "Our next mission is to investigate the recently discovered Toba ruins. The Toba ruins are an ancient relic that just emerged, filled with dangers. Many sects have sent people to explore it. This trip to the Toba ruins will surely be fiercely contested. Rumor has it that not just our alliance but other major alliances like Eagle Alliance have disciples accepting this mission. On this journey, everyone must put aside past grievances and not abandon their comrades in danger due to previous conflicts." The last sentence seemed directed at Xavion. While Orlando's character was trustworthy, Ares didn't know Xavion well. Concerned about potential indifference from Xavion during dangerous situations within the Toba ruins over past disagreements, Ares emphasized this. After all, human nature can be unpredictable. "Don't worry, Johnny Ares. I'm not that kind of person," Xavion replied calmly. "But yes, your Eagle Alliance did go too far, ignoring others' feelings. Not joining meant challenging you, and that irked me. But I won't refuse cooperation over trivial matters," Xavion added. Ares smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect Xavion to be so straightforward. It showcased his magnanimity. Being unbothered by trifles was impressive, though his directness was somewhat embarrassing. Feeling a bit uneasy, Ares returned to his seat, feigning sleep to avoid Xavion's gaze. Chapter 50. Forgive me for loving freedom. The Toba ruins were very far from the Guishu sect and did not fall under its jurisdiction. This area lay amidst a vast wilderness, rumored to once have been the thriving base of a major sect in ancient times. However, some calamity befell it, leading to the downfall of this ancient giant. Jean and his group had traveled for over 10 days on their flying boat before reaching the outskirts of the Toba ruins. Throughout this journey, their cultivation had not ceased. These elite talents, chosen by the sect, knew that wasting even a moment would be regrettable. Time was precious, and every second spent cultivating could mean more chances to grow within the Guishu sect. They needed to accumulate as much power as possible while in the sect to ensure better survival out in the world. After all, countless geniuses were born each year in this world, but only a few grew into formidable figures. The reasons were twofold. Many succumbed to unforeseen accidents during their growth, while others lagged behind due to laziness in cultivation. Though Guishu sect was a major sect among its neighbors, it was merely a grain of sand in the vast world. Its so-called geniuses were plentiful, and there were many who were equally talented or even more diligent. Thus, if they relaxed, they could quickly be surpassed by others. Upon arriving at the edge of the Toba ruins, Jean and his group set up camp in a small town. The opening of the ruins hadn't begun yet, so they would have to wait a few days, thanks to Jean finishing his herb gathering ahead of schedule. This unexpected downtime would allow them to cultivate further. After disembarking from the flying boat, Orlando and the others found an inn and settled in. Currently, there weren't many cultivators in this small town since the Toba ruins hadn't opened yet. Initially, the sect sent their elite disciples, followed by Humphrey delegations. "Alright everyone, we'll stay here for a couple of days. Let's focus on cultivation," Orlando said after settling in. "Once the time comes, we'll head to the Toba ruins." Orlando couldn't punish Jean until the ruins opened. Hearing that they had to wait, Jean's eyes lit up as he headed outside. Even though this was a small town, it was part of the cultivator's world, offering potential opportunities for conflict and improvement. "Jean, where are you going?" Orlando asked, puzzled. Did Jean have relatives in this town? "Oh, I just want to explore and get a feel for the local culture and scenery," Jean replied casually. Frowning, Orlando scolded him. "Jean, though you're talented and strong enough to defeat David, you can't slack off. Look at yourself compared to others. They are returning to cultivate, but you, upon arriving, want to go sightseeing. It's inappropriate. As your senior, I command you to return and cultivate." This wasn't personal. Orlando genuinely believed Jean was squandering his potential in the sect's efforts. "Yes, brother Jean, it's best to prepare for the Toba ruins now," added Joan and Ares. "There will be plenty of time later to see worldly sights. Our focus should be on the Tao." Shaking his head with a mischievous smile, Jean responded, "Forgive me for loving freedom and pursuing my poetry and dreams." Ignoring their protests, he walked out of the inn, leaving the Eagle Alliance members stunned. They hadn't expected him to have such playful intentions. Still, as a helper and not a member, they couldn't order him back. Orlando sighed inwardly, thinking of reporting Jean's behavior to the Bradley after their return. Walking through the bustling streets, Jean sought confrontation, creating opportunities for trouble. He acted like a troublemaker from another life, walking arrogantly without yielding to passers-by. Yet, the townsfolk were too kind to mind, causing Jean frustration. As he wandered, he noticed stalls selling everything from toys to cultivation resources and weapons. However, none of these items appealed to someone of his standing in the Guishu sect. His real goal was to find people of influence and provoke them. Chapter 51. Making trouble irresponsibly. It seemed the more one looked for something, the harder it became to find. Things you don't need daily suddenly become untraceable when wanted. Xavion wandered around the market for a long time, but didn't spot a single so-called wealthy and reckless Muhammad. Just as Xavion was about to give up, there was sudden commotion in the crowd. Move aside, Instantly, everyone parted ways, allowing a carriage to swiftly pass by. However, this carriage wasn't carrying any wastrel. It was a prison wagon holding a criminal. Who is that? What did he do? Xavion asked the surrounding residents. That man used to be a little tyrant here, Joe, from the Drake family's spoiled generation. He killed many people over the years, oppressed men and women, quite wicked. But then, our new gay strictly enforced laws after taking office, uprooting many of these powerful clans' descendants. Now, the city's security has improved significantly. This gay truly is a good person, and Humphrey Man sighed appreciatively. Upon hearing this, Xavion understood immediately. It made sense now. No wonder he couldn't find any wealthy and reckless Mike after searching all day. It was because of this benevolent gay. Although this hindered his attribute collection, Xavion agreed wholeheartedly with the gay's actions. There was no denying that the citizens' happiness under his rule had significantly increased. Thinking this over, Xavion decided to return to his inn. After all, with this righteous gay around, his only hope for attribute collection would be after the Toba ruins opened. Hold it right there. Who are you? Sneaking around like that? Just as Xavion was about to leave, the prisoner transport vehicle halted abruptly. A constable stared at him and demanded sternly. Xavion frowned, but reasoned that the constable was probably just nervous. He replied politely, "Sir, I am a disciple of Gueshu sect. A nearby ruin is set to open soon. So, we're waiting here for its opening and plan to explore inside," he added calmly, understanding that the constable's tone might have stemmed from being vigilant against potential troublemakers. However, upon hearing about the Toba ruins, the constable furrowed his brows and retorted coldly, "Nonsense. You're acting suspiciously. Clearly, you have an ulterior motive. The Toba ruins won't open for a few more days, and major sects haven't arrived yet. For you to be here so early must mean you're planning something else. And since arriving, you've been wandering aimlessly through the streets instead of practicing. Perhaps you're here to steal. Sirs, seize this man, put him in jail and interrogate him thoroughly." At the constable's command, several other constables surrounded Xavion instantly. Xavion frowned. What was happening? He hadn't done anything wrong. Just admiring the local culture was enough to get him arrested? Subconsciously, Xavion sensed something amiss. However, hearing the constable's accusations, the citizens backed away from Xavion, eyeing him with distrust. Xavion felt bewildered. What do you mean? I'm just walking around, looking for gifts for my Xantha. Why would I be acting suspiciously? We finished our tasks early and came here ahead of schedule, he explained indignantly, never having encountered such irrational behavior. This didn't align with his expectations. But the constable yelled, "Stop talking nonsense. Take him down quickly." Realizing the constable knew he was not a suspect yet proceeded anyway, Xavion's temper flared. His cultivation surged. "I advise you not to act rashly. I really have no other intentions. Since I arrived, I've acted openly. What reason do you have to arrest me arbitrarily?" Xavion warned, hoping the constables would reconsider. But they laughed, disregarding his words. In that moment, Xavion grasped the situation. Perhaps, after the Samuels reforms improved public order, these subordinates began abusing their power. One side pocketed money, while the other boosted their records. By arresting people indiscriminately, their achievements skyrocketed. With the Samuels backing, no one could challenge them. Everything was legal. Witness how the citizens supported them after the Samuels' arrival. They were clearly exploiting his reputation for personal gain. If this continued, the Samuels' name would be tarnished, and these law enforcers would become worse than the previous unruly Mikes. If you won't listen to reason, then I will take you to meet the Samuel. All your misconduct today will be reported to him. Ignorance cannot be tolerated. With a stern voice, Xavion started moving. The constables, merely at the cultivation realm level, were no match for him. Soon, they fell one by one. The prisoner in the carriage perked up. "Brother, did my father send you to save me? Quickly untie me. These bindings are too tight. Kill these guys. By the way, how's Dad? That damned gay is awful. Does Dad have a counterplan?" Ralph naively thought Xavion was sent by his father to rescue him. Hearing this, Xavion smirked and walked over, delivering a resounding slap. Chapter 52. We are rolling in wealth? The pampered Muhammad was stunned as a slap landed on his face. In the next moment, he realized what had happened. At that instant, the Muhammad's face turned woeful as he pleaded to Xavion. "Sir, you can't just leave me to die. These people are absolutely despicable. How about this? How much money do you want? No matter the amount, I'll give it to you as long as you let me go and release me from here." It was evident that the Muhammad was terrified. Everything he experienced during these few days felt like an apocalypse. Finally, there emerged a ray of hope, but Xavion crushed it by informing him that he did not come to save him. How could anyone accept such a thing? Xavion ignored the pleas for mercy from the pampered Mike, believing that talking to someone like this would only diminish his stature. Subsequently, Xavion loaded each officer into the prisoner's carriage, one by one, and headed straight towards the Abdullah's residence with them. The surrounding onlookers didn't fully understand the situation, but they overheard parts of the earlier conversation between Xavion and the officers. They got the gist of it, and thus allowed Xavion to pass without interference. Would Xavion face any obstacles beyond this area, where others had not heard the officers' words? To be honest, Xavion did worry initially. Given the residents' trust in the Abdullah, if they saw him take action against these officers, wouldn't they demand he releases them? He doubted he could explain himself clearly to so many people. Soon, Xavion realized he overthought the issue. As he walked with the prisoner's carriage toward the Abdullah's residence, the residents cheered upon seeing the prisoners. "It looks like our old Abdullah is truly formidable. Not only did he clear out the aristocratic families, but he also cleaned up the internal affairs of the constables. He is thinking of us. These constables have achieved much recently, making it difficult even for the Abdullah to act against them. But still, he did it. We've got a good Abdullah." Praises from the residents put a smile on Xavion's face. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. Upon hearing the discussions among the residents, the officers instantly paled. They knew their end had truly arrived. The Abdullah probably wouldn't show leniency when they reached the residence. In this world, especially in a small town, the most abundant resource is people. If word got out about corruption within the police force, the Abdullah might thoroughly investigate the entire force and replace them with new ones selected from the residents. With the Abdullah's resources, plenty of people could become competent officers. They weren't irreplaceable. Brother, we'll give you all our assets. What do you say? Yes, please spare our lives. We've been rolling in wealth for years. Combined, we have substantial wealth. We don't ask for anything else, just for a chance to buy our lives. Desperate for survival, these constables revealed how wealthy they were. They didn't know that Xavion was not only uninterested in their wealth, but also furious after hearing about it. These fellows had no shame, daring to boast of their wealth. Truthfully, the constables had no choice. If they couldn't arouse Xavion's greed, they would be executed immediately, and their properties seized. Compared to losing everything, losing their properties meant they could potentially make a comeback. Xavion slapped each of them before leading the carriages to the Abdullah's residence. Halt! Who are you? How dare you imprison our officers? The guards at the entrance to the Abdullah's mansion were angry, mistaking Xavion for someone challenging the Abdullah. I need to see the Abdullah. I have important matters to report. Xavion addressed the guards. Is the Abdullah someone you can just meet anytime? Just because you captured our officers, you think you have clout? Tell you what, the Abdullah will never lower himself. The guards shouted fiercely, and more guards rushed out at the high volume. Xavion remained silent. I'm not here to challenge you. These officers abused their power, and I caught them. I have no ill intentions. I only wish to inform the Abdullah of this matter. Xavion patiently explained. Hearing Xavion's explanation, the guards grew doubtful. One of them ran inside to report to the Abdullah. Soon, the Abdullah hurriedly came out and asked Xavion. Word has it you caught some corrupt officers. Is that true? Judging by his reaction, the Abdullah seemed genuinely unaware of the matter. Xavion nodded and replied. On my way here, I heard great things about your rule and your support among residents. But while wandering around the market, those officers accused me of a baseless crime and tried to arrest me. This is obviously a farce. If you don't believe me, send someone to the market to question witnesses. They will testify for me. I feel it's such a pity if some bad apples ruin everything under your great leadership. Xavion laid out the whole story plainly. Abdullah, spare us. We were blinded by our actions. Upon hearing Xavion request verification from the market, the officers became afraid. Lies can't be hidden for long. The Abdullah held a high reputation in the city. If an investigation were launched, the residents would undoubtedly speak out, and perhaps even exaggerate due to their hatred for wrongdoing. That would spell disaster for the officers. Seeing the officers plead for mercy, the Abdullah instantly understood Xavion's words were true. His expression darkened. After working tirelessly to bring down the noble families for the betterment of the city, he never imagined there would be corruption within his own ranks. If this continued, he'd merely be clearing the way for these internal pests. Infuriated, the Humphrey Abdullah ordered his subordinates, take these scoundrels out and execute them. Instantly, the guards surrounded the prisoner carriages and led them away for execution. The officers continued pleading for mercy, but nobody paid them any heed. Chapter 53. The Hugh Abdullah. This brave warrior, I truly appreciate your help. For so long, I have been focused on the aristocratic descendants and overlooked internal matters. After the prisoner cart was removed, the Humphrey Gay bowed deeply to Xavion in gratitude. Hugh Abdullah, don't mention it. I was just passing by and felt compelled to intervene, Xavion chuckled, though deep down he was somewhat dissatisfied with being called a brave warrior. Damn, I'm still just a sprout barely peeking out of the water, quite tender. What do you mean by brave warrior? However, the Humphrey Gay did not notice Xavion's dissatisfaction and instead gestured invitingly, saying, this brave warrior, please come to my gay residence for a chat. Seeing the invitation, Xavion followed directly. After all, this was the closest city to the Toba ruins, and there might be news about the ruins. My name is Xavion, a disciple of Guesu sect, Xavion added on the way. Upon entering the gay residence, Xavion and the Humphrey Gay sat cross-legged on mats, with servants bringing tea. A disciple of Guesu sect? It makes sense. The Toba ruins are about to open, and it's normal for disciples from major sects to visit at this time. The Humphrey Gay nodded and continued. But I'm worried if these disciples will cause trouble for our city residents. With their formidable cultivation, our city people can't really protect themselves. Sighing deeply, the Humphrey Gay voiced his concern. Xavion smiled faintly and said, rest assured. Aslans from major sects are all respectable individuals. Those who can come here aren't hooligans. There's no need to worry. The Humphrey Gay felt reassured after hearing this. After all, as the strongest person in the city, even at the 8th stage of Huachi realm, he would likely fare poorly if he had to contend with these disciples. Hugh Abdullah, could you tell me about the Toba ruins? Xavion asked. I've been busy cultivating lately and haven't heard much about the Toba ruins. Now, suddenly opening and having some disagreements with my senior brothers, I feel awkward asking them. Hearing Xavion's question, the Humphrey Gay nodded and began. Toba ruins, according to legend, was once known as Toba City in ancient times, a thriving metropolis renowned across the world. But why it fell remains unknown. However, there's something you may not know, and perhaps even your sect Humphreys wouldn't be aware. Toba City's original inhabitants weren't human. Not human? Xavion was puzzled. Then was it a city built by beast races? In this world, while humans were relatively weak, other races also held significant positions. Furthermore, powerful beast races possessed wisdom comparable to humans, making the establishment of a city plausible. The Humphrey Gay shook his head. I'm not entirely clear, but according to tales passed down by our Humphreys, the residents there were not beasts but another type of humanoid, part of the human race, albeit considered alien. They were dark-skinned, fierce in nature, possibly offending heaven or a powerful enemy, leading to their downfall. Yet, the Toba ruins contain many treasures. Friend by, be cautious. Those aliens were experts in formations, setting traps that you must watch out for. Xavion's expression turned grave upon hearing this. If there were residual energies, Xavion wouldn't be too concerned because he could collect attributes. But formations posed a different challenge. A single misstep could be life-threatening. Moreover, with so many sects competing, the risks would be even greater. But the Humphrey gaze suddenly became mysterious. There is a solution. Long ago, one of our ancestors obtained a compass. Legend has it, this compass prevents danger around the Toba ruins, and seems to point toward a direction hinting at something unknown. If you want it, we can make an agreement. Your sect, as the first to arrive, should protect us until the Toba ruins event ends. If any sect members harm our residents, you must intervene. At the Toba ruins opening, I'll give you this compass. Xavion paused, realizing the Humphrey Gay was laying the groundwork to secure protection for the city. This wasn't unreasonable. Major sect members probably wouldn't bully others, and mediating such incidents would gain goodwill. Fewer enemies within the Toba ruins meant a higher chance of survival. Considering this, Xavion responded, "May I see the compass first? Such items need thorough testing before deciding if they're worth it. But rest assured, even if the compass lacks special abilities, I'll still offer personal assistance. I'm always eager to help," Xavion added, thinking how opportune this situation was. If someone in the city needed rescuing, he could gather attributes while earning a good reputation. An excellent bargain indeed. Even without the compass, Xavion's proactive nature would lead him to seek trouble. The Humphrey Gay's timing couldn't be better. Impressed by Xavion's promise and previous actions, the Humphrey Gay trusted him implicitly. He had shared this secret only due to Xavion's righteous aura and assistance earlier. The Humphrey Gay then walked into a room to fetch the compass. Chapter 54, Promise. Xavion waited quietly. Soon, the Samuel took out an ancient and simple-looking compass. Xavion accepted it and carefully examined it, finding that this compass seemed quite ordinary. Apart from its strange appearance and old age, it didn't seem much different from other compasses. Just as Xavion was about to frown, the Samuel chuckled and said, "Young man, I know what you're thinking. Don't underestimate this compass. This compass was brought out from the Toba ruins by our predecessors after great hardship. You just don't know how to use it. To control this compass, you need a specific incantation, but I haven't told you that yet." Xavion looked at the Samuel calmly and asked, "Do I need to agree to the previous condition first?" No. The Samuel shook his head and explained, "If you agreed to that condition, there'd be no way for me to prevent you from reneging after receiving the compass. After all, if I tried anything against you, your sect would definitely hold me accountable. I'm just showing you this thing actually exists. Whether you have the fate to benefit from it is up to you. You only need to protect our city before the Toba ruins open. Once they do, I'll naturally give you this compass." Agreed. Xavion looked at the Samuel and said, "You're a good gay and a decent person. I trust you. Even if you don't give it to me in the end, I will continue to protect everyone until we all leave." The meaning behind the Samuel's words was clear to Xavion. It depended on his fate, whether he was willing to protect the people in the city for the sake of this compass. This was a gamble. If it turned out to be an ordinary compass, Xavion's efforts would have been in vain. He would have wasted time protecting people without gaining anything in return. Moreover, Gueshu's sect would never support such a venture. As a righteous sect, they couldn't possibly condone killing the Samuel or massacring the city. After returning the compass to the Samuel, Xavion took out his transmission Jade token and let the Samuel imbue it with his aura. "Well, contact me via the Jade token if anything happens. I'll leave now. If there's trouble, I'll come immediately to support you." As Xavion walked away, the Samuel gazed thoughtfully at the Muhammad. He wasn't entirely sure if Xavion would truly keep his word. After all, if the compass were lost, it wouldn't just affect him. It would impact everyone. Everyone would then be on the same starting line. If his energy was spent protecting the citizens every day, he wouldn't be able to focus on cultivation. Entering the Toba ruins at a disadvantage could put him far behind others. Such high achievers understood well that even a slight delay might mean losing out on an opportunity, which could place them far behind others, potentially for life. Whether this Muhammad would really honor his commitment was still uncertain. After leaving the city hall, Xavion toured the city for a while before returning to the inn. At the inn, Orlando and the others were using every moment to cultivate, afraid of falling behind. They harbored some resentment towards Xavion. After all, they hadn't invited him here for tourism. By playing around, Xavion risked slowing down his cultivation. If he fell behind, it might hurt their chances when competing with other cities. No one could bear that. When Xavion returned, Orlando and the others noticed but ignored him, continuing their own cultivation. Xavion also went directly to his room, beginning to consume spirit stones to boost his cultivation. Xavion had already reached the 6th layer of the Amador realm. However, he was still the weakest in terms of cultivation, not combat strength. Everyone knew that once inside the Toba ruins, weakness would attract trouble, especially given Sullivany hostile sects. Xavion began cultivating. One day, while cultivating, Xavion suddenly heard a message from his Jade token. He immediately stopped cultivating. His method was straightforward and unlikely to lead to any cultivation mishaps even if interrupted. So, Xavion quickly woke up. The Jade token relayed a message from the Samuel, informing Xavion that people from other sects had entered the city and asking him to be cautious. Xavion smiled. He didn't reply. They had agreed that he would stay at the inn unless needed, so notifications would suffice. Given the city's size and numerous guards, information would spread quickly if trouble arose. If no one caused trouble over the next few days, the Samuel would have to hand over the compass, promising not to deceive Xavion. Of course, that last promise didn't carry much weight. Xavion understood that. However, as long as the other sects didn't cause trouble, Xavion could take the compass into the Toba ruins. These coming days would surely keep the Samuel busy. With representatives from various sects arriving, he had a lot on his plate, ensuring no one oppressed the citizens and dealing with corrupt officials. The Samuel naturally couldn't accept that kind of chaos. On the 3rd day, at noon, the Samuel sent an urgent message. Opening it, Xavion saw the Samuel informing him anxiously that someone from the Golden Light sect was causing trouble in the market, urging Xavion to hurry over. Xavion smiled faintly. It was likely not just one person from the Golden Light sect, as it was uncommon for someone to visit the market alone like he did. There were probably senior sect members involved. But Xavion wasn't afraid. It was his turn to act. He had to show the Samuel his worth. ####Chapter 55. The Spoiled Rich Brat. If he was to take something from others, then it only made sense to prove his worth. Otherwise, if he couldn't bring any benefit, why would anyone give him a compass for no reason? There's no such thing as unconditional love in this world, and Xavion was fully aware of that. Xavion quickly came out of the inn and ran towards the market. Inside the inn, Orlando poked his head out of his room, frowned, and muttered to himself. This kid, after just a few days of behaving, can't hold back again? Really? I wonder if the sect's great effort on this boy is worth it. Though discontent, Orlando could not interfere. It was ultimately Xavion's freedom. At the marketplace, a disciple of the Golden Light sect was pulling at a small vendor's clothes and yelling curses. Surrounding them were several vendors lying on the ground, crying out. 2 disciples of the Golden Light sect stood nearby, looking helpless. Suddenly, a group of guards rushed over, encircling the 3 Golden Light sect disciples. The Hildred followed closely behind, striding over forcefully. Young hero, what is your reason for beating our city's people? As cultivators, aren't you supposed to have morals? To attack ordinary people who lack cultivation? What did your Humphreys teach you? Though the Hildred's cultivation wasn't particularly high, he stood there like a towering mountain, radiating an imposing presence. Are you the mayor here? Fine, I'll tell you. Get lost. What bullshit morality. We are strong, so we bully ants like you. What's wrong with that? If you don't like it, try beating these 2 senior brothers of mine first before coming to settle accounts with me. I'll tell you, my father isn't Humphrey in the Golden Light sect. My life is far more valuable than yours. The corpulent disciple said arrogantly. Nearby, the other 2 Golden Light sect disciples, despite initially grimacing helplessly, now shielded the fat disciple like mother hens once they saw the Hildred approach. No matter what, this was the son of an Humphrey, and they had to protect him thoroughly, not letting even a hair be harmed. After all, as disciples under an Humphrey, if they failed to protect him, their futures would be affected. Moreover, though the Domenico's words were somewhat extreme, the logic was correct. People indeed couldn't compare to each other. Those mere ants truly couldn't be compared to the precious yush in front of them. The Hildred furrowed his brow upon hearing this. A spoiled rich brat was not scary. What was terrifying was the background behind such a brat, especially one backed by an Humphrey from a cultivation sect. The Hildred had been in a cultivation sect when he was young and knew all too well how troublesome the children of these Humphreys could be. May I ask, Muhammad, how did our residents provoke you? The Hildred took a deep breath and asked. This situation was serious enough for even him to handle cautiously. After all, if he angered them, they might massacre more civilians in a fit of rage, and he wouldn't be able to stop it. Even reporting it upwards would likely result in only mild punishment for the Humphrey, while the massacred people would be dead. Himph, this little master fancied this girl, and wanted to show her the vast outside world. But this idiot didn't agree. Damn, I'm offering you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you refuse? And those blind fools around us also helped the guy fight for justice. So naturally, this little master had to teach them a lesson. The Domenico sneered defiantly at the Hildred, clearly unafraid. The Hildred inhaled deeply and sternly replied. Young Khalil, let's end this here. Other sects members are present in the city, not just your sect. These sects are righteous and will report your actions if you harm our citizens. Aslans from other sects aren't weaker than you and include many who detest injustice. If you insist on harming our people, old man, I won't let you get away today. As he spoke, the Hildred immediately released his 8th layer aura realm pressure, attempting to overwhelm the arrogant brat. The 2 Golden Light sect disciples instantly stepped forward, releasing their own pressures to counteract the Hildred's, shielding the Domenico. One was at 9th layer aura realm, and the other at 8th layer aura realm, both very capable. Cecil, I advise you not to act rashly and jeopardize your life. This issue can be resolved if our Yush takes the girl away. If you persist in being blind, don't blame us for our rudeness. The 9th layer aura realm disciple sternly warned. The Domenico was here because his father had arranged it for some fun. Thus, his combat skills were subpar. If the Hildred really attacked out of nowhere, the Domenico could die. The Humphrey doted on his son, indulging almost every whim. If they displeased the Domenico and got him upset, the consequences could be dire if he complained to his father. Seeing this, the Hildred's beard flew wildly in anger. He'd never encountered such insolence since taking office, and yet could do nothing about it. He wondered if the Muhammad who promised him last time would keep his word. No way am I agreeing to this. So many civilians here are watching. If you dare to lay a hand on them, we will report you to the other sects. The Hildred stood firm. What's going on here? Disciples of the Golden Light sect sure have impressive arrogance, bullying people. A white-clothed Mike entered the crowd, observing the scene and then turning to the 2 Golden Light sect disciples. You two, you really have no backbone. Isn't it degrading to live off someone else like dogs? Fine death. Hearing Xavion's insults, the 2 Golden Light sect disciples grew furious. Even servitude under an Humphrey required significant sacrifice. This Mike, from whatever sect, dared to speak so boldly. The 2 disciples restrained themselves, however, from acting out immediately. Chapter 56, Directly Disabled. They were uncertain if Xavion had other senior sect brothers backing him. Otherwise, if they made a move and his senior brother stepped in, along with the Samuel, it could lead to serious consequences for them. Do I want to die? Am I wrong? And that Domenico, what can you do except eat? You're no different from a pig. Pigs at least contribute their meat for human consumption, benefiting mankind. What have you contributed with all that fat? You're just wasting resources by living. The son of an Humphrey actually relies on others for protection. what a disgrace. With an Humphrey father, shouldn't you be powerful? I don't believe that other sons of Humphreys in Jianguang sect are all so useless, looked down upon by others and considered as trash. That must feel terrible, right? It seems like you can only find some sense of authority here among commoners. Xavion's words were vicious, leaving the Domenico speechless and utterly embarrassed. Indeed, Xavion's words hit close to home. He was despised by many of the children of Humphreys within Jianguang sect. However, the disciples under his father would still show deference to him, which allowed him to feel somewhat significant. He also knew that without his father, he was nothing but a waste. Yet, he refused to endure the hardships of cultivation. Enraged, the Domenico said, "What are you? Do you dare report your sect? I know people from various sections. Do you dare report your sect?" Xavion sneered, "Guesu sect, Xavion. There's no need now. Aren't you quite influential? I want to see just how much influence an Humphrey's son really has. Now, apologize to these vendors immediately and compensate them." Stunned, the Domenico hadn't expected this person to really intervene in this matter. Then, he sneered, "What if I refuse? Do you really want to declare war on our sect?" The Domenico felt confident about his statement. Xavion wasn't that old, and even if he were skilled, how formidable could he be? He had to take away that Trista today. Otherwise, he would lose too much face. "Sorry, dealing with you doesn't require involving our sect because you aren't qualified." With coldness, Xavion spoke. In the next moment, he moved like a swift dragon, appearing before the Domenico and delivering a swift kick. "Since you won't apologize, I must prevent you from harming others in the future." A kick landed, and instantly, the Domenico's lower body burst open, spewing blood onto the ground. The women nearby screamed in horror. Two Ezekiel were equally shocked. They never imagined Xavion would really attack. Previously, the speed at which Xavion acted was bizarre, and they didn't expect him to make such a decisive move, leading directly to the Domenico being disabled. Now they had nothing to report back to the Humphrey. Thinking about the consequences, the two Ezekiel paled. They foresaw a bleak future. Immediately, the two Ezekiel glared at Xavion furiously. This guy ruined their future and wouldn't be forgiven. Even the Samuel was startled. He thought Xavion came here intending to resolve the issue amicably, using reason. But he took drastic action, disabling an Humphrey's son directly. However, as someone who had seen much, the Samuel understood. Since it happened, let it be. You two, there's no need to show your loyalty so eagerly. I haven't forgotten about you. Xavion laughed and said to the two Ezekiel, "Your Yush harmed others, and you not only failed to stop him but even assisted him. Though cultivation is difficult, losing your moral Yishan makes you unworthy of being human. Today, you both will not leave." Edited for fluency and natural reading in English. Although cultivation is challenging, losing your moral integrity makes you unworthy of being human. Today, you two will not be leaving. Xavion spoke confidently. On one hand, the Domenico's reach couldn't extend far. Guesu sect wouldn't ruin relations over a useless Domenico, no matter how many rich friends he had. On the other hand, even if they compared backgrounds, so what? His position within Guesu sect was secure, and even if he was wrong, the Bradley would protect him. Moreover, justice was on his side, though his methods were severe. Regardless, revenge was impossible for this Domenico. "Kid, if you want to die, then don't blame us. We will definitely capture you and hand you over to the Humphrey for punishment." The two Jianguang sect elites shouted and attacked Xavion simultaneously. Meanwhile, Xavion revealed his Hua Qi 6th layer cultivation and unleashed an overwhelming force. "He's only at Hua Qi 6th layer? Today you're done." Upon recognizing Xavion's true strength, the two Ezekiel showed relief. Initially, they assumed he had to be at least Hua Qi 9th layer to dare act. "Be careful." The Samuel's face turned pale. Knowing Xavion was only Hua Qi 6th layer, he realized he backed the wrong horse. Though this disciple was righteous, his strength wasn't impressive. Such cultivation wouldn't be enough to protect them unless his senior sectmate stepped in. If he had such support, they would have appeared long ago. Probably, he ventured out secretly this time. "Old Abdullah, please rest assured. Only Hua Qi 9th layer and 8th layer, it's manageable. Today, I will resolve this threat for you. Let's see who dares lay a hand on you." Roaring, Xavion drew the War God Spear, unleashing spear techniques against the two. These two only added some cultivation value to him. Frankly, Xavion didn't covet the martial techniques obtained from them. As an elite in Guesu sect, how could he be interested in such rubbish? Especially techniques obtained through flattery. What he desired were the true treasures from other great worlds, not the garbage from here. Once engaged, the two Ezekiel were astonished. They never expected a Hua Qi 6th layer disciple to be so formidable, especially when facing someone stronger than him, yet feeling helpless. Chapter 57. A win-win solution. Xavion's attacks grew increasingly fierce, and soon the two Golden Light sect disciples found themselves at a disadvantage. During this time, Xavion's cultivation steadily advanced, boosted by the attribute boosts he had obtained, further enhancing his power. The two Golden Light sect disciples began to fear Xavion. After all, this was not a normal phenomenon. How could a disciple at the 6th level of Amador Realm fight against two of them simultaneously and become stronger as the battle continued? Both of them simultaneously came to a realization. Monster. The opponent must be an unheralded prodigy from the Guesu sect. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. No wonder the other party had the audacity to intervene in their matters earlier. Thinking back, since the other party was so confident, his status and background within the Guesu sect must be significant. They regretted asking Xavion to reveal his name and attempting to get help from their Guesu sect connections to teach him a lesson. Now they realized that even the wealthy young men of the Guesu sect who were acquaintances of Fatso would be no match for him. To survive without being retaliated against was already quite fortunate. As they thought about this, they felt an increasing sense of dread and lost any desire to continue fighting. But how could Xavion let them escape easily? He intensified his attack, thrusting his spear at the two, and before long, they were thoroughly defeated. Don't kill us, don't kill us, we were wrong. At this moment, the two felt a deep sense of fear. After all, the other party dared to cripple in Humphrey's son. How much more did they matter? Though they were also local prodigies, they were too weak compared to Xavion. Even if they compared backgrounds, they couldn't compete with him. Even if he killed them, their sect would be powerless to do anything. Moreover, he was someone who dared to kill. Standing before the two, Xavion loomed like a towering mountain, looking down on them. He then glanced around and asked, "Now, do you still wish to return to the Golden Light sect?" The two exchanged glances and nodded. Despite their failure in protecting the Yush, they were still prominent figures among the Humphreys' favored disciples. Returning home, though their status might diminish, they would still retain some power. No matter what, the Humphrey wouldn't dare kill them for their failure. At their level, even Humphreys couldn't execute them without permission from higher-ups. Moreover, the Humphrey could use covert means to demote them to private guards. Of course, there was a possibility of regaining their status if they obtained a great opportunity in the Tobo ruins, or achieved something remarkable for the sect. Then they would have the right to ask the headmaster for leniency towards the Humphrey. However, such hope was rather slim. Xavion observed the two, pondered for a moment, and said, "Here's a deal. I'll give you a chance to live, provided you patrol this city for me. Stop anyone who dares to harass the residents here and prevent them from escaping. If any issues arise, I'll take responsibility. Do not try to escape. I will have the Hildred assign people to track you. If you run, I will personally hunt you down." Killing them now would serve no purpose and could provoke conflicts between the two major sections. Xavion didn't want to cause trouble for the headmaster. After all, he was currently only showcasing his talent and hadn't truly grown into a prodigy revered by the sect. Causing trouble everywhere would lead the headmaster and others to look unfavorably upon him. An overly arrogant person might make the headmaster doubt his potential. Since he had promised the Hildred, he would see it through. Through this battle, Xavion gained significantly. To continue, he needed these two to help find more opponents to challenge him. After all, if the Hildred failed to detain troublesome individuals, Xavion would have a hard time finding them later. And during critical times when he couldn't spare himself from cultivation, having these two handle things for him would be ideal, a win-win solution. Hearing Xavion's demands, although the two felt reluctant, they knew they had no choice but to comply. Surviving was enough. Given Xavion's intolerance for bullying of the original residents, they had no other options. Under Xavion's pressure, the two had no choice but to submit and agree to his terms. However, they didn't expect it to end there. Xavion took their storage bags and confiscated numerous spirit stones and cultivation techniques. What would happen to those items? With Xavion's nature, they naturally ended up in his possession. After all, his dormitory brothers had made significant gains and aspired to join the inner sect. As their leader, Xavion needed to provide them with resources like cultivation techniques and weapons. With the contributions of these two, everything fell into place. In reality, Xavion longed to directly take these two under his wing as secret enforcers. Unfortunately, doing so would invite investigation from the Golden Light sect, potentially leading to failure. Thus, Xavion had to leave it at that. Brother Xavion, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Thank you so much. After the two left, the Hildred deeply bowed to Xavion. Regardless of his initial intentions, Xavion had indeed ensured the safety of the city. Now, it seemed Xavion had another motive, to plunder the disciples' possessions. However, the Hildred wasn't bothered. Xavion wasn't from their city, so his actions were understandable. If he had nothing to gain, that would be abnormal, and the Hildred might have slept uneasily at night. No need to be courteous, Mayor. This is part of my duty. From now on, other sect members won't bully you anymore. Rest assured. Translation by your name? Chapter 58. All disciples have gathered. A few days later. This time, representatives from almost all the sects have arrived, and Orlando and others have emerged from seclusion. Today is the day when the Toba ruins are set to open. This time, not only did these people come, but the Guesu sect also dispatched more disciples one after another. Overall, this time it's not just members of the Eagle Alliance. There are also members from other alliances. Everyone gathered together, with many eyes turning towards Xavion. After all, everyone present is listed on the Tion ranking board of Guesu sect and has met before. However, Xavion appeared suddenly, so many are not familiar with him. But this does not prevent Xavion from expanding his network. Several senior brothers older than Xavion came forward, offering humanistic concern to Xavion. They treated Xavion warmly and subtly. The purpose behind this is to gain an additional friend because although everyone in the Toba ruins will be from Guesu sect, they need help. Despite being young, Xavion is extremely powerful, so it's normal for many senior brothers to court him. Most people here are seeking opportunities. With a powerful assistant, their chances of success increase significantly. As for the Hildred's compass, he had personally delivered it the night before. He told Xavion the key mantra and secretly informed him to keep it as low-key as possible. The secret of the compass is that its predecessors said it is far more complex than what meets the eye. Entering with the compass would ensure twice the results with half the effort. Xavion hopes he can cherish it. Regarding this Humphrey, Xavion expressed his respect. Now that everyone is gathered, they start moving towards the Toba ruins. The Toba ruins are not in this small city, but outside its walls. This small city happens to be located at the edge of the Toba ruins. Outside the city lies vast wilderness. Xavion looks northwest and sees a stretch of water. It appears to be a small lake, yet different from one. The water is only 10 centimeters thick and not deep, emitting steam without increasing the surrounding temperature. This is the Toba ruins. It's rumored that the Toba ruins will appear here. Previously, the Humphreys in the city tried digging with shovels to unearth the Toba ruins but failed, only finding broken metals. Now, is the ruin going to surface? All disciples from various sects have gathered. Xavion counted over a dozen sects participating this time. So many sects and disciples will inevitably create chaos inside. On the Guesu sect side, truly speaking, the strongest disciples ranked on the Tion board were still in seclusion, leaving only those ranked after 10th place to come. It's not that Guesu sect doesn't care. It's because these disciples are too proud. Therefore, Guesu sect could only send them. Additionally, each sect likely didn't send their strongest disciples. If something goes wrong inside the ruins, like an assassination, it would be a significant loss. Disciples from other sects observe each other without much gossiping due to unfamiliarity and long distances between sections. However, elite disciples do converse occasionally. Among these sects, every sect has a disciple present who is either the most experienced, the most senior, or knows the most people, discussing and exchanging situations with other sects. There are even alliances formed between two sects secretly. After all, no one knows the situation inside the Toba ruins, and any rash action might result in death. Everyone hopes to minimize losses. Xavion isn't concerned about these alliances. He's only interested in Jingguang's sect. He notices that sometimes, someone from Jingguang's sect looks over. The previous incident probably reported the Yush's downfall and Xavion's strength to their seniors. These Ezekiel now look at Xavion unfriendly. It's not because of their useless Yush, but purely because Xavion is too young, too talented, causing competition between sects. Xavion feels unsafe. Given how these people are watching him, who knows if they will target him inside the Toba ruins? No one wants a strong genius from another sect, especially from a neighboring sect. Suddenly, as the sect disciples exchanged information, new changes occurred at the Toba ruins. The water sank instantly, followed by a deafening rumble as the ground collapsed. Birds scattered as the collapse spread widely, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion. All disciples felt intimidated. This was unprecedented. Xavion watched the ground sink, puzzled whether the Toba ruins were surfacing. It seemed terrifying. A city appearing out of nowhere, hardly believable. However, Xavion soon felt reassured as he saw that the shaking came from underground and the area did not further expand. This indicated the entrance of the Toba ruins must be below. But Xavion couldn't understand why none of the old masters attempted to smash open this site before to enter the Toba ruins earlier. That way, all the spoils would belong to their own sect, avoiding sharing with others. Why did they wait for it to open automatically? Chapter 59. The Toba ruins unveiled. While Xavion was deep in thought, a sudden commotion arose among the crowd. In the next moment, Xavion saw a throng of people starting to stir with excitement as the Toba ruins were now fully formed, drawing everyone rapidly towards its entrance. Instantly, all the people rushed madly into the ruins. First come, first served, some of the best treasures often went to those who arrived first. As for those who came later, they could only follow behind and hope for leftovers. Being early meant everything. However, Xavion had a different plan. He lingered in the middle of the crowd, proceeding cautiously. Xavion had a gut feeling that rushing in too quickly might lead to unforeseen situations. It would be wiser to let others test the waters. After all, he could gain attributes through battles, and while the treasures inside were enticing, they didn't have a life or death pull on him. Moreover, if he were at the forefront, he feared that the Golden Light sect would harbor resentment due to his actions against them. They might take the opportunity to attack him once inside the ruins, especially when the seniors' attention would be focused elsewhere. An unexpected ambush by so many people would be hard for even Xavion to handle. Trailing behind the seniors, however, offered a different advantage. If any emergencies occurred, at least the members of the Eagle Alliance would fight to protect him. The Golden Light sect would also be hesitant to act openly here, as engaging in conflict would only stall their forces, allowing other sects to seize all the treasures inside the Toba ruins. Within the ranks of the Golden Light sect, a Mohammed in white glared viciously at the direction Xavion had left, muttering coldly, "This kid is smart enough not to rush forward. But do you really think you can escape? If I were you, I wouldn't enter the Toba ruins at all, knowing someone has it in for you." The Golden Light sect now viewed Xavion as a thorn in their side, not just for revenge, but because he had brought great shame to their sect. And having such a talented individual in another sect posed a potential threat. They feared that one day, if the Gueshu sect gained power, they would spare no effort to eliminate them. After all, resources were limited, and neighboring sects like the Golden Light sect would always vie for dominance. As everyone surged forward with renewed vigor, suddenly cries of agony echoed from the front. When the first batch of disciples entered, streams of runes began to light up. Orderly lines started to activate, and the formations within exerted their force. Clearly, the ancient inhabitants of the Toba ruins had set numerous formations to prevent tomb raiders after their demise. Most of these inhabitants were adept at array arts. As the first wave encountered the formation's traps, everyone halted, stunned by what they witnessed. If they were already encountering difficulties at the entrance, who knew what awaited deeper inside? Many began to reconsider, fearing the risks of venturing further. Remembering the compass given by the Samuel, Xavion decided to try it out. Since the Samuel had said it was useful, it might actually prove helpful. Taking out the compass, he chanted the incantation. The needle on the compass began to spin, eventually pointing toward a secluded direction. Could that be the real entrance? Xavion hesitated, but then had an idea. Perhaps this formation can't be entered directly from the front, and must be approached from a hidden route? Since we're already here, we should find a way in instead of retreating easily. Let each sect send one person to probe the less obvious areas, and see if we can locate the true entrance. Xavion's suggestion received immediate approval from the various sections. Linger here doing nothing was not a solution. Sending one person from each sect to explore would minimize casualties. So, each sect selected someone to proceed. After discussions, the Gueshu sect chose Ares to take the risk. Xavion was taken aback. He never expected it to be Ares. Strangely, Ares had volunteered himself, taking on the task. "Brother Ares, listen to me. I have a hunch about that place. I think it's the real entrance." Xavion sent him a secret message. Among all the disciples of the Gueshu sect, Ares was the one he knew best, and had the closest relationship with. Most others either didn't get along well, or were completely unfamiliar. Xavion hoped Ares wouldn't face danger. Ares paused upon receiving Xavion's message, then replied discreetly that he understood. Though Ares didn't know why, he felt an inexplicable trust in this Muhammad deep down. As the various sects dispatched their scouts, most faced failure, being instantly trapped. They could only wait for their Humphreys to arrive and attempt a rescue. The morale of everyone dipped as one sect after another failed. Were they doomed to leave empty-handed and lose lives? Just as everyone felt disheartened, Ares stepped forward. It was now the turn of the Gueshu sect. Despite his nervousness, Ares grew more composed as he approached the formation. Chapter 60. Entering the ruins. Ares noticed that after he entered, he had been fully prepared to be restrained by the array. Yet, he stood there unharmed and untouched, as if the array had already been shut off. If not for the screams of agony around him, Ares might have truly believed that the array had been deactivated. Note: I replaced Tanjiaoseng with screams of agony to ensure the translation reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning. Upon realizing he had found the correct path, Ares was thoroughly astonished. He recalled Xavion's words and felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, this junior brother seemed more and more mysterious. It was as though most problems in the world could be solved by him. Great. The people of our Gueshu sect have found the correct location. Our senior brother Ares has won. He is indeed the pride of our Gueshu sect. All sects entering the Tuoba ruins owe it to senior brother Ares. Cheers erupted from the Gueshu sect side, with many disciples feeling an immense surge of morale. They had accomplished what other sects had failed to do. How could this not be uplifting? On the other side, however, members of various sects showed no significant emotion despite Ares finding the correct path. At least on the surface, many thought that Ares had just gotten lucky, hitting the jackpot through sheer coincidence. It wasn't worth mentioning. Had their own people chosen that direction, they might have found the entrance long ago. Furthermore, even though Gueshu sect found the entrance, others would still not hesitate to act mercilessly once inside. It was nothing more than a foolish sense of honor. Gueshu sect remained jubilant, with many disciples lavishly praising Ares, almost elevating him to near-divine status. Only Ares privately grimaced, knowing that his smooth passage down this road was entirely due to Xavion. He wondered why he had suddenly decided to listen to Xavion's advice earlier. His gut instinct told him that another direction was the correct entrance, but someone else had taken that route and was now screaming. Listening to Xavion hadn't been because he valued Xavion's opinion so much, but rather, at one moment, he suddenly felt inexplicable confidence in this Muhammad, a confidence hard to explain or define. After these thoughts, Ares made up his mind to listen to Xavion's advice this time, while entering the Tuoba ruins. After all, Xavion had spoken with certainty before, not making random guesses, and this was a mic capable of creating miracles, rising rapidly like lightning. After finding the position inside, Ares returned to the Gueshu sect side. Although no explicit agreement had been made between the sects, everyone implicitly followed a rule, that those who explored should immediately return to their respective teams after completion. Of course, while no one said the first to find the right path couldn't enter first, doing so might cause them to be remembered secretly by others. Being first allowed one to grab all good things in advance. To the rest, the first one in was essentially walking money bags, brimming with opportunities. Moreover, the sect finding the correct path couldn't enter first either. Many from other sects were still trapped by the array, having worked hard for this exploration. Luck played its part, but without others mapping out dangerous areas, any decision made would be uncertain. Ares initially chose another path but reconsidered after seeing another sect's member explore ahead. Had Ares acted alone, he likely would have chosen his initial path. With Ares finding the correct path, people from various sects began moving into the Tuoba ruins. Xavion, meanwhile, stayed low among the senior brothers. Others knew they needed to protect this young disciple, especially given Xavion's importance and the sect's high regard. Any mishap involving Xavion here would likely result in severe repercussions upon return, possibly blaming the senior brothers for inadequate protection. As soon as everyone entered, they quickly rushed deep into the Tuoba ruins, driven by the allure of countless opportunities hidden within. Unknown dangers lurked, but also immense rewards. In this world, opportunity equaled cultivation, power, wealth, and everything one could desire. Hence, everyone pursued it relentlessly. Xavion and the group followed the passageway downward, revealing that the Tuoba ruins lay underground. According to legends, the war's magnitude caused the entire ruin to sink beneath the ground. No one knew when they might emerge again. After a long sprint, Xavion and company finally reached the legendary Tuoba ruins. Underground, it felt like another world. Bright skies, clouds, and full of light. Before them stood a desolate city, remnants of a once glorious civilization, with decaying buildings symbolizing past grandeur. Everyone was stunned, unsure how such power could turn this vast city into ruins. Alright, now that we're in, each sect should go their separate ways. Seek your own opportunities. May we coexist harmoniously within the Tuoba ruins, a sect disciple announced. Naturally, alliances between sects wouldn't be revealed publicly. Otherwise, everyone would be wary, complicating the acquisition of opportunities. Entering here meant fierce competition. All understood that many would opt to rob others' achievements directly, an unavoidable issue too common to prevent. Hashtag Chapter 61. Not being a greenhouse flower. After the people from various sects parted ways, the group from Gueshu sect walked collectively in one direction. Along the way, everyone was on high alert, wary of encountering any dangers. Xavion followed among them and sighed at the situation. At this rate, he likely wouldn't have any chance to act independently. The compass in his hand could sense danger, allowing him to avoid risks while seeking treasures. However, if the sect knew about this, they'd probably make him share it with other disciples first, thereby ensuring the entire Gueshu sect reaped great benefits, crediting him for the primary contribution. But why would Xavion care about taking the top spot? After all, most of the spoils would be taken away, leaving only a small portion as his reward. These treasures were originally meant to be his alone. Johnny, at this rate, when will we find the opportunities within the Tuoba ruins? Why don't we split up? That way, each of us can seek our own fortunes. Seeing that these people had no intention of dispersing, Xavion timidly suggested it. This time, he absolutely couldn't let these leeches cause him to return empty-handed. Or worse yet, have the compass in hand but unable to put it to use. What good was the compass then? And what was the point of painstakingly protecting the city's residents back then? Thinking of this, Xavion felt vexed. Upon hearing Xavion's suggestion, the senior brothers immediately cast disapproving glances at him. One of them said, "Younger brother, you are too greedy. Excessive greed can lead you into danger. The Taba ruins are very peculiar. For your safety, do not wander off. Stay behind us, senior brothers. After all, the sect has invested significant resources in you. If anything happens to you, it won't just be you who feels sorry. We'll feel ashamed of failing the sect too. So, this time, we am not for great wealth but for safety. If there's nothing gained, consider it a tour." Xavion was dumbfounded. Did they really come here for tourism? Just to ensure everyone stayed alive? Were they still considered the pride of heaven? Why did they act so cautiously like old dogs? Especially their patronizing attitude towards Alan Baby almost made Xavion explode. Was he being treated like a flower in a greenhouse? He glanced at the other seniors, but everyone else from Guishu sect seemed unconcerned, as if they had come here for a group tour. Their enthusiasm was worlds apart from how pumped they were when they first entered the ruins. Alan, don't overthink it. Right now, not just our Guishu sect, but other sects also wouldn't let their disciples wander freely. After all, every disciple here is an elite. Losing even one would severely impact the sect. No one wants large-scale casualties, so initially, everyone was putting on a show for the other sects, pretending to be overly ambitious to lure others into the trap. At this moment, Ares quietly explained to Xavion. Xavion. He could only say that he had been born in the wrong era, surrounded by such cowardly people. How could such people become adventurers, or the pride of heaven? Then again, thinking about it, given the vastness of the world, Guishu sect, though a major sect, was insignificant compared to everything else. Who knew how many such small sects existed in this world? No wonder why sects like Guishu sect and Jingguang sect would never rise to dominate. They simply couldn't bear the sacrifice. Using their lives to face challenges, do you think Guishu sect would still exist? Xavion was speechless. He hadn't expected Orlando to articulate such profound yet hollow truths. It seemed this guy read quite a bit, having developed such insight. Deep down, Xavion admitted the truth in Orlando's words. After all, not everyone had a golden finger like him. However, Xavion couldn't admit it aloud. His only goal now was to leave this group and seek his own fortune. With the compass, finding good opportunities wasn't a problem. Translation summary. This chapter captures Xavion's frustration with his cautious fellow sect members, leading him to voice his desire for more independence and action. The dialogue highlights contrasting perspectives on risk and ambition, emphasizing the tension between collective caution and individual daring. Chapter 62. This guy finally has a conscience. Junior brother Alan, please don't say anything more. Johnny Orlando and the others did this for your own good. Don't resent them because of this. They really did have your best interest at heart. You've made them unhappy several times in the past. If they were petty, they would have let you go alone. Their intentions are not bad. Ares was afraid that Xavion might misunderstand Orlando and the others, so she hurriedly explained to Xavion. Hearing this, Xavion smiled bitterly. What could he say? They were indeed acting in his best interest, but Xavion would rather they hadn't done so. Now, it was difficult to convince them otherwise. If he insisted on leaving, he would likely be forcibly held back by Sullivan-y people around him. Xavion felt like he had joined the wrong sect. Ahead, Orlando occasionally turned back to check on Xavion. Once he saw Xavion's expression, he immediately understood what Xavion was thinking. Junior brother Alan, if you really want to leave us, that's not impossible. Orlando turned and looked at Xavion. Just wait a moment. Once we've determined the area we will be staying in, we can split up. At that point, you can choose to leave on your own or join up with others. Regardless, before we act, we need to investigate the array formations within our area to ensure everyone's safety. This explanation was one of the few times Orlando patiently spoke to Xavion. Hearing there was a chance to get rid of these dead weights, Xavion immediately perked up, feeling as though the weather had suddenly brightened. The Tobia ruins were vast. Based on the scale of the entire ruined city, thoroughly investigating the ruins would take several months at the very least. Of course, the sect wouldn't possibly allow so many disciples to investigate here for so long. Completely clearing out the Tobia ruins wasn't a simple matter. It couldn't be achieved overnight. No sect had the audacity to send tens of thousands of elites to explore such a dangerous place. Though Guishu sect didn't encounter much danger on their journey, they still triggered a few array formations. Each time, Orlando and the others managed to turn crises into safety. As Joshua realm experts, Orlando and the other disciples naturally bore the responsibility of protecting their juniors. After exploring a circle, Orlando and the others defined an area where all the Guishu sect disciples were not allowed to leave. They would search for opportunities within this area. Other sects members probably wouldn't be far from them either. No leader of any sect would be foolish enough to lead his disciples deep into the ruins. Moreover, even the sect masters who came personally wouldn't be able to wander freely inside the Tobia ruins. After all, the power of the ancient Tobia era was far beyond what today's Guishu sect, Jingguang sect, and others could match. The gap between them was immense, like the difference between a spark and a full moon. After defining their respective areas, the Guishu sect disciples began whispering to each other, preparing to form groups for exploration. Joan was pulled over by Ares. At that moment, Joan pouted, clearly unwilling to accompany Xavion. Ares wore a gentle smile, looking like a scholarly gentleman as he asked Xavion. Junior brother Alan, Johnny Orlando wants to invite us to explore together. Do you have any interest? Xavion was somewhat surprised. Orlando was actually thinking about bringing him along? Xavion had thought Orlando wanted nothing to do with him. Why the sudden invitation? He glanced toward Orlando. Coincidentally, Orlando was also looking at Xavion. Their gazes met. In an instant, Orlando averted his gaze, pretending he had only accidentally glanced over. Ares chuckled, covering his mouth. Junior brother Alan, don't hold a grudge against Johnny Orlando. He is a very kind person within the Eagle Alliance. Only that, his words can be sharp, but his heart is as soft as tofu. He personally asked me to invite you because he worries about your extreme nature and fears something might happen to you while adventuring. Ares, stop talking nonsense. I brought him out this time because I was worried about accidents happening. I don't want to face the sect master's blame. Orlando, overhearing Ares, couldn't help but retort. Xavion felt warmth in his heart upon hearing this, then shook his head. Johnny Ares, I appreciate your kindness, but right now, I just want to seek my luck alone. I'll treasure my life and won't recklessly endanger myself. I enjoy being alone and dislike traveling in large groups. Before Xavion finished speaking, Orlando's voice interrupted. Junior brother Bai, do you think we're deadweights? Or do you believe you're so capable that joining us would mean splitting rewards? We bring you along for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Xavion. Indeed, after these days, Xavion had some understanding of Orlando. He knew that Orlando wanted him to join the Eagle Alliance and had high hopes for him. However, his repeated rejections made Orlando feel helpless, leading to this hostility. Johnny Orlando, I appreciate your concern and understand that you've been worrying about me these days. But I am simply this kind of person. I truly apologize. As for joining the Eagle Alliance, I will consider it seriously, but even if I decide to join, it won't be now. With that, Xavion quickly slipped away, fleeing hastily. He really needed to escape quickly. Orlando seemed determined to invite him out of kindness, but Xavion couldn't keep rejecting him without causing offense. However, Xavion had no choice. If Orlando found out about his compass, he would certainly demand it be handed over, which Xavion did not want to happen. You talk too much? Boy, don't get carried away. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Orlando almost lost his composure. Fortunately, only a few people remained nearby, or it would have been embarrassing. And what a loss of face for him. But despite his words, Orlando felt a twinge of emotion. This kid finally has some conscience. Chapter 63, The Strange Rabbit. After separating from the group, Xavion walked alone on the streets of Tobal City, guiding himself with the compass in his hand. Occasionally, he checked to ensure no one had noticed him carrying the compass. The compass was a secret, and Xavion absolutely did not want anyone to discover it. Xavion stopped in front of a large mansion. From the outside, it was clear that the owner of this house had once been a significant figure. Seeing this, Xavion became somewhat excited. He then opened the compass and began probing the spirit array here. After some exploration, Xavion found that the spirit array still responded to the compass, at least partially. He hesitated for a moment. Could the compass detect all spirit arrays? What if its previous response at the entrance was just by chance? Or worse yet, what if there were spirit arrays the compass couldn't detect? If so, wouldn't he be in deep trouble if he ventured in recklessly and ended up dying? That would be too regretful. But then Xavion reminded himself of the words he had spoken earlier. We cultivators defy the heavens. He couldn't back down now. After all, relying solely on his lucky charm wouldn't do. He had to forge his own path. With these thoughts in mind, Xavion followed the compass's instructions and resolutely stepped into the spirit array. This time, everything went smoothly. The compass proved reliable, and he encountered no issues as he entered. Xavion felt relieved and stepped into the room. The moment he opened the door, Xavion was startled. Inside, bodies of a strange race lay scattered haphazardly, their skin pitch black but otherwise human-like. Xavion quickly regained his composure. These must be the legendary non-humans. They probably never imagined that years later, a human descendant would come seeking treasures among their remains. Xavion observed a moment of silence to show respect for the former inhabitants. He hoped that if they were watching from the afterlife, they might bless him as he took away their possessions. After paying his respects, Xavion reopened the compass to check the spirit arrays within the room. Before coming here, he had brought several storage bags, expensive items among outer disciples, but easily obtainable for him now. With these bags, he could carry away anything he wanted. After sweeping the room with the compass, Xavion confirmed there were no other spirit arrays. He then began rummaging through the room thoroughly. Like a vandal, he searched everywhere. Eventually, he found only a few spirit stones and nothing else. Xavion was somewhat displeased. Wasn't this supposed to be a wealthy household? Even if there were no valuable artifacts, at least some gold, silver, or jewelry would have been useful in the mortal world. But here, there was nothing except for furniture. This place was far too sparse. Moving to the second floor, Xavion searched again but found nothing. Descending, he was almost infuriated, staring at the corpses below with anger, wishing he could obliterate them. How hateful that they left nothing for future explorers. Just as Xavion was about to leave, something dawned on him. Such a grand household, suddenly slaughtered, should have left something behind. He simply hadn't found it yet. Could there be a hidden basement? Determined, Xavion immediately drew the spear of war and began smashing everything. When he destroyed a bed, he finally uncovered what looked like an underground passage. Excited, Xavion poked the opening with the spear. Instantly, a black shadow darted out. A ghost. Xavion jumped, truly shocked. How could anything still be alive after all these years in the Tobal ruins? Without hesitation, Xavion chased after the shadow. He couldn't let it escape. Letting it go would haunt him forever. He soon cornered the creature. To his surprise, it was a large, pitch-black rabbit. Injured and fearful, it stared at Xavion helplessly. The rabbit's cultivation was merely second-level chi refinement, posing no threat. Xavion was speechless. It seemed this was a pet of the former owners, saved during the final moments before their demise. Pets often lacked fighting power, but owners typically loved them dearly. Even in inevitable disasters, they tried to give their pets a chance to survive. Sighing, Xavion took some food and water from his storage bag and placed them on the ground. Since he was taking their possessions, it was only right to ensure their pet survived a bit longer. Xavion didn't know why the rabbit had lived so long, but many beast spirits had long lifespans, so he didn't dwell on it. Leaving the food, he descended into the underground passage. To his surprise, after eating, The rabbit followed him obediently, treating him as its new master. Moved by this, Xavion softened his heart. If he left, the rabbit would likely not survive alone. Since he was taking the household's possessions, he might as well take the pet with him. This way, he could feel more justified, even doing a good deed. If the original owners were watching, they might indeed bless him. This translation maintains the original structure and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The names are kept in pinyin form as instructed, and the tone is preserved throughout. Chapter 64. Struck rich. Ba Allen descended down the passage, with Rabbit trailing behind him, his eyes darting about. As he walked further in, Ba Allen's eyes lit up. The basement was a treasure trove. Massive piles of spirit stones formed hills, heaps of gold and silver treasures were scattered around, along with a vast collection of weapons and cultivation techniques that seemed incredibly valuable. It appeared as if the original owner had stashed all these valuables here to prevent others from finding them. Whether they feared future intruders or enemies from their time, it was unclear. Seeing so many spirit stones, Ba Allen's heart raced with one thought. He had struck rich. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones could support his intensive cultivation for an entire year. Thankfully, he had come alone. Otherwise, if he had brought Orlando and the others, they would have demanded a share, and a significant portion would need to be turned over to the sect. Next, Ba Allen pulled out a shovel from his storage pouch and began filling it with loot. Storage pouches were designed to hold other storage pouches, and Ba Allen had brought plenty of them, ensuring there would be no shortage of space. His excitement soared as he continued transferring items, undisturbed by the hours spent working. Finally, after several hours, only the cultivation manuals remained. Ba Allen approached one, flipping it open casually. To his dismay, he couldn't recognize the script. Even though he couldn't cultivate using them, he still considered them valuable, his war trophies. Perhaps one day, he might find someone who could benefit from these and repay their kindness. Yes, Ba Allen always thought far ahead. This trip had truly made him rich. For a moment, he felt like renaming himself Ba Spy, but quickly dismissed the idea. Low profile was essential. If word got out about his wealth, the sect might investigate, uncovering his newly acquired fortune. After tidying up, Ba Allen decided to leave with Rabbit, heading to another mansion to search for more treasures. Sure, keep it down. We can't let the Guesu sect members find out. We're on their territory now, gathering as much as we can, one voice whispered. Those Guesu sect bastards, especially the youngest one, humiliated our people. We must get revenge. Calm down. Let's wait until we see that boy. There's no rush, another responded. He's just at the Amador realm while you're already at the Jasuo realm level 1. As Ba Allen emerged from the basement, he overheard the conversation. Enraged, he realized these people blamed him for all this. Just as he started to think they might attribute the missing items to him, Ba Allen grew furious and leaped out suddenly. Bang! The sound of his foot slamming into the ground startled the few Haskell searching the place. Their gazes immediately shifted towards him. One of them sneered upon recognizing Ba Allen. Well, look who we found. I should have known it was you, you little rat. You took everything, didn't you? Another chimed in. Your days are numbered now that you've come here alone. There were 3 Haskell, all assigned to this mission. Teams like these were common among various sects. Yes, there were quite a few good things, like those mountains of spirit stones, Ba Allen smirked coldly. But do you think you can get them? You're asking for death. They raged. Never before had they encountered a Guesu sect disciple so bold, especially not one at the Amador realm, taunting them openly. With unkind faces, the 3 men advanced towards him. 2 were at Amador realm level 9, and 1 was at Jasuo realm level 1. Such a lineup would make anyone's scalp tingle, but Ba Allen showed no fear. Their cultivation levels weren't too intimidating. Confident in his ability to fight across realms, Ba Allen swiftly drew his war god spear, triggering a dragon roar that reverberated through the air. A spectral dragon appeared on his spear. He had made up his mind. These heads must be taken first. Regrettably, it seemed they hadn't collected much themselves, leaving Ba Allen without additional spoils. Ba Allen looked at them with pity, causing confusion. They couldn't fathom why he stared at them so sympathetically. Chapter 65. Fighting 3 at once. Boy, I truly admire your courage. It's commendable that you dare to draw your weapon and fight despite facing the 3 of us. I respect you for that, said the Johnny of Jingguang sect. But unfortunately, such courage means nothing in the face of overwhelming power, he added. Xavion was speechless. Why did people from Jingguang sect love to engage in trash talk before a fight? Did it fascinate him after returning? A student at the 9th stage Auspicious Breath realm actually contending with a restraining realm fighter. It was far too terrifying. The Johnny immediately executed another set of sword techniques, continuing his assault on Xavion. He also began to feel astonished at Xavion's resilience. This boy can actually resist me, and it seems I can't kill him quickly. This is frightening. No wonder the previous disciples of our sect lost to him. You two, come together. This guy is odd. Let's kill him quickly and take his belongings. The Johnny was clearly anxious. He wasn't worried about dying under Xavion's hands, but feared that prolonged battle sounds would attract Gueshu sect members. If they saw their prodigies being attacked, they might immediately kill him. This place belonged to Gueshu sect. With only 3 of them here, they wouldn't stand a chance against Gueshu sect members. Upon receiving orders, the 2 remaining Ezekiel nodded and rapidly launched their attacks at Xavion. One disciple wielded a chain that burst into flames as it unfolded. The flames emitted an intimidating aura as the chain moved towards Xavion's weapon with apparent intelligence. Xavion had to be careful this time. Facing 3 attackers, especially a restraining realm fighter, made things much tougher. Though he could contend with them, defeating them wouldn't be easy, especially with 2 9th stage Auspicious Breath realm allies assisting. Most notably, the chain Y Humphrey intimidated even Xavion. Quickly, he realized the source of the chain's power wasn't from cultivation or skill, but from its nature as a magical artifact. Thinking of this, Xavion licked his lips and eyed the chain with burning desire. He was already convinced this chain would soon belong to him. Anything he set his mind on, he must obtain no matter what. Look at that greedy expression. Aslan felt disgust and unease seeing Xavion eyeing his chain greedily. A mere 6th-stage Auspicious Breath Realm cultivator could withstand a restraining realm attack. Without the Johnny, he doubted he and the 9th-stage Auspicious Breath Realm brother could handle Xavion alone. This guy fought like a ferocious beast. Now, I'll distract him, Hal. Use your chain to wrap around this guy. This kid is bizarre and skilled. We must kill him quickly. The Johnny urged, sensing Xavion growing stronger in combat. If this continued, Xavion might find a way to escape. Hal was sweating profusely. Despite hitting Xavion multiple times with his chain, each blow only weakened Xavion slightly before he regained vigor. His recovery ability was beyond comprehension. What they didn't know was that Xavion's health value was depleting fast. This was one of the most taxing battles for him. If not for his strong foundation, he might have been defeated. Die! Xavion yelled, summoning a spiritual vortex from which the Mandala Divine Flower emerged, releasing ripples of energy and green vines extending toward the trio. Xavion knew he had to use his full strength. He was almost pushed to his limits, unable to pick up attributes due to their relentless attacks. If he couldn't gain attributes, the outcome would be death by exhaustion. Even with stored energy, it was limited. Waiting for help would risk losing valuable resources, including spirit stones. Spirit stones, those precious resources. Note, the paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as requested. Chapter 66, Intense Battle. Kill. Xavion roared, clutching the war god's spear as he flew through the air, unleashing his ferocious cultivation to sweep towards the 3 opponents. In just one exchange, under Xavion's roar, a 9th-layer Amador realm disciple entangled by mandala flowers instantly turned to dust, scattering into the sky. The remaining senior brother and the other person saw this, their eyes filled with intense fear. They hadn't anticipated that Xavion could be so formidable. To think that he could actually turn the tables even when they were acting together. Younger brother, we must do everything possible to eliminate this demon now. Otherwise, this day next year will be our end. Seeing the situation, the eldest brother's face turned ruthless, turning to his junior beside him. At this moment, the junior's expression was extremely grave. Clearly, he understood the gravity of his Humphrey brother's words. If they didn't unite against this guy, they would truly fail in an unexpected way today. Who would have thought that an ant in their eyes could become so powerful, capable of overwhelming them despite the combined efforts of a Jizuo realm and an Amador realm practitioner? We thought those two had fabricated their defeat to avoid trouble. But now it's clear, Xavion is far beyond what either of us can handle. Alright, Hugh brother, let's use our strongest attack. I don't believe this guy can really defy the heavens. The James bellowed. The next moment, his entire body emitted an ancient aura, and a 7-colored phoenix emerged. This phoenix, bathed in divine light, flapped its wings, reducing everything around it to dust. In an instant, the 7-colored phoenix lunged at Xavion. Humph, boy, this 7-colored phoenix is my ultimate skill. What are you doing, Humphrey brother? As the James was about to boast, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He saw his Humphrey brother begin to flee desperately, leaving him alone to confront Xavion. Instantly, the junior realized he had been betrayed. His Humphrey brother had never intended to fight Xavion alongside him, but wanted to escape alone. He was merely being used as a shield. Now, his Humphrey brother had seized the opportunity to flee, and there was no turning back for him. He had to delay Xavion. Damn it! The James cursed loudly, but he couldn't waste time resenting his Humphrey brother, because Xavion had already descended before the 7-colored phoenix, sweeping his war god's spear at it. Bang! In an instant, the 7-colored phoenix was shattered by Xavion, dissolving into scattered spiritual light. It's your turn now. Xavion revealed a cold killing intent, wielding the war god's spear as he charged toward the James. Spare me. The junior's face changed drastically, but how could Xavion give him such an opportunity? These people had come together to ambush him. He had to kill them all. If he let them go, the next time Jingguang's sect sent assassins, it wouldn't be so simple. Next time, they might marshal all their forces to annihilate him in retribution. Pooh! Instantly, the war god's spear pierced the Jingguang sect disciple's chest. In the next moment, Xavion transformed into a long rainbow, charging in the direction the Humphrey brother had fled. Although each sect had only brought a few Jizuo realm disciples, killing one would earn significant rewards upon returning to the sect. Even though his opponent had fled, Xavion wasn't concerned if other disciples saw him pursuing Jingguang sect members. Once he left the compound, no one knew what bounty he had secured. If Orlando and the others saw he possessed the power to slay Jizuo realm disciples, they wouldn't dare search his storage back. Only then would everything be safe. If he let this person escape, this person would harbor hatred. Even if Jingguang's sect couldn't find him, this person might inform Guesu's sect about his substantial gains. Where are you going? Xavion roared, speeding up and catching sight of the Humphrey brother. Just as the Jingguang sect Humphrey brother had barely escaped, he almost fainted seeing Xavion rapidly closing in on him. The hell? How is this kid so damn strange? The Humphrey brother cursed inwardly, on the verge of despair. He only wanted to reach Jingguang sect territory quickly, then rally the remaining Jizuo realm disciples to collectively kill Xavion. It was too terrifying. If Xavion remained alive, he could imagine this existence becoming a powerful threat one day, potentially destroying Jingguang sect. He did not want to live in fear for the rest of his life. Moreover, he was confident of his status within Jingguang sect. If he made a call, the remaining Jizuo realm disciples would recognize the severity and join forces to eliminate Xavion. However, Xavion continued chasing faster, leaving the Humphrey brother at his wit's end. Xavion, can we talk? Let me go, and we can part ways without further conflict. Killing me now will anger Jingguang sect. Trust me, if you push me, you'll see the power of a Jizuo realm. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Watching Xavion close in, the Humphrey brother continuously bluffed, hoping Xavion would hesitate, giving room for negotiation. But Xavion wasn't moved. On the contrary, Xavion said nothing, continuing the pursuit relentlessly. You're insane. You know I'm a Jizuo realm expert. If you force me, you'll die too. Even if you survive, Jingguang's sect won't let you off. The Humphrey brother roared in despair. Note: the translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Names like Xavion are kept as they are, adhering to pinyin romanization. ####Chapter 69. Stirring up a hornet's nest. Hemph. If you had the strength to fight to the death, would you be acting like a cowardly turtle hiding in its shell? If you have the guts, then come and fight to the death with me. As for the Golden Light sect, I seriously doubt they can trace your silent death back to me. With a cold laugh, Xavion sped up even more. In an instant, he caught up to the senior brother. Since you're determined to seek death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die. Seeing there was no escape, the Golden Light sect senior brother, forced by circumstances, turned around with red eyes and faced Xavion for a final, desperate battle. After all, Xavion had been relentlessly chasing him, leaving him nowhere to run. The only choice now was a decisive battle. If he won, he might live. There was no other option. Facing the desperation of the Golden Light sect senior brother, Xavion gave a faint smile and swiftly thrust his Feihong spear at him. Now, Xavion only wanted to kill him and silence him. Looking for death. Enraged, the Golden Light sect senior brother immediately clashed with Xavion. However, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. It didn't take long before Xavion impaled him with a single spear strike. In his dying moments, the senior brother's eyes widened, unable to understand how he could die at the hands of a disciple at the Amador realm. He was, after all, a locking realm expert. But it mattered little whether he accepted his fate or not. This life was destined to end as nothing more than a stepping stone for Xavion. After dispatching the senior brother, Xavion retrieved his storage bag, a rightful war bounty. Then, he returned to Selevantian. Leaving aside the fact that he hadn't taken the other 2 storage bags yet, he also intended to take the rabbit along. Since he had taken from the owner's belongings, he felt responsible for the rabbit's well-being, a personal promise. Upon his return, the rabbit obediently waited for him in the hall, as if knowing Xavion would never abandon it. After collecting the 2 storage bags, Xavion proceeded to dispose of the bodies thoroughly. Regardless, Xavion did not want others to witness what happened here. If other Guesu sect disciples found Haskell corpses in their territory, it would inevitably lead to investigations and eventually trace back to him. Next, Xavion examined the rabbit. The aesthetics of these beings were truly strange. Not only was the owner pitch black, but so was the pet rabbit. Shouldn't rabbits be white and cute? Xavion began walking out of the hall with the homeless rabbit. From today on, I'm your new master. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you. As long as I have food, you'll get what I pull. Forever and ever, as long as I'm alive, you won't starve because I'll cook you before I die. Sensing Xavion's kindness, the rabbit nudged him affectionately, indicating it wouldn't leave either. After leaving Selevantian, Xavion took the compass and began exploring for his next opportunity. My junior brother, how is your harvest? Why not join us? A pair of Guesu sect disciples approached and extended an olive branch. With Xavion's combat prowess evident, having him join would provide a strong boost. Besides, protecting Xavion was crucial. Any mishap would lead to repercussions from the sect. I'm doing fine. You guys continue. I don't really like crowds. Xavion smiled genuinely and pointed to the rabbit behind him, saying, this is my new pet. How cute is it? Guesu sect disciples. They looked at the black rabbit beside Xavion. Despite its decent features, the color was unappealing. But since Xavion didn't wish to join, they had no other options. With the rabbit, Xavion entered another mansion. This one was just as luxurious as the previous one. Learning from past success, Xavion became quite interested in such grand residences. He knew these places housed many valuable items. At the very least, he wouldn't leave empty-handed. The Tobo ruins were valued by all sects precisely because everything inside remained untouched when they first appeared, allowing one to find numerous treasures easily. Habitually, Xavion took out the compass and used its guidance to enter. Indeed, this compass was invaluable, capable of finding precise entry points through various spiritual arrays. Believing that with the compass, he had the world in his grasp, Xavion opened the door. Immediately, he was stunned by the sight of densely packed mechanical spirit puppets standing guard like an army. As Xavion intruded, the puppets activated, their eyes glowing red. F***CK. Xavion cursed and grabbed the black rabbit, fleeing for his life. Although he had never encountered such puppets, he had read about them. Used for guarding and would chase down intruders relentlessly. Boom! Behind him, the puppets moved into action, locking onto Xavion and pursuing him with deadly intent. A relentless chase ensued, with Xavion running as if his life depended on it. Damn it! Running ahead while the puppets pursued, Xavion realized he couldn't shake them off anytime soon. They were fast, and the Tobo ruins were unfamiliar territory for him. These puppets possessed some intelligence, knowing the layout of the ruins, and even taking shortcuts to surround him. At that moment, Xavion wished he could curse the person who created those cursed things. What kind of wealth must one possess to create something like this? Dead or alive? Still fearing a burglary. Chapter 68. Diverting disaster eastward. Xavion fled in a panic, like a dog that had lost its home, with a group of combat puppets trailing behind him. Though expressionless, they seemed eager to devour Xavion alive. Xavion looked helpless as he ran, still holding his rabbit. The rabbit, hanging in his grip, wore a look of complete despair. Who would have thought that right after coming out, it would encounter such a situation, losing all face? Soon, Xavion encountered a group of Guesu sect disciples while fleeing from the combat puppets. Seeing these Guesu sect disciples from afar, Xavion immediately shouted with all his might. Run quickly, I'm in trouble. Junior brother bye, don't be afraid. Your senior brothers are here to save you. Scram. Run now. You can't handle these combat puppets. Save yourselves and leave me alone. Seeing how badly Xavion was being chased, the Guesu sect disciples were ready to help but were scolded by Xavion. Xavion knew too well how terrifying the combat puppets chasing him were. These were combat puppets at the Amador realm, with some even reaching the Jasua realm. The majority of them were at the 9th layer of the Amador realm. Such strength meant that not only could these Guesu sect disciples not match up, but even if all the Guesu sect disciples or everyone who entered the Tobaz ruins were called in, it wouldn't make much difference. Now, the only way was to find a way to shake off this group of combat puppets. Seeing Xavion's agitation, the Guesu sect members were momentarily stunned. Then, they chose to believe him and quickly moved far away. After all, Xavion's combat power was well known. Some had estimated that Xavion's strength could rival that of a semi-Jasua realm powerhouse. It wasn't impossible for him to even match a Jasua realm expert. Despite this, Xavion had no confidence in facing those combat puppets and was only able to escape in a rather embarrassing manner. This could only mean that the combat puppets were incredibly strong. With no choice, they decided to leave and immediately use a transmission jade slip to report back to the sect, urging reinforcements to come swiftly on horseback. They also planned to contact other Guesu sect disciples, working together to rescue junior brother Bai. While escaping, Xavion noticed that the combat puppets indeed couldn't catch up to him. He just needed a bit more time to lose them. Thinking of this, Xavion suddenly grinned maliciously. He had a good plan. Since the Tobaz ruins weren't solely occupied by the Guesu sect, why not divert the combat puppets to another sect's territory? Yes, diverting disaster eastward. This move might even earn him plenty of spirit stones if the Bradley found out. Deciding quickly, Xavion led the combat puppets toward the adjacent Jinguang sect's area. If these puppets wanted to kill him, leading them into another sect's territory would be just as effective. Besides, there weren't many Jasua realm experts among the Jinguang sect members. They lacked the strength to combat these puppets. According to Xavion's estimation, the Jinguang sect probably lacked the means to resist the combat puppets. The entire sect would likely undergo a dramatic mass exodus. Weaker disciples would need to be protected by Jasua realm experts to avoid falling behind and being killed by the combat puppets. Meanwhile, in the Jinguang sect's territory, a group of people were exploring nearby residences. One residence they had previously entered contained a spirit array that gave them significant trouble. These disciples were now considering how to solve their current predicament. Suddenly, they heard dense footsteps. What's happening? Could it be an enemy attack? Impossible. No sect has such a large number of troops. It must be the sound from a spirit array. Perhaps someone from our sect has accidentally triggered it. Let's hurry to save them. With determined faces, the Ezekiel began running toward the source of the footsteps. Very soon, they saw Xavion fleeing toward them, looking quite disheveled. He was heading straight for them, about to meet them imminently. Ha ha ha, truly heaven helps me. This guy is seeking us out on our own territory. Those brothers can hold on for a bit. Let's kill Xavion quickly. This will be a great achievement. You choose hell over paradise. Seeing Xavion, the Jinguang sect members laughed loudly and ran toward him, intending to intercept him. However, as they approached, they realized Xavion was being pursued by a group of spiritual puppets. Instantly, the Ezekiel understood where the footsteps came from and realized Xavion's devious plan to divert disaster. Damn it, Xavion. May you die miserably for bringing these things to our place. Brothers, let's fight these spiritual puppets. Ow. Why fight? Don't you see Xavion is running for his life? The Guesu sect disciples are already long gone. Are things in the Tobaz ruins simple? What should we do then? What else? Run. The Ezekiel panicked and started running desperately, trying to get rid of the combat puppets. But soon, they despairingly realized the puppets were fast, almost nipping at their heels. They couldn't shake them off. Moreover, Xavion, the perpetrator, had already run past them, still clutching his rabbit. How cunning, how hateful this man was. Run quick. We'll divert disaster to the Guesu sect's territory. That won't work. If we want to lead them back to the Guesu sect's territory, we'd have to backtrack, which would only collide with these combat puppets. What do we do then? How about leading them to another sect's territory? Good idea. Indeed, everyone present didn't know the map of the Tobaz ruins well enough to lead the combat puppets back to the Guesu sect's territory. Though reluctant, they could only temporarily share the burden with another sect first. As for the despicable Xavion, they'd deal with him later. For now, they needed to resolve the immediate crisis. Wow! Xavion yelled as he fled chaotically, seemingly worse off than the Ezekiel. Then, an idea struck him. Immediately, he raised his voice. I am Xavion. I've arrived at your Jinguang sect territory to challenge your disciples. That single sentence further inflamed the Ezekiel anger. Chapter 69. That's right, I am from the Guesu sect. The reason Xavion loudly challenged the Jinguang sect was to attract the remaining members of the sect. He firmly believed that anyone who heard his audacious proclamation would immediately rush over without delay. One by one, those within earshot would come. Of course, those who couldn't hear were a different story. At that moment, he intended to lure all of the Jinguang sect members so the spirit puppet army could chase them. Xavion wasn't worried about the resentment from the Ezekiel behind him for daring to do this. After all, just leading the spirit puppets into Jinguang sect territory was enough to draw hate. There was no turning back now. Might as well make it worse. Hey, are all you Jinguang sect members tortoises with retracted heads? Aren't you going to come out and see me? They've come right to your territory afraid? Xavion yelled, causing the Ezekiel faces to turn livid. This damn man was here specifically to stir up trouble, wasn't he? Does he not think things are big enough already? The Ezekiel wanted to pounce and tear Xavion apart, but were simply not fast enough. Johnny, should we shout to others not to come over? Otherwise, won't we fall for this boy's trick? A disciple asked breathlessly, glaring at Xavion as if ready to devour him alive. No way. If we shout loudly, others will think we're afraid of Xavion. But, can we really leave others to the wolves? Aslan weakly countered. Idiot, do you think what you thought hasn't occurred to Xavion too? He anticipated that if we shouted, it might help him attract people from our sect. Indeed, once we shout, others won't accept being left out. They haven't seen the horror of the spirit puppets and will likely believe we're preventing their share of the credit. So, they'll only come faster. The senior disciple said irritably. The only option now is to try and divert the spirit puppet army toward another sect's territory. Under Xavion's provocations, some nearby Jingguang sect teams indeed could not sit still. Driven by a sense of justice and the honor of their sect, they stepped forward. Then, along with Xavion, they ran in a marathon. Eventually, almost everyone on the Jingguang sect's territory was lured out, along with several disciples from other sections. Xavion led everyone toward another sect, the Chi Drake sect. At this point, events there mirrored those at Jingguang sect. Soon, Xavion made quick work of the Chi Drake sect too, leaving these people to continue their long run and pass the disaster on to other sections. The group grew bigger. Xavion watched helplessly as more people joined in the race behind him. He felt an odd mixture of satisfaction and dread. Behind him, the group looked utterly helpless. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't shake off the spirit puppets, forcing them into endless escape. As time went by, those who exhausted their energy lagged behind and were quickly caught and overwhelmed by the spirit puppet army. The remaining people continued running, unsure when they'd be able to escape from these abominable spirit puppets. Importantly, aside from Jingguang sect, no one recognized Xavion. Given that each sect has its geniuses and Xavion's exploits hadn't spread far, he wasn't noteworthy yet. Thus, these unknowing individuals shifted their anger towards Jingguang sect, thinking they orchestrated all this and brought disaster to them. On the run, members of other sects would seize any chance to trip up or hinder the Jingguang sect members, hoping to get them killed by the spirit puppet army. Do you think with all of us, we don't need to fear these spirit puppets? Why don't we join forces and deal with them? Someone suggested breathlessly during the run, only to be swiftly dismissed by the stronger cultivators in their own sect. They saw the power and strength of the spirit puppets and realized collectively they might not be strong enough. Moreover, even if they could fight them, it would result in heavy losses, potentially leaving only a few survivors per sect. This situation couldn't be reported to their sect masters. It was safer to escape with the majority alive. All they could do now was wait for Humphrey members from their sects to rescue them. Jingguang sect, I hate you all. You dare show up to the inter-sect competition? Huh? Come one by one and we'll kill you. That's right. Jingguang sect is so detestable. We should form a student alliance to specially target Jingguang sect members. Several Jingguang sect seniors could no longer hold back hearing these insults. Brother, you misunderstood. We didn't bring this calamity. That guy in front belongs to the Guesu sect, not ours. You expect us to believe a stranger could lead this many spirit puppets? I'm not lying. Ask him yourself. Ask if he's from the Guesu sect. One of the Jingguang sect Humphreys rushed to defend when they noticed their sect being implicated and Xavion taken as one of their own. At this point, Xavion overheard everything from ahead and turned around confidently saying to the rest of the sects, that's right, I am from the Guesu sect, here to cause chaos. Xavion spoke the truth. However, upon reaching other sects' ears, it became something else. They glared angrily at the Jingguang sect, feeling insulted. Clearly, Jingguang sect was trying to shift the blame to Guesu sect, who would openly admit they were from the Guesu sect. Such an easy confession proved he was from Jingguang sect, shifting disaster away from them. Chapter 70, The Shocked Johnnies. The people of the Golden Light sect were nearly driven mad. They had never collectively hated a single person as much as they did Xavion right now. His existence was a thorn in their flesh, and they desperately wanted to get rid of him. However, Xavion's speed was incredible, and for the moment, they couldn't catch up with him. Xavion led this group, wreaking havoc around the nearby sections. Taking advantage of the ensuing chaos, he managed to divert the attention of the spirit puppets away from himself and then turned into a corner, successfully evading them. As for the rest, well, let them worry about it for now. Since these weren't people from the Guesu sect, Xavion didn't feel obligated to help them. As for what would happen after this incident between the other sects and the Golden Light sect, that was none of his business. After putting down the rabbit, Xavion began to explore the vicinity. This area appeared to be an ancient military camp used by an alien race to train soldiers during the prehistoric era. He carefully searched using the compass, but found no spiritual arrays. After thoroughly turning the place upside down, he realized that not only were there no treasures, but not even a single weapon remained. With no choice, Xavion left the place with the rabbit. On the way back, Xavion used a jade communication chip to inform Orlando and others that he was safe and asked him to notify the sect members. Calculating the time, he figured the Humphreys from the various sects should be arriving soon. Xavion didn't want to continue treasure hunting on the territory of another sect. The reason being, he had offended quite a few people. What if one of them accidentally shook off a spirit puppet and ended up encountering him? In such a scenario, old and new grievances combined could mean trouble. Soon, Xavion retraced his steps and returned to Guesu sect's territory, where he met Orlando and others. Guesu sect disciples had gathered at a palace entrance. Upon seeing Xavion alive, everyone seemed very excited. Junior brother Bai, you're finally back. You can't imagine how worried we were about you. Bai, the Humphreys will arrive soon. It seems not only the sect Khalil is coming, but almost all the outstanding inner disciples are accompanying him. Don't worry, Junior brother Bai. Once the sect Khalil and others arrive, no one will dare touch you. Many disciples consoled Xavion, assuming he must have been shocked by something. Otherwise, why would he appear disinterested in the treasures within the palace? They didn't know that Xavion's distracted mind was actually pondering how to find a plausible excuse to leave. He didn't want to be burdened by the group. Moreover, Xavion now understood that their arrival as the first batch was purely for reconnaissance. The Tobia ruins' grandeur in ancient times couldn't be ignored by any sect. They wouldn't let such a rich resource go unexploited. The main forces coming afterward would undoubtedly turn the Tobia ruins inside out. Looking at the palace, Xavion remarked, is there a way into this palace? Any findings? Orlando sighed upon hearing Xavion's question. Junior brother Alan, you don't know. The array here is very powerful. Even slight contact can be fatal. We probed cautiously and indeed found many treasures inside, but we may not be fortunate enough to enjoy them. We're considering resting a bit and shifting our focus elsewhere. Hearing this, Xavion pondered for a moment, secretly took out his compass, and located the exit of the array. Without consulting anyone, he directly entered the array. Junior brother Alan, no? Be careful, junior brother Alan. It's dangerous inside. What the hell? Why does this guy always cause trouble? The hearts of the senior brothers from Guesu sect leaped into their throats, fearing something might happen to Xavion. Being fellow sect members, they naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to him. However, their eyes bulged when they saw Xavion enter the seemingly impenetrable array without harm. This indicated that Xavion had indeed found the correct entrance. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Earlier, the Humphrey disciples had explored and deemed it nearly impossible to enter due to the powerful array. Now, Xavion had revealed the correct path. Xavion, shocked by Xavion's actions, recalled the message he received when Tobia Ruins opened and the unusual behavior of Xavion over the past days. Suddenly, everything made sense. Xavion must have found a great opportunity but chose not to share or couldn't share it. That's why he wanted to leave the group. Even though Xavion didn't reveal his secret, he still contributed his share. Suddenly, Xavion felt determined to keep Xavion's secret. This Muhammad had potential, and revealing his secrets could cost him a future ally. Thinking of this, Xavion smiled and followed Xavion. The Guesu sect disciples erupted into excitement. Though they didn't know how Xavion found the entrance, the treasures within the palace became their immediate priority. Everyone, be cautious. There might be other arrays inside this one. Also, junior brother Alan previously faced attacks from more puppets. If anything happens, maintain order and exit systematically, Orlando shouted. Subsequently, Guesu sect disciples started entering the array one by one. Translation provided as requested while maintaining the structure and style of the original text. ##### Chapter 71. Struggling desperately. Under Xavion's lead, the members of Guesu sect arrived at the Grand Palace gates. Then, Orlando and his fellow senior disciples kicked the massive doors to pieces and everyone strode into the hall. The moment they entered, everyone was utterly astounded by what they saw. The interior of the hall was extravagantly opulent, with walls made entirely of gold, gleaming with unmatched brilliance. Even the seasoned disciples of Guesu sect couldn't help but feel awestruck. This level of wealth was incomprehensible. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a commotion echoed from above the grand hall. Xavion and the others immediately looked up and saw over a dozen battle puppets converging on them from various directions. Though the number of these puppets wasn't large, their cultivation levels were extremely formidable. The weakest among them possessed 9th layer Amador realm strength, while the strongest had already reached the Jasua realm. A dozen such powerful puppets together could exert significant pressure on them. Junior brothers, don't panic. Let's just deal with these puppets. We absolutely cannot abandon the treasures inside just because of these puppets. Realizing the luxurious surroundings and the relentless nature of battle puppets, which pursued their targets relentlessly until death, Orlando and the others decided against retreating. After all, fleeing wouldn't help. They might as well face the situation head-on. Moreover, the number of puppets wasn't overwhelming, and Guesu sect had the means to deal with them. Xavion and the others prepared for battle. Once the puppets descended, Xavion lunged toward a 9th layer Amador realm puppet, thrusting his war god spear at it. At this moment, Xavion did not intend to reveal too much of his true strength. He merely aimed to tie down one puppet while leaving the rest to his senior brothers. This time, several Jasua realm disciples and numerous 9th layer Amador realm disciples from Guesu sect were present. They weren't exactly afraid of these puppets. With a bang, Xavion's spear pierced through the air, but the puppet's durability exceeded his expectations. A single strike barely left a mark on it. Furthermore, the puppet retaliated, lifting a hand and smacking down on Xavion's war god spear. The impact shook Xavion's internal organs, making him realize that although the puppets couldn't use magical abilities, their brute strength and defense were terrifyingly high. Against humans in the 9th layer Amador realm, Xavion could be considered an overwhelming force. However, here, facing the puppets, he felt somewhat powerless. Worse yet, though many disciples had come, only fewer than 20 had the strength to truly fight the puppets. Gradually, the Guesu sect disciples began to retreat under the relentless attacks of the puppets. Those who lacked sufficient power could only aid by sneaking in attacks when possible. At this moment, everyone realized the true terror of the puppets. They were extremely difficult to destroy, and at the same level, clearly far superior to humans. F***CK. Why can't we break these mechanical monsters? Damn, so resilient. Why would the alien races manufacture so many battle puppets? Curses filled the air as the Guesu sect disciples struggled against the puppets. Xavion suddenly thought about how if other sects like Jingguang sect were trapped here and faced off against the puppets, they would likely suffer massive losses. Once engaged, there would be no escape given the puppets' tenacity. Guesu sect had also underestimated the situation. Now, inside the palace, they had no option to retreat. The exit controlled by the formation was narrow, and if they attempted to flee, the puppets would instantly block the passage. Help! A sharp scream rang out near Xavion. He saw Sylvana nearby being attacked by a puppet. Sylvana, being only at the 8th layer Amador realm, stood no chance against the puppet. With a roar, Xavion dove forward and kicked the puppet attacking Sylvana, sending it flying aside. Are you okay? Get out of the way quickly. In the chaos, Xavion didn't have time to comfort her and immediately resumed battling the puppets. These puppets were incredibly tough, and unless destroyed thoroughly, they would continue fighting relentlessly without fear. Sylvana, saved by Xavion, gazed dazedly at his figure in combat. She recalled how she had initially tried to recruit him into her inner circle upon his entry into the sect. Now, it was he who was protecting her. Her feelings were complicated. Remembering her previous condescending attitude towards Xavion, Sylvana felt a blush creeping up her cheeks. Another boom sounded as Xavion fought off another puppet attempting to ambush him. With a forced fist, he managed to damage it slightly, but it still posed a serious threat. Xavion felt a lingering pain in his fist after the strike, realizing the disadvantage of engaging the puppets without proper weapons. Over half of the Gueshu sect disciples were unarmed. Already, several disciples lay incapacitated, while the survivors continued to struggle futilely. Defeat seemed inevitable. Even a strong Jiasuo realm expert like Orlando found himself at a disadvantage against a Jiasuo realm puppet. Everyone, catch these weapons! Xavion roared, pulling out numerous weapons from his storage bag and distributing them among the disciples. He shouted again, "This kind of fighting won't work. We'll eventually all perish. We need strategy. Listen up. Deploy some Amador realm disciples around the perimeter. Have the other Jiasuo realm disciples assist by holding off some Jiasuo realm puppets. Meanwhile, the remaining Jiasuo realm disciples should immediately launch devastating attacks on the Amador realm puppets. We can only survive by reducing their numbers. Otherwise, we're all going to die here." Although everyone had prepared themselves for the possibility of dying in pursuit of an opportunity, when faced with real death, everyone longed to live. Xavion did not want any harm to befall the Gueshu sect disciples. His idea mirrored the tactics of Tianji's horse racing, though adapted to their current predicament. Chapter 71. Struggling hard. Under Xavion's lead, the Gueshu sect members arrived at the Grand Palace gates. Orlando and the other senior disciples kicked the massive doors to pieces and strode into the main hall. The moment they entered, everyone was stunned by what lay before them. The interior of the hall was extravagantly decorated, with walls plated in gold, shining brilliantly. Even the well-traveled disciples of the Gueshu sect marveled at the opulence. This place must have been unbelievably wealthy to achieve such luxury. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, a commotion erupted above them. Xavion and the others quickly looked up. In the next instant, more than 10 combat puppets emerged from different directions, surrounding them. Although there weren't many puppets, their cultivation levels were formidable. The weakest among them possessed 9th stage vast aura realm strength, while the strongest had reached Shackle's realm. Combined, over 10 such combat puppets could apply significant pressure on them. "Junior brothers, don't panic. We just need to deal with these combat puppets," said one disciple. "We absolutely cannot let these combat puppets stop us from acquiring the treasures inside." Realizing that the riches within would be worth the risk, and knowing that running away wouldn't help as combat puppets would relentlessly pursue them, Orlando decided not to retreat. Besides, the number of combat puppets wasn't overwhelming for Gueshu sect. Xavion and the others prepared for battle. As soon as the combat puppets descended, Xavion charged at one of the 9th stage vast aura realm combat puppets with his war god spear. Xavion didn't want to reveal too much of his true strength just yet. He only needed to tie up one puppet, leaving the rest to the senior disciples. Several Shackle's realm disciples from Gueshu sect were present, along with numerous 9th stage vast aura realm disciples. These combat puppets, although intimidating, weren't feared by them. Bang! When Xavion stabbed the combat puppet with his war god spear, its resilience exceeded his expectations. His attack barely left a mark. Moreover, the combat puppet raised a hand and smacked Xavion's spear, sending shockwaves through his chest. Xavion realized that despite lacking mystical abilities, these puppets possessed terrifying brute force and defense far surpassing those of human cultivators at similar levels. He usually dominated 9th stage vast aura humans, but against these combat puppets, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Worse still, though many Gueshu sect disciples were present, only about 20 were powerful enough to engage these combat puppets effectively. They found themselves gradually being forced backward. Less capable disciples resorted to hit-and-run tactics to assist. At this point, everyone acknowledged the formidable nature of these combat puppets. They were significantly stronger than humans of equivalent rank. Damn it, how can we break these mechanical beings? What the hell? Why did alien races create so many unbreakable combat puppets? Gueshu sect members started cursing aloud as they struggled against the puppets. If other sects like Golden Light sect engaged in a full-scale battle here, they might all perish. Once combat commenced, escaping would be nearly impossible. Even Gueshu sect had underestimated the situation, leaving no option but to press forward. The combat puppets pursued relentlessly, and if they attempted to flee, the exit would be blocked immediately. "Help me!" A sharp scream echoed near Xavion. He saw Sylvana under attack from a combat puppet nearby. At 8th stage vast aura realm, she was no match for it. Boom! Xavion dashed over and kicked the combat puppet away from Sylvana. "Are you okay? Quickly hide." Xavion had no time for comfort, immediately turning back to face the puppets. Combat puppets were difficult to destroy. Unless critically damaged, they continued fighting without fear. Unlike humans, they never wavered. Sylvana, rescued by Xavion, stared in daze at him, recalling how she had once tried to recruit him when he first joined the inner sect. Now, he was protecting her. Her feelings were indescribable, especially considering her previous arrogance in front of Xavion. Boom! As Xavion fought, another combat puppet ambushed him. Forced to defend, he punched the puppet, causing some damage but still leaving it a significant threat. Xavion's fist throbbed afterward. He realized that without weapons, combating puppets would be very disadvantageous. Over half of Gueshu sect's disciples were weaponless. Several Gueshu sect members had already been knocked out by the combat puppets. The remaining few continued to struggle desperately, but defeat seemed inevitable. Even Orlando, a Shackle's realm powerhouse, couldn't gain any advantage against a similarly ranked combat puppet. "Everyone listen, I have weapons," Xavion shouted, pulling out various weapons from his storage bag and distributing them among the disciples. "We can't keep fighting like this. We will eventually fail. We need a strategy. Hear me out. Divert some vast aura realm disciples to surround and distract the Shackle's realm puppets, while the rest of the Shackle's realm disciples delivered devastating blows to the vast aura realm puppets. To survive, we must reduce the number of combat puppets. Otherwise, we will all die here. Though everyone had mentally prepared for death, none wished to meet it now. Xavion didn't want to see Guesu's sect suffer either, so he proposed this strategy, which resembled a tactic from his past life, akin to Tianji's horse racing stratagem. Only this time, it was reimagined by Xavion. Note: character names Xavion, Orlando, and Sylvana are used consistently throughout the translation. Chapter 72. Remarkable Effect. Upon hearing Xavion's allocation, Orlando and the others did not understand why it had to be done this way. However, at such a critical moment, they could only try every possible means to turn things around. After all, if no changes were made, their Guesu sect would be annihilated here. Now, Xavion's method was their only hope. Any change, even if in vain, was better than waiting to die here. Subsequently, the Shackles Realm disciples, led by Orlando, quickly allocated some of the battle puppets to themselves. The Aura Condensation Realm disciples rushed forward and directly blocked those battle puppets. Seniors, take advantage of this opportunity and quickly dispose of these Aura Condensation Realm battle puppets. Only by getting rid of those battle puppets can our pressure be relieved. We can then focus on the Shackles Realm battle puppets and, united as one, destroy these puppets and have a chance to survive. Seeing that Orlando and the others had moved, Xavion quickly added. Hearing this explanation from Xavion, everyone finally understood his intentions. Following this, Orlando and the others began to fiercely attack the spiritual puppets. Though the spiritual puppets possessed intelligence, compared to humans, they were far inferior and unable to see through human strategies. Under the fierce assault by Orlando and the others, finally, the Aura Condensation Realm battle puppets began to fall one by one, leaving only the Shackles Realm battle puppets. Take advantage of this now. Let others hold back the remaining battle puppets while freeing up people to eliminate them one by one. Xavion shouted, understanding that as an Aura Condensation Realm disciple, he had to remain hidden and let Orlando handle this. All right. Orlando and the others were visibly excited. They saw that Xavion's plan was working effectively. Next, they only needed to defeat these battle puppets one by one to truly defeat them. At this moment, even Orlando felt a genuine admiration for Xavion. Although he had always wanted to make this junior brother embarrass himself, Xavion kept outshining him. It seemed that this junior brother indeed had some true talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come up with such a brilliant strategy in a crisis. Finally, after intense fighting, Orlando and the others destroyed all the battle puppets. This allocation was difficult initially but became easier as they went along, as fewer battle puppets meant more manpower available. Phew, this was close. All the Guesu sect disciples sat down, gasping for breath, feeling somewhat numb from exhaustion. Despite no casualties, many had sustained injuries. Such moments certainly required rest. Many thought about the earlier battle and felt lingering fear. If not for Xavion's command, they might have been wiped out entirely. My junior brother, you've made great contributions to the sect this time. A senior named Emmanuel came over, patting Xavion on the shoulder. If it weren't for you, we would all be on the path to hell together. This senior, Emmanuel, was very strong according to the sect's ranking and was not part of the Eagle Alliance. Xavion smiled awkwardly and nodded. If we want to stay safe or encounter strong enemies again, or even more battle puppets, we can retreat into this palace. Others don't know how to enter through the formation here, so once we are inside, everything will be fine. Xavion explained. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Honestly, hiding like a turtle wasn't something they, as elites, could do. But upon further reflection, they found Xavion's words quite sensible. After a brief rest, Xavion and the others got up and started moving items from the palace. This time, the harvest was considerable. The palace contained many valuable resources. Essentially, all Guesu sect disciples reaped huge benefits. Let's go. We can meet with the Patriarch and the others. They just sent word that they've arrived at the Taba ruins, Emmanuel said after checking the message jade slip. Hearing this, everyone exited the palace and soon met with the Patriarch and others. This time, Xavion saw the Patriarch, Edric, and other Humphreys again. Truly, the Edric showed no outward reaction upon seeing Xavion, but Xavion didn't know what he thought inside. Patriarch, this time entering the Taba ruins, Emmanuel stepped forward and described everything in detail, emphasizing Xavion's contributions while omitting his insistence on acting alone earlier. The Patriarch's old face broke into a smile as he looked at Xavion. Well done. I indeed haven't misjudged you. This time, you have done a great service. Xavion laughed awkwardly. Now, you will guide the newly arrived disciples. This time, our Guesu sect must fully commit to moving all treasures from the Taba ruins back to our sect, the Patriarch ordered. Xavion and the others began distributing themselves among different teams, leading the new arrivals to explore the ruins. This time, Xavion did not overly use the compass. The Taba ruins could not be completely explored in the short term by these sects. Many areas were taboo and off-limits. Xavion decided to save the compass for when his cultivation was higher, for a thorough investigation later. After Guesu sect's arrival, other sects also arrived. Of course, seeing their own members being chased by battle puppets put them in a bad mood. As for settling the score, naturally, they blamed Jingguang's sect. Though Jingguang's sect argued fervently, no one believed them. Everyone unanimously accused Jingguang's sect of sabotaging, causing them to miss out on treasures and lose lives. Of course, though displeased with Jingguang's sect, the patriarchs of other sects would not confront Jingguang's sect over this matter. Friction between sect disciples was normal, but if Humphreys got involved, it could escalate into a full-blown war. War is costly, even multiple sects besieging one. Avoidance is preferable. Note: I've translated the names using pinyin as requested, ensuring accuracy for Chinese character names. ####Chapter 73, Ian. Several days later, the expedition to the Toba ruins concluded. During this period, several major sects had virtually taken away everything they could from the Toba ruins. What remained was beyond their current capabilities to retrieve, so they temporarily retreated. Notably, Xavion shone brightly within the Toba ruins. Although he decided not to use the compass anymore, he couldn't help but employ it a few times secretly, directly leading his team to great wealth. Almost all the inner disciples knew of Xavion now. If it were just leading the team and finding the entrance to the spirit array, people might have thought he was merely lucky. But Xavion's strength was undeniable. Even when he was weaker, he could slay David. Now, his power was unfathomable. Back at the sect, Xavion was surprised to find that all his dormitory brothers had ascended to the inner sect. Thanks to his advice and the fact that they had endless resources, they managed to advance. Upon learning Xavion had returned, they came to greet him. Connor, thanks to you, we have successfully ascended to the inner sect. In this time, we've seen much more of the world and realized how insignificant we once were. Thank you for your help, Connor. We know our talent is limited, but we will do our best to assist you in the future. The dormitory brothers gazed warmly at Xavion. Without him, they would still be wasting their days in the outer sect with no hope for such cultivation resources or status. After they entered the inner sect, other previously acquainted disciples started currying favor with them. Although their advancement relied on resources rather than genuine skill, even so, people followed. Good. I'm glad you understand. Xavion nodded and took out some martial techniques and weapons from his storage bag, distributing them among the dormitory brothers. These are for you, all picked up in the Toba ruins. I hope you can work hard. Xavion blushed slightly, nearly admitting these were things he had looted. Thank you, Connor. Life in the sect became rather dull for Xavion. The Eagle Alliance no longer forced him to join. Now, Xavion was a bit bored by the mundane life. Hey, did you hear? A very promising female disciple has emerged among the outer disciples. I heard that too. Her name is Imogen, only 14 years old, already reaching the second layer of the Amador realm and advancing directly to the inner sect. Geniuses are common, but there seem to be more this year. First Xavion, now Imogen. Overhearing this conversation, Xavion wasn't particularly concerned. It was normal for a talented Trista to appear. Surrender, Xavion. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door, startling Xavion. Who dared challenge him openly in the sect? His reputation had spread widely among the inner sect disciples, so it was unusual for anyone to provoke him mindlessly. Even the Edric's grandson avoided him now. Stepping out of the courtyard, Xavion saw an elegant-looking disciple standing there, holding a long spear. Xavion, today, I challenge you. Xavion. He suspected the guy's brain was fried. Hey, as far as I know, I haven't wronged you, right? Xavion stared at the seemingly clueless man. He looked sophisticated yet acted aggressively, and Xavion truly hadn't offended him before. Ralph replied coldly. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ian, ranked 32nd on the heaven list. Realm, Shackles Realm. Lately, I've heard many disciples talk about you. They say I'm the lowest ranked Shackles Realm disciple on the heaven list, while you live peacefully. If we were to compete, you could likely push me down the list. I refuse to accept that. Today, I must challenge you and let everyone see who is stronger. Seeing Ian's irrational behavior, Xavion was speechless. Could someone this powerful really have such a short fuse? Over such a trivial matter? Shaking his head, Xavion said, I won't fight you. You're strong, okay? Can you leave me alone? Xavion had no interest in the heaven list ranking. It wasn't something he sought. If Ian thought he was strong, then fine. But Ian clearly wasn't satisfied. He raised his spear, saying, You look down on me? I'm telling you, whether you like it or not, you'll accept my challenge. We must settle this. Xavion sighed inwardly. If he didn't defeat Ian head-on, the harassment would never end. Clearly, Ian was well prepared and wouldn't stop until he got what he wanted. Plus, Xavion had been low profile long enough. There was no point in remaining so any longer. Alright, if you want to challenge me, I'll give you a chance. Xavion took a deep breath and drew his war god spear. But a simple challenge is boring. Why don't we make it interesting? If you lose, move in here and become my subordinate. Deal? If I lose, you can do whatever you want. Xavion looked at Ian. Now that his own cultivation had increased, ordinary subordinates were no longer useful. Xavion needed a powerful ally, and Ian seemed suitable. Chapter 74. You lose. No problem. If I lose, I'll do as you say. But if I win, then you get out of the Guesu sect. What do you think? Ian was also someone with a fiery temper. Over these days, he had heard many people comparing him to Xavion, which naturally infuriated him. Though his cultivation was higher than Xavion's, winning this way would not be an honorable victory. However, Ian didn't care about that. His martial path was one of overwhelming power, flattening everything in his path. Alright, Xavion immediately agreed. The two headed towards a nearby sparring platform. Big news, Ian finally couldn't hold back and challenged Xavion. I wonder if Xavion can defeat Ian this time. After all, Ian is a Shackles Realm expert. Haven't I heard that Xavion possesses strength comparable to the Shackles Realm? That's just comparable. Do you think the Shackles Realm can be the same as the Huochi Realm? Xavion can fight across realms at the Huochi Realm, but at the Shackles Realm, he simply can't do it. Many disciples watching the scene started to discuss among themselves, following the two to see what would happen. After all, for some time now, many have been debating whether Xavion possessed the combat power of the Shackles Realm, and naturally, they compared him to Ian. Although Ian was the weakest among Shackles Realm experts, he was young. At his age, becoming a Shackles Realm expert came with its own pride. Ian and Xavion were around the same age. Hearing constant comparisons between them, Ian was seething inside. Finally, he had a chance to vent. On the sparring platform, since this involved two star disciples of the Guesu sect, Xavion and Ian, a large number of spectators showed up. Many inner disciples rushed over, eager to satisfy their curiosity while observing the battle, hoping to gain some insights from it. In cultivation, one could learn from others' battles, leading to sudden breakthroughs. After all, at the Huochi realm, progress wasn't just about resource accumulation. It required continuous enlightenment to grow, although Xavion was an exception. On the sparring platform, Xavion looked at Ian helplessly. With the latter's expression of fierce enmity, Xavion worried that rumors might spread among the junior disciples. However, he soon adjusted his mindset, his gaze turning sharp as he stared at Ian. Attack! In an instant, both unleashed powerful gales. The next moment, they launched into each other using their spear techniques. Flying Rainbow Spear Technique. Xavion roared. His spear moves like a rainbow, swift and potent, quickly gaining the upper hand. But Ian was no pushover. Becoming a Shackles Realm disciple at his age meant he had his own skills. Heaven-disturbing spear technique. Instantly, Ian struck. His moves akin to an ancient beast awakening, wildly powerful like a demonic god wreaking havoc. The two fought fiercely. Within a short time, Xavion and Ian exchanged dozens of rounds. During these exchanges, Xavion picked up several enhancements from Ian, his vitality growing steadily. Ian, however, furrowed his brows. It seemed Xavion was indeed as tough as rumored. Yet, Ian wasn't at his wits' end. Since he dared to challenge, he had confidence. Solar extinction. Ian bellowed, his body heating up as a blazing sun rose from his back. As the miniature sun appeared, the temperature around them shot up. Xavion, this is my ultimate move. If you can withstand this, serving you for the rest of my life won't be too much. Ian chuckled arrogantly. Haha. Xavion coldly laughed, knowing Ian had used his strongest force. Wheel of Dharma Flower. Xavion roared. Before Ian could fully unleash the small sun, he was enveloped by a spiritual vortex. Inside the vortex, a dazzling wheel of Dharma Flower bloomed, with green vines extending towards Ian. Himph, mere trifles. Watch me destroy your superficial technique. Ian snorted, swinging the miniature sun down toward Xavion's wheel of Dharma Flower. Instantly, the two powers collided intensely. These two seem to have used all their might, but I think Ian has the upper hand this time. I feel the same. After all, Ian's solar extinction is fire-based, while Xavion's technique is a plant. How can plants withstand fire? Looks like Xavion's glory will come to an abrupt end. The onlookers hoped for drama. Unfamiliar with Xavion, they felt envious of his rapid rise at such a young age, so they wished for Ian to bring him down. But before their discussions ended, they were startled to see the wheel of Dharma Flower undeterred by the solar extinction. Green vines directly extended towards the small sun, reaching Ian. Then the vines tightly bound the astonished Ian, making him scream in agony. As Ian was restrained, his solar extinction began to dim and eventually dispersed. Everyone was shocked. No one expected Xavion to still win against a Shackles Realm disciple. This Xavion was truly formidable. What they didn't know was that this wasn't Xavion's first encounter with a Shackles Realm opponent. To hide his true strength, he deliberately prolonged the fight slightly. Of course, another reason was to accumulate more attributes. Damn it! Ian cursed loudly, struggling to break free. But how could Xavion let him? The green vines tightened further, rendering Ian completely immobile. You lose. Xavion stood before Ian, coldly stating. Then, looking at the gathered disciples, he shouted. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Step forward. Today, you'll have your fill of challenges. Faced with Xavion's arrogant roar, no one responded. Chapter 75. News of the sect competition. At this moment, Xavion stood on the competition stage with an air of unparalleled confidence. He was shouting challenges from atop the stage, yet no one below dared to take him up on it. This should be the dream of every sect disciple. However, this dream had now been realized by Xavion, and he, not they, was standing upon that stage. Everyone present could only look at Xavion with thumbs up and inwardly marvel. A few months ago, Xavion's name was unheard of. Today, after just a few months, his name resounded throughout the entire Guesu sect. In reality, this competition came too abruptly for Xavion. Ian suddenly challenged him, and many disciples had just returned from the Tobo ruins, where they witnessed formidable entities. As such, most of the heavenly rank list disciples were in seclusion. Furthermore, inner sect disciples at the Shackles realm were extremely rare. Not to mention, there were only about 30-odd individuals who reached this realm, and the majority had secluded themselves after witnessing the outside world, leaving almost none as idle as Xavion. Hence, when Xavion made such a bold challenge, no one dared to step forward. Moreover, among the current inner sect disciples of Guesu sect, very few would dare to challenge Xavion. There weren't many on the heavenly rank list who had reached the Shackles realm, and even fewer had surpassed several layers within it. After all, not everyone was Xavion, nor did everyone possess his formidable combat strength. Even if these disciples were exceptionally talented at the Shackles realm, advancing just one layer took a long time. After stepping down from the platform, Xavion glanced at Ian and said, "A man of honor always keeps his word, doesn't he?" This single sentence made the initially hesitant Ian blush. Immediately, Ian coldly replied, "Who said I wouldn't keep my word? Although your cultivation is inferior to mine, I still lost. Since I lost, I will fulfill the promise I made. Now, I will move to live near your courtyard." Finishing, Ian left with a dark face. It was his first humiliating defeat in life, and worse still, it was to a new inner sect disciple far inferior to him in cultivation. Little did he know that countless years later, this humiliation would become a matter of pride for him. Whenever someone mentioned it, he would say he once battled Xavion. Not only did he feel satisfied about making the bet, but also often dreamed of what would happen if he hadn't agreed to it, waking up startled. Of course, that's a story for another day. After the battle with Ian, Xavion began walking toward his courtyard. On the way, he coincidentally encountered Cheyenne. She approached with a puzzled expression, asking Xavion, "Junior brother by. I saw Johnny Ian walking by looking very depressed. When I greeted him, he didn't respond. Did something unusual happen in the sect?" Cheyenne, being observant, immediately sensed that something wasn't simple here and must involve Xavion. Hearing her question, Xavion smiled awkwardly and replied, "I defeated him." "Oh, so that's why." Cheyenne nodded in understanding, then wondered, even though Xavion's cultivation was inferior to Ian's, could Ian really be that petty? Xavion then added, "Before the battle, we made a wager. If I won, he'd be my follower. Cheyenne understood immediately. No wonder Ian looked so angry. Anyone would be furious. After all, serving a junior brother with much lower cultivation didn't sound good. Anyone, regardless of their broad-mindedness, would feel affected by such circumstances. Subsequently, Cheyenne looked at Xavion as if he were a monster. In just a few months, Xavion had grown to the point where he could rival a strong figure like Ian. Clearly, her initial judgment was wrong. She thought Xavion would become a powerful figure who could protect a vast area. Now, he seemed destined to be a future giant. Senior Sister Chien, is there something wrong? Xavion asked, blushing slightly under her gaze. Oh, nothing, just shocked. Junior brother Alan, you're truly amazing. Cheyenne regained her composure, realizing her lapse, then smiled sweetly. She felt her investment in Xavion using spirit stones was incredibly wise. Such support early in Xavion's growth would leave an indelible mark on him, likely yielding immense returns over his lifetime. She didn't know that she would have another significant investment in Xavion in the future, which would become a legend in this world. Junior brother Alan, have the members of the Eagle Alliance troubled you lately? Cheyenne suddenly remembered and asked. Xavion nodded somewhat profoundly. Sometimes, being too powerful can be lonely. Cheyenne, being highly intelligent, instantly grasped the underlying meaning and smiled sweetly. If so, junior brother Alan, you need to prepare well because the inter-sect competition is about to begin. I hope this time during the sect competition, you can help our sect achieve a good ranking. Our Guesu sect has had mediocre performance in previous years. I can foresee that with your presence, everything will change this year. Sect competition? Xavion paused, puzzled. Seeing his confusion, Cheyenne patiently explained, the sect competition is a way to measure a sect's strength through inter-sect contests. Our Zhao Kingdom has dozens of sects, with only a dozen or so major ones like ours. Though only a dozen, each wishes for their sect to rank higher. After all, a better ranking not only boosts a sect's reputation and confidence in recruiting disciples, but also means more resources from the Zhao royal family, leading to greater development. Chapter 76, Escort Mission. Upon hearing Cheyenne's explanation, Xavion suddenly understood the situation. He immediately grasped the implications. Various sects indeed needed to compete against each other. After all, this affected the quality of future disciple recruitment and the allocation of cultivation resources. Quality disciples and cultivation resources could make a sect flourish rapidly. For instance, the brothers in his dormitory had entered the inner gate smoothly because they chose him and bet on him, which made their resources abundant. Entering the inner gate was a dream for countless outer gate disciples. They had achieved it effortlessly by following Xavion. So when scaled up to the level of a sect, the benefits were unimaginable. Just between outer gate disciples, the benefits were already significant, not to mention at the sect level. For example, a large sect like Guesu sect would need resources, disciples, and opportunities if it wanted to expand. Reaching that point, expansion was incredibly difficult, like advancing a cultivation level in the later stages. I understand. Xavion nodded. Cheyenne nodded and said, yes, with you joining our academy this time, you are bound to become a dark horse no matter what. Xavion smiled bitterly at her words. What he feared most was that during the sect competition in the Taba ruins, the disciples who were chased by his battle puppets might recognize him. After all, he had admitted in front of everyone that he was a disciple of Guesu sect. If he tried to hide this fact, making others disbelieve it, then when the competition started, everyone would remember him. All the enmity directed at Jingguang sect might shift towards Guesu sect. He hoped the Bradley would not blame him for attracting so much trouble. Brother Alan, there's another matter. The sect has an escort mission that I've taken on, Cheyenne continued. But this mission requires cooperation from multiple people, and you seem like an excellent choice. Besides, most of the top-ranked disciples are in seclusion, and it's not easy to find someone with your combat skills. So, Brother Alan, can we work together on this mission? Cheyenne looked at Xavion and smiled sweetly. Hearing this, Xavion pondered for a moment and found the idea feasible. He had been idle in the sect lately, and going out would be a good change. Moreover, since Cheyenne specifically chose him, it must mean the mission was important and likely fraught with complications. Xavion enjoyed handling unexpected situations. All right, no problem. He agreed readily but added, have you recruited enough people? If not, take my brother Ian along. This kid has just acknowledged me as his Humphrey brother. I want to keep a close relationship with him. Otherwise, after I return, we might grow distant or even forget about each other, which would be awkward. Considering the mission's importance and past experiences with the battle puppets in Taba ruins, Xavion felt it wise to include Ian. In case enemies attacked in large numbers, even if he could win, he might miss something, leaving others injured. If the mission failed, although Cheyenne, as the Bradley's daughter, could avoid blame, he might have to compensate financially, which he couldn't bear after having recently prospered. Khalil Ian? Brother Alan, isn't this improper? Cheyenne hesitated. Ian had just joined Xavion and wasn't entirely comfortable with it yet. If Xavion kept calling him little brother on the journey, it might upset Ian. This could create internal issues, forcing them to worry about the cargo if Ian and Xavion clashed. Why not? Xavion insisted. Don't worry, there won't be any problems between us. I know you're concerned, but I will win him over through virtue. Once he sees my true capabilities, he'll follow me willingly. I'm not a child anymore. I won't provoke him on purpose. Rest assured. Feeling that taking Ian was essential, Xavion didn't give up easily. It was a rare opportunity that couldn't be missed. Seeing his determination, Cheyenne reluctantly nodded, silently hoping Xavion would keep his word. All right, Brother Alan, meet me at your courtyard tomorrow morning. We'll head out on the mission then, bringing Khalil Ian along. This time, for people will go, and apart from you, the weakest cultivator should be at the 8th layer of Huachi realm. Cheyenne said seriously before departing. Xavion returned to his courtyard and saw his neighbor moving away while Ian was sullenly moving in. Ian's face turned darker upon seeing Xavion. 2 top-ranked disciples are here now, not just Xavion but also Ian. Is Ian okay? Why did he move suddenly? I don't know either. I heard they fought earlier. What happened? Did Ian fall for Xavion after their fight? The whispers followed as Xavion walked into his courtyard, leaving behind curious eyes and murmuring voices. ##### Chapter 77. The Rising and Falling Ian. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ian, who was already in a bad mood, became even more embarrassed. Originally, he already disliked Xavion, and now, after hearing these comments, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Xavion also heard the surrounding remarks. He looked at Ian and smiled, saying, "A man of great virtue values his promises above all else. One who can bend without breaking will achieve great things. Great men do not worry about trifles, nor are they afraid of any hardships that may lie ahead." With those words, Xavion walked back into the courtyard, leaving Ian standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, Ian listened to Xavion's words as if they were coming from another world. These aphorisms were unheard of in this universe, and Ian was truly stunned by them. He suddenly realized that there must be a reason why Xavion had risen so quickly and defeated him. It wasn't just luck. These profound words weren't something an ordinary person could utter. Xavion was telling him that to become strong, one must face adversity head-on. There would be many trials ahead, but a true man could endure and overcome them. If one couldn't endure, they would ultimately fail. Wasn't this referring to his current situation? Ian hated Xavion, couldn't bear the gossip, and was considering retreating. Now, he understood that he shouldn't retreat, but should face everything bravely. After all, a great man doesn't concern himself with petty details. Xavion didn't realize that his casual words had such a significant impact on Ian, making him rethink so much. Xavion's original intention was merely to provoke him, reminding him that a man must keep his word, or else he wasn't a real man. Little did Xavion know that Ian would take his words as life lessons and face everything boldly. The next morning, Xavion woke up early, fetched a basin of water from the well, and washed up. Standing at the door, he exuded an air of transcendence. Soon after, Cheyenne appeared before Xavion. "Junior sister Cheyenne, you're here?" Xavion greeted her gracefully, with a dignified demeanor. Cheyenne nodded and said, "Junior brother Alan, please go call Johnny Ian. He might be waiting anxiously." As she mentioned, waiting anxiously, Cheyenne suddenly thought it was too abrupt. They had only decided yesterday, and Xavion likely hadn't informed Johnny Ian yet. Ian had no preparation for this sudden task. She worried whether calling him out so abruptly would make him lash out and challenge Xavion. However, what happened next left Cheyenne completely bewildered. She saw Xavion walk towards Ian's residence and shout loudly, "Hey, Ian, come out. I'm going on a mission, and I've signed you up for it too." Then, she watched as Johnny Ian emerged from his new courtyard, dark circles under his eyes indicating a sleepless night. Yet, his expression remained calm, as if he had accepted his fate. Ian didn't seem to care about Xavion shouting at him in public. This left Cheyenne puzzled. What had happened to Johnny Ian? Why such a drastic change? Based on her understanding of Ian, he would have resisted or outright rejected the idea and perhaps even fought Xavion fiercely. But Ian seemed indifferent, almost like he had been Xavion's subordinate for a long time. "Let's go. We need to escort something very important this time, and there will be 4 of us. You're my subordinate, so I signed you up." Xavion spoke frankly, and to Cheyenne's surprise, Ian simply nodded, obediently following Xavion's orders. What was going on? How had Xavion managed to tame such a proud person overnight? This was highly unusual. Cheyenne didn't dwell on it, knowing they needed to head to the mission hall immediately. If she kept staring at Ian in confusion, he might feel awkward and react against Xavion. In reality, Cheyenne overthought the situation. Last night, Ian had pondered Xavion's words deeply. He realized that fighting Xavion head-on was foolish. A man of great virtue can bend and adapt. Since he had temporarily lost, becoming Xavion's subordinate wouldn't harm him. Instead, he planned to bide his time until he surpassed Xavion, making him reliant on him for success. Then, the tables would turn. Endure now, and the future would be boundless. Ian thought through these ideas clearly, knowing what he needed to do next. Cheyenne led Ian and Xavion to the mission hall, where 3 carriages were already prepared. One carriage was for transporting the object they needed to escort, a spirit weapon intended as a reward for a small sect under Guesu sect's patronage. Another carriage carried supplies for their journey and fodder for the horses. The last carriage was for them to ride. Guesu sect had arranged everything for them. All they needed was the map, and they could set off. Xavion stepped forward, picked up the map, and saw a skinny young boy approaching them. "Let me introduce you. This is Hayes, a disciple on the heaven ranking, with cultivation at the 9th level of the Amador realm. The 4 of you will escort the spirit weapon to the small sect. Absolutely no mistakes must be made during the journey. If anything goes wrong, since the spirit weapon is crucial to the sect, you will lose your spirit stones and face punishment from the sect. However, if you succeed, you will each receive 2,500 spirit stones." Chapter 78. In. The reward was indeed generous. For an inner sect disciple, escorting a spiritual artifact would earn them 2,500 spirit stones, which would delight any other ordinary disciples. But Xavion's expression barely changed upon hearing this. Spirit stones? He had plenty of those now. He'd earned a great deal from the Taba Ruins expedition. There were rooms full of spirit stones there. Xavion only cared about the difficulty of the mission. After all, according to Boss Bai's philosophy, things without challenges weren't worth striving for. "Let's go. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly this time." Cheyenne spoke as she led the way into the carriage, followed by Xavion and the others. There was no need for everyone to ride in separate carriages since the 3 were hitched together. Only the foremost carriage required a driver. Hayes volunteered to drive. "Senior sister Cheyenne, Johnny Ian, and junior brother Xavion, it's truly an honor to be on this mission with you all. I've heard so much about your reputations within the sect, but never had the chance to work with you before. Now, my wish has come true." Hayes talked quite a bit, understandably excited at being in the company of such legendary figures. Among them, Xavion had the greatest fame. Hayes certainly didn't look down on him just because Xavion was at a lower cultivation level. Primarily, Xavion had defeated David, who was at the 9th layer of Aura Realm. More importantly, it was rumored that Xavion's combat prowess far surpassed the ordinary Shackles realm standards. Thus, Xavion was clearly the most famous among the group. Second was Cheyenne, the daughter of the sect Khalil and many people's goddess. It was said that several heaven-defying geniuses had confessed their love to her, all of whom she politely declined, citing her devotion to cultivation. Compared to these two, Ian's reputation was slightly lesser, but being one of the few Shackles realm disciples in the sect, he still enjoyed significant recognition. Throughout the journey, Hayes did most of the talking while the others remained relatively quiet. Xavion responded occasionally. It was necessary for someone to converse along the way. Overall, the journey was fairly uneventful. Any bandits that might have attacked were easily handled by Ian alone. These small-time robbers posed no real threat. It was midday when they arrived at an inn amidst the wilderness. Establishments like this were rare here, and those who ran them were often cultivators. Most of the patrons were sect members conducting business, stopping here overnight. However, the price was rather steep, requiring 1 spirit stone per person per night. Considering outer sect disciples earned only 5 spirit stones a month, staying here for a single night was expensive. However, Xavion and the others paid without hesitation. Xavion was not short of money, and as the sect Khalil's daughter, Cheyenne even less so. Ian, as a seasoned Humphrey, also had savings, especially given his monthly allowance far exceeded that of ordinary inner sect disciples. As for Hayes, Xavion covered his expenses. The four entered the inn and sat at a table. Xavion then beckoned the waiter over. "Sir, what would you like?" Xavion scanned the menu and ordered 7 or 8 dishes along with a fine bottle of wine. "That's it." With a wave of his hand, Xavion handed the menu back to the waiter and turned to the others. "The item we're escorting must reach its destination intact, otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. I suggest we take shifts watching the carriage at night. As for the order, let's decide by playing rock, paper, scissors. Of course, even if I lose, my little brother Ian will take over for me." Ian slammed his hand on the table, visibly annoyed, but his demeanor softened under Xavion's glance. Hayes watched curiously, unable to understand why Ian willingly served Xavion. Earlier, Ian had been in seclusion preparing for this mission, having registered long ago. Plus, they left in a rush and hadn't heard about the recent developments. Heard that the major sects like Kueishu and Jingguang got rich from the Taba ruins, a distant table muttered. "Yes, heard they have good stuff in the ruins, but only major sects can enter. Everyone else is locked out. These major sects are too domineering, monopolizing the Taba ruins." People at the table discussed this openly. Xavion and the others ignored them, knowing that in this world, power determined everything. The major sects occupying the ruins couldn't be helped. Allowing free access would diminish rewards and lead to many casualties. "Why are you kids eavesdropping?" someone shouted from another table. "You brats, what are you doing here? Too young to know better?" Xavion turned around, looking calmly at the men. "It's none of your business. We're just passing through, taking care of some errands and spending the night. How does that concern you?" Faced with this response, the men's faces darkened and they approached threateningly. "What? Protecting something? What sect are you from? Sending kids to do important tasks? What a joke. Damn, insulting us, huh? Are you tired of living?" These remarks made Xavion frown. He turned and looked directly at the troublemakers. "What we discuss is our business. Why should it matter to you? We're here to rest for the night. So what?" Facing these intimidating men, Xavion wasn't worried. Out in the wilderness, he doubted any formidable opponents would emerge. Chapter 79. You are disciples of the Kueishu sect? Seeing these people coming with ill intentions, Cheyenne was about to subtly hint to Xavion not to provoke a conflict. However, at that moment, Ian suddenly slapped his hand on the table. "We come from the Kueishu sect, so what? Does the Kueishu sect need to report its actions to you? Don't you know your place? How dare you cause trouble for us here? What's wrong if we curse at you? You're just annoying us. What can you do about it?" Ian had been seething with anger inside, but had nowhere to vent it. Xavion had irritated him no end during the journey, but since Xavion was his Humphrey brother, he couldn't argue back and could only endure it. Now, encountering such disrespectful fellows, Ian could no longer hold back. Upon hearing the mention of the Kueishu sect, the group visibly flinched and showed signs of apprehension. After all, everyone knew that being a disciple of the Kueishu sect wasn't easy. But after a brief pause, they seemed to recover and concluded that these young men weren't likely disciples of the Kueishu sect. After all, disciples of the Kueishu sect were focused on cultivation. How would they be assigned to escort anything? They were from small sects without exposure to major sects like the Kueishu sect, naturally leading to their underestimation. Haha, trying to pass yourselves off as Kueishu sect disciples, huh? Just you few are fit to join the Kueishu sect? Calling yourselves Kueishu sect disciples? You kids think we don't know what you're up to? Trying to link yourselves to the Kueishu sect to scare us? Haha, do you really think we're that gullible? These people began laughing loudly, exuding arrogance. Cheyenne frowned and rebuked them sharply. "Who says we can't enter the Kueishu sect? Tell you this, not only are we disciples of the Kueishu sect, we are also ranked on the heavenly list within the Kueishu sect. I myself am the daughter of the Kueishu sect's sect Khalil. Scram now before I get angry. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Though unwilling to provoke trouble, the other party had already come seeking it. No matter how patient she usually was, Cheyenne couldn't tolerate such disrespect. Raised in luxury, who dared to speak to her this way? Hearing Cheyenne's words, the big men burst out laughing, treating it as a joke. "You? The sect Khalil's daughter? Where did you get that nonsense? You're stretching the truth too far. Pretending to be the sect Khalil's daughter? Can't even tell lies convincingly." Originally, the big men had some doubts. What if these were genuine disciples of the Kueishu sect? It was possible for disciples to be punished by escorting goods along a difficult route. However, hearing Cheyenne's claim, they found it even less believable. How could the sect Khalil's daughter personally escort items? The idea was ridiculous. Customers, please calm down. Don't quarrel with kids like that. The innkeeper approached with a forced smile, though there was a hint of confusion in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Get lost. Charging so much and still interfering in my business? Have you lived long enough? One of the big men shoved the innkeeper away and laughed, looking at Cheyenne mockingly. Sect Khalil's daughter? Haha, very funny. Why not say you're a princess of the Zhao kingdom? Seeing their rudeness, Xavion glanced at Ian and waved his hand. Instantly, Ian understood that this guy was lazy and wanted him to handle the situation. Although Ian was internally resistant, seeing this was for Sister Cheyenne, he swallowed his pride. Get lost. Immediately, Ian emitted a gust of wind aura, revealing his shackles realm strength instantly. In a flash, those causing trouble looked terrified, some even retreating several steps unable to withstand Ian's pressure. Shackles realm? They exclaimed in unison. A shackles realm meant something significant to them. They were all merely Heaven Chi realm practitioners, many just entering that stage. They stood no chance against a shackles realm expert. Their faces turned pale as they realized whom they had provoked. These kids might truly be from the Guishu sect. Even if Cheyenne wasn't the sect Khalil's daughter, it mattered little. They had crossed the wrong people. Sorry, Yushes, we made a mistake. Our lack of vision has offended you. We're truly sorry. Plea for mercy, please forgive us. Adults should not hold grudges against minors. They immediately fell to their knees, begging forgiveness from Ian and the others. The situation was terrifying. Casually provoking a few kids had led them to challenge disciples of the Guishu sect. Worse yet, among them was a shackles realm powerhouse. Get lost. We don't want to see you today. Xavion coldly ordered. By actively telling them to leave the inn, he knew they wouldn't dare return after learning their true identities and offending them. Even without prompting, they probably wouldn't have the nerve to stay, fearing retribution. Okay, we'll leave right now. The group bowed and quickly packed up, leaving the inn. Provoking the wrong people, they felt it safer to leave rather than risk losing their lives. Charlies, you are truly geniuses from a great sect. The innkeeper approached, smiling broadly. This evening's meal is on me. Consider it an opportunity to make new friends. The innkeeper acted like a smooth talker, clearly trying to ingratiate himself with Xavion and company. Xavion chuckled and said, don't worry, we'll pay for the meal. We brought money this time out. How can disciples of a major sect take advantage of you unfairly? Besides, we've already disrupted your business. Xavion knew these kinds of people would never cross paths with Cheyenne again. Even if he left them a favor, what good would it do? Worse, if problems arose later, the innkeeper might inform them immediately, making it hard for Ian and Cheyenne to live with owing someone a favor. But helping them would waste time and effort. It simply wasn't worth it. Chapter 80. The Hidden Threat. Seeing that Xavion was not interested in making friends, the innkeeper nodded wisely. After lunch, Xavion and his group returned to their rooms for a rest. They deliberately chose rooms close to where the carriage was parked so they could keep an eye on it through the windows. This was to prevent anyone from stealing anything from the carriage. After all, Guishu sect had specifically sent 4 disciples to escort this batch of spirit artifacts, indicating how important this mission was. Naturally, Ian was assigned to watch over the carriage this time. Though Xavion had suggested they decide by playing rock paper scissors, he lost, and since he lost, it fell to Ian to take care of the carriage. Everyone was exhausted after days of travel, so they naturally needed a good rest. Despite feeling somewhat displeased, Ian kept his promise to Xavion and stood by his duty. At around 2 in the afternoon, Xavion, Hayes, and Cheyenne were all sleeping soundly in their respective rooms. The recent hot weather made everyone especially drowsy at midday. Of course, Ian wasn't an exception, but the fact that the carriage was in the stable, along with some places to rest on it, made things easier for him. Around noon, Xavion suddenly woke up, sensing something amiss. He couldn't pinpoint why, but he had an uneasy feeling. Xavion got out of bed and quietly hid near the door, listening for any suspicious sounds outside. When he approached the door and listened closely, he indeed heard something. The voices were very faint, but Xavion managed to catch some words. These disciples belong to Guishu sect and are here to escort something. What kind of thing? To have 4 disciples escorted? One of them is even at the shackles realm. Who knows? But if we pull this off, we won't need to run this in anymore. We'll be set for life. Guishu sect is rich. Their disciples must carry valuable items. Yeah, let's do it. We've been patient for years waiting for a big score. I was about to give up, but then the big fish walked right in. Xavion was shocked. Thankfully, he woke up in time. Otherwise, these people might have killed them in their sleep. Knowing that they were facing a shackles realm opponent didn't deter them, meaning they likely had their own shackles realm experts. There might even be more than one. Xavion immediately opened his door and headed for Cheyenne's room. However, just as he stepped out, he saw the innkeeper and several other staff members walking up the stairs with sinister grins. They clearly hadn't expected anyone to be awake at this hour. Kill. At the innkeeper's command, they charged forward. Reacting quickly, Xavion kicked open Hayes' door and rushed into Cheyenne's room. Senior Sister Cheyenne, wake up. We're in deep trouble. Cheyenne jolted awake at Xavion's urgent call, and Hayes also hurried over from another room. Foul play. You actually discovered us. The innkeeper snarled upon realizing they were exposed. Initially, they planned to silently eliminate the 3 upstairs, who didn't appear to be at the shackles realm, before turning their attention to the person guarding the carriage. Even if that person escaped, they wouldn't return to the sect anytime soon. They would simply take everything and disappear. But now, thanks to Xavion waking up early, their plans were foiled. Damn you, I'll kill you. The innkeeper roared and unleashed his shackles realm power, lunging at Xavion. Inside, he seethed with anger at this unexpected development. A perfectly executed plan ruined by Xavion's untimely awakening. Hmph, you dare to ambush Guishu sect's property. Cheyenne shouted coldly and yelled down to Ian through the window. Johnny Ian, something's wrong? At that moment, the innkeeper attacked Cheyenne and Xavion with a claw aimed directly at their throats. Bam! Xavion threw a punch, startled to find that the seemingly ordinary innkeeper was at the first level of the Shackles realm. Such strength meant these people shouldn't be staying at a simple inn, but there was no time to ponder. Other staff members rushed in, and Xavion noticed they were all at the Amador realm, with the strongest reaching the 9th layer. Hee, today, you won't escape. One of the staff sneered, explaining, we offended the Zhao royal family and fled into the mountains. We've been waiting for a big catch like you, to make a fortune and leave. Now, we definitely won't let you go. If you cooperate and stop resisting, we'll give you a quick death. Upon hearing the explanation, Xavion realized why such strong individuals would be running an inn. You'll need the strength to take what you want. With a cold laugh, Xavion burst into action, aiming a powerful punch at the innkeeper. The innkeeper was clearly the strongest among them. Xavion knew he had to subdue the leader first to break their resolve. Bang bang! Xavion fought fiercely with the innkeeper while Cheyenne and Hayes engaged the other staff members. However, the innkeeper was a Shackles realm expert, and Xavion couldn't defeat him quickly. Suddenly, Xavion felt uneasy again. Where was Johnny Ian? Chapter 81. Annihilate them all. At this moment, Xavion had clearly sensed something was off. Ian, a man of integrity, would absolutely not bear a grudge for being made his subordinate and fail to come to his aid at such a critical time. Unless, there's already a formidable enemy holding him back down there. Thinking of this, Xavion abruptly smashed through the shopkeeper with a powerful blow, then drew his war god spear and thrust it towards another waiter using the Fei Hong spear technique. He now had to eliminate these obstacles in front of him as soon as possible. Only then could he swiftly take down the shopkeeper. To be honest, he wasn't unfamiliar with killing people at the Shackles realm. Hee, little one. I never thought you'd possess combat power comparable to that of the Shackles realm. One can imagine that if you grow up in the future, you will inevitably become a great pillar. But you have no more time left. Give up. Stop struggling, and I can still give you a quick death. Your fellow Shackles realm kid down there is now targeted by our Shackles realm experts. Note, they are at the 2nd layer of Shackles realm. He stands no chance at all. The shopkeeper chuckled mockingly, looking at Xavion as though he were an ant writhing violently, but unable to escape from his palm. Himph. Do you really think a 2nd layer Shackles realm expert can have everything under control? Xavion sneered coldly, burning with rage inside. For the first time in his life, he found himself in such a predicament, actually having been outsmarted. Looking back on the past, when hadn't he been the one outsmarting others? Now he had been outsmarted himself. Fei Hong spear technique. Xavion drew his war god spear and immediately charged fiercely at the shopkeeper. He saw through it. This shopkeeper was the true priority right now. Only by severely wounding him would the others crumble instantly. Then, he would have the time to deal with that 2nd layer Shackles realm individual. Honestly, with just the lineup the shopkeeper described, it wasn't even enough to make Xavion wary. Cheyenne, Hayes, you two, hold off the others. This guy, I'll handle him. Within the span of an incense stick, I'll take his head. Xavion roared furiously, his entire body turning into a whirlwind, wildly aggressive and fierce, with his spear techniques changing rapidly, forcing the shopkeeper to retreat continuously. Damn it, how can a brat like you have such strong combat power? The shopkeeper was quite depressed, nearly spitting blood. He had never seen someone in the Amador realm with such powerful combat abilities. But Xavion was indeed standing before him, alive and well. While fighting, Xavion picked up attributes, and in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the shopkeeper became rather disheveled, barely able to cope with Xavion. You few, hurry up and help me, quickly kill this guy. The shopkeeper bellowed crazily, his eyes red as if he had gone mad. Hearing the shopkeeper's command, the other waiters all smiled bitterly. They were already being thoroughly troubled by these two disciples, one male and one female, and had no spare energy to deal with Xavion. Bang! At this moment, the main door was kicked open, and Xavion was filled with pleasant surprise. He saw Ian carrying a human head, approaching like a mountain. Well, a storekeeper in this wilderness, dare to target us from the Guesu sect. It seems you're tired of living. As he spoke, Ian threw the head aside and stabbed forward with his spear, causing the head to explode like a watermelon. This? The shopkeeper was greatly shocked, revealing a look of sheer terror. Johnny Ian, how did you finish the battle so quickly? Cheyenne was also greatly surprised and asked Ian. After all, Ian's opponent was a 2nd layer Shackles realm expert, while Ian himself was only at the 1st layer. How could the battle end so quickly? Quick? It's just a half-step Shackles realm. Would it need much time? Ian replied somewhat puzzled. Seeing this, Xavion and the others suddenly understood. It seemed the shopkeeper was lying to them, trying to break their mental defenses. In reality, Ian's opponent was merely a half-step Shackles realm. The shopkeeper probably planned to directly let a half-step Shackles realm expert distract Ian, while he personally dealt with a few Amador realm kids. Then they would go together to deal with Ian and collectively slay him. But he didn't anticipate Xavion's combat power being so formidable. This small oversight led directly to their futile efforts and the cost of their lives. With Xavion's strong combat power, and now adding a Shackles realm expert, besieged from two sides, he couldn't handle even one Xavion originally. Now with two, it was naturally impossible. In an instant, the shopkeeper realized his doom had arrived. Now, begging for mercy probably wouldn't work. There was only one way out for him, to try to escape. Thinking of this, the shopkeeper grew desperate, biting through his tongue to activate a secret technique in preparation for breaking through. However, Xavion and Ian, who had anticipated this, would certainly not let the shopkeeper escape so easily. Instantly, Xavion used the Fei Hong spear technique, while Ian utilized his own ultimate skills, blocking all escape routes for the shopkeeper. Die! Xavion roared furiously, piercing through the shopkeeper's chest with his spear. As he lay dying, the shopkeeper stared stubbornly at Xavion, still harboring some unwillingness, wondering how he could die at the hands of a mere Mike. But it had become a fact. Without the shopkeeper's protection, the other waiters immediately turned into strays. Seeing Xavion look at them, they quickly knelt down pleading. Charlie, please forgive us. We won't dare again. We won't dare anymore. We were forced by life circumstances, compelled by the shopkeeper. Truly, it's like that. These people kept kowtowing to Xavion, hoping he might spare their lives. If Xavion didn't know the truth, he might have softened a bit. But from their earlier conversation and what the shopkeeper himself admitted, they had offended the Zhao Kingdom's royal family. Therefore, these people belonged to the same gang and couldn't be so easily spared. Die! Xavion stabbed forward with his spear, and instantly, those waiters fell one after another. Just before death, these people seemed to harbor some regret but felt helpless. Ian was pleased. Slaughtering so many people this time was already quite commendable. However, Xavion's next words froze the smile on his face. Chapter 82. The Insider Trader. Ian, this is the first time we've worked together. Not bad, not bad. These words froze Ian's smile instantly. He looked at the smiling face in front of him with a mix of frustration. Alright, no more fooling around. Let's clean up here quickly. Cheyenne was speechless. She didn't know how to mediate between Xavion and Ian. However, Cheyenne was certain that neither Xavion nor Ian would come to blows. It wasn't because of her confidence in their relationship, but rather, she knew that Xavion had ways to render Ian speechless. Unexpectedly, things took an unforeseen turn next. This time, Xavion didn't force Ian to handle the cleanup. Instead, he volunteered himself. I'll do it. No one should compete with me. You've all fought. Go rest. Cheyenne, Ian, and Hayes were taken aback by Xavion's sudden change of heart. This wasn't like him. Shouldn't he have made Ian do his share too? Why was he so eager all of a sudden? Did he suddenly have a change of heart? Soon, they realized the true reason and were left speechless. After squatting down, Xavion didn't immediately begin handling the corpses. Instead, he first took the storage bags from the bodies and thoroughly searched each one, not even sparing the inn-servants. Cheyenne and the others were completely speechless. It was the first time they felt that Xavion could be so penny-pinching, but these items would still be divided evenly. Although Xavion might get a larger share, the others had participated too and deserved some portion as well. Everyone except Cheyenne were ordinary disciples. Of course, the innkeeper had been operating here for years and likely accumulated quite a fortune. He had deceived so many people over the years, and in this world, almost everyone carried all their possessions in their storage bags. So the total value of what was gathered was indeed substantial. This was one reason why robbery was among the quickest ways to make money. After dividing the contents of the storage bags, Xavion quickly handed over the task of cleaning up the bodies to others. Then he began wandering around the inn, hoping to find more valuable items. But after searching everywhere, Xavion was finally discouraged. The innkeeper and his men had indeed carried everything on them, leaving nothing behind. Well, now we can sleep soundly. We've eliminated a significant threat. Travelers passing through here shouldn't encounter any more unexpected dangers. Xavion sighed in relief. Humph, I doubt you will sleep soundly. At that moment, a cold voice rang out, startling Xavion and the others. They looked around. Suddenly, Xavion noticed Hayes looking at them with a smirk. Hayes! They hadn't anticipated that there would be a traitor within their ranks, especially someone like Hayes, who had shared life and death experiences with them. This unexpected twist stunned Xavion and the others. Whoosh! 7 black-robed, masked figures approached, glaring at Xavion and the group. Hayes, what's going on? We seem to have no grudge against each other. Xavion's expression turned grim as he directly confronted Hayes. Being betrayed by someone they trusted deeply was disheartening for anyone. Moreover, Hayes had been talkative throughout the journey, befriending everyone genuinely. Such a person suddenly turning into their enemy was unbearable. Additionally, he had hidden his intentions perfectly without showing any hints of betrayal. Hayes, why are you doing this? Why betray us? Seeing Hayes' demeanor, Cheyenne asked accusingly, tears streaming down her cheeks. As the daughter of the Bradley, she understood the harshness of the world, but experiencing this personally was difficult to bear. After all, they had traveled and joked together along the way, and none of them wanted Hayes to be like this. Haha, let me tell you the truth. My real identity is a disciple of the Dark Gate. Working undercover in the Guesu sect was just part of my disguise. In reality, I am one of the top disciples of the Dark Gate. Before setting out this time, someone paid a large sum to our upper echelons and offered high prices for Xavion's life. We members of the Dark Gate must obey orders, so I apologize. Hayes' demeanor became icy, a stark contrast to his previous self. Just from the change in his aura, it was hard to believe this was the same Hayes. It was as if two different people stood before them. Realizing this, Xavion and the others finally understood that he had been pretending the entire time and had no intention of becoming friends with them. Since you played your role and deceived us, then I'm sorry. Today, I won't let you succeed. Xavion coldly responded, glancing at the black-robed men, drawing his war spear and preparing for battle. Himph, Xavion, do you really think you can defy fate? I'm telling you, to kill you. Our Dark Gate dispatched 7 Lock Realm experts, plus me, making it 8 of us. 8 people. No matter how skilled you are, do you think you can escape under our watchful eyes? Cheyenne and Ian can't protect you. According to my knowledge, Ian only broke through to the Lock Realm half a year ago. Do you think he can match these seasoned Lock Realm experts? I advise you not to resist futilely. There's no good outcome for you. Surrender peacefully, and at least you'll die easier. Otherwise, Hayes spoke, but before he could finish, Xavion sneered and retorted. Do you really think they can touch me combined? Let me tell you, anyone who speaks such threats to me ends up dead. You won't be any different. One day, when I truly grow stronger, I will eradicate your Dark Gate entirely, leaving no one alive. From that day forth, this world will be rid of such an assassin organization. Chapter 83, Desperate Straits. You also need the ability to back that up. Many have wanted to kill members of the Dark Sect, Hayes sneered. In the next moment, 7 figures pressed forward towards Xavion. For the first time, Xavion faced so many Lock Realm experts. Naturally, he felt some pressure. Hayes, for all my trust in you as a brother, I never imagined you'd be this kind of person. Ian spat harshly and then stood beside Xavion. Today, I must stand by Xavion's side. Remember, throughout history, evil has never prevailed over good. Xavion has a fortunate destiny and cannot be harmed by lowly riffraff like you. Hearing Ian's resolute words, Hayes could only shake his head repeatedly. Cheyenne couldn't help but feel tense as well. After all, there were 8 Lock Realm experts here. No matter how formidable junior brother Alan might be, he likely couldn't handle so many Lock Realm experts. Such an array would give even a second-layer Lock Realm expert a headache. But she could do nothing now. The only thing left was hoping Xavion could escape. Now, whether they completed the mission or not didn't matter. What mattered most was whether Xavion could preserve his life. That was the crucial point. Can you tell me who hired you? Xavion looked at them with indifference. These days, he had truly made no shortage of enemies. Each one wanted his life, leading him to momentarily not know who exactly had come to kill him. Sorry, we keep our clients' information strictly confidential. We'll tell you everything once you're dead, a masked black-clothed figure said coldly. Xavion chuckled, saying, I already know. Only Edric Fabian's grandson could afford such a high price and accurately predict my journey. I didn't expect the Edric to spend so much on his grandson's grudge against me. To think, someone like him is the Edric of the Rueshu sect? In an instant, Xavion guessed who had paid to target him. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Hayes and others remained silent, but Ian and Cheyenne were deeply shaken. They couldn't believe the Edric could be so despicable as to target Xavion. Such events were simply shocking, yet they unfolded vividly before their eyes. What does it matter if you can guess? Either way, you'll end up dead, a masked figure coldly said. Hayes, join us in pursuing Xavion. As for Ian and Cheyenne, number 5 will deal with him personally. Hearing the black-clothed figure's arrangement, Hayes hesitated for a moment, then pleaded with a pained expression. Please be merciful and let Ian and Cheyenne go. They are really good people, and this matter has nothing to do with them. I swear, I'll make sure they bury this secret forever. Cheyenne and Ian were stunned. They hadn't expected Hayes to plead for them. What did this mean? It indicated that their previous interactions had been meaningful and pleasant to Hayes. Realizing he couldn't protect Ian, Hayes was trying his utmost to save them. After hearing Hayes' desperate plea, the black-clothed figure snorted, saying, Hayes, haven't you forgotten your father is still in our hands? The only cure for your father's illness comes from us. If you let them go, not only will we refuse to treat him, but we'll also kill him. If you join the dark sect for a day, you remain a part of it forever. You understand this, don't you? Hearing the black-clothed figure's ultimatum, Hayes nodded bitterly and followed behind the figure. Bang! Ian smashed through the window and fled outside. At this point, any thought of escorting tasks was trivial. Preserving their lives was paramount. As for Cheyenne and Ian, Xavion believed that as long as he drew most of the fire, a single Lock Realm expert wouldn't be able to stop them. They should be able to return safely to the sect. Following Xavion's leap out the window, 6 black-clothed figures, including Hayes, pursued him fiercely. Xavion, you're done for. There's no escaping. The black-clothed figure called out loudly from behind. Inside the inn, fighting sounds echoed, indicating Ian and Cheyenne were battling the masked men. It's not up to you whether I escape. Xavion snorted, leaping onto a rooftop. Ahead, he saw a sheer cliff face. The inn had been built on a cliff edge, which they hadn't noticed until now. Haha, Xavion, we've already surveyed this area thoroughly. We told you, you can't escape. The black-clothed figure laughed as Hayes joined in the attack on Xavion. Their skeletal hands extended like eagles' talons toward him. So many hands could likely tear Xavion apart. Facing this onslaught, Xavion showed no fear. Instead, his eyes blazed with fierce battle intent, filled with an overwhelming will to fight and kill. To scheme against him was laughable. With no other choice, it was time for a decisive battle. Fortunately, he had the attribute-picking system. Though these opponents were formidable, if he exerted himself fully, he still had hope of surviving. Truly, he was now in dire straits. It was time to test if his system was truly reliable. Could continuous combat strengthen him enough to turn the tide? However, the experiment came at a heavy cost. Failure meant certain death. Die. Xavion wielded his war god spear, sweeping across horizontally. Instantly, Hayes and others jumped unnaturally, almost ghost-like. This was likely a unique technique of the Dark Sect. Reflecting on it, it was understandable. The Dark Sect, known as a renowned assassin organization, wouldn't have developed so extensively without its own unique skills. Even more so, it wouldn't have attracted a powerful figure like the Edric, nor secured enough funds to target Xavion so critically. Chapter 84. Your information is incorrect. With Xavion's sweeping strike, Hayes and the others were forced to take a step back. They hadn't anticipated that Xavion's combat strength would be so formidable. In reality, even the Edric wasn't aware that Xavion had grown to this extent. If the Edric knew how powerful Xavion's potential was, he would never have ordered an assassination. Even if it were necessary, it would certainly cost more, perhaps dispatching some Chain Realm Tier 3 or 4 experts to ensure success. After all, such potential was indeed astonishing. If someone with such potential became an enemy and wasn't eliminated, it could lead to endless troubles. Before they could take revenge, the mere rapid growth of such a person might already be enough to terrify them. The reason for sending so many Chain Realm Tier 1 assassins was that on the day before their departure, Hayes accidentally overheard Xavion's battle with Ian and realized Xavion possessed the power to defeat Chain Realm cultivators. He reported this information to the Dark Gate, leading to them inflating the price and making the Edric pay dearly. Since Hayes' father was in their hands, Hayes had to ensure this assassination succeeded without fail. Hayes was responsible for this mission. Meanwhile, the Edric remained confused about the sudden price hike. If he didn't pay, the Dark Gate would inform Gueshu sect and Xavion, forcing him to accept reluctantly. The reason he didn't tell the Edric was because Hayes needed to continue hiding within Gueshu sect. Hayes was their pawn inside Gueshu sect, a piece they were unwilling to abandon. Now that Xavion was at Hua Chi Realm level 7, his cultivation combined with his combat strength allowed him to face these opponents without issue. Xavion engaged these enemies, fighting fiercely. Hayes and the others watched helplessly as Xavion leaped around, dodging their attacks precisely and retaliating each time, leaving them astounded. Had they known Xavion was so powerful, they wouldn't have taken this mission. Given Xavion's current strength, they had to pay a hefty price to kill him today. Otherwise, he'd be a significant threat. If Xavion returned alive, he likely wouldn't leave the sect easily, becoming paranoid and suspicious, increasing his vigilance dramatically. And if Xavion did that, it would mean endless trouble for them. Although they had pawns within Gueshu sect, attempting to enter the sect to assassinate Xavion was simply impossible. It would infuriate Gueshu sect. Kill him. A black-robed masked figure shouted, launching attacks and using concealed weapons while fighting. However, these weapons were useless against Xavion, who moved swiftly and was now more cautious. Despite each move being dangerous, Xavion remained unharmed, gaining several attributes and strengthening his cultivation. Extinction of Sun. Faced with such resilient opponents, Xavion decided to use the strongest technique he had acquired from Ian, the Extinction of Sun. Xavion now had enough accumulated attributes to repeatedly cast this technique. He could only rely on these techniques to contend. Otherwise, relying solely on physical combat would put him at a disadvantage quickly. Behind Xavion, a miniature sun gradually rose, radiating intense heat and emitting an intimidating aura. Go! Xavion pushed the blazing sun forward, which hurtled toward the black-robed figures. Xavion's Extinction of Sun was far stronger than when Ian used it. The attributes he obtained were system-enhanced and trained to perfection, while Ian's version was still nascent. Instantly, Hayes and the others were shocked by Xavion's strength. They quickly began countering with their own techniques. However, the overwhelming force of the blazing sun rendered their defenses ineffective, making them struggle. Suddenly, the blazing sun extinguished. It was simple. With so many resisting together, no matter how overpowering Extinction of Sun was, it couldn't maintain dominance indefinitely. A sigh. Xavion looked at the extinguished sun, sighing inwardly at its short-lived power. Now, Xavion had to unleash another technique. Mandala God Flower. A spiritual energy vortex erupted, and a beautiful mandala flower bloomed, its tendrils wrapping around Hayes and the others. Damn, this guy is really tough. And he seems to have gotten even stronger. I don't know why. The black-robed figures cursed profusely. After numerous battles, Xavion's cultivation had risen. During the fight with Ian, he had hidden some of his strength. Now he was even stronger, causing Hayes' earlier assessment of Xavion to be incorrect, leading to their predicament. Hayes, your information was wrong. The black-robed figure yelled, almost wanting to kill Hayes. I didn't know either. I had limited intelligence, and I couldn't expose myself as a chain realm cultivator or engage in combat with him. Hayes felt aggrieved, feeling wronged at this moment. If not for the circumstances, honestly, he wouldn't wish for Xavion's death. But once involved with the Dark Gate, one could only follow their orders forever. Humph, Hayes, we'll settle this upon our return. The black-robed figure sneered coldly. Hearing this, Hayes panicked, worried about his father's illness. No way. The Jedi won't treat me like this. I've done my best. Xavion's growth is indeed alarming. Alarming growth? Have you ever seen someone grow so fast in such a short time? You're clearly hiding something, trying to get back at the Dark Gate. The black-robed figure bluntly accused, doubting Hayes' loyalty. Upon our return, I want to see the Jedi. This is clearly unjust. I've done my best. Chapter 85. The Truth. Hayes cried out in rage, his inner grievance now fully exposed. This time, it was absolutely not his fault. He had done his best. All he hoped for was to extend his father's lifespan. Note, the word Waichich, grievance or Waichi, was used in the original text, but it seems more appropriate to translate it as grievance to better convey the emotion of feeling wronged or aggrieved. At this moment, Xavion was manipulating the mandala divine flower, and the system within him was frantically supplying him with spirit energy and nourishing his chi and blood, bringing him back to his peak condition. This also made Xavion certain that he would not die this time. Damn it, this kid is so strong. We can't kill him even if we work together. The faces of all the black-robed figures changed drastically. If they failed this mission, they knew very well what it would mean once they returned to the Dark Gate. The Dark Gate did not allow failures to exist. Thinking of this, many of them shivered in fear. In the next moment, these people communicated in secret among themselves. Listen to me, it really wasn't my negligence. It's not because of me. Hayes had fallen into a state of madness. His whole being was almost on the verge of lunacy, hair disheveled and eyes wild. Shut up, stop making noise. Do you really think your dead old man is still alive? Do you really think there are medicinal herbs in the Dark Gate that can cure your father? If there were, why would the Khalil only agree to slightly prolong his life each time? Why did he break his promises time after time? Why, in the past 2 years, were you never allowed to visit your father? Let me tell you the truth. Your dead old man died 2 years ago. There has never been such a spirit medicine in the sect. Do you think, even if it existed, the sect would reward your dead old man? That's impossible. Such spirit medicines are only for important figures. Those medicines are used by the big shots to prolong their lives. You don't deserve them. You are slaves of the sect, forever slaves. The black-robed men sneered nastily. This time, I figured it out. Maybe during your journey here, you suddenly felt conscience-stricken, or perhaps held a grudge against the Dark Gate. Then, you notified the Gueshu sect to mislead our forces, trying to delay time while waiting for the Gueshu sect to come. Those prestigious and righteous sects have always wanted to eliminate us. Probably, this time, the Gueshu sect promised you considerable benefits, right? You wanted to capture all of us at once, then force out the whereabouts of the sect, didn't you? I'm sorry, but your conspiracy didn't succeed. Your dead old man can't be saved either. Now, since we can't kill Xavion, we'll naturally go back and report. We're telling you this not out of kindness, but to shift the blame onto you. Since we've told you all this, you probably won't be able to return to the Dark Gate or face the Khalil. You'll only want to kill the Khalil. But don't worry. With you taking responsibility, our punishments will be much lighter. We have plenty of opportunities. When the time comes, we'll play slowly. Wait for it. One day, we'll take off your head. As they spoke, the masked men began to rapidly retreat. They had already realized that defeating Xavion was practically impossible. So, there was no reason to stay. They simply revealed the truth about Hayes' father to drive him mad and let him take the blame. This Muhammad had always been a filial son, joining the Dark Gate just to treat his father's illness. Knowing this news, he would definitely never return to the sect. The masked men's calculations were sound. As expected, upon hearing the masked men's words, Hayes was stunned, and tears streamed down his face. For a moment, Hayes did not fall into madness but fell silent. He had long guessed this outcome, but the Dark Gate continually pressured him and informed him that his father's condition was dire, making him believe in it. He had suppressed this painful reality deep within his heart. There was a brief moment when he believed the sect couldn't possibly deceive him. After all, he was the Chilean child of the sect, destined for great achievements. The sect should consider his contributions over the years and his future potential and treat his father. Now, the masked men revealing the truth directly shattered his hope. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in silence for a long time. How does it feel? Didn't I tell you the truth? Goodbye. Next time we meet, I will surely end your name. The masked men laughed collectively, then started retreating in unison. I'll kill you all. Hayes watched the masked men, then went berserk. He chased after them with all his strength, trying to catch up and kill each one of them. However, he lacked the ability. These masked men fled quickly, all prepared. Within a short time, everyone withdrew and disappeared. Hayes stood there, dumbfounded, continuously hitting his own head. Xavion, what happened? Why did those people suddenly retreat? At this moment, Cheyenne and Ian ran out from the inn and asked Xavion after seeing him. Originally, they were engaged in battle, with Ian close to defeating the black-robed figure. Suddenly, 6 more black-robed figures returned en masse. Ian and Cheyenne had already despaired, thinking Xavion would be overwhelmed and killed. They could only watch as these people returned, and then slaughtered everyone. But unexpectedly, these people not only did not attack, but directly left with the other masked men. And they escaped very quickly. Ian and Cheyenne were puzzled and quickly came to Xavion, only to find him standing there alive. What the hell? You little devil, you're still here. Watch me not kill you today. After stepping out, Ian first saw Hayes squatting there and constantly wailing, instantly boiling with anger. If not for this traitor, they wouldn't have faced such a crisis, nearly losing their lives. So, Ian became enraged and decided he would not let this guy off easily. As for how to punish, a beating first. Chapter 86, Disposition. At this moment, Hayes could no longer care about these things. He was suffering a huge psychological blow and seemed almost at his limit. Cheyenne was also very angry that Hayes hadn't fled. Though she knew Hayes had his reasons, it was for his father. Could it be justified by sending Xavion to his death? For his father, how many people had Hayes killed over the years? Alright, stop it. Look, I'm not dead. Xavion sighed and walked over. His gaze became intense like a falcon's as he looked at Hayes and said, Do you have nothing to say, knowing that your father died long ago and you were used from the start? Hayes remained silent at first, then sighed deeply, saying, Xavion, I know all my actions have wronged you. If you wish to kill or maim me today, do as you please, I don't care. Then, Hayes closed his eyes. He knew that such betrayal, leading to almost certain death, was unforgivable. With his father gone and no one left to cling to, he felt too exhausted deep inside to put up any resistance. Since he wronged Xavion, wouldn't giving his life settle things? It was the only solution he could think of. Xavion sneered at Hayes. Although he had just allowed Ian and Cheyenne to beat Sullivan up, it didn't mean he was so kind or easygoing to forgive him immediately. That was impossible. However, Xavion clearly understood that the cause of all this wasn't solely Hayes' fault. There was the Dark Gate and the Edric involved too. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. Now that the Dark Gate doesn't want you, and your father is gone, I assume you won't do anything more. But even if I spare your life, it doesn't mean I forgive you. From now on, there's no connection between us. I don't consider you a friend and will never trust you again. If you dare to scheme against me in the future, I will hold you accountable for both new and old grievances. You will not have an easy time. Xavion coldly declared. Considering everything, including the fact that Hayes acted out of desperation for his father, Xavion ultimately decided to spare him. However, sparing Hayes did not equate to forgiveness. Such deeds were hard to overlook, and Xavion was not so saintly as to pardon them easily. Upon hearing Xavion's decision, Cheyenne, Ian, and even Hayes were astonished. They couldn't imagine that Xavion would be so magnanimous as to actually choose to forgive Hayes. In reality, after learning of Hayes' plea for them earlier and understanding his motives, Cheyenne herself wasn't keen on killing Hayes, though she would not have stopped Xavion if he insisted. Still, she didn't expect Xavion to really forgive him, which touched her unexpectedly. Well then, thank you, Xavion. Hearing Xavion's words, Hayes sincerely thanked him. In truth, Hayes did not seek death wholeheartedly. He hadn't avenged his father yet and still harbored much resentment, unwilling to die uselessly or be a mere pawn for the Dark Gate. Though vengeance seemed distant, surviving always offered hope. Never thought the Edric would stoop so low, hiring assassins against junior brother Alan. Cheyenne exclaimed angrily. After we return, I will report this to father. The Guesu sect can't allow such a person as the Edric. Xavion sighed upon hearing Cheyenne's words and waved his hand, replying, Forget it. Bringing down the Edric won't be that simple. The Edric leaves no evidence for us. Even if your father trusts you, there are other Humphreys in the sect. If the Edric denies involvement, what proof would we have? He would surely bear a grudge if exposed. We need a careful strategy to bring down the Edric, Xavion explained with evident helplessness. In this world, power reigns supreme, and those higher up controlled lives and deaths at will. Hughes close to the Edric formed a powerful force. Even the Bradley wouldn't arbitrarily eliminate the Edric. So, are we just letting this go? Cheyenne asked, taken aback by the complexity beyond her comprehension. Not letting it go. How could I let the Edric off? But revenge must come step by step, without rushing and risking our destruction. If the Edric panics, with his power and connections, getting rid of us would be easy. We must be patient and pretend it was the Dark Gate who deceived us. Xavion patiently explained. Ian quietly signaled Cheyenne to drop the topic, given Hayes was still present and under Xavion's mercy. Should Xavion lose control and ask Hayes to testify, the result might lead to Hayes' death and uncertain success against the Edric. Besides, even knowing the Dark Gate's exact location, destroying them would not be easy. As the premier assassination organization in Zhao, eliminating the Dark Gate required large-scale warfare, something the Bradley wouldn't initiate merely for Xavion. Seeing Ian signal her, Cheyenne chose to relent. Deep down, she felt a complex mix of emotions, especially considering Hayes' favorable impression before this incident. Translation completed. Chapter 87, Camillo Sect. After the entire incident settled down, Xavion and his companions set off once more. This time, Hayes did not leave but stayed with the group. However, he did not sit in the same carriage as Xavion and the others, but chose to sit in the supply wagon. It made sense when you thought about it. Now that the Dark Gate had disowned him and besides Guishu Sect, he had nowhere else to go. Besides, Xavion had already stated that they would no longer hold him accountable for what had transpired. Hence, there was little point in leaving immediately. After a long and arduous journey, Xavion and his companions finally neared the small sect near Camillo City. The small sect was named Camillo Sect, the sole place of cultivation in this small city. Anyone who wished to practice cultivation could only do so at Camillo Sect because most other sects were too far away. And due to its remote location, Camillo Sect had not been annihilated by other powerful sections. On the contrary, after declaring their allegiance to Guishu Sect, Camillo Sect was often protected by Guishu Sect. On this day, Xavion and his companions drove into Camillo City, with Camillo Sect right before their eyes. Cheyenne had informed the Patriarch of Camillo Sect via a transmission jade slip about their arrival. Soon, a large group of people from Camillo Sect came to greet them. For young friends, we appreciate your efforts on this journey, said the Patriarch of Camillo Sect, walking at the front. He looked at Xavion and his three companions with a smile. We owe much gratitude to all four of you for delivering the spirit artifacts here safely. Patriarch, you're too kind, Cheyenne responded with a laugh. At this moment, the people from Camillo Sect approached to inspect the spirit artifacts on the wagons, and then took over managing the vehicles. Xavion observed that this small sect's strongest cultivator, the Patriarch, was likely at Shackle's realm, first or second stage. There were only 2 or 3 other Shackle's realm cultivators, while most of the disciples were at the Chi condensation stage. If someone here had reached the vast Chi stage, they would probably be considered a leading disciple or core member. It was evident how insignificant this place was compared to Guishu Sect. Come along, 3 young friends. I'll personally set up a banquet to thank you for your hard work. The Patriarch of Camillo Sect warmly led Xavion and his group forward. Feeling it impolite to refuse, Xavion and the others reluctantly followed him towards the sect headquarters. Truthfully, after the long journey, they needed some rest and wanted to gauge the strength of this small sect. Such small sects, being far from Guishu Sect, required occasional checks. Otherwise, any signs of rebellion might go unnoticed. Given the distant location, it was difficult to maintain a constant presence, so periodic inspections and offering benefits were necessary. Walking inside the sect, Xavion observed the modest structures. Most disciples were at the Chi condensation stage, making it rare to see even one vast Chi cultivator. Xavion quickly understood. After all, even in Guishu Sect, vast Chi disciples were highly valued. It was no surprise that such small sects rarely saw them. Yet, one thing puzzled Xavion. Why did the disciples here seem listless and lackluster, like they were merely going through the motions? Let's go, esteemed guests, said the Patriarch of Camillo Sect with a smile. Xavion and his companions nodded, following the Patriarch into the reception hall. Soon, dishes were brought out by chefs. Dear guests, I apologize for the humble offerings. We don't have much to offer, so please bear with us, the Patriarch explained. Xavion glanced around. Something felt off. Everyone, whether disciples or Humphreys, was watching them intently. It wasn't a natural gaze but more like a deliberate stare, almost as if they were wary of the visitors. Putting down his chopsticks, Xavion asked with a smile, Patriarch, why does everything feel so strange here? The Patriarch's expression stiffened momentarily before he quickly masked it and replied, Strange? In what way? That brief hesitation did not escape Xavion's notice, eliciting a cold laugh. Despite the Patriarch's attempt to hide his reaction, Xavion saw it. Cheyenne, Ian, and Hayes also sensed something amiss. The atmosphere in the hall was indeed peculiar. I'm sorry, Patriarch, but during our journey, we ate wild fruits that upset our stomachs. We're not very hungry, Cheyenne casually remarked. These dishes are truly regrettable. Perhaps you should reward your disciples with them. Before setting out, the sect specifically instructed us to investigate the situation here. So we need to do that first and then leave. Cultivation is paramount for us. Just then, an 8-year-old boy ran over, drooling at the sight of food. Father, can you serve me some dishes? I want to eat. The Patriarch's face darkened, then he snapped at the boy. Child, what are you doing here? Go play somewhere else. Hu Qingtian, take the yush away. He signaled discreetly to one of the Humphreys nearby. Please, Patriarch, children love eating. It's understandable. Don't be so harsh on him. Here, let me serve you some chicken, Xavion interjected, pulling the yush closer and giving him a drumstick. Eat up, ignore your father, Xavion added. Seeing the drumstick in the yush's hand, the Patriarch's complexion changed drastically. He lunged forward and snatched it away. At this, Cheyenne and the others exchanged knowing glances with a smirk. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text, ensuring a natural and fluent English narrative while preserving the storyline and logic coherently. Chapter 88. Villains die from talking too much. Lord Camillo, why do you not trust children to eat this food? Adley slammed her hand on the table, her entire demeanor brimming with anger. The way she looked at Lord Camillo turned icy. It was clear what had happened. Fortunately, Xavion had been cautious. Otherwise, they would have unknowingly eaten the food, and who knows what could have happened. Xavion, Ian, and Hayes also gave cold looks around them. At that moment, realizing his scheme had been exposed, Lord Camillo no longer hid his intentions. He began to sneer, his attitude a complete turnaround from before. Heh, I didn't expect you all to be so cautious. Truly, I didn't expect it. Since you figured it out, let me tell you the truth. Our Camillo sect has secretly pledged allegiance to Qishao Gate. For years, Qishao Gate has been covertly supporting us, but we've only maintained a cooperative relationship without truly becoming one of their own. This has been my long-standing worry. If we continue like this, we are held by Qishao Gate strings, and they can demand our lives at any time. So, I came up with this plan to bring your prestigious disciples of Guishu sect to the Humphreys of Qishao Gate as proof of loyalty. By doing so, I will finally earn their trust and become a true part of Qishao Gate. To my surprise, not only did renowned disciples come today, even the daughter of the Jedi arrived. This is quite the harvest for me, though you uncovered my plot. So what? Among you, there's only one locking boundary expert. Do you think with our strength, we can't take you down? As he spoke, two other Edrics of Qishao Gate stepped forward, releasing their cultivation power. Both were formidable, each having reached the locking boundary. Furthermore, surrounding them were almost all of Camillo sect's elite and core disciples. The formidable lineup faced Xavion and his group. Xavion surveyed the situation. Practically every light chi boundary practitioner in Camillo sect had gathered, around 100 or so. With such a large number, if they weren't prepared, they would have certainly been ambushed here. Honestly, since the moment you set foot in Camillo City, this outcome was inevitable. Don't blame anyone else. Even if you hadn't come to investigate, we would have forced you to stay. So, young geniuses, there's no escape for you today, Lord Camillo sneered. Xavion smiled mockingly and replied, do you really think your lineup can keep us here? What choice do you have? Lord Camillo laughed maniacally. Do you think you can turn the tide in such dire straits? In his view, turning the tide was absolutely impossible. After all, they had 3 locking boundary experts and countless light chi boundary disciples, nearly the entire might of Camillo sect. How could a few kids resist? Guishu sect was indeed strong enough to send a locking boundary disciple casually, but they wouldn't let themselves be manipulated by Guishu sect. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Lord Camillo's words, Xavion, Ian, and Hayes laughed wildly, as if hearing an incredible joke. These 3 wanted to detain them? What a dream. Finally, it's my turn to shine. Xavion, Ian, I'm sorry about the past events. It was beyond my control. Today, give me a chance to make amends. Saying this, Hayes unleashed a fierce aura, making the pressure around him heavier. Another locking boundary disciple? Lord Camillo's face turned grim. 2 locking boundary disciples? Guishu sect was indeed extravagant. Their sect's strongest wasn't beyond the locking boundary, yet sending a mere spirit weapon, they could mobilize 2 locking boundary disciples. This kind of power wasn't easily matched by just any sect. Moreover, he had clearly investigated this boy's cultivation. It was merely at the light chi boundary. Why had he changed so drastically? He didn't know that Hayes had trained in darkness techniques since childhood, mastering the art of concealing his cultivation level. Even some Humphreys in Guishu sect hadn't noticed anything unusual about Hayes, let alone a locking boundary expert like him. Humph. Even with 2 locking boundary disciples, it's troublesome but still within reach. We have 3 locking boundary experts and numerous light chi boundary disciples. Our defensive array is activated. No matter how skilled you are, you won't break through. I advise you not to fight hopelessly. If you surrender, we won't cripple you. Otherwise. Before Lord Camillo could finish, Xavion interrupted impatiently. Have you heard the saying, villains die from talking too much? At a crucial moment like this, you talk so much. Are you afraid of tripping over your own tongue? Xavion regarded Lord Camillo with amusement, as if watching a farce. The Camillo sect disciples flared up in anger at this. These elite disciples, who had resources poured into their cultivation, knew the ins and outs and were loyal to the sect. Seeing their great undertaking about to succeed, how could they tolerate such provocation? Your pack of dogs is very loyal, Lord Camillo. Clearly, you've filtered them carefully, Xavion shouted, then gazed down at the disciples like a descending dragon, saying, but do you really think following this lord means you chose the right path? Do you realize he has pushed you into a bottomless pit? With your potential, you had a good chance of entering Guishu sect. Now, you've blocked your own path by siding with the wrong person. Enraged by this, all the disciples couldn't hold back. In an instant, they charged towards Xavion. Chapter 89. The Battle at Camillo Sect. Another Edric simultaneously rushed out, intent on taking Xavion's life. The Patriarch of Camillo Sect and another Edric directly locked down Hayes and Ian, clearly attempting to block their path to prevent them from rescuing Xavion. In an instant, the Camillo Sect's protective formation was activated. A series of runes surged forward, making it seem as if Xavion and company were placed in a prison. However, Xavion and his companions showed no sign of panic. Cheyenne's face even bore a trace of irony. These people truly knew how to pick their targets. Xavion, who appeared to be the weakest among them, had unwittingly become their choice, but they didn't realize that this weakling was actually the strongest fighter among them. The purpose of the KC was now evident. Surrounding Xavion with so many people, wasn't it just to give them a taste of their power? By killing the seemingly weakest member, Xavion, and then capturing 2 disciples at the Lock Realm and the daughter of a sect Khalil, such a gift would certainly be welcomed by Qishao sect. More importantly, killing Xavion could serve as a warning to the others. The KC had grand plans, but he clearly didn't understand the true capabilities of these disciples. Boom! As the Edric rushed over, Xavion's cultivation exploded instantly. He soared into the sky, holding the God of War's spear and engaging the Edric in fierce combat. Below, other disciples swarmed towards Xavion, intending to finish him off. However, any disciple who approached Xavion was caught in the aftereffects of his battle. ending up either dead or injured. The Edric was taken aback, not expecting this seemingly weak Muhammad to possess combat prowess comparable to that of a Lock Realm expert. Such combat strength was absolutely formidable. Still, this did not alarm the Edric. Himph, mere tricks. You are merely forcing yourself. I don't believe you can truly compete with a Lock Realm expert. Saying this, the Edric executed a set of profound boxing techniques, infused with wind energy, charging towards Xavion. In his eyes, Xavion must have used some secret technique to temporarily enhance his combat strength, but it wouldn't last long. Ha, you narrow-minded frog. Your ignorance makes you arrogant. Xavion sneered. His cultivation erupted suddenly, and the combat waves he emitted became overwhelmingly stronger than before. His momentum grew intensely sharp. After just a few exchanges, Xavion forced the Edric into a defensive retreat. Meanwhile, Hayes and Ian, after restraining the Casey and another Edric, began to gain the upper hand. Although both had only recently reached the Lock Realm and couldn't match the depth of these old monsters, prodigies were prodigies. They naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary cultivators. Moreover, their divine techniques and spells were far superior to those of these two Humphreys. Thus, gaining the upper hand was normal. The situation tilted sharply in one direction. Cheyenne, though her combat power and cultivation were not on par with Xavion's, being the daughter of a Sect Khalil and a strong 9th rank Aura Realm practitioner, combined with the artifacts given by the Sect Khalil, could still unleash a near-Lock Realm strength. Ordinary disciples couldn't touch her at all. What's going on? Quickly finish that kid off and come help us. Seeing this, even the usually composed Casey became anxious. He knew that if things continued like this, they would only flee in disarray. Eventually, these disciples would have to be dispersed. Escaping together would be too conspicuous and easy for Guesu sect to track them down. Losing these disciples and the foundation of the sect, Qishao sect would undoubtedly refuse to offer any support. At that point, everything they had built over the years would be ruined. But despite what he said, the Edric faced much greater pressure from Xavion than the Casey. How could anyone compare with Xavion's combat strength? Under continuous attacks from Xavion, the Edric kept retreating until he finally spat out a mouthful of blood, his cultivation waning as he collapsed to the ground. He had been heavily wounded by Xavion. It's your turn. With the Edric dealt with, Xavion immediately locked onto the Casey. This person incited treason within the sect, and such treachery was unforgivable. Xavion would not let him off easily. Moreover, eradicating a rebellious sect and removing a threat would earn great rewards upon their return to the sect. This mission was more about reaping benefits than delivering treasures. Bang, bang, bang. Under relentless attacks from Xavion and Hayes, the Casey began to falter. Now, he finally understood why the Edric struggled against this Muhammad. How could this be the weakest among them? Clearly, he was the strongest. This Muhammad was barely of age, yet his combat strength was extraordinarily monstrous. Was Guesu sect recruiting a world-class prodigy? Thinking of this, the Casey broke into cold sweat, but there was no way out for him now. Xavion and Hayes had cornered him. There was no escape. Little friend, please spare us. We will contribute all our resources. Our sect is willing to become your subordinate force, bringing numerous hidden advantages. Just hide this matter for us. Increasingly panicking, the Casey even started stuttering. Worse, he forgot that Cheyenne, the sect Khalil's daughter, was present. Otherwise, he would never have uttered such words, losing dignity and disappointing his disciples while earning contempt from Xavion and his team. Ha, discuss this with our sect Khalil. A true man takes responsibility for his actions. If you've done it, why not admit defeat? You only make people despise you more. Xavion sneered at the Casey. At this moment, the Casey finally realized what was happening. His face turned ashen, and he roared. Don't think you have the upper hand. Old man here has never thought of using certain methods, but if you push me too far, I'll take you all down with me. Chapter 90. Blood Sacrifice Formation. The Feng Kongjongdu of Camillo sect screamed madly, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared to take Xavion and the others down with him. In response, Xavion and company remained silent, responding with a cold, unyielding attitude. Note, Feng Kongjongdu should be translated as frantic/crazed sect master, or similar. It seems there is a placeholder or encoding issue in the original text. Revised. The crazed sect master of Camillo sect screamed madly, his demeanor suggesting he was prepared to take Xavion and the others down with him. In response, Xavion and company remained silent, responding with a cold, unyielding attitude. On the other side, Hayes' opponent, under his relentless attacks, had already been thoroughly overwhelmed, defeat only a matter of time. So be it, since you force me, old man will go down with all of you. Kiki, young ones, your potential is commendable. Too bad for you, meddling too much. Now, I will make you bury yourselves with our Camillo sect. Saying this, the Bradley chanted an odd incantation. Instantly, the surrounding environment erupted into chaos. The Barnabas from Camillo sect, who was battling Hayes, saw this and his face changed dramatically. He shouted, "Sect leader, are you insane? This would destroy all our efforts. I can't care about that now. If this continues, everyone will die." In a frenzy, the Bradley yelled. Then Xavion and the others witnessed the entire Guesu sect's protective formation begin to rumble. In an instant, the light canopy in the sky turned blood red, and all the disciples simultaneously abandoned resistance, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Sect leader, no, Bradley, you can't do this. We followed you for so long. Do you really wish to give up on everything? Numerous disciples screamed in horror as their flesh began to tear away from their bones, collapsing onto the ground and unable to rise again. Xavion and Cheyenne watched this horrifying scene unfold in shock. What is happening? The fallen disciples' energy was instantly drained by the formation, converging together and surging toward the Bradley. Ha, little ones, this time you're truly doomed. Laughing maniacally, the Camillo sect leader saw two Lock Realm Humphreys near him disintegrate instantly, their energy entirely absorbed by him. Instantly, the Camillo sect leader's aura skyrocketed, soon breaking through to the second tier of the lock realm. His cultivation continued to ascend rapidly. Damn it, he's consuming others' lives and cultivations to boost himself. How could the Bradley possess such dark magic? Cheyenne suddenly recalled something, her expression changing drastically. Stop him. Xavion, Hayes, and Ian rushed forward, trying to forcefully interrupt the Camillo sect leader's breakthrough using their own power. But all efforts were futile. A layer of energy already shielded the Camillo sect leader, preventing any attacks from breaching this protection within a short time. They could only watch helplessly as his cultivation kept climbing. In a flash, Xavion and company understood. The Camillo sect leader was pulling out all stops. When he finally completed his breakthrough, entering the second tier of the lock realm, he was just one step away from the third tier. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough energy here to support his ascent to the third tier. If you hadn't sabotaged my empowerment earlier, I would have surely broken through to the third tier of the lock realm. But never mind. After killing you all, I might use your energies to achieve it. Losing Camillo sect might not be a bad thing. At least, I won't have to worry about it anymore. With the strength of the third tier lock realm, and with Camillo sect's resources, whether re-establishing the sect or joining another great sect, countless paths await me. Fortunately, I foresaw this possibility and prepared early. Otherwise, I might really have fallen at your hands. Little pests, did you enjoy fighting before? Now, it's my turn. Hehe, the daughter of the Goeishu sect's master. A person like me couldn't even see her before. Now, I'll play with her, making her my eternal prisoner. Saying this, the Camillo sect leader moved instantly, hurling a punch towards Xavion and company. Though he wanted Cheyenne, he knew first he needed to deal with these three lock realm experts. Once they were taken care of, Cheyenne wouldn't stand a chance. Attack together. Facing a second-tier lock realm expert for the first time, Xavion knew the difference between tiers in the lock realm was vast. It was nothing like before. The pressure was significantly higher. Boom. In the first exchange between Xavion, Ian, Hayes, and the Camillo sect leader, Xavion and the others were forced several steps back before stabilizing. They immediately realized the current Camillo sect leader wasn't easy to handle. Who would win in a prolonged battle was anyone's guess. Damn it. Xavion cursed inwardly, drawing the war god's spear, ready to engage the Camillo sect leader again. But suddenly, the latter changed tactics, rushing towards Ian. From previous encounters, the Camillo sect leader knew continuing to tangle with them would waste precious time, allowing Cheyenne a chance to escape. And Xavion was clearly the hardest nut to crack. However, as a second-tier lock realm expert, his speed far surpassed theirs. First, he would incapacitate Ian and Hayes, freeing him to focus fully on Xavion, ensuring a quick victory. Beware. Seeing the Camillo sect leader charging at Ian, Xavion and Hayes understood his plan instantly. They rushed over to save Ian, but they were too slow. With the Camillo sect leader's superior speed, they arrived too late. Lunging through the air, he delivered a punch, catching Ian off guard. Ian was thrown to the ground, heavily wounded and largely out of commission. Just as the Camillo sect leader prepared to strike Ian again, Xavion and Hayes arrived. Chapter 91. Go. Hehe. You two are so eager to die. If that's what you want, then this old man will grant your wish. Seeing that Ian had almost lost all combat ability, the patriarch of Camillo sect sneered wickedly and turned his focus on Hayes. Hayes, be careful. Xavion shouted in horror, trying to rush over to shield Hayes, but Hayes was too close to the patriarch. In just a flicker of a moment, the patriarch slapped Hayes away with one hand. At this moment, Xavion was the only one left. The bloodthirsty patriarch before him seemed like an invincible demon god, powerful and terrifying. Humph, you little brat, you've ruined my grand plan, but no matter. I'll keep you for last, slowly tormenting you until you beg for neither life nor death. Now, let me enjoy the feeling of humiliating the daughter of a Bradley. Hehe, the greatest delight in life is nothing compared to disgracing my enemy's daughter and trampling my enemies underfoot. The patriarch of Camillo sect laughed sinisterly and began to advance step by step toward Cheyenne. The aura emanating from him locked onto Cheyenne instantly. At this moment, she couldn't move a muscle, overwhelmed by his sheer power. Even running away seemed impossible. How despicable. Xavion roared loudly, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. He immediately yelled, Razor-leafed Datura Divine Flower. Instantly, spiritual energy surged before the Casey, forming a whirlpool. Within it, a striking Datura flower bloomed, sending out ripples of spiritual energy that spread toward the patriarch. Next, the stems and leaves of the Datura suddenly extended, green vines spreading through the air toward the patriarch, attempting to bind him completely. Hehe, trivial tricks. Any flashy skill is insignificant before absolute power. The patriarch sneered and stepped forward, grabbing the Datura vine with a palm infused with overwhelming force. He was confident that this Datura flower wasn't a match for him. After seizing the Datura vine, the thorns on it fiercely pierced into the patriarch's palm, and the vine quickly wrapped around his arm. Seeing this, Xavion's face lit up. This was the razor-leafed Datura Divine Flower's killing move. Once the opponent underestimated it and made physical contact with the vines, they would be instantly bound. Once bound, the Datura flower would move closer to begin tormenting its opponent. This could be considered the Datura flower's strongest technique. Initially, Xavion thought the Casey would be hard to handle, but now it seemed he was overly arrogant and would pay a heavy price for his arrogance. Furrowing his brows after being entangled, the Casey snorted coldly and started to yank the Datura vine. In an instant, the Datura flower was pulled out by the roots and instantly wilted. Its user, Xavion, spat out a mouthful of blood, his own power starting to dwindle. Xavion's heart filled with shock. The Casey was too strong, capable of directly combating the Datura flower. The Datura flower was usually his ace in the hole, and it was nearly impossible for anyone to breach its defenses under normal circumstances. Help! Seeing Xavion's technique broken and his condition worsening, Cheyenne could no longer contain her fear. Her whole body began trembling. Growing up under her father's protection, she had never encountered any real danger or crisis. Even when practicing outside, her senior brothers always protected her, ensuring her safety. Now, as she faced danger, panic naturally took hold. Hee hee, little girl, tremble more. The more afraid you are, the more excited I get. The Casey licked his lips and sneered wickedly, completely captivated by Cheyenne. At this level, ordinary female disciples no longer provided excitement. Only those with special statuses could still stir his interest. Playing with high-status individuals who were once untouchable thrilled him. Bastard! Seeing this, Xavion, enraged, rushed forward recklessly, throwing his strongest punch at the Casey. No, Xavion, run now. You have a chance to escape with your strength. Seeing Xavion charging forward like a moth drawn to a flame, Cheyenne urgently shouted, her heart anxious but also touched. She knew Xavion couldn't be a match for the Casey. Their gap was too wide, leaving no possibility of victory. If Xavion fled now, there might be a slim chance for survival. Given his abilities and considering the Patriarch's distraction, he might actually escape alive. But if Xavion tried to save her, it would mean certain death. Cheyenne forgot her own peril, focused only on urging Xavion to flee. Xavion, now like a madman, lunged forward, stabbing fiercely with his war spear at the Casey. Despite his formidable cultivation, the Patriarch had to turn and face Xavion, frowning. Indeed, Xavion's fighting prowess was too powerful. He couldn't ignore this unremarkable Muhammad who attacked suicidally, making him catch his breath. Himph, are you insane? The Casey sneered and slapped Xavion, causing him to stumble and almost fall. Go, Xavion, run now, don't worry about me. Cheyenne screamed in fear, her heart trembling as she watched the slender and unsteady figure before her, finding the Mike's form towering and brave at this moment. Humph, I, Xavion, have never abandoned a woman or let her sacrifice herself for me. Xavion snorted coldly, bathed in blood, his eyes shining ferociously like an injured beast. At the sight of Xavion's injuries, Cheyenne sobbed uncontrollably. Hee hee, boy, you care so much for this girl, do you love her? The Casey looked at Xavion and chuckled darkly. Chapter 92. A love that brings tears. Xavion was taken aback. He had never considered this question. Since coming to this world, he truly had only one genuine friend, Cheyenne. Only Cheyenne treated him genuinely and never looked down on him. Others, like Hayes before, were friends at one point, but due to the assassination incident, Xavion had become disillusioned with Hayes. Ian, on the other hand, was forced into helping him, creating a certain distance between them and making their friendship insincere. As for the dorm mates, they merely attached themselves to him because of his strength. If he weren't so strong, they would likely abandon him in an instant and side with others. Seeing Xavion silent, Camilo Sex Khalil seemed to have seen through everything and coldly chuckled. Hee hee, Muhammad, truly touching, risking your own life to rescue Donna you love. Though it may seem foolish, it cannot be helped but admired. But alas, in the face of absolute power, any love is as insubstantial as clouds. Boy, I will now let you watch as I take your beloved daughter prisoner in Shinxia. As he spoke, Camilo Sex Khalil revealed a cruel smile. Xavion had been a thorn in his side before, but now, he finally found a way to torment the boy. This method was extremely cruel, even more so than flaying or breaking bones. It was a psychological torment, a trampling of dignity that could bring ultimate pleasure. Upon hearing these words, Cheyenne was stunned. She hadn't realized that Xavion might actually have feelings for her, yet seeing how he was risking his life for her now, Cheyenne instantly understood. Camilo Sex Khalil's words were probably true. At this moment, regret welled up inside Cheyenne. She hated herself for not noticing these feelings earlier. If she had realized sooner, Xavion would have been so much happier. Now, he was about to die for her while she had done nothing to make him truly happy. Feminine thoughts filled Cheyenne's heart. Unbeknownst to Xavion, Cheyenne's mind had already played out countless scenarios. Xavion's shock stemmed from being caught off guard by Camilo Sex Khalil's question. He had never thought about these matters. He didn't realize how big of a scene his hesitation was causing in Cheyenne's heart. Humph, don't waste time with useless talk. Today, if you wish to harm my senior sister, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Feeling his thoughts getting chaotic, Xavion knew such trivial questions should not distract him at this critical juncture. He shouted loudly to interrupt Camilo Sex Khalil. If Camilo Sex Khalil continued speaking, Xavion felt he would be embarrassed. Something non-existent, made real by Camilo Sex Khalil's words, started to feel real. Hearing the word, senior sister, Cheyenne's mind buzzed, and tears flowed down her cheeks. In an instant, she understood everything. Knowing Xavion's background, he was an orphan raised within Guishu sect. It dawned on her that when she had suddenly entered his life, providing cultivation resources, treating him well, supporting and trusting him unconditionally, he must have seen himself as destined to protect her as his senior sister. It made sense. A lonely orphan who grew up in a sect with no family support, having only himself without parents, undoubtedly endured much hardship. As he grew, becoming increasingly withdrawn, a kind senior sister appeared, radiating warmth and unconditional support, gradually melting his cold heart. By then, the junior brother had silently fallen in love with the senior sister but kept it buried due to their vast status difference, choosing instead to quietly protect her. When faced with danger, he stood up fearlessly, vowing to safeguard her at all costs. Thinking of this, Cheyenne wept profusely, feeling a sudden surge of affection for her junior brother. At that moment, Xavion was battling fiercely against Camilo Sex Khalil. Suddenly noticing Cheyenne's tears, he was startled. Why would his usually strong senior sister be crying? Could it be extreme fear of Camilo Sex Khalil? Yes, it must be. Otherwise, why would she cry? Immediately, Xavion became anxious. Cheyenne was the person who treated him best, and he couldn't bear for her to feel fear now. In a frenzy, Xavion attacked even harder, unleashing various techniques and powers recklessly, transforming into a prehistoric beast. Unbeknownst to Xavion, this behavior affected Cheyenne deeply. Seeing Xavion fight for her life, Cheyenne's heart ached further. Her junior brother cared so much about her, putting aside his own safety to see her smile again, even risking his life against the demon before him. No, Xavion, stop resisting and run away quickly. You can't defeat him. Cheyenne screamed tearfully. Xavion clenched his teeth and said, Senior sister, I will never leave you behind. He roared as energy surged from within the system, rapidly healing his wounds and allowing him to continue fighting. At this point, Xavion's cultivation was approaching the 9th level of Hua Chi realm. However, Camilo Sex Khalil's strength exceeded expectations, and despite prolonged combat, Xavion could not overpower him. Xavion, we will help you. At this moment, Ian and Hayes also struggled to their feet, channeling their cultivation to aid Xavion. Although they knew their chances of success were less than 1%, they stood up regardless, hoping to ensure Xavion's victory. Hee, what moving brotherly loyalty. I thought disciples of major sects were all selfish, but to find such camaraderie among you. Unfortunately, your loyalty ends here. Chapter 93, Brotherhood. Only you would be this kind of person, capable of cold-bloodedly killing disciples you've raised and your own flesh and blood. What a heart of stone. A person like you will never have true friends in your entire life. Xavion sneered, glancing at the remains of Camilo Sex Patriarch's children scattered on the ground. Despite being battered and bruised, he stood tall like a fierce tiger, his presence undiminished. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Ian and Hayes felt profoundly moved. Especially Hayes, who upon realizing that Xavion included him alongside Ian as brothers, felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Though he had no choice at the time, if given the chance, Hayes would certainly have cherished this brotherhood. Struck by the truth of Xavion's words, Camilo Sex Patriarch's face contorted with rage. For him, it wasn't easy to casually kill his own children. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hesitated to let his son eat that chicken leg earlier. However, without any other option, having chosen this path and been discovered, the only way to enhance his cultivation was through such means. If he didn't do this, not only would he die, but so would his children. What Camilo Sex Patriarch didn't know was that if he had surrendered, while Xavion and company wouldn't have spared him, they would have at least allowed his children to live. Such a small child shouldn't have lost their life today. Now everything is your doing, Patriarch Camilo, said Xavion. What good does all this talk do? Today, I shall make you all pay for my son's life. With these words, Camilo Sex Patriarch's aura intensified as he lunged towards Xavion once more. Truth be told, the biggest variable today was this Muhammad. Had his combat prowess not been so extraordinary, they might not be in this predicament, and his son might still be alive. So, all his pent-up anger was directed at Xavion. Xavion scoffed and charged at the attacker head-on. After exchanging some heated words, his body had replenished significantly. Moreover, Xavion sensed that he was close to breaking through to the 9th level of Amador realm. If he could reach that level, everything would change. Even if he lacked the confidence to confront his opponent, he could force a retreat with Cheyenne and the others. Boom, boom, boom. In the midst of intense battle, Xavion's strength began to increase, though it was still relatively weak. Then Xavion roared, Patriarch Camilo, you cannot defeat me. Why don't you escape now? If you flee now, before we return to the sect, you can certainly evade us completely. Then even Guesu sect won't be able to catch you. But if you insist on fighting to the death, we four will stand against you until the bitter end. Who knows who will win then? Even if you do win, severely wounded, you might be killed by other passing experts. Or someone might kill you and report back to Guesu sect for reward. Do you think you'll survive? Even with his formidable combat skills, Xavion found dealing with Camilo Sect's Patriarch challenging. The latter's strength was immense, and prolonged combat was uncertain. The most critical thing now was survival. As long as he could protect himself, everything else was secondary. Are you afraid now? Asked Camilo Sect's Patriarch sarcastically. Your plea for mercy shows you lack confidence. You've destroyed everything I had. How could I let you go easily? Camilo Sect's Patriarch laughed coldly, showing no interest in Xavion's words. He never intended to let them leave alive. After killing these youngsters, he could use the Grand Array to break through to the 3rd or even 4th level of Locking Shackles realm. At that point, he would be a formidable figure, treated well by any sect. Killing the daughter of Guesu sect's leader and these 3 elite disciples would give him leverage with Chi Drake sect, ensuring genuine attention and protection. Otherwise, Chi Drake sect wouldn't risk war with Guesu sect for just a 2nd level of Locking Shackles expert. Without Guesu sect's resources, where would he go? He'd be reduced to a fugitive, living like a homeless dog, with nowhere to turn. We must help too. Seeing Xavion seemingly in trouble, Ian and Hayes were about to ignore their injuries and join the fray when Xavion shouted, You two stay back. You're no match for him. I can hold him off now. You must take Cheyenne and run away. Hurry up. Hearing Xavion's command, Hayes and Ian were stunned. A complex mix of emotions welled up within them. Xavion's talent was evident. Everyone knew he would one day become a powerful figure. They also knew this. As long as he lived, his future was boundless. Yet, even in this situation, he wanted to leave the chance of survival to them. Abandoning a comrade to escape alone was something they couldn't bring themselves to do. Get out now. Seeing their hesitation, Xavion's face darkened, roaring. In reality, Xavion had his concerns. The reason Camilo Sect's Patriarch hadn't attacked Ian and the others yet was twofold. Firstly, he was holding Xavion off. Secondly, he wasn't worried they could escape far. But if Xavion's strength grew further, and he managed to break through and slay Camilo Sect's Patriarch, how would he explain this? He couldn't tell them about the system within him. So, Xavion chose to act as the rear guard. The other 3 couldn't help much and might expose his secret. No, brother, we will not abandon you. If we die, we'll die together. Ian choked back tears, emotionally pleading. Beside him, Hayes and Cheyenne nodded firmly, resolved not to leave their comrade behind. Chapter 94, Moved. Seeing these 3 guys ready to die alongside him, Putting friendship above everything, Xavion wasn't moved. Instead, he was so angry it felt like a deity had already left and another was ascending to heaven. However, faced with this situation, they were indeed prepared to die with him. He couldn't really lash out at them. Xavion could only continue shouting, "Don't be stupid. I might not die, and you guys can't help here anyway, so why stay? If you truly consider me a friend, then leave now. Don't waste the time I've bought for you. Why choose death when you can live? Are you that foolish? Is this what you call respecting friendship?" As he spoke, his distraction allowed the Camillo sect Khalil to find a flaw, making Xavion stagger, almost falling. But in the last moment, he regained his balance. Witnessing this, Ian, Hayes, and Cheyenne became even more worried. Look at how great Xavion is. Despite being at the end of his strength, he still insisted on staying behind to buy time for his teammates, risking his life for their safety. It was truly moving. At this moment, Hayes stepped forward, emotionally saying, "Xavion, let me handle this one. Indeed, I have wronged you before, but today, I will settle my debt to you. I won't hide it from you. As a Dark Gate assassin, I do possess some trump cards that can cause mutual destruction, at least temporarily incapacitating him so he can't catch up to you all. I am an assassin who lives in the shadows, and now is the time for me to prove my worth." With these words, Hayes displayed a readiness for sacrifice. Seeing this, Xavion shouted angrily with a dark expression, "Get lost, Hayes." Honestly, Hayes didn't know why, but he felt Xavion was really upset by his actions. The next moment, Hayes fully understood. It turned out Xavion did care about him, and never stopped considering him a friend. He just hadn't forgiven him, yet due to the severity of past events. But at this critical moment, Xavion set aside his grudges to save him. Seeing this, tears uncontrollably streamed down Hayes' face. Looking at Xavion's battered figure, he suddenly felt a greater respect for him. "Brother, I won't go. Today, I must stay behind for you." The last sentence was shouted with intense emotion as Hayes prepared to use his trump cards. But Xavion's next words stopped him cold. "Get lost. If you dare to use those cards, I'd rather risk death and shield the Camillo sect Khalil's attack myself. You won't succeed, and if we die, we'll die together. If I fail, I'll take your surname." Xavion was utterly panicked. This guy was so dense, interpreting his simple request to not stay there into so much drama. Xavion was starting to feel helpless. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Hayes put away his trump cards. In that moment, he was deeply moved. He realized Xavion was the brother he would follow forever. This time, he genuinely felt someone regarded him as a brother from the bottom of their heart. His nose tingled, and his tears wouldn't stop flowing. "Xavion, no way. I'm dying with you. This life, I've decided you're my lifelong companion. I love you, Xavion." Just then, the silent Cheyenne suddenly screamed, her voice loud and filled with emotion. She declared loudly, showing her feelings in this moment of crisis. Suffering and hardship revealed true feelings. This time, Xavion witnessed not just brotherhood, but also gained love. "Hey, you young ones, have you considered me at all? Am I just a prop here?" The Camillo sect Khalil's face was as dark as a storm cloud. Frankly, hearing these youngsters' emotional shouts annoyed him intensely. He despised such scenes the most. "Quickly get lost, otherwise, I'll have died in vain. Do you want me to die with regrets? Go." Almost hoarse from shouting, Xavion nearly went mad. How hard was it to drive these guys away? Then, Xavion turned to Ian, coldly stating, "Ian, you see my companion over there? If you truly consider me a brother, take my Wilhelmina and the others away immediately. If you want me to resent you forever and hate you till death, stay here. From this moment, we're no longer brothers, but enemies." Ian was stunned. He sensed the determination in Xavion's heart and knew that if he didn't take Cheyenne and Hayes away, Xavion would genuinely hate him forever. Ian's mind was extremely conflicted, but he understood what he needed to do. "Let's go. Both of you, come with me. Hayes, don't make me tie you up. Don't cause me trouble." Ian lifted Cheyenne and gave Hayes a cold look. In that instant, Hayes shivered. He knew that if he didn't leave, Xavion would break ties with him. "Brother, stay alive. Even if that old bastard escapes, our life's mission will be to kill him. To fulfill this, we give up our future, swearing to eliminate him. Heaven and earth bear witness. Should we break this vow, may we be destroyed." Hayes and Ian roared together. In the next moment, they started running. "The three of you still want to escape?" Seeing this, the Camillo sect Khalil grew anxious. But Xavion was holding him back, preventing him from leaving. Watching Ian and the others grow farther away with the girl, the Camillo sect Khalil could only seethe in frustration. "It's all because of you, you little punk. Today, everything is your fault. Without you, none of this would happen." The Camillo sect Khalil screamed wildly, and boundless hatred enveloped Xavion. He had never hated anyone so much in his life. This was his greatest enmity ever. Now, the Camillo sect Khalil focused entirely on Xavion, intent on removing him immediately. Chapter 95. The Khalil of Jean Yun Ridge. "Hee, you're not necessarily sure that you can kill me." After seeing Hayes and the others leave safely, Xavion was no longer panicked but looked at the master of Yun Ridge sect with a cold smile. He now only wanted to kill this old man and then clean up the scene. Earlier when Ian and the others were present, Xavion had some reservations. Now that they were gone, he held back nothing. Although this old man was formidable, he wasn't unbeatable. At the moment, it would be impossible for him to kill Xavion whose strength was on par with his. However, Xavion clearly felt that he was almost ready for his breakthrough. Huff! In an instant, Xavion's aura soared, and his cultivation directly advanced to the 9th level of Vast Chi Realm. Seeing this, the master of Yun Ridge sect was inwardly shocked. What's going on? How could he break through under such circumstances? Was this kid pushed to his limit before? Already at 8th level Vast Chi Realm, this brat was hard enough to handle. Now he has directly broken through to 9th level Vast Chi Realm. Isn't he even harder to deal with now? Recalling Xavion's combat strength, Yun Ridge sect master instantly realized something important. It was no longer time to tangle with this Muhammad. but to escape quickly. This kid was already tough to handle at 8th level vast chi realm. How much tougher would he be after breaking through? Everything was lost. It was now pointless to dwell on this. Preserving one's life was paramount. Thinking this, the master of Yun Ridge sect started releasing his cultivation power in preparation to flee. But how could Xavion possibly give him this chance? This old man must die or else he couldn't face those dead disciples and himself. With this thought, Xavion launched fierce attacks. His rapid spear techniques made it difficult for the master of Yun Ridge sect to evade. Ah, you truly deserve death, boy. Despite the intense dissatisfaction arising in the master of Yun Ridge sect, what could he do? A genius like Xavion probably wouldn't have reached this point without significant growth. Seeking revenge later would be foolish. He could only endure all this hatred and escape now. However, with Xavion blocking him, escaping was nearly impossible. Old man, go to hell. In an instant, Xavion unleashed the Sunslayer technique. A miniature sun rose from his body, raising the temperature significantly. Having broken through to the 9th level of vast chi realm, Xavion now possessed the power to slay this old man. Young friend, please spare my life. I admit my mistakes. The master of Yun Ridge sect roared, hoping Xavion would show mercy. But Xavion would never forgive him, just as the master wouldn't have spared him earlier. Humph. Now it's your turn to beg for mercy? You had plenty of chances earlier to let us go. Since you didn't listen, you now have no more opportunities. Xavion replied coldly. Indeed, he felt too oppressed by this man earlier. The feeling of facing life and death was unbearable. Now, it was his turn, and he couldn't let him off easily. Don't think you're so sure of yourself. Let me tell you, I still have trump cards. If you remain obstinate, I'll use this trump card to take you down with me. I admit, you're very powerful. With your talent, you have a great future. There's no need to fight to the death here. Seeing Xavion remained unconvinced, the master added, try it and see. Xavion sneered. This old man, showing cowardice at this crucial moment, tried to intimidate him. Honestly, consuming so many lives earlier was his strongest trump card. There couldn't be more cards left. After all, a small sect like Yun Ridge sect wouldn't have many hidden assets. Even Humphreys from Guesu sect might not have such resources. This man was simply trying to bluff. So you really intend to use it? The master, seeing this, pretended to carry out the threat. His face turned livid. This kid was completely unpersuaded, and he couldn't even fool him. Now, would he really fall at the hands of this Mike? Could the blood sacrificial array not even stop him? Boom! Xavion accelerated his attack, striking forcefully. Finally, under Xavion's relentless assault, the master of Yun Ridge sect crumbled into dust, perishing on the battlefield. Phew! Sighing deeply after defeating the master of Yun Ridge sect, Xavion felt almost paralyzed. Indeed, within the Shackles realm, each level made a tremendous difference. One realm's difference felt like a whole new person. Xavion sat there resting for quite a while. At this moment, he chose not to use a transmission jade slip to contact Cheyenne and the others because doing so might make Ian and the rest suspected as the master's plan. For now, he could only return on foot to find them. Sigh. Surveying his surroundings, Xavion had a sudden flash of inspiration. Yun Ridge sect, though not a major sect, still had its own heritage. Appropriating these treasures openly was impossible, as the Humphrey members would object. But if he secretly stashed some items, no one would notice. After all, having saved Cheyenne, the master's daughter, and helping send the others away, Xavion was seen as a righteous hero. Who would dare search him upon returning? Whatever he hid, wouldn't all belong to him. Without further ado, Xavion quietly headed toward the sect's treasure vault. He always had plenty of storage bags. Having gathered a lot earlier, plus buying more during his time in the sect, he prepared to gather some treasures to keep for himself. Chapter 95. The Sect Khalil of Cloud Ridge. Hee, you're not necessarily sure that you can kill me. After seeing Hayes and the others safely leave, Xavion was no longer in a panic. Instead, he looked at the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect with a cold smile. All he wanted now was to kill this old man and then clean up the scene. When Ian and the others were present, Xavion still had some reservations. Now that they were gone, Xavion no longer had any qualms. This old man, although powerful, was not invincible. At this moment, it was impossible for this old man to kill him. Their combat strength was almost on par. However, Xavion could clearly feel that he was close to breaking through. Whoosh! In an instant, Xavion's aura surged, his cultivation directly breaking through to the 9th level of vast chi realm. Seeing this, the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect was greatly shocked. What's going on with this guy? He can still break through under pressure? Could it be that this Muhammad was pushed to his limits before? The 8th level of vast chi realm was already hard enough to deal with. Now, this Muhammad has directly broken through to the 9th level. Wouldn't that make him even harder to handle? Thinking about Xavion's fighting strength, the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect understood immediately. What was most important now wasn't Jochan to tangle with the Muhammad, but to escape as quickly as possible. This Muhammad was already tough to deal with at the 8th level of vast chi realm. Now that he has broken through, wouldn't he be even tougher to handle? Originally, everything was lost, and now getting entangled here would be useless. Surviving was the most important thing. With these thoughts, the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect instantly began to release his cultivation, trying to flee. But how could Xavion give him this opportunity? This old man must die. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Sullivany disciples who had died and to himself, who was now in such a dire situation. Thinking of this, Xavion launched a fierce attack, his sharp spear techniques leaving the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect unable to dodge in time. Ah, boy, you truly deserve to die. Strong resentment rose in the heart of the sect master of Cloud Ridge sect. But what could he do? A talent like Xavion would probably surpass him long before he grew strong enough to seek revenge. Now, he could only swallow this hatred and try to escape. But with Xavion blocking him, escaping was nearly impossible. Old man, die. In an instant, Xavion used Blazing Sun, and a small sun began to rise from his body, making the surrounding temperature soar. After breaking through to the 9th level of Vast Chi Realm, Xavion now had the strength to kill this old man. Young friend, please spare this old man's life. I admit my mistakes, I really admit them. The sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect shouted, hoping Xavion would spare his life. But Xavion absolutely couldn't let this man go, just as this man hadn't planned to spare him earlier. Humph, now that it's your turn, you beg for mercy? Earlier, I gave you the chance and told you to let us go. You refused. Now, you have no chance left. Xavion coldly scolded, feeling somewhat vindicated. Previously, this man completely overpowered him, pushing him to the brink of death. That experience was terrible. Now it was his turn, and he absolutely couldn't let this man off. Humph boy, don't think you have it all figured out. Let me tell you, this old man also has trump cards. If you insist on being unreasonable, this old man will use that trump card to take both of us down. This old man admits you are indeed formidable. With your talent, you have a great future ahead. There's no need for you to fight to the death with this old man. Seeing that Xavion was unwilling to let him go, the sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect said, why don't you show me your trump card then? Xavion sneered. How could this old man still have the nerve to threaten him at such a critical moment? Honestly, swallowing so many lives was likely his strongest trump card. It was impossible for him to have more. After all, a minor sect like Cloud Ridge Sect couldn't possibly have so many hidden cards. Even Humphreys from major sects like the Ruined Sect might not have such resources. This old man was clearly at the end of his rope, trying to bluff him. So this old man will really use it. The sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect made a show of using it. His face turned pale, and he was practically driven mad. This kid was impervious to threats and tricks. Was he really going to fall to this brat? Could the blood sacrifice formation not even stop him? Bang! At this moment, Xavion increased his speed and launched a furious attack. In the end, under Xavion's intense assault, the sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect turned into powder, dying here. Phew. After defeating the sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect, Xavion breathed a long sigh, almost collapsing where he sat. Indeed, within the Locking Shackles realm, the gap between each level was significant. Just one level difference felt like a world apart. Xavion rested there for quite some time. He did not choose to use the transmission jade slip to contact Cheyenne and the others because he knew that doing so might make Ian and the others suspect it was a scheme by the sect master of Cloud Ridge Sect. For now, he could only return on foot to find them. Alas. Looking around, Xavion suddenly had a bright idea. Though Cloud Ridge Sect was not a major sect, it still had its resources as a sect. If he took everything for himself, the Humphreys in the sect would certainly object. But if he took some back and hid them secretly, no one would notice. After all, he had just saved the daughter of the Bradley, Cheyenne, and was the one who insisted on sending others away later, acting very righteously. Who would dare search him after returning? By then, whatever he kept secret would all belong to him. Immediately, Xavion decided to quietly move towards the sect's treasure vault. Storage bags were something he had plenty of, having gathered many previously. When in the sect, Xavion also bought quite a few storage bags specifically for this opportunity to search for treasures and claim them as his own. Chapter 96. What happened to White Leader? After collecting all the items from the treasure vault, Xavion panted heavily. His injuries flared up at this moment. Despite not sustaining any fatal wounds during the battle with the Casey, he was practically as good as critically injured. After the battle, Xavion began to contemplate his life and reflect on the gains and losses of this battle. Honestly, if it weren't for the system, there would have been no possibility of turning things around. He would have been utterly crushed by the Casey. Although he had defeated the Casey now, there was still an underlying sense of lingering fear. After all, it had been a narrow victory. Xavion, despite winning, started reevaluating everything. This was the first time in his life he was nearly in an unsolvable predicament. Even though he had narrowly won, he almost lost his life here. If he hadn't won, everything would have changed. Xavion pondered many things. This time, he felt that although he had indeed won, in another way, he had also lost. Following this, Xavion stood up and started walking towards the Guesu sect's direction. Dozens of days later, the vast Guesu sect seemed like any other normal day. On this day, 3 disciples supported each other as they returned to the sect. They were Ian, Cheyenne, and Hayes. After fleeing Camillo City, they had been running for their lives along small paths, practically exhausting all their energy. They were not only worried about being caught by the Casey, but also deeply concerned about Xavion's safety. During the battle, their communication jade slips had already been destroyed by the Casey, who did this to prevent them from contacting the sect. So, to get news to the sect as soon as possible for rescue, they traversed treacherous terrains non-stop, pushing themselves to the limit without time to recover their strength or heal their injuries. Upon arriving at the sect, Cheyenne, the weakest of the 3, stumbled due to exhaustion and nearly fell. Her vision blurred, and she felt dizzy. Ian and Hayes weren't much better off. Throughout the journey, among the 3, Cheyenne had been the most physically challenged. Each time they thought about Xavion's heroic sacrifice, their hearts ached. They vowed to bring her back safely. At this moment, a belief had formed within them. If they didn't bring Cheyenne back, they wouldn't forgive themselves. Even if it meant exhausting all their efforts, they would ensure Xavion's beloved made it back safely. Johnny Ian? Johnny Hayes? Senior Sister Cheyenne? As Ian and the others stepped into the inner gate, they saw several disciples looking at them curiously. These disciples were none other than Xavion's roommates who had become inner gate disciples. After ascending to the inner gate, they had mostly reached the peak of their cultivation level, so they spent most of their time doing nothing. However, they patiently listened to Xavion and no longer acted recklessly as they used to. Instead, they genuinely contributed to the sect wherever help was needed, seeking to prove their worth and not waste their status as inner gate disciples. Thus, these brothers were quite well liked in the inner gate. Previously, they had been thugs, but they were clever and sincere in wanting to contribute. This earned them goodwill from other disciples who initially resented their luck in becoming inner gate disciples alongside them. Seeing Ian, Hayes, and Cheyenne, these brothers rushed over to help. After all, these few were renowned members of the heavenly rank list. Everyone knew Cheyenne, rumored to be closely associated with Xavion. It was said that Xavion had been supported by her initially. As for Ian, he was familiar as the newly recruited subordinate of Xavion. While Hayes wasn't as well known, he was still a heavenly ranked powerhouse, whom everyone recognized. These are our own people. Seeing their injured comrades, Xavion's roommates rushed forward, offering support. Johnny Ian, I heard Xavion went on a mission with you. How did the mission go? Why isn't Xavion with you? And why are you all injured? Ian was stunned upon seeing these brothers. He wasn't close to Xavion and barely knew him before going on the mission. You guys are? They're Xavion's brothers from the outer gate dormitory. They were able to ascend to the inner gate entirely because of Xavion, Cheyenne panted, explaining that she was more familiar with Xavion's friends than Ian. You are Xavion's brothers? Hearing this, Ian was shocked. Mentioning Xavion's name brought back memories of Xavion's heroic moments, causing him pain. Looking at these brothers who were relatively low in cultivation, Ian realized how remarkable Xavion was. These people, lacking innate talent, managed to enter the inner gate solely due to Xavion's efforts. Ian's eyes welled up with tears. How could such a great person face such misfortune, encountering the Casey? How could heaven bear to see such a talented individual perish? Both Hayes's and Ian's eyes turned red, filled with sorrow. What happened? What happened to Xavion? Speak, Ian. Noticing something wrong, the brothers felt a bad omen rising in their hearts and urgently questioned. ##### Chapter 97. For the rest of my life, I will protect you. Faced with the concern from these brothers, Ian felt ashamed to face Xavion's comrades and emotionally said, this time, if anything happens to Xavion, then for the rest of my life, I will protect you all. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. I will complete the tasks that Xavion did not have time to finish. Hearing Ian speak this way, all the brothers immediately understood that Xavion was likely in grave danger. Instantly, they grew anxious and began shaking Ian, asking urgently, what happened to our leader Bai? Speak up. Stop pressuring him for now. We need to report to the sect immediately. If we inform the Bradley ship in advance, perhaps there is still hope for Xavion's survival. Cheyenne's voice almost broke into sobs as she mentioned hope. In such a situation, encountering such a powerful enemy, how could he possibly survive? At that moment, Xavion had clearly been unable to hold on any longer. He must have already fallen by now. Upon hearing about Xavion's peril, the group of brothers in the dormitory became anxious. They quickly carried Ian and his two companions, rushing towards the Hugh Hall. To them, Xavion's life was critical. They owed their current status entirely to Xavion. Naturally, they did not want anything to happen to him. If something were to happen to Xavion, it would be like losing their pillar of support. Naturally, they thought first of Xavion's well-being. But over time, they would inevitably compare their present lives without Xavion to the benefits they enjoyed when he was around. To put it bluntly, their comfortable positions came solely because they were Xavion's brothers. Each year, countless outer sect disciples vied for favor with inner sect disciples, and while many were diligent, they gained recognition only because of Xavion's influence. Without Xavion, their diligence would be worth nothing. Most of what they did could be done by other disciples without them. Without Xavion, they would be seen merely as lucky, and their benefactor's downfall would make others resent them. The brothers carried Ian and the others swiftly to the Hugh Hall. Upon entering, Ian and company caused quite a stir, being notable figures within the sect who returned injured and carried by others, naturally attracting a lot of attention. The Humphreys, seeing their condition, were filled with doubts and approached to inquire about their situation. Hugh, Camillo's sect has rebelled. Junior brother Xavion stayed behind to cover our retreat. Facing the master of Camillo's sect alone, he is gravely injured. Please send help immediately to save junior brother Xavion. Ian quickly recounted the events in brief terms. Hearing about the rebellion of the Camillo sect, the Humphreys sucked in their breath sharply, deeply shocked. Rebellions from minor sects were rare, but one incident was significant indeed. This matter had to be reported to the sect Khalil, who would then dispatch strong forces to suppress the rebellion. You rest here for now. I will report this immediately to the sect Khalil and await orders. And Humphrey said this and was about to retrieve a communication jade slip to contact the sect Khalil. Pa! At that moment, Cheyenne slapped the jade slip out of the Humphrey's hand and roared at him. Junior brother Xavion is running out of time. Do you still have time to report? Send help immediately. With father often in seclusion, he may not even be available when you contact him. Save junior brother Xavion immediately. I'll take responsibility for any issues. Seeing Cheyenne's desperate state, the Humphrey paused. He had never encountered such a request before. However, considering she was the sect Khalil's daughter, he couldn't lose his temper with her as he might have with an ordinary disciple. Junior brother Alan is a hero. He stood alone against the Camillo sect Khalil for us. Please don't hesitate. With the backing of the sect Khalil's daughter, please issue the order for second-rank Binding Realm disciples to go rescue him immediately. Ian pleaded. Hayes nodded and added. Yes, the Camillo sect Khalil practices dark arts, forcefully devouring the lives of disciples and Humphreys to reach the late second-rank Binding Realm. Without immediate action, junior brother Alan will not survive. Seeing the three disciples speaking in unison, the Humphrey reluctantly gave orders to several fellow Humphreys to send 3 second-rank Binding Realm Humphreys to Camillo City first, while he reported the matter to the sect Khalil. Regardless, the matter had to be reported to the sect Khalil to avoid punishment. The surrounding disciples, upon hearing the conversation inside, were stunned by the gravity of the information. Minor sect rebellion, Xavion's heroic sacrifice. Can this be true? There are still rebellions among minor sects? Poor Xavion, what bad luck. It seems he won't survive. Yeah, the Camillo sect Khalil has reached the second-rank Binding Realm. Such strength can't be easily countered. The crowd buzzed with chatter, expressing sighs and shakes of heads. Xavion was someone they had heard much about recently, a notable figure who had faced formidable enemies. His situation looked grim. Ian was annoyed by the noise and the pessimism it expressed toward Xavion. He flared up in anger. Shut up all of you. Even if Xavion makes the ultimate sacrifice, he remains a god among you. a god you can never touch. Even if he falls, it is honorable and not for you all to discuss. The heated exchange echoed through the air, emphasizing the deep respect and admiration Ian held for Xavion. Chapter 98. Xavion returns. Hearing Ian's furious roar, the surrounding disciples who were watching immediately fell silent, shutting their mouths tight. After all, this Ian standing before them was an untouchable powerhouse listed on the heavenly ranking board. Though he was the weakest in combat power among the disciples of the Shackled Realm, it was only relative. Ian had just ascended to the Shackled Realm not long ago. Frankly speaking, few could match him for breaking through to the Shackled Realm at his age. No one dared provoke such a formidable figure, especially when he was heartbroken. Doing so would invite trouble. They did not have the courage to confront Ian. Just as the Hugh Hall was bustling with activity, suddenly there was a commotion from outside. Ian and the two others had no time to see what happened, but they seemed to hear something amidst the noise. Xavion is back? Instantly, Ian, Cheyenne, and Hayes turned their eyes sharply towards the entrance. They saw Xavion walking into the Hugh Hall step by step, like a valiant warrior. The young face remained emotionless, calm and composed as if he were an immovable time mountain approaching the center of the Hugh Hall. Everyone stared at Xavion in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were seeing. Wasn't it just moments ago that everyone thought Xavion was dead? Now, he stood alive and well in front of them? Xavion then addressed the Humphreys solemnly. The Camillo sect has been involved in rebellion. To kill us, the Patriarch of Camillo sect used the blood sacrifice array, sacrificing the lives of all disciples within the sect to force his way into the second layer of the Shackled Realm. Now, I have slain the Patriarch of Camillo sect. Here is his battle robe. As he spoke, Xavion picked up fragments of the Casey's cloak from the ground, then let them fall, drifting like fallen petals. The atmosphere in the Hugh Hall became heavy and oppressive. A pin drop could be heard clearly. Every disciple breathed heavily, looking incredulously at this scene. Could a vast Chi Realm disciple really defeat a second-layer Shackled Realm expert? It sounded unbelievable, but under these circumstances, no one doubted Xavion's claim. After all, witnessing Ian and the others earlier, they knew firsthand the ferocity of the struggle. It wasn't something one could fake. Good heavens, how did Xavion manage to do it? With vast Chi cultivation, he fought and defeated a second-layer Shackled Realm expert? Am I dreaming? Is this real? Why can Xavion achieve such feats? I feel like everything I'm seeing is surreal. Everyone gaped at Xavion as if he were a miracle. For Hayes, Ian, and Cheyenne, there was pure joy in seeing Xavion return safely. There was no time to wonder about how he managed to defeat the Casey. Only relief filled their hearts. As long as Xavion was safe, nothing else mattered. Xavion, are you telling the truth? Did you really defeat the Casey? How did you do it? According to my understanding, you were at your wits' end when fighting the Casey. At this point, Humphrey questioned Xavion, feeling somewhat uncertain about the disciples' claims. However, seeing Xavion standing there alive indicated otherwise. After all, the Casey's breakthrough to the second layer of the Shackled Realm must have been true. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such reports. In that situation, how could the Casey let Xavion go? And given Xavion's strength, how did he manage to defeat the Casey? This was a mystery. Facing the Humphreys' inquiry, Xavion replied calmly, in that hopeless situation, I had no other choice but to fight to the death. With no option left, whether I died trying or died fleeing, it was the same outcome. So, I decided to risk breaking through. At the 8th level of the vast Chi realm, I had spent enough time cultivating, and I sensed an opportunity for advancement. So, I took the risk to break through, eventually reaching the 9th level of the vast Chi realm. Then, using every ounce of my strength, I killed the Casey. I knew if I let him escape, it would bring endless troubles for us. Finding him again would be difficult. Our Guesu sect would never be at peace. The Casey would spare no effort to retaliate against our sect. Thus, I had to eliminate this major threat for the good of our sect. This time, I did not fail. Not only that, I brought back all the resources of the Camillo sect, which originally belonged to our sect, and naturally, I returned with them. As Xavion spoke, anyone listening would feel he was a righteous hero. His swift return was possible because after breaking through, Xavion received massive attribute boosts from the system, allowing his injuries to heal partially. He also consumed some medicinal pills to boost his recovery, enabling him to return faster than Cheyenne and the others. When Cheyenne and the others fled, they couldn't determine when the Casey might catch up, so they dared not rest or recover their strength and energy, resulting in slower speeds compared to Xavion, who caught up and returned to the sect behind them. Upon hearing Xavion's explanation, the Humphrey immediately came forward to check his condition. After confirming Xavion's 9th level vast Chi cultivation, the Humphrey found his story more credible. Xavion's combat prowess was evident, and cross-realm battles were not unheard of in the sect. While such extraordinary disciples were rare, their appearance wasn't too surprising. Talents inherently stood out. This time, Xavion successfully defeating the Casey didn't seem illogical. The only remarkable part was Xavion's excellent timing and success in breaking through. Otherwise, Xavion might not have made it out alive this time. Reflecting on this, the Humphrey felt a mix of admiration and gratitude as he approached Xavion step by step. Chapter 99. Coveted Rewards. You did very well. The Humphrey looked at Xavion, and countless words boiled down to this one sentence. This disciple was truly too outstanding, to the point where there were no fitting words left to describe him. At that moment, everyone in the hall watched Xavion with admiration. Everyone knew that from that day on, Xavion officially became one of the top prodigies of Guesu sect. These top-tier prodigies would receive all-out cultivation support from the sect. Even if the sect faced a great calamity, these prodigies would be kept safe. Such treatment was undeniably enviable, but thinking about how he almost died in his opponent's hands made others feel less jealous. Previously, they had thought Xavion merely had good luck, but now it was clear, they were wrong. Inside the hall, Ian, Hayes, and Cheyenne felt immense joy when they saw Xavion alive. They had never been so excited in their lives. At that moment, the sect master hurriedly walked into the hall, immediately looking for Xavion. The master's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he questioned whether his vision was blurred. After receiving an urgent report from the Humphreys about a rebellion within the small sect involving Xavion's life, the master rushed out of his secluded retreat. But now, seeing Xavion standing alive before him, the master could not help but question if he really was seeing clearly. Khalil, your disciple has not disgraced the mission. With all my strength, I finally killed the leader of Camillo's sect. Xavion greeted respectfully. To Xavion, the sect master wasn't just Cheyenne's father. He had also given Xavion considerable support. Therefore, Xavion held the utmost respect for him, acknowledging that his current achievements owed much to the master's assistance. You did what? You killed the leader of Camillo's sect? Hearing the report, the master took in a sharp breath, finding it hard to believe. However, upon seeing the pieces of clothing on the ground, he immediately believed it. He recognized the aura of the Camillo sect leader, which emanated from those clothes. Moreover, the cultivation fluctuations clearly indicated the second stage of Shackle's realm, exactly matching the reports. The master could only marvel at how extraordinary this disciple was, having accomplished all this. Recalling the initial report from Cheyenne about an outer sect disciple with remarkable talent, and the subsequent significant accomplishments, the master realized how invaluable this talent was, and thus focused on cultivating him. Who would have thought that within just a few months, this disciple had grown to such an extent, capable of killing a Shackle's realm's second-stage powerhouse? One of the Humphreys then came forward and detailed the entire sequence of events to the master. You mean you broke through at the last critical moment and killed the leader of Camillo's sect? The master asked, looking at Xavion. Yes, Khalil. Xavion answered truthfully, leaving out how the breakthrough occurred, a secret he intended to keep. Nodding, the master acknowledged the fact. Being the master, he had some understanding of the world, knowing that disciples from certain prominent places indeed possessed cross-realm combat capabilities even with substantial gaps between them. Now, having such a disciple within his own sect filled him with joy. Smiling warmly, the master said, all the cultivation resources from Camillo's sect are on you, right? I hereby decree that aside from spirit stones and items below the 9th layer of Amador realm, everything else will belong to you. These were always meant to be your spoils of war. Considering your level, you lack nothing, so the sect has decided to publicize your deeds throughout the sect, ensuring your name is forever recorded in Gueshu sect's history of prodigies. Many Humphreys gasped in shock, unable to comprehend the significance of this honor. To enter the history of prodigies, one needed to far surpass peers, an achievement not casually bestowed. Young geniuses like Ian, who could reach Shackle's realm early, didn't qualify for eternal reverence by future generations. Clearly, this list was extremely difficult to enter. For Xavion to be included spoke volumes of the master's regard for him. Moreover, the rewards, having all the cultivation resources and spirit stones of Camillo's sect, including items above the 9th layer of Amador realm, were incredibly generous. Despite being a small sect, Camillo's sect possessed vast cultivation resources. Now, they belonged solely to Xavion. Such rewards were truly enviable. Bowing gratefully, Xavion thanked the master. He understood the significance of this reward, especially being immortalized in the sect's history. The sect competitions are coming up soon. I hope you can bring glory to Gueshu sect with a good ranking. Nodding, Xavion understood the weight of the competition among sects. Translation maintains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while ensuring natural and fluent English. ##### Chapter 100. Meeting Eagle Alliance members again. Rest assured, Khalil. I will do my best, Xavion said with determination. Xavion was also looking forward to the sect competition. After all, he would inevitably encounter many formidable opponents during the event. The more challenging they were, the more excited Xavion became. After all, he could strengthen himself by picking up attributes, and there was no risk to his life. He wouldn't have to worry about ending up in a perilous situation like last time when he met Camillo sect's patriarch. This kind of competition seemed absolutely delightful to Xavion. Let's go. I'll take you back, Xavion said to Cheyenne, Ian, and Hayes. Although he was still somewhat uneasy about Hayes, he felt much better about him than before. After all, Hayes had come forward at the last moment when their lives were on the line. However, deep down, Xavion still didn't fully trust Hayes. After all, Hayes had nearly cost him his life before. That was something anyone would find hard to forgive easily. Supporting Ian as they walked, Ian spoke more frequently than usual. Xavion, you were amazing this time. None of us expected that you could survive under such circumstances. You're so cool. Initially, I was worried that if you perished, I wouldn't know how to find Camillo sect's patriarch, considering how vast this world is. It seems I was overthinking it. This time, Ian was completely reassured about Xavion and felt no lingering resentment. Previously, since Xavion had forcibly acknowledged him as a junior brother, Ian hadn't been too willing. But now, after sharing life and death together, the two had become close brothers, no longer minding past issues. Xavion smiled. Nearby, Cheyenne covered her mouth and giggled. Her look at Xavion was peculiar, making him feel uneasy. Suddenly, Xavion remembered that this girl had imagined many things during the perilous moments. Just thinking about it made Xavion's head ache. At that critical moment, even if he had claimed it was all nonsense, Cheyenne probably wouldn't have believed him. How could he explain this to Cheyenne? If the master knew that his precious daughter had developed feelings for a disciple, Xavion couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Next to him, Hayes hesitated, finally swallowing his words. He knew that despite their shared ordeal, he still felt guilty towards Xavion. Furthermore, Xavion had saved him again, adding another favor that he couldn't repay. Plus, Xavion treated him coldly as always, unaffected by the Camillo sect incident. This left Hayes feeling dispirited. Ian noticed this but said nothing. In his heart, he no longer held any grudge against Hayes. However, it would take time to mend the relationship between Hayes and Xavion. Alright, let's head back. After delivering Cheyenne to her residence, Xavion returned with Ian. Hayes' residence was nearby, so he only needed to walk a few steps and went straight back home. On the way back, Ian felt countless emotions. Ralph he once despised was now truly his brother. This transformation was significant indeed. But soon, Ian's expression turned gloomy. Some disciples, unaware of the details, saw them and started murmuring. See? Xavion is really good to his juniors. Look at how he personally supports him. Who knows how Ian got injured? Did Xavion discipline him? One must say, living up to Ian's status as a Chain Realm disciple has been pretty humiliating. Hearing these comments, Ian's face darkened. All the friendship built in the face of death faded instantly. Upon confirming Xavion was fine, Ian seemed to develop new dissatisfaction. This guy had declared him a junior brother in front of everyone. Ian was likely the most awkward top disciple now. He might not dare leave home anymore. This matter had spread so widely that his reputation was ruined. Don't mind it. I won't call you a junior brother from now on. Also, don't you remember what I told you before? When these words can no longer affect your emotions, you'll truly make progress. It's for your own good. Xavion chuckled nervously, feeling guilty. Their relationship had changed significantly. Before, it was just a forced acknowledgement with no real bond. Now, their relationship was entirely different. Recalling Xavion's teachings, Ian's expression softened, though he was still somewhat dissatisfied. But there was nothing he could do. With Xavion growing so strong, capable of defeating second-layer Chain Realm experts, catching up with him was an unrealistic dream. Upon arriving home, Xavion helped Ian back and then saw Orlando, Joan, and Ares standing near his house. Is there something wrong? Xavion asked, taken aback. He hadn't seen them in a while. Were they here to invite him to join the Eagle Alliance again? Honestly, Xavion wasn't interested in such alliances. Joining the Eagle Alliance meant associating with elites and growing together, but Xavion's path was different. He didn't need arduous cultivation. More importantly, Xavion wanted to establish his own alliance. Chapter 101. Never seen such arrogance. Establishing his own alliance was something Xavion had thought about very simply. He wanted to offer unconditional protection to the members of his alliance. After all, now that he had joined the Eagle Alliance, he still had to abide by its rules and regulations. Alliances like the Eagle Alliance were likely extremely strict, only accepting geniuses. If one fell behind, others might target them. Not to mention that Xavion himself spent most of his time idle, just strolling around. Such individuals were probably the ones the Eagle Alliance detested the most. No matter how high one's talent was, they wouldn't look up to you. Instead, they would try their best to make you practice diligently. This truly gave Xavion a headache. However, forming his own alliance was different. By establishing his own alliance, he would gain power of his own. In this world, what do people lust after more than anything? Power. Power is the most enchanting thing in this world. With power, you become someone else entirely. People fawn over you, living in a state where everyone revolves around you. That's what solidifies a person's status. For men, nothing is more important than status. Compared to joining the Eagle Alliance and being controlled, Xavion didn't want any part of it. Moreover, he now possessed the conditions to start an alliance. He held a large amount of cultivation resources in his hands. After plundering the Camillo sect, he had become quite wealthy. Now, if he wanted, he could attract a bunch of disciples easily. What brings you here? Xavion said indifferently, his expression unreadable, exuding a hint of aloofness. Ares and the others approached. Ares first smiled kindly at Xavion. Brother Bai, we've heard of your accomplishments. We know that you defeated the head of the Camillo sect, reaching the 9th level of Aura Realm while able to challenge a second-layer Lock Realm cultivator. Upon hearing Ares' words, Xavion inwardly sighed. The Eagle Alliance sure had swift information gathering. At such an advanced stage, an alliance like the Eagle Alliance probably didn't even need its disciples for information gathering anymore. Hughes likely reported news directly to its members to ensure they received information as quickly as possible, saving them time for cultivation. Moreover, these Humphreys likely didn't require substantial rewards. Disciple alliances often arrange for Humphreys to personally report daily events within the sect to the members of the alliance so they could focus on their cultivation. The news does travel fast, Xavion replied politely, maintaining a respectful but somewhat distant tone. Since he already had thoughts of founding his own sect, Xavion was essentially drawing lines between himself and the Eagle Alliance. The Eagle Alliance was clearly interested in him. Xavion knew the leaders of the Eagle Alliance must be quite intrigued by him and eager for him to join. Even though he told them he would join later, the leaders definitely didn't want to wait too long. Moreover, spreading the news of his victory over the Camillo sect leader could have serious repercussions. Almost every major force would likely extend an olive branch to Xavion, and naturally, the Eagle Alliance couldn't remain passive. Still, credit where it's due. The Eagle Alliance's information network was impressive, allowing them to arrive promptly and invite Xavion to join their ranks. Hee hee, brother Bai, don't be so cold. Ares chuckled awkwardly, looking at Xavion. Our leader is very interested in you. It has been a long time since you ignored us. We are quite worried. Why don't you come with us to meet our leader? Trust me, once you know what the Eagle Alliance is all about, you'll definitely want to join. Xavion had met many Eagle Alliance members, but among them, Ares was the easiest to talk to. The Alliance leader seemed to know that Ares got along well with Xavion, hence sending him to persuade Xavion to join. Hee hee, sorry brother Liu, I have other plans for this. I prefer staying independent. I enjoy my freedom and can't imagine chaining myself to any alliance. Please understand that freedom is what I love. Xavion said the last sentence with genuine emotion, shocking Dara and the others. They had expected Xavion to refuse them, but his final words were surprisingly profound. These were not words a commoner could utter. At this moment, they felt like they were seeing Xavion in a new light. They knew he was powerful, but now they discovered he also had talent. Such talents were rare among cultivation geniuses, especially those who wrote poetry. Most devoted their time to cultivation and rarely had the leisure for poetry. Xavion, however, managed both cultivation and literary prowess, an exceptional quality indeed. Brother Bai, why so cold? What harm could there be in just taking a look? Ares said with a wry smile. At that moment, Xavion chuckled, crystal clear in his thoughts. He knew that once he gained attention, various alliances would vie for him. The Eagle Alliance wouldn't let him go easily. Once he set foot on their territory, regardless of his intention to join, they would not let him leave without a fight. If they let him go, other alliances might seize the opportunity, which the Eagle Alliance could not afford. They might forcibly detain Xavion. Although Xavion could defeat the Camillo sect leader, facing the entire Eagle Alliance would be tough. What if there were third-layer lock realm experts or higher? In that case, he would have no means to resist, losing his freedom and chances to establish his own alliance. Not being foolish, Xavion wasn't going to follow them. I say, kid, aren't you a little too cocky? Honestly, we've seen arrogance before, but never to this extent. Chapter 102. You've changed. Orlando finally couldn't hold back. Previously, he had been silent because upon learning Xavion's true combat strength, he felt some trepidation. He knew that at this point, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat Xavion. But what he truly didn't expect was for Xavion's aloof demeanor to remain unchanged, even refusing to join the Eagle Alliance at this critical moment. This left Orlando quite dissatisfied. He felt this kid must be overly confident, thinking himself powerful enough that no one in the sect could subdue him, and thus ignore their recruitment. Orlando himself had a fiery temper and feared no death, so ultimately, he spoke up. Upon hearing this, Xavion frowned slightly and replied, "Is that so? Sorry, I have always been proud and remain so. There's nothing I can do. It's my nature and can never change. I guess nobody can cure me of my arrogance, which is why my personality has remained unaltered." As Xavion spoke, he cast a challenging glance at Orlando. He knew that the Eagle Alliance still cared about its reputation. No matter what, if he stepped into their territory, they might force him to stay, but as long as he stayed outside, they had no leverage. After all, if news spread that the Eagle Alliance resorted to forcibly recruiting a prodigy student, it would lose face. Other disciples would mock them, saying the Eagle Alliance was nothing more than a group of bullies who tried every trick before actually trying to bring someone in by force. Where was their earlier pride? How did they act indifferent when other disciples wanted to join? Furthermore, Xavion's reputation had already grown significantly. Thus, Xavion wasn't worried about any actual strong alliance members being sent after him. Orlando was nearly boiling over with anger. If not for Ares and Joan holding him back, he would have attacked Xavion despite his power. Ares managed to restrain Orlando, and then laughed bitterly, saying to Xavion, "Xavion Jr. brother, you shouldn't be so unfeeling. Our Eagle Alliance has treated you well. At least give us some respect and come take a look." Xavion merely chuckled. Seeing this, even the usually gentle Ares was getting irritated. He raised his voice. "Xavion Jr. brother, I never thought you'd be like this. I previously believed you weren't obsessed with power and sought only enlightenment. I didn't expect you'd succumb to earthly desires like power. How far will such a mindset take you? You won't know how vast the outside world is until you step out. You can never become a true powerhouse without broadening your horizons, for your mentality defines your achievements. It seems you are a person who covets honor and power. Let me tell you, your concept of power is worthless against true strength. When you encounter real powerhouses, you'll realize you're just an ant before them. No matter how much power gives you superiority, your heart will forever be lonely." Saying this, Ares seemed genuinely enraged, pulling Joan and Orlando away. There was no need to continue this discussion. When Ares admired someone, he treated them with genuine respect. But if he despised someone, he didn't want to be near them, let alone be part of the same alliance. Clearly, Xavion had disappointed him. Humph, if this kid wasn't so formidable now, defeating restrained realm practitioners, I would have taught him a lesson, Orlando coldly muttered as they left, expressing his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Xavion burst into laughter, making Ares stop. "Ares, your thoughts are too shallow. Even if someone craves power, so what? Those without talent can never reach the outside world you speak of. Talented individuals will go there regardless of their vices. They'll leave others helpless. This world is ruled by the strong. Your mindset is naive. I hope one day you'll meet a true powerhouse and see how few match your ideals. The world is ultimately tainted." Ian emerged from his residence, ready to help, given his close friendship with Xavion. Even though Xavion could handle them alone, Ian chose to assist. Xavion's words made Ares pause, starting to think deeply. After all, Xavion's points were valid, and Ares had pondered this issue before. "Gentlemen, please return. My brother doesn't wish to join your alliance, so don't force it. Let's keep things amicable." Ian bowed to Ares and Orlando. Given his new perspective on Xavion's potential, Ian didn't consider Orlando and Ares worth his concern. In Ian's view, Xavion's future was boundless, far beyond what a simple elite alliance like the Eagle Alliance could accommodate. Therefore, he directly conveyed this to them. Such words didn't worry Ian about offending the Eagle Alliance. Although powerful, the intersect only had 32 restrained realm disciples, plus Hayes, making 33. They weren't worth fearing. Chapter 103. A detailed explanation of the Eagle Alliance's strength. After reaching the Shackles realm, a person undergoes an earth-shattering transformation. Even though he is not a match for the power of the Eagle Alliance, he has no reason to fear excessively. Because he himself is a strong individual, this is the mindset of a powerful person. Moreover, such a powerful person cannot be easily restrained by any alliance. Even though the Eagle Alliance is formidable, if someone were to trouble him, Ian still has friends he can call upon. Various alliances are willing to open their doors for Shackles realm powerhouses, or assist with anything just to earn this favor. In the eyes of ordinary disciples, these sects and organizations are high and mighty, filled with countless powerhouses and shrouded in mystery. However, at this level, one realizes that it's not as awe-inspiring as imagined. Aslans inside these organizations are also just people, some of whom have strengths similar to his own. Even those stronger than him are only slightly so, having practiced longer or possessing higher aptitude. These gaps can be closed in the future. There's no need to treat them like great figures. Ultimately, they are all just disciples. Heh. Orlando gave a cold laugh in response to Ian's words and then walked away. Having suffered embarrassment today, he could no longer face anyone here. After Orlando left, Xavion and Ian returned to their respective residences. Back in his place, Xavion lay on the bed, pondering the matter of the Edric. When Xavion told Cheyenne about the Edric hiring an assassin to kill him, he kept it very calm. But this does not mean Xavion would let the matter go. He had already harbored hatred towards the Edric, who dared hire an assassin against him, meaning this issue couldn't be resolved amicably. Furthermore, Xavion knew the faster he grew, the more worried the Edric would become. It was likely he would try every possible means to eliminate him. Hiring assassins is relatively easy to trace. Just by thinking about it, one can guess who holds such deep resentment and has the means to hire a hitman organization for assassination. The Edric is probably already living in constant fear. In the future, the Edric definitely won't act personally because doing so would turn him into a sinner within the sect, subject to condemnation by all Humphreys and eventual stripping of his position. However, it doesn't mean that disciples close to the Edric wouldn't act. Additionally, now having offended the Eagle Alliance, it was unlikely they would let this pass quietly. With these thoughts, Xavion stood up and went to Ian's residence. He wanted to gather information from Ian. After knocking on the door, Ian opened it, visibly surprised to see him. "I came to ask you some questions," Xavion said straightforwardly. "Come in, let's talk inside." Ian led Xavion into the house. His residence was very simple, with basic furnishings. Ian focused mainly on cultivation and rarely cared about other things, so the residence was sparsely decorated, but kept clean by his followers who visited daily to please him. "I want to understand the strength of the Edric and the situation regarding the Eagle Alliance," Xavion said. Upon hearing Xavion inquire about the Edric, Ian took a sharp intake of breath, clearly not expecting Xavion to truly confront the Edric. However, recalling Xavion's character, Ian understood. It was indeed typical of him. "You've only recently joined the intersect, so you don't know much about the Edric. Let me introduce him to you. The Edric is at the 4th layer of Spirit Pattern Realm, while the Jetty is at the 6th layer of Spirit Pattern Realm." Upon hearing this, Xavion wasn't surprised. The Spirit Pattern Realm is above the Shackles Realm, and all the top disciples on the heavenly list have reached the Shackles Realm. If the second in command of a sect was still at the Shackles Realm, it would lack authority. "The Edric isn't someone you should provoke right now. Xavion, I know you're eager for revenge, but remember, untapped talent is not true talent. If you provoke the Edric now, it will not end well. You need to be patient and wait for the right opportunity to avenge yourself." Ian continued. "As for the Eagle Alliance, you don't need to worry too much. They seem powerful among ordinary disciples because their recruitment standards are stringent. Due to strict entry criteria, most potential Shackles Realm disciples are recruited by them. Thus, the Eagle Alliance has the highest number of Shackles Realm members among all alliances. Additionally, due to their small but elite membership, they appear formidable. However, even with conflicts between alliances, Shackles Realm disciples rarely intervene directly. Otherwise, other alliances would have been long wiped out by the Eagle Alliance. The Eagle Alliance has a total of 48 members, 12 of whom are in the Shackles Realm. On hearing the number 12, Xavion was somewhat startled. Indeed, the Eagle Alliance's strength was formidable. After all, there are only 32 Shackles Realm disciples in the entire intersect, yet the Eagle Alliance alone accounts for nearly half of that number. This was quite terrifying. No wonder Joan was so arrogant when she first tried to recruit him. This was the reason. The strongest member is the Eagle Alliance's leader, at the 4th layer of Shackles Realm. With his strength, he could have long since joined the core disciples, but due to certain reasons, he must stay in the Eagle Alliance for a while. Within 2 to 3 years, he will undoubtedly become a core disciple. The Eagle Alliance also has a vice leader, a 3rd layer Shackles Realm powerhouse. Apart from these two, none of the others pose a threat to you. By the way, the leader is the strongest among the intersect disciples. As for the remaining Shackles Realm disciples, some belong to various alliances, some form their own, and some, like me, started with an alliance but later left. ##### Chapter 104, Core Disciple. Have you ever joined the alliance? Xavion asked, somewhat surprised. After all, no matter how Ian looked, he didn't seem like someone who would honestly join an alliance. Such a person, harboring the heart of a powerhouse, probably wouldn't be willing to deal with those in the alliance. Ian nodded and said, "Yes, I did join it once, but at that time, I was weak. Later on, I withdrew. The reason for withdrawing is simple. I didn't want to hang around with those people anymore. Most of the people in the alliance don't have much of a future." Xavion nodded, finding this understandable. Ian continued, "In each of the major alliances, there are generally Lock Realm disciples stationed, some having several. Of course, there are also those who dislike living in the alliance and prefer freedom. Such people are not few. However, it's worth noting that in the Eagle Alliance, Lock Realm disciples rarely leave. This has to do with the culture of the Eagle Alliance. There, they pursue strength, with the strongest managing the entire alliance. The cohesion within the Eagle Alliance is the strongest among all disciples of the Gueshu sect. Moreover, you shouldn't really think that the Lock Realm disciples within the Gueshu sect's intersect are only the 32 listed on the heavenly rank. The 32 made it onto the heavenly rank purely because they fought. Many other Lock Realm disciples ceased battling after advancing to the Lock Realm, so they aren't counted. The apparent number of intersect disciples is only a few thousand, but in reality, it's more than 10,000. Sects will never truly reveal the number of their disciples. And within the intersect, there are roughly 60 to 70 Lock Realm disciples in total. Many of those on the heavenly rank were not chosen based on merit, but by orders from the sect, kept hidden as secret disciples. Xavion suddenly understood, nodding his head. He had not been in the intersect long enough to fully grasp these details. Fortunately, Ian's explanation helped him understand. What about core disciples? Xavion asked, still quite clueless about the Guishu sect. Core disciples? Ian explained. As the name suggests, core disciples are the core disciples of a sect. They represent the true foundation of the sect. As far as I know, the senior brothers among core disciples have longer cultivation times. Moreover, when important Humphrey positions are selected, candidates start from the ranks of core disciples. Core disciples can stay in the sect for life, forever contributing to it. If one wishes to venture out after 10 years as a core disciple, they can choose to leave. To become a core disciple, one needs to achieve the second layer of the lock realm. Once this realm is reached, one can become a core disciple. In the entire Guishu sect, due to core disciples being allowed to stay in the sect for life, there are many of them. According to my understanding, excluding those who have left due to appointments, there are currently 27 known core disciples, but the actual number isn't something ordinary people can know. Reaching the level of core disciple marks the pinnacle for a disciple. Beyond this, one can become an Humphrey within the sect. All current Humphreys and sect masters were once core disciples. After listening to Ian's explanation, Xavion finally understood the concept of core disciples. The number of core disciples didn't surprise Xavion. While it seemed substantial, it was relative to the lock realm disciples in the inner sect. Among the inner sect's 60 to 70 lock realm disciples, 32 are on the heavenly rank, leaving another 20 to 30. Given that the inner sect has over 10,000 disciples, the number of core disciples doesn't seem significant. Moreover, any disciple capable of breaking through to the lock realm has the potential to become a core disciple. It's just a matter of time. These lock realm disciples are the true backbone of a sect. Thanks to your explanation, I now have a better understanding of our Guishu sect, Xavion sighed, nodding. You don't need to worry about the Eagle Alliance taking action against you. Based on their style, they won't resent you but will try every means possible to get you to join the Alliance, Ian said, assuming Xavion was concerned about the Eagle Alliance. Xavion shook his head and replied, I truly have no intention of joining the Eagle Alliance. However, I do have an idea, to create my own alliance and plant it firmly within the Guishu sect. Hearing Xavion's ambition, Ian was greatly startled, realizing that Xavion had grand plans. After all, creating a new alliance could be seen as a bid for power, protection, or status. But if Xavion intended to form an alliance, it carried deeper implications, cultivating his own group of loyalists and eventually aiming for higher positions like Edric or even Sect Khalil. Ultimately, both the old Sect Khalil and Edric would retire, leaving the leadership to the next generation. At that point, whoever had the most influence and strongest abilities would likely become the new Sect Khalil. I advise you not to harbor ambitions for the Sect Khalil position too soon. If you truly aspire to it, joining the Eagle Alliance might be a good choice. Throughout history, nearly all key positions in the Guishu sect have been filled by those from the Eagle Alliance. If you want strong connections, joining the Eagle Alliance is far easier than cultivating your own forces and has a higher success rate. Ian reminded Xavion. Also, if you're worried about conflicts with members of the Eagle Alliance, Dominic and I can join alongside you. We don't face many restrictions. We can join whenever we wish. Xavion nodded, feeling an urge to reach the lock realm. Comparisons revealed that what ordinary disciples revered, the Sacred Eagle Alliance, was simply a casual entry for lock realm disciples. But then again, lock realm disciples are highly sought-after talents for any alliance. Chapter 105. Another Shackled Realm Disciple. To turn away a disciple at the Shackled Realm would be too arrogant. Within the Guishu sect, disciples at the Shackled Realm were considered true powerhouses. Everyone gave them face and treated them like immortals, allowing them to do the least amount of work while enjoying the best benefits. Xavion shook his head and said, I didn't establish the alliance for those reasons. I founded this alliance so that we can have brothers who truly belong to us. At that moment, Ian glanced sideways at Xavion. Aren't they all the same? Ultimately, aren't they all for their own faction and connections? Xavion shook his head with a smile. Do you really think I care about the position of Jedi in Guishu sect? While saying this, Xavion looked seriously at Ian, as if he had everything under control. This demeanor made Ian shudder. He suddenly realized that he was wrong. He shouldn't measure Xavion by ordinary standards. Honestly, with Xavion's current strength, his future achievements were boundless. In the future, he was destined to become an existence like a pillar of the world. How could such a character set their sights on a small sect like this? With this thought, Ian looked at Xavion and said, if you really want to establish the alliance, then I'll help you. Regarding Hayes, let's find a way to officially make him a Shackled Realm disciple. That way, our alliance will have 3 Shackled Realm powerhouses, making it one of the top alliances among all, attracting many to join. In the future, when the alliance is established, the sect will issue cultivation resources specifically for the alliance as communal resources. With these, we can cultivate our own people to produce more Shackled Realm powerhouses. As he spoke, Ian began to envision the beautiful blueprint. Frankly, founding an alliance within a large sect like Guishu sect was much better than being a Bradley in a smaller sect like Lena sect. In Guishu sect, there are ready-made disciples just waiting to be recruited. Once there are 3 Shackled Realm powerhouses guarding the alliance, many disciples will flock over. In Lena sect, even Huachi realm cultivators can become core disciples and Humphreys, but only a few, after immense efforts. However, in Guishu sect, Huachi realm disciples are plentiful. Inner sect disciples can become qualified from the 6th layer of the breath condensation realm. Once an inner sect disciple, with the sect's resources and moderate talent, most can reach the Huachi realm, with a third of them achieving this level. When that happens, even the casually attracted disciples would be numerous. Even though he was not yet at the Huachi realm, he had potential to reach it. Moreover, most cultivation resources came from the sect. Compared to a small sect like Lena's sect which depended heavily on itself, life here was simply too enjoyable. Among the top 10 alliances in Guishu sect, aside from the Shackled Realm powerhouses, any alliance had more disciples both in quantity and quality compared to a small sect. Good. We'll start dealing with this tomorrow and finish all matters soon. Also, Among the Shackled Realm disciples, can you bring some of them into our alliance? Xavion spoke, already wanting his future sect to rival Eagle Alliance. Even if it couldn't match, it must face Eagle Alliance without any hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder with it, and never giving the impression of a small alliance. Simply put, Xavion's pride wouldn't allow his founded alliance to be seen as subpar. This is very difficult. It's almost impossible. Ian hesitated before replying honestly. Most Shackled Realm disciples, if not already in an alliance, wouldn't want to join, just like the previous Ian. Even if Ian hadn't wanted to join an alliance initially, many major alliances still approached him personally after he broke through to the Shackled Realm. So, those who could be swayed were already swayed, and Shackled Realm disciples wouldn't easily join an unknown sect. Xavion felt a bit disappointed, but this was expected. But, among my old Shackled Realm friends, I can try. There's always hope. Within Guesu sect, whether disciple or Humphrey, I know everyone with Shackled Realm cultivation. Some will give me face, at least enough to forge brotherhood alliances between their alliances and ours, which is quite easy. Seeing Xavion's disappointment, Ian continued. Unlike Xavion, he had spent years accumulating knowledge to reach the Shackled Realm. In the sect, the number of Shackled Realm disciples was limited, and everyone knew each other. That's great. Thank you for your efforts. For Hayes, I'd rather not meet him. Be wary of this person. If he could betray once, he can do it again. His ties to the Dark Gate aren't easily severed. Even if he wants to cut ties, it won't be easy. Xavion nodded, agreeing with the arrangement. 2 days later, a message swept through the entire inner sect. On that day, nearly all the disciples knew that another disciple had advanced to the Shackled Realm. This disciple, named Hayes, had a good relationship with Xavion. His breakthrough to the lock stage realm after years of diligent cultivation seemed natural and well-deserved. Hayes' successful advancement to the Shackled Realm served as a spiritual encouragement for many inner sect disciples. Whenever a disciple became a Shackled Realm powerhouse, there would be a period of intense motivation and effort from many inner sect disciples pursuing their goals. After becoming a Shackled Realm disciple, many Shackled Realm powerhouses came to congratulate and connect with Hayes. After all, this was tradition. The sect's Shackled Realm combatants were limited, so Shackled Realm disciples needed to understand each other. As for why Xavion, despite being so strong, didn't have a crowd of Shackled Realm disciples seeking connections, it was because Xavion was an anomaly. In Guesu sect's history, only Xavion had ever been this exceptional. Chapter 106, Formation of the Bi-Alliance. After the news of Hayes breaking through to the Jalua realm spread, Xavion and his group seized this opportunity to announce the establishment of the Bi-Alliance. This immediately caused a stir. Many leagues that had been covertly paying attention to Xavion began to sigh. Although Xavion was not a Jalua realm powerhouse, he possessed combat strength surpassing that of the Jalua realm. A promising talent like him founding an alliance would inevitably attract many to join. Suddenly, many alliances expressed regret for not recruiting Xavion. The Eagle League was undoubtedly the most furious. They had attempted to recruit Xavion multiple times without success. Now, he had directly established his own alliance. Wasn't this smacking them in the face? A disciple they tried so hard to recruit ended up disregarding them entirely and turned around to found his own league. Soon, another explosive piece of news swept through. On the day of the Bi-Alliance's formation, Ian and Hayes jointly announced their joining of the Bi-Alliance. Immediately, the entire inner sect was shaken. It must be understood that if an ordinary league possessed a Jalua realm disciple, it would be enough to look down upon other leagues. Now, with 2 Jalua realm disciples, plus Xavion who fought far beyond the average Jalua realm, it could be said that there were 3 Jalua realm level fighters in one alliance. Such a league was indeed incredibly powerful. In an instant, the Bi-Alliance's ranking skyrocketed, and many disciples began considering the Bi-Alliance when choosing a league. At the same time, many disciples were also curious about how Xavion managed to pull 2 Jalua realm disciples into his newly formed alliance. Was it because of previous missions together? If so, this mission surely proved very profitable. Before long, another piece of news regarding the Bi-Alliance emerged. Xavion, as the leader of the Bi-Alliance, announced that from the day of its establishment, inner sect disciples at the Lianchi realm could join within the first 3 days. After these 3 days, Lianchi realm disciples would never be recruited again. One sentence stirred up a storm. This made many who were hesitating about joining the Bi-Alliance make up their minds. They couldn't miss this golden opportunity. After all, judging by the Bi-Alliance's stance, it seemed they planned to focus on Haochi realm disciples in the future. Lianchi realm disciples probably wouldn't be recruited anymore. This way, when the alliance distributed good resources, they wouldn't have to share with other Lianchi realm disciples. Moreover, the sect would differentiate between Lianchi realm and Haochi realm resources. They could monopolize those resources until they grew strong. This stirred many inner sect disciples' interest. Considering Xavion's close relationship with Ian and Hayes, it was clear they wouldn't separate. The Bi-Alliance's prospects were limitless. Joining now meant becoming a founding member. If they took root within the sect, their children could enter the Bi-Alliance preferentially in the future. Many disciples rushed to Xavion's recruitment site. At the scene, this time, Xavion didn't just invite Hayes and Ian. He also called on his dorm mates to help. Moreover, he persuaded them to join the Bi-Alliance. This was the best protection Xavion could offer them. Joining the alliance elevated their status and made life easier for them. At least they wouldn't be looked down upon by other disciples as before. Ian and Hayes were busy checking the abilities of Lianchi realm disciples. Though the Bi-Alliance said Lianchi realm disciples could join for the first 3 days, it didn't mean Xavion accepted everyone. He aimed to build a promising league. If someone truly lacked potential, Xavion wouldn't accept them. He needed disciples who could grow to the Haochi realm in the future. As Ian and Hayes were busy, a sweet voice sounded. "Can I join your new alliance?" Startled, Ian and Hayes recognized Cheyenne's voice and saw her elegantly approaching. Ian and Hayes warmly welcomed her. "Of course. You are one of Xavion's most important guests." They nearly blurted out the fact about Xavion and Cheyenne's romantic relationship. Meeting Cheyenne again, Xavion felt somewhat awkward, remembering the dramatic events. However, Cheyenne seemed accustomed to it, helping Hayes and Ian recruit members. Wow, looks like the Bi Alliance has a bright future. Even the sect Khalil's daughter is joining. Wouldn't the sect Khalil's daughter join the Eagle League instead? Why join the Bi Alliance? Don't talk nonsense, you'll get kicked out of Bi Alliance for saying that. It sounds like you think Bi Alliance is inferior to Eagle League. That day, many enthusiastic disciples lined up to register. Many others and some small leagues, hearing about the Bi Alliance, instantly withdrew or disbanded to join it. Joining a big league was much more relaxing than being the leader of a small one. Despite being newly formed, the Bi Alliance already exuded a kingly aura. One could imagine it becoming a major league soon, rivaling old powerful leagues like the Eagle League. Within 3 days, the Bi Alliance recruited over 200 Lianqi Realm disciples, even more Haoqi Realm disciples. But Xavion raised the standards for Haoqi Realm recruits. Mere Haoqi Realm cultivation wasn't enough. Potential was required. Other leagues, except Eagle League, usually accepted any Haoqi Realm disciple directly. Here, checking potential subtly targeted the Eagle League. Why did Xavion allow Lianqi Realm disciples to join only for the first 3 days? He used scarcity marketing to attract promising Lianqi Realm disciples and strengthen the league. Now, with Haoqi Realm recruits, he repeated the strategy. Only thus would the Bi Alliance rapidly grow into a major league. Indeed, some people began leaving their old leagues, hoping to join the Bi Alliance. For this, other leagues didn't object much. Members joining or leaving was normal. Chapter 107. Grand Construction. However, the establishment of the White Alliance has stirred up significant public attention this time. Every major alliance formation would draw a substantial number of disciples, and if the Eagle Alliance wanted to expand, they merely needed to lower their standards slightly, allowing them to rapidly grow, possibly even several times faster than the White Alliance. Within the first 10 days of recruitment, Xavion's Eagle Alliance quickly grew to 400 members before the recruitment ended. Those left were either uninterested in the White Alliance or lacked the qualifications to join it. With 400 members, the White Alliance immediately rose to become a top-tier alliance. However, given its recent establishment, some attrition over time was inevitable. Eventually, with refinement, it would reach perfection. Nonetheless, with these 400 disciples, the White Alliance became a formidable force among the inner sect, which officially numbered only a few thousand disciples. Notably, Lu Alliance, ranked first, only had around 800 disciples. As a result, the White Alliance instantly secured the 4th spot among all alliances. Yet, this rank might drop slightly after a while, as bloating from its early stages is natural. Alliance rankings weren't solely determined by numbers, but also considered overall strength, including the number of powerful members. At this moment, an awkward situation arose for the White Alliance. Its lack of elite combat power. There were countless disciples at the Qi practitioner level or early stage Bright Qi realm, but those at the 4th layer of the Bright Qi realm and above could be counted on one hand. The reason was simple. Most elite combatants usually had their own alliances and rarely withdrew unless under significant circumstances. Since the White Alliance was newly established, it hadn't cultivated any high-level combatants yet. Consequently, very few elites were attracted, leading to this shortage. However, Xavion didn't particularly mind. He was elated about the successful formation of the alliance. He began selecting a base location for the alliance with its members. Every alliance had its own base, serving as their headquarters, where most disciples lived nearby. To establish an alliance firmly, having a base was essential. Xavion had already planned the personnel distribution within the White Alliance. Ian and Hayes served as left and right protectors, overseeing the entire alliance, while Cheyenne, whose cultivation wasn't sufficient, handled internal affairs as the chief steward. The brothers from the dormitory, due to their limited aptitude, were assigned various tasks within the White Alliance, learning management through practice. They also handled protection fees and other businesses within the outer sect that Xavion still found valuable. Now, wandering within the sect, Xavion and his group inspected the area. The inner sect resided on a mountain, while the foot of the mountain housed the outer sect disciples. Thus, land resources within the inner sect were abundant. After extensive consideration, Xavion chose a relatively remote area to build the alliance's hall, square, warehouses, and dormitories. Although it was peripheral, with numerous members, Xavion was confident in turning it into a thriving hub. His main concern was avoiding disputes and maintaining harmonious relations with others. Shortly after, the dormitory brothers descended the mountain to recruit outer sect disciples for base construction. The funds for construction came from the sect, which supported such alliances to ease management burdens, as managing thousands of disciples would overwhelm even Humphreys. Moreover, competition among alliances fostered growth and prevented stagnation. The dormitory brothers soon brought many outer sect disciples. Guisu sect was never short of outer sect disciples who handled all the dirty and strenuous work, numbering in the tens of thousands. Despite being part of the sect, outer sect disciples were essential, as the world comprised mostly ordinary people rather than prodigies. During the bustling construction phase, several Eagle Alliance members arrived at the White Alliance's construction site. 7 members came, including Aresian, Orlando, and 4 others unknown to Xavion but all at the Shackled Realm level. Upon hearing reports, Xavion and Ian walked outside. Who do we have here? I see you've mobilized half of your Shackled Realm disciples just for my brotherhood. Isn't that a bit too much trouble? And with so many of you, are you here to cause trouble or for something else? Ian, recognizing them, showed no fear, speaking casually to the Eagle Alliance members. Meanwhile, Hayes stood beside Xavion, coldly observing them. While Xavion remained unperturbed, treating their arrival as insignificant. He already suspected their intent, to flaunt their strength and persuade him to join the Eagle Alliance instead of forming his own. Chapter 108. Provocation. Hee, Xavion, I didn't expect that you would ultimately establish your own alliance. Previously, I never imagined you to be so obsessed with power. Orlando looked at the bustling construction nearby, his tone dripping with disdain. As for this, it's none of your concern. Everyone has their own pursuits, Xavion replied nonchalantly. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. Please don't disturb our work. This is how you treat guests, Xavion? Orlando continued. If they were somewhat acquainted before, this time, Orlando and his companions truly despised Xavion from the bottom of their hearts, but still held a sliver of hope that such talent wouldn't be wasted. I understand your purpose here clearly, and you know my answer. Why continue? Xavion sighed. We can still be friends in the future. What right do you have to interfere with my life? This was a heartfelt lament from Xavion. The members of the Eagle Alliance seemed overly concerned about him. Frankly, if not for his good temperament, he might have lost patience long ago with these persistent invitations. They appear to have nothing better to do than to devise ways to make him join the Eagle Alliance. No matter how many times I refuse, it seems useless, he thought. Xavion, we extend our invitation again. Please accompany us to the Eagle Alliance base. Once there, you'll realize its uniqueness, and you won't remain fixated on this city's alliance anymore. Ares transmitted telepathically, unwilling to say it out loud for fear of disgracing the Eagle Alliance. However, this time, the chief specifically instructed them. Even if Xavion refused, they had to forcibly bring him back. The Eagle Alliance couldn't allow someone to repeatedly reject its invitations. Xavion sneered at Ares' words, finding them laughable. He understood why Ares spoke thus. Simply put, Ares believed that advancement at the shackled realm level was extremely difficult without help from fellow disciples. Each step forward was arduous. Confronted by numerous shackled realm experts, especially the top-tier 4th level ones, it could be a great shock. This was the confidence behind Ares' insistence to let Xavion witness true power. But Ares picked the wrong person. Xavion wasn't just some ordinary cultivator who'd been diligently training. He wouldn't genuflect to the chief of Eagle Alliance or feel awed. Moreover, with the system aiding him, joining the Eagle Alliance under its control was out of the question. I refuse. Please leave. If we keep talking, the White Alliance and Eagle Alliance will become enemies, forever severed. Even a clay Buddha has temper, and Xavion, continually harassed by these self-important people, was reaching his limit. Did they think he wouldn't act? Orlando, Ares, and the others exchanged glances, finally nodding. They approached Xavion, deciding that if they couldn't persuade him, they would forcibly take him to the Eagle Alliance base. By then, no matter what, they would get him to join. Hehe, you want to move our leader? Did you even ask our opinion? Ian and Hayes stepped forward, smiling at the approaching Eagle Alliance members. In a real fight, Ian and the others weren't afraid. Though the White Alliance only had 2 shackled realm disciples, years in the sect had built some connections. Helping Xavion meant support from within the sect. Word had spread that Xavion possessed 2nd-level shackled realm combat power, capable of defeating such experts. Who wouldn't be willing to lend a hand to such a powerhouse? At that moment, Xavion blocked Ian, shaking his head, indicating that this wasn't necessary yet. You two just need to hold off 2 first-level shackled realm members. I can handle the rest. Xavion confidently stated. You? Ha, dreaming. Don't forget, we have 2 second-level shackled realm members. Do you really think you can turn things around? Impossible. Joan sneered, her anger at Xavion growing. She wanted to teach this kid a lesson for embarrassing the Eagle Alliance time and again. White Alliance members, seeing the dire situation, started murmuring. How did we manage to offend the Eagle Alliance right after forming our alliance? Look at their fierce attitude. Our leader might suffer this time. Heavens, joining this White Alliance isn't a good idea after all. Some members turned and left upon seeing this, unwilling to stay in an alliance with no future, knowing well the consequences of crossing the Eagle Alliance. See, Xavion? You attract only worthless followers, Joan boasted arrogantly, unfamiliar with such situations since she had always been in the Eagle Alliance. Just shut up. Our alliance's affairs are none of your business. At that moment, a group of White Alliance members arrived, and a frail-looking girl faced Joan directly. Though she appeared weak, her combat prowess and cultivation were no less than Joan's. She was highly valued by the White Alliance for being one of the few high-level fighters to join. Hashtag Chapter 109, 2 second-rank Lock Realm. Seeing this puny White Alliance dare to challenge her, Joan erupted in anger and immediately began to attack. In her heart, apart from the Eagle Alliance, all other alliances of Guesu sect were nothing but worthless. For someone from such a minor alliance to dare challenge her was tantamount to asking for death. Soon after, the two began their intense battle. Upon seeing Joan initiate the confrontation, Ian and Hayes each engaged with a Lock Realm disciple as well. The remaining 4 members of the Eagle Alliance were left to be dealt with by Xavion. At this moment, the onlookers from the White Alliance couldn't help but worry about Xavion. The strength disparity between the two sides was enormous. Although Xavion was rumored to be extremely combat capable, he was only at the 9th rank of Amador Realm. Without witnessing it firsthand, they still harbored some concerns. More importantly, Xavion's opponents included 2 first-rank Lock Realm and 2 second-rank Lock Realm disciples, especially those 2 second-rank Lock Realm disciples, who could deliver a devastating blow to the entire White Alliance. Leader, shall we assist you? At that moment, another disciple from the White Alliance, known for his formidable combat prowess, stepped forward, eyeing these Lock Realm adversaries menacingly. This disciple was at the 8th rank of Amador Realm and was one of the few high-level fighters in the White Alliance. Despite facing these Lock Realm powerhouses, this disciple showed no sign of fear. Although the White Alliance had few high-level fighters, together they could hold off a first-rank Lock Realm opponent. In doing so, though they would lose one fighter, they could alleviate considerable pressure on their leader. Hehe, no need. Just 2 second-rank Lock Realms. Not worth getting so worked up over. However, Orlando's expression soon changed drastically. Upon colliding with Xavion, he felt as if he were confronting a prehistoric beast. The might was terrifying beyond measure, leaving him with no means to resist. In the next moment, Orlando was sent flying, crashing down beside him. Witnessing this, Ares stood aghast nearby. He knew Xavion was strong, but never imagined he could be this powerful. Xavion had grown so remarkably in such a short time, defying logic. While Ares was lost in thought, Xavion took advantage of the moment to kick him. In an instant, Ares too lost his combat ability and collapsed. The onlookers from the White Alliance drew sharp intakes of breath. They knew their leader was formidable, having heard tales of Xavion, but to see him overpower 2 Lock Realm experts in an instant was beyond belief. Such combat prowess might be unmatched within the entire Guesu sect. How despicable. I didn't expect you to live up to your reputation like this. Seeing Xavion swiftly dispatch their 2 Lock Realm allies, humiliating the Eagle Alliance, the 2 second-rank Lock Realm experts immediately flew into a rage, determined to restore honor to the Eagle Alliance. It was humiliating that Xavion had defeated 2 of their elites so easily. If word got out, people might think the Eagle Alliance was full of cowards. Together, the 2 second-rank Lock Realm experts launched an assault on Xavion, displaying their full power. Instantly, Ian and Hayes felt an overwhelming aura, instilling fear in their hearts. Memories of the catastrophic impact from Lena Sect's patriarch still lingered in their minds. How could they not be afraid? Yet, while worrying about Xavion, they saw him stand firm, unafraid, and confront the enemies head-on. Boom! A fierce collision ensued, causing shockwaves to ripple through the area. All 3 were pushed back momentarily. Then, regaining his footing, Xavion saw the disheveled state of his 2 adversaries and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is what you call second-rank Lock Realm? Not impressive at all. Kid, don't get cocky. We held back earlier to avoid harming you. Don't think we can't deal with you. Their faces darkened with fury. To have gained no advantage against Xavion and even be mocked was a disgrace to the Eagle Alliance. Moreover, they realized Xavion was a tough adversary. If they didn't use some tricks, Xavion might stalemate with them today, tarnishing the Eagle Alliance's reputation. You, stop. What are you all doing? Is the sect a place for internal brawls? Just then, 5 Humphreys rushed over, reprimanding Xavion and the others. These Humphreys had been contacted via transmission jade pendants by some concerned members of the White Alliance, fearing something might happen to Xavion. After all, facing 2 second-rank Lock Realm experts, Xavion was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation level. Chapter 110. The Eagle Alliance's next plan. Seeing the Humphreys approach, even though the members of the Eagle Alliance were usually very aloof, at this moment they still had to show respect. After all, no matter how talented a disciple might be, if they disobeyed or defied the Humphreys' wishes, they would inevitably be expelled from the sect. For the Guesu sect did not tolerate such ungrateful individuals. Those with rebellious hearts could not remain within its ranks. Xavion also ceased his actions and said to the Humphrey, "Hugh, we White Alliance have been diligently establishing our base here. Yet these fellows came over, creating trouble for us out of nowhere. We were forced into retaliation." At that moment, Xavion appeared quite aggrieved. Although Orlando and company felt intensely frustrated internally, they couldn't argue back. After all, it was true that they had come to provoke Xavion. Moreover, they couldn't reveal the real reason. That the Eagle Alliance didn't want to lose someone as talented as Xavion, thus forcing him to join the Eagle Alliance. If they had done so, their alliance would likely become a laughingstock. Hearing Xavion's words and noticing the lack of rebuttal from the Eagle Alliance, the Humphreys instantly understood what had transpired. Xavion was indeed in high demand, and it was understandable that the Eagle Alliance didn't want him to remain outside their influence. However, the Humphreys wouldn't get involved in such matters. They only knew one thing. Whatever happened, Xavion mustn't be harmed because of the Eagle Alliance's unilateral actions. Alright, you lot scram. Keep causing trouble, and we'll lock you up. You're forbidden to create problems with other alliances without permission. We know you're strong, but the Guesu sect won't tolerate your antics inside the sect. And Humphrey rebuked Orlando and the others. These Humphreys came to mediate fairly, yet they also needed to consider the bigger picture. After all, the Eagle Alliance was the top alliance within the sect, composed of extraordinarily gifted disciples. Future collaborations and missions with Xavion depended on keeping good relations among them. Moreover, many of the sect's Humphreys themselves had originated from the Eagle Alliance, making it a significant power within the sect. Thus, the Humphreys chose not to penalize the Eagle Alliance members. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Both parties were elite disciples representing the future of the Guesu sect, different from ordinary disciples, necessitating distinct handling methods. Hearing the Humphreys' verdict, Orlando and the others, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to comply. And Humphrey's command was not to be ignored. Failing to follow, it would lead to severe punishment. This time, with so many Eagle Alliance members trying to confront Xavion and gaining no advantage, Orlando and the others felt incredibly disgruntled, especially since Ares and Orlando had ended up injured. This outcome was nothing short of shameful, marking the first such humiliation in the Eagle Alliance's history. Xavion, this mountain doesn't turn but water does. You wait, sooner or later, we will meet again. A Locking Realm Tier 2 expert sent a mental message threateningly before leaving. His dissatisfaction with Xavion had reached its peak, yet he could do nothing about it. More frustratingly, Xavion had single-handedly fought against 2 Locking Realm Tier 2 experts and held his ground. To be honest, one-on-one, they weren't Xavion's match. Previous rumors about Xavion's capability to defeat Locking Realm Tier 2 experts turned out to be true. If they wanted to act against Xavion, they need to gather the collective strength of Eagle Alliance's Locking Realm Tier 2 experts, or involve the leader or deputy leader. Otherwise, they couldn't touch him. Huh. Xavion rolled his eyes, dismissing the threat entirely. He sensed during their brief engagement that given another half hour, he could have defeated both of them completely. In a way, these Humphreys hadn't saved him but rescued the Eagle Alliance members. Had they stayed longer, the latter would have suffered even more humiliation. Okay, Xavion, don't look at them anymore. Focus on cultivation. Building the base can be handled by others. The upcoming competition will involve Ian and Hayes, representing our Guesu sect against other sects' disciples. Hurry and train. Don't always focus solely on internal affairs. Remember, other sects have disciples stronger than the Eagle Alliance's leader. If you want a good ranking, hurry up. With that, the Humphrey left after glancing at Xavion. Hearing the Humphrey's words, Xavion pouted. Didn't he just use battles to cultivate? If it weren't for their intervention, this round would have been immensely profitable attribute-wise. It was rare for 2 Locking Realm Tier 2 experts to spar with him simultaneously. Thinking of all the missed attributes made Xavion sigh. However, Ian and Hayes didn't see it that way. Relieved by the departure of the Eagle Alliance, they exhaled deeply. The previous presence of the Eagle Alliance had put considerable pressure on them. Though fellow Locking Realm experts, those two were capable of devastating strikes. It's fine now. Let's continue building. The Eagle Alliance should be less aggressive for now, but I suspect they won't give up easily. The sect competition is a good opportunity for them to showcase their strength without offending the Humphreys. By then, they might try to win you over. I wonder if you can truly resist the Eagle Alliance leader's prowess. Ian speculated while watching the Eagle Alliance members leave. Xavion chuckled inwardly, agreeing with Ian's prediction. Given the Eagle Alliance's usual tactics, they would likely showcase their strength during the competition. However, Xavion was ready to astonish everyone then. Why wouldn't he take the chance to shock everyone and prove his power, making the Eagle Alliance finally give up? If possible, he hoped to dissolve the Eagle Alliance, having all its members join the White Alliance. Hashtag Chapter 111. The sect competition approaches. Time passed swiftly. After forming the Bi-Alliance, Xavion and his members continued with their daily routines, all focused on preparing for the sect competition. However, not long after the establishment of the Bi-Alliance, its members noticed something unusual. Their leader, Xavion, was unusually diligent, not only in his own cultivation but also taking time to guide other disciples during his free moments. Indeed, he frequently engaged in battles with various disciples, allowing them to observe and learn from his combat techniques, thus enhancing their own strength. This greatly touched the members of the Bi-Alliance, who were incredibly grateful to have such a caring leader. Such opportunities were rare indeed. The leaders of other alliances often acted superior and kept themselves out of reach, never wishing to lower themselves to interact closely with the disciples. For Xavion to treat them so well in battle with more than a dozen disciples daily was seen as a tremendous blessing. However, while this was a boon for the Bi-Alliance members, others did not share the same sentiment. The Bradley had already received numerous reports that Xavion wasn't focusing seriously on his cultivation, but was instead dedicating his time to guiding the disciples within the alliance. Though the Bradley didn't fully understand why Xavion chose to do this, he wasn't particularly upset by the Muhammad's behavior. And Humphrey once approached him with concern. Leader, are you really going to let Xavion willingly take on an Humphrey's role? Will he waste his own potential and the cultivation resources provided by our sect? The Humphrey pleaded, please, make Xavion focus on his cultivation. If left unsupervised, this child will become too arrogant, unaware of how vast the outside world is or how formidable the elites of other sects can be. Now, he believes he can slay second-tier Shackles realm cultivators, but what about the future? If he continues like this, how can he maintain his brilliance? The Bradley sighed deeply, replying, let him be for now. He finds joy in the admiration of those disciples. Forcing him to stop won't help. Only when he realizes the gap between himself and others will he grow serious. Otherwise, he will never know. We can stop him from guiding disciples, but can we stop him from other pursuits? Clearly, the Bradley had his own thoughts about Xavion. Meanwhile, over at the Eagle Alliance. Since their humiliation at Xavion's hands, Orlando and the other Shackles realm cultivators had thrown themselves into intense practice. The last encounter left them feeling utterly disgraced, unable to defeat a 9th-tier or a condensation realm disciple despite being many in number and far stronger in rank. A member of the Eagle Alliance reported to their leader, Xavion has been training disciples since founding the Bi-Alliance. He doesn't seem to be focusing on his own cultivation and appears unconcerned about the upcoming sect competition. Looks like he thinks he's invincible. He spends all his energy on other disciples and hardly practices anymore. The Eagle Alliance leader pondered the report. It seemed Xavion had become arrogant, thinking he no longer needed to cultivate. If this was true, Xavion was unworthy of joining the Eagle Alliance, which wouldn't accept someone so useless. While Xavion could flaunt his power now, the future would widen the gap. Even the strongest talents would amount to nothing if not utilized properly. You don't need to worry about him. There's no need to invite him into the Eagle Alliance for now. From now on, unless he personally requests to join us, we won't extend an invitation. This guy may still stand out at the sect competition, but it doesn't matter. In the future, he will inevitably fall behind others. People like him have no prospects. The Eagle Alliance leader dismissed Xavion as having little future success. Word of Xavion's lack of serious cultivation spread among the inner sect disciples, causing sighs of regret. They admired Xavion's strength even though he didn't strive as they did. It highlighted the stark difference between them. No matter how hard they worked, most couldn't match Xavion's current combat strength even if he stopped cultivating altogether. As days went by, the date of the sect competition drew closer. Within the inner sect, almost all disciples prepared earnestly, hoping to shine during the event. The reason was simple. Performing well would catch the attention of the Zhao royal family, granting them entry into the royal army, an honor far greater than staying in Guishu sect forever. Guishu sect, along with others, was under the jurisdiction of Zhao. If chosen by the royal family, it meant a better life. Moreover, family members could move alongside them, bringing honor to their lineage. But in reality, few managed to stand out each year. Many dreamed of greatness, but dreams rarely came true. As the competition approached, Guishu sect began final preparations. A list of participants was finalized, selecting over 500 disciples to compete. This wasn't just about rankings. It was about upholding the sect's glory and attracting new talent. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 112. Out of place snoring. The day of the sect competition arrived quickly. On this day, Xavion and his group received news from the sect. Soon after, a crowd gathered in the square. This time, all disciples who were going to compete had to gather in the square, waiting for the flying boat. Xavion took a careful look at Bi-Alliance's members. Apart from him, Ian, Hayes, and Cheyenne, only 5 others were qualified to participate in this grand sect competition. And even then, it was because the sect didn't take all the outstanding inner sect disciples. Typically, during large-scale competitions, Most of the sect wouldn't bring everyone along except for some token appearances. This was called concealing the sect's true strength. After all, those hidden members wouldn't stand out or excel when they got there. It would be disadvantageous if other sects found out the ins and outs of their sect. Let's go. Let's board the boat. Xavion sighed as he looked at the Bi-Alliance members and said, seeing other large alliances sending many people while his own group barely had 9 people, including himself, made him realize how weak they were compared to others. They were called a major alliance, yet their strength did not match their title. Don't worry, Khalil, this time we will definitely not disappoint you and will bring back an excellent ranking, a Bi-Alliance member confidently replied. In recent days, Xavion had mostly spent his time sparring with them, hoping to improve their skills. This kindness was invaluable to them, so as their abilities improved, they also hoped not to disappoint Xavion. Xavion chuckled, haha. Though misunderstood, it was better to maintain an image of a kind-hearted person rather than reveal his system. At this point, on the flying boat, many people were looking at both Eagle Alliance and Bi-Alliance. It was either a deliberate arrangement by the Humphreys or coincidence that the Eagle Alliance members were seated next to Bi-Alliance. This time, Eagle Alliance deployed almost all its members to compete for the sect's honor, barring a few strategic reservations. If not for these strategic concealments, even deploying all members would not have been a problem. That was the gap between the two alliances. Xavion glanced at Eagle Alliance, but wasn't concerned. Regardless of how Orlando and others viewed him, he intended to surprise everyone. He would show Eagle Alliance what it meant to achieve a good ranking without effort. Sensing Xavion's gaze, several Eagle Alliance members gritted their teeth, eagerly anticipating the upcoming competition, hoping to see Xavion humbled soon. This guy had dared reject their advances, something no one had ever dared do to Eagle Alliance. Everyone present is an elite disciple of Gueshu sect, the Bradley announced upon boarding the flying boat. I hope we can win a respectable ranking for Gueshu sect. Then the flying boat slowly ascended, heading toward the capital of Zhao Kingdom. During the journey, other disciples were making the most of every moment to cultivate, enhancing their strength. This flying boat provided ample space for each disciple to cultivate properly. However, Xavion stood out. He fell asleep soundly while everyone else cultivated, including the Bi-Alliance members around him. Snore. Xavion's loud snoring embarrassed the surrounding Bi-Alliance members. Their leader's indifference reflected poorly on them. Hey boss, wake up. It's not right. You should prepare more while you still have time. Your opponents are not ordinary. You'll face significant pressure. Also, if you don't practice, the Humphreys might note your lack of effort. A Bi-Alliance member whispered. Xavion opened one eye with great effort and replied, don't worry about that. Trust me, I won't have any problems this time. Joking aside, how could he possibly have issues? No matter how much he slept en route, he would still overpower others when it mattered. Eagle Alliance members sneered inwardly at this scene. They thought he was just pretending until the real competition began. If Xavion had started practicing diligently now, they'd mock him. Weren't you so nonchalant earlier? Where has your composure gone? Regardless of Xavion's actions, they looked down on him. Several days later, the flying boat reached a colossal city. Through the windows, Xavion and the others saw that this massive city was much larger than Gueshu sect. The bustling streets below teemed with people, presenting a scene of prosperity. Many Gueshu sect disciples marveled at the size of the city, as such vast urban centers were rare. They felt like country bumpkins despite being elite talents within the sect, overshadowed by the magnitude of this city, especially given the powerful Zhao Kingdom royal family that controlled this city. Previously, they acted arrogantly in other cities during missions, justified by their status as local elites. But now, they realized their insignificance. Alright, the flying boat is about to land. Once inside the Imperial City, avoid unnecessary conflicts. We've arranged accommodations. An inn has been reserved exclusively for us. Get a good night's sleep tonight to perform well tomorrow. The Bradley reminded everyone. All disciples nodded. As the flying boat landed, Xavion and the others lined up and disembarked, heading towards the inn. The city residents watched them curiously, knowing the inter-sect competition had begun. This event determined the rankings of various sections. Many residents were already preparing to attend the matches and place bets to earn money. Chapter 113. Imperial City. As news of the sect competition spread, it wasn't long before everyone in the Imperial City knew about it. Many people were speculating which sect would emerge victorious and claim the title of the Supreme Sect. The advantages that came with being the Supreme Sect were boundless. Xavion and his group also arrived at their arranged inn. The entire inn had been booked by the Gueshu sect for all its disciples. There were still 3 days until the official start of the sect competition, a period during which plenty could be done. Xavion glanced at the inn assigned to him. Although he hadn't exerted much effort on his journey, due to his rank, the inn reserved for him by Gueshu sect was among the best. However, his only dissatisfaction was that almost everyone around him belonged to the Eagle Alliance. They looked at him as if he owed them 10,000 spirit stones, leaving Xavion feeling quite helpless. Why did these people have so many issues with him? He had never provoked them. If anything, it was they who expected him to live according to their arrangements. It was their own fault for looking so miserable when he didn't comply. Deciding to leave the inn, staying there was too boring. He wanted to go out and do some good deeds. Xavion. A deep voice called from behind him. Turning around, Xavion saw Humphrey approaching. He respectfully greeted the Humphrey. Hugh, is there something you need? Xavion, where are you going? Planning to fool around again? The Humphrey said coolly, sending a wave of pressure towards Xavion with just a glance. This pressure wasn't due to his cultivation level, but rather his personal presence. Xavion laughed awkwardly, nodding. I thought I'd check out what's fun in this Imperial City. I've never been here before. Seeing Xavion admit this openly, the Humphrey sighed in disappointment. All other disciples are diligently practicing hard for the sect competition, striving for our sect's honor. And what about you? Are you here just for tourism? Do you even care about our sect's reputation, or feel any sense of belonging? The Humphrey's lecture made Xavion somewhat impatient, but contradicting an Humphrey was serious business within Gueshu sect. So, despite his grievances, he maintained a smile and listened on. Nearby, A few members of the Eagle Alliance sneered inwardly at the scene. Look, this kid is getting reprimanded by the Humphrey just as we expected. He can't keep slacking off like this. Sooner or later, someone will have to teach him a lesson. Now it's too late to cram right before the competition. Let's see how others shine while he watches. All this is his doing. Such an opportunity only comes once. By the next competition, he'd likely have become a core disciple. He missed it intentionally. It has nothing to do with us. Hearing their whispers as he endured the Humphrey's scolding, Xavion frowned. These guys really enjoyed making things difficult for him, constantly mocking him for no real reason. It was as if he and they had some deep-seated grudge. His indifferent attitude towards the sect competition stemmed from the belief that winning it wasn't crucial for him. With the system, he would eventually surpass all others. However, his thoughts now had completely changed. This time, he was determined to make an effort to suppress the Eagle Alliance, showing them what true excellence looks like. Hey, Xavion, are you even listening to me? Noticing Xavion's distraction, the Humphrey suddenly tapped his head in annoyance. What attitude is this? How can you remain unmoved and not listen carefully in front of an Humphrey? Oh, sorry, Hugh, Xavion replied with a false smile. I'll just take a short walk and return immediately. Do you still plan to go out? Did my earlier words mean nothing to you? All right, since you insist on going, I won't stop you. You'll realize your mediocrity during the sect competition. The Humphrey stormed off, feeling slightly uneasy about his last remark. Saying Xavion would discover his own ordinariness sounded off. Indeed, although Xavion might not top the competition, it was challenging to say he was mediocre. In fact, Xavion was exceptionally outstanding. Realizing this, the Humphrey felt powerless. Had it been any ordinary disciple, he wouldn't have said much more, but with Xavion, he couldn't truly discourage him, given Xavion's remarkable abilities. Dealing with Xavion indeed left the Humphrey in a quandary. Leaving the inn, Xavion wandered through the bustling streets of the Imperial City. It was incredibly prosperous, nearly causing Xavion to lose his way. Security was impeccable, far better than smaller cities. Few wealthy heirs acted arrogantly here because there were simply too many influential figures in the Imperial City. Most people didn't have the qualifications to act wildly. Khalil, it's great to see you back in the Imperial City. You've worked hard over these years at Chidrake Sect, said a stylish Muhammad holding a folding fan, greeted warmly by Njamar beside him. Yes, after years of rigorous training at Chidrake Sect, I'm finally back. I wonder how Leah has been these past years. Soon after our wedding, I had to go there and spent all these years away. The mic looked wistfully at the Imperial City, reminiscing about the past. Chapter 114, Conscience Lost. Upon seeing this Muhammad, Xavion sighed, feeling a tinge of emotion. Looking at the mic, he imagined that this Muhammad must have left his young Wilhelmina behind to pursue cultivation and a brighter future, finally arriving at Chishao Sect alone. Now, taking advantage of this opportunity, he wished to see his Wilhelmina once again. What a heartbreaking story it was. A lovely young couple torn apart because the Wilhelmina's talent wasn't enough to join the Chishao Sect. This led to them being separated for many years until now they were only just barely able to meet again. Xavion imagined many scenarios in his mind and truly felt sorrowful about the story. Leah, you mean your previous Wilhelmina? She had already passed away after you left, the Ari said to the Yush. Before dying, she said, the poor shall never be slaves, and then jumped into a well to commit suicide. Hearing these words from the Ari, the Muhammad frowned deeply, then coldly snorted. Humph, marrying me was the fortune of those poor people like her, yet she dared to commit suicide. Who would have thought that bitch could think of jumping into a well, knowing the life I gave her was one she could never achieve otherwise, the Muhammad continued disdainfully. Indeed, the Ari quickly agreed. That little wench was always brooding over this matter. She should have thought it fortunate to be associated with you. After all, what is there besides just a pretty face? Young Khalil, you've never lacked beautiful women around you. Just then, the Ari suddenly noticed a teenager walking towards them with a darkened face. You are? Looking at this dignified and imposing teenager, the Muhammad hesitated, not remembering having met such a Mike before. Moreover, he had left quite early on, and this teenager was obviously much younger than him. It was probable that when he left, this Mike was still just a child. How could he have any connections with a child? How did Leah end up in your residence? Xavion asked, looking at the Muhammad. His contempt for this individual reached its peak internally. In his past life, Xavion despised these kinds of spoiled brats the most, seizing other people's wives and daughters, discarding them once bored, leading others to suicide because of him. And yet this man showed no remorse but instead acted as if the victim didn't know how to appreciate her fortune. Seeing this attitude, Xavion felt nauseous. Understanding Xavion's inquiry, the Muhammad chuckled playfully as he looked at Xavion and said, if my guess is correct, you must be Lee's brother. What an upright-looking Muhammad you've grown to be. Years have passed since we last saw each other, and who would have thought that someone of your family's talent could become a cultivator and participate in the sect competition? Truly, I hadn't expected it. But it doesn't matter telling you anyway, this is something known by quite a few people in your village. As for Leah, I saw her while training in the mountains and simply took her as a trophy. However, I hadn't enjoyed her company for long before I had to temporarily abandon her due to my obligations at the Chishao sect. Who would have thought, this ungrateful slave not only failed to appreciate my generosity but also committed suicide. AI. Nevertheless, what can you do as her brother? Even if you have the qualification to participate in the sect competition, you're still just an ant in my eyes. The Mike's disdain was clearly evident. He stared at Xavion, believing this boy couldn't cause much trouble. After all, how could his ancient clan possibly be challenged by such a Mike? Regardless of how talented the boy was, they weren't so easily toppled. Their strength accumulated over generations, with Humphreys holding power. How could this youngster possibly stand a chance? He would forever remain prey to their bullying. Enraged by these words, Xavion's anger surged, causing him to immediately unleash a flame fist towards the Mike. This kind of person was the most infuriating. Boom. Caught off guard, the Mike was struck in the chest by Xavion's punch, his expression changing drastically. Though he anticipated the Mike's attack, he hadn't expected the speed to be so fast. Originally, he assumed the teenager was at best in the Huachi realm, and certainly no match for a lock realm expert like him. An ambush? The Mike was too inexperienced. However, this unexpected terrifying combat ability knocked out most of the Mike's fighting spirit with a single blow. Khalil. Seeing the Yush struck, the Ari was shocked. Then, glaring furiously at Xavion. You insolent slave, daring to strike against our Yush, you're asking for death. He ran over as if this Mike were his father, helping him up and addressing him as young lord, checking for injuries as if assessing an ancestor. Parker, go. Kill him. Today, I want him dead. Realizing he'd been severely injured by some unknown kid, the Muhammad's face twisted viciously, radiating murderous intent. He desperately wanted to kill the Mike right there. What happened? Why did they suddenly start fighting? They haven't heard? That Yush comes from a prestigious family, kidnapped this Mike's sister, and forced her to commit suicide. Now, this Mike has come seeking revenge. Truly a pity, unable to control his anger. His bright future will likely be dimmed if he acts rashly. Alas, anyone who provokes such a powerful family usually ends up in dire straits. One can only imagine the heartache his sister would feel knowing her family's prodigy suffered such a fate. The onlookers shook their heads, sighing over Xavion's plight. In this situation, how strong Xavion's combat skills were mattered little. This was the capital, the territory of the powerful family, making it virtually impossible to defy fate. Once the family arrived, the Mike would surely regret it. Boy, reveal which sect you belong to. After confirming his Yush wouldn't die immediately, the Ari turned to glare at Xavion, but for precautionary reasons, still asked about Xavion's sect. Given the Mike's formidable combat strength, he probably held influence within his own sect, and even if captured, executing him wouldn't be simple. Chapter 115. Forbidden Elixir. Haha, what's the use of reporting your sect? Gueshu sect. Xavion sneered coldly. Unfazed, he directly revealed his sect. Xavion had every reason to believe that with his current potential, even if he offended a family, so what? The Gueshu sect would naturally stand up for him. If they dared to come knocking, the Gueshu sect would show them what it meant to protect their own. To be honest, although the Gueshu sect wasn't as strong as the Zhao Kingdom's royal family, it was undoubtedly one of the leading forces in the Zhao Kingdom. Ordinary families truly lacked the courage to provoke the Gueshu sect. No family had the nerve to wage war against the sect. Thus, this was the confidence Xavion relied on, which allowed him to boldly report his sect. Of course, whether this old man believed him was another matter. In any case, Xavion answered honestly. Haha, Muhammad, you seem to have no weak talent. Now, I'll give you a chance. Hand over your communication jade slip and contact an Humphrey from your sect. Have them apologize on your behalf. Otherwise, this incident will not be easily resolved, the Jamar said fiercely, glaring at Xavion. The Jamar had formed a new impression of Xavion. This youngster's combat strength was formidable. In his sect, he certainly wasn't expendable. The Yush was definitely at a disadvantage this time, and there was nothing much they could do about it. Confronting such a gifted prodigy, if they were to kill him, their family would face annihilation. His sect would absolutely take this seriously and wouldn't allow a genius to meet an unfortunate end. After all, with exceptional talent came a different status. Upon hearing this, Xavion chuckled and said, "Make us apologize? Haha, I want to kill this guy." At this moment, Xavion did not intend to let the matter drop easily. As long as the party involved wasn't the Zhao Kingdom's royal family, he believed the sect had the capacity to protect him. It wasn't that Xavion was bullying the weak. In fact, the Gueshu sect might not be able to protect him against the Zhao Kingdom's royal family. He was here to do good deeds and uphold justice, not to throw his life away. Some things could wait until he grew stronger. It was unnecessary to seek death, for then it would change the meaning of his actions, from acts of righteousness to suicidal antics. Xavion wasn't that foolish. Hearing Xavion's words, the Jamar was both astonished and enraged, almost choking in fury. For so many years, no one had ever challenged their family like this. This little punk was clearly provoking them. But despite his hostility, due to Xavion's extraordinary talent, this matter was extremely troublesome. Although there was deep animosity between them, this kind of prodigy couldn't be easily antagonized. More people gathered around, many nodding in approval upon seeing Xavion. They felt increased admiration and sympathy for him. Who could not feel pity for someone whose sister had been taken and driven to death? Who wouldn't hate such a family? This was a man of principle. However, these kinds of geniuses often remained weak until they grew into their power. Most couldn't endure such storms early on. Among the crowd, Atrista appeared, watching Xavion thoughtfully. She was dressed unusually elegantly, radiating an aura far beyond what ordinary families' children possessed. Her age was roughly similar to Xavion's, making her look lively and cute. She was currently stroking her chin, wondering what Xavion would do next. "Boy, since you're being obstinate, don't blame me for being rude," the old man said helplessly after realizing that Xavion refused to back down. He then extended a hand to grab Xavion. First, he needed to subdue this little punk before doing anything else. By beating and humiliating him slightly to vent the Yush's anger, it would ensure that the other sect didn't make a fuss over something trivial. "Humph, old dog, so eager to prove your loyalty?" Xavion sneered, instantly unleashing his flaming fist toward the opponent. The Humphrey's cultivation and combat prowess were indeed somewhat surprising to Xavion. He was a Tier 2 Lock Realm expert, a powerhouse serving as a mere Jamar to that Mike. It indicated the immense strength and influence of his family. But Xavion wasn't afraid. He met the challenge head-on. Bang! When Xavion's fist collided with the opponent, both were thrown back several steps before regaining their footing. The old man inwardly marveled at Xavion's new perception. This young boy, though inexperienced, could match his strength in battle, proving he was exceptionally capable of fighting across realms. Even after engaging in combat, it seemed impossible to capture him. Was the family's honor going to be lost because of this? Thinking of this, the Jamar shuddered. He absolutely couldn't let this happen. If the Patriarch found out, it would affect his standing among the other stewards, risking everything he had. This was the moment of truth. The old man rolled his eyes and smirked at Xavion. Young man, your combat ability is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, you've provoked our family. Our family will not tolerate anyone challenging us. You will pay for your arrogance. With that, the Humphrey took out a forbidden elixir and swallowed it immediately. This forbidden elixir was previously awarded by the family patriarch to temporarily boost his cultivation with no apparent side effects. It was very precious, earned through his meritorious service. Now, although it pained him to use it, he knew this wasn't the time to be stingy. If the patriarch learned of this youngster's combat ability and talent, he would surely frown. Therefore, defeating him now, and subsequently humiliating him, would affect his psyche. Shrouded in today's shadow, this Muhammad would lose the courage to move forward and wouldn't pose any significant threat later on. By doing so, he wouldn't have killed this Muhammad, and the earlier incident involving the sister was already long past. He assumed the sect wouldn't readily go to war over it. Chapter 115, Forbidden Alchemy. Haha, what if I tell you my sect? Guishu sect. Xavion gave a cold snort without the slightest apprehension and directly revealed his sect. He had reason to believe that with his current potential, even offending a family would be of no great consequence. The Guishu sect would certainly stand up for him. If they dared to make trouble, the Guishu sect would show them what it means to protect their own. To be honest, while the Guishu sect wasn't as powerful as the Zhao Imperial clan, it was undoubtedly one of the top forces in the Zhao kingdom. Ordinary families simply lacked the courage to provoke the Guishu sect. No family possessed the audacity to wage war against an entire sect. This was the very foundation of Xavion's confidence, which emboldened him to reveal his sect. Of course, whether this old man believed him was another matter altogether. Xavion had answered honestly regardless. Haha, young lad, seeing as your talent isn't weak, let me give you a chance, said the Jamar with a grimace. Take out a communication jade token and contact your Humphreys within the sect. Have your Humphreys come and apologize. Otherwise, this matter will not be easily settled. The Ari glared at Xavion ferociously. He now saw Xavion in a different light. Given this Muhammad's formidable combat prowess, he was clearly someone of significant importance in his sect. This time, young Khalil had truly been wronged, leaving them helpless against Xavion. Confronting such a prodigy, if they were to eliminate him, it would bring calamity upon their family. The other party's sect would take this matter seriously and absolutely wouldn't tolerate any harm befalling their talented member. Indeed, after exceptional talent came extraordinary status. Xavion chuckled and replied, have us apologize? Haha, I wanted to kill this guy. At that moment, Xavion didn't plan to easily settle the matter. As long as it wasn't the Zhao Imperial clan he was dealing with, he believed his sect could protect him. It wasn't that Xavion was picking on the weak or fearing the strong. It was just that facing the Zhao Imperial clan, even the Guishu sect might fail to shield him. He had come here to do good deeds and act bravely for justice, not to commit suicide. Some matters could wait until he grew stronger. There was no need to seek death. That would change the meaning. It wouldn't be justice anymore but suicidal behavior. Xavion was not foolish enough to think otherwise. Hearing this, the Ari was both shocked and enraged, nearly choking with anger. For so many years, no one had ever defied their family like this. Clearly, this Muhammad was challenging them head-on. But helplessly, given the talent on display, this was indeed a tricky situation. Although they had deep enmity with this Muhammad, they couldn't afford to provoke him. As more onlookers gathered, many nodded approvingly at Xavion. People began to feel sympathy and fondness towards him. After all, who wouldn't sympathize with someone whose sister had been kidnapped and driven to her death? Who wouldn't hate the family responsible? This was what true righteousness looked like. Atrista appeared among the crowd, watching Xavion contemplatively. She was dressed elegantly, exuding an air that no ordinary person could match. Her age was similar to Xavion's, and she looked lively and adorable. At the moment, she was tapping her chin, studying Xavion to see what he would do next. Boy, since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Xavion wouldn't take the offered way out, the old man sighed and reached out to grab Xavion. He intended to restrain the Muhammad first and deal with other matters later. If he merely beat and humiliated him instead of killing him, the sect would unlikely escalate this into a conflict over such trivial matters. Humph, old dog, so eager to prove loyalty to your master? Xavion sneered, instantly unleashing his blazing fist technique, delivering a devastating blow. Surprisingly, the old man's cultivation and strength were somewhat beyond Xavion's expectations, a Tier 2, shackled realm powerhouse. For such a powerful individual to serve as a servant in the Mike's family suggested the family's formidable background. Yet, Xavion wasn't afraid. He charged forward fearlessly. Boom! Their fists collided once, sending both reeling back several steps before regaining their footing. The old man was secretly amazed, gaining new respect for Xavion. This Muhammad could fight on par with him despite his young age, indicating outstanding cross-realm combat skills. Even after battling, he doubted he could capture Xavion. Would the family's reputation be tarnished? The thought sent chills down the Ari's spine. Such failure would damage his standing among the stewards, leading to his downfall. Now was the test of his mettle. With a cunning gleam in his eyes, the Ari smirked and said to Xavion, "Young man, your combat prowess is indeed commendable, but alas, you've chosen to provoke our family. We cannot tolerate such provocation. Now, you'll pay for your arrogance." With that, the old man took out a forbidden alchemy pill, swallowing it immediately. This rare pill had been awarded by the patriarch to boost his cultivation temporarily and harmlessly. Though he felt a twinge of regret using it now, he knew better than to hesitate. If the patriarch learned of Xavion's talent and combat prowess, he'd surely frown. Thus, defeating Xavion now, humiliating and mentally affecting him, would shroud Xavion in today's shadow for life. Robbing him of his courage to move forward would ensure he'd never become a threat. Moreover, by not killing him, especially considering his sister's abduction was a past event, the sect wouldn't likely start a conflict. Thus, with these intentions in mind, the battle continued, each side harboring their secrets and strategies. Chapter 116. Mysterious Maiden. Seeing the Humphrey produce a forbidden elixir, Xavion couldn't help but feel nervous. It would be false to say he wasn't anxious. After all, he was uncertain if he had any hope of remaining undefeated against an opponent at the third level of Shackle's realm. He truly hadn't anticipated that this old man still possessed such a tool in his arsenal. Despite the anxiety within him, Xavion did not regret getting involved today. Since the system granted him the attribute to grow stronger through battle, it also bestowed upon him the mission to uphold justice. He had to shoulder this responsibility. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. If he were insufficient in upholding justice, he could never reach the pinnacle. Subsequently, Xavion took a deep breath. He observed that after consuming the pill, the Ari's aura began to rapidly rise, eventually reaching the third level of Shackle's realm before long. The onlookers were startled by this sight. This Muhammad is indeed brash and inexperienced. Now what? The opponent has been pushed too far. I wish this hadn't happened. Alas, ordinary people have no chance to change their fate. There was an undercurrent of sighs among the spectators. After all, no one wished harm upon Xavion. Through previous conversations, everyone here knew Xavion was avenging his Humphrey sister. Despite being a prodigy with exceptional strength, he was cut down right here. GG boy, today you cannot escape me. Now, I will make you kneel before our Yush. The Ari cackled wickedly, radiating an almost demonic presence. His aura was brutally aggressive yet subtly weakened, a consequence of the forbidden elixir. Forcing his body to temporarily break through to the third level of Shackle's realm came at a cost. The duration he could stay at this level wouldn't last long. Humph, so what if you're at the third level of Shackle's realm? Today, I shall see just how powerful this so-called third level really is. Xavion took a deep breath, exuding confidence. In the next moment, he roared. Blood tears rain. Instantly, a cloud formed from a mix of blood and tears, slowly drifting toward the Humphrey. This was a mystic technique Xavion had acquired previously, deemed exceptionally powerful by the system. Thus, Xavion had diligently practiced it. Now, finally, it was put to use as Xavion tested his combat limits. Whoosh! As the dark cloud floated above the Ari, it unleashed torrential rain made of blood and tears, emitting a foul stench and strong corrosiveness, washing over the servant. This kid isn't completely hopeless, the Ari murmured, squinting his eyes. Even at the third level of Shackle's realm, he recognized the power of this mystic technique. Its sheer force demanded his attention despite his elevated strength. This boy truly had terrifying potential. Spirit Sever. The Ari shouted, unleashing a secret technique. Instantly, a dazzling blue light shot toward the dark cloud. The Ari aimed to dismantle the blood tears rain to break Xavion's offensive. Boom! Upon impact, thunder crackled within the cloud, trying to devour the servant's technique. Unfortunately, despite the strength of blood tears rain, the power gap between them was vast. It only resisted for a few moments before exploding. Xavion felt a surge in his throat, nearly collapsing. Indeed, this old man was formidable after reaching the third level of Shackle's realm. Yet, Xavion's lips curled into a smile. He noticed that while the opponent was difficult to counter, he wasn't invincible. Prolonged combat, coupled with the system's healing, offered him a glimmer of hope. At least, the old man wouldn't defeat him anytime soon. Once the effects of the forbidden elixir wore off, Xavion would take control of the situation. Hee boy, don't think that's all I've got. Now, let me show you the true power of the third level of Shackle's realm. Seemingly aware of Xavion's thoughts, the Humphrey grinned and licked his lips hungrily. Next, he extended a hand, which immediately grew enormous, aiming to crush Xavion. Faced with this mystic attack, Xavion sensed imminent danger. He was about to retaliate when suddenly, a dart shot past. Whoosh! The dart struck the Ari's hand, causing him to grimace. Escape now! A girl amidst the crowd suddenly shouted at Xavion. Realizing she was helping him, Xavion quickly followed her lead, jumping out to follow the Juliet. Damn! Don't run! The Ari bellowed behind them, but the dart seemed toxic. His hands started to go numb, even weakening his cultivation. This alarmed the Ari. If he didn't expel the toxins, he'd lose his current level once the elixir's effect wore off. Reaching the third level of Shackle's realm was arduous. Pursuing these kids now might result in losing his cultivation entirely. Forget it. That little guy has this dart. Who knows what else he has? The elixir's effect is wearing off soon, and he must be participating in the clan competition. I'll catch him there. I must urgently expel this poison, or my life will be ruined. Heading won't blame me. I've been loyal for years, and this situation leaves me with no other choice. With a sigh, the Ari justified his actions and began meditating on the spot. Chapter 117. Benefiting and yet complaining. After escaping with this Trista, Xavion ran for a considerable amount of time before both of them finally sat down panting heavily. Xavion looked at the Trista gratefully as he panted. If not for her heroic assistance, he might not have been able to escape. Frankly speaking, engaging in a life-and-death struggle with that Ari while he was in such a state wouldn't have been worth it. Of course, Xavion wasn't worried about being pursued. He was confident that the Ari would not chase him under those circumstances. The imperial city was vast. Even the Zhao royal family couldn't search every corner of it. Moreover, they were still free to go wherever they wanted. There was no way the other side could find them. Miss, thank you. Without your help, I might have met my end today. Xavion thanked her sincerely. No matter what, she had saved his life, and he owed her gratitude. If not for you stepping in, this situation wouldn't have been resolved anytime soon, Xavion continued. Haha, don't worry about it. Heroes helping others is what we do, right? Aren't you one who does the same? The Trista laughed heartily and then looked at Xavion with an odd expression. Why did you pretend to be Nina's younger brother? They just misinterpreted it on their own. I never said I was her brother, Xavion replied. The Trista chuckled. Your character, I like it. I love standing up for justice, and seeing you today felt quite fitting. Xavion gave an awkward smile but remained silent. Inwardly, he hoped Cheyenne wouldn't see this. Otherwise, misunderstandings would ensue. Women's hearts are like needles hidden in the sea. Impossible to fathom. This situation would be hard to explain, and Cheyenne might think he came here just to meet this Trista. Which sect are you from? The Trista stood up, brushed off the dirt from her bottom, and asked. Gyuxi sect. What about you? Xavion answered truthfully. Gyuxi sect? You're really from Gyuxi sect? Hearing Xavion confirm his affiliation with Gyuxi sect, the Trista's face showed a mix of surprise and curiosity. After all, this Muhammad had previously claimed to be from Gyuxi sect, but the Ari didn't believe him. She hadn't expected it to be true. This guy really had guts to admit his identity so boldly. I'm not part of any sect. I'm the Elena of the Zhao royal family. I love doing heroic deeds the most, and I usually spend most of my time outside performing acts of righteousness. Seeing you now, I feel particularly comfortable. People like us are rare in this world, the Elena said thoughtfully as she gazed at Xavion. Upon hearing this, Xavion was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this Trista to be a member of the Zhao royal family. However, after observing her carefully, Xavion noticed the unique aura she carried and the precious materials she possessed. Each item could cause a frenzy if sold, yet they seemed abundant on her. Additionally, this girl appeared younger than himself by a year or two, yet she was already at the first stage of Shackle's realm, indicating her remarkable talent and formidable background. So, you're the Elena. Thank you again for saving me. Xavion expressed his gratitude. No problem. You're here to participate in the sect competition, right? Don't worry. This girl will protect you. My father loves me very much. During the competition, if you achieve any results, I'll ensure father greatly rewards you, the Elena said proudly, lifting her chin. Xavion chuckled. People can't be compared. Her favor could directly influence his outcome in the sect competition. Moreover, children from influential families often exude a sense of purity. If Xavion had any ill intentions, this girl might have easily fallen for it. Well, thank you. Xavion bowed slightly, not a rigid person. He decided to accept her offer since she had made a promise. Xavion admitted that compared to this princess, he was relatively poor and would not turn down an opportunity. Good attitude. The Elena watched Xavion with interest. In the past, when encountering someone equally righteous, offering similar conditions would result in a stern refusal, which sometimes annoyed her. This Muhammad's immediate acceptance brightened her day. Let's explore elsewhere and see if there's any injustice around, the Trista suggested arrogantly, clearly intent on acting together with Xavion. Xavion rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. Maybe we should skip that. I have a Dao partner, and if she sees us going out together to do good deeds, I won't be able to explain. Wow. Hearing this, the Elena exclaimed as if discovering a new continent, her eyes gleaming brightly. So, you're actually a big softy. Her loud voice drew many people's attention. They stared curiously at Xavion. Xavion, feeling embarrassed with all eyes on him, Xavion decided it was time to leave. Elena, my name is Xavion, and I belong to the Gyuxi sect. I should return now. He rushed to leave, feeling uneasy with this bold princess. He needed to get away as quickly as possible. However, the Elena seemed unwilling to let him go. Just as Xavion was about to leave, she grabbed him, saying, Humph, you can't leave. What are you afraid of? We're perfectly innocent. Xavion felt a headache coming on. Why wouldn't she let him go? Did she plan to wander the world with him doing heroic deeds? Xavion felt helpless, but didn't dare offend her given her status and promised reward. All he could do was smile awkwardly as he was dragged away by the Elena. Before leaving, Xavion's dejected look caused other men nearby to grit their teeth in envy. This guy. He benefited and yet complained. Chapter 118, Too Weak. Tamarath dragged Xavion along like a dead dog, trudging forward. Along the way, Xavion glanced around and noticed that hardly anyone was causing trouble. It seemed Tamarath's wish for some chaos would go unfulfilled. Seeing this, Xavion finally breathed a sigh of relief. He never imagined that one day he'd actually hope for peace and less conflict. After meandering for quite some time, Tamarath became visibly irritated, but eventually let go of Xavion. Since everything is going smoothly, you may return. Rest assured, I'll keep my promise. However, I hope you can achieve better results in the sect competition. Frankly speaking, given your age, this cultivation level is just too weak. Xavion felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Was his current cultivation and strength considered weak? Honestly, at his age, being at the 9th stage of Vast Chi was already quite impressive. Didn't David choose to cultivate dark arts precisely because he wanted more power? Even so, David only reached the 9th stage of Vast Chi. Now Xavion felt looked down upon. In the entire Guesu sect, virtually no one dared say Xavion was weak. Only the Elena of the Zhao royal family had the audacity to say so. However, Tamarath hadn't seen the outside world and naively believed everyone grew up as pampered as she did. One day, perhaps she would grow up, but not now. Xavion returned to the inn where the sect brothers were still diligently cultivating. Upon returning, he immediately lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a long nap, Xavion stretched lazily, got up from the bed, and prepared to go out again. If he didn't stir up some trouble every day, he felt uneasy. It was how he improved his cultivation. Buzz, suddenly, Xavion's transmission jade slip rang. Checking it, his face turned grim when he saw it was a message from Tamarath. In the message, she told him she found a fun place to hunt demon beasts and needed his help. Additionally, they wouldn't be alone. She invited some of her close friends too. Sighing inwardly, Xavion couldn't ignore her request and headed to the designated location. As he left the inn, he noticed several Humphreys watching him with strange looks. TSK, this kid doesn't focus on cultivation and wants to play again. Forget it. Let him be. The Guesu sect has many disciples after all. He'll regret it someday. If he wants to play now, let him. Xavion thought to himself, wishing he could shout that he was preparing for the sect competition, but no one would believe that. If he told the Humphreys he went out to fight to enhance his strength, he'd likely get punished instead. Arriving at the agreed spot, a hill outside the imperial city reserved for hunting by the royal family, Xavion found Tamarath already waiting with her companions. Hey Xavion, why did you take so long? We've been waiting for you. Tamarath looked at him somewhat displeased. Xavion chuckled awkwardly. It's hard to find this place. Also, as a commoner, it takes me longer to reach here compared to you. The princess's friends eyed Xavion curiously. Few people qualified as friends of Tamarath, and even fewer would receive her personal invitation. Elena, is this your friend? He doesn't seem that impressive, said a Muhammad, smirking at Tamarath while clearly infatuated. He's okay. Given his background from the sect, his achievements are already quite commendable. If he were in the royal family, his cultivation would be higher. Xavion smiled faintly but felt a bit offended. These highborn children spoke so rudely. Not that impressive. Honestly, the Mike might have Shackle's realm strength, but Xavion, at the 9th stage of Vast Chi, had formidable combat prowess. In a real fight, he doubted the Mike would stand a chance. Noticing Xavion's indifference, the Muhammad eyed him warily. He had harbored feelings for Tamarath for a long time, yet she remained indifferent toward him. Seeing her inviting another stranger naturally irked him. This is Xavion, right? I'm Lawson from Tianqian Palace, introduced the Muhammad, deliberately emphasizing the last part to make Xavion back off. Oh, Brother Liu, nice to meet you, replied Xavion calmly, without any arrogance or humility. His composed demeanor slightly unnerved Lawson. Meeting Xavion, Lawson realized he couldn't dominate the encounter, which damaged his pride as someone from Tianqian Palace. He feared Tamarath might view him unfavorably now. Neither Xavion nor Tamarath knew the depth of Lawson's internal turmoil. However, coming here was unavoidable for Xavion, who didn't intend to compete with Lawson over Tamarath. She merely seemed interested in him, not deeply fond. Let's start. How about we split into teams to hunt demon beasts, suggested Lawson. Chapter 119. Arrow God Mode activated. Hearing this suggestion, Xavion readily agreed with both hands and feet. Sure. As long as it meant he could separate from the Elena, anything would do. To be honest, Xavion really didn't want too much contact with the Elena right now for fear that Cheyenne might think something was amiss. Upon hearing Xavion's swift agreement, both the Elena and Lawson frowned simultaneously. The Elena frowned because she wanted to stay with Xavion and did not want everyone to split up into groups. Lawson, who already had a crush on the Elena, naturally wanted to be grouped together with her. Having some suspicions about Xavion already, seeing him so readily agree certainly made her suspect that Xavion intended to get paired with the Elena. So in trying not to offend anyone, Xavion ended up offending both of them. Why should we group up? I think we're all fine together, the Elena said with a frown. Yeah, don't split up. We all came here together, let's stay together. I also agree with the Elena. Seeing the Elena frown, the remaining two immediately changed their tune, for the Elena was high and mighty. They dared not offend her. Let's go, into the mountains. Let's go hunt those fiend beasts. Saying that, the Elena walked off without waiting, confident that no one behind her would be left behind. Born into royalty, the Elena knew no one could defy her will, not even once. With a fiery personality, she loved righteousness, or more precisely, killing beasts in the mountains to vent off her extra energy. Xavion, upon seeing this, had no choice but to follow bitterly, disliking the idea of serving this little princess very much. To be honest, if there was any choice, Xavion would choose to meet this little princess. Otherwise, how else would he double the rewards during the sect competition? Stopping before a small wooden house, several royal servants emerged and handed each person a bow and arrow, which were for hunting. Seeing this, Xavion's eyes lit up. In his past life, he had learned archery, albeit poorly. But Xavion was confident that this time, he could disappoint the Elena and draw her attention away from himself onto someone else. Being the royal Elena, she would still honor her promise. He just hoped to reduce their interactions. Lawson, standing nearby, saw how excited Xavion looked, instantly understanding his motive. Xavion wanted to show off his archery skills. At this thought, Lawson felt displeased, following closely behind to see Xavion embarrass himself. Humph, coming from a minor sect, how great can you be? You overestimate yourself. You aren't someone who should be close to the Elena, muttered Lawson to herself. Walking through the woods, the Elena felt delighted and began observing the wildlife around her. Noticing this, the others understood the seriousness of the occasion and also started paying close attention. For them, ensuring the Elena was well accompanied was their utmost priority. In the court, maintaining good relations could advance their family's position and future. Up ahead, a deer appeared. Seeing this, the Elena, eyes brightened. Recalling something, she turned to Xavion. Xavion, I haven't seen you shoot an arrow yet. Show me your skill now. Nodding, Xavion drew an arrow and aimed at the fleeing deer. These deer, though not aggressive, were agile and difficult to hit. Xavion didn't hope to hit the deer. He just wished to disappoint the Elena. All eyes focused on Xavion, curious to see what this man who was deemed a friend by the Elena could do. Observing Xavion's posture, Lawson scoffed inwardly. She already knew the answer. Having practiced archery extensively to please the Elena, Lawson clearly saw that Xavion's form was like a beginner, untrained and clumsy. Such a person would be lucky not to miss. Hitting the target was beyond unlikely. Whoosh! Xavion released the arrow, surprisingly nailing it perfectly. Xavion was stunned. Ding! Detecting host shooting, system initiating arrow god mode. Frozen in place, Xavion never expected the system had this mode. But now, he grimaced realizing he couldn't deactivate the arrow god mode. Nearby, the Elena and the others were equally shocked. Even with frequent practice, the Elena couldn't guarantee hitting a moving deer, especially not right between the eyes as Xavion had done. It was incredible. Meanwhile, Lawson's face turned pale. Goddamn, that amateur got lucky on the first try. This isn't good. The Elena will definitely favor him now. Attributing Xavion's success purely to luck, Lawson dismissed his archery skills. Xavion, you're amazing. My friends wouldn't fail at archery. To be honest, from the moment I met you, I felt we could become good friends. It seems my intuition is accurate. The Elena cheered and praised Xavion, making him feel incredibly awkward. Beside him, Lawson's expression darkened. Continuing like this, was it wise? Haha, it's just luck, nothing more. Xavion modestly replied. Actually, this hunting trip isn't interesting. Why don't we head back? Honestly, Xavion was afraid. With the arrow god mode active, every shot would surely hit, increasing the Elena's affection towards him. Translation complete. This English translation preserves the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring naturalness and fluency. Chapter 120, The Reincarnation of the Arrow God. When Xavion said he wanted to return, Lawson seemed to suddenly understand something. In his mind, Xavion was clearly nervous. Before, it had just been luck that he happened to hit the target. In an instant, Lawson felt as if he had caught Xavion in a mistake and immediately began to provoke him. Why are you leaving? Finally, Elena has gotten into the mood. Everyone is having so much fun. Why would you want to leave? At this moment, Lawson couldn't wait to see Xavion's ultimate embarrassment. Yes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Since you have filled Elena with such high expectations, and in the next moment, when you miss or even shoot wide, Elena will likely despise you more than anything else. You cheat, just wait until I expose you. This was what Lawson thought in his heart. Hearing this, Xavion started sweating profusely. He looked at Lawson as though seeing a fool. Xavion understood Lawson's intentions perfectly, but chose not to expose him. Now, Xavion found himself in a very awkward position. That meddling Lawson, along with the system's arrow god mode activation, made it impossible for him to remain low profile now. Right, Xavion? Why the rush to go back? Let's keep exploring the mountains. It's so much fun in there, Elena said to Xavion. She was thoroughly engrossed and didn't want to leave at all. With no choice, Xavion reluctantly followed along. All the while, he tried his best to lower his profile, hoping not to attract the attention of the Elena. Although she knew he had a partner, she did not view their friendship as anything impure. However, Cheyenne might not think the same way. Cheyenne could easily manage by alliance efficiently, indicating her capability and ambition. It wasn't clear whether she would overthink things while Xavion was with the Elena. Roar. Ahead, a crimson flame tiger appeared, roaring a few times before noticing the visitors. Immediately, the tiger turned and ran. These beasts had long realized that encounters with humans were seldom good, so they always chose to flee rather than fight. Xavion, aren't you an excellent archer? It's your turn to show off. Just as Xavion was trying to stay inconspicuous, Lawson taunted him. His meaning was obvious. You're just an amateur who knows nothing about archery. Why did you make such a big scene earlier? Now, it's time to embarrass yourself in front of Elena. Elena's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Xavion. She had witnessed his remarkable archery skills before. Those abilities could be described as divine. Given that the Crimson Flame Tiger was already fleeing, even with her own skill, hitting it accurately would be challenging. Could Xavion really hit it? Taking a deep breath, Xavion aimed at the tiger and released an arrow. Swoosh. The arrow flew straight, and the Crimson Flame Tiger immediately fell. Xavion had hit it again. Seeing Xavion succeed, Elena and others cheered loudly, while Lawson stood dumbfounded. What's going on? This is possible? He had observed Xavion clearly, an beasts. Don't worry, Elena. I won't disappoint you this time. Despite her doubts, Elena nodded. Giving someone face was important, but she couldn't help wondering what made Lawson so confident today. She knew his skill well. He was notoriously inaccurate, and even intense practice couldn't overcome this natural disadvantage. Confidently, Lawson walked ahead, carefully moving through the underbrush, fearing he might startle any prey. He was determined to impress Elena. He adored her and hoped to marry her, thus advancing Tianqian Palace's status closer to the center of power. Now, with the heavens on his side, he prayed to hit the mark. Fortunately, he had discovered that the beasts here had become slower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had this chance to shine. Chapter 121. Impudence, Xavion. Lawson had already made up his mind not to give Xavion any more chances. He felt this opportunity now belonged to him. Swoosh. The sound of beast footsteps approached from ahead. Seeing this, Lawson grew excited. He knocked an arrow and began scanning the area for the beast's location. Soon, a wild donkey appeared before their eyes. Seeing the wild donkey, Lawson's heart raced with excitement. Wild donkeys, though not particularly powerful, were incredibly fast runners, making them almost impossible to catch. Known as some of the most delicious meats on land, especially these locally bred ones, they boasted superior nutritional value and taste. Catching one would be quite a feat. If he managed to hit it, knowing the Elena was a foodie, capturing her heart might be effortless. Lawson indulged in daydreams as the wild donkey came into view. The Elena, eyes lit up at the sight of the wild donkey, but dimmed upon seeing Lawson take aim. Given his infamous track record, she doubted he could hit it. Now regretting allowing Lawson to take the shot earlier, she thought that if Xavion had taken the shot instead, the donkey wouldn't have stood a chance. Zwoosh. Lawson aimed and fired with all his strength, showing genuine seriousness despite his usual bravado. Yet the arrow missed wide, striking a tree instead. Startled, the wild donkey brayed and bolted away. The Elena grew irritated. Stunned by the failure, Lawson couldn't believe he missed again. Didn't the beasts here supposedly lack wit? Why did he still miss? Xavion, hurry and act. I want to eat donkey meat pie. Seeing the donkey about to escape, the Elena, thoroughly disappointed by Lawson, placed all her hopes on Xavion. All right. Hearing the request, Xavion sighed inwardly. If he failed the princess, her disappointment might lead to the cancellation of his double reward, a situation he couldn't bear. Immediately, Xavion took aim and fired at the fleeing wild donkey. Bray! The wild donkey let out a pained cry as it collapsed to the ground, unable to stand. The Elena gaped at the fallen animal, astonished by Xavion's marksmanship. She hadn't expected such success after Lawson's disruption. Everyone knew a startled wild donkey was nearly impossible to catch, so she had little hope left. But Xavion's accuracy amazed her. Suddenly jubilant, the Elena turned to Lawson, who was utterly dumbfounded. How illogical. By all logic, there should have been no time for a killing blow. How did he manage to hit it? Feeling targeted by the universe and watching as it seemed to favor Xavion, Lawson felt a sense of helplessness. Hee, Elena, just luck? Xavion modestly replied. The Elena rushed over, capturing the donkey and placing it in her storage bag, looking at Xavion with admiration. Xavion, your archery is incredible. Teach me. This declaration left both Xavion and Lawson momentarily speechless. Xavion winced. He owed his perfect shots to the system, not his own skill. How could he teach that? Meanwhile, Lawson seethed with envy and frustration. Why did Xavion keep stealing the spotlight? What was his background? Desperation gave way to malice in Lawson's heart. He decided to find a way to retaliate against Xavion. Hee, Elena, if I say it was just luck, would you believe me? Xavion awkwardly said. Teaching you archery may not be feasible. My situation is complicated, and after the contest, I need to return to the sect. Upon hearing Xavion refuse the Elena, Lawson felt like he'd caught him in a mistake. Scolding Xavion, he said. Insolent Xavion, being taught by you would be an honor for the Elena. How dare you refuse? Do you know what death means? Realizing his outburst, Lawson regretted letting anger cloud his judgment. Xavion's refusal was actually beneficial to him. Why had he reacted this way? The Elena hesitated when Xavion refused, understanding his predicament. Having a partner, Xavion might face issues teaching her personally. Just as she found it regrettable, Lawson's words struck her hard. Lawson, what do you mean? Am I, the Elena, someone who forces others? If Xavion can't teach, does that mean only he must? Is that how you see me? Her dislike for Lawson deepened. Missing the wild donkey was one thing, but scolding Xavion now infuriated her. How could anyone be so annoying? Scolded by the Elena, Lawson panicked. His hope of marrying into royalty now faced risk due to her evident disdain, especially since it was to defend Xavion. He felt deeply aggrieved. Chapter 122, The Mysterious Cave. Tamara's favor towards Xavion filled Lawson with intense jealousy. He had an ominous premonition. Could this Xavion be taking his place and marrying into Tamara's family? If so, this outsider from a clan could possibly rise to unimaginable heights, obtaining what he had only dreamed of. The thought sent shivers down Lawson's spine. He resolved firmly that no matter what, he must stop Xavion. Deep inside, he despised those from other clans. Within the imperial city, powerful families generally nurtured their disciples within their own households. Those from outside clans were typically of low birth and humble origins. Such people inherently carried a meanness. How could they achieve something even he couldn't? Lawson felt deeply unfair and harbored immense resentment towards Xavion. His hatred had reached its peak. Xavion, it's all right. Since you're not comfortable teaching me, it's fine. We're still good friends. Tamara said with apparent nonchalance. Thank you for your understanding, Tamara, Xavion replied with a scratch on his head and a smile. Thankfully, Tamara didn't force him to teach her. Otherwise, Xavion would have been in real trouble. Spoiled princesses were notoriously difficult to please, and if displeased, their power could crush anyone. Fortunately, this princess was relatively well-mannered. After catching a wild donkey, Xavion and his group continued deeper into the mountains. By now, Xavion had become a favorite of Tamara, who often sought out prey for him to hunt. Whenever Lawson tried to participate, Tamara flatly refused. She didn't like Lawson much. He was overly clingy and always craved attention, but often made a fool of himself. Over time, she grew to dislike him, knowing well his ulterior motives. All around her since childhood, such people had swarmed her with hidden intentions. But suddenly, Xavion appeared, showing little interest in her beauty and genuinely treating her as a friend, not bowing or fawning because of her status. This attitude earned him a spot in her heart. Her only regret was that Xavion already had a Dao companion. She wasn't someone who would forcibly take what she liked. Hence, being friends with Xavion was the best she could hope for. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, they encountered a dark, foreboding mountain. At its base stood a cave, surrounded by barren land. No grass or spirit birds existed nearby. The area was desolate, almost like an entrance to hell. Xavion instantly knew that something formidable must reside within. We need to be cautious. There is definitely a powerful beast in that cave ahead, he warned Tamara and the others. Powerful beast? Excitement flashed in Tamara's eyes. She loved thrilling encounters. Let's capture it then. Her tone suggested eagerness, tinged with arrogance despite her ostensibly consultative manner. Xavion chuckled bitterly. Serving this young lady would be challenging. However, he understood it wasn't just about her royal temper. Compared to other imperial heirs, Tamara was reasonable. Growing up under everyone's adoration naturally instilled a hint of pride and arrogance, making her less considerate of others' feelings. Nevertheless, consulting and asking for opinions was already commendable. Xavion nodded. All right, let's go in, but we must be prepared. Ordinary bows won't do much good in this cave. The beast inside was obviously formidable, capable of resisting ordinary arrows. Misusing weapons could lead to missed opportunities and failure. Tamara agreed without objections. Despite her pride, she could still listen to reason. Lawson, noticing his insignificance now, inwardly rejoiced at no longer needing a bow. I agree with Tamara. I'll protect you all. After all, I am a Lock Realm expert. He glanced provocatively at Xavion, the unspoken challenge clear. But Xavion merely laughed, confident in his strength without the need to argue. True strength never required words. Seeing Tamara's eagerness, Lawson quickly followed, knowing he had to act fast to protect her. If anything happened to her, the court would blame him, weakening his family's standing. And so, Xavion and his party entered the cave. What they didn't know was that soon enough, many of them would regret it. Chapter 123. I'll hold the rear. Inside the cave, it was pitch dark until Xavion and the others lit up torches to illuminate their surroundings. They cautiously moved forward, wary of any unknown dangers lurking in the depths. The group knew this journey would be perilous, yet they were fully aware of what awaited them. Armed with weapons, the group remained vigilant as they advanced into the cave. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they heard heavy breathing ahead. It was evident that only one creature lay ahead. Lawson, aiming to impress Tamara, took the lead, giving Xavion a scornful glance before departing. He thought, "You're only good at archery. It's just a side skill. A man must possess true strength to stand on his own." Xavion merely laughed inwardly, uninterested in engaging Lawson further. He couldn't care less about Lawson's antics. As the group approached within 40 meters of the beast, it seemed to sense their presence. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the darkness, and two glowing green eyes appeared, resembling eerie ghost fires. "Don't be afraid. I'm here for you," Lawson confidently declared, smirking at the beast ahead. His intent was clear: to display bravery before Tamara. "I have a bad feeling. My right eyelid keeps twitching," one of the followers murmured uneasily. "Shoo, don't jinx us. We came here for adventure. If anyone's too scared, they can go back," another reassured everyone, though the situation felt increasingly ominous. "Haha, let the beast come. Bring it on." Seeing everyone's fear, Lawson seized the moment to boast. Xavion watched him coldly, let him take the spotlight if he wished. It served as a shield against attention. Roaring furiously upon hearing Lawson's words, the beast emerged from the darkness. As it neared, all realized it was a Maxim, an adult form capable of rivaling a second-level Shackles realm practitioner. The strongest among them was only at first-level Shackles, utterly mismatched against such a formidable creature. Realizing this, panic spread amongst the group. If they had known, they wouldn't have ventured so deep. "Damn it, everyone run." Lawson, gritting his teeth, released the power but immediately fled. Losing any desire to fight, he wanted nothing more than to escape. In chaos, the group scrambled out, but the Maxim didn't give chase easily. Swallowing Lawson's power, it roared and lunged at Xavion's group. In a few strides, it caught up, striking a ninth-layer vast Chi realm member with a mighty palm, sending him flying. "Help me!" screamed the injured man, fear gripping his heart. But Lawson ignored him, focused only on saving himself. Tamara frowned, finding Lawson's actions contemptible. Meanwhile, she rushed to her fallen companion. "Die, beast!" she yelled, launching a barrage of darts towards the Maxim. Recognizing the danger, Xavion turned around and charged with the God of War spear. He knew these darts wouldn't penetrate the thick hide of the Maxim. Roaring again, the Maxim aimed to strike at Tamara, infuriated by the human intrusion. Xavion intercepted with his spear, impaling the beast's hand through its palm, causing blood to flow. "Quickly scatter. This Maxim is not easy to handle," Xavion shouted, continuing his assault on the beast. Though challenging, Xavion felt compelled to eliminate it quickly, knowing his strength could match the Maxim's, unlike the others. Yet, Xavion did not want to reveal his full potential. Doing so might draw undue attention, especially from Tamara, who could become unpredictable. "Tamara, let me protect you. Let's flee while Xavion holds the rear," Lawson said, arriving amidst the chaos, thinking this moment would elevate his status in her eyes. He cared only about his future and marriage prospects, ignoring the injured man beside Tamara. Chapter 124. Imagining the drama. Seeing Lawson run over, the Elena quickly said, "Lawson, you carry him on your back. I'll stay behind with Xavion to cover our retreat. We can't let Xavion face Maxim alone. It's too dangerous." At this moment, the Elena felt nothing but guilt towards Xavion. After all, Xavion, who was clearly the weakest in cultivation, had been the first to step forward, only to protect them. And that wasn't the most important part. The most important thing was that Xavion was not a person who sought the spotlight. This could be seen from Xavion's actions before. Otherwise, the Elena wouldn't have cared so much about him. "Princess, when is it? You're still worrying about someone from the sect. He's not one of us. Where we were born is his end goal. Come with me quickly." Lawson's face twisted in anguish as he rebuked the Elena and forcibly tried to pull her away. In Lawson's view, if the Elena withdrew, then Xavion would inevitably be overwhelmed fighting alone, and he would die inside this cave. As long as Xavion was dead, everything would be fine. With Xavion gone, his biggest competitor would disappear, and given time, with the Elena, playful nature, she'd eventually forget about Xavion. Although he might have shown cowardice this time, Lawson was clear that as long as Xavion was dead, it didn't matter if his image suffered slightly. "Get lost." Hearing Lawson's words, which were like those of a beast, the Elena flew into a rage, breaking free from Lawson's grasp and pointing at the injured on the ground. "Lawson, if you want to continue playing with me, take the injured out now. There's no need for you to stay behind. If you insist on provoking my anger, then just wait. No power in Tianxin Palace will save you." The Elena said these words without caring for Lawson's dignity. She didn't want to care either. Behind her, Xavion was battling alone. While this man wanted to use Xavion's sacrifice to ensure their survival, something intolerable for someone of the Elena, fiery temperament. Seeing the Elena say such severe words to him, Lawson's face showed a hint of anger. He loved the Elena deeply, but he received such a result. However, he ultimately did what the Elena asked, not because he listened to her orders, but because in his heart, the Elena was already like a dead person. Still, others were watching. If the Elena and Xavion truly stayed behind, the rest would likely survive. But those who survived might report his actions to the Allah. Even though he might not face severe punishment, his position would plummet. His future prospects might also be affected. After Lawson fled, the Elena immediately ran towards Xavion. At this moment, Xavion's small figure appeared increasingly tall and noble in her eyes. Previously, hearing that Xavion had a Dao companion, while she wasn't angry, it did feel somewhat awkward. Indeed, among the young men her age who approached her, almost all had ulterior motives. Only Xavion had simple thoughts and fought for justice, surprising her. Later, Xavion continually excelled, showing astonishing archery skills, truly a godlike being sent by heaven. For such a man, how could her heart not stir? But now, none of that mattered because the Elena knew they would die together soon. Dying with the person she loved could be considered a happy thing, and the Elena felt content at this moment. Xavion, I'm here to help you. The Elena shouted, and instantly, flames burst from her body. In the next moment, she hurled a Vajra bracelet. Immediately, the bracelet emitted intense heat, enveloping Maxim. In an instant, the Vajra bracelet grew and began to bind Maxim. Xavion, the Vajra bracelet won't hold for long. Strike now, aim for Maxim's eyes, the Elena yelled loudly, knowing they had to blind Maxim to have any chance of defeating him. Otherwise, with Maxim's strength, they were no match for him. Elena, stand back. Seeing Maxim restrained, Xavion felt the opportunity had come. He shouted, you don't need to worry about my safety. I can defeat this Maxim now. Just retreat. Xavion spoke the truth. Hiding his abilities was pointless now that the Elena was staying to share his fate. Moreover, he would eventually shine during the set competition. Eventually, the Elena would learn about his exceptional combat skills. Since he had the ability to handle this, there was no need to hide anything. After all, the Elena would know sooner or later. But hearing this, the Elena thought differently. To her, Xavion was only a 9th layer Amador realm cultivator. Yet his words now seemed incredibly responsible. If not for knowing that Xavion already had a Dao companion, the Elena might have suspected that Xavion had fallen in love with her. She understood Xavion well, knowing that he was not someone who performed for fame or fortune. These words came from deep within his heart. Thinking about this, a tear slipped down the Elena's eye. She immediately said, no, Xavion. You step back. Let me handle it. My Jiasua realm combat power is stronger than yours. You don't need to lose your life for me. Xavion. He realized that people often misunderstood him. No matter what he did, it always sounded different to others. But Xavion had no time to explain. Instantly, he roared and unleashed the extinguishing yang technique. A surge of intense sunlight erupted, and a miniature sun appeared behind Xavion, flying over his head towards Maxim. Die! Xavion bellowed. At that moment, he felt rekindled confidence, unburdened by any pretense. He acted without hesitation. Note, the name Maxim is transliterated as is to maintain fidelity to the original text. Chapter 125. He clearly didn't have good intentions. Roar. Upon seeing this scene, Maxim immediately let out an angry roar. The binding from the golden bracelet already irked it. Now, this human dared to counterattack instead of showing any fear, making it abnormally furious. Bang! The fire of oblivion directly scorched Maxim's body. In the next moment, Maxim's expression changed as it started to howl in agony. Tamara stood at a distance, watching all of this unfold, her heart momentarily blank. She couldn't believe that Xavion could actually fend off this Maxim. She had sensed the power behind this spell. It rivaled someone at the Shackles realm, possibly even second stage Shackles realm. At the same time, Xavion, wielding the War God's spear, began using the flying rainbow lance technique, stabbing wildly at Maxim's body. After a series of frenzied stabs, countless large holes appeared on Maxim's body. Maxim was now severely wounded, its movements becoming restricted. However, Maxim wasn't stupid and knew it had to protect its eyes. If it went blind, it would take 1 or 2 months to regenerate them. And during those months, if humans caught up, they would certainly exterminate it. Let's go, Tamara. This Maxim won't attack us again. Seeing Maxim loosening up, Xavion immediately grabbed Tamara's hand and started running madly. The main reason was that Maxim had incredibly thick fur. A human at the second stage Shackles realm would have crumbled under Xavion's attacks long ago, but Maxim could still move relatively freely. So, Xavion decided to abandon his pursuit of finishing Maxim. If he truly wanted to kill Maxim, it would require considerable effort. Additionally, Tamara was still there. If he engaged in a fierce battle with Maxim and she got injured, what would happen? Even though Tamara was also at the Shackles realm, Maxim's strength was formidable. Oh! Realizing Xavion's warning, Tamara reacted and began sprinting alongside him. During the run, Tamara's face flushed slightly as Xavion held her hand. This Muhammad was simply too exceptional, almost excessively so. With 9th stage vast chi strength, he could display such formidable combat prowess. Only a few geniuses could achieve such feats. This time, he had protected her instead of the other way around. Xavion was focused solely on escaping, not thinking too much. Holding Tamara's hand was a reflexive action. After fleeing outside the cave, Xavion and company saw Lawson and others who hadn't run far yet. Lawson and his group were running ahead frantically. Because Xavion had just finished the battle, he could still clearly see their backs. You guys, stop running, the danger is over. Upon seeing them, Tamara shouted loudly, inwardly looking down on these people somewhat. After all, among those who fled, besides 2 9th stage vast chi individuals, the rest were all Shackles realm fighters. If they attacked together, they might have been able to slay Maxim. Even if Xavion didn't possess such formidable combat prowess, they could probably have held out until royal reinforcements arrived by fighting together. However, these cowards only thought about escaping, completely disregarding Xavion's life. For the first time, Tamara realized the true nature of these friends, feeling a bit disheartened. Born into royalty, she knew very well that her good relationships were due to these people seeking benefits from her. Tamara was clear-headed enough to realize that if she lost her royal background, she would likely have very few real friends given her headstrong and capricious personality. Hearing Tamara's shout, Lawson and his group hesitated, suspecting they heard wrong. Turning around, they saw Xavion pulling Tamara's hand and running towards them. Lawson felt terrible. What the hell? Was Xavion invincible? He hadn't died? Not only did he survive, but he also managed to bring Tamara out. Then, Lawson seemed to have realized something. It must be because of the treasures on Tamara's body that temporarily restrained Maxim, giving them time to escape. Yes, it must be like that. Otherwise, a ninth stage vast chi waste like Xavion couldn't have survived. Lawson's face turned grim instantly. Had he known this earlier, he wouldn't have run away and embarrassed himself. Tamara wouldn't be holding hands with Xavion then. Now it looked like Tamara had taken a liking to Xavion. Xavion must have planned everything meticulously, calculating that Tamara wouldn't easily abandon him and that she had treasures to restrain beast monsters, which made him stay behind. Thinking about this, Lawson's face turned ashen as he scolded Xavion. Xavion, you're impudent. How dare you hold Tamara's hand? Someone from a minor sect. Xavion, who had been running, hadn't dwelled on Lawson's previous misconduct. Now, faced with Lawson's renewed hostility, he felt uneasy. Lawson, why are you shouting? Xavion staying behind was braver than your cowardice. Tamara reprimanded Lawson for Xavion's sake. He stayed behind? My dear princess, he was plotting all along. He knew your character wouldn't allow you to abandon him. His purpose here was filled with malice. I fled without thinking much. I admit I'm timid, but I'm better than certain devious fellows. He stayed because he knew you come from the imperial family, possessing numerous treasures that could trap Maxim. That's why he dared to stay behind. My dear princess, can't you see? Everything he did was to scheme against you. Lawson feigned concern for Tamara. However, Tamara, having witnessed everything firsthand, wouldn't believe his lies. Translation provided by Quinn. Chapter 126, Twisting the Truth. Huh. Hearing Lawson twist the facts, Tamara immediately sneered, her eyes locking onto him with evident displeasure. This man was still twisting things around even after she had witnessed the truth firsthand. Honestly, his lies were so convincing that if she hadn't seen it for herself, she might have believed this nonsense. Only now did Tamara realize what kind of people surrounded her. Seeing Tamara's disbelief, Lawson quickly interjected, Tamara, I can assure you everything I say is true. Think about it. What do members of a minor sect crave the most? Naturally, advancement in rank and an increase in cultivation resources. And coincidentally, you can provide all these. So, it's obvious he must have come prepared. Who would risk their life? How long have you known Xavion? Would he truly risk certain death when he knows he's only at the 9th stage Amador realm? Many of those surrounding you are here for your benefits. Don't believe that there really are people who will sacrifice their lives for strangers? Tamara nodded, saying, you're right. Many of those surrounding me do so for personal gain. Lawson, I didn't expect you to understand this point. Lawson, assuming Tamara believed him, laughed. Of course, it is my duty to help alleviate your worries. Tamara snorted coldly, I saw it with my own eyes in the cave. Xavion, though only at the 9th stage Amador realm, displayed combat strength comparable to the 2nd stage Jasua realm. Now, Lawson, do you still want to defame Xavion? Lawson's expression faltered. He hurriedly countered, Tamara, this guy must have consumed some forbidden medicinal pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. It's all an act, just a trap. Don't fall for his tricks, Tamara. At that moment, Lawson fell from heaven to hell. Initially, when Tamara seemed to agree with him, he felt elated. After all, Tamara's approval signified his standing in her heart. Besides, getting rid of Xavion as a rival was a significant motive behind his actions. Honestly, Xavion now felt like a considerable threat to him. Seeing such an opportunity to eliminate this rival made Lawson feel smart. But unexpectedly, Tamara trusted this person so much, defending him even in this situation. Huh. If he had consumed any forbidden medicinal pills, I would have seen it. Do you think I'm blind? Taking a step forward, Tamara said coldly, or do you think I'm an unintelligent fool who can be easily deceived? Lawson broke out in a cold sweat, feeling increasingly desperate. The accusation Tamara hurled was no small matter. If she indeed thought this way about him, he might not have a place left in Tianqian Palace. After all, offending Allah's favorite Tamara was a grave crime. Everyone in Tianqian Palace would avoid him from then on. Tamara, there's definitely something fishy about this. This guy couldn't possibly display combat strength at the 9th stage Amador realm. How could a world-class genius come from a minor sect? With the poor talent they attract, how can they produce such geniuses? Please investigate carefully. I only have your best interests at heart, no other intentions. Upon hearing this, Xavion, who had remained silent, finally spoke up. If he didn't clarify, Tamara might start disliking him. His previous evasions had already caused dissatisfaction. Staying low-key now might make Tamara think he disliked her. An influential princess's disdain could devastate someone. He probably couldn't remain in Guishu sect, regardless of his talent. Lawson, since you claim I've taken forbidden medicines, let's have a match, shall we? If I win, will you stay away from Tamara? After all, your presence makes me uneasy for Tamara. Having someone like you around my friend is worrisome. Xavion's aura was formidable, making him seem much taller and more imposing than before. Tamara, see, this man craves your beauty, aiming to advance through flattery. I am not twisting facts. This guy has ulterior motives. Seizing on Xavion's words, Lawson vehemently disagreed. Xavion shook his head with a laugh, feeling somewhat disappointed in Lawson. The latter was indeed a good debater. Had Tamara not witnessed the truth, she might have been swayed by Lawson's arguments. But now, it was up to Tamara to decide. She would resolve this issue today. Lawson, stop slandering. Xavion has a partner. How could he be interested in me? Xavion told me this right from the beginning. Do you also want to slander that Xavion wants to abandon his partner upon meeting me? Haha, if it were true, I'd be satisfied with Xavion. Unfortunately, this won't happen because Xavion is a good man. He's nothing like you. You're full of deceit and disgust me. Tamara voiced her disgust. Struck like by lightning, Lawson was stunned. Learning that Xavion had a partner was new to him. Had he known this, he wouldn't have acted against Xavion so recklessly. Now, he realized he had played the role of a fool alone, while others watched him like a clown. Moreover, he had disappointed Tamara today. She would likely no longer tolerate his friendship. Feeling unwilling, Lawson refused to believe that Xavion, at the 9th stage Amador realm, could unleash power equivalent to the 2nd stage Jasua realm. Then, Lawson stepped forward, looking at Xavion. Lawson roared as if a fierce tiger had possessed him. His fist movements were intricate and mysterious, and he rushed towards Xavion in an instant. He intended to kill Xavion decisively, revealing the true nature of this fraud to the Elena. Bang! Without using any profound skills, Xavion simply punched forward, and immediately, Lawson was sent flying, crashing to one side with shock etched across his face. Xavion's punch felt like facing a massive mountain. Xavion's strength was incredibly formidable. If not for witnessing it firsthand, Lawson would never have believed such power was possible. But it was too late now. There was no way for him to refute it. How about that? Didn't you call me a fraud? Xavion sneered. You, with your clever tricks but no grand strategy, have doomed yourself by being petty. If you hadn't deliberately picked a fight with me, we wouldn't be here. One can only say you brought this upon yourself. Aslan from the small sect you despised can crush you in an instant during battle. Hearing Xavion's mockery, Lawson couldn't help feeling dejected. However, he had been thoroughly beaten and lacked the strength to retaliate. Even if he did have the ability, he knew he couldn't win against Xavion. At that moment, the Elena looked at Xavion with stars in her eyes, idolizing him to the extreme. Wow, Xavion, those words you just said sounded really cool. You said that the disciples from small sects could crush him instantly during battle. That line was totally awesome. The Elena's heart was large, treating Xavion's midichlorian speech with awe instead of concern. She had already started emulating Xavion's lines in her mind. If she had the power, she'd love to pretend to be a disciple from a small sect and say those words to her enemies. Xavion chuckled wryly. The Elena always had different focuses, regardless of the situation. Xavion smiled faintly, then turned around and walked away. At this point, it was pointless to argue further with Lawson. It was better to leave as soon as possible. From now on, Lawson no longer had the qualifications or the face to pursue the Elena. For her, it was a good thing. For Lawson himself, it was also a blessing. At least it spared him from endless troubles. In fact, if Xavion hadn't humiliated him today, Lawson's limited intelligence wouldn't have enabled him to climb up to the Elena. Sooner or later, he would end up destroying himself. Once trouble arose, it wouldn't be resolved with just a punch like Xavion gave him. It was clear that Lawson had overestimated his capabilities, thinking he could solve everything. However, he wasn't a genius and didn't possess the temperament of one, thus limiting his prospects. In the future, it might be best for him to stay away from power struggles and live a simple life as an ordinary strong individual, ensuring peace and safety for the rest of his days. Being content with friends and family, sometimes thinking about it, wasn't bad at all. The other friends, seeing Lawson in such a state and realizing he had offended the Elena, stayed far away from him, unwilling to engage him in conversation. To them, Lawson was now as good as dead. Their association with the Elena always carried some ulterior motive. Even those without explicit goals lacked the qualifications to gain much advantage. That's why the Elena enjoyed acting justly. It garnered genuine admiration rather than flattery and insincerity. Walking down the mountain, Xavion turned to the Elena and said, Elena, I need to return to prepare for the sect competition. The competition starts tomorrow. After this, we'll keep in touch. These few days will be busy with the competition. The Elena nodded. Xavion had come to the Imperial City for this purpose. She responded, you should try your best. Only by achieving a good result can you truly catch my father's eye. I don't mean anything else. In the future, if you want better opportunities, you'll need to come to the Imperial City. Only the Imperial City is home to true powerhouses, and only there can you access better resources, something beyond the reach of your Guesu sect. Once you're in the Imperial City, don't worry. With my connections, I can secure a good position for you. Xavion laughed and replied, thank you very much. Who wouldn't be tempted by a good position? So, Xavion didn't hide his feelings. Nothing major went wrong. Thus, as long as Xavion continued his diligent practice, his status within the Guesu sect wouldn't decline. Let's go, all disciples. This is your moment to shine. Today is your day of glory. Today, we will assess the fruits of our labor in the Guesu sect. Everyone, don't feel pressured. Just do your best. Let us return victorious and embark on our first path of proving ourselves. The last sentence ignited the mindful fervor of the sect master. Instantly filled with excitement, it made him seem younger by several years. Seeing this, everyone else felt roused as well. The entire scene burst into enthusiasm, fueled by the sect master's words. Everyone lined up, chanting slogans as they marched toward the Imperial City streets. The venue for the clan contest was at the heart of the Imperial City, a massive arena usually used for gambling battles. This time, it served as the battleground for clan contests. There were countless battle platforms, with spectators from various clans filling the stands. The arena could accommodate millions of viewers, and entrance was free. The reason for not charging tickets was the bets placed. Profits were earned through these wagers, making ticket sales insignificant in comparison. Inside the arena, many distinguished guests and their direct heirs had already gathered to watch the event. When Xavion and the others entered the arena, they were profoundly moved by the scene before them. This was their first time participating in the clan contest, and upon entering, they were instantly captivated by the vastness of the place. Even though they had anticipated its grandeur, the sight still left them awestruck. Millions sat in the stands, cheering and intensely discussing which clan would triumph this time. The atmosphere was lively, a spectacle most had never seen in their lives. Such grand events occurred only once every few years, and many came prepared to make significant gains here. With less than 1 million followers, let alone spectators, the Guesu sect disciples found themselves momentarily stunned. Let's proceed to our designated seats. Soon, the host will announce the sequence of matches. The sect master reminded the disciples, who felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness, hoping to emerge as shining stars during the contest. The sect master reflected on how much he resembled these young ones when he first attended the contest years ago. Time passed, and those young ones became the sect master while new disciples emerged, now standing on the grand stage of the imperial city. For them, this was a pivotal moment, a chance to establish their names. After today, many would gain fame, truly becoming renowned in the presence of millions. Sitting in their seats, Xavion and the disciples were tense, wishing to stand out and become the brightest underdogs in this contest. But deep down, no one felt particularly confident. Cheyenne, seated next to Xavion, nervously scanned the distance, seeking members of rival clans. As the sect master's daughter, she knew some details about the skills and cultivation levels of opponents, information ordinary disciples couldn't match. However, Xavion, sitting beside her, stood out in a different way. He glanced around, lowering his voice to Cheyenne. Cheyenne, did you bring money? If not, I can lend you some. I think this is a great opportunity to make money. We know each other well, so betting on familiar faces could earn us a fortune. I guarantee we'll make a killing. After this, we won't be short on funds for quite a while. Cheyenne remained speechless. Honestly, hearing Xavion care about money in such a critical moment left her speechless. Couldn't he behave normally? At this tense juncture, everyone was concerned about their rankings, yet he thought about earning money, completely misaligned with the atmosphere. Do you really not care about your future? Cheyenne rolled her eyes. Being the sect master's daughter, she had no lack of funds and thus no interest in betting. She aimed only for a good ranking, wanting to show everyone that her achievements stemmed from her real strength, not her father's resources. Seeing Cheyenne's disinterest, Xavion was disappointed. He clicked his tongue and muttered to himself. Investing in anyone is not as reliable as investing in oneself. This time, I brought plenty of spirit stones. Perhaps I should bet everything on myself? After all, I won't lose. This time, I'll recoup my losses and explode in strength. Hearing Xavion's mutterings, those nearby found it absurd. How did this guy end up more like a money-making opportunist than a contestant? Hashtag chapter 129, a risk-free business. Although they found it quite speechless, they were well aware of Xavion's habits. After all, among the elite disciples of the entire Guesu sect, only Xavion didn't focus on cultivation but was always thinking about making money. And oddly enough, this kind of person's cultivation advanced rapidly. You couldn't see his efforts, yet he could surpass you. Wasn't that infuriating? Thus, the people in the sect decided not to bother with him anymore and let him regret on his own. At this moment, Xavion stared at the betting boxes around him, contemplating how to place his bets without anyone knowing, considering he had a large number of spirit stones. He thought about how to do it discreetly. After all, my alliance had just been established and didn't have many spirit stones. If he suddenly brought out a huge amount of spirit stones from his earlier earnings in the Toba ruins, it would definitely raise suspicion. Moreover, if he didn't play big this time, how could he make a sudden impact? After all, Mr. Bai planned to establish his own sect in the future, which certainly wasn't something that could be resolved with a simple sum of money. Xavion glanced around, somewhat regretting that he hadn't brought his dormitory brothers along. Now, with so much money, he couldn't find an opportunity to place the bets. Carrying such a large amount would definitely attract suspicion. Lowering his voice, Xavion said to Cheyenne, Cheyenne, can you help me place some bets later? Go somewhere far away and bet on me. I won't hide anything from you. I made a fortune in the Toba ruins without handing it over to the sect. Now, if I bring out all this money for betting, it will surely raise suspicion. So, I need your help with this. Facing Cheyenne, even though she was the daughter of the sect Khalil, Xavion trusted her greatly and told her everything directly. Upon hearing this, Cheyenne was somewhat shocked. She knew that if Xavion mentioned a significant sum, it must be a huge amount of money. Otherwise, Xavion's wealth would already rank high among the elite disciples, and he was notoriously stingy. So, no problem. But haven't you been slacking off these days? Are you sure you can guarantee a win? Cheyenne was skeptical, unsure where Xavion's confidence came from. After all, every genius from different sects was here. Who could be certain they would still come out on top? Don't worry. Who am I? Ralph who creates miracles. Didn't no one think I could defeat Lena's Bradley back then? Xavion smiled mysteriously and said, as long as I don't face the strongest disciples from each sect, I'm not worried. Rest assured, this time, betting on me is a sure win. Hearing Xavion's assurance, Cheyenne nodded. As the sect Khalil's daughter, few dared to question her actions, so she could go place bets elsewhere, provided Xavion could win. Xavion quietly handed a storage bag to Cheyenne and told her that there were other bags inside, filled with more spirit stones. Bet everything. This time, Xavion felt truly secure. Knowing the importance of storage bags after getting wealthy, he bought a lot, which finally proved useful. He wondered if the spirit stones would even fit into the storage bags. Cheyenne was puzzled, questioning just how much money Xavion had. She felt like she couldn't fully grasp this man before her. Suddenly, the audience erupted into excitement, all eyes turning toward the stage where a majestic figure descended. It was a middle-aged man radiating a serene aura, as if surrounded by 9 dragons, a symbol of supreme power. This was the current Avon of the Zhao Kingdom and father of the Elena. All disciples looked up at him with fiery eyes, hoping to one day become someone like him. However, Xavion murmured to himself, wondering how much confidence this guy needed to call himself an Avon. After all, calling oneself an Avon signified being a great power within the human race. Yet, this man merely governed the Zhao Kingdom. How could he dare call himself an Avon without fear of attracting the wrath of stronger figures? But Xavion kept these thoughts to himself. He knew the Avon's strength was formidable, and speaking ill of him here could lead to trouble, possibly beyond even the Guesu sect Khalil's protection. The entire Zhao Kingdom respected this man, making him the ultimate goal for countless geniuses. The esteemed elites of Zhao Kingdom, another intersect competition has begun. This is your chance to shine, your opportunity to gain fame and fortune. Young men, charge ahead. The top-ranking sect this time will receive resources from Zhao Kingdom. Unlike before, the chosen sect will receive full support to cultivate its geniuses. Hope all of you work hard. Zhao Kingdom needs you. In the future, you will be the backbone of Zhao Kingdom. The Avon's words caused a stir among both sect disciples and spectators. Such solemn attention to the inter-sect competition had never been seen before. Previously, sects were just part of Zhao Kingdom, but now it seemed the Avon wanted to significantly enhance their power. This was indeed unbelievable and set the sects abuzz. Cheyenne whispered to Xavion. If the Avon doesn't increase support for the sects, the royal city will be controlled by various noble families. Eventually, the Avon would be at their mercy, which he doesn't want. Thus, he wants to cultivate sect geniuses, hoping they'll appreciate him and counteract the noble families. This is the true purpose. Historically, many similar situations have occurred, and today's noble families are results of past competitions. Hearing this, Xavion understood. Regardless of the Avon's immense power and authority, he still needed to deal with noble families. To maintain balance in Zhao Kingdom, the Avon aimed to prevent them from monopolizing resources. Hashtag Chapter 130, Collective Betting. The Luther droned on, delivering a lengthy speech before the sect competition officially began. This time, over a dozen sects started dividing up the competition areas. With so many disciples participating, it was impractical to have everyone compete at once. Xavion and his companions watched from the sidelines. Naturally, the competition began with the disciples of the Radiant Chi realm, starting from the weakest and progressing to the strongest. After all, even the weakest participants in the competition were at least at the Radiant Chi realm, so it made sense to start there. These Radiant Chi matches continued for 3 full days, during which most people were yawning endlessly. Everyone knew that the true highlight would come with the Locking Shackles realm disciples. At that point, the betting frenzy would reach its peak. Over these few days, Xavion sporadically placed bets on a few disciples from the Abyssal sect. Unfortunately, most of the Abyssal sect's disciples performed quite mediocrely. Their overall performance was ordinary, placing them around mid-rank. Xavion realized that this year's first place was likely out of the Abyssal sect's reach. Even if the Locking Shackles disciples performed brilliantly, it wouldn't compensate for the losses incurred by the weaker Radiant Chi disciples. Finally, it was Xavion's turn. He and other 9th layer Radiant Chi disciples prepared for their match. As soon as Xavion appeared, he became a focal point for the Abyssal sect disciples. Without exception, they all began pulling out spirit stones to bet on Xavion. They all knew that Xavion's combat prowess could easily crush any other 9th layer Radiant Chi disciple. There was no doubt that betting on him was the right choice. Don't underestimate these young prodigies. Although they may seem flush with money on the surface, most of their funds had already been spent. Often, they had to borrow money when attempting crucial breakthroughs. This time, even disciples who hadn't brought spirit stones applied to the sect for advances specifically to bet on Xavion. The atmosphere was red-hot, unmatched by any other sect. Some surrounding sects were puzzled. Wasn't it just one disciple competing? Couldn't their own sects also produce exceptional talents? Were they sure their disciples would win? Or did this particular disciple hold such high status within the sect that many wanted to curry favor with him? Aslans from other sects couldn't figure out the connection. Cheyenne observed this scene and sighed inwardly. Given that it was still at the Radiant Chi level, she didn't place many bets. There was little point or profit in participating here. The money earned from this round wouldn't interest Xavion either. She put in a symbolic amount, saving her major bets for the Locking Shackles round. That stage would be entirely different. Other sects' disciples and spectators would focus their bets then. Only at that point would real profits be made. Compared to that level of excitement, the current situation hardly mattered. However, Cheyenne was curious about how much wealth Xavion possessed. As Xavion headed off to compete, she secretly opened his storage bag. She was astounded by the mountain of spirit stones inside. And this wasn't all. Xavion had more stored in other bags, summing up to an impressive amount. Even Cheyenne, as the daughter of a wealthy patriarch, was taken aback by this wealth. She had never seen so many spirit stones. This kind of wealth rivaled some small sects and equated to roughly a tenth of what a major sect like the Abyssal sect owned. Even a patriarch couldn't allocate 1/10 of the sect's spirit stones as personal assets. Now Xavion's storage bag held this much wealth, altering Cheyenne's worldview. Xavion was no longer the junior brother who needed her financial support. He was now a massive tycoon. Xavion's battle ended quickly. He walked onto the arena and struck the opponent with a single palm, rendering them helpless and defeated. The entire crowd was stunned, marveling at the strength of this Radiant Chi disciple. One could imagine that given time, this disciple would inevitably enter the Locking Shackles realm. Only then did the other sects understand why the Abyssal sect disciples had collectively bet on Xavion. It was a sure win. But they didn't know that, to the Abyssal sect disciples, Xavion's strength was far beyond just this. In the Locking Shackles rounds, Xavion would remain unbeatable, making betting on him a guaranteed way to earn money. Upon returning, Xavion saw Cheyenne staring at him as if she had seen a ghost. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm feeling a bit embarrassed," Xavion said, slightly flustered under her gaze. "Tell me honestly, where did you get all this money?" Cheyenne approached him, her face serious. To have so much wealth, if discovered by the Abyssal sect, it would surely cause shock. Even reaching the level of patriarch, one wouldn't use that much. "Haven't I told you? From the Toba ruins, how else? That black, round rabbit in by alliance, didn't you see it? These spirit stones belong to the original owner of that rabbit." Xavion replied truthfully, wondering why Cheyenne was so surprised. In fact, while many disciples entering the Toba ruins had obtained spirit stones, none had as many as Xavion. He must have encountered someone exceptionally wealthy, likely a miser who hoarded wealth during his lifetime, explaining the vast fortune. Hashtag Chapter 131. The Shackles Realm Battle. Upon hearing Xavion's explanation, Cheyenne clearly didn't quite believe him. After all, she knew that others who had entered the Toba ruins didn't have so much money. Why did only Xavion end up with such a fortune? At this point, Xavion lowered his voice and said, "I was fortunate when I betrayed them. I got hold of a compass, so I wasn't bound by their array. And then I met a miser. After listening to Xavion's explanation, Cheyenne finally believed him. Indeed, Xavion seemed to have been extraordinarily lucky. At this moment, even Cheyenne began to admire Xavion. Without question, this guy appeared to be born under an extremely lucky star. Next, Xavion proceeded to engage in battle with another disciple at the 9th level of the vast energy realm. Soon, the disciples of Guishu's sect started placing bets on Xavion en masse. They knew very well that in this realm, betting on Xavion guaranteed them profits. Seizing the opportunity before too many others caught wind of it, they aimed to make significant earnings. These disciples of Guishu's sect went all out with their bets, and eventually, other sects that caught wind of the situation also started betting on Xavion. Consequently, everyone made a tidy sum again. When Xavion returned, he immediately noticed that these people looked at him differently. Even those who were not particularly close friends now gazed at him with joyous expressions, as if he were a god of wealth. Xavion quickly understood what was happening. Subsequently, Xavion fought his third match. Notably, among the 9th level disciples of the vast energy realm, not only were there battles within the same level, but all equally ranked individuals continued to fight until a ranking order was determined. The top-ranked contestant would then have the option to challenge the next higher realm. That was the rule. Thus, regardless of his opponents, Xavion consistently won, leaving them almost spitting blood in frustration. Even the disciples of Guishu's sect specially instructed Xavion to prolong his fights to avoid making it too obvious how much profit they were making from betting on him. If he knocked his opponents down with just one slap, wouldn't everyone place their bets on him? Then, no one in the sect could earn any more. Hearing this explanation, Xavion was speechless. Clearly, the Guishu sect members treated him like a cash cow, preparing to extract spiritual stones for huge profits. Meanwhile, the audience members placing bets hated Xavion, as he always seemed to be on his last legs but ultimately secured first place in the vast energy realm, essentially siphoning off their spiritual stones through devious means. This guy was simply too despicable. But Xavion paid no heed to these complaints. He likely wouldn't meet these people more than once in his life. Why shouldn't he take advantage of them? Soon, the battles in the Shackles realm arrived. First up was Ian, who faced an opponent from Qishao sect after entering the arena. Xavion was very nervous, fearing that Ian might be eliminated in the first round. In contrast, when Hayes came up next, Xavion was less concerned because Hayes, formerly a Dark Gate assassin, possessed certain skills. There was no need to worry about him. Moreover, Ian was apparently the weakest among Guishu's sect's Shackles realm disciples, listed on the heavenly rankings. It was uncertain where he would place within the entire sect. However, Xavion realized he had overestimated the challenge. This time, Ian was clearly well prepared. His opponent barely lasted against him, which surprised Xavion. It was evident that Ian's cultivation had rapidly improved recently. Now, among the Shackles realm experts, he was considered skilled. Such large intersect competitions were always like this. The earlier rounds were easier, but they became increasingly challenging. After finishing his match, Ian was followed by Hayes taking the stage. These two were the gems of Ichabod in the Shackles realm, hence Xavion placed great importance on them. One positive aspect of these competitions was that unless vying for the final rankings, sect members were never pitted against each other in the matches. This ensured they only had to deal with opponents from other sects without worrying about internal competition. Hayes did not disappoint Xavion. He returned victorious. Xavion was delighted, knowing that not everyone in Guishu's sect's Shackles realm could win their first battle. Many failed, and upon returning, they could tell the Ichabod alliance of having two disciples who could triumph over Shackles realm foes. Certainly, Hayes and Ian's victories also depended on luck. Their opponents weren't the toughest in the Shackles realm. Their failures did not necessarily indicate they were weaker than Ian and Hayes, but common disciples wouldn't consider such nuances. Boss, we might not have the confidence to win in the coming matches. You'd better stop betting on us, Ian and Hayes told Xavion. We'll do our best, but the rest depends on you. Xavion nodded, realizing it was his turn soon. He already saw many disciples of Guishu's sect borrowing money from Humphreys, even from Humphreys of other sects. The Humphreys of Guishu's sect did not object but instead personally vouched for their disciples, assuring the borrowed funds would be repaid. Other sect members found this behavior perplexing. Had Guishu's sect discovered an extraordinary disciple? Guishu's sect was going to such lengths, even borrowing money to bet on someone. However, they did not expect it to be Xavion. After all, 4 disciples represented Guishu's sect, and Xavion was merely one of them, so they did not think a 9th level vast energy realm disciple could win. Many had already prepared to bet on Xavion losing. That way, they would ensure a steady profit. After experiencing heavy losses, seeing Xavion enter the arena, even though they knew betting on him losing was more likely to yield higher returns, they thought a small profit was better than nothing. At least they could save face and preserve their capital. What they didn't realize was that they were about to lose everything. Many people, from that day forward, harbored a deep shadow when they heard Xavion's name. Chapter 132, The Frustrated Golden Light Sect. When Xavion stepped onto the stage, many people who had been losing money began to cheer. This time, they had placed their bets on Xavion losing. After all, how could a 9th layer Amador realm disciple like Xavion possibly defeat a Locking realm disciple? It was absolutely impossible. So, many hoped that this would be an opportunity to turn things around and change their fortunes, so they wouldn't continue losing money. Some even went crazy, placing all their remaining funds on what seemed to be a sure bet just to regain confidence. Seeing this scene, several disciples from Guishu's sect exchanged odd glances. These people were going to shoot themselves in the foot with these wagers. With the massive sums being bet, the Guishu sect members knew they were about to profit immensely. Aslans of Guishu's sect knew very well how formidable Xavion was, and understood that no matter how strong his opponent was, Xavion would win this match. He was simply exceptional. Before stepping up, Xavion looked at the crowd cheering for his defeat and felt a pang of pity for them. They were all pitiful souls indeed. Seeing this spectacle made him somewhat melancholic. It was hard to earn money in this world, and heaven wasn't kind to the unfortunate. Then he marched forward without hesitation. On the platform, Xavion was full of energy. In just a few rounds, he sent the Locking Realm disciple from the Golden Light sect flying off the stage. In the audience, there was dead silence. Many doubted if they were hallucinating due to having lost too much money. How could an Amador Realm disciple defeat a Locking Realm disciple? It was simply impossible. Yes, it must be an illusion, they thought. Surely the Locking Realm disciple from the Golden Light sect won. Otherwise, this outcome couldn't happen. When the referee officially declared the result, many hearts bled. Those who had bet on the Golden Light sect's Locking Realm disciple had lost everything, and upon returning home, they'd likely have no face left to show their wives. No, their wives would probably have already run away by then. So how could they have any face? Thinking of this, those people first felt hopeless, then began to curse the Golden Light sect's Locking Realm disciple profusely. Damn it, what kind of rotten sect is the Golden Light sect? What sort of disciples do they produce? What rubbish, this Locking Realm disciple. He must have trained his skills on dogs instead. There must be foul play here. Otherwise, the Locking Realm disciple couldn't possibly lose. Damn, the useless Golden Light sect actually lost. Many became agitated, cursing not only the disciple but also the entire Golden Light sect. The Golden Light sect disciples turned red with embarrassment, feeling as though they had been branded as a worthless sect. Xavion's name held some renown within the Golden Light sect because of the Taba Ruins incident where he had tricked them. Now they still harbored resentment, hoping their disciple could turn the tide and give him a good lesson. But now, not only did their disciple fail to get revenge, they were also suffering from harsh criticisms. The Golden Light sect disciples felt deeply humiliated, wishing they could immediately thrash Xavion. Honestly, this guy was infuriating. Honestly speaking, while the audience suspected foul play, the Golden Light sect disciples wished it were true, hoping a strong disciple would step up and thoroughly embarrass Xavion. However, this world doesn't offer ifs. Next time it would be tough for Xavion to encounter another Golden Light sect disciple. In the audience stands, some speculated that this match might have been fixed, with the Golden Light sect intentionally losing. After all, Xavion's abilities clearly indicated he couldn't win, yet more people had wagered on him than on his opponent. This raised doubts about the fairness of the match. In reality, the significant amount wagered on Xavion included most of the bets made by Cheyenne using Xavion's spirit stones. Another portion came from the collective support of Gueshu sect's disciples for Xavion. A lesser-known part was from Tamara, who had generously placed a bet on Xavion, knowing his true capabilities and easily making a substantial profit. After winning, Tamara felt delighted, experiencing a peculiar thrill from gambling that she had never felt before. Due to Cheyenne betting early and heavily on Xavion, others took notice and followed suit, hoping to share in the winnings. Thus, the largest wagers were placed on Xavion's victory. Despite the high stakes, Xavion won decisively. Hidden away, Cheyenne watched her bet results with exhilaration. Having left the Gueshu sect's seeding area earlier, she had wagered heavily on Xavion. Now, the profits nearly matched her initial investment. Knowing Xavion's win was certain, Cheyenne had bet all his spirit stones. This win gave her a sudden realization that she could enjoy lifelong prosperity without ever needing to take on tasks again. Because Xavion's victory was overwhelming, the referee had to announce that this match was fair and legitimate, highlighting Xavion's exceptional combat prowess. Someone familiar with Xavion believed he would win, so a mysterious benefactor placed large bets on him, resulting in the high stakes. Upon hearing this announcement, many who had lost their bets fainted, causing a mass fainting event. But it didn't matter. The competition continued. Despite how unpopular and disliked Xavion was, the fact remained that he had genuinely defeated his Locking Realm opponent. F***CK. Next round I'll bet on Xavion's opponent. There's no way he can win again. Some disciples from the Golden Light sect, seeing Xavion's triumphant demeanor on stage, clenched their teeth in frustration. They hadn't forgotten how Xavion had tricked them in the Taba Ruins. Chapter 133, The Losing Audience. Thus, the members of the Jingguang sect naturally preferred to bet on their own people. More importantly, seeing the significant gap between Xavion and the opponent, they believed this was a sure win. Therefore, most disciples of the Jingguang sect placed bets for financial gain or out of love for their sect, wagering a substantial amount. However, Xavion directly defeated their senior brother, leading to significant losses for many on this side. This caused several Ezekiel to line up in the restroom crying, making it overcrowded, with finding a stall quite difficult. After the fuss over Xavion died down, other disciples continued battling in the sect competition. While these battles had varying outcomes, overall, the performance of the Gueshu sect's disciples remained relatively mediocre, likely remaining at an average level this time. Hayes lost in his second match, though Xavion didn't know if it was intentional to avoid attracting suspicion. Ian won his second match as usual. For Xavion's second match, there was no doubt he would win. However, this time he put on a great show to make more money. Cheyenne continuously placed bets on him. Despite the numerous spirit stones being staked, some still bet against Xavion winning. Yet, this disciple of the Amador realm seemed almost supernatural, making it hard for him to truly lose. This left everyone drawing cold breaths, unsure of his limits. Xavion fought his way into the Jasua realm's second layer matches. At this stage, only a few remaining disciples competed. Battles resumed the next day since the intense contests already amazed many. After all, the platform of the sect competition had its limitations. Upon returning to the inn, although some in the Gueshu sect disapproved of Xavion, they all smiled and nodded amiably, as Xavion had made them a fortune. "My junior brother, can you guarantee victory in tomorrow's Jasua realm's second layer match?" asked curious disciples, hoping to know whether they could win the next day. Though Xavion previously beat a Jasua realm's second layer opponent, specifics like whether the opponent held back were unknown. "Don't worry. If my opponent tomorrow isn't too famous, bet on me. I don't know about other things, but I dare say those who bet against me will not be few. If you want to take a real risk, place your bets on me. But remember, I can't be responsible if I lose. I have my limits. Think carefully," said Xavion, smiling at the fawning disciples around him. In the upcoming Jasua realm's second layer match, few competitors remained, all pillars of their respective sections. All spirit stones would be concentrated here, so betting correctly meant easy wealth. Alright, Alan, rest assured, the Humphreys have always been protective of you. After all, we've watched you grow up. Yes, the Humphreys will support you tomorrow. When Humphrey approached, his face beaming from his recent wins. Previously disapproving of Xavion wasting talent, the Humphreys now appreciated his ability to earn money, becoming friendlier towards him. However, stricter discipline would follow, as they knew this was merely Xavion's normal level, not his best. For now, earning was sufficient. These seasoned Humphreys had participated in many competitions, and were fully prepared with spirit stones to bet on Xavion. Everyone knew he was an anomaly, almost guaranteeing profit, a basic operation within the sect. Even the sect Khalil instructed financial management Humphreys to allocate funds for betting and earning. Not taking advantage of such opportunities would be foolish. If outer sect disciples witnessed this scene, everyone desperate to place bets, they would likely be astounded, having never seen so much money in their lives, let alone in such circumstances. Outer sect disciples rarely experience such grandeur. A good outer sect disciple might become a village landlord, which was considered exceptional. Returning to the inn, Cheyenne secretly returned Xavion's storage bag. I didn't expect you to make so much money. Today's earnings from betting on you were substantial. Cheyenne, usually financially confident, was deeply impressed by Xavion. She suspected that after tomorrow, Xavion's spirit stone stash might rival the Gueshu sect's reserves. Tomorrow, I'll be invincible in the Jiasua realm second layer matches, but caution is key. Be careful, especially as matches progress. Remember to spread your bets, half here, half there. If I lose, you won't lose everything. Otherwise, losing all these spirit stones at once might drive us mad, Xavion warned, unable to ensure victory tomorrow. Knowing such chances to earn were rare, he aimed to maximize gains in the capital. These funds would support future endeavors, be it establishing a new sect or founding a family. Chapter 134, Shackle's Realm Second Level Battle. Adley nodded and teased Xavion, you're just cunning. That night, practically all of the disciples from Gueshu sect were too excited to sleep. The day passed, and virtually all the Gueshu sect disciples had finished their matches. There wouldn't be any more battles for them tomorrow. However, these disciples knew they had bet on the right person by betting on Xavion. It was likely that they would not lack money for a very long time after returning. Such a situation might only happen once in 1,000 years. The next day, at the Imperial City Arena, Xavion appeared again at the disciples' seats. After yesterday's intense battles, everyone's enthusiasm remained undiminished. This time, many brought large amounts of spirit stones with them. Everyone knew today was the main event. The battle between the second-level Shackle's Realm disciples was incomparable to ordinary disciples. If one guessed correctly, all the losses could be recouped. Naturally, many people came specifically to place bets on Xavion. Bets placed on him were primarily motivated by potential profits. After all, most felt Xavion was already at his limit. What else could he do? They hoped someone would continue to place huge bets on him like yesterday, ensuring that everyone who bet against him would win big. Especially those who lost money yesterday, they saw hope in Xavion successfully advancing to the second-level Shackle's Realm battle and believed they might recover their losses. Some even borrowed money from friends and neighbors, claiming they were making huge profits from bets, just so they could get back their losses. They simply hoped to break even. So this time, Xavion would definitely become an outstanding star and an unexpected dark horse. His name would be remembered by many, perhaps even forever. Indeed, Xavion was the first to shine through in this unconventional manner during the sect-wide competition, proving his undeniable strength. Soon, the second-level Shackle's Realm battles began. When the announcer called out Xavion's name, the arena erupted in cheers, not for Xavion but against him. Many seized this opportunity to bet on his defeat. No matter how extraordinary he was, it seemed unlikely he could succeed. They didn't care about Zhao Kingdom's prodigies. They only cared about filling their own pockets. Adley secretly placed her bets, staking all of Xavion's assets. Instantly, Xavion's bet skyrocketed, causing envy among many. Determined to ensure Xavion's loss, they thought this would finally make up for their previous losses. These people genuinely believed Xavion was about to exit the stage. Seeing the crowd booing him, Xavion's face turned cold. He didn't have any strange quirks that made him enjoy others' insults. With so many hoping for his failure, he was determined to win. This time, regardless of the cost, he had to win. He was prepared to use the system to forcibly break through to the Shackle's Realm if necessary. Once there, he could participate in third-level Shackle's Realm battles too. Xavion wanted to show them what true brilliance looked like. Wife, place all your bets on me. Today, I will definitely win the second-level Shackle's Realm battle. Yes, as long as it's a second-level Shackle's Realm match, I won't fail. After informing Adley via a transmission jade slip, Xavion headed resolutely to the battle platform. His opponent was a genuine second-level Shackle's Realm genius from Lingxi sect named Zhou. Because of Xavion's appearance, the majority of the bets concentrated on his match. Therefore, Zhou understood that he would be the center of attention. A victory over Xavion would surely elevate his reputation throughout the Imperial City, which would benefit his future greatly. So, Zhou smiled confidently, looking at Xavion with amusement. Kid, you did well to reach here with merely first Heaven Chi realm cultivation and to fight alongside me. Admittedly, when I was your age, I wasn't as good as you. But today, you are destined to be trampled underfoot. You're bound to lose. Don't blame me for ending your glory. All I can say is that your luck has run out. Honestly, it's impressive you've managed to fight me at this level. Few possess both your strength and fate, so you should be content. Zhou brimmed with confidence, viewing Xavion as his stepping stone. He almost thanked heaven for allowing him such an advantageous match. In the second-level Shackle's Realm battle, each ascent impacted the sect's minor rankings subtly. Though the displayed rankings were mostly comprehensive, there was a hidden ranking that truly decided which sect reigned supreme. With enough geniuses, even if lower disciples lacked strength, a sect could leverage this hidden first place to demand cultivation resources from the Zhao Kingdom imperial family to cultivate more geniuses, an incredibly coveted position for every sect. Elite disciples consumed vast amounts of cultivation resources, always causing headaches for sections. Thus, securing this hidden first place was highly desirable. Heh, am I really so unimportant to you? Xavion chuckled. If you lose today, what then? Since everyone is betting, why don't we make a little wager? Chapter 135, Xavion's Tactlessness. Oh. Joe, hearing this, grew somewhat interested and asked immediately, what do we bet on? From Joe's perspective, he was already certain of his victory, so he stood from the position of a victor, looking down at Xavion with a critical eye. Xavion smiled faintly and said, let me put it this way. You don't seem like someone who has much money. Even if you have a little bit, I wouldn't be interested in that amount. So, how about this? The loser kneels down and barks like a dog. What do you say? Xavion had an air of amusement, as if he had already seen through Joe completely. Hearing this, Joe felt provoked and knew that if he didn't regain some dignity, others would think he feared a 9th layer or a realm cultivator. Moreover, Joe believed Xavion only did this because he thought he would surely lose. Everyone present seemed to predict his defeat, so they assumed Joe wouldn't take the bet, trying to regain some face here. Joe nodded right away and said, you've succeeded in provoking me. Alright, let's bet. Just barking like a dog? As long as you can win me, bark 10 times. No problem. Xavion narrowed his eyes. Did you hear yourself say that? With that, Xavion took the first step forward, directly unleashing his flame fist towards Joe. This time, Xavion made the bet entirely because Joe didn't take him seriously at all. It was as if he were a stepping stone for Joe, which thoroughly infuriated Xavion. Xavion was always one to repay every slight. He wasn't magnanimous enough to tolerate such humiliation. Since the other side underestimated him, he would make them pay the price and show those who belittled him due to his cultivation level just what his true strength was. Seeing Bai Fei attack, Joe sneered coldly and countered with a punch. Though Joe didn't believe Xavion could cause any trouble, this fight related to his future, so he intended to perform well to attract attention from influential figures. If he could gain their attention, it would significantly benefit his future prospects. Just thinking about it excited Joe. Meanwhile, Xavion continued acting, not wanting to reveal his true cultivation level. Furthermore, Xavion constantly suppressed himself as continuously picking up attributes showed signs of breaking through to the Shackles realm. However, now wasn't the time for a breakthrough. It had to happen in the last match. Otherwise, it would be detrimental for earning money. Back to Joe's side. Only after the real battle started did Joe begin to truly take Xavion seriously. Only then did he realize that Xavion had reasons to stand here. But compared to him, Xavion was still too weak. At that moment, Joe sneered coldly and said, boy, you're pretty good. Being able to fight me, a 9th layer Shackles realm cultivator, to this extent is impressive. Unfortunately, your cultivation level is your shortcoming. If you were at my cultivation level, I might have actually fallen to you today. What a pity. Though you've gained a reputation this time, you will still be under my feet. As he spoke, a burst of golden light radiated from Joe's body. Next, a blood-drenched phoenix emerged from his body. The blood-soaked phoenix flapped its wings, instantly creating a powerful shockwave before rapidly flying towards Xavion. Humph! Seeing this, Xavion scoffed coldly and shouted, Yin-Yang diagram. As soon as Xavion's words faded, a Yin-Yang diagram appeared beneath his feet. It expanded rapidly, accompanied by electrical arcs, revolving endlessly as if capable of trapping all things. The Yin-Yang diagram soared into the sky and smashed fiercely toward the blood-soaked phoenix. The blood-soaked phoenix emitted a sharp cry, followed by a sky full of flames as it collided with the Yin-Yang diagram. Bang! Instantly, both the Yin-Yang diagram and the blood-soaked phoenix vanished simultaneously, leaving Xavion with a cold expression watching everything unfold. Facing Joe, it wasn't that he couldn't handle it, but finishing this now would be too early. Later, when it came to the next round, no one would place bets on his opponent, or fewer people would. Mr. Bai would never allow such a situation. Previously, many suspected he was just acting, reducing the betting amount significantly. This time, Xavion believed no one would think he was acting. Even if he won this round, he could still make a substantial profit in the next one. Xavion envisioned perfectly, intending to gather the majority of spirit stones through this match. Then, he would return to the Gashu sect and live carefree, enhancing his dorm mates' cultivation levels. His dorm mates had been loyal to him for so long. Frankly speaking, Xavion also hoped they could advance further within the inner sect. At least, they wouldn't have to run errands anymore. When Joe discovered Xavion could resist to this extent, even causing mutual destruction with his own skill, he was greatly astonished. Previously, he thought Xavion was easily manageable, but now, he could fight him to this level, showing that Xavion was indeed remarkable. Not bad, not bad. It's an honor to duel with someone as outstanding as you in this lifetime. However, your glory should end here. Joe took a deep breath and faced Xavion more seriously. After all, Xavion's performance this time was extraordinary and became a highlight of the sect competition. To be fair, Xavion was stronger than him. At least, Xavion could defeat him at the same age. What's going on up there? Is Joe acting? Is Xavion this strong? He can fight to this extent at the second layer Shackles realm. Isn't this against nature? This time, it's getting interesting, but I still think Joe will win, considering his strength. Hearing the discussions below focused on him and Xavion, Joe felt oddly uncomfortable. Logically, being the subject of so many people's discussion should increase his fame, something to be happy about. But the focus was on why he hadn't defeated Xavion yet. Chapter 136. There must be something behind it. The fact that Xavion had not been defeated for such a long time was, to Joe, an absolute stain on his reputation. After all, when word of this spread, it would damage his good name. The next time he came to the Imperial City, mentioning his name might instantly remind people of the difficulty he faced dealing with someone at the 9th level of Aura Realm. Consequently, Joe's mood darkened. With a series of cold laughs, he said, Humph, Xavion, you think you have everything under control, don't you? Now, I will show you my true strength. Today, your death is certain. With that, Joe unleashed his most powerful divine skill and launched a fierce attack towards Xavion. However, Xavion showed no fear and charged straight in to meet him head-on. After a fierce battle, Joe ultimately ended up underfoot of Xavion, suffering a defeat. Joe's expression was grim. Being beaten by a 9th level of Aura Realm fighter was absolutely shameful to him. Yet, he could not deny that Xavion truly had combat prowess comparable to second layer of Shackle's realm. Indeed, this was a narrow victory over him. Humph, boy, this time, consider yourself lucky. You won. Though reluctant, Joe was helpless. All he could do was sneer to express his displeasure. But Xavion did not remove his foot. Instead, with a playful smile, he looked down at Joe and said, "Haven't you forgotten about our wager?" Hearing this, Joe's face changed. If he really had to get down on his knees and bark like a dog, his reputation would be ruined today. "Xavion, I warn you, don't push your luck. Just because you won doesn't mean you can humiliate me." Joe roared angrily, trying to struggle free, only to find Xavion too strong for him. "Huh, are you planning on backing out?" Xavion snarled coldly, eyes gleaming dangerously. Then, gathering violent spiritual energy in one hand, he placed it in front of Joe's chest, saying coldly, "If so, then I'll have no choice but to cripple your cultivation. You broke your promise. Everyone here, including the judges, can bear witness to this. If you're crippled, you'll likely be useless for life, but no worries, I have influential connections here in the Imperial City. I believe our sect will protect me. Besides, you promised this. It's nobody's fault but yours." As Xavion made a move as if to seriously cripple Joe, Joe grew fearful. No, let's talk this through. Can we negotiate? I'll pay." Joe genuinely feared now, especially after losing the match, which had led to widespread insults from the crowd. If he actually got down on his knees and barked, his reputation would be tarnished forever. "Ha, sorry, I'm rich enough already. No need for your money." Xavion sneered. This was entirely Joe's doing. Since he insisted on using Xavion as a stepping stone, he couldn't blame Xavion for his ruthlessness. This time, Xavion wouldn't easily forgive him. In the distance, the Humphreys of Lingxi sect watching the fight turned pale. Honestly, Joe wasn't some obscure disciple in Lingxi sect. Such duels between disciples affected the sect's reputation, naturally causing concern among the Humphreys. However, they had witnessed the wager and realized it would be hard to intervene forcefully without angering the royal family. So, the Humphrey of Lingxi sect transmitted his voice directly to Xavion. "Little friend Xavion, can we discuss this further? After all, if Joe kneels before you, what would happen to our sect's face? Our sect will become a laughingstock. How about this? Old man here offers you 10,000 spirit stones and asks Joe to publicly apologize. How does that sound?" Spirit stones were minor compared to the sect's reputation. If this happened, other sects Humphreys might openly snatch recruits while using this incident to defame Lingxi sect. Lingxi sect simply couldn't afford such a cost. Upon hearing the offer of 10,000 spirit stones and the urgent tone from the Lingxi sect Humphrey, Xavion hesitated momentarily. He had already offended Jingguang sect. Offending another sect wouldn't be wise since he couldn't challenge them yet. A public altercation would indeed be problematic. Since the other side promised Joe would apologize, Xavion figured letting it go this way would be fine. "Alright, follow your terms. Send the spirit stones to our Humphreys and make Joe apologize publicly." With an unwavering attitude, Xavion transmitted his message back. Seeing Xavion didn't insist on the knee-down condition, the Humphreys were greatly relieved. They immediately arranged for 10,000 spirit stones to be delivered and instructed Joe to apologize. Despite his reddish-brown face, Joe obeyed, rising and bowing deeply to Xavion. "My apologies, junior brother Xavion. My previous behavior stemmed from arrogance. Only now do I see the gap between us. Please don't hold it against me." When these words rang out, the entire arena exploded with jeers and curses. "What the hell? Are you an actor or something? Why else would you lose if not for fixing? Otherwise, how could a second layer of Shackle's Realm Warrior lose to a 9th level of Aura Realm Fighter? Darn it. I bet all my wealth on you, and now you lost." Many spectators were infuriated, yearning to strangle Joe right then and there. This guy was utterly useless, beaten by a 9th level Aura Realm disciple. Not just that, but apologizing publicly. It left everyone in agony. Those who hoped to win their bets saw their fortunes turn to nothingness. Some even felt like dying. Ultimately, most people came to earn money, and due to the significant disparity in strength, many chose the safer bet here. Thus, this unexpected outcome left many unable to accept it. There must be something behind this. A 9th level of Aura Realm disciple cannot possibly defeat a second layer of Shackle's Realm Fighter. Note, for names like Joe and Xavion, I've used the more commonly seen forms in English rather than strict pinyin for readability. Chapter 137, Rat on the Street Xavion. Someone stood up, loudly shouting that it was unfair. Seeing this, many others followed suit, demanding to cancel this round of betting. However, how could the Imperial City Arena allow such disorder? Moreover, in this world, power equated respect. If this were an ancient society, perhaps the Aven might have considered these commoners who lost their money and forcibly interrupted the bets to maintain stability and his rule. But in this dog-eat-dog nation, such a thing would never happen. Soon, the referee declared Xavion as the winner, insisting the bets would be processed normally while ordering the guards to closely watch over the betting boxes. In hiding, Cheyenne nearly laughed herself mad at the sight. Honestly, this kind of highly profitable way of making money was rare in the world. This time, she had once again reaped the majority of the wealth present. If they continued this streak a few more times, then the spirit stones they possessed would almost rival those of the Guishu sect. They could start their own sect. However, that was just a thought. In the short term, they still aimed for the peak of martial arts and wouldn't concern themselves with such matters. Only when their cultivation progress stalled would they found a sect to sustain themselves and consolidate their power. After stepping down from the platform, many people threw fruit peels at Xavion, treating him like a rat on the street. Xavion felt quite helpless. Was he really that unpopular? It was only because they had lost some money, right? And they could borrow more. Maybe they'd win next time. Once Xavion descended, disciples of the Guishu sect surrounded him, turning him into a celebrity within the sect. This time, most of the disciples made a killing. They had heard about Xavion's combat strength, so this time, they bet all their assets on him. As a result, Xavion doubled their earnings. Not far away, the sect Khalil watched this scene with a smile. To him, the disciples would use their winnings for cultivation. By then, the disciples of the Guishu sect would advance to new heights. Perhaps the next time, the overall strength of the Guishu sect would significantly increase. These disciples didn't necessarily need to stay in the imperial city forever. Some might remain in the sect. By then, the Humphrey strength would also improve, making it possible to separate from the Zhao kingdom and stand alone if necessary. Actually, the sect could secede from the Zhao kingdom. After all, the sect's location was within its jurisdiction, where many uninhabited mountains lay. But issues like resource supply and martial arts accumulation posed problems. Guishu sect's reserve of martial arts was sufficient, but resources, especially spirit stones used for cultivation, were hard to obtain unless controlled by a spiritual mind or provided by powerful individuals. If this batch of disciples matured, in the future, the sect could become independent from the Zhao kingdom royalty, ruling like a feudal lord, which wasn't a bad option. The sect Khalil was already daydreaming about the independent sect. After Xavion came down, several intense battles took place on the platform, but none matched Xavion's excitement. Soon, Xavion entered the second round. In the second round, Xavion employed the same strategy and narrowly won again, making many lose more money. For a moment, many despised Xavion, yet the Allah was pleased. A prodigy like Xavion appearing in his nation made him, as the Allah, very happy. In future diplomatic exchanges, he could boast, enhancing his prestige. He might even recruit Xavion into the royal family as a guard, which was not impossible. Clearly, this Muhammad's potential was terrifying, and the Allah naturally wanted to protect him well. Through constant battles, Xavion eventually became the top one among the second-level Shackled Realm contestants, awaiting tomorrow's third-level battle. This made many second-level disciples feel disheartened. Honestly, having a ninth-level Amador Realm disciple win first place in the second-level Shackled Realm was humiliating. But given Xavion's demonstrated strength, there was nothing they could do. In the upcoming third-level contests, participants were even fewer. Each sect had limited numbers, and tomorrow would see the battles between the third and fourth levels. The results of the sect competition would be revealed then. There were reasons for holding only a few matches today. 1. It allowed some to return home and prepare money for tomorrow's betting since many had already run out. 2. Battles at this level consumed a vast amount of spirit energy, requiring time to recover. Xavion and company returned to their inn. The inn was festive, like New Year's Day. Many disciples even started playing mahjong. They were happy. After all, winning money continuously was rare. Most spent their entire year focusing on cultivation with little entertainment, so winning so much naturally made them joyful. Taking a break was fine since the next day's match was irrelevant to them. Relaxing slightly was no issue. Even Humphreys joined the mahjong games, enjoying themselves immensely. Of course, the disciples only used a small portion of their spirit stones, not risking everything. They still needed resources for future cultivation. Losing what they barely won would drive anyone mad. Xavion quietly approached Cheyenne and whispered, "Tomorrow, still bet on me. I'm not without hope. For the bet, just show substantial capital. Maybe 1/20th? That's still considerable. Tomorrow, probably only you will bet on me, and we can make a fortune again. I guarantee I'll win at least one match tomorrow." Chapter 138, First to Appear. Hearing Xavion admit that he still had confidence for tomorrow's battle in the third level of Shackle's realm, Cheyenne felt as if she were seeing a ghost. She couldn't help but feel that what Xavion was saying seemed somewhat unreal. However, seeing Xavion's confident demeanor, she could only nod and say, "Tomorrow, I'll bet a quarter of your total spirit stones on you. I think no one else will bet on you in tomorrow's fight. The disparity is too large. I might be the only one. Even if there are others, they won't win much money. Since you have this much confidence, I definitely support you. Don't worry." Xavion nodded heavily, touched deep inside. After all, Cheyenne was showing him unconditional trust. If it were anyone else, they might not easily believe him and would think he was being overly ambitious or even unrealistic. Since Cheyenne trusted him so much, everything from here on out would go well. Tomorrow, he had absolute confidence to achieve victory. Although his current cultivation was still weak, he had a method to break through during the battle. As long as he could break through while fighting tomorrow, his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. Even at the fourth level of Shackle's realm, Xavion believed he would be formidable enough for a good fight. Then, Xavion walked over to where the other disciples of Guishu sect were seated, engrossed in playing mahjong. Upon seeing Xavion appear, the disciples immediately greeted him. "Hey, Xavion, your battle tomorrow should be reaching its limit, but don't be sad about it. After all, everyone has their limits. To reach this point already means you've done very well." Compared to a few days ago, the disciples' attitude towards Xavion had improved considerably. A few days earlier, they had all disliked him because he spent his days playing outside instead of cultivating, not showing any concern for the upcoming competition. But now, after Xavion had won them so much money, they began to acknowledge and accept him more. Ultimately, Xavion's final ranking didn't matter. Clearly, having money was advantageous. It could make anything happen. Even these former prodigies started putting aside their pride and began treating Xavion with respect. Xavion smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, I still have confidence to win tomorrow. But whether or not you place bets is up to you. I won't force anyone. If you think I can't win, that's fine too. It's normal, and I won't get upset." Honestly, Xavion hoped no one would bet on him tomorrow. That way, the winnings wouldn't end up in others' hands. All the betting money would be his, allowing him to use it for many things later. If the disciples placed bets on him, considering how many didn't believe he'd win, the stakes would likely exceed what many people expected. In the end, he'd have to share the money, which Xavion naturally found undesirable. "Haha, it's good that you have confidence, but losing isn't a problem either. After all, you've been incredibly fortunate already." Seeing Xavion full of confidence, the disciples patted him on the back, offering their support. Xavion smiled faintly without saying a word. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. Xavion returned to his seat. This time, there were very few qualified fighters left, making it the most intense moment. Many had begun preparing for their last stand. The hell, I'm definitely going to bet on Xavion losing today. Damn it, I just can't believe that kid could get lucky enough to keep winning. Those second-level Shackles Realm disciples yesterday were utterly useless, causing me to lose a lot of money. Don't talk about it. The quality this time isn't good. Many people hated Xavion with clenched teeth, as if he had taken their money away, though that was indeed the case. Yet, Xavion wouldn't admit it. Haha, did you see? Xavion is actually the first one to fight. It seems that the Bradleys don't believe he can pull off another miracle this time, hence letting him go first. This must be Alarin's way of pitying us who lost so much money, giving us a good start. I wonder if anyone will still bet heavily on him. Hope so. Whatever happens, we need to recover some of our losses. Otherwise, this time we'll be bankrupt. Damn, after going home yesterday, my Wilhelmina kept nagging, accusing me of having blind eyes for not recognizing an unparalleled genius and choosing the wrong person to bet on. Now she's threatening divorce. Many people despised Xavion to the extreme. He caused them to lose a lot of money, and now they had the perfect opportunity to win it all back. They felt extremely excited. I didn't expect my popularity to be so high now. Xavion watched those discussing him and flashed a mischievous smile, angering several people who planned to bet against him. They thought he was taunting them. Humph, just wait until you lose. Let's see how you bounce back this time. Hope your sponsor doesn't abandon you and continues to bet on you. Damn, getting cocky now. If you win this time, I'll be your son from now on. Ignoring the ridicule below, Xavion walked directly to the battlefield. Since the number of third-level Shackles Realm disciples was drastically reduced, the battles were conducted in rounds, with the next round starting right after the previous one finished. Consequently, everyone's attention was on Xavion. Many hoped he would lose, but unbeknownst to them, this was Xavion's moment to shine. With fewer contestants, though Xavion was popular before, this time he aimed to become widely known within the capital. He had the confidence that from now on, nobody in the capital would fail to recognize him. This moment might even earn him special praise from Alarin. For this day, he had waited 2 months. Chapter 139, Zara. After Xavion stepped onto the arena, a flurry of betting began immediately. This time, Cheyenne walked far away to an uninhabited place to bet on Xavion. It was indeed a considerable amount of money she planned to wager. If anyone noticed, Xavion's financier identity would be exposed. The origin of this money would raise questions. Where did the initial funds come from? Although her father is the leader of the Guesu sect, it's easy to imagine that this would cause a lot of discussion. Eventually, this money might be seized by the authorities, leaving very little for Xavion. This was also something Cheyenne wanted to avoid. Despite her father being the Bradley, the successor wouldn't be her. Guesu sect wasn't their family business, hence Cheyenne had to act cautiously. When everyone saw the overwhelming bets placed on Xavion, many became emotionally charged. Xavion's mysterious benefactor finally made another move. This time, they were determined to reverse their losses, win back all the money lost, and give their wives a satisfactory explanation. They couldn't afford to lose more. From a distance, Tamara observed the scene and murmured to herself. This round, it's going to be a level 3 Shackled Realm battle. No matter how extraordinary Xavion is, winning will be incredibly difficult. Although I'm close with him and I don't lack money, placing a bet now feels like putting pressure on him. After much thought, Tamara decided not to bet on him this time. While Xavion's certain loss seemed inevitable, reaching this stage already showed remarkable ability. People need to grow step by step. You can't rush development. Tamara didn't realize that with her wealth, if she had placed a bet this time, she could have made substantial profits. Not betting on Xavion meant a significant loss. From afar, Alarin watched this unfold and secretly nodded. After all, Xavion needed to lose some money if he stepped into the arena. Otherwise, it would be hard to justify the next round of betting. It could lead to others running out of money to bet. Although this issue wasn't huge, as the Avon, seeing the citizens continuously losing money made it challenging for him to justify. Of course, even if Xavion won, it wouldn't affect him. At worst, the Zhao Kingdom would gain another exceptional talent. After the flurry of betting, Xavion knew it was his turn to fight and appeared on the battle platform. His opponent turned out to be a woman from Jinguang's sect named Zara, the sect's eldest disciple. Zara was already filled with fighting spirit, especially against Xavion. The patriarch had emphasized not underestimating Xavion but doing everything possible to defeat him, ending his streak and teaching him the consequences of offending Jinguang sect. She was pleasantly surprised to encounter Xavion. Zara's lips curled into a smile. She felt delighted. To her, Xavion reaching this stage was already impressive. He stood no chance against her. This was a good opportunity to thoroughly crush him in front of everyone, showing him the price of crossing Jinguang sect. Upon seeing their eldest disciple face Xavion, the disciples of Jinguang sect cheered excitedly. They had lost almost all their money because of Xavion. Even the Humphrey's pockets were lighter. Coupled with past grievances, they hated Xavion intensely. Now, unexpectedly, he faced their eldest disciple. Aslans urged Zara telepathically to act swiftly and not give Xavion any chance to surrender, avenging their earlier losses. She reassured them she had a plan. Haha, I didn't expect it to be someone from Jinguang sect this time. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. Once on the platform, I never intend to admit defeat. I've decided, I will trample everyone from your Jinguang sect beneath my feet. So, you're in trouble this time. I don't know if you rank among the top 5 originally, but knowing you face me means you'll be the first to fall at level 3 Shackled Realm, Xavion said with a smug laugh. Hearing such bold words, many disciples became enraged, shouting, Eldest sister, crush this guy, and show him the power of our Jinguang sect. This guy is too outrageous, provoking us at this moment. He clearly doesn't respect our Jinguang sect. Zara paused, then laughed. I didn't expect you to have such resolve. Admiring your courage, I still can't let you off. We both know where this ends. So rest assured, as your opponent, I absolutely will not make this easy for you. With that, Zara's cultivation erupted instantly, and she lunged at Xavion with her long sword. Xavion scoffed and wielded his war god spear, launching fierce spear techniques. Instead of attacking first, he wanted to gauge his current 9th stage Radiance Realm level against her. He hadn't truly fought a level 3 Shackled Realm opponent before, so this was important. Holding his spear, Xavion engaged Zara, but his disadvantage quickly showed. Overpowered by Zara's higher cultivation, he was soon at a disadvantage. Continuing like this, Xavion wouldn't last an hour. Seeing this, Ezekiel celebrated while Guesu sect members grew tense. Chapter 140. Is he about to break through? Though Xavion's defeat was inevitable, as disciples of the Guesu sect, they naturally hoped that Xavion could continue his brilliance. Even though Xavion had always been carefree and unbridled before, it did not affect their support for him. But now, from the way things looked, there was no hope for Xavion in this match. After all, the gap between them was too great. Xavion had even transcended a major realm. Xavion, why haven't you broken through yet? If you don't break through, you will fail. Your failure isn't the issue. What's crucial is that our money would go down the drain. This time, I only put in a quarter of my funds, but it's still an enormous amount. Cheyenne watched Xavion nervously from afar, hoping he would persevere. If Xavion couldn't hold on, losing so much money at once would genuinely hurt her. As for caring about Xavion after his loss, Cheyenne wasn't concerned. Right now, she was only worried about the money. On the battle platform, Xavion fought intensely with Zara and appeared quite ragged. But only Xavion knew that he was merely testing the waters. He had long been due for a breakthrough, but he suppressed his realm to continue tricking people. Now, he could hardly wait to break through, especially since he had almost obtained all the attributes here. Hee Zara, do you think you have everything under control? You have no idea that I've been playing cat and mouse. Your dominance seems utterly ridiculous to me. Xavion decided to stop pretending. It was time to show his hand. He had finally reached the critical point for a breakthrough. However, Yu Lingling was baffled by Xavion's words. Had his mind snapped? Why was he suddenly spouting nonsense? Frankly, Zara felt Xavion's terror for the first time at this moment. How could someone at the 9th layer of Aura boundary fight against her for such a long time? Yet, she sensed Xavion couldn't sustain this state much longer. Now, hearing these inexplicable words, she felt quite odd. Could Xavion not bear the humiliation of losing at the 3rd layer of Shackle's realm, driving him mad? It wouldn't be that easy. After all, Xavion was already extraordinarily heaven-defying. Still, despite these thoughts, Zara sneered coldly. Haha, Xavion, are you trying to save face by making threats? If so, you're nothing but childish. Even if you are heaven-defying, in front of absolute power, you're just an ant. You will never amount to anything. Thank you, Fate, for letting me meet you, and giving me the chance to deal with you. Our Jingguang sect hates you with every fiber of our being. This time, I won't let our Humphreys and disciples down. Don't count on me going easy on you. Zara's taunts were actually to test Xavion, to see if he had truly gone mad. If he was close to insanity, then these words would push him over the edge completely. Although Xavion was outstanding, given their opposing factions, Zara wouldn't pity him. If she had the chance to cripple him, she wouldn't hesitate, for leniency towards an enemy was cruelty to oneself. Zara understood this very well. Haha, did everyone see that? Xavion can't go on. Goddamn, this guy has finally lost it. Fuck, I lost so much money because of him before. Zara, we're supporting you. You're the best this time. Crush Xavion. Many spectators started heckling. Suddenly, Zara's not-so-pretty face became charming. They hated Xavion so deeply, wishing they could tear him apart. Finally, a chance to win back their money. How could they pass up this opportunity? Spectators are like this. If you help them win money, you're their god. If you make them lose, well, they'll bury you in criticism. This fact would never change. Before, Xavion seemed the weakest, yet unexpectedly kept defeating opponents. If his cultivation had been slightly stronger, they might have seen some hope. Instead, his weak cultivation misled them into betting on his opponents, leading to heavy losses. It infuriated everyone, thus worsening Xavion's popularity. Oh, so, you don't believe I can turn things around? Well, watch me do exactly that. A sardonic smile curled at the corner of Xavion's lips, making him look strange. Witnessing this, many people flew into a rage, especially the Jingguang sect disciples. At this moment, they felt all the spectators were united in despising Xavion. With him about to lose, this feeling was immensely satisfying. They didn't believe Xavion could turn things around. Senior sister, destroy him. Stop his damn act. The Jingguang sect disciples began shouting, hoping Zara would triumph. They saw hope again. Originally, this place was where their dreams began. Now, because of Xavion, it had turned into a nightmare, naturally fueling their anger. Hee. After a cold laugh, Xavion immediately began breaking through. Instantly, his body cracked, a water-filled to the brim sensation arising within. Xavion's cultivation finally reached the 1st layer of Shackle's realm. Though only at the 1st layer, his previous combat ability was evident to all. Many who witnessed Xavion breaking through at this critical juncture were stunned, as if they had seen a ghost. Immediately, several spectators began wailing and howling. Xavion's breakthrough meant they had backed the wrong person, likely to lose more money. Most heartbroken were the Guesu sect disciples, none of whom had bet on Xavion. Chapter 141. The Strongest Disciple Showdown. Damn it, Xavion has broken through? Heaven, he was almost invincible at the 9th layer of Amador Jing, now at the 1st layer of Jiasua Jing, who can still counterbalance him? Damn it, this time I lost all my capital on this. For a moment, the audience broke into a cacophony of cries and howls, their hatred for Xavion no less than that of someone who had stolen their wives. And damn, this Xavion is unreliable. He obviously had the potential to break through any time but didn't tell us. You can't say that either. Perhaps Xavion only happened to be lucky this time. We just didn't have the courage or destiny to get rich. Earlier, I was annoyed by Xavion, thinking he wouldn't last long since he never practiced. But who would have thought that Xavion eventually ascended to the third layer of Jiasuo Jing on his own strength? Yeah, likely, the third layer Jiasuo Jing match might also be won by Xavion. Disciples of Gue Su sect sighed regretfully as the opportunity to get rich slipped through their fingers. But there was nothing they could do. It wasn't entirely Xavion's fault. They couldn't possibly blame him for not taking advantage of them just because they lacked the courage. Honestly, they couldn't conclusively accuse Xavion of intentionally withholding information about his breakthrough, as such things were unpredictable. On the platform, Zara was stunned to see Xavion breaking through mid-battle. She immediately took him seriously, even harboring a bit of wariness. After all, with Xavion now one realm higher, she likely wouldn't be his match anymore. Thinking of Xavion's terrifying combat power, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I concede." Upon hearing Zara's shout, many people drew sharp breaths. No one expected that Xavion, having just reached the first layer of Jiasuo Jing, would cause a seasoned third layer Jiasuo Jing fighter to lose confidence and immediately concede. At this rate, who could counter him? Might this kid eventually enter the fourth layer Jiasuo Jing matches? Remember, fourth layer Jiasuo Jing disciples are usually the strongest among each sect, and not every sect has such disciples. It now looked possible that Xavion might qualify for the fourth layer Jiasuo Jing competition. Xavion was surprised at Zara's concession, but soon understood. She conceded straightforwardly, denying him the chance to teach her a lesson. This round was indeed thrilling and risky. Xavion promptly left the battlefield. Once again, over half the audience erupted in cries of dismay as Xavion achieved another incredible victory. Many people watched their money evaporate instantly. That mysterious benefactor betting on Xavion now likely possessed enough spirit stones to rival a sect or a well-established family. Having missed multiple opportunities to witness this meteoric rise, they realized too late that they had backed the wrong side. After stepping down from the battlefield, the Jedediah approached with a delighted expression, patting Xavion on the back. "You did well. Do you think you can defeat other third layer Jiasuo Jing opponents next? Even enter the fourth layer Jiasuo Jing matches?" Hearing this, Xavion smiled lightly. "I can defeat third layer Jiasuo Jing opponents, but fourth layer, that's hard to say. It's unlikely I can win first place, but I'll try my best." The patriarch nodded approvingly. "Good, work hard. Don't burden yourself mentally. You've already done remarkably well this time. Regardless of how your future battles go, it's okay." Xavion nodded in agreement. Returning to his seat, Xavion was practically revered as a god by the Gue Su sect disciples. If Xavion could defeat a third layer Jiasuo Jing opponent, it meant that, aside from the Eagle Alliance leader, no one in Gue Su sect could suppress him anymore. Such a prodigy appeared only once in millennia. In the following third layer Jiasuo Jing battles, Xavion crushed his opponents effortlessly. Hardly anyone could force Xavion into a precarious situation. He continued his winning streak until becoming the top-ranked disciple in the third layer Jiasuo Jing matches. Naturally, few placed bets on the third layer Jiasuo Jing fights. Knowing Xavion was too powerful and betting against him would only result in losses. Next, all eyes turned to the battle platform. The fourth layer Jiasuo Jing showdown was about to begin, the ultimate clash between the strongest disciples of each sect. Chapter 142, Xavion concedes. This time, including Xavion, there were 9 individuals at the 4th level of Shackle's realm. Reaching this stage was not something ordinary sects could generally afford to have within their ranks. Even if they did possess someone at this level, it was likely that such individuals had already participated in previous sect competitions and become core disciples. Therefore, they wouldn't need to be here. So, the number of such individuals was very small. Xavion's presence here was a bit unexpected, primarily due to his formidable combat prowess. Thus, when Xavion glanced around at the other 4th level Shackle's realm disciples, he felt a sense of emotion. Each of these disciples was undoubtedly an elite among elites, outstanding among the heavens' prides. Their abilities were certainly not simple, and for him to win the ultimate championship this time seemed almost impossible. However, Xavion did not waver in courage. He wanted to test firsthand just how powerful a 4th level Shackle's realm disciple could be, whether or not they had reached an untouchable level. In the first round, Xavion was once again the first to step onto the stage. Clearly, the competition organizers didn't believe he would continue to shine, which is why Xavion was scheduled to go first. After stepping up, Xavion discovered that his opponent was none other than Nikki, the leader of the Eagle Alliance. He hadn't expected that someone from his own sect would be paired against him, but this was probably out of consideration for Gue Su sect's reputation. After all, losing to one of their own was better than losing to another sect. On stage, Nikki narrowed his eyes and looked at Xavion, saying, "I truly didn't expect you to come this far, to ultimately stand here with me. I finally understand your pride now. No wonder you look down on our Eagle Alliance. If you continue to grow over time, I might not even be your match." Xavion smiled calmly. The Eagle Alliance leader was indeed different from other members, being relatively more reasonable. Xavion replied gently, "Sorry, I've always refused the Eagle Alliance. My heart seeks freedom. I can't bear confinement. So, my apologies." The entire crowd was bewildered by the conversation between the two on stage, but only the Gue Su sect members understood what was going on. Now, it was almost common knowledge that the Eagle Alliance repeatedly invited Xavion, only to be rejected by him. Those participating in the competition were the best of Gue Su sect, and naturally knew about these developments. This time, both Gue Su sect and Eagle Alliance disciples chose not to place any bets. Betting on either side would not be ideal. All were part of Gue Su sect. Moreover, one was a spiritual pillar of the sect's disciples, and the other was Xavion, who had earned them a great deal of money. Not only Gue Su sect members abstained from betting, even the audience refrained because many had run out of money and were also afraid to bet against Xavion after witnessing his remarkable comebacks. "Come, let me see just how strong the leader of the Eagle Alliance is." Xavion smiled and drew the War God Spear, preparing to face the Eagle Alliance leader seriously. Unlike the Jingguang sect members, the Eagle Alliance leader wouldn't torment Xavion after defeating him. Therefore, Xavion was at ease. It was also time to settle matters with the Eagle Alliance. Otherwise, he feared they might continue to harass him back at Guesu sect. Xavion was truly tired of it. Nikki nodded and drew his heaven square halberd. The battle between Xavion and Nikki began. This time, Xavion exerted all his efforts against Nikki, and the gap between them wasn't as wide as expected. Xavion wasn't incapable of competing with him. After over an hour of intense fighting, both stood panting heavily on the arena. To thoroughly end the fight would take some time. Xavion estimated that winning this time would require continuously using the system's attribute pickups to heal himself and possibly lead to a realm breakthrough. Exposing the system was not what Xavion wanted, so after careful deliberation, he conceded publicly, "I concede." Upon hearing Xavion's concession, the entire venue fell silent. Even the Guesu sect disciples stared in disbelief. Given Xavion's performance, he absolutely had the capability to put up a good fight. Why did Xavion suddenly concede? This defied logic. After all, who wouldn't want to showcase their full potential and find their limits? At this level, who lacks a competitive spirit? Now, Xavion had laid aside his pride and chose to concede, leaving everyone puzzled. Do you wish to concede? Nikki still couldn't understand why Xavion would concede, but saw him walk off the stage gracefully. Nikki sighed deeply without attempting to stop him. Ultimately, Xavion conceded, giving the victory to Nikki. Some speculated that Guesu sect instructed Xavion to do so. Though Xavion had recently broken through to the Shackles realm, compared to seasoned experts like Nikki, he was still lacking slightly. Guesu sect likely wanted Nikki to continue in the competition and eventually defeat other opponents. However, Guesu sect members were equally puzzled, unsure of the true situation. Only Xavion knew the truth, but he was indifferent. Returning to his seat, he began watching the remaining battles. "What's going on?" asked the sect Khalil, approaching Xavion with evident confusion. While the honor of the sect was important, the sect Khalil didn't want Xavion to sacrifice himself for the sect's glory. "I'm tired. I've achieved enough brilliance. Now, I don't want to pursue first place anymore. Let this opportunity go to Nikki. He's stronger," Xavion explained. Upon hearing this, the surrounding Guesu sect disciples were amazed and admired his humility. For the sake of the sect's honor, Xavion was willing to give up his competitive spirit, allowing the sect to advance further. Chapter 143, Conclusion of the Sect Competition. After Xavion withdrew, Nikki also came down to rest. In the sect competition, once participants reached the 4th layer of Shackles' realm, they were generally not allowed to continue fighting. Moreover, after battles, there would be a long period of rest to restore strength before anyone continued to fight. At this moment, Nikki's gaze towards Xavion was filled with an indescribable complexity. Xavion paid no attention and instead focused on observing the combat techniques of the 4th layer of Shackles' realm contestants. Without doubt, their combat skills were far more proficient than his. After all, fighters at this level had already been through numerous battles. Although Xavion's cultivation had reached the Shackles realm, it was mostly due to the system forcibly enhancing him. His combat techniques still needed refinement. The entire afternoon quickly passed, and the final results of the sect competition were announced. Nikki placed 3rd overall in the competition, while Xavion ranked 9th. Although he ranked 9th, everyone knew that if given time, and when Xavion reached the 4th layer of Shackles' realm, he would surely surpass them. Despite losing the top spot in this competition, Xavion felt no regret. Even when he eventually reaches the 4th layer of Shackles' realm, he would still possess the ability to fight across realms, albeit with fewer layers to transcend. The gap between each layer in the Shackles' realm was vast. By then, one would already be considered a formidable force. Crossing so many layers was simply impractical. Due to Xavion's participation and the impressive overall performance of the disciples, the Guesu sect managed to rank 5th in this competition. This brought great joy to everyone within the Guesu sect, as they usually ranked in the middle or even lower in previous competitions. Achieving 5th place was an excellent result for them. Although not the winner, the Guesu sect was undoubtedly the happiest among all the participating sections. The top-ranked sect was one Xavion was unfamiliar with, but he didn't care much about these rankings. Whether it was Zhao Kingdom or any other sect, they were merely fleeting encounters in his life. He would eventually venture into a larger world, so there was no need to dwell on these matters here. This year, there was no celebratory mood following the announcement of the competition results. Many viewers suffered heavy financial losses due to Xavion, dampening their spirits. Had they not been unable to beat Xavion and had he not been surrounded by strong figures from the Guesu sect, these people might have sought revenge by now. Several participants faced financial ruin, but the funds ended up in Xavion's hands. Technically, Xavion was the biggest winner, gaining immense wealth. However, such matters must be handled discreetly. Otherwise, it would cause resentment among others. Returning to the inn, the day's competition concluded. The head of the Guesu sect decided to give the disc to Tamara. It could lead to complications. Xavion did not wish for any trouble, especially for Alicia's sake. Being a celebrity now, meeting Tamara publicly would invite public scrutiny and rumors. Suddenly, Xavion received a message from Tamara. "Xavion, the competition is over. Come out and play. I have good news for you." Smiling, Xavion replied, "Princess, I can't go out now. Too many people recognize me, and I might be killed instantly." Chapter 144, Disguise Face Mask. Tamara sent a message after hearing Xavion's explanation, simply replying with an "okay." Then, Tamara suddenly said, "How about I come over to visit you?" Xavion. "Your Highness, to be honest, the reason I'm not going out now is precisely because I'm trying to avoid you. Cheyenne is super happy about winning money. If I were to bring a strange girl over at this moment..." However, Xavion did not dare to reject Tamara like this. At the same time, he thought it wasn't necessary to keep everything hidden, as nothing had happened between them yet. They were just simple friends. Then, Xavion found Cheyenne and informed her of the news and all that had transpired with Tamara. Seeing Xavion was indeed innocent, Cheyenne agreed to meet Tamara. Most importantly, in Camillo's sect, she had seen Xavion risk his life for her. So Cheyenne felt at ease. After all, if it were anyone else, she would not have been so confident. But since it was Xavion, it was different. Seeing Cheyenne didn't suspect anything, Xavion sighed in relief, and then used a message jade token to inform Tamara of their location. Currently, everyone from Guesu sect had not left yet. By the time Tamara arrived, others might already be gone. But what Xavion did not expect was how quickly Tamara could move. In just the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she reached Xavion's inn. Seeing this, Xavion personally went to greet her and brought Tamara into the inn. Xavion, this person is... Ian was puzzled when he saw Xavion bring over an unfamiliar Trista. Xavion seemed like such an honest guy. How did he end up knowing girls? Plus, Cheyenne was here. How dared he invite a Trista to the inn? However, when Ian saw Cheyenne smiling and welcoming Tamara, he was somewhat shocked. The relationship here was complicated. Ian wanted to pretend he hadn't seen anything, but after noticing him, Xavion decided to include Ian and introduce everyone, wanting to keep Tamara company together. After all, having Xavion alone with Tamara might lead to problems. Entering the inn, Tamara met Xavion's partner for the first time, and couldn't help but look at Cheyenne approvingly. After all, being able to get involved with such an excellent boy, this sister must be quite remarkable. Then, Xavion introduced everyone, namely Ian, Hayes, and others, not those from Guesu sect. Tamara smiled at Xavion and asked, Xavion, can you guess what I've brought for you? What? Xavion was puzzled, remembering that he had already claimed his rewards. Was Tamara secretly giving him something? At this point, Tamara took out something that looked like a face mask, making Xavion even more confused. I'm not a little girl. There's no way I'd like such things. However, Tamara's next words shocked everyone. Don't underestimate this thin item. Putting it on your face can change your appearance. Of course, if you want to return to your original look, you just need to take it off. I got several of these from father earlier. Now, I'll give one to you. After all, coming to the Imperial City, you can't wander around much. It really seems a bit pitiful. Hearing Tamara's words, Xavion suddenly understood. Such items did exist in this world. It appeared Tamara was thinking of him, wanting him to go out and have some fun. Indeed, this was a good idea. At least, this way, he wouldn't burden Cheyenne. Since Tamara was here, Cheyenne might feel uncomfortable if she went out to play. Please wait a moment, let me change clothes. Xavion quickly returned to his room to change. He couldn't wear the outfit he wore during the competition, otherwise, walking down the street, many people who lost money might kill him. Sigh, Xavion felt sad. Indeed, if it were others, they would lose because of people betting on themselves. But for Xavion, he kept winning while others kept losing money. Now, everyone probably hated him deeply. Then, Xavion put on the face mask-like item and checked himself in the mirror. Unexpectedly, Xavion's features changed entirely, becoming hideous. Walking down the street with this look would definitely attract attention. Seeing this, Xavion sighed, lamenting how his handsome features had to be altered due to being too outstanding. Quickly, Xavion walked out. Seeing by Faye's new appearance, everyone gasped sharply. The current Xavion looked completely different from before, drastically so. This made many suddenly sympathize with Xavion. Xavion saw everyone's reaction and felt almost ready to cry. Thankfully, Cheyenne did not immediately distance herself from him or abandon him. Otherwise, Xavion would have found a place to cry properly. By the way, after you return this time, you will likely go to the battlefield soon. Tamara suddenly mentioned. Go to the battlefield? Hearing this, Xavion was stunned. He hadn't heard about this matter before. Was Zhao State recently at war? Cheyenne, Hayes, and Ian also became puzzled. They didn't know about this either. Seeing this, Tamara explained. Here's the situation. Our neighboring country, Guido, has been massively invading our borders recently. This time, father is extremely angry and plans to attack Guido directly. After all, in recent years, Guido has continuously invaded us, resulting in the deaths of many of our border citizens. I even heard that Guido soldiers used our border citizens to practice dark arts. Such behavior cannot be tolerated. This sect competition aims to show all soldiers that our Zhao state has many outstanding young talents. Therefore, we Zhao plan to prepare for a long battle against Guido. The goal is to annihilate Guido. As outstanding young talents, you will inevitably participate in this war. We will definitely meet on the battlefield. Chapter 145. Feeling of humiliation. The Elena delivered a lengthy and solemn speech, clearly showing how important this matter was even to her fearless self. After listening to the Elena, Xavion and his team took it seriously. If what she said was true, these elite prodigies might indeed have to head to the battlefield. And inevitably, an enduring battle would ensue, from which no one could relax. The strength of Guido Kingdom is absolutely not inferior to ours. The friction between both sides has lasted for several millennia. During these millennia, both parties have always wanted to eliminate each other but lack the power to do so. Now, after accumulating hatred for countless years, it has finally erupted. Soon, we will all be on the battlefield. After hearing this, Xavion nodded and replied, Don't worry, Elena. We are people of Zhao Kingdom and naturally should defend its territory. Ian and others echoed his words accordingly. Upon returning from their travels, everyone from Gueshu sect began preparations. Now that the sect competition had concluded, they were finally heading back to the sect. Everyone was in high spirits, given that Gueshu sect's ranking was commendable and they all profited from the events. However, only Xavion and his team seemed somewhat unhappy. Seeing this scene, many were puzzled, especially those who knew Xavion well. Everyone knew what kind of person Xavion was. Why would he suddenly become unhappy? Previously, on the flying boat, he was the epitome of laziness, always sleeping. Even during the tense atmosphere then, he didn't seem as anxious as now. But thinking about Xavion, many sighed. He would probably still avoid cultivation on the way back. This guy was always lovable yet frustrating. How would he ever realize the importance of working hard while young if he didn't suffer when old? Especially the Humphreys and Bradley thought so. Although Xavion brought honor to the sect, it meant losing the opportunity to educate him properly. Therefore, they didn't know how to reason with him or make him less lazy. However, to everyone's surprise, when they boarded the flying boat to return home and everyone was immersed in joyful merriment, Xavion was alone, diligently cultivating. This left many stunned. Wasn't he already at the 4th layer of Shackle's realm? Shouldn't he be relaxed by now? Could it be he was faking it? But when they saw Xavion furrowing his brows due to slow progress in cultivation and then taking rare treasures to aid him, they realized he was truly making an effort. What happened? It wasn't like him. Could Xavion have been so slow-witted that he only realized the urgency of the sect competition now? When an adjacent disciple timidly asked why, Xavion's response made everyone want to punch him. There's nothing much. I just noticed the gap between me and the 4th layer of Shackle's realm this time. In the past, jumping several realms was easy. Now, just crossing 3 realms takes all my effort. I received a serious blow. I can't afford not to work hard. Everyone didn't know how to react. Was he being serious? Didn't he feel like he was insulting others? The Humphreys watching this felt helpless. Why did this guy provoke such reactions whether he worked hard or not? Nevertheless, realizing he needed to strive was a good thing. Guishu's sect soon arrived at its destination. When the disciples' flying boat returned, many in the sect already knew of their impressive achievements, especially those in the Bi-Alliance. Upon learning that their alliance leader shone brightly in the sect competition, reaching the 4th layer of Shackle's realm combat, the Bi-Alliance was overjoyed. More mid-level disciples applied to join, and high-end powerhouses of Amador realm began trying to enter. But it was too late. The Bi-Alliance had strict criteria now. Many felt uplifted. Previously, Guishu's sect was merely mid-ranked in competitions, causing frustration among disciples. Being a top-notch sect in their hearts, Guishu's sect finally advanced in rank. Especially the Bi-Alliance celebrated, feeling capable enough to rival the Eagle Alliance. Those who initially followed the Bi-Alliance breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, they faced ridicule switching from major alliances, considered lowering their standards. Now, those same people envied them, boosting their pride. After Xavion and his team disembarked, many disciples gathered in the sect square, placing flower garlands around Xavion. In that moment, he was the center of attention. Hearing their cheers, Xavion felt embarrassed, knowing he hadn't worked so hard this time but relied on sheer power. The Bradley watched with amusement, feeling more approval towards this disciple. While he didn't fully understand Cheyenne and Xavion's relationship, he had some idea. Cheyenne, previously unaffiliated, received many invitations but suddenly joined Xavion's newly established sect, with rumors hinting at a connection. It was rumored that Xavion stayed behind during danger to ensure Cheyenne's safety, leading to his powerful burst, allowing him to break through under life and death circumstances. The Bradley was pleased with Xavion. As Guishu's sect's most outstanding disciple, Cheyenne following him wouldn't lead to a bad future. Just needing to get through this current tribulation was the challenge. Chapter 146, The War Resumes. All the disciples were in jubilation. Seeing this, the Jedi knew it was time to use this opportunity to inform them about the news of the border war. The Jedi glanced at Humphrey, who immediately understood and stepped forward to address all the disciples. Stop. Everyone, stop for a moment. The Jedi has something important to say. Hearing this, the disciples turned their attention but continued to smile. After all, such joyful occasions were rare, especially moments filled with collective honor and excitement. Seeing this, the Jedi spoke calmly. This time, our sect achieved a good ranking in the grand competition, which is true, but what I want to tell you now is not this piece of news. Instead, it's another, the news of the major battle on the Zhao Kingdom's border. Upon hearing this, Xavion, Cheyenne, and others realized that the Jedi was about to inform all the disciples of the call to arms. No one knew how these disciples would react upon hearing this news. The Jedi then said, I'm sure everyone knows that our neighboring kingdom Guido has had many conflicts with us for thousands of years, accumulating blood feuds over time. This enmity can never be forgiven. Not only are Zhao's warriors involved, but countless disciples from our Guishu sect have also been stationed at the border, with many losing their lives there. At this moment, a disciple covered in bandages and exuding intense killing intent appeared beside the Jedi. He looked at the other disciples and said fiercely, I am a disciple who retreated from the battlefield due to severe injuries, forcing me to return to the sect for recovery. In the battlefield, I witnessed too many atrocities committed by Guido. Babies from Zhao villages were captured and killed alive to practice dark magic used against us. To be honest, those children were innocent, and their mothers were captured and brutalized. Guido is worse than beasts. Many disciples were shocked upon hearing this account. They were unfamiliar with the situation at the border, only knowing that there had been ongoing conflicts but unaware that they had escalated to this extent, targeting even infants. The Jedi continued, this disciple Brit, his home is on the border. Hearing news of unrest in his hometown, he volunteered for battle. In the battlefield, he personally saw his homeland become a war zone, watching his villagers and relatives parted ways amid the chaos. He witnessed firsthand the destruction of his former home by the enemy. Now, the war between Zhao and Guido is intensifying. Our men must go to the front lines to support the fight. Otherwise, it won't be long before this place falls into the same condition described by this disciple. This is definitely not what any of us want to see. Therefore, this time, Guishu sect will join the fight on the border. This time, we will marshal all our strength to fight on the border. All disciples who have reached the Amador realm must participate. I know some of you might not wish to join, but there's no choice. A powerful enemy is coming, and we cannot hide under others' protection. We must bravely face this formidable foe. For our homeland, let's fight until the end. With the final words nearly roaring out, the young and fervent disciples were stirred, shouting, For Zhao fight! For Zhao fight! Seeing the enthusiasm of the disciples, the Jedi felt moved and said, Once on the battlefield, death is highly possible, and your comrades may fall beside you. Are you afraid? No. Immediately, a chorus of voices erupted, the shouts deafeningly loud. The Jedi nodded and said, Well done. This is a battle for the entire Zhao kingdom. This war is vast, involving more than just our Guishu sect. Every large or small sect must contribute all their strength to confront the strong enemy. This time, Not only Amador Realm disciples, but also a significant number of Lian Qi Realm disciples will be mobilized for the fight. Disciples at the Jiasua Realm, as our elite fighters, will carry out decapitation missions against enemy leaders. So, for a considerable period, we won't be able to focus on cultivation. Only through life and death battles can we strengthen ourselves. While this offers benefits, it is also very dangerous. At this moment, the disciples collectively shouted, "As cultivators, why should we fear peril?" All the disciples shouted earnestly, moved by the occasion. Xavion, amidst the crowd, felt his own blood boil. He possessed the system, so the battlefield would be the perfect opportunity to gain attributes. His cultivation level would likely skyrocket during this war. It came at just the right time. Thinking of this, Xavion almost laughed out loud. Cheyenne gave him a suspicious glance nearby. At this moment, everyone was shouting loudly, cheering for the sect. Why did this kid always seem like he wanted to laugh? Xavion turned and instructed Ian. "When you're free, notify the members of By Alliance. When we depart, our disciples should be on the same flying boat. Make sure no one gets lost. We'll enter the battlefield together." Currently, By Alliance didn't have many high-tier combatants, so Xavion naturally didn't want to lose these precious forces in battle. If necessary, he would save these disciples. Saving as many as possible was crucial, and he now had the capability to do so. Ian nodded upon hearing this, saying, "Understood. With our alliance's small size, it should be easy for everyone to fit on one flying boat." Xavion nodded. Suddenly, Xavion felt a wave of sadness. These enthusiastic disciples were now shouting with gusto, ready to fight fiercely on the battlefield. But how many would return safely from this great battle? Most likely, the majority would be injured or fall in battle. Note, Jiasua should be corrected to Jialua, and Lian Qi should be consistently translated as cultivation. However, I kept the original text as requested. Chapter 147, Heading to the Frontier. After the Patriarch's announcement, the entire Guesu sect plunged into a state of high alert. The usual boisterous scenes within the sect vanished, replaced by disciples busily preparing for imminent battle. Xavion looked at this tense environment and felt a twinge of melancholy. The grand competition had just concluded not long ago, and before anyone could savor their triumphs, they were now bracing themselves for another confrontation. This departure might very well be one filled with life and death. At this moment, all alliance members were busy donating supplies. Many leaders of large alliances showed their mettle, assisting the Humphreys in coordinating everything. Remaining disciples swiftly maintained order and helped Humphreys transport resources. A heavy atmosphere settled over the entire Guesu sect, as if even the sky had turned gray. Sitting on a stone pillar, Xavion watched the hustle and bustle around him, feeling a sense of sadness. If nothing had happened, life would have continued. Disciples would still laugh and feud as before. But an unexpected war shattered everything, casting uncertainty over everyone's future. For the first time, both in his past and present lives, Xavion truly felt the horror of war. Cheyenne walked over and seemed to understand Xavion's thoughts. He patted Xavion on the back and said, "You shouldn't feel sad. War always claims lives. In this world, wars happen every moment and people die every second. But don't people live to prove their worth? Sometimes, even if someone loses their life, protecting those behind them means they will die without regret." Hearing Cheyenne's words, Xavion nodded, then sighed. That day, hidden flying boats within the Guesu sect were brought out. Soon after, it was announced that everyone would travel in 3 groups to the frontier battlefield. All disciples had to be prepared, but some Humphreys would remain in the sect to oversee matters. Not everyone would be sent to the front lines. Xavion returned to the White Alliance base. As he entered, he saw many discussing what would happen once they reached the battlefield. Some were still busy working, though the base wasn't fully constructed and had been put on hold. Xavion looked at the vast structure, feeling a pang inside. This base was a symbol of his rising power. Each brick and tile represented his ascension. However, the news from the frontier forced them to head to the battlefield, leaving this project unfinished. Could his path to power also end prematurely like this incomplete construction? Xavion didn't know how things would unfold. "Boss, let's go. I've already informed the Humphreys, and they agreed to gather all our White Alliance members together for us to act as one group," Hayes said as he approached. Seeing Xavion's somber expression, he sighed, "Don't worry. We'll continue this construction someday. On the battlefield, we might not die. As prodigies, we're rarely sent into extremely dangerous battles." Since Guesu sect was a sect, while the master would lead, most of the fighting would be handled by Humphreys, reducing risks for disciples. This made their survival chances higher on the bloody battlefield. Xavion nodded, packed his belongings, and headed towards the small square where several flying boats were docked. Behind him, a group of White Alliance disciples followed. Everyone had decided to stick closely to Xavion, knowing his formidable strength would ensure their safety. The sky was gray, and a breeze added to the oppressive atmosphere. Xavion asked in Humphrey, "Hugh, which flying boat should our White Alliance board?" The Humphrey pointed to a distant boat and replied, "There. Make sure to stay safe on the battlefield. Do whatever it takes to survive. You have a great future ahead. Don't risk it there." Walking alongside Xavion, the Humphrey, nearly ready to transcend, expressed concern. Having spent his life in Guesu sect, seeing a prodigy like Xavion head to war tugged at his heart. "Don't worry, I'll be cautious," Xavion assured him earnestly. At the boat's entrance, Xavion signaled the White Alliance members to form a line and board. When Xavion finally boarded and found his seat, he noticed Cheyenne nearby. It appeared that even the Patriarch's daughter was heading out, indicating the seriousness of the situation. As the last disciple climbed aboard, clutching their backpacks tightly, they felt a sense of security. This was partly due to Xavion's presence and more significantly because of Cheyenne, ensuring they wouldn't face overly dangerous missions. Many disciples felt anxious. None could predict if they'd return to Guesu sect alive, so they cast lingering glances through the windows at their beloved home. With a hum, the flying boat ignited and took off into the air. Chapter 148, Taking Action. The flying boat carried the disciples of Guishu sect over thousands of miles of mountains, continuously moving forward. This time, all the disciples finally got a clear view of the entire appearance of the state of Zhao. Most regions were desolate, with mostly green mountains stretching as far as the eye could see. Occasionally, a city would appear, but these cities were quite small. From the flying boat, one could observe the lives below, evoking sighs from many disciples. At this moment, they suddenly felt no fear. Standing on the flying boat, they felt an urge to protect these living beings and defend the territory of Zhao. Soon, the flying boat arrived at the battlefield near the border. Standing on the boat, many disciples witnessed the devastation below, chaos and warfare everywhere. In the sky above, powerful creatures were engaged in combat. Below, vast armies clashed, and under the flying boat was a frontier outpost. The strong beings battling in the sky seemed indifferent to them, which provided some relief. If those mighty warriors had attacked the flying boat, it might have been destroyed. The flying boat began to descend slowly and eventually landed inside the frontier outpost, a small city that functioned purely as a military camp, devoid of ordinary civilians. Its sole purpose was to safeguard Zhao's border. After the flying boat landed, Xavion and his group quickly gathered their belongings and disembarked. At the gate of the outpost stood an officer responsible for receiving the disciples. "Young heroes, please follow me. I will take you to your camp," the officer said. Following him, Xavion and the others headed towards a hill. The mountain ahead was not very high, but the area was littered with garbage and had poor environmental conditions. They saw a cluster of newly erected tents, indicating that this would be their camp. Near the tent area was a stream, though its water was stagnant and nearly turned into a ditch. The officer apologized to Xavion and the others. "I'm sorry, young heroes, for having you live in such conditions while you're here to support us. Unfortunately, this region has been in constant warfare for years, leaving us no time to clean up. Moreover, the sudden declaration of war between Zhao and Guido left us unprepared. The stream's water is slightly foul-smelling, and you'll need to clear it out yourselves. Only after clearing it can you use the water for daily needs like washing. Meals will be announced daily, and if you need drinking water, we will deliver several water jugs each day, which should cover your needs. If there's not enough water, the stream's water can also be boiled and used." Despite the officer's apologetic tone, the disciples were understanding. "That's fine. We didn't come here to enjoy luxury. These conditions are manageable. Thank you. Without your protection, we wouldn't be able to live peacefully. Now that we are here, it's our turn to protect you." Seeing the disciples' understanding, even the girls who initially frowned spoke up kindly. The officer nodded and continued. "Young heroes, for now, you will stay here without immediate battlefield duties. Eventually, someone will organize you into a special task force, so I hope you can adapt." With that, the officer left. Xavion glanced at the surrounding environment, acknowledging how terrible it was. However, now wasn't the time for complaints. Leading the Bi-Alliance members, he found a suitable location and set up their tents. They needed to tidy up the place, especially the stream, to ensure a steady water supply. Looking around, several disciples asked, "Leader Ichabod, what do we do next?" Most of the disciples weren't particularly strong. Only a few reached the Jasua realm. Leaders like the chief of the Eagle Alliance hadn't arrived yet, making Xavion the strongest and most influential figure here. Xavion surveyed the surroundings and instructed, "Let's divide into groups. Some will clear the stream, and others will clean up the environment. We need to make this place livable for the long term. Those who have free time can help other camps clean up. There's plenty to do since we're idle for now." Aslans agreed and split into groups. Some started cleaning the camp while others followed Xavion to find the source of the stream's blockage. The stream was vital for their survival, and proper clearance was essential for clean drinking water. Although water would be delivered daily, it wouldn't be enough. Knowing that everything would require self-effort, Xavion led a group from the Bi-Alliance towards the stream source. Chapter 149, Clearing the Barracks. This small river was clearly not the most important one within this frontier fort. There were several rivers here, many of which were artificially dug, and even mountain springs were diverted to form rivers for people's use. Josiah led a group of Bi-Alliance members, walking more than 100 meters before finally reaching the blocked section of the small river. Initially, near the barracks, it wasn't too bad, but in other areas, leaves from surrounding trees had fallen over the years, causing a buildup of branches and leaves in the riverbed. When these branches and leaves were lifted away, insects and toads leaped out. Some of the toads had already died there due to the prolonged lack of use, creating a foul odor. Seeing this, Josiah drew his god of war spear and then floated in midair. The other disciples came over to help as well. They worked together, using their weapons to pry up the branches and leaves, tossing them onto nearby mountains. You remaining people, clear out any loose branches and leaves still in the river. After all, these things can accumulate over time and become a problem later on, Armand directed the other disciples. Josiah and the others worked diligently to clear everything, eventually removing all the branches and leaves. However, the small river still contained some rotten mud and foul-smelling areas. After much effort, they cleared the small river for a long while before getting it clean. Josiah traced the source of the stream and found that it originated from a mountain spring, gathering into a flow. At the current speed of the spring water, it wouldn't take more than a day to flush out the dirty water in the small river, restoring its functionality. Josiah then returned with his people. Back at the barracks, the remaining disciples were tidying up the camp. With everyone's hard work, the garbage was swept clean, and many areas were wiped down spotlessly, making everything look brand new. Next, all the disciples began looking for tasks in the other barracks, clearing everything to ensure injured soldiers could recuperate properly. Although there were some low cultivation individuals responsible for sanitation, they were too few to manage. After the addition of the Guishu sect disciples, the barracks gradually returned to normal, albeit looking somewhat dilapidated. Josiah led his group toward the mess hall to clean it up. Experience from 2 lifetimes told him that the mess hall was often the dirtiest place, requiring significant effort to clean properly. Upon arriving at the mess hall, the Guishu sect disciples found it vastly different from their own. The floor was covered in thick grime, and some tiles were even moldy. With furrowed brows, they cleaned everything thoroughly. Once done, everyone seemed at a loss for what else to do. Josiah stood amidst the barracks, gazing at the sky overhead. The sky remained overcast, just like at the Guesu sect, and it looked like a heavy rain was approaching. He wondered how the warriors outside, fighting in the battlefield, were faring. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time for them to offer support, so Josiah and his group could only wait for instructions. By evening, no one had come to manage them. The Guesu sect people went to the mess hall and saw everyone there busy working, indicating that dinner might not be sufficient. The limited number of staff in the mess hall had to prioritize feeding the wounded first. Many of them were sent out to deliver meals to the front lines, facing life and death risks. Josiah sighed and led the Guesu sect disciples back. It appeared the urgency left no time for preparing food for them, and most disciples hadn't learned how to cook. All the disciples looked at Josiah expectantly, waiting for his decision. Josiah glanced at the disciples and sighed again before saying softly, all right, I'll take you to find something to eat. Today we'll have to rely on ourselves. With the border conflict being so urgent, this is what we can manage for now. He instructed a few people to go to the mess hall and fetch a large pot. Then, Josiah led several Guesu sect disciples up the mountain to see if they could find any game. Being in the mountains, there should have been plenty of spirit beasts, but Josiah felt disappointed. Due to the war, many large demons had either been killed for food or fled en masse because of the chaos, leaving behind only small rabbits and field mice. This gave Josiah a headache. How could he feed so many disciples? This was the first time he felt the difficulty of taking charge. However, these challenges weren't enough to stump Josiah. He searched around and found that although the spiritual fruits on the trees had been picked, there were still wild vegetables available. Since wild vegetables were available, it would make things easier. While game was scarce, it wasn't entirely absent. Catching some rabbits and field mice would provide a bit of flavor. The rest could be supplemented with wild vegetables, and likely some disciples had brought food of their own. They could throw everything into a pot and create a hearty stew, solving the problem. Thus, Josiah directed everyone to divide the tasks. Some began gathering wild vegetables, while others caught wild game such as mountain chickens around the area, bringing them to the small river to prepare the meat. Others started chopping wood for firewood. Everything went smoothly except for the wild vegetables, which required Josiah's supervision. Most people didn't recognize wild vegetables, making no distinction between them and grass. Josiah had to personally teach them which ones were edible and which ones would cause diarrhea. Afterward, they brought the wild vegetables to the side of the barracks and started cooking. Chapter 150. Who should I ask if you ask me? Under Xavion's lead, the disciples of Guesu sect began foraging for wild vegetables and hunting game. They managed to gather quite a bit of food. However, the disciples of Guesu sect had some reservations. Could these foods really be eaten? Seeing Xavion's confident demeanor, the disciples eventually decided to trust him. After all, Xavion wasn't there to harm them. Afterward, everyone followed Xavion down the mountain. The firewood and other necessary items were already prepared. Upon reaching near the military camp, Xavion directed everyone to clear the surroundings, set up large pots, and borrow kitchen knives from the kitchen. They skinned the game, washed the wild vegetables, and cooked everything together in the big pot. I'll tend the fire. Ian enthusiastically volunteered. This was clearly his first time experiencing it, making him as excited as a child. Seeing Ian's enthusiasm, Xavion handed him the task of tending the fire while everyone watched the pot expectantly. After a long while, an enticing aroma wafted out, astonishing Minnie. About half an hour later, the stew was ready. Everyone, make do with this. Under these conditions, don't blame me. Xavion chuckled at the disciples before they started ladling the stew into their bowls. To be honest, the taste was not bad. It was the first time these disciples ate wild vegetables, which didn't compare to the spiritual rice from the sect, but it was far better than nothing. Everyone indulged heartily, consuming most of the meal, leaving only a small portion in the pot. All right, everyone clean up the dishes. We'll deal with the leftovers later, Xavion sighed internally. In the current situation, no one had told them what to do next. Watching helplessly without being able to participate in combat was frustrating. On the city walls nearby, battles were raging, but going there would risk disrupting the soldiers. This was Xavion and his companions' predicament. As night fell, many had begun preparing for bed since staying awake might result in early wake-up calls the next day. Dawn arrived the next morning. While the disciples were still immersed in their dreams, heavy footsteps intruded into the camp. The sounds of battle last night prevented anyone from sleeping well. The arrival of new footsteps irked many, but they reluctantly opened their eyes. An officer was leading more Guesu sect disciples towards them. There you go. This is where your fellow sect members arrived yesterday. Stay here temporarily, the officer instructed the second batch of disciples. The newcomers stared wide-eyed at the environment, surprised by the harsh conditions on the battlefield. Well, you're here. Find a place to rest for a while. We need to sleep more. Last night was too noisy for us to get proper rest. Once we wake up, I'll explain the rules here. If you're hungry, there's leftover food in the pot. Just reheat it. A disciple yawned before falling back asleep. Seeing their own people arrive, Xavion and others took advantage of the opportunity to rest more. The newly arrived Guesu sect disciples were shocked to see how Xavion and company survived. But soon, they realized this was the battlefield. There could hardly be good conditions. So, they settled in and waited for Xavion and the others to wake up. Xavion and the rest slept until nearly noon, then lazily tidied up without acknowledging the newcomers. Unable to bear it any longer, one disciple finally asked Xavion, "Xavion, we've arrived. What are we supposed to do?" "We can't just stay here indefinitely, can we?" another added. "From what I see, all the other disciples follow your instructions. Explain to us." These disciples hadn't experienced the previous day's events, and the officer left in a hurry, so they looked to Xavion for answers. Xavion yawned and said, "Right now, there's nothing much to do." "Oh, did you finish eating yet?" "Yesterday, we did all that was required. Now, we can't participate in the battles. The officer told us to wait here until someone forms us into fighting units. So, just relax for now. Hearing this irresponsible response, the newcomers were dumbfounded. They thought coming to the battlefield meant constant dangers and facing enemies' attacks, but now it seemed Xavion and his group were getting bored. Don't act so irresponsibly, a few disciples protested. We came to fight, not to rest. Xavion retorted irritably. The officer told us the same thing yesterday. We've done our part. Now you can chat, meditate, or practice if you like. No one will stop you. Don't ask me what to do. If you ask me, who should I ask? This is the situation. We just have to wait patiently. At this point, even Xavion felt uncomfortable. These people immediately came to him whenever they had problems, yet he wasn't in charge. There was little work left in the camp for them to do. All they could do now was wait. They just have to wait until the officer remembered them and assigned them tasks. Hashtag chapter 151. Unexpected boredom. Seeing Xavion being so irresponsible, the others were somewhat exasperated. However, they soon encountered their first problem, how to get food. All the disciples were dumbfounded. It was nearly noon, and when they had come in the morning, they specifically checked the cafeteria. No one had prepared their meals. More accurately, the supplies here were pitifully few, and no one was preparing meals for them. The only chef was busy with himself and some injured people, while most of the soldiers were fighting outside. Now, it seemed everything depended on them, but the cafeteria was almost out of food. If this continued, would they starve here? They had imagined countless ways to die before coming here, but never thought they would starve on their very first day. At that moment, a disciple slowly stood up, called a few other disciples who had arrived yesterday, and walked towards the mountain. Where are you going? The other disciples were bewildered, watching these few head up the mountain as if to relax. Wasn't this supposed to be a tense time during the war? Were they really so leisurely? Do what? Obviously, we're looking for food. Otherwise, would you rather starve here? That disciple gave them a scornful look. Things were boring to the extreme. Since arriving here, everyone had been dragging out time. There wasn't much to do. Everyone belonged to the same sect, so topics mostly revolved around the sect, leaving little to talk about. Under these circumstances, they could only wait. Some disciples couldn't let go and followed those who went up the mountain. Upon arrival, they discovered they truly needed to find food on the mountain. It just wasn't very appetizing. No wonder the breakfast earlier looked strange. It was grass from the mountain. You've been eating this since you arrived? The new disciples were stunned. If this was the case, life here would indeed be extremely boring. Bullshit. Eat if you can, otherwise scram. Either help or leave. You've already scared off the field mice. At this rate, we won't be able to catch any. A disciple replied irritably. Seeing this scene, many disciples could only sigh and start helping. It wasn't because everyone was enthusiastic, but because it was simply too boring. Not finding something to do wasn't an option. Finally, under the collective effort of the disciples, they gathered wild vegetables, firewood, and game, then returned to the camp to cook again. According to timing, the third batch of disciples should arrive by nightfall. After the third batch came, all of Goeishu sect's elite disciples would be present. Except for these 3 batches, the remaining disciples were dispatched elsewhere and might not see each other for quite some time. But war was like this. In the evening, finally, the third batch of disciples arrived. This group included several disciples at the Shackles realm, and the leaders of various alliances were also sent here. Xavion and his companions waited eagerly for their arrival, not due to familiarity, as they had mostly met in the sect before. They were waiting for the officers to organize them, to give them something to do. Being idle here wasn't good. However, the officers seemed to deliberately avoid them. After this batch arrived, they were only told the location of the camp and instructed to ask yesterday's arrivals for anything else. Upon arriving, these disciples stared blankly at each other. Learning that their predecessors had done nothing all day, they were completely dumbfounded. The script didn't read this way. Normally, after arriving here, they should have faced intense battles. Why did things change? In fact, the battle outside was too intense. Due to urgent warfare, both sides declared war suddenly, leading to inadequate supplies. Reinforcements hadn't arrived yet, and everyone was fighting outside, leaving them untended. These disciples, being cultivators, wouldn't starve easily. It also tested the attitude of these disciples once they arrived here. Eagle Alliance's leader, along with Ares and others, approached to find Xavion. Seeing Eagle Alliance people coming, White Alliance members became nervous. They knew Eagle Alliance wanted to win over their leader. What if he disagreed and they clashed? However, Nikki, being prudent, knew now wasn't the time for conflict. He greeted Xavion. Xavion? What? Don't tell me you didn't finish with me during the sect competition and want to challenge me again? Xavion glanced sideways at Nikki with an understanding look. Nikki? Was he really that irritable? Honestly, Xavion was a bit annoying, but it didn't matter. Nikki then said, Xavion, are you really going to stay here? We came here to fight. Xavion looked at the muscular man and replied, on the battlefield, soldiers obey orders. Acting independently might lead to punishment even if you achieve success. We are following orders now. Don't try to be clever. I know your Eagle Alliance is strong, but not listening to orders can cause chaos. Finishing, Xavion rolled his eyes, barely wanting to deal with him anymore. Hashtag chapter 152. Arrival of Jinguang sect. Who are you talking about? Our alliance leader isn't that shallow, is he? You're clearly talking about yourself. Hearing this, Joan's temper flared up immediately. The members of Eagle Alliance were known for their short tempers. Now, seeing Xavion's demeanor and his lecturing tone, they immediately became enraged. Hold it, hold it, hold it. Let's not stir up trouble. We didn't come here to cause any problems. Seeing this scene, even Nikki felt uncomfortable. He had indeed come here intending to discuss matters with Xavion, but after being lectured by Xavion, he found it hard to bring up the topic. He admitted that Xavion's reasoning was sound. Clearly, Xavion thought things through better than him. However, his pride wouldn't allow him to admit his true intentions so easily. Nikki then shifted his gaze and sat down, saying, Xavion, what do you think about this battle? Or how should we attack the enemy to make them feel our power? How can we contribute to Zhao Kingdom? Upon hearing this, Xavion gave him a look as if he were talking to an idiot. First, we need the instructor's approval, that's one point. Second, we've just arrived, and because we need to follow orders, we're still unfamiliar with the entire war. As far as I know, this is only one battlefield. There are many more left. What we need to do right now is not aim too high but rather thoroughly examine the terrain and discuss with our superiors. Ideally, we should achieve some results. The outcome of the war does not depend on people like us. Do you understand? Seeing Xavion looking at him as if he were an idiot, Nikki felt embarrassed. After all, Xavion's look implied that he hadn't considered things properly despite having good intentions. When Xavion finished speaking, Nikki suddenly felt like a complete fool. He then stood up and left with the Eagle Alliance members, feeling quite dispirited. Currently, Xavion was effectively in charge of the camp. Having arrived first and possessing the strongest combat ability, there was no way they could bypass him. If they were to conflict with Xavion over these issues, everyone would likely consider it malicious troublemaking. After all, it was thanks to Xavion that they all had food to eat. Thus, they felt quite helpless around him. After reprimanding Nikki, Xavion stood up and addressed everyone. Come on, everyone. Since there's no immediate danger of battle, take a shower. We're going to be engaged in combat soon. If the war starts, we won't have time to shower. So, we might as well take advantage of this opportunity while it lasts. Saying this, Xavion set an example by preparing a towel himself. This scene stunned the two batches of disciples who had just arrived today. What was happening? Were they supposed to bathe here? How? Then, they watched in awe as the first batch of disciples from the previous day took out basins, fetched water from a nearby stream, and returned to their tents to bathe. Before leaving, Xavion sternly warned the new arrivals. You must not dirty the stream while trying to find something to do. Otherwise, you'll end up cleaning it yourselves. Oh, and you can't bathe directly in the stream since we use its water for cooking. If you're thirsty, you can boil water using the large pots. Of course, you can choose to bathe as well. Seeing Xavion and others start bathing, everyone was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. They hadn't anticipated such rugged conditions. Just as Nikki and his group were fetching water and preparing to bathe, another group of disciples suddenly appeared. This piqued the curiosity of the Su Return sect disciples since most of them had already gathered here. Though they came in 3 batches, each flying vessel went to different battlefields. Why did more people arrive now? Even if it were the 4th, 5th, or 6th batch, it couldn't have happened so quickly. Suddenly, everyone realized why. This new group belonged to the Jingguang sect. The Ezekiel were equally puzzled. As soon as they disembarked from the flying vessel, they were told to come straight here, where both sects' tents were prepared. Upon arriving, they discovered that the place was occupied by Su Return sect disciples. Many Ezekiel were reluctant to interact with the Su Return sect members. First, due to Xavion's reputation as a troublemaker, they weren't keen on provoking him. Secondly, the Jingguang sect lacked a 4th stage Shackles realm cultivator, with their strongest being the Hue sister. In contrast, the Su Return sect, including Xavion, boasted 2 such cultivators, putting them at a disadvantage. Moreover, tensions existed between the 2 sects, leading to mutual dislike. However, they were already at the battlefield, and it was too late to request the flying vessel to take them elsewhere. So, they had no choice but to stay. Curiously, the Ezekiel observed the Su Return sect members. They seemed to be preparing to bathe, lazily fetching water from the stream. Uninformed observers might think they were on vacation, which struck many Ezekiel as bizarre and confusing. As the leader of the camp, Xavion heard the footsteps and hurriedly dressed. Upon seeing the Jingguang sect members, he became irritated. Initially, he thought more Su Return sect members had arrived, causing him to rush out hastily. To his frustration, it turned out to be the Jingguang sect. Had he known earlier, he would have ignored them instead of coming out. Chapter 153, The Late Arriving Officer. Hey, what do you mean by that, Xavion? You show this kind of expression when you see us? Follow the drill master's orders. If we have questions, at least as top disciples of Guesu sect, you should explain things to us. What attitude are you people from Guesu sect showing? Are you treating the war like this? While the battle is raging outside, you are enjoying baths here. Many of the Jingguang sect disciples became indignant. Although they couldn't defeat Xavion, they at least knew the purpose of their visit. The attitudes of these Guesu sect people made them genuinely upset since they hadn't come for enjoyment. Heh. Xavion smiled faintly and said, since you're here to fight too, I won't dwell on personal grievances now. Now, the drill master ordered us to wait here for unified training and formation divisions. Then, the drill master left, and we've been here ever since. Forget about fighting, even getting food has been an issue. The canteen doesn't provide meals. Of course, we've cleaned up and done all the chores around here. Now, there's nothing to do, so don't blame us. We're just following orders. Xavion looked lazy as he spoke. After hearing his explanation, the Jingguang sect disciples were shocked. One of them remarked, you could attack the enemy. What sense does it make to be idle here? Xavion glanced at him as if he were a fool and replied, I'm not in charge of the war, so I can't command others. If we blindly join the battle, will we really make a difference? Can we be sure we won't cause trouble? We came here to follow orders, not to show off individual prowess. The Jingguang sect disciples were left speechless by Xavion's reprimand. Nikki and others were fetching water nearby and heard Xavion's words. Nikki's expression soured. The Jingguang sect people felt particularly irked. After all, they had good intentions, but they ended up being scolded by this guy, which was infuriating. Although Xavion was right, they still resisted inwardly. Well, now that you're here, quickly set up your tents and take a bath, Xavion continued. If the war really starts, you probably won't have time to bathe. So take advantage of it now. It's advice. With nothing else to do, you can rest after you bathe. I've said everything I can. What you do next is up to you. Now, bathing is the only way to pass the time. By the way, don't dirty the stream we cleaned. It's used not only for bathing but also for cooking. With that, Xavion walked into the camp, whistling as he returned to his tent. The Jingguang sect disciples exchanged glances, then followed Xavion's advice and began bathing quietly. Many sighed. Life wasn't what they imagined when they thought of a battlefield. After bathing, both sects members started resting, essentially doing nothing except eating and drinking. Everyone enjoyed a leisurely few days. Zara orderly led the Jingguang sect disciples, imitating how Guesu sect prepared meals. They didn't want to eat from the same pot as Guesu sect because of the hostility caused by Xavion. Tensions between the two sects were high. If not for the war, a confrontation would likely have erupted. 3 days later, the long-awaited drill master finally appeared, nodding approvingly at the disciples. Better than expected, he commented. I hope you can meet my expectations in future training. Many disciples felt ashamed upon hearing the praise. Honestly, most of the work had been done by Xavion in the first batch of arrivals. Without him, many wouldn't have known what to do. All credit went to Xavion. Then, all the disciples gathered and followed the drill master to a dilapidated small square nearby for basic training before the real battle. Training involved forming ranks and maintaining order, not combat skills, as the disciples already knew those. Instead, it focused on battlefield precautions. The drill master kept them waiting to test if they would rush into battle or clean up their surroundings. This revealed their mindset and helped with assignments. Most of the outstanding talents would conduct assassination missions on the battlefield, so the drill master explained many things. During training, the battle outside concluded successfully, driving back Guido Kingdom's invaders. The returning soldiers enlivened the military camp, giving Xavion and the others something to do, mainly serving the wounded and standing guard. Night fell, and Xavion and Ian were assigned to stand watch on the wall. Under the blood-stained plains and moonlit night, an eerie atmosphere settled over them. They sighed, sitting down. Standing watch required occasional checks, but not constant vigilance. Given the current mood, Xavion wished he had some snacks and wine to share with Ian. Chapter 154. The war begins. Standing on the city wall, Xavion felt an indescribable loneliness deep within him. In the past, he could pass the time by practicing cultivation, but now, all he could do was gaze into the distance and sigh at this battlefield. Hey, young brothers, I've brought food for you. At that moment, an old soldier wheeled a trolley up. On the trolley were several dishes and a bottle of wine. This took Ian and Xavion by surprise. Could they really drink during wartime? Was it safe? As if reading their thoughts, the old soldier said calmly, war is bound to be dreary, especially at night. So, we still need something to lift our spirits. Don't worry, after drinking this kind of wine, you can expel the alcohol using your cultivation skills. Just maintain the atmosphere, and there's no need to worry, it's arranged by the officers. Hearing the old soldier's explanation, Xavion and Ian felt relieved. The meal was simple, only 4 dishes and a bottle of wine. But for them, it was absolutely precious. Having such things already made their situation much better since most times, there was nothing at all. You must remember, while drinking, keep an eye on the watchtower. Although others are watching as well, if any problems arise, all tonight's sentinels will be beheaded. Check once every incense sticks burn. Also, not everyone can drink, and not every night. Drink for 2 nights, then rest 1 night, like that. After speaking, the old soldier left. Not long after, 2 nearby soldiers noticed Ian's group had food and wine, so they carried their own meals over to join Ian. Little brothers, how do you feel these few days? The 2 old soldiers asked Xavion and Ian. Bored. After waiting for so many days, finally, we have something real to do, Ian answered honestly. In Guesu sect, he was straightforward, confident enough to be direct without beating around the bush. The 2 old soldiers smiled at Ian's words. We were once in your shoes. Back then, there weren't as many wars. So, after finishing our sect's cultivation, we came to the battlefield, but we didn't have it as easy as you. In the end, war means death. Watching our comrades die day after day has numbed us. We only hope that the war can stop and everyone can live peacefully. Now, we miss our days in Lingxi sect. We didn't realize how good life was back then until we came here and realized the true value of life. With those words, the old soldier took a sip of wine and continued eating. You might find it boring now, but we hope you can cherish these uneventful days. Because sooner or later, you'll step onto the battlefield, where the bloodshed is no joke. Xavion and Ian fell silent after hearing the old soldier's words. Honestly, they suddenly realized that sometimes peace was a form of happiness. Though standing guard now was somewhat boring, it was far better than enduring heart-wrenching pain. The old soldier went on to share many stories about life on the frontier, how harsh it was with the occasional deaths casting shadows over their hearts. Sometimes, they wondered what purpose people had in this world. Was it for war? Why did some always choose war to gain more benefits instead of living harmoniously? Xavion and Ian remained silent after hearing this. The next morning, Xavion and Ian returned to change shifts. The tent wasn't as lively as before. Everyone was either on duty, working, or undergoing training. Life seemed rather monotonous now. Xavion quickly fell asleep upon returning to the tent. While he was sleeping, someone suddenly tapped him. Xavion woke up to hear roaring voices outside. Charlie, Guido Kingdom's troops have attacked again. As Lock Realm prodigies, you 2 must go out and fight now. Their force is overwhelming this time, but the situation seems strange. You'll see when you get there. A soldier told Xavion this. Upon hearing it, Xavion immediately got up, dressed, and walked towards the city wall. The wall was full of vigilant soldiers, and many watched the distant front nervously. Ahead, a black mass stood in formation, but they were only shouting and hadn't attacked yet. In front of Xavion, a mic stood below the wall, yelling, Do you Zhao Kingdom people have any prodigies brave enough to face me in single combat? As a disciple of the Lock Realm from the Guido Kingdom, I challenge the people of Zhao. Is anyone brave enough to fight us? This mic looked arrogantly at the people on the wall, causing many to flare with anger, wishing they could shoot him down with crossbows immediately. However, doing so now wasn't wise because killing the provocateur would only boost enemy morale. A forced kill would show lack of confidence on their side. If the enemy believed Zhao Kingdom lacked confidence, their morale would soar. Morale played a decisive role in battles. Low morale could lead to quick defeat even if their forces were strong. Boldness mattered. Hearing the Mike's provocation, the disciples grew angry. They weren't short of prodigies here. Elites from Guishu sect and Jingguang sect were present. Why should they fear this guy? An elite from Jingguang sect requested permission from a nearby officer. Fiki, give me a chance to slay this person. Chapter 155. The Guido Nation Youth's Provocation. Let me go, Fiki. I can do it. I've had enough of this guy for a long time now. Let me take care of him this time. Damn, this kid actually thinks he's Xavion, daring to come here and provoke us. Many people expressed their indignation, shouting at the Janus. However, the Janus waved his hand without acknowledging the disciples' request. Instead, he looked at all the Lock Realm disciples and said, "You must consider carefully. If you go down now, there's a high chance you won't return. After all, since they dared to provoke us, it means they have full confidence in at least slaughtering a few of us. I think it's best to play it safe." The Janus was well-intentioned. These disciples were not easy to cultivate, and losing them like this would be unfortunate. However, if someone from the first-level Lock Realm came to challenge, sending someone from the second-level Lock Realm would likely be seen as disrespectful. Fiki, let me go. Rest assured, I'm confident I can kill him this time. Not long ago during the sect's grand competition, I defeated someone from the Lock Realm. At that moment, the disciple who initially raised his hand spoke loudly. Alright, then it's you. Be extremely cautious. Under no circumstances should you be careless. After all, since he came here, his strength is undoubtedly on par with yours. Hearing the Janus's words, the disciple nodded and walked down. The city gates opened, and everyone saw the disciple stride out arrogantly. The ants of the Guido Nation dare to come here and provoke us. Who gave you the courage? If you were coerced by the Guido Nation, I will give you a chance to join our Zhao Nation. Once you're in the Zhao Nation, we will treat you kindly, and you can seek your revenge then. Clearly, besides being arrogant, the Golden Light sect disciple felt some sympathy for the other side, thinking they had come to offer themselves up. Foolish Mike. Upon hearing these words, the Guido Nation Mike burst into fury, seizing an axe and attacking the Golden Light sect disciple furiously. The Golden Light sect disciple hurriedly engaged, and soon, both were locked in battle. However, it quickly became evident that the Guido Nation Mike was indeed stronger. After a brief exchange, the Golden Light sect disciple found himself overwhelmed. Die! Taking advantage of the sudden attack, the Guido Nation Mike killed the Golden Light sect disciple instantly. Seeing this scene, the Golden Light sect disciples let out collective cries of grief. The fallen disciple was one of their strongest and famous within the Golden Light sect. To see him fall so quickly was disheartening, especially since he had been with them just days before, discussing dreams of battlefield glory. War was cruel, stripping most of their imagined heroism. After the Golden Light sect disciple's death, cheers erupted from the opposing camp, while the Zhao Nation officers grew grim-faced. The Zhao Nation's elite are all weaklings. Anyone else want to come down and fight? After slaying the Golden Light sect disciple, the Guido Nation Mike called out provocatively again. To hell with you. Watch me kill you. In response, a member of the Guishu sect's Eagle Alliance jumped down swiftly from the wall, ready for a decisive battle. Once more, all eyes turned to the confrontation below. Although someone from the Golden Light sect wanted to volunteer, they couldn't match the impulsive nature of the Guishu sect's Eagle Alliance member, who had already jumped down first. So, they had no choice but to let this opportunity pass. Despite some lingering resentment, the Golden Light sect gained a bit more respect for the Guishu sect. At least there were still good people within it. Unfortunately, the Eagle Alliance member was also defeated swiftly, shocking all the disciples. It seemed clear now that this was a pre-planned move by the Guido Nation to demoralize them. This opponent was fully prepared and truly formidable, making many Lock Realm disciples hesitate. I'll go face him. Ian and Hayes spoke up simultaneously, requesting permission from the officer. Ian was a rising star of the Guishu sect, while Hayes was a Dark Gate assassin, both exceptionally powerful, especially Hayes. If he fought Ian normally, Ian would surely find it extremely challenging. Forget it. Let me handle this fellow. Xavion sighed and stepped forward, his gaze calm as he looked at the officer. Are you sure? Going down there is dangerous. The Janus asked Xavion and the others. Xavion then looked at Hayes and Ian, saying, this guy isn't someone you can deal with. Leave it to me. Don't worry. I'll take care of him easily. I've observed his real combat ability, which is definitely above yours. If you go, you risk certain death. Seeing Xavion's resolve, Hayes and Ian decided to step back and listen to him. Great. Xavion is finally stepping in. This way, we can turn the tide without losing face. Xavion, once down there, make sure to humiliate him and avenge our two disciples. Seeing Xavion volunteer, the disciples were roused, though previously they hadn't thought of involving him because they underestimated their opponent, believing the situation didn't warrant Xavion's involvement. It seemed Xavion had to intervene now, at least to stop the continuous provocation. Since you've considered it, go ahead but be careful, the Janus told Xavion. ##### Chapter 156. One man can stand against thousands. After receiving the officer's approval, Xavion nodded and immediately strode forward toward the city wall. The formidable enemy had arrived, and they must be vanquished. Since the challenger was calling out so boldly at the gate, it would surely be a mockery to the Zhao Kingdom if they didn't crush him. This was something Xavion absolutely could not allow. So, this time, Xavion decided to give his opponent no chance of retaliation whatsoever. He would obliterate him instantly as soon as he stepped down. The city gates slowly opened for Xavion. With the godly spear in hand, he released his cultivation energy step by step as he approached the Muhammad from the Guido Kingdom outside. He did not ask the Mike's name because it was unnecessary. It felt pointless asking for a name from someone who was about to die. Hee, has your Zhao Kingdom run out of people? Are there only 2 disciples at the Shackles realm? Now, you send such a newly ascended disciple of the Shackles realm. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The Muhammad from the Guido kingdom spoke with amusement, treating Xavion as if he were prey. After all, given Xavion's age and the cultivation aura he emitted, it was evident he had just broken into the Shackles realm recently. Fighting such an opponent seemed like suicide. You can leave, your cultivation is too weak. At that moment, those words from the Guido mic caused Xavion's pupils to constrict. Could it be that this person also had compassion? But the next words from the mic changed everything. You're too weak to be my match. Battling you would soil my battle axes. Upon hearing this, Xavion's face turned grim, and in the next instant, overwhelming power burst forth from him as he lunged towards the mic with the godly spear. Boom! Chaotic spiritual energy raged around Xavion, making him seem like a living god of war as he thrust forward. The Guido mic raised an eyebrow and, in the next moment, swung his axes at Xavion. To him, Xavion was merely a newly ascended disciple of the Shackles realm, unworthy of his full attention. Little did he know that his underestimation sealed his fate. Xavion moved with lightning speed, appearing before him in an instant. His sharp godly spear pierced through the Guido mic's axes and then, with a sudden flick, tore the axes away and flung them skyward. The Guido mic's pupils dilated in shock, his heart pounding wildly. Before he could react with any technique, the godly spear already impaled his chest. The mic's eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, even before his axes had fully landed, the mic's life force faded completely. Dong! As the mic fell, his axes hit the ground. Xavion stood there unmoved, showing no visible emotion. Cheers erupted on the city walls. Many Zhao Kingdom mics erupted into jubilation as Xavion had decisively eliminated the great enemy, killing the Guido mic. It was indeed uplifting. On the other side, the Guido soldiers gasped in shock, completely taken aback. This slain mic was one of their top prodigies, famous within the Guido kingdom. For him to be defeated so easily by someone from the Zhao kingdom was truly unexpected. After slaying the Guido mic, Xavion did not immediately return to the city walls. Instead, he stood where he was and looked towards the formation of Guido soldiers. Xavion knew something peculiar was happening here. Another talented fighter would definitely emerge. It couldn't end this quickly. Sure enough, after the Guido mic was killed, another red-haired mic quickly emerged, running towards Xavion with boundless combat intent and a look of hatred. If one observed closely, this mic bore a resemblance to the previous one Xavion had slain. Don't worry, I'll let you brothers join each other in death, Xavion growled, swinging his godly spear and unleashing a powerful spiritual energy storm that surged towards the red-haired mic. Whoosh! The red-haired mic leaped, ignoring the spiritual energy storm, and aimed his halberd directly at Xavion, intent on killing him in one strike. Haha! Xavion sneered, instantly spinning the godly spear and thrusting it straight towards the mic's throat. His speed was so swift, leaving no room for evasion. The red-haired mic was greatly startled. Xavion's speed far exceeded what should be possible for someone at the first level of the Shackles realm. But by the time the red-haired mic reacted, it was too late. The godly spear was already at his neck, striking it in an instant. In a flash, the red-haired mic's head was severed from his body, both falling to the ground. Blood trickled from the severed neck, turning the surrounding yellow earth red within moments. Is there anyone else? Xavion stood there like a deity of war, shouting loudly towards the Guido ranks. By slaying these two brothers, he wanted to make a statement to the Guido kingdom. No matter how strong your prodigies may be, they will be trampled underfoot by me. Who controls the ebb and flow on this battlefield? Panic erupted among the Guido soldiers. They were genuinely shocked by the appearance of this divine warrior. After all, these two brothers were elite warriors among the Guido kingdom's mic. With the brothers gone, who could stand up against the Zhao kingdom's prodigy? Was this campaign destined to fail? Is there anyone else? Xavion roared again, urging the Guido kingdom to send more fighters. Just defeating these two wasn't satisfying enough for him. Xavion wanted to utterly demoralize the enemy. Despite the overwhelming fighting spirit from Xavion, the Guido kingdom did not dispatch new fighters for a long time. Not because they lacked candidates, but because they were too afraid. The sight of Xavion stimulated immense excitement among many Zhao mics, who shouted his name passionately. Xavion was now their eternal hero, the brightest star on the entire battlefield. When will we ever be able to match this guy? Yeah, when he made us lose money, it drove me mad. But now, I sincerely admire him. This is what every true man aspires to. Facing thousands of enemies without fear, charging against adversity. Hashtag chapter 157. Sir Officer, that was too reckless. Xavion stood there like an immovable mountain, his Daoxin gaze daring the Guido kingdom's camp. It seemed as if the opposing side dared not send out any more formidable opponents, and for a moment, the Guido kingdom appeared silent, almost as if they had conceded defeat. Note, Daoxin can be translated as provocative or challenging to better fit natural English expression. Revised sentence. Xavion stood there like an immovable mountain, his provocative gaze daring the Guido kingdom's camp. It seemed as if the opposing side no longer dared to send out any more formidable opponents, and for a moment, the Guido kingdom appeared silent, almost as if they had conceded defeat. The translation has been adjusted for better fluency in English while maintaining the original meaning and style. Are you people of Guido kingdom afraid? Do all the people from Guido kingdom lack courage? Only fit to send men here to die? The Guido kingdom is destined for a crushing defeat this time, exterminated by our Zhao kingdom warriors. On the city wall, the young disciples from Gue Su sect and Jingguang sect shouted loudly at the opposite side, feeling immensely proud inside. As if, at this moment, they were standing below. These mics harbored deep sentiments for the Zhao kingdom. After all, the Zhao kingdom sects had nurtured them, providing them with carefree lives that allowed them to achieve their present impressive cultivation. In their hearts, everyone still wished to do something for the Zhao kingdom. Now, seeing the Guido kingdom dare not send anyone else into battle, the Zhao kingdom's mics felt a sincere pride swell within them. A sense of honor was born in their hearts. This was the pride belonging to all of Zhao kingdom. On the Guido kingdom side, many faces turned livid with rage, inwardly wishing to tear those mics limb from limb. However, what could they do? If they rushed forward en masse, it would only make the Guido Kingdom appear even more contemptible. After all, resorting to numbers when unable to win in fair combat was far from honorable, especially when the opponent was just a mic. If news of such conduct spread across the battlefield, it would likely dampen the spirits of other soldiers for a long while. They must devise a way to eliminate this mic and regain their dignity. Otherwise, their plans for this engagement would fail. Now, we absolutely cannot let that boy continue taunting us from over there. Otherwise, what kind of reputation will our Guido Kingdom have? That boy's cultivation and combat prowess are very peculiar. I seem to recall hearing the cheers of the other mics on the city wall when he descended, suggesting they had genuine confidence in him. What does this mean? This suggests that this mic is likely renowned within the Zhao Kingdom. We've stumbled upon a tough opponent this time, but this also presents an opportunity, you understand? The Janus glanced at the other Janus and said. They immediately understood. Rest assured, my unit has the Jaslin. Slaying that mic will certainly be no problem this time. However, it might be difficult for the Jaslin to escape this time. But since she arrived on the battlefield, she resolved to serve her country wholeheartedly. The Jaslin was saved by Allah Huandi from a war-ravaged ruin and has long harbored a desire to repay the Guido Kingdom. If so, that's excellent. Quickly summon the Jaslin. At this point, many Janus looked at another Janus, who swiftly entered the rear encampment. Soon, a veiled Trista emerged, nodding to everyone before walking toward Xavion. From Xavion's perspective, he remained standing there unmoved, because doing so was a form of humiliation toward the opposition. Xavion knew clearly that as long as he stood there and they did not show up, their morale would suffer a devastating blow. In that case, they might lose the will to fight, and their Janus might call for a full-scale offensive, exposing everything. Soon, Xavion saw a veiled Trista emerge from the enemy camp, walking lightly and quickly toward him, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. Seeing this, Xavion smiled faintly. Another one coming to her death. People like these, it seemed, were never in short supply in the Guido Kingdom. Even if the Guido Kingdom wasn't wiped out this time, the loss of talented individuals would certainly be a significant issue. Yet, looking at the approaching shadow, Xavion had an uneasy feeling. Why did they send someone only now? Suddenly, the veiled girl drew a small white sword and lunged at Xavion. Xavion realized in an instant that her speed far exceeded that of a first-layer Lock Realm cultivator, indicating she was probably at the second layer of the Lock Realm. It seemed they intended to eliminate this world-class talent. Even though losing a second-layer Lock Realm disciple would be a cost, preventing a future great general from arising would be worth it. Moreover, this veiled girl seemed to have taken some taboo elixir, making her strength much greater than typical second-layer Lock Realm practitioners. Be careful, Xavion, retreat. The Guido Kingdom is playing dirty. Seeing the girl's speed, the officer became alarmed, frantically signaling Xavion to retreat and preparing to jump down to save him. After all, someone like Xavion, if lost, would be an immense blow to the Zhao Kingdom. The Janus couldn't care less about appearances at this moment. The Guido Kingdom was already playing unfair, so why worry about propriety? Hold it, sir officer. You're being too rash. What decorum is this? Yes, indeed. Such a strong opponent, but merely a second-layer Lock Realm practitioner. You underestimate Xavion too much. This guy is abnormal, unkillable. Relax, just stay here and guard. The disciples around quickly pulled back the officer, giving him a look of exaggerated concern, as if mocking his lack of experience. All the disciples knew how powerful Xavion truly was. He could match a fourth-layer Lock Realm practitioner. The girl below was no match for Xavion. The officer. Why did the disciples act so indifferent? The situation was indeed bizarre and hard to grasp. To him, Xavion's imminent defeat seemed inevitable. After all, a difference in one realm level between the first and second layers of the Lock Realm was insurmountable. How could he win against that? Why were the disciples acting so confident, almost gleefully watching the spectacle? And subtly, the officer felt the disciples somewhat belittling his inexperience. What was going on? He really couldn't understand. Did everyone bear some sort of grudge against Xavion? Next, the officer saw Xavion stand there calmly as the girl approached. Hashtag chapter 158, consecutive victories. Don't be so alarmed, officer. Just watch Xavion defeat his enemies one by one. Yeah, don't overreact. Think about how many people went bankrupt because they underestimated Xavion's combat strength. Compared to Xavion, you should be more concerned about why they suddenly sent a genius this time. Many disciples tried to reassure the officer. Then, the officer saw Xavion move. At that moment, Xavion no longer appeared as lazy as usual. His face was filled with mockery and amusement, as if the girl before him was merely prey. The Roxy turned into a blur in an instant, moving incredibly fast. At this moment, her second stage, Shackled Realm Cultivation fully unleashed. She extended her clawed hands towards Xavion's neck. Her speed was impressive, and her nails were coated with a deadly poison. This time, she had full confidence in defeating Xavion. Too slow. Xavion spat out these words, then swiftly swung the War God's spear at blinding speed towards her. His speed was much faster than the Roxy, and almost instantly, he stabbed into her body. The Roxy's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this first stage, Shackled Realm fighter be so strong? It was truly inconceivable. But that was the fact. She had lost, defeated by Xavion. Before dying, the Roxy seemed to harbor resentment, as if hating Xavion deeply, but it was too late for her. Her hand fell limp instantly, her entire being extinguished. On the city wall, everyone burst into cheers again. Even the soldiers felt refreshed and amazed. The Muhammad below possessed cross-realm combat capabilities, especially considering the opponent had taken forbidden elixirs. This was indeed unprecedented. In the Guido Kingdom camp, upon seeing their goddess being killed in just one move, the entire camp trembled. All the soldiers' morale plummeted, unable to accept this outcome. Was this fate? Was heaven implying that the Guido kingdom would never match the Zhao kingdom? However, such thoughts were futile now because their goddess was indeed slain. If this continued, they might suffer a crushing defeat. Yet, the Janus showed no intention of retreating, still forming formations facing the Zhao border troops, glaring at each other. Everyone was baffled by this behavior. Do they have no one left on the other side? If not, send another second stage shackled realm fighter, or try another assassination. Shameful. They even failed an assassination attempt. Are the Guido kingdom's elites all useless cowards? Xavion jeered loudly, mocking the Guido kingdom. Many in the Guido camp gnashed their teeth in hatred, but dared not act without orders from the Janus. Humph, I can't believe this kid thinks he can defy heaven. This time, do we have any second stage shackled realm youngsters left? Defeat him, and anyone who does so will be directly ennobled as a marquis. The Janus began offering rewards for Xavion's head. Soon, a ruthless-looking Muhammad stepped forward and quickly ran toward Xavion. Clearly, he coveted the title of marquis. He was from a noble family but born into a lesser branch with a low-born mother, hence his low status. If he were ennobled, who in the family would dare look down on him anymore? Now, lacking status despite his cultivation, he was treated like a future bodyguard within the family. So, he joined the sect to earn respect. Ennoblement would grant him high status, possibly even the clan leadership. With these benefits in mind, the Mike immediately charged at Xavion, yet Xavion showed no fear. He even found the Mike's efforts somewhat amusing. Xavion successfully enraged the Mike, who lunged at him next. Haha. Xavion laughed, then redirected his war god spear straight into the Mike's chest. Within moments, the second stage shackled realm disciple was dead, completely finished. The Guido kingdom camp was shocked again. All the Guido leaders were embarrassed. With such a powerful opponent, how could they deal with this situation? If Xavion kept killing, it would demoralize their troops and disrupt their plans. They might not even escape and could be wiped out. What should we do? Send more people? If not, let's send them out one by one to buy time. Our plan cannot fail. Otherwise, we'll all die. Seems that's our only option. So, the Guido side sent another second stage shackled realm disciple, who met the same fate as the others under Xavion's spear. Morale in the Guido camp plummeted further. However, Xavion frowned, puzzled. He sensed that this newcomer was weaker than the previous Mike. Why were they sending weaker fighters instead of stronger ones to eliminate him? Could they be stalling for time with some other motive? But what was it? Despite his confusion, disciples kept challenging him, only to be slain one after another. Xavion stood there like a war god, grinding the faces of Guido kingdom fighters into the dirt. Everyone became uneasy, suspecting whether this Muhammad intended to exterminate all of Guido's geniuses. Finally, the Guido side couldn't take it anymore and dispatched a third stage shackled realm disciple. Only a few such fighters existed in the Guido camp. If they were all eliminated, only their sole fourth stage shackled realm fighter would remain. Chapter 159, Killing Another Fierce Enemy. Seeing that the opponent sent out a disciple after a long delay, Xavion knew in his heart that this was probably one of the few remaining disciples Guido state could send out. The previous Layer 2 shackled realm disciples had likely all perished, and now it was the turn of Layer 3 shackled realm. Soon, their side would have no one left to fight, at which point the stalling tactic would be useless. Now, Xavion understood clearly that not only did he believe the enemy was deliberately delaying time, but the Janus on the city walls probably also suspected as much. However, this matter was not within his jurisdiction, so Xavion chose not to overthink it, focusing only on what lay before him. After all, he had never experienced such a situation and couldn't discern any devious plots, leaving it for others to ponder. GG, you're quite impressive, boy, managing to slay so many of our Guido state's geniuses. After reaching here, the opponent looked at Xavion with a cold smile, filled with malevolence and intent to tear him limb from limb. After all, killing a sufficiently powerful disciple would earn him immense merit, possibly leading to enfeoffment upon return. Fikis gave Xavion very high praise, making everyone aware of his current value, hence the bounty wouldn't be low. Moreover, Zhao State clearly cheated by sending an adequately strong disciple. He figured that by coming here to kill Xavion, it wouldn't count as a foul. Surely, these people wouldn't suddenly attack him, right? Xavion, crush him. Show Guido State how formidable our Zhao Mike are. Beat this bastard to death, Xavion. It would be too embarrassing if someone of your caliber loses to him. If you can't defeat him, don't come back. On the city walls, numerous disciples shouted fervently. Everyone knew about Xavion's extraordinary combat prowess. As long as Xavion was around and no Layer 4 shackled realm fighters emerged, he was nearly invincible, a fact everyone acknowledged. Hence no one doubted Xavion's ability to win. Hearing the shouts, the Guido State Mike paused, then suddenly charged towards Xavion. He knew that slaying Xavion amidst intense cheering would devastate the enemy's morale. This was the only way to boost Guido State's fighting spirit. Huh, do you think you have the upper hand? Xavion's lips curled into a playful smirk, his aura bursting forth. He fiercely turned his war god spear and engaged the opponent in battle. Honestly, Layer 3 shackled realm fighters had the capability to challenge Xavion, but they weren't enough. After a dozen exchanges, Xavion completely dominated, startling the Guido State Mike. This kid is clearly a Layer 1 shackled realm. Yet why is his combat strength so formidable? Isn't that freakishly abnormal? The Mike soon realized he was thoroughly suppressed. Prolonged fighting meant inevitable defeat. Attempting to flee, Xavion wouldn't let him go. Deciding not to play around, Xavion conjured a blood-red cloud above him. Seeing Xavion wield divine power, the Guido State Mike knew he was done for. Then, the Guido State Mike screamed, "This guy rivals Layer 4 shackled realm. Don't send Layer 3 shackled fighters to die." Facing imminent death, the Mike considered not just himself but Guido State's fate. Disciples at his level held deep love for their country, naturally not wanting anyone to die futilely. Instantaneously, a torrent of corrosive blood and tears rushed toward him. Within moments, the Mike was entirely corroded, bones and all, vanishing. Guido State burst into chaos, its morale plummeting. Had Zhao State gone mad? Why did every young challenger end up dead? Could Zhao mics be reincarnations of ancient ferocious beasts? Especially those final words, by their genius frightened other geniuses. Clearly, Layer 3 Shackled Realm wasn't enough. Only Layer 4 could match him. How could they fight under such circumstances? In the entire camp, there was only one Layer 4 Shackled Realm disciple, specially cultivated through unique means for this war. Should they really dispatch him? On the city walls, the Janus glanced down and said to Nikki, they won't send out any more Layer 3 Shackled Realm or below. You'll need to act next. Xavion has done exceptionally well this time. Hearing the Janus, some disciples regretfully recalled Xavion's earlier submission to Nikki on the battle platform. Clearly, no one believed Xavion possessed Layer 4 combat power. Nikki chuckled bitterly. Xavion's true strength isn't inferior to mine. His submission during our battle might have been to hide his full potential. We'll continue watching him. If he truly can't handle it, I'll step in. Nikki spoke truthfully. Having battled Xavion, he knew Xavion's strength matched his own. If the fight had persisted, it was uncertain who would have prevailed. Therefore, Nikki had great confidence in Xavion, knowing even a Layer 4 fighter might struggle against him. In Guido State, the Janus looked at the timid Layer 3 Shackled Realm fighter with disdain. Clearly, Xavion had left a significant psychological impact. Now, the Janus thought beyond just killing Xavion, aiming to stall time further. They had already lost many geniuses. If the plan failed, it would be disastrous. But the remaining Layer 3 fighter dared not engage or risk dying. How could Guido State allow itself to be underestimated like this? Hurry up, or else you'll face dire consequences. Today, you either fight to the death or suffer military punishment. Chapter 160. The Guido Kingdom Disciples Defection. The Supreme Fiki was resolute, insisting that he must go out to meet the challenge. The genius from the Guido Kingdom had no choice but to reluctantly agree to fight. After all, there might still be a chance of survival if he fought Xavion. If he refused, the Supreme Fiki wasn't joking. He would surely die at the hands of his own people and be disgraced for eternity. The mic took heavy steps, approaching Xavion one step at a time. When he finally stood before Xavion, he felt a chill run through his bones at the sight of Xavion's sneer. Xavion's relentless victories had already left a deep scar on his psyche, and he didn't want to throw away his life needlessly. What's going on with your side of the Guido Kingdom? Why are you stalling? Xavion mocked, holding his war god's spear like a ruffian, yet unassailable. The mic grew slightly angry but realized this wasn't the time to argue. Everyone behind him watched, hoping he could buy as much time as possible. Across the field, the Guido Kingdom's Supreme Fiki, upon seeing the mic standing still without initiating battle, grew delighted. He believed the mic was buying time, which could prove useful if it continued. Hey, aren't you going to make a move? What's with the hesitation? Xavion taunted. Or perhaps you came here to chicken out and don't dare to fight? Xavion's provocations were intended to embarrass the mic, knowing full well that the Janus above would relish seeing this. With his current cultivation and combat prowess, many feared him, and Xavion relished in that fear. At this moment, the mic suddenly stopped and then appeared to calm down. Deep in thought, he eventually lifted his head and spoke directly to the Zhao Kingdom's Janus atop the city wall. I surrender. I am willing to divulge the secrets of the Guido Kingdom. I was sent here to die and stall for time. There's a grand plan involved. Please spare my life. As he said this, the mic dropped his weapon. Many were stunned by this scene. Could this be a deliberate ploy by the Guido Kingdom to create chaos? However, the Janus immediately ordered, open the city gates and let him in. Under normal circumstances, the Janus might not have agreed just for a single prodigy, but the mic mentioned the Guido Kingdom's secrets. Given the sensitive nature of the ongoing conflict and the mysterious moves by the Guido Kingdom, accepting the mic seemed like the safer option. The loud cries of the mic caused immediate panic among the Guido Kingdom forces. Repeatedly sending their best fighters only to have them hesitate and waste time made them realize something was terribly wrong. Now, they feared the mic would reveal everything, ruining their plans and possibly costing them their lives today. At this moment, the Guido Kingdom's Janus went berserk. Aim your crossbows. Don't let him escape. That damn traitor. Report back and eliminate his entire family. Arrows from countless crossbows aimed at both the mic and Xavion, attempting to seize this opportunity to kill everyone at once. Run fast. Many held their breath, concerned not for the Guido Kingdom's mic but for Xavion's safety. As long as Xavion was alive, the Guido Kingdom couldn't hope to win. With that, the mic quickly prepared and ran inside, followed by Xavion. The city gates closed promptly, and the arrows failed to penetrate. Quick, inform your Janus. I have crucial information to share, the mic urged, accelerating his pace. His earlier hesitation stemmed from his family being in the Guido Kingdom, but life was precious, and after careful consideration, he decided to save himself and avenge his family later. All right. Xavion kept a watchful eye on the mic, ready to prevent any sudden attack. The mic's strength was formidable, and an unexpected assault could overwhelm them, especially since most soldiers were ordinary with cultivations around the Amador realm. Xavion walked with the mic while Zara and Nikki, along with other disciples above the third-tier Jiasuo realm, quickly surrounded the mic, ensuring he couldn't act. What secrets do you have to offer us? In return, we can grant you citizenship in the Zhao Kingdom and entry into our sects for cultivation. You won't live a miserable life for lack of a sect to accept you. On the contrary, if your information proves valuable, you will become a hero of the Zhao Kingdom and receive everything you desire. The Janus addressed the mic. The mic nodded and explained, here's the situation. You know why the Guido Kingdom is reluctant to engage in open battle and instead sends disciples to challenge us. Why would they send me here to certain death when they know I cannot win? Because they have a grand plan. In reality, they are weak internally and rely on this strategy to stall your forces, creating opportunities to redeploy their troops. Chapter 161. The True Plan of Guido Kingdom. Upon hearing the mic's news, the Fiki was immediately stunned. After all, he had long known that the Guido Kingdom did not use conventional methods. This had puzzled him for a long time, yet he could never figure it out. Now, this This Muhammad seemed to be revealing a significant piece of information. You tell me slowly, what exactly is going on? The Fiki became deeply concerned and appeared very anxious. Seeing this, Xavion and the others also perked up their ears. It's like this. Our purpose in choosing to delay time and using prodigies to humiliate you, thereby lowering your morale, isn't the main objective. Rather, the Guido Kingdom has a grand plan. Most of the people here have already been redeployed to attack your other border posts. I don't know which border post specifically, but I can guarantee one thing. Those Guido soldiers outside are all paper tigers. Despite looking numerous, there aren't many left. If you seize this opportunity to attack them, you will definitely capture their Fiki alive. Then, when they attack there, won't you find out? That's why at first, the Guido Kingdom held back its troops and only sent the younger generation to challenge you. If not for an unexpected turn of events, the Guido Kingdom might still be reaping benefits while waiting for the right moment. Your side wouldn't dare engage, and they would have mobilized all their forces to attack your border. Your defenses would soon fall. The Guido Mike spoke with great urgency. Clearly, he was worried that the Fiki might report his words back to the Guido Kingdom. Although reporting was inevitable, if it happened now, they might hastily retreat without further planning. This way, he could pretend to die in battle, at least ensuring the safety of his parents. Once the Zhao Kingdom won, he could return home to visit his parents. Even if there was a ceasefire, he could find a way to secretly go back and bring his parents over. His parents lived deep in the mountains and would never suspect their child of betrayal. No one would know about this matter. Seeing the retreating troops from afar, the Fiki hesitated. After all, this was just one side of the story. If they believed this Mike, and it turned out to be a trap, it could spell disaster. Please, send the troops immediately. It will be too late if these Guido people escape, the Mike pleaded, crying and begging before the Fiki. After all, his parents' safety now depended entirely on the Fiki's decision. Fiki, they are indeed retreating, but because the distance is so far, we can't clearly see how many of them there are, someone reported. At this, the Fiki hesitated even more. This was indeed a rare opportunity, but if the Mike couldn't ensure everything he said was true, rashly moving out could result in an ambush. Fiki, no matter what, inform the other bases to strengthen their defenses first. Additionally, I believe that disciples who have reached the lockdown realm and are fast should take the lead in pursuit to observe. They have ordinary people among them who can't move too quickly. If there's any problem, we can withdraw early, ensuring we have enough time to retreat. This is a golden opportunity. Even if it might be a trap, we must investigate. We cannot miss this chance. Moreover, given the distance between us, if there were a trap, we could still escape. We fought them for so long and have substantial strength, which they can't easily overcome. At this point, Xavion provided a clear analysis, leading the Fiki to make up his mind. Fine, dispatch troops immediately. Follow me to pursue them. Xavion, you go ahead to observe, but remember, do not get too close to them. In the middle position, we will deploy strong protectors behind you. Should anything happen, these strong protectors can rescue you, ensuring your safety. If what you say is true, little brother, you will have done a great deed for us, and the Zhao Kingdom will reward you accordingly. But if not, and we fall into a trap, rest assured you will suffer immensely, beyond the point of wanting death. The Fiki grew stern. Seeing this, the Mike nodded rapidly. Rest assured, I guarantee everything I said is true. Good. Hearing the Mike's assurance, the Fiki assigned the Amy from Golden Light Sect, who had attained the third level of the lockdown realm, to monitor him, then went down to arrange the troops. Meanwhile, Xavion and the other dozen disciples immediately headed towards the front lines to pursue. They needed to verify if the enemy truly lacked real strength and was nearly incapacitated. If this were the case, Zhao Kingdom would suffer no loss and could interrogate their Fiki to learn which border post they were attacking. Given the considerable distance, the previous delays weren't enough to let the Guido troops get far. The prodigious Mikes from Desolate Abyss Sect and Golden Light Sect began to chase vigorously. Nikki glanced at all the prodigies and said, regardless of any past conflicts between our sects, I only have one thing to say. No internal strife this time. This is for Zhao Kingdom, for those behind us. So, absolutely no arguments. If anyone causes trouble over past matters, I will personally deal with them, regardless of their sect, even if they are from Desolate Abyss Sect. Everyone, we must unite this time. Chapter 162. Reconciliation of two major sects. Hearing Nikki's threat, everyone replied in unison at once, rest assured. We know what's most important at this time. Then, everyone started chasing forward together, their hearts simultaneously on alert. After all, everyone was well aware this time that if they really caught up, the enemy might realize they were pursued and could potentially not keep the true situation hidden anymore. When driven into a corner, anything could happen. If the enemy truly retaliated against them, relying solely on these people would definitely not suffice. The combat power of someone at the Shackles realm seemed strong, but the leading opponent's cultivation and combat ability would certainly be even stronger. If their leader caught them, everyone would meet a tragic end. However, no one was afraid. Everyone knew that there had to be a country before there could be a home. Only by winning here would the rear group be truly safe. Then, everyone could enjoy peace. Since they had come this time, it was absolutely not a time for fear. They had been prepared ever since coming here, so everyone began to race forward with all their might. This time, Nikki, I didn't expect us to advance so far. This was indeed unexpected. I just hope that after this war, we can all survive. If I live, I'm willing to have White Alliance cooperate with you. From then on, White Alliance and Eagle Alliance will be one family, Xavion said while running, speaking to Nikki. Hearing Xavion's words, Nikki laughed right away and replied, no problem. I also hope to cooperate with White Alliance when the time comes. Although I didn't make you join Eagle Alliance, after all, your strength is formidable. Eagle Alliance can't confine you. Being able to cooperate with you is also a good thing. For our Eagle Alliance, it's not just about face. Every person in Eagle Alliance has impeccable character and conduct. Sorry about the previous incidents. We forced you to join Eagle Alliance because we didn't want you to be left behind outside. Growth only comes from being around geniuses. Now it seems my perspective was too narrow. Haha. On the road, Despite pursuing the fleeing enemies, Xavion and Nikki chatted amicably. Our Golden Light sect is also willing to reconcile with you. The past matters concerning Xavion are history, and we won't hold any grudges. At least we fought this battle together this time. So, we decided that when the time comes, both sects will set aside past hatreds and move forward together, okay? At this point, the disciples of the Golden Light sect spoke as well. Even though facing the troublesome Xavion who caused them endless headaches, the Golden Light sect disciples knew this was the best moment to resolve conflicts. Everyone wanted to mend fences. After all, Guishu sect's current generation of disciples were quite strong. Inside their inner sect, a disciple had emerged at the 4th level of the Shackles realm, another whose combat power rivaled that of a 4th level Shackles realm, and who possessed the ability to fight across realms. Honestly speaking, Golden Light sect fell short compared to them. However, the Haskell didn't wish to continue holding on to past grievances. Losing some money in the past, and having Xavion irritate them in the Mystic realm were all in the past. If it was in the past, then let bygones be bygones. It must be admitted that the lead disciple of the Golden Light sect this time showed some intelligence and knew it was better to resolve issues if possible. Upon hearing the words from the Golden Light sect disciple, Xavion paused for a moment before replying. I apologize for the past. I promise I won't irritate you again from now on. Back then, I was naive and always caused trouble, not only for you but within our own sect as well. Everyone knows I tend to cause trouble, so please don't take it to heart. At this moment, seeing the members of the Golden Light sect extending olive branches made Xavion quite agreeable. After all, despite never being scolded by the Bradleys, Xavion was very clear in his heart that the meetings between the Bradleys and the Haskell must not have gone well, perhaps creating some tension. Understanding this, Xavion decided to personally smooth things over. That's why he apologized. Otherwise, given his temper, how could he possibly apologize? It's alright. In the past, our Golden Light sect's disciples weren't without fault. Everyone sighed in relief upon seeing Xavion conceding. They feared Xavion wouldn't agree, which would create an awkward atmosphere even on the battlefield. Honestly, Bristol, the eldest sister of the Golden Light sect, had already instructed them not to provoke Xavion, because she knew she wasn't Xavion's match. Provoking him might bring calamity to the sect. Given Xavion's terrifying combat power, it made sense for her to issue such advice. Now, Xavion proved to be quite reasonable, putting past grievances behind them. The damn kids behind us are still chasing us. Looks like Calhoun has informed them of our plan. What do we do, Fiki? If it continues like this, we might die here. How can we live? Fiki, should we fight them head-on? At least we won't lose dignity, and maybe Zhao Kingdom will think they've been deceived and kill Calhoun, possibly scaring off the Zhao troops. Don't be foolish. How is that possible? What do we do? Retreat and guard the camp? But we have no fortress or city walls. If this continues, our camp will be trampled, and everyone will die. Many officers continuously argued, fueled by their anger. Originally a sure-win operation turned into something very unstable due to an unexpected prodigy. No one could accept such an outcome. Everyone hoped to go back and eliminate that kid. Stop arguing. Let's run quickly. Retreating now isn't an option. The Zhao Kingdom seems highly confident about this plan. Forcing a return would be futile and ultimately detrimental to us. Guido Kingdom's Janus replied promptly. Hashtag chapter 163. Retaliation. When the Janus spoke, the people of Zhao couldn't help but sigh, yet they had no choice. War was always like this. At any moment, you faced life and death dangers. However, your own survival wasn't the main concern. You still had to think about those behind you, like Boston's forces. You were responsible for the war and your warriors. Many envied the officers who wielded strategic power from afar. Some wondered why Janus were often smart individuals with mediocre combat prowess instead of highly cultivated experts. Why not have those with exceptional cultivation led? War wasn't just a contest of strength, but also of intelligence. Without strategic thinking, sheer combat power would only result in immense losses regardless of numbers. History was full of such examples. Therefore, everyone aspired to become a Janus, hence the intense cultivation efforts. But ultimately, they could only become generals without real authority, merely following orders as mere soldiers. Absolutely not. We can't let these kids follow us. Now, assemble several generals of Lock Realm Tier 3 to go back and kill these kids. Also, send a disciple at Lock Realm Tier 4 to make sure that kid is eliminated. Damn it, just thinking about this pisses me off. That brat completely screwed us over. If it weren't for him, our mission would have succeeded, and this war could have gone down in history. The Janus was clearly frustrated and immediately issued orders to some of his subordinates. Subsequently, a few Lock Realm Tier 3 generals stepped out, joining the Lock Realm Tier 4 mic. These people then began running towards Xavion and company, intending to capture or eliminate all the Zhao elites. After all, the Guido side had lost many of their own elites and was furious. The Zhao side had only lost 2, and worse, they were still pursuing them. An intolerable provocation. Let's do it. Kill these Zhao elites. When we return, we'll at least be ennobled as marquises. A general shouted as he ran swiftly towards Xavion and company. Upon seeing so many people charging towards them, everyone became unsettled. No one knew the true strength of these opponents, or if there were hidden powerful figures among them. If there were, they might all be doomed. But withdrawing without understanding the enemy's strength felt too humiliating, an outcome none could accept. Many looked towards Nikki and Xavion for guidance since they were now the leaders, the most skilled among them. Maybe we should retreat. We've done our best, Nikki hesitated, unsure of the enemy's intentions in suddenly sending troops to attack. If they were caught, and the enemy hit a world-class expert, wouldn't they all be finished? No one wanted so many geniuses to perish here. No, we can't retreat. Think about it, the number of strong fighters on both sides is limited. They wouldn't want to lose a true expert either, especially with a major battle looming. They're likely sending only generals to delay us. I believe we should continue pursuing them and test them, Xavion asserted firmly. Xavion wasn't reckless. He had thought deeply about this. He knew they had returned to intercept them, but Guido likely wouldn't deploy true experts because every strong fighter mattered for the upcoming battle. Even if the forces were equal, they wouldn't risk it. Besides, it seemed Guido didn't have many left. To victory, onward. Xavion urged everyone. I don't believe they have the strength to really challenge us. Trust me, even if they have a Lock Realm Tier 4 expert, it won't be much more than that. And if things get dicey, Nikki and I can hold them off while you escape. Xavion had another plan. By observing whether Guido deployed enough strong fighters, they could gauge the opponent's true strength. If it was just low-tier fighters, Guido might have indeed redeployed its main forces elsewhere. If they sent true experts, it meant Zhao needed to retreat urgently. Regardless, with so many Guido geniuses already lost, a standoff wouldn't be disadvantageous. Plus, they'd gain morale. Since they were here to fight, they must be prepared for death. Xavion wanted to seize this chance, so naturally, he insisted they pursue. Well, since Xavion said so, let's follow through, Nikki conceded, despite feeling uneasy but willing to support Xavion's decision. Alright, let's give it everything. With renewed determination, Xavion and Nikki led the charge, engaging the Guido forces. These are just mid-tier fighters. The Guido side likely has no one left. Xavion seemed excited. Everyone, attack. Eliminate them and report back. Hearing Xavion's words, the mics grew enthusiastic. The battle raged on, fueled by Xavion's confidence and resolve. Chapter 164. Intense battle. Hunter and his companions were now embroiled in battle. Nikki had engaged one of the enemies, a young warrior at the 4th level Shackles realm. Clearly, this was one of the younger generation from the opposing side, likely sent to pursue Hunter. However, it seems they hadn't anticipated that aside from Hunter, there was also another powerful ally on their side, Nikki. Immediately, Nikki began an intense exchange with this disciple, while Hunter took the opportunity to assist the others. After all, among those who had fled with him, very few were at the 3rd level Shackles realm. Most were 2nd level Shackles realm disciples and soldiers from the camp. Thus, the only person capable of confronting these 10 or so 3rd level Shackles realm warriors was himself. Hunter sighed and began engaging them fiercely. Although he was alone, Hunter's speed was exceptional. The enemy realized that if they didn't take him down, all of them might perish here. After all, Hunter was the primary target. Even though their genius was preoccupied, they doubted they couldn't kill a 1st level Shackles realm disciple with so many people. Despite Hunter previously having displayed the capability to slay 3rd level Shackles realm warriors, they believed their combined efforts would be enough to overwhelm him. The 4th level Shackles realm warrior did not join the fray. These individuals knew Hunter could match a 4th level, but were uncertain of his true strength. While the gap between the 3rd and 4th levels was significant, it wasn't insurmountable. Their numbers gave them a substantial advantage. Even a 4th level would feel uneasy facing them. Everyone knew how formidable a group of 3rd level Shackles realm warriors could be. This explained why Hunter and Ian desperately tried to escape during the previous battle with Camillo Sec's master. With only 3 of them, they couldn't make a dent against the opposition. Although Hunter had fought 7 Shackles realm warriors before, he never managed to eliminate all of them and often played cat and mouse. That's why Hunter had been in such dire straits. If the gap between their strengths weren't so wide, Hunter wouldn't have suffered so much. Humph, let's see you escape this time, brat. You killed so many geniuses from our Guido kingdom. I don't believe you'll survive this time. Attack him. Don't show mercy this time. We must ensure this guy dies right here. Many people shouted as they launched a fierce assault on Hunter. Indeed, being surrounded by so many fighters placed immense pressure on him, but he couldn't do much since he was already tightly engaged. Haha, it's clear that Guido kingdom has no one left. Believe us, once our forces arrive, none of you will live, Hunter laughed, countering with his war god spear. Everyone saw that Hunter was still holding his ground against more than 10 3rd level Shackles realm warriors without failing. This realization caused the faces of Guido kingdom's forces to turn grim. Originally, they expected these fighters to swiftly slay Hunter within a few hours. But now, there wasn't much time left, and they needed to finish off Hunter quickly. Furthermore, their 4th level disciple was occupied. Even if he weren't, it was evident that a 4th level couldn't guarantee killing Hunter, given the strong combat prowess Hunter had displayed, which made him almost unmatched among the younger generation. The core disciples from various sects were formidable because they had spent sufficient time cultivating, but none of them could compare to Hunter due to the age difference. Many core disciples were over 50. Kill him. Hurry up and eliminate this guy. Seeing Zhao Kingdom's forces approaching from behind, the generals grew anxious. If they couldn't defeat Hunter, they would have to flee, making a mockery of their mission. Given the 4th level couldn't overcome Nikki, focusing on defeating Nikki was futile. If they failed to kill Hunter, their entire mission would be considered a failure. Not only would they lose lives, but it would expose their weakness, leading to contempt from Guido Kingdom's people. Haha, the Guido Kingdom is panicking. Let's catch up and support him. This time, upon return, we should commend Hunter for such incredible performance. Our side will emerge victorious, while Guido Kingdom will suffer a heavy loss. Several generals laughed heartily. In battle, sometimes even minor victories could influence the entire war. Everyone hoped their kingdom would gain an advantage, boosting morale. Thus, all the generals rushed forward to rescue Hunter and his companions. Let's retreat. Zhao Kingdom's forces are catching up. Continuing like this, we won't just fail the mission. We might die too. Yeah, although we'll likely face blame upon returning, staying means certain death. The world is vast, and we're powerful. We can find shelter anywhere. There's no need to return to certain death. Faced with the prospect of severe punishment from Guido Kingdom's Janus for failing their mission, many generals panicked and decided to defect en masse. They preferred to escape rather than face certain execution for bringing shame to Guido Kingdom. Chapter 165. Kill Xavion. As those generals began to scatter and flee, Xavion and his men finally found safety. On the Guido side, seeing this situation, there was immediate condemnation. The desertion of these generals infuriated them. However, some understood their actions. Returning meant certain punishment, possibly death, while fleeing offered a slim chance of survival. After ensuring they were safe, Xavion and his group saw the Janus leading the troops charging over from the frontier. It seemed the intention was to wipe out the Guido forces completely, an intimidating and resolute display. You're safe. Now, follow our troops and eliminate all the Guido generals, the Janus said. Remember, protect our soldiers at all costs and minimize casualties. With that, he led Xavion and his men forward. They became exhilarated by this turn of events. This time, they had thwarted Guido's schemes and would earn great merit. Xavion and the others continued advancing. Due to the expansion of the war, they were needed to take on more significant roles. Those who reached the Shackles realm like Xavion were tasked with eliminating enemy Janus. After chasing for about an hour, when the distance between the two sides closed to just 100 meters, the Guido forces realized they couldn't escape. Only through a decisive battle could they hope to survive. Otherwise, they faced total annihilation. Seeing everyone fleeing like cornered dogs, the Janus blamed the defector but didn't realize that had he not pressured the defector earlier, none of this would have happened. It was ultimately his doing. Soldiers, charge. We must slay these Zhao troops. They've fallen into our trap, laughed the Homer. Ha ha. The Zhao people are reckless and foolish, thinking we're done for. They couldn't even see through our infiltrator. Why fight if Zhao lacks talent? Laughing wildly, he drew his sword and began attacking Zhao troops. Although his words initially caused panic among some, most recognized that Guido lacked the strength to resist and were merely trying to boost morale to kill more Bryans. They were too clever by half, believing they could reverse their fate through such tactics. Clearly, many in the Guido army knew the insider details but still fought despite being overwhelmed. Zhao's high morale and Guido's low spirits resulted in numerous Guido soldiers being beaten down, creating fear and chaos. Some Guido soldiers even gave up, with a few unable to bear the fear and committing suicide on the spot. The battlefield displayed every human emotion possible. Xavion charged ahead, sweeping through a group of Guido soldiers with his divine spear. Most were only at the Amador realm, far below his level, so Xavion advanced without resistance. Kill him, that young prodigy of Zhao. In the Guido camp, a general spotted Xavion and attacked. A Shackles third-layer general, along with 3 others of the same rank, surrounded Xavion, intent on killing him. I'm here too, shouted another 4th-layer Shackles general from afar, swinging his spear towards Xavion. The Guido side showed significant concern for Xavion, determined to eliminate him. Hee hee, you're welcome, laughed Xavion, countering with his divine spear. Despite appearing calm, for enemies, including a 4th-layer Shackles, made him struggle. Xavion, I'm coming. Nikki noticed Xavion's predicament and broke through enemy lines to assist. Covered in enemy blood, he looked fierce. Your opponent is me. That prodigy is on our hit list, responded a Shackles 4th-layer general blocking Nikki, whose primary goal was to protect Xavion. GG, Zhao's genius won't last. This will be a huge loss for Zhao, added another 4th-layer general, arriving with several other Shackles rank soldiers. For them, Xavion's elimination was crucial. Such talent, both in potential and inflicted damage, was prioritized. Even if Guido might face total defeat today, killing Zhao's supreme prodigy would still be a victory. While this was just a part of the larger war, it significantly impacted morale. Guido still had a chance to turn things around. Faced with 2 Shackles, 4th-layer and multiple strong foes, Xavion struggled. Even if he was nearly as powerful as a 4th-layer Shackles, fighting 2 at once, plus many other Janus, left him overwhelmed. For a moment, Xavion felt powerless and almost couldn't endure the pressure. Note asterisk in the original text, there was inconsistency regarding whether the protagonist belonged to Guido or Zhao. In my translation, I assumed Xavion belongs to Zhao and is being targeted by Guido forces. If there's any discrepancy or additional context required, please let me know. Hashtag chapter 166, besieged on all sides. Execute the Zhao nation's genius, restore our great Guido's prestige. Many people were shouting slogans, eager to slay Xavion. After all, Xavion had been a thorn in their side. This guy had continuously slain their geniuses. If not for him, they probably wouldn't have been pursued so relentlessly, with such high casualties, and be as disheveled as stray dogs now. Therefore, all their firepower was concentrated on Xavion. Boom. Xavion was struggling in battle, surrounded by powerful foes. Though he could hold on for a while longer, Xavion clearly felt that his endurance was waning rapidly. Fortunately, Nikki helped detain one of his opponents. Otherwise, facing 3 4th-rank Shackled Realm attackers together would make things extremely difficult and helpless for him. In a sudden burst of effort, Xavion began to struggle free from his adversaries, fleeing for his life. He couldn't escape otherwise. With all the attacks focused on him, it was impossible to handle everyone. Staying put would surely result in his death. Xavion was seething with anger. Practically all the great Guido people had recognized him and blocked his path constantly. Continuing like this, Xavion anticipated that even if he survived this time, his head would still fetch a high price eventually. It was likely he'd end up on the hit list soon. Crack. A chariot aimed to obstruct Xavion's path, but Xavion lunged forward with the War God's spear, shattering the chariot into pieces. He then sprinted off desperately, pursued by relentless enemies behind. Quick, go and help Xavion. Some people noticed Xavion's predicament and started to worry about him. Don't you dare touch my brother. At this moment, Hayes and Ian dashed out of the crowd, swiftly taking down those around who were targeting Xavion, then fled alongside him. As mere first-rank Shackled Realm disciples, they stood no chance against the second-rank Shackled Realm cultivators behind them. Their only option was to flee, a fact that frustrated them immensely. Humph, we must catch this guy this time. Absolutely cannot let him escape. Otherwise, Great Guido will suffer immense losses this time. Behind, a general shouted at those chasing Xavion. Currently, Xavion was like a rat in the street, everybody yelling to beat him. This situation was becoming unbearable. Xavion, I'm here to save you. A disciple from the Golden Light sect at the second rank Shackled Realm rushed in to assist Xavion. Even the deputy leader of the Eagle Alliance at the third rank Shackled Realm stepped in. However, their assistance only slightly reduced Xavion's pressure. The main threat still came from the two fourth-rank Shackled Realm generals. Meanwhile, the Ouroboros Kingdom's formidable fighters were battling enemies in various directions. With Xavion darting everywhere, it was extremely difficult to pinpoint his location, making the search challenging. Moreover, rescuers faced obstructions, adding to the complexity of saving him. You damn kid, still thinking of running? As long as you're on this battlefield today, you can't escape. The hell? You've caused us so much trouble this time, you will definitely die. An enraged Great Guido general yelled and attacked Xavion fiercely, increasing his danger significantly. Bang! Xavion struggled fiercely, surrounded by enemies. Every Great Guido citizen wanted him dead. Bloodied, he looked as if emerging from a sea of blood. In a swift motion, Xavion jumped up and slashed downward with the war god's spear. Many weapons pointed upward, sharp edges glinting ominously, ready to impale Xavion as he fell. Even the usually calm Xavion was thrown into disarray seeing this. If things continued, he would die here. Continuous healing from the system was futile. He had no choice but to flee if he stayed. Staying would invite certain death, while fleeing meant losing the rescuer's sight. Everyone was determined to kill him, leaving Xavion feeling quite helpless. Damn it, we're here. Two fourth-rank Shackled Realm fighters finally spotted Xavion amidst the chaos and carved a bloody path to come to his aid. Without their support, Xavion might have fallen right there. Hell, the rescue finally arrived. Damn hard work. Seeing the reinforcements, Xavion spat out blood, looking ferocious, desperate to leave immediately. Continuing here would only mean an endless stream of attackers. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand so many powerful assailants. Xavion slipped away through a narrow alley, hiding inside a chariot. He put on the disguise mask given by Tamara. Though it made him uglier and might make the Ouroboros side think he disappeared, missing was better than being dead. Xavion slid out of the chariot, slipping like an eel through the battlefield, ambushing high-ranking officials of the Great Guido Kingdom. At this point, the Guido forces were nearly defeated, tipping the scales of war towards the Ouroboros Kingdom. Witnessing this, the Ouroboros Janus laughed maniacally and rallied his troops. Brothers, Guido is collapsing, keep pushing. Tonight we will capture the Guido encampment and annihilate them. If these people are gone, our future burden will lighten. Guido won't be able to set up camp here again easily. Chapter 167. Are you really Xavion? Encouraged by their Janus, the soldiers of the Zhao state surged with morale, growing increasingly eager to defeat the enemy. Victory this time would mean that the Guido state wouldn't come near them for a while, ensuring everyone's safety. Once secure, they would only need to hold the city, a task they could manage. Though they had come to fight, every soldier hoped to survive and wished for their friends to do so as well. Nobody wanted to end up defeated. Thus, if they could hold the frontier, everyone would live. The soldiers of Zhao began to fight valiantly, while the Guido troops were already fewer in number and now suffered even more losses under Xavion's relentless attacks. As a result, the Guido side kept retreating. Xavion suddenly charged forward, his divine spear instantly aimed at one of the enemy's generals. In an instant, he pierced the general's throat, causing blood to gush out onto the ground. Xavion resumed his rampage. Charge! Amidst the Zhao army, a stranger appeared unexpectedly, surprising everyone. However, the newcomer wore their uniform, so it was clear no one could change clothes on the battlefield so swiftly. Hence, it could only mean one thing. This was an officer they hadn't met before. This realization troubled both the soldiers and some officers, as it indicated that none knew who this person was or why they had appeared among their ranks. Could this be someone sent by the Guido state? After all, nearly every gainer on the frontier was recognizable, but no one here knew these strangers from the Guido state. Thus, several Janus momentarily suspected Xavion of being a Guido infiltrator and moved to attack him. Damn, you bastard impersonating our men. Watch me take your life. At that moment, Xavion was engaged in combat with a Guido general when he noticed a familiar face charging towards him. He widened his eyes in disbelief. This situation was unprecedented. He was mistaken for an intruder by his own men. Haha boy, you can't fool us. Not one of us, never will be. You can't bluff your way through like this. The Bryans laughed and attacked Xavion. He felt targeted by those around him as almost everyone joined the fray against him. With few remaining Janus on the Guido side, all available Zhao forces converged on Xavion. Stop! I'm Xavion, don't misfire on me. Xavion yelled, looking at the Hewitt. Don't attack your own men. Xavion? The Hewitt paused, then burst into laughter. Ha, you think you look like Xavion? Do you take me for a fool? Do you think I don't know what Xavion looks like? That kid has delicate features, nothing like this ugly mug. Trying to trick us? Ha, give us a better excuse. Trying to make us laugh? Xavion was fuming. Now he might die at the hands of his own men. Look at my weapon and armor properly. There's no mistake here. I've just altered my appearance. If you dare attack me, I won't hesitate. He displayed his evidence, the weapon, to the surrounding Janus. Being attacked by his own men would only breed resentment. Both the Guido state and Zhao would hate him if he ended up as an outsider without gratitude for his efforts. He didn't want to become the first man killed by his own comrades on the battlefield. Grass, it really is Xavion's weapon, but he doesn't look like this. How have we never heard of facial disguise? Even if Xavion did use it, with his delicate features, he should pretend to be a woman. Damn, maybe Xavion sacrificed himself? Let's avenge him. Seeing Xavion's weapon, they grew even more agitated, collectively attacking him. They assumed the disguised Xavion was an imposter who killed Xavion and took his place. The idea seemed far-fetched since nobody had ever heard of such disguises. F***K. Xavion tore off his mask, revealing his true face. Look closely, damn it, I am Xavion. Witnessing the transformation, the Janus stared in shock. Some nearly collided with Xavion, almost attacking him again. Grasped Xavion, It really is you. How did you do this? God, there actually is a facial disguise technique. Why haven't I seen this before? Well, we thought we caught a Guido spy and could claim merit. But it's you, Xavion. Upon realizing it was Xavion, Minnie sighed, feeling both disappointed at lost potential glory and amazed by his disguise. Xavion, initially expecting to be honored as a hero, now realized his hopes were premature. These people were clearly frustrated at losing what they thought was certain victory. Chapter 168, Capture of the Fiki. At this point, upon confirming it was indeed Xavion, the soldiers reluctantly released him and turned their attention back to attacking the other enemies. Xavion's expression was now filled with frustration as he finally managed to clear up the misunderstanding. However, some of the Guido Kingdom's people had already seen his true appearance. Fortunately for Xavion, most of the Guido Kingdom's generals were nearly all killed. There weren't many left from the Guido side. Overall, in this battle, the Guido Kingdom was destined to lose. There was no turning the tide. At this moment, the Zhao Kingdom's soldiers fought even more enthusiastically and vigorously, while the Guido side kept retreating. Some tried to flee, but how could the Zhao Kingdom let them escape? Xavion also began launching assaults on these remaining enemies. The number of those who posed a threat to Xavion was significantly reduced. Even if they did pose a threat, such individuals would be surrounded and attacked by other Hewitt's. The battle proceeded unusually smoothly. After 8 hours of fierce fighting, what remained of the Guido Kingdom soldiers started surrendering. However, the great Janus of the Guido forces continued resisting desperately. Seeing his own troops surrender, he became furious. But at this point, it was too late. Upon seeing Xavion, the Homer's face turned pale. He roared at Xavion. Xavion, you damn traitor. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have lost this time. Seeing Xavion, the Homer was extremely agitated. Without Xavion, things would have been different. The Guido side might have won instead of losing. How dare you threaten us when you're on the verge of death? One Brian snarled. Everyone, take him alive immediately and bring him back with us. In an instant, countless Janus rushed toward the Homer, intending to capture him alive. It was crucial to find out where the rest of the Guido troops had gone, to prevent heavy losses elsewhere. Even though warnings had been sent via transmission jade slips, uncertainty over the whereabouts of the Guido forces meant they would have to endure attacks at any moment. Thus, each border post must stay fortified until they knew more. I'll be damned. Seeing the collective attack from the Zhao forces, the Homer panicked and attempted to break through. But surrounded by numerous Janus, he couldn't escape. Soon, the gainers seized him. Now advance, let's raise the Guido military camp. Let's empty it out this time. Exhilarated, the gainer gave orders. Soldiers advanced joyfully towards the almost undefended Guido camp. Now, defeating the Guido kingdom seemed effortless. The Guido military camp was practically defenseless. Having accomplished a significant victory, the gainer felt triumphant. Alongside several other Janus, they secured the captured Homer. Tell us where your troops were moved to. Speak, and we will offer you the chance to join our Zhao kingdom. The Homer scoffed, closing his eyes, pretending not to hear. For him, defeat meant certain death. Betraying his country was unimaginable. Haha, enough stubbornness. I don't believe you'll keep silent forever, the gainer taunted before pummeling him. The Homer cursed loudly. Dog, if not for Xavion's surprise, do you think you could treat me like this? Probably, you'd be the one suffering. To rely on an unexpected advantage, how shameless. Dare you challenge me in a fair duel? The gainers looked at the Homer with disdain, finding his words immature. This wasn't the time for personal confrontations. It was a battlefield, and they couldn't afford to neglect other battlefronts. Clearly mocking him, the gainers grew more brutal. Meanwhile, Xavion led his forces into the Guido military camp. Inside, only injured soldiers were present, easily subdued without resistance. Seize them all. Xavion commanded upon entry, and the Guido wounded surrendered without resistance. Thus, the main Guido camp fell into their hands. They began dismantling the base, carrying tents and other supplies back to the Zhao fortifications, along with the stored food and provisions. If reinforcements came, they would need to rebuild the camp. Yet, Xavion was confident that this border area could now be securely held without much worry. Returning with all the loot, they headed back to their camps. In the Zhao kingdom's fortress courtyard, the Homers knelt, and Zhao officers said, if any of you divulge the secrets, we can spare your lives. Hashtag chapter 169, total victory. If not, we will never let you go. As war criminals, you must all die. As they spoke, the generals of the Zhao kingdom became grim, their entire demeanor turning frightening, and many of the Bryans drew their weapons. At this moment, the supreme Janus of the Guido kingdom and the defeated generals remained silent, showing no intention of speaking. Seeing this, Xavion and the others grew worried. If the prisoners continued to remain silent, they might never get any useful information from them. Considering the time, it wouldn't be long before the reinforcements from the Guido kingdom had traveled halfway. Upon seeing this, Nikki rushed up to one of the generals and pressed a dagger against his chest, saying, "Speak or die now." Nikki's aura flared with menacing energy, causing the general's face to pale in terror. I don't know everything. Only the Supreme Janus has complete knowledge. You have to ask him. The general quivered in fear, afraid he might die. This made it clear to everyone that only the Supreme Janus of the Guido kingdom held the key information. But would the Guido kingdom's Supreme Janus ever reveal anything? It was highly unlikely. Anyone who could become a Supreme Janus would surely be extremely loyal. Thus, extracting the information through force would be extremely difficult. Xavion became increasingly anxious. If the interrogations continued without success, the enemy would soon capture their city. Even though they had destroyed a significant portion of the enemy army, if the other side managed to gain some advantage, it would nullify their efforts, leaving the war status quo. Walking up to the Supreme Janus, Xavion looked at him and said, "If you speak, we'll give you a chance to live. In the future, you can even join our Zhao kingdom. What do you think?" Harsh interrogation would take time, so Xavion personally attempted to persuade Sullivan to see if he would divulge the critical information. He then added, "You don't need to worry about us going back on our word. After all, if we encounter other enemies, you can be used as propaganda to encourage other homers to surrender." The Guido Supreme Janus laughed, a mocking laugh. His expression made it clear that he would never betray his duty. Sighing, the Supreme Janus acknowledged the futility of further attempts. As a leader, he understood the prisoner's loyalty, and in his position, he would have made the same choice. Take him away for harsh interrogation. I refuse to believe we can't find out where their forces are. With a wave of his hand, the Supreme Janus ordered the others to handle the prisoner and instructed the interrogation of the remaining Guido generals. He then turned to look at Xavion and the others. Among those present, the standout performer was undoubtedly Xavion and his fellow disciples, especially Xavion himself, who had made tremendous contributions during the battle. The Supreme Janus approached Xavion and said, "Xavion, due to your outstanding contributions, I hereby appoint you as a third-rank officer, overseeing 1,000 disciples within the Guishu sect. You played a significant role in this battle, and your performance was exceptional." Turning to Nikki, he continued, "Nikki, you were exceptionally brave and skilled. Considering your cultivation level and actual capabilities, I appoint you as a second-rank officer. Continue to strive for excellence." Following this, the new officers were formally appointed. Though they had won the battle, some generals had perished, and their positions needed to be filled. Those who had contributed significantly were rewarded, a matter of principle and order. After receiving his award, Xavion breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the newly appointed officers. Among them, only he received a third-rank promotion, while a few others were appointed second-rank officers. Nikki was the most deserving among these. Although Zara did not participate directly in combat, her inherent combat prowess and the contributions of Ezekiel earned her a second-rank promotion as well. Most others received first-rank promotions, generally requiring lock realm cultivation and noteworthy contributions in battle. Ian and Hayes, having protected Xavion throughout, were also promoted to first-rank officers. Overall, the promotions were strict, except for cases like Xavion's, whose contributions were indeed remarkable. After promoting the others, the Supreme Janus gave Xavion additional accolades as compensation for his service. A single third-rank appointment could not fully reflect Xavion's contributions, but given his lock realm cultivation, that was the highest rank he could receive. So this was the best way to reward him. He was also awarded a gold medal as a symbol of honor. Many disciples were elated, experiencing their first recognition after living comfortably within the sect. Returning to camp, Xavion and the others sat in the military quarters to rest. The interrogation of the Guido Supreme Janus was no longer their concern. At this moment, the young defector from the Guido kingdom walked over. After discussions with the Supreme Janus, the Mike was temporarily placed under the care of Jingguang's sect and received some rewards for his assistance. Later, Xavion sat by a small river when the Guido Mike named Calhoun approached, standing beside him and said with a chuckle, "Xavion, I truly admire your prowess this time. I should also thank you. Had you wished to end me quickly, I likely wouldn't be alive, nor would I have the opportunity to share this secret." Chapter 170, Interrogation. Xavion smiled faintly upon hearing this, without offering much explanation. After all, this man had joined the Zhao Kingdom's camp just to survive. If not for his own strength, the other party would have probably spared no effort to kill him and then strut in front of the city wall. However, since this person had already joined the Zhao Kingdom's camp, there was no longer any point in talking about it. But Xavion couldn't befriend such a person, no matter how pitiful he was. Realizing that Xavion wasn't inclined to talk, this man tactfully closed his mouth and left. At this moment, the entire military camp was filled with joyous disciples from the two great sects. After all, this was the first time they were becoming officers and earning their first military honors. Many were too excited to sleep. Just then, Xavion received a message through a jade slip from Tamara. The message informed Xavion that she was en route on a flying boat to their frontier post to fight alongside him. Xavion sighed when he read Tamara's message. What was this little princess doing coming here? This is a battlefield. If something happens to her, he wouldn't be able to face the Aven. Besides, with her princess temperament, would she really come here to fight? However, since Tamara had already set out, Xavion couldn't stop her. He could only hope she would leave after seeing the bloodiness of war. Cheyenne and Ian Hayes walked over. Seeing Xavion, they said, "Xavion, it's our turn to patrol again. This time we need to inspect the soldiers on the city wall." As officers, although they held more power, they also took on more responsibilities. That was what being an officer meant. Xavion nodded and followed them. On the way, they encountered Nikki and Jingguangzong's people. All the disciple officers were getting familiar with their new roles. They needed to simulate some duties and learn the procedures, including receiving a book titled Self-Discipline for Officers. No matter where one was, continuous learning was always necessary. After making the rounds, everyone understood the process. At this point, a soldier ran over and reported to Xavion and the others. Reporting to all officers, the commanding general requests your presence in the dungeon. He wants us to brainstorm ways to make Guido Kingdom's commanding general speak up. Upon hearing the soldier's report, they nodded and headed towards the dungeon. I didn't expect that Guido Kingdom's commanding general would be so obstinate, refusing to speak. Who could have guessed that he would feel so deeply for his country? We won't likely find a good solution. After all, we are ordinary trainees suddenly promoted to officers. Torturing people isn't our expertise. The army's experienced personnel couldn't manage it. What chance do we have? Whispers spread among the crowd, clearly skeptical of their mission. This is not for us to worry about. Relax. The Janus wants us to witness the scene's brutality and cultivate our cruelty, Xavion said at that moment. Hearing Xavion's words, many agreed. So, they decided to go and observe. Arriving quickly at the dungeon, a cold wind blew as they approached, accompanied by continuous screams inside. These Guido Kingdom officers were undergoing severe interrogation. Goddammit, still not speaking? Speak up and end your suffering. Walking in, Xavion saw the commanding general flogging Guido Kingdom's commanding general with a whip. Ralph was covered in injuries, barely human, but he refused to reveal where Guido Kingdom's forces were dispatched. Seeing this, Xavion felt helpless. They weren't experts in torture, so the Janus' summons only left them as spectators. At this point, the commanding general looked at Xavion and the others, saying, "You, think of a way now, whatever it takes, to get him to talk. If you can't make him speak, everyone will clean the latrines." This demand stunned many. Cleaning latrines was far beneath their current status as officers. Even as ordinary disciples, they were all outstanding talents. Who would do such work? That was usually reserved for outer sect disciples. Pressure increased sharply for Xavion and the others. If they failed the interrogation, their prestige in the camp would plummet, and it would be embarrassing for both them and their sects. Immediately, everyone racked their brains on how to solve the problem. How about tickling him? A girl from Jin Guangzong suggested, rubbing her chin. Heh, if that worked, we would have used it long ago. Think of something else. The commanding general retorted, exasperated. Let's beat him up first. Ian grew impatient and wanted to strike Sullivan immediately. Can't you see I've been beating him? It would have solved the problem if that worked, the Janus replied, clearly frustrated. Inviting these new officers seemed more like venting his anger. Seeing this, Xavion sighed and asked Hayes quietly, "Do you have any ideas? Any similar tactics?" Chapter 171. Bloodthirsty Worms. Upon Xavion's inquiry, Hayes pondered for a moment and replied, "Let me give it a try. However, I can't guarantee success." Ultimately, Hayes was an assassin from the Dark Gate, so naturally, he possessed more sophisticated methods of torture compared to righteous disciples like Xavion. Hayes then took out a storage ring and looked at Elwood's Janus with a cold smile. "Next, let me give it a shot. During a mission to eliminate a cult, I obtained some items from them. Although we need to test this one piece by piece, it will definitely cause this guy considerable pain." Seeing someone volunteering, many people felt a surge of relief. Hayes then pulled out a small bottle from the storage ring. If one observed closely, one could see numerous tiny insects inside the bottle. These are called bloodthirsty worms. They can inflict intense torment and ensure that the victim doesn't die, Hayes said with a cold laugh. At that moment, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. He himself had been tormented by these worms before, constantly enduring pain as part of his training to become stronger, leading to his current state. Many of his comrades who joined the Dark Gate perished during training because everyone knew how brutal the training in the Dark Gate was. Most ordinary people wouldn't survive. Originally, Hayes thought he would never again have anything to do with the Dark Gate or any such assassin's organization, but he never expected to still be using their techniques today. Seeing Hayes's dejected expression, Xavion sighed inwardly. He understood Hayes's thoughts all too well. His only hope was that Hayes could move on and someday destroy the Dark Gate. However, the Dark Gate was formidable, and they still needed much time to grow strong enough to take them down. Hayes walked up to the prisoner with a grimace, opened the bottle, and instantly, a foul smell spread as the tiny worms began crawling towards Elwood's Janus. Seeing this, Elwood's Janus felt sickened but forced himself to remain calm. After all, as a high-ranking officer, he couldn't betray his country. If you can hold on, you're a real man. But I hope you eventually spill the beans. It might make things easier for you. Hayes sneered and recited a spell. In the next instant, the worms surged into the Janus's body as if injected with adrenaline. Once the worms entered his body, Elwood's Janus's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his face contorted with agony. You've got guts, not saying a word. Hayes's face turned dark, looking menacing and terrifying, instilling fear in others. But instead of appearing sleazy, Hayes just stared quietly, making the Janus feel pressure unseen. At that moment, the Janus thought Hayes wasn't human but a devil. Despite being weaker in combat, this Muhammad exuded a terrifying aura, akin to a vengeful ghost from hell. The Janus soon started screaming in anguish, clearly struggling to endure the pain. At this point, Hayes leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't worry, these worms won't let you lose consciousness or die. You'll be tortured endlessly until your last breath." Hearing these words, the Janus's expression changed drastically. He truly felt afraid. If it were just the present torment, he could force himself to endure it. But being tortured forever by these worms, he'd rather be killed outright. The worst part was that he couldn't die easily. The Zhao Kingdom wouldn't allow it until he confessed. Finally, Elwood's Janus's expression changed abruptly. He shouted at Hayes, "I'll talk. Please remove these worms from my body. I promise I'll tell the truth." The immense pain and psychological terror made him give in unconditionally. "All right, speak now, and after you're done, I'll release you." Hayes smiled coldly, staring at the Janus like a specter. "Fine, I'll tell you everything. A group of soldiers went far beyond your borders to a place called Nomar Frontier. Our plan is to attack and capture it first, then return to strike you. That way, we gain the advantage, ensuring victory. We believe this strat this time. They succeeded in interrogating valuable information. This time, Hayes was surely going to get credit. Kid, you did a great job indeed. Well, if there's ever another mission like this, I'll come straight to you. You do have some talent in this area, but picking up those worms and secretly practicing, that really wasn't good. But I know you wouldn't try it recklessly. You're a good boy." Despite knowing he was on the same side, the great Fiki of the Zhao Kingdom felt uneasy under Hayes's gaze. Recalling Hayes's previous demeanor sent chills down his spine, and he had to force himself to maintain his composure. After all, how could he allow a disciple to frighten him? If so, where would his dignity go? However, it was confirmed that a disciple like Hayes would deal a significant blow if he went over to the enemy camp. Such a disciple must not be wronged. They cannot let him feel wronged, or else if he defected, it could bring considerable harm and even expose many secrets. Though Zhao Kingdom also had its own criminal department, it was comprised mostly of disciples from righteous sections. Compared to others, these were just as nothing. Some disciples from evil sects excelled at torture and interrogation, whereas most righteous sect disciples either didn't excel in these areas or hadn't even witnessed such practices. Their imagination was limited, unable to conjure various methods of torture, which made them quite frightening. Hayes smiled and stepped aside. For a moment, whether it was the disciples from Guisu sect or Jingguang sect, they all looked at Hayes as though he were a monster. It was like suddenly discovering a hidden serial killer among a crowd of hardworking, honest folks, an impact that was truly profound. However, they could accept this shock because Hayes provided a reasonable explanation, giving them reason to believe he was not from an evil sect. Hayes' history in Guisu sect was relatively clean. He had always been low-key. Seeing no one overly suspicious or questioning Hayes publicly, Xavion finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Hayes had wronged him before, Xavion did not wish for Hayes to be genuinely investigated. Once discovered, no matter how much merit he earned in battle, all credits would be erased, and Hayes would be executed. In Zhao Kingdom, there was zero tolerance for members of evil sects. They simply weren't allowed to exist. After their great Fiki spoke, the remaining generals who had resisted gave a sigh and started to admit their mistakes. They realized they had no chance left. Now, their only hope of survival lay in surrendering to Zhao Kingdom. Naturally, even after surrendering, they were likely to remain prisoners, albeit sparing their lives. The great Fiki was very pleased. As expected, pressing these disciples at critical moments brought pleasant surprises. She waved her hand, dismissed everyone, and then questioned Guido Kingdom's great Fiki regarding unanswered questions. She then used a communication jade slip to send the details to the nearby border, instructing nearby garrisons to urgently dispatch troops to support them. With this move, Guido Kingdom's plans were thwarted, and they would suffer significant losses, not only losing a battlefield but also many lives. This would have a substantial impact on Guido Kingdom. Hearing this news, Guido Kingdom soldiers would undoubtedly feel demoralized, and their leaders would face personal setbacks, affecting the overall war effort. Any mistake by the enemy, impacting their morale, would cause them to lose the initiative. Ancient times saw combat where everyone had similar cultivation levels. Battles were fought based on numbers. However, there were examples of fewer forces defeating greater ones, showing that warfare depended not just on numbers and quality but crucially on overall command. Upon exiting the dungeon, many disciples felt lingering fear, casting wary glances at Hayes. His methods were strange, making them feel somewhat apprehensive. Though they knew he wouldn't kill them, it still felt uncomfortable living with such a person. Hayes naturally sensed the gazes around him, but shrugged indifferently. Being from the dark sect, he never cared about these matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived the brutal training there. Deep down, however, Hayes did care about others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted this time. Without intervention, everyone would lose their ranks, but it wouldn't affect him personally. He needed to survive, but more importantly, he wanted to help others, allowing them to feel his warmth and earn their recognition and friendship. After leaving the dungeon, everyone returned directly to the military camp. At this moment, Xavion looked at Hayes and said, "Don't take this personally. Everyone needs some time to adjust. But the fact that they don't resist or doubt you means something. If anything goes wrong, I'll help resolve it for you. With me here, no one will suspect you," Xavion assured Hayes earnestly. Chapter 173. The Arrival of the Elena. Yin Jiayang's words deeply touched Dominic Schur, who then nodded in agreement with Xavion's thoughts. After returning to the camp, Xavion and his men sat on the ground, roasting a rabbit they had caught and preparing to eat it. They had only managed to find this single surviving rabbit on the mountain. Xavion led them in cooking it over a fire. While eating the rabbit, Xavion discussed future plans. After all, the border region was temporarily stabilized for now. They just needed to hold their positions going forward. However, as officers, they carried significant responsibilities. Ultimately, once one became an officer, they assumed certain duties. When issues arose, they would be held accountable. If this border area were to fall, the consequences were unimaginable. Tonight, there would be a battle at the border, but Xavion and his men knew well that Guido Kingdom wouldn't win. Suddenly, a lively figure appeared before Xavion and his men, making a silly face and greeting them, "Hello." The newcomer was a Trista who looked quite cute and energetic. This drew many gazes from the disciples present. However, Xavion and Cheyenne maintained calm expressions. Of course, they recognized her, the Elena. They were already very familiar with her. "I seem to have arrived late. Your battles are over here," said the Elena, sitting down uninvited. She immediately tore a piece of rabbit meat and put it into her mouth, saying, delicious." Xavion said helplessly, "My little princess, why did you come to such a place? War is unpredictable. If others discover your identity and expose it, can you imagine how serious the consequences would be? If this princess were captured on the battlefield, the Allah might immediately cease fighting and make reparations." Without question, the Elena was extremely important. No one wanted her to come to any harm. Unhappy, the Elena retorted, "Hey Xavion, don't look down on me. I'm a 4th grade officer, 1 rank higher than you. Is that how you speak to a superior officer? Also, my strength isn't what you think it is. Keeping my identity secret is fine. No one will know. I came here looking for some excitement. After all, who am I?" Hearing her words, Xavion could only laugh bitterly. This was the gap between different statuses and identities. He worked hard to establish his military achievements, risking his life, and if Guido Kingdom knew his details, he'd top their assassination list. And yet, this Elena merely arrived and instantly became a 4th grade officer, while he remained just a 3rd grade officer. People couldn't be compared like this. Moreover, given the Elena's bloodthirsty nature, Xavion knew he couldn't control her. Then, the Elena added, "My name is Emma. Remember not to get it wrong." Xavion nodded, finally learning the Elena's real name. Her presence obviously aroused attention from many people around. At that moment, the Percy approached and looked at Xavion's group. Immediately, Xavion and his team stood up, facing the Percy. "Fiki, why did you come to our camp?" Curiosity piqued, especially since they just finished the battle and had no pending tasks. They wondered why such a high-ranking official would visit them unexpectedly. Smiling, the Fiki answered, "We've discovered the whereabouts of the forces from Guido Kingdom. However, Guido Kingdom's attack on Noma Border Fort is definitely not good news for us. After deliberation, we decided to intercept the defeated Guido soldiers fleeing from the battle. We cannot let them escape. This time, we need to wipe out all these soldiers. So, I've come to assign you the task. You should take your team tonight and rush towards Noma border fort. Before Xavion or anyone could respond, the Elena excitedly leaped up, shouting, "Hooray! Finally, there's a battle." Seeing her, the Fiki felt a bit awkward. He remembered that she was the Allah's daughter and mustn't be disrespected, so he cautiously said, "Emma, please stay behind. It's too dangerous." "No way. Why shouldn't I go? Even if it's dangerous, I'm going." Refusing the Fiki's request, Emma's defiance left him helpless. Thus, the Fiki instructed everyone, ensure Emma's safety. Whatever happens, her importance cannot be understated. Don't let anything happen to her. Yes. Although Nikki responded along with others, Xavion knew that the responsibility of protecting the Elena rested primarily on him. Given the knowledge of her true identity, any mishap involving her could lead to chaos from the Allah. Furthermore, rumors suggested that the Allah himself was nearby, observing the situation. If hostilities erupted, aside from combat capabilities, maintaining the Allah's emotional stability was crucial. Any concern for Emma's safety could be disastrous for their side. Thus, Xavion knew the heavy burden on his shoulders. Regardless, he must protect the Elena, even at the cost of his own life. Turning to Emma, he said, "All right, Emma, let's prepare. We need to set off soon, as the battle at Noma border fort has likely begun. We can't delay any further." Chapter 174, Xavion's Concerns. The Elena nodded upon hearing this, and soon gathered her belongings to follow Xavion and the others to the small square. At this moment, standing on the square, Suzanne had officially become a true military officer. Looking down at the soldiers arranged in battle formations, Xavion felt an unprecedented sense of honor. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of his responsibilities for the region under his command. At that moment, Xavion raised his voice loud and clear. "For Zhaogua! For Zhaogua!" Instantly, all the soldiers followed Xavion's lead, shouting together. After shouting a few times, Xavion began pointing in various directions with the spear in his hand. The soldiers then formed ranks and started marching forward one after another. This time, Xavion was going to other places with some new officers for reinforcements. After all, the commanding general had to stay behind to continue guarding the frontier, so naturally, could not go with them. Most of the generals also stayed at the border, to ensure it didn't appear unguarded. Most of those who left were soldiers, followed by Xavion and the other officers. Among those leaving, most of the officers were newly trained students, such as Xavion and his fellow disciples who became officers. A smaller number were veteran officers. These experienced figures were not needed in large numbers. Just a few would suffice to keep things stable. Then, Xavion and company led all the soldiers out of the city in grand procession, heading towards Noma frontier. This was the first time these disciple officers had led troops into battle. Although there were older officers looking after them, they couldn't help but feel excited. After all, they were embarking on their first real mission leading soldiers into combat. All the disciple officers were thrilled, eager to achieve significant victories. Thus, Xavion and the new officers set off with their troops towards Noma frontier. After several days and nights, Xavion and his group were nearly there. In the distance, intense battles should have been raging, or perhaps even ended, with those defeated now scattering in retreat. Xavion picked up his transmission jade slip and started contacting people at Noma frontier. As an officer, he now had the contact details of other officers and could get in touch with them. Previously, it was the Fiki who handled these communications. Soon, Xavion learned the current position of the Guido soldiers, attacking Noma frontier from the jade slip. They suffered defeat and began retreating en masse, though still in some order, mostly fleeing in one direction which Xavion and his group could intercept along their path. Meanwhile, the people at Noma frontier were fiercely pursuing the enemy, hoping to slay every last one of them. Naturally, the frustration from being outmaneuvered at Noma demanded retribution. Currently, there was no need for too many people to guard the border since the defeat made it unlikely that Guido would rapidly mobilize more forces for an immediate counterattack or diversion. Even if Guido planned to do so, it was beyond their capacity due to losses sustained and short distances between different fronts making rapid mobilization impossible. However, Xavion was preoccupied with another matter. He worried about the possibility of leading these soldiers into another large-scale battle at a new location. Since Noma frontier saw Guido defeat, they might send reinforcements. While these reinforcements would take time to arrive, they might still encounter Xavion and his victorious troops. Therefore, Xavion was concerned about whether he could safely bring his men back if another battle ensued. Though Zhao had additional troops, it was impractical to mobilize all of them to the battlefield. If this campaign resulted in heavy losses, they would face punishment as officers, which was inevitable. Back home, Zhao's troops awaited the main campaign, so reinforcements would be limited for now. War was a contest of attrition. The one who lasted longer would win. Soon, Xavion and his troops found numerous scattered and retreating Guido soldiers near a large river. Immediately, Xavion roared, "Kill them all! Slaughter every last one of them!" With that, Xavion charged forward first. The force dispatched from the border wasn't too large, so a third-rank officer like him was enough. Among the veteran officers present, none were higher than third rank, putting considerable pressure on Xavion. If anything went wrong in this battle, he would bear at least half the responsibility. Of course, Haze Yongfan and others shared this responsibility, while the Elena remained exempt, being more of a figurehead without actual authority. There are their officers. Capture them first. Only by killing their officers can we survive. Otherwise, Zhao will be leaderless. To hell with it, charge forward. We're already in this mess and still being pursued. I can't swallow this indignity. Seeing Xavion charge, many shouted and rushed towards him. Indeed, these defeated Guido soldiers were desperate, wanting only to survive. In war, soldiers are much like anyone else. Despite being on the battlefield, the desire to live remains the strongest. Chapter 175. Complete Annihilation. Protect Officer Xavion. Everyone, follow me and join the battle. Seeing Xavion targeted, Ian immediately roared and charged forward to shield him. This time, far too many people were fixated on Xavion. Without delay, Xavion brandished his war god spear, thrusting toward the throats of his assailants. However, no matter how powerful he was, he could only kill a dozen at a time, while thousands now sought to take down this supreme Janus. This overwhelming assault was unlike anything Xavion had ever faced. Bloodlust clouded his vision as he continued fighting fiercely, and nearby soldiers rushed to help relieve some of the pressure. This situation was incredibly dire. Xavion hadn't anticipated that the soldiers would treat him like a mortal enemy in their desperate bid for survival. How could they continue the fight under these conditions? The sheer number of ordinary soldiers trying to kill him made Xavion realize just how challenging it was to be a commanding officer. Fortunately, he still had another commanding officer by his side. Otherwise, if he were to die here, there would be no way to explain it. After slaying a circle of enemies, Xavion quickly retreated backward. Now wasn't the time for brute force. His strength would eventually run out. However, during this intense battle, Xavion's cultivation level broke through to the second layer of the Shackles realm. Amidst the chaos, he used the system to collect attributes and continuously grow stronger. Reaching the second layer of the Shackles realm was reasonable given the circumstances. Damn it, kill these guys. Guido Kingdom soldiers were furious. Although they had suffered a defeat, Guido still had considerable forces remaining. Zhao's troops consisted primarily of those from Xavion's border outpost, with the others still en route, though time was running out. Facing certain death, the courage of Guido's soldiers became formidable. For a moment, Xavion's forces struggled to withstand the attack and began retreating. After all, the goals were different. Guido's side wanted to survive, while Xavion's aimed to gain merit by killing more enemies. No glory surpassed one's life. So, Xavion's side kept falling back. We've arrived from Noma. At that moment, reinforcements from Noma border arrived and joined the fray, significantly easing the pressure on Xavion. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Charge! Seeing the waning morale, Xavion roared loudly to boost spirits. In war, low morale could break an army. Following Xavion's shout, Hayes, Ian, and Tamarath took the lead, charging forward and engaging the enemy. Their recent battles had honed their skills, and they fought with fervor, almost as if driven mad by bloodlust. Tamarath's performance surprised Xavion. He never imagined that this pampered princess could handle such chaos without being intimidated and even continue to achieve remarkable feats. It pleased him immensely. Everyone, pay attention. We don't have many officers here, but we must protect Emma. Her safety is paramount. Even if we must sacrifice more lives, her safety must be secured. Xavion instructed Hayes, Ian, and Cheyenne via mental communication. You three, move to protect Tamarath immediately. You know her importance. Any mishap involving her would mean disaster for us. You must protect Tamarath. Xavion emphasized, focusing on resolving his own foes. His pressure remained immense as the soldiers naturally targeted him as the visible leader. Don't worry, protect yourself. Understanding Xavion's concern for Tamarath's safety, Ian, Hayes, and Cheyenne realized the importance of this young princess. Her significance exceeded Xavion's. If anything happened to her, it would impact the entire war effort, potentially tipping the balance against Zhao. The Avon's mentality mattered greatly, and nothing could compare to Tamarath's identity. Regardless of Xavion's military achievements, she was irreplaceably important. Though Tamarath didn't need to be here, her fierce combat drew the attention of Guido's officers. Despite her whims, they could only watch with growing concern, hoping nothing untoward befell her. As the battle intensified, reinforcements from other border outposts arrived, providing Xavion much-needed relief. Soon, Guido and Zhao were locked in brutal slaughter. Before long, all Guido soldiers lay dead on the ground, completely wiped out. Leave a few officers to gather storage rings and clean up the bodies. Prevent any plague outbreaks. The rest of you, follow me and retreat to the border fortifications. Seeing the aftermath, Xavion wasted no time, eager to return to the border fortress. If Guido adjusted its strategy and trapped them, it would spell catastrophic destruction. Chapter 176, Conversation. After Xavion gave his instructions, the other frontier officers began issuing similar orders to their soldiers. They feared being caught by a sudden surge of reinforcements from Guido's army. After all, it wasn't practical to keep such a large number of troops stationed in one place indefinitely. Eventually, everyone had to return to their respective frontiers for reinforcement. But who could guarantee they wouldn't encounter the enemy on the way back? It was uncertain. The Zhao side had good reason to believe that these defeated troops had already dispatched news to other armies of Guido, requesting reinforcements. They left some personnel behind to clear the bodies to prevent an outbreak of plague later. Even if Guido's forces arrived, they wouldn't harm these cleanup workers from Zhao. Also, they instructed swift officers to quickly gather as many storage rings as possible, returning with supplies that would greatly bolster their resources. Supplies were also crucial during war, and Xavion understood this very well. On the way back, the Elena approached Xavion saying, Xavion, that battle was truly exhilarating. I've never killed so many people before. Xavion remained speechless. He really wanted to say, my princess, when Zhao loses and you are offered as a gift to Guido's Avon, you won't find it stimulating anymore. Fear would undoubtedly dominate then. But Xavion lacked the courage to tell the Elena this. He didn't have the time or inclination to be idle. The journey back was relatively smooth until they reached the halfway point, where Xavion suddenly saw a vast sea of reinforcements marching toward them. Seeing this, Xavion's expression turned serious. Apparently, some fortresses had sent reinforcements too late, and although his soldiers had won, they had also suffered losses. In this state, could they win another battle? Xavion had no absolute confidence. Hey, what do we do now? Should we fight or not? Seeing the approaching Guido soldiers, Nikki felt a headache coming on. This wasn't like single combat, where he could choose to fight to the death or flee if things went badly. Now, he bore responsibility. If they lost, all the soldiers would perish, and most of the officers, including himself and Xavion, would likely be executed. I don't know. The troops are tired. let's rest here for a bit and see what they will do. Xavion glanced into the distance, then calmly said. Nikki nodded upon hearing this. There was no other choice but to observe the situation first. Moreover, if negotiation was possible, it was best to talk. Informing Guido that both sides should retreat could reduce casualties. Following Xavion's order, all the soldiers sat down to rest. Continuous marching had indeed left them exhausted. What's going on? Why stop fighting? Aren't there powerful enemies ahead? Just then, the Elena, initially excited for another battle, noticed Xavion ordering the soldiers to rest. Confused, she asked, our soldiers need rest after all that exertion. Xavion replied briefly, glancing at her, without further explanation, then focused forward. The Guido soldiers also began resting. Xavion waved and signaled the Jalen, stepping forward alone. The Homer followed him to talk. What if the other side is too strong for Xavion? What if he doesn't survive? Seeing this, Cheyenne couldn't help but feel anxious. To her, Xavion was not only her Dao partner, but also the soul of the entire army. His death would lead to chaos, costing everyone their lives. Don't worry, that kid can handle it. He seems to have advanced to the second level of lock state in the battlefield, Ian observed, equally exhausted from non-stop work. It appeared greater power brought greater responsibility. Xavion walked over and engaged in a cordial conversation with the Jalen. Both sides were surprised because the Guido side also had a young officer at the 5th level of lock state. Seeing Xavion, a mere 2nd level lock state warrior leading the Zhao army, the Jalen laughed. Is your Zhao kingdom short of people? Are you sending someone of your caliber to be easily killed? The Jalen laughed again, eyeing Xavion curiously. Speeding up, he could kill Xavion instantly, leaving Zhao leaderless and easy prey. However, since Xavion came to talk, it was worth having a proper discussion. It's not about rank but competence. I'm here because I am capable. If you think I'm incompetent, feel free to test me. Xavion chuckled sardonically. Hearing Xavion's response, the Jalen started to respect him more, realizing Zhao wouldn't send just anyone to negotiate. Xavion must have some skills to be here. Chapter 177. Successful Retreat. What do you want to say? The opposing officer looked at Xavion, a smile on his face as he asked. Xavion smiled faintly and said, it's simple. We have quite a few troops now. Clashing here with swords and spears won't achieve anything. I have a suggestion. Let's simply withdraw our forces. This way, we can save some energy. After all, your border is far away, so it's normal that you couldn't rescue the people over there. Why clash with us? If this leads to massive losses or we aren't swallowed up, how will you explain it when you return? We are all officers. We must consider the bigger picture. Xavion patiently persuaded him. Right now, repelling these people was not an absolute necessity, so there was no need to take unnecessary risks. Besides, they still had Tamara on their side. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the officer fell into thought and ultimately decided, alright, since that's the case, let's each retreat. But as fellow officers, I look forward to the day we meet on the battlefield. I hope that one day, we can see who is truly stronger. The Guido Kingdom's officer smiled, feeling relieved. Honestly, what Xavion was concerned about was also something he worried about. Now, he wasn't sure about Zhao Kingdom's current strength. He only commanded part of the forces and was not the overall Janus, so he didn't want to engage lightly. After all, a hasty engagement wouldn't control the battlefield changes. It would only give them temporary satisfaction at the cost of losing many soldiers. After finishing his conversation with the young Jalen, Xavion immediately returned to camp and addressed all the soldiers. Alright, we don't need to fight anymore. Let's head back. Hearing Xavion's words, the surrounding soldiers were confused. It was the first time they saw an enemy encounter where they didn't annihilate the opposition. However, this aligns with the soldiers' thoughts. After so much fighting, they were already exhausted. At this moment, followed Nikki and asked, what is it? Nikki gazed at the distant battlefield and then spoke. I think Guido Kingdom, after receiving news of their defeat, will be vengeful. Do you think it's possible they won't attack our frontier? Xavion was stunned. He hadn't considered this. Nikki continued, I suddenly feel that they might indeed launch a large-scale offensive on our frontier. Everyone thinks our defenses are weak right now, so Guido might take advantage of this. Even the Grand Janus believes Guido won't attack our frontier again. When the Grand Janus relaxes, we should stay alert. We should consider other possibilities. I think we should scout further ahead to check for any approaching enemies. If there are any, we can discover them. Returning with the warning will ensure our frontier is safe. Hearing Nikki's words, Xavion agreed, alright, but we must report to the Grand Janus first. Nikki frowned. If we report now, the Grand Janus might think we're being overly cautious and refuse to let us go. Xavion laughed helplessly. There's no other way. If we don't report and just leave, the Grand Janus might suspect us of colluding with the enemy. Many things aren't just as we wish, so we must report to him, especially as officers. Chapter 178. A military officer's responsibility. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Nikki, who was initially filled with enthusiasm, had no choice but to acknowledge that Xavion's concerns were valid. After all, their statuses had changed now. They not only represented themselves, but also the sect. Should anything go wrong, it could tarnish the reputation of the sect. Thus, they couldn't act recklessly. Nikki followed Xavion into the Supreme Fiki's tent immediately after. The Supreme Fiki was beaming with joy and laughed heartily inside his tent due to their resounding victory in this battle. The recent period had been quite distressing for him as enemy troops often engaged them. But now, with the main threat eliminated, he was undoubtedly elated. Supreme Fiki, may we come in? Hearing Xavion's call from outside the tent, the Supreme Fiki looked puzzled before responding, come in. As Xavion and Nikki entered, Xavion noticed a strong smell of alcohol in the tent. Clearly, the Supreme Fiki had just celebrated alone. Subsequently, Xavion relayed Nikki's concerns to the Supreme Fiki, who pondered deeply over the matter. After all, what Xavion and Nikki had said made sense. They must remain vigilant even in times of peace. With a long pause, the Supreme Fiki then addressed Xavion. Very well, no problem. This time, take some cultivators of at least Shackle's realm with you for an external reconnaissance. Remember, avoid direct confrontation if there's danger. If you manage to discover any enemy movement, it would be excellent. Hearing the Supreme Fiki agree, Nikki let out a breath of relief. With the Supreme Fiki's approval, they could now proceed without worries. Moreover, once the whole camp knew about the mission, if they did go missing, it wouldn't be seen as treason. Great, Supreme Fiki, we'll head out right away. Xavion spoke and left the tent with Nikki, heading towards the military camp. It would be wise to gather all the disciples of the Shackle's realm within the sect since the area outside was vast and needed thorough investigation. Xavion and Nikki quickly reached the military camp where many disciples were washing up or celebrating, having fetched food from the canteen. At this moment, the canteen operations had returned to normal, sparing everyone from finding alternative meal sources. Xavion and Nikki's approach perplexed many disciples. All disciples of the Shackle's realm, gather here. Nikki called out, with Xavion adding, all military officers of the Shackle's realm as well. Puzzled, many walked over, including the Elena who asked Xavion, Xavion, are we assigned a new task? Nodding, Xavion anticipated her curiosity. Given the lack of imminent danger, she could accompany them on this trip. However, he warned her, this journey might be tedious. If you don't wish to join, we understand. We're scouting farther areas to check if the enemy has shifted their troops here. Considering our current secure situation, we must remain alert. Upon hearing this, the Elena lost interest immediately. Long travels were not her cup of tea. Without engaging in combat, a pointless trip held little appeal for her. Go ahead, I won't join. I'll just sleep, she said dismissively. Xavion remained silent, surprised by her decision which lessened his worry about her safety should they encounter enemies. Addressing everyone briefly, Xavion added, as officers, you should take responsibility, especially given our new roles. Naturally, even without becoming officers, your Shackle's realm strength means it's only a matter of time. Despite initial reluctance, the disciples acquiesced under Xavion and Nikki's influence, understanding they couldn't refuse their leaders. Ian inquired, how many days will this take? Pausing, Xavion replied, this should take 4 to 5 days. As long as there is no enemy incursion, we needn't worry much. Everyone nodded in agreement, putting on black masks and venturing beyond the borders. Their identities had to remain concealed to prevent any adverse impact on the military camp. Xavion and Nikki, aware of potential suspicions, proceeded cautiously. Note, the text maintains the paragraph structure and line breaks as per original content. Chapter 179. Outmaneuvered. After Xavion and his group exited the frontier, they immediately headed outward. It was now deep into the night, and as they glanced around at the vast expanse of wilderness, it was nearly impossible to detect if any enemies were truly out there. After all, they didn't have night vision. Let's go, everyone. Be cautious. If we encounter the enemy, our first priority is to retreat. Xavion led a group southward, knowing that in such conditions, they would have to advance at least several dozen kilometers before spotting any enemies. Fortunately, as an officer, Xavion had maps of the region, so he knew very well that if the enemy's main forces attacked, they could only approach from 3 directions. Nikki, we'll divide into 3 groups this time. Everyone should follow orders and cover as much area as possible, Xavion instructed. Stay alert for any messages via the transmission J-discs. If anything goes wrong, use them immediately to inform us all and prepare to retreat. Nikki nodded in agreement. This time, Xavion took one group to the east, Nikki led another to the south, while Zara headed west. Due to the limited number of people at the Shackled Realm level, they needed to spread out. Even though there were sentries outside the border, when real danger came, they might be killed, making their watch meaningless. Xavion and his group moved swiftly forward under the moonlit night. The landscape was barren and eerie, covered in silver light. Soon, they had advanced over 100 kilometers without encountering any enemies, leading to a slight relaxation among the group, especially since no one had reported any issues via the J-discs. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Ian suddenly shouted to Xavion, "Hey, look, just like you predicted." Xavion's expression changed dramatically as he saw a vast, dark mass advancing from the east, realizing how fortunate they were to have been few in numbers. Otherwise, they would have been easily spotted. The group was immediately on high alert. While these troops weren't necessarily coming to attack their frontier, they certainly weren't from Zhao. The armor wasn't Zhao's style. Xavion quickly used the transmission J-disc to inform the Janus about the passing enemy forces and whether or not they were heading toward their position. One thing was clear. If the enemy wanted to reach other frontiers, they would pass through here. After sending the message, Xavion hurriedly led his group in a rapid retreat. A high-level expert discovering them would spell disaster. They couldn't outrun those experts. Simultaneously, Xavion notified Nikki and Zara via the J-discs to retreat as well. Just as he was about to send the message to Zara, he received her transmission. Enemies are attacking from the west. Retreat immediately. Xavion was taken aback. Guido must be determined to attack them from both sides. If the enemy launched a concentrated assault, with twice their manpower, the frontier would likely fall swiftly. It seemed Guido wouldn't let this grudge go, planning to seek revenge. Thankfully, Nikki's reconnaissance had given them a heads up. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of the enemy could have delivered a fatal blow. Reinforcements from other fortresses or camps would take time to arrive, so they had to hold out until help arrived. Soon, Xavion rejoined his team, and they began fleeing back to the frontier. Upon reaching the gates, they saw everything was on high alert, with the gates tightly shut. "Hey, don't fire, it's us. I'm Officer Xavion." Xavion called out. The gates then opened, allowing them to rush inside, which were quickly locked behind them. What happened? Why would they attack us from 2 fronts? The Fiki rushed down, visibly concerned. Losses from previous battles meant the frontier was already weakened, and facing a double force would be immensely challenging. Yes, that's right. We've been outmaneuvered from both the east and the west. What do we do now? Xavion and Nikki asked together. Given their heavy defeat earlier, the enemy must be sending elite troops to regain face. If we engage in a major battle, it won't be easy for us, acknowledged the Fiki. But rest assured, reinforcements are on their way. We just need to hold out a little longer, and victory will be ours. Now, let's secure the gates. As the Fiki spoke, Xavion and Nikki headed up the walls, where all officers were watching intently. A day and a night passed, and sure enough, dense footsteps approached. Scouts reported that the enemy had mobilized substantial forces for the assault. Chapter 180. The Frontier Under Siege. At that moment, upon hearing this confirmed news, the Percy was so worried that his hair almost turned white. In his heart, he hoped more than anything that this time Xavion and others had exaggerated the military situation, and that nothing serious had happened. Unfortunately, there's no what if in this world. The fact was, the enemy had indeed come to attack the frontier. Everyone, prepare for battle. Since they have come, we must make sure they never return. The Percy shouted hysterically to everyone. Then, he stood up and began assigning various tasks. After more than half a day passed, both armies marched toward the frontier. Upon arriving at the frontier this time, they didn't even take the time to set up camp but immediately launched an attack, eager to capture the city. Xavion and his men ordered the soldiers on the wall to start throwing rocks down and continuously shooting arrows. Below, a vast army was advancing. The soldiers inside the city dared not go out to meet them. After all, the enemy was attacking the frontier with twice the strength, clearly taking advantage of the weakened defense here. At that moment, Xavion's expression turned cold. By his calculations, reinforcements would need at least another day to arrive. What was most important now was holding the frontier. Thinking about this, Xavion looked at the Percy and asked, Fiki, do we have any hidden weapons? We need to bring them out. The Percy's face darkened. What hidden weapons? You're dreaming. Xavion. Meanwhile, enemy soldiers kept surging forward, climbing up the walls, and the defenders were working tirelessly to repel them. However, they grew more and more numerous. The defenders on the wall became increasingly exhausted. If this continued, all the soldiers would tire to death. The horns from Guido's side blared furiously as Zhao's frontier was on the verge of collapse. Xavion and other officers stood on the wall, weapons in hand, pushing back the enemy trying to climb up. In such circumstances, ordinary soldiers might not be able to hold their ground. Fortunately, none of their officers were injured or killed, or it would have been impossible to defend the city today. Fear grips Zhao. They're almost finished. Everyone, give it everything you've got. Once we breach their defenses, we will conquer this place and avenge our fallen brothers, shouted one of the Jaelins, shaking the morale of Xavion's forces. Many believed that the city's fall was imminent, and that they would soon become prisoners. Previous victories seemed insignificant now, and in the face of death, many felt timid. This was not good news for Xavion and his comrades. Hell no, I don't believe you officers can hold the frontier forever. A Jaelin flew up, brandishing his weapon and engaging Xavion and others in fierce combat. Around Xavion, two Jaelins were intent on slaying him on the spot. But Xavion was exceptionally fierce and swiftly killed them both. Just then, Xavion saw a rank 4 Lock Realm officer step onto the wall, ready to attack Ian. Without hesitation, Xavion charged over and leaped at him with a spear. What? Huh? You actually dare attack me? A mere rank 2 Lock Realm? Seeing Xavion charge at him, the officer was baffled, mistaking Xavion's actions for suicide. Indeed, in his eyes, a rank 2 Lock Realm fighter couldn't possibly pose a threat to him. But the officer paid the price for his arrogance. As Xavion attacked, a powerful force erupted from him, forcing the rank 4 officer to retreat. This kid is insanely strong. I refuse to believe this today. Surprised, the officer licked his lips. He realized Xavion must be an extraordinary talent. Killing someone like him would earn great merit. Heh kid, if I were you, I'd keep a low profile. At the very least, aim to remain undefeated. Since you're sticking your neck out, I'll sever your head and make you pay for your arrogance. The officer grinned wickedly, black energy surging around him, making him appear eerily malevolent. Seeing this, Xavion was startled. It was evil arts. Sure enough, as rumors suggested, Guido encouraged practitioners of dark arts, which greatly boosted their power. However, Xavion showed no fear and burst into action, rising into the sky to clash with the officer. The officer had no idea that Xavion's strength exceeded his expectations. With a swift strike, Xavion pierced through his chest before moving on to the next target. On the battlefield, Xavion was the most agile. Enemy soldiers who sought trouble with him underestimated his combat prowess, unable to match him. Those who could defeat Xavion were occupied with their own enemies. After dealing with one opponent, Xavion quickly moved to other parts of the battlefield to help save officers, relieving pressure on Zhao's side. Many officers were successfully saved by Xavion. Hell, kill him. He has the ability to fight beyond his rank. Seeing fewer of his officers, the Guido Fiki finally realized what was happening. Xavion was acting as a tiger in sheep's clothing, while others overlooked him due to his lower rank. Instantly, several officers rushed towards Xavion. Now Xavion found himself in danger. Chapter 181. This life of mine, it's worth it. When Xavion fell into danger, many people panicked at that moment. Indeed, Xavion was very important to their border. At this time, the Grand Fiki had already been engaged by the enemy Janus and could only watch helplessly as Xavion was surrounded by several 4th or 5th layer Lock Realm powerhouses. Heh, do you think if we kill this boy, wouldn't the Allah of Zhao Kingdom be heartbroken? I believe so. After all, from his displayed talent, he's definitely not an ordinary disciple in the Zhao Kingdom. But, how should we divide the credit? Many Guido Kingdom officers looked mockingly at Xavion, discussing him as if he were already their prey. At that moment, Xavion's nerves were on edge, scanning his surroundings carefully. He could escape now, but it would mean abandoning this frontier post and moving to another border. Honestly, once he left, this place might no longer exist. He might never see Ian, Hayes, Cheyenne, the Elena, and the others again. Especially the Elena. Many people were already sending her messages, urging her to consider the bigger picture, stay low profile, and just maintain an undefeated stance while keeping an opponent busy. The Elena complied completely, but when she saw Xavion in peril, she grew agitated, intensifying her attacks. My little princess, please keep a low profile. The Allah will be devastated if you expose yourself. Can you bear to make your father sorrowful? Besides, rushing over won't save Xavion anyway. Forget about Xavion for now. You are more important than he is. Seeing this, many people frantically transmitted messages to the Elena, telling her to lower her profile and not escalate her combat power. The identity of the Elena was too special, incomparable to Xavion. If she exposed herself because of Xavion, then Xavion's efforts might be nullified, leaving him unavenged even in death. F***K. Ian erupted in fury, trying desperately to break through the surrounding enemies to rescue Xavion. But there were simply too many strong foes around him. Before he knew it, he was completely ensnared and couldn't get through. And those who could help Xavion, like Nikki, were also surrounded by numerous enemies, rendering them unable to provide support. Watching this scene, Xavion sighed inwardly, then suddenly unleashed his formidable cultivation with wild vigor, charging towards a fourth-layer lock realm officer. After intense internal struggle, Xavion ultimately decided to fight to the death. Fleeing was what cowards did. Even knowing their side was far weaker compared to the enemy, Xavion was unwilling to act cowardly. It would be more painful than dying. Heh, you brat. We're still deciding what to do with you, and you've come running to us. In that case, don't blame us. Seeing Xavion advance rather than retreat, many laughed. In the next instant, they moved to encircle Xavion, but his figure appeared ghost-like behind a fourth-layer lock realm officer. Die! In an instant, Xavion's furious cultivation pierced through the chest of the officer before fleeing in another direction. Xavion decided to play hide-and-seek. At least, while escaping, he could still help some people along the way. Preserving as many lives as possible became Xavion's current greatest wish. F***K. The kid actually wants to run. Everyone attack. Don't let him escape. Witnessing this, someone roared in anger. Dozens of officers chased after Xavion. Divine powers flew everywhere, making Xavion's situation dire, evading like a rat in broad daylight, with many Guido Kingdom officers eager to slay him. Thus, Xavion continually delayed, growing increasingly anxious. Now, most of the Guido Kingdom officers were attacking their own. With twice as many opponents, the Zhao Kingdom forces were truly no match. Over time, casualties would mount. Whether they could hold out until reinforcements arrived was uncertain. If things continued, waiting for reinforcements, the entire border might be overrun. Thinking of this, Xavion felt immense pressure. Even with the system picking up attributes, facing so many enemies was overwhelming. Boy, this time, where will you run? A fifth-layer lock realm officer panted, pursuing Xavion. I didn't expect you, despite not having particularly strong cultivation, to have such formidable combat power. Especially your speed. Even we can't keep up? You absolutely can't be spared. I can imagine why previous tactics failed, why our military camp here lost. You must be the key factor. You killed off Guido's top geniuses, putting us at a disadvantage, right? Faced with these questions, Xavion laughed. Heh, your intrigues will never succeed. Rest assured, even if we lose this battle, Zhao Kingdom will win eventually. And besides, you've lost 2 major battles in succession. For us, losing just one doesn't change our advantage. Haha, who would have thought that in my last moments, I'd die protecting my country, going out with such honor and pride. This life of mine, it's worth it. Xavion laughed maniacally, acting almost mad. Seeing this, many Guido Kingdom officers flew into a rage and attacked him. Humph, come on then. Let's see what you weaklings can do together. Facing this, Xavion roared, engaging them head-on, unleashing his utmost strength. Chapter 182, Relief Forces Arrive. Himph, an ant trying to shake a tree, overestimating oneself. Upon seeing Xavion charging towards them, everyone sneered at once. Due to their negligence earlier, they had lost one of their own. Now having learned from that mistake, they wouldn't repeat the same error. It was simply wishful thinking for this guy to believe he could defeat them. Chuckle. At this moment, Xavion gave a cold laugh and then the next second launched the War God Spear at a locking realm level 4 warrior. In such a situation, it was only natural that he should aim to defeat his opponents by picking on the weakest ones. He wanted to eliminate as many as possible to reduce the threat to the frontier region. Xavion immediately engaged with this group. However, just as everyone thought Xavion was about to falter, he abruptly turned his spear towards another locking realm level 4 fighter and killed him outright by taking advantage of the opportunity. Aya! The locking realm level 4 individual screamed. In the next moment, he realized his arm was gone. Severely wounded, he had virtually lost all combat capability. Seeing this, Xavion couldn't help but feel regret that he hadn't managed to completely slay this officer. Had he done so, it would have reduced some pressure on their side and eliminated an officer, a significant morale boost. As Xavion found himself in difficulty and had incapacitated one of their officers, people within Zhao's military camp began to stir, intending to assist Xavion in killing the targeted individual. Although Xavion would get the credit, he lacked the energy now to deal with this matter. Don't come over. I'm currently under attack. If you do, these people will target you too. Xavion promptly warned upon noticing someone wanting to help him, before engaging with the enemies again. Continual combat caused a significant drop in his opponent's attributes, greatly benefiting Xavion. Yet, reaching the 3rd level of the locking realm remained impossible for the moment. The system continuously replenished him with spirit and blood essence to heal his wounds. Otherwise, he would have been dead under such intense attacks. After fighting for half an hour, Xavion felt he was nearing his limit, primarily because there were too many of the enemy. Otherwise, he could cope while gradually picking off targets. Enemies surrounded him from all directions, making things extremely difficult. Realizing the situation wasn't favorable, Xavion suddenly released powerful spiritual energy and fled in another direction. Anyway, playing hide and seek around the frontier and occasionally killing someone, even if only ordinary soldiers when officers were on high alert, was still helpful. You useless bunch, can't you kill a mere youngster with so many of you? A senior officer from the Guido kingdom raged at the prolonged battle, which brought disgrace to Guido, unable to capture a young warrior despite overwhelming numbers. They also suffered casualties without achieving anything. Upon hearing the officer's scolding, these warriors felt indignant. In reality, they yearned to quickly eliminate Xavion, for killing him would earn substantial rewards due to his formidable cultivation. However, his rapid movements made it frustratingly hard to catch him. Xavion sighed deeply as he fled, observing his surroundings. The losses here were significant. Numerous soldiers lay in pools of blood, and many disciples who had been spirited after 2 victories had now lost their lives. Xavion felt profound sorrow at the sight. There was indeed a limit to what he could do for the disciples. His efforts had led to their recent victories, allowing many to leave without regrets, earning accolades. Yet, he felt desolate inside. Fellow Taoists, we've arrived. Suddenly, a deafening voice echoed, and Xavion saw hundreds flying through the sky toward the frontier. These reinforcements were clearly from other Zhao strongholds. The officers appeared to have temporarily left their armies to rush here first, letting the main forces advance slowly. They understood that if the officers here were all killed, their arrival might be met with destruction. Deciding this during crisis required courage, like considering potential dangers en route. But they eventually made it. Witnessing this, the garrison forces were elated, as if receiving timely rain. With reduced pressure on the officers, and the army soon arriving, hope surged that the frontier might be saved. Rest assured, our main forces are on their way and should arrive within 2 hours, said the newcomers from Zhao. Seeing Xavion besieged by powerful enemies, several rushed to his aid. Immediately, Xavion's pressure eased considerably. Catching his breath, he bared his fangs and launched fierce attacks. His desire to kill intensified, given the previous relentless pursuits. The hell, don't be scared. Their strength is comparable to ours, but ultimately, victory belongs to us. Chapter 183, The Frustrated Guido Nation. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Xavion and his men felt as if they had been saved by a timely rain after enduring prolonged drought. Their spirits soared as their desire to fight back intensified. Indeed, they had been brutally suppressed earlier, with no one expecting such a sudden ambush. Fortunately, Xavion's group went out to scout the enemy situation. Otherwise, if they had waited until the enemies were close before reporting, it would have been too late. Without reinforcements, everyone might have perished, with only a few extremely powerful cultivators managing to escape. Of course, Xavion wouldn't be among them. Xavion's combat prowess was evident for all to see. No one wanted to let such a talented Zhao Nation elite escape to become a future threat. So while others could escape, Xavion had no such luxury. In this sense, he saved the others and ultimately himself. Humph brothers, don't worry. They just outnumber us slightly. We are still evenly matched. Our soldiers are here. Victory is still within our grasp. Seeing Xavion and his men cheer up, the Guido Nation's Fiki immediately shouted at everyone, boosting morale. Hearing the Fiki's words, many of the Guido soldiers began fighting fiercely once more. Indeed, the Guido Nation was still in a relatively strong position. Although the enemy's numbers nearly matched theirs, there was still a slight gap. After all, before their reinforcements arrived, the Bryans had already suffered significant losses. Moreover, they had penetrated deep into the enemy stronghold, nearly occupying it. This meant they still held the advantage. After capturing the border fortress, any further battles inside would result in more Zhao casualties, ensuring Zhao's disadvantage. Xavion understood that currently, Zhao did not have the upper hand. However, they would not be destroyed anytime soon. The Guido Fiki's morale-boosting words suggested that even Guido doubted they could completely capture this border fortress. The reason was simple. Zhao must have other reinforcements on the way. Guido thought this mission was almost certain success, so no additional reserves were dispatched. But who knew Zhao had detected their sneak attack? Thus, Zhao had alerted reinforcements, which arrived much faster than expected. No one wanted to waste efforts only to fail and be surrounded themselves. Hence, this was Guido's current concern. If they didn't secure this place quickly, more reinforcements would keep arriving, making an escape impossible. On the other hand, if they captured the stronghold, they could hold it securely with their forces. Heh, did you all see that? The Guido Fiki is scared. Let me tell you, we Zhao have dozens of reinforcement units on their way. You killed many of us this time, but you will pay for it in blood. At that moment, hearing the Guido Fiki's words, Zhao's Fiki laughed wildly and retorted. Weren't you boasting about capturing me alive? This time, I'll show you who captures whom. I don't believe you can exploit this situation again. Enraged by Zhao's Fiki's taunts, the Guido Fiki blushed and shot back. Ha, do you think you're the only ones with reinforcements? We're just the vanguard, aiming to take this place first, and then move on to other battlefields. The Guido side also has many reinforcements. Your reinforcements might be blocked by ours. At this rate, your destruction is only a matter of time. Surrender now, and maybe I'll spare your life. The Guido Fiki half-bluffed to intimidate the Zhao Fiki. Though uncertain whether these claims were true, everyone acknowledged that Guido currently held the upper hand. Seeing their own Fiki being overpowered, Xavion roared furiously. In the next moment, he instantly flew toward a 5th-level Shackles realm officer, unleashing his formidable power and striking him down with a single blow. Seizing this opportunity, Xavion pierced the officer's chest, then swiftly targeted another general. Damn, those previous guys were all useless, unable to kill one junior despite their numbers. It infuriates me. Attack everyone. This time, I want to see this junior dead. The Guido Fiki raged, his face contorted with anger and frustration. He had barely secured this mission opportunity, only for this to happen. Returning home like this would certainly invite blame, perhaps even punishment. Seeing Xavion still active, the Guido Fiki realized why they had failed previously. All because of this young prodigy. Despite relentless attacks, they hadn't managed to truly defeat Xavion, which drove everyone mad. Hearing the Guido Fiki threaten him, Xavion laughed. Heh, very amusing. You think you can kill me? How many times have you tried? And here I still stand. Note: I have maintained the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks as requested. Chapter 184, Curt Retreat. Xavion's words instantly ignited the blazing anger of many. His words were like pouring oil on fire, especially since capturing Xavion had already infuriated them greatly. Now, with his inflammatory remarks, their anger only intensified. Thus, the Guido Kingdom sought to muster a few generals to capture Xavion and tear him to pieces. But at this moment, they realized they no longer had the capability to capture Xavion. Given his current level of cultivation, no one could defeat him in single combat. If it wasn't one-on-one, they couldn't spare enough generals for the task. Any slightly stronger general would immediately be engaged by other Zhao Kingdom generals who fiercely protected Xavion. At that moment, despite the great Janus of the Guido Kingdom being enraged, there was nothing he could do to stop Xavion. Seeing this, Xavion smiled wryly and immediately sped off to engage other generals. Focusing on those under the fifth layer of the Shackles realm, Xavion moved swiftly across the battlefield, causing heavy damage to the Guido Kingdom side. Charge! A shout came from afar. The Janus of the Guido Kingdom looked over and saw dense ranks of people charging toward them. It was clear that reinforcements from the Zhao Kingdom had arrived. The Guido Kingdom's advantage vanished in an instant. They had initially relied on surprise attacks and numerical superiority. Now, that advantage was useless. Seeing this, the Guido Kingdom's generals felt extremely reluctant to admit defeat, while the supreme Janus of the Guido Kingdom was nearly driven mad with rage. He had almost reached his limit. This campaign was supposed to achieve victory, but the unexpected delay led to their failure. Staying any longer would spell certain doom. The Zhao Kingdom would mobilize all its reinforcements, leading to the death of everyone here. Note: I've adjusted Buganshin, unwilling to admit defeat, to reluctant to admit defeat, for better readability, and ensured that the translation flows naturally while preserving the original meaning. The term, fainted with rage, was also slightly adjusted to driven mad with rage, to better fit the tone and context. With a heavy heart, the supreme Janus of the Guido Kingdom knew he had gone to great lengths to capture the Zhao territory, but now it was clear that victory was out of reach. Without retreating now, they might never have another chance. After gritting their teeth and exchanging glances, the two supreme Janus of the Guido Kingdom ordered, "Everyone listen up. We retreat. Fall back immediately." Upon hearing the command, everyone seemed to have anticipated this turn of events. They quickly began to withdraw. As the Guido troops started retreating, the Zhao troops pressed harder. "Do not let them retreat successfully. We've paid such a high price. We cannot let them escape. If so many have already died, what does it matter if more die? They must all be left here, slaughtered, to honor our fallen brothers." The soldiers shouted in anguish. This war had cost countless lives on Xavion's side, who didn't want revenge for their fallen comrades. They had been holding back due to overwhelming numbers on the enemy side. Now that the opportunity arose, who cared about anything else? All wanted revenge. Seeing this, even the Guido Kingdom's generals and soldiers, who had come here expecting victory, hesitated to retreat and wanted to fight to the end. The supreme Janus of the Guido Kingdom was livid. "Did you hear my order? Retreat now, or it will be too late. There will be plenty of chances later. There's no need to fight recklessly for these men. Impulsiveness is the devil. A true hero takes revenge when the time is right." He tried to encourage his men, knowing their reluctance to retreat caused him headaches. If the troops delayed further, the best opportunity to retreat would be lost, resulting in disaster. Exactly what the Zhao Kingdom hoped for. Haha, you're right. Only those who can take revenge later are true heroes. Don't worry. We'll remember this day. We will personally march into your capital and slaughter every last one of your citizens. Xavion sneered in reply to the Guido Supreme Janus's words. Seeing Xavion still defiant, the Supreme Janus seethed with uncontrollable anger but was powerless to stop him. Perhaps fate had spared Xavion once more. Filled with regret, the Supreme Janus could only order a withdrawal to ensure their safety. Under his constant urging, the Guido soldiers gradually began to retreat and flee into the distance. Seeing this, the Zhao Supreme Janus drew his sword and pointed toward the retreating Guido forces. "Pursue them. This time, exterminate them completely." All Bryans shouted slogans as they chased after the Guido troops. It was hard to let the Guido Kingdom go after all they had suffered. "Why did you come to destroy us but run away like dogs? Why are you fleeing? Come back and continue attacking us. What cowards! Don't run if you have any courage. Running today means you'll never return." The Bryans taunted as they pursued the Guido troops, who hesitated, questioning whether to return and wipe them out. In the heat of battle, everyone held grudges deep inside. Most didn't fear death. They cherished honor above all. In moments like these, life was not just about living but living with value. This was why soldiers fought to the death to defend their country. Chapter 184, Full Retreat. Josiah's words ignited the burning anger of many people at that moment. His speech was like adding fuel to the fire. The mere fact of capturing Josiah had already infuriated them enough. Now, with his further provocations, their anger flared even more. As a result, the Guido Kingdom side wanted to dispatch several generals to capture Josiah and tear him into pieces. But at this point, they realized they no longer had the ability to capture Josiah. Given his current cultivation level, in one-on-one combat, no one could defeat him. If it weren't for one-on-one battles, there wouldn't be enough generals available for such an endeavor. Any slightly stronger cultivator sent out would immediately be restrained by Zhao Kingdom's other generals, who showed extreme loyalty towards Josiah. For a while, the Grand Fiki of the Guido Kingdom was furious but helpless, finding no way to deal with Josiah. Seeing this, Josiah smiled sardonically and sped off to challenge other generals. He specifically targeted those Guido generals below the 5th tier of the Shackles realm, weaving through the battlefield and inflicting heavy damage on the Guido side. Charge! A distant shout drew the Guido Fiki's attention. Looking over, he saw a dense crowd charging towards them. It was clear that reinforcements from the Zhao kingdom had arrived. This development wiped out the Guido kingdom's advantage, which had previously relied on surprise attacks and numerical superiority. Now, their numbers were no longer an advantage. At that moment, the Guido generals were unwilling to admit defeat, and the Grand Fiki was nearly enraged to the point of death. This mission was meant to succeed, yet after dragging on so long, it now faced failure. If they stayed any longer, the Zhao troops would regroup and bring in all their reinforcements, leading to the deaths of everyone here. Despite his reluctance, the Grand Fiki knew he must abandon the idea of capturing the Zhao territory. If they didn't retreat now, they might never have another chance. The two Grand Fikis gritted their teeth, exchanged glances, and then ordered. All units listen up. Everyone retreat. Follow me back. Upon hearing the order, the soldiers, who had anticipated this outcome, began retreating swiftly. As the Guido forces retreated, the Zhao forces pressed their attack even harder. Do not let them escape successfully. We've paid such a huge price this time. We cannot let them get away. We've lost so many lives already. What difference does it make to lose a few more? We must leave all these men here, slay them all to comfort the souls of our fallen brothers. Warriors cried out loudly, their voices filled with anguish. The losses were heavy in this conflict, and everyone wanted revenge for their fallen comrades. Who wouldn't want vengeance for their brothers? Prior restraints stemmed from the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, preventing a total annihilation. Finally, with the opportunity presenting itself, who would hesitate? Seeing this, the Homers, who had come prepared to win, began to waver. Some soldiers hesitated, wanting to stay and fight the Zhao to the end. The Grand Fiki was furious. Did you hear my orders? Retreat immediately, or it will be too late. There will be plenty of chances later. There's no need to die with them for temporary righteousness. Impulsiveness is the devil. Only those who can avenge us in the future are true heroes. He encouraged his men, as the reluctance of the soldiers troubled him deeply. If the soldiers continued to delay, they would miss the best chance to retreat. All would be lost, falling prey to the Zhao's tactics. What the Zhao most hoped for now was the Guido's hesitation. You're right. Those who can take revenge later are true heroes. Rest assured, today's humiliation will be remembered. One day, the Zhao kingdom will personally march to your capital and slaughter every last one of you. Hearing the Grand Fiki's words, Josiah mocked sarcastically. Seeing Josiah still defiant, the Guido Grand Fiki was boiling with rage but powerless against him. Perhaps, fate had decreed Josiah should survive this day. Filled with regret, the Grand Fiki could only retreat to preserve his forces. Under constant urging, the Guido soldiers finally began their retreat, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, the Zhao Grand Fiki drew his sword and pointed towards the direction of the retreating Guido forces. Pursue them. Finish them off this time. All Bryans shouted slogans, relentlessly pursuing the Guido army, unwilling to let them escape. You came to destroy us. Why are you running like dogs? Why are you escaping? Didn't you come to kill us? Damn cowards, don't run if you have the guts. If you run now, you'll never return. Bryans yelled as they pursued, causing the Guido soldiers to hesitate mid-retreat, debating whether to turn back and finish them off. In moments of bloodlust, everyone held deep resentment. Most would not fear death, but only honor mattered. In that moment, honor above all. Sometimes life isn't just about living but about living with value. That's why some warriors would give their lives to defend their country. Chapter 185. Will you leave? Sometimes, people often ponder the reason for their existence and the meaning of life. No one can provide an exact answer. It's said that 1,000 people have 1,000 different views. Everyone's perspective is unique. However, only through personal experience does one truly realize that living is not just about gain. What profit brings is not eternal. Living sometimes means achieving contentment and happiness for oneself. But happiness doesn't come from money alone. Just like today when Xavion and his men fought fiercely to avenge themselves. Life can also mean seeking justice for others, upholding honor for the group, and fulfilling one's mission. Life means realizing one's worth. Xavion and the others fought relentlessly in pursuit, their eyes bloodshot with fury. They truly did not want these Guido Kingdom people to escape so easily. Thus, the Guido Kingdom's retreat significantly slowed down as Bryans constantly intercepted them. This made the withdrawal of the Guido forces extremely difficult. Humph, abandon those Bryans and those last few stubborn troops at the rear. Everyone, heed my command. Regardless of anything, flee. We'll always have another chance to return. To all brave soldiers who remain behind, I sincerely pay my respects. But for everyone to survive, to prevent our army from total annihilation, to retain the strength to come back and take revenge, not fall victim to Zhao's treachery, we must sacrifice you. I deeply apologize. At this moment, the Homer shouted loudly to everyone. Upon hearing these words, not only were the Guido soldiers moved, but even the Zhao side felt something deep inside. Indeed, such words were touching. Who wouldn't wish for such a leader? Anyone knew that the Homer's decision wasn't out of fear, but out of desire to protect his troops. Naturally, if Zhao faced similar circumstances, their Janus would do the same. Anyone loves their soldiers. If not, they wouldn't reach this position. Every commanding officer has a passionate love for their troops, treating them like their own children. Charge! Xavion and the other Janus began battling fiercely among the Guido soldiers, aiming to deliver devastating blows. At this point, few Guido soldiers remained to block them. Most were focused on escaping. Moreover, now was not the time for direct confrontation. Hence the Jalen's minds weren't on fighting Zhao's officers. This allowed Xavion and company to wreak havoc within their ranks, killing many Guido soldiers. These Janus were much more efficient killers than ordinary soldiers, but there weren't as many of them. Otherwise, these Guido soldiers wouldn't stand a chance. Seeing this carnage, many Guido soldiers' hearts burned with rage, wishing they could immediately avenge everyone. Who wouldn't feel pain? They felt utterly heartbroken. So many lives lost due to Zhao's assault. It was sheer agony. But now was the time to retreat, and no one dared disobey orders. Seeing his rear guard being massacred, the Homer grew anxious. Bryans clung to them like flies, unwilling to leave. If this continued, many soldiers would be slaughtered. The Homer glanced into the distance, then a determined look appeared in his eyes. He shouted, "All officers listen to my command. Follow me in this charge. This time, we will hold off Zhao and create a path of blood for our soldiers to return home safely. If anyone wishes not to stay, it's all right. As Janus, it's my duty to protect my soldiers. All officers willing to hold the rear and fight to the death with me, follow me. Let us hold these Zhao bastards back and ensure our soldiers live." Upon hearing the Janus's words, many Jaelins shed tears. No one ran. Each responded to the Janus's call, trying to stay behind to kill enemies and give the soldiers enough time to flee as far as possible. This scene deeply affected many on the battlefield. Though Xavion and his men were moved internally, they showed no mercy. If you show mercy, when your enemies return later, they will surely strike hard, causing casualties among your soldiers. On the battlefield, there is no compassion. So Xavion and the others did not cease their slaughter, continuing to battle relentlessly. "Fiki, we won't leave. We'll stay with you. Swearing loyalty, we will protect the Janus." At that moment, many soldiers rushed forward, refusing to abandon the Janus, insisting on staying to continue fighting. Seeing this, the Janus almost exploded with anger. "Damn it, are you going to leave or not? If you don't, we will join hands with Zhao to kill you all. For God's sake, we haven't been defeated yet. How can we make decisions like losers? You run, after you're far enough away, we'll catch up. Trust us, we'll be right behind you. And as officers, we've enjoyed privileges. Since we owe you our protection." The Homer yelled frantically. Seeing the Janus beg like this, many sighed and decided to leave, understanding the Janus's sacrifice. They hoped to return one day and repay him personally, showing everyone they hadn't forgotten him. In reality, very few of the Homers survived this time. After all, Zhao's army wasn't easy prey. Determined to capture the Homer, this time Zhao would not let them escape. Translation maintained paragraph structure, style, and fluency as closely as possible to the original text while ensuring readability and coherence in English. Chapter 186, truly breaking through between life and death. They watched helplessly as the Guido Kingdom's generals continuously obstructed them, while the soldiers of the Guido Kingdom fled further and further away. Xavion and his men were anxious and distressed. Unfortunately, the Guido Kingdom held an insignificant numerical advantage and was also desperately protecting its troops. So this time, Xavion and his men were extremely hard-pressed and in anguish. All they could do was watch helplessly as those people kept escaping. Although some soldiers did chase after them, it was mostly futile. After all, one side was fighting for their lives while the other was seeking revenge. Their motivations were different. Moreover, Zhao still had a border to defend, so some troops had to stay here to guard. Though the remaining pursued, they were absolutely not numerically superior. If the Guido Kingdom wasn't afraid of reinforcements arriving, they would probably have fought properly today. "Damn! Kill these damned fellows." At that moment, Xavion roared when he saw someone ahead who had relentlessly pursued them before. Without any delay, Xavion charged over and dealt with him swiftly. After finishing off an enemy, Xavion was very distressed inside, watching the enemies escape but unable to pursue them. Who could understand this kind of pain? Xavion thought for a moment, and then took out a communication jade slip to describe the direction those escapees were heading towards. As long as reinforcements arrived, they might encounter these escapees and eliminate them eventually. After all, without officers' protection, relying solely on themselves wouldn't be enough. However, whether or not the reinforcements could find these people remained unknown. No one knew how far these people could escape, but Xavion was sure that their escape target was too large and would attract a lot of attention, making it likely for them to be discovered. As long as reinforcements came from that direction, seeing their soldiers safely escape, Guido Kingdom's generals began to engage in suicidal attacks. They exploded their cultivation just to kill more Zhao Kingdom's generals. After all, staying here meant certain death for them. Since they could take down a few more people, why not kill as many as possible? The Guido Kingdom's generals calculated well. At worst, they'd go down together with the enemy. At least they wouldn't lose. But it was miserable for Zhao's side. While Zhao's soldiers fought desperately, most didn't plan to die with them. They wanted to kill more people. Now, it was Guido's troops who were in dire straits, not Zhao's. Dying together was a loser's strategy. True warriors would never choose this path. Then, Xavion saw two generals charging towards him, burning their cultivation in an attempt to kill him. For a moment, Xavion panicked. These two fourth-rank Lock Realm individuals were burning their cultivation, and he wasn't sure if he could resist. If he couldn't resist, the power generated by their self-destruction could annihilate him. These two powerful individuals weren't to be underestimated. So Xavion felt uncertain and quickly started to flee. "Don't run, damn brat. It's all because of you that we lost so many people today. Hellboy, even though your border can't be destroyed, you will definitely be wiped out here today." The two chasing Xavion cursed loudly and then started to chase fiercely while Xavion rapidly dodged, playing hide and seek. Seeing Xavion using the same old tactics again, hiding and running, the Guido Kingdom's generals became angry. Wherever Xavion fled, if there were Guido generals around, they attacked him. Thus, Xavion fled rapidly but constantly faced obstacles. "Protect Xavion." Seeing this, a high-ranking officer from Zhao shouted. After all, Xavion had contributed significantly on the battlefield. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a dire situation. Besides, Xavion endured so much for the sake of the border. If Xavion fell earlier due to lack of protection and numerous pursuits, it would have been inevitable. But since Xavion survived that situation and now fell into enemy hands under advantageous circumstances, it was unacceptable. It would drastically lower the morale of Zhao's side. This time, as Xavion fled, he noticed the fourth princess. Despite still resisting fiercely, she appeared more reserved. The fourth princess was the only person, besides Xavion, who could fight across boundaries on the entire battlefield. Indeed, she had too many good things, having been cultivated with vast resources, making her combat ability very strong. Seeing that the fourth princess wouldn't have any problems in the short term, Xavion was reassured. Then people started helping him intercept those two suicide bombers. He looked around carefully to inspect how his disciples were faring. If casualties were too many, he wouldn't be able to face the sect master after returning to the sect. Even with countless reasons for deaths on the battlefield, being the strongest disciple and commanding others, if anything happened, they would blame him, not others. Even if they didn't blame him, he'd be heartbroken seeing his fellow disciples like this. After checking once, Xavion surprisingly found that Ian and Hayes had broken through to the second-rank lock realm during this desperate situation. In fact, although it wasn't long since they reached the first-rank lock realm, their cultivation base was decent. Normally, breaking through within 1 to 2 years was no problem. However, following Xavion in endless battles led to their breakthroughs. At this moment, everyone realized why Xavion was so powerful, because one truly could break through between life and death. Chapter 187. The End for Guido Kingdom Soldiers. Not only Ian and Hayes, but many other disciples also managed to break through at the brink of life and death. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Cheyenne did not break through because she had just ascended to the Shackles realm, leaving her no time for further advancement. Among the remaining people, even Nikki chose to force his way through to survive this intense battle, killing more enemies and thus ascending to the 5th level of the Shackles realm. It could be said that everyone was happy with their advancements. Of course, the number of casualties among the disciples from their sect was truly staggering. Nearly a quarter had perished. In the end, this battle was too intense. Nobody could remain unscathed. Thus, such heavy losses were inevitable. Seeing so many disciples dead, Xavion couldn't help but sigh. He could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. Charge! We're here. At this moment, reinforcements arrived, consisting mainly of military officers, while others headed towards the battlefield to ambush enemy forces. Instantly, the pressure on Zhao's side significantly lessened. Seeing this, Xavion and his comrades finally breathed a sigh of relief. Guido Kingdom soldiers had been relentlessly attacking in suicide missions, causing tremendous damage. Now, they could finally rest. With reinforcements joining, Zhao's army mustered its courage and started besieging the remaining Guido Kingdom officers. With countless troops surrounding them, the Guido Kingdom officers stood little chance of escaping. This time, Xavion and his men fought fiercely. Finally, when all the enemies were killed, they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This battle had taken a significant toll on Li's border soldiers, costing nearly 1/3 of their numbers. And this was still considered fortunate. Had Xavion and his men not discovered the two groups sneaking up on them, the entire border force might have been wiped out. After the war, some soldiers broke down into tears. They had endured immense life and death struggles, and many would never see each other again. Seeing the soldiers crying, Xavion glanced into the distance and said, I wonder if the reinforcements have hunted down all the remnants of Guido Kingdom's forces. Why don't we go and see? Otherwise, we'll never feel content if those Guido Kingdom bastards are left alive. Seeing Xavion take it so seriously, many responded enthusiastically. This time, Xavion approached the 3 Grand Janus and after discussion, they decided to lead the unhurt officers to provide support, leaving the rest behind to recuperate. Most, having suffered greatly from this war, needed rest. Supplies and medical aid were being organized for the wounded soldiers. Everyone was fighting hard to survive, hoping to live to kill more enemies. The sudden outbreak of war had depleted their medical supplies. Many soldiers lay on the ground, gasping in pain, awaiting much-needed medication. Ensuring the border fort was secure, Xavion and the officers set off towards where Guido Kingdom soldiers were fleeing. Only by completely wiping out these two groups could they truly relieve their hatred. After pursuing for some time, Xavion and his men saw fierce battles ahead. Although constantly pursued, Guido Kingdom soldiers still numbered considerably. Seeing this, Xavion and his men grew furious and immediately joined the fray, massacring the Guido Kingdom troops. What had they gained from such heavy losses? Absolutely, they couldn't let these people escape. Charge! Xavion plunged into the crowd like a war machine, slaying all who stood in his path. Without the hindrance of Guido Kingdom's officers, Xavion's combat efficiency soared. Facing no formidable resistance, the Guido Kingdom soldiers crumbled like ants underfoot. After the officers joined the fight, the Guido camp disintegrated entirely. Seeing this, many Bryans cheered, especially those who had been in the fort since the beginning. They had harbored resentment due to the devastation here. Now, they finally had a chance for revenge. Guido Kingdom soldiers began screaming and fleeing in panic, losing formation and morale. Don't panic. We should launch suicide attacks to make our Grand Janus proud, even though it may seem disloyal. There's no hope of escape. Why bother running? A Guido soldier stood up, trying to rally spirits. Humph! Seeing this, Xavion snorted coldly and charged forward, impaling Sullivan instantly. To Guido Kingdom, the end is near. Lay down your weapons and surrender. Xavion shouted to the soldiers below. Further resistance is futile at this point. Put down your weapons and we won't harm you. If you resist, you'll all die. Xavion's words had little effect as both sides were driven by fury. The Guido Kingdom soldiers, thinking of their sacrifice Janus, focused only on killing more enemies. Faced with their stubborn resistance, Xavion felt helpless. His intention wasn't to spare lives, but to reduce casualties on their side. Unfortunately, his efforts proved ineffective, and they continued to resist. Chapter 188. The Disciplinary Assembly. Under Xavion's fierce attack, those people instantly began to flee. However, at this moment, there was no way Xavion would let them go. Just then, reinforcements suddenly arrived. This time, the reinforcements included not only soldiers, but also officers who had come along. Seeing this, many of the Zhao Kingdom's officers cheered. This was a timely arrival. The Guido Kingdom soldiers would have nowhere to run now. Finally, they hadn't miscalculated and were not ambushed by the enemy. With everyone surrounding and attacking, no reinforcements from the Guido Kingdom arrived. Ultimately, all of the Guido Kingdom soldiers were slaughtered by the Zhao forces. However, the Zhao army also paid a heavy price. Despite winning, it was only by a narrow margin. They had almost suffered the same fate as the Guido soldiers. This victory didn't elicit much cheering. Many felt heavy-hearted. Seeing the overwhelming victory, their hearts felt somewhat relieved. Heh, this time, our Zhao Kingdom killed 1,000 enemies but lost 800 of our own, Xavion said, glancing at Nikki. Hearing Xavion's words, Nikki also sighed with a bitter smile. Then he began to direct the cleanup of the battlefield and swiftly returned to the frontier. The atmosphere in the fort was somber and oppressive. Everyone looked at the cries of injured soldiers and felt deep sympathy. This battle could be called a tactical failure, as no one expected such fierce attacks. For a moment, no one wanted to speak much. Supplies were delivered, and the uninjured helped transport these supplies and tended to the wounded. The atmosphere in the Zhao frontier was exceptionally heavy. All officers who are not critically injured, gather here, a Janus shouted. Then, Xavion, Nikki, Ian, Zara, and other young officers exchanged glances and walked toward a tent for a meeting, all feeling very downcast. Everyone knew that such a major event likely meant a severe reprimand for the Chief Janus. Although the officers also achieved some success, given the severity of casualties, any credit would probably be halved. Credit wasn't about the final reward, which couldn't be calculated precisely. It was ultimately an honor, and so, regardless of their contributions, the officers could not escape responsibility for their collective unpreparedness, leading to such heavy losses. Since you are an officer, this responsibility falls on your shoulders, and you cannot blame others. Even if no one punished you, guilt would weigh heavily on your conscience. Walking into the tent, the three commanding officers from the reinforcements sat to one side, while Xavion's original Janus sat below. The officers from the three border forts sat on the sides, and Xavion and the rest sat centrally. Sitting here did not signify honor. Instead, it symbolized receiving criticism for this incident. Warfare failures naturally fell on the officers to bear the brunt. The reason our war was so brutal lies significantly on me, the Chief Janus began. If I hadn't become arrogant due to previous victories, we might not have been invaded. As the Chief Janus, I deeply apologize. He stood up and bowed to all the officers, then turned towards the gate of the fort and made a deep bow again. Many of our brave warriors died because of my negligence. I am truly sorry. Witnessing this, Xavion and the others were profoundly moved, feeling indescribable pain. While his words were true, as a Chief Janus, he could not foresee everything. No one anticipated the Guido Kingdom's surprise attack. If it weren't for Xavion and company exploring outside earlier, the frontier might not have survived this time. These young officers performed admirably, the Chief Janus continued. Upon hearing this, some of the young officers stood up, addressing everyone. Chief Fiki, the main credit goes to Xavion and Nikki. It's not us. It was their idea to scout outside. Initially, we joined out of obligation, and they never forced us. We do not deserve this commendation. Xavion remained silent. While these young officers were charmingly naive, did this really make sense? Since things happened, quibbling over credits was pointless, especially since they wouldn't face harsher punishment by admitting this. It seemed more like an act. Moved by the young officers' admission of fault, many other officers began examining their own mistakes. The other three Chief Janus exchanged looks and sighed. They were present mainly to oversee the Chief Janus's position. But this situation reminded them that even after assuming leadership, unexpected issues could still arise. They wouldn't have done much better had they been in his shoes. After careful deliberation, the three decided to issue a serious reprimand to the Chief Janus, reduce some rewards, but retain his position. Appointing a new Chief Janus at this time was unsuitable. Despite the mistakes, most soldiers still respected him. As a veteran of many battles, he committed errors under sudden attack. Serious consequences, but forgivable. Chapter 189, Rest and Recovery. The loss in this war also dampened the once proud border, causing a somber mood to set in. Many began to reflect deeply. If only they had foreseen some of these issues earlier. The severe punishment of the commanding general and the young officers like Xavion was a wake-up call for many. In the aftermath, the entire border region needed time to rest and recover to regain its strength. The supporting soldiers didn't stay long after that, and started returning to their respective posts. After all, they had completed their mission. They hoped such tragedies would not repeat, and they wished Zhao could defeat Guido. After these people left, Xavion and others began organizing the cleaning of the entire border region. The city walls were piled high with corpses. If not cleared promptly, disease outbreaks could occur, a situation Xavion and his team were determined to avoid. An epidemic would be catastrophic for the already battered border. Xavion's team busied themselves with the cleanup. Meanwhile, the commanding general secluded himself, reflecting on his mistakes. The casualties suffered by the border forces were significant, with immeasurable losses. After directing the cleanup, Xavion and his team entered a period of rest, spending 10 days recovering. Guido did not send reinforcements, so the brothers aiding them faced no major trouble on their way back. During these 10 days, Xavion received news that information about him had reached Zhao. Suddenly, his head was second on Guido's most wanted list, reportedly worth half a sect according to Cheyenne's reconnaissance. Guido's actions were truly despicable. Not only did they offer bounties within Guido, but also tried to lure Zhao's people with promises. Anyone who could kill him could claim the reward from Guido, with options to return home or receive a position in Guido. This caused Xavion considerable distress. Honestly, staying within the border was safer. Outside, he couldn't guarantee others wouldn't target him. There were many stronger individuals in the military, and an unexpected ambush could put his life at risk. Xavion felt both depressed and frustrated. How had his information been leaked? He couldn't figure it out. Could there be a mole inside? Ian quickly dismissed this, explaining that if there were a mole, their movements would have been exposed during reconnaissance, leading to attacks or reinforcements. No one would let two armies be destroyed needlessly. It seemed the officers of those armies reported the information. Realizing this, Xavion felt thoroughly famous and hoped for a low profile. One day, while they were resting, Xavion was summoned to a tent. Upon arrival, he noticed unfamiliar faces. After so long at the border, Xavion knew almost everyone, making these strangers confusing. "You're Xavion?" one person asked upon seeing him. "Yes, who are you?" Xavion replied. Ralph nodded, saying, "I've heard much about you. You did well this time. The Avon commends your efforts." Xavion smiled awkwardly, sensing more than mere praise was at stake. As expected, after the initial commendation, someone continued. "Now, you've had ample rest here. We have a special mission for you." At the mention of a special mission, Xavion's ears perked up, urging them to continue. "We are from the 7th Garrison. We will soon engage Guido in a major battle. We need capable young officers to lead assaults against their Mike Janus. This time, your border has sufficient strong young officers. Not just you, but others will be deployed. Do you remember when Guido's Mike challenged you at the gate? This time, we'll play their game." Xavion was momentarily speechless. Hearing this plan made him anxious. What was the point of this strategy? To delay time? Delaying tactics often meant diverting main forces. If so, without enough backup and considering the bounty on his head, he could be easily targeted by stronger foes. Why pick on him specifically? Didn't they know how much Zhao hated him now? Seeing Xavion's concern, someone reassured him. "Rest assured, we wouldn't let a prodigy like you perish easily. However, this operation is highly classified. Trust that you are valuable and not meant to sacrifice. We'll handle the rest." End of chapter 189. ##### chapter 190. Mission. Upon hearing Sullivan's words, Xavion pondered for a moment. There was no way he could refuse this task. Moreover, as Sullivan had said, it wasn't a situation where he could casually back out. He believed that on the battlefield, they wouldn't need him to be cannon fodder. Well, even if they did need cannon fodder, it would be Ian and Hayes' turn, not his. After deep consideration, Xavion nodded and said, "Fine, as an officer, I unconditionally obey orders." Hearing Xavion's response, Sullivan smiled and nodded before saying, "Officer Bai, rest assured, we are going to victory this time. Your role in this mission is extremely important. Trust us, this time you will achieve great merit." There was one thing the officer didn't say. "Believe me, your head will become increasingly valuable." He feared that if he mentioned this, Xavion might have hesitated, or even refused outright. But it couldn't be helped. Someone had to go into battle. Among all of Zhao's people, Xavion was the most suitable at his cultivation level. His ability to fight across boundaries was indeed quite exceptional. Subsequently, the young officers like Ian were also called over. The officer informed each of them that they would face a tough battle next. Any young officer who was not critically injured and capable of fighting would be deployed immediately. Of course, they would return after the mission. The young officers, hearing this from the officer, naturally agreed without hesitation. Then, the officer dismissed the others but kept Xavion behind. Looking at Xavion, the officer said, "I know, although you've agreed outwardly, you may still have some reservations deep inside. But this war is crucial. If we can win, it will be a historic victory for our Zhao nation. And this time, you're only there to delay the enemy, nothing else. After all, you are Zhao's genius, and we would never resort to Guido's ruthless tactics. We would never sacrifice you for a short-term victory." "Don't worry about anything," the officer reassured him. Xavion nodded and said, "All right, I understand. You can rest assured. I have no objections. Since we're going to the battlefield, I naturally hope to build merit for our Zhao nation and its people." Seeing Xavion's apparent indifference, the officer finally smiled and said, "Very well, go pack up now. As for your young soldiers, hand them over to another officer. We'll return once this campaign is won. I know your sect wouldn't part with you easily. The timing of our return is uncertain, so make sure to bid farewell to everyone." Xavion nodded and walked out of the tent, where Ian and the others were waiting. "Well, Xavion?" Ian looked at Xavion, clearly wanting to know what transpired. After all, they knew they were being sent to battle but had no idea about the specifics, which made everyone look at Xavion expectantly. Xavion shook his head and said, "I'm not entirely clear either. We'll just have to take things one step at a time. I don't know exactly what will happen during this war." The commanding officer didn't provide much detail, stating that due to the high confidentiality level, even I wasn't privy to the specifics. Just follow orders, and don't think too much about other matters. With those words, Ian and the others fell into contemplation, feeling unsettled by Xavion's statement. Everyone felt that something was off. After all, despite not being the highest-ranking officers, they weren't usually treated so dismissively by anyone. Since their superior officer had been so aloof, it indicated that the scale of this war must be massive. Though they had fought several wars before, this situation was unprecedented. "Let's head back to the camp. No point talking about it here. We can discuss more once we're back." Xavion waved them off, leading the group back to the barracks. Back in the barracks, Xavion quickly packed his belongings into a storage ring. He then addressed everyone present. "This time, we officers are embarking on a long journey. While we're away, don't embarrass our sect. We should return soon, so you'll be led by someone else temporarily. Remember, while we're gone, cooperate fully with others." After hearing this, the disciples were momentarily stunned, clearly caught off guard by this sudden announcement. They hadn't anticipated that Xavion and the others would be dispatched elsewhere for battle. It was truly unexpected. After hearing Xavion's instructions, the young disciples nodded and assured him, "Don't worry, Xavion. We won't let you down. Go in peace." The phrase "go in peace" left a strange taste in Xavion's mouth. It was a term he now found ominous, given his notorious time, or who might make the ultimate sacrifice. It was very possible that many would die because of this war. Although everyone hoped for a safe return, Xavion and the others knew it was not easy to survive a war. After all, this time they were pitted against the young elites of the enemy side. It was unlikely they would all return alive. It was even possible only a few people would come back or none at all. The flying boat carried Xavion and others over numerous mountain ranges. Along the way, looking down at unfamiliar mountains, they realized how little they knew about the battlefield they were heading towards, or the overall war situation. Soon, the flying boat landed them at a new military camp. Getting off the flying boat, Xavion and the others took in their surroundings. Strange faces everywhere in the unfamiliar camp. There was a significant difference between this camp and the one at the frontier. They were not alike at all. The soldiers here were bustling about, clearly having been informed of the upcoming war. Where are we headed next? Xavion looked at the officer who brought them and asked, "Just follow me. We'll rest here for a couple of days, then our camp will launch an assault on a Guido Kingdom's border fort. This battle against Guido's border will be unlike any you've faced before. Guido's border is a critical point, where they have amassed a substantial force," the officer explained. Hearing this, Xavion and others nodded and followed him towards the camp. As officers, they were housed better than at the frontier, with a relatively more comfortable setup of tents for them to rest in. After settling their belongings, they had nothing much else to do, simply waiting for news of the attack since they came here to fight. "Greetings, officers. I am the guard here. If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll arrange it for you," a soldier in his early 20s said to Xavion and the others. He seemed somewhat hesitant, perhaps troubled by encountering peers who had become officers while he remained a mere guard. "That's fine, thank you," Nikki waved him away and then turned to Xavion. "Xavion, what do you think our purpose is here? We know your task, but why did they arrange a showdown between the young elites? And if it's not to stall for time, what is the real intention? I feel like this mission is shrouded in too much secrecy, which seems quite unusual," Nikki continued. Hearing this, other officers like Ian agreed, "Yes, we feel the same." Unfortunately, the officer didn't provide us with answers. This is what worries me. The officers here may hide information or deliberately waste our strength to preserve theirs. Who knows the real reason we're here? The group grumbled, obviously dissatisfied with the operation but couldn't voice these concerns in front of the officer. On the battlefield, obeying orders was paramount. Failure to comply could lead to punishment or even losing one's cultivation abilities. Despite most Zhao Kingdom soldiers' willingness to fight valiantly, not fighting was not an option. Choosing to avoid the battlefield could result in someone secretly sabotaging you. Even the Guisu sect probably had no choice this time. "I don't know, nor can I guess. Right now, all I want to know is where the Jedi is and how he is doing," Xavion shook his head. "This war will last a long time, and we don't know when we can return to our normal lives at the sect. Now, we definitely won't be able to go back to our previous lives anytime soon." Upon hearing this, someone responded, "Yeah, forget about getting back to normal. Even if things do return to normal, certain experiences will leave indelible marks on our hearts, making it impossible to go back to the way things were. Our numbers used to be large, but now, after the previous war, many of our officers died, right? Even if we return, without those people, we won't feel complete. In the last war, a 2-to-1 ratio caused heavy losses among these young officers. Many of them mourned deeply but to no avail. They suffered together suddenly under unexpected attacks. This loss wasn't exclusive to the young officers. The war could potentially drag on for years. Wars, after all, tend to last for a long duration. It was rumored that some wars in history lasted over 1,000 years. Many who marched into the battlefield as children grew old and died without seeing the end of the war. Note: translating chapter titles and section breaks as per the original text structure. These straightforward soldiers made everyone feel happier than ever before. The camaraderie was refreshing and direct, a far cry from the cautiousness often present within the sections. Conversations here felt liberating and enjoyable. "Xavion, Nikki, Zara, it's time for you to follow us." An officer approached and continued, "We are about to form up. Your moment to shine is here. You won't be leading troops this time. This mission is for single combat. Prepare yourselves because you may face off against someone once we're on the battlefield." Hearing this, Xavion and his team understood war was imminent. They gathered at the square, thankful Tamara hadn't come along. If she had, who knows what could have happened. Tamara had initially wanted to join, but the Supreme Janus and the officers strictly forbade it. Given her volatile nature, they insisted she remain behind. Unable to persuade the Janus, she reluctantly agreed, not wanting to appear overly arrogant. Xavion and the others heaved a sigh of relief. If she had joined, they would have faced an unprecedented challenge. What would they do if Tamara faced life-and-death duels with the elite opponents from the Guido Kingdom? In Zhao, her presence might prompt restraint from their enemies, but the Guido people would see capturing a princess as a chance to turn the tide of war, possibly going all out to defeat her. If anything happened to Tamara on the battlefield, they wouldn't be able to explain it to the Aven. To put it simply, she was indeed a potential disaster waiting to happen. Upon reaching the square, they saw thousands of soldiers assembled, faces set with determination, brimming with morale. "Warriors of Zhao, you know this time, our objective is to attack the enemy's frontier," shouted an officer. "This offensive has been long planned. We must win. This battle will decide the course of our war. It will be your honor. Everyone, strive your hardest. The glory of this victory surpasses any previous achievement." The soldiers cheered fervently, stirred by the speech. Encouraging the troops with rewards and recognition was essential because while most soldiers cherished duty, not everyone was selfless. Facing life and death made people act in their own interest. Thus, rewarding valor was inevitable. After rallying the troops, the officer gave further instructions, initiating the march. Pre-battle speeches required finesse, not too short or too long. Afterward, Xavion and his companions marched ahead with the army toward a border stronghold of Guido. The journey promised to be long. As they moved forward, Xavion truly felt the weight of the campaign. Despite the arduous journey, the soldiers' morale never waned. They aimed to capture the stronghold. Their numbers didn't seem depleted, leaving Xavion and his companions puzzled. Did Zhao's strategy imply strength beyond appearances, or was there another motive behind using Guido's tactics? Translation by AI, refined for clarity and fluency. Chapter 193, Multiple Xavion? Though they couldn't quite understand, Xavion and his companions didn't press the issue further but continued to follow the army. This time, They arrived before a fortress named Guanghuan Frontier, setting up camp from a considerable distance away. Fighting here required first establishing a proper camp. After all, without campsites, how could soldiers rest? Without rest, the troops would eventually be unable to endure the prolonged effort. Thus, Xavion and his team focused on setting up their encampments first. Ahead, spies from Guido had begun probing military movements at a distance. It was uncertain whether Guido had anticipated this attack, so whether their forces were prepared remained a mystery. After completing their camp, Xavion's team rested for 3 hours. Soon after, they began contemplating their battle tactics for the upcoming engagement. Zhao had already dispatched scouts near the enemy's fortifications to gather intelligence. Though dangerous, these scouts could provide valuable information to the commanding officers in their meetings. Xavion's rank was too low to attend such meetings, which made him and his group feel somewhat neglected. They found it hard to accept that their opinions weren't being considered this time around. In the past, even though their ranks were not high, they were always included in strategic discussions. This lack of recognition now felt incredibly frustrating. Indeed, people should aim higher to gain importance and value. Though previously, they didn't often contribute much in strategy sessions, and sometimes said nothing at all, lacking any real vanity about their role, they still felt a loss of influence here. Time passed as they anxiously awaited orders. Finally, everyone started preparing the troops for departure. The goal was to breach this frontier. Following the main force, Xavion and his comrades marched ahead, and saw that the frontier walls were heavily guarded. This plan is called the Xavion Plan. Everyone, remember this operation clearly, an officer instructed. Xavion. Was he expected to introduce himself and serve as bait to attract hostility? Frankly, Xavion was reluctant. His future contributions to the war effort were significant, and dying here now felt like an unacceptable waste. For this mission, each of you will be known as Xavion. To prevent accidents and keep the true identity of Xavion hidden, we're deploying 5 disciples of the second layer Shackles realm. Xavion must join. The objective is to delay the enemy and demoralize them. Xavion, if anyone tries to harm your team or nearly defeats one of us during the provocation, remember, do everything possible to protect our men. The primary goal is to delay and lower morale. Understood? Hearing the officer's words, Xavion nodded, suddenly understanding why detailed combat plans weren't disclosed. Apparently, during a previous border conflict, Leo revealed a key plan to save himself, causing significant damage to Guido. This time, Zhao aimed to learn from that experience by keeping strategies secret from lower ranks. Realizing this collective decision from Zhao's leadership, Xavion felt better about the situation. Although it wasn't directed at them specifically, they understood the rationale behind it. If it wasn't to protect them, it would be easier to accept psychologically. Next, the 5 individuals walked forward together and stopped directly under the city wall of the fortress. Just as someone from the fortress seemed ready to attack, the Janus halted the action. This move struck the Janus as familiar, yet its purpose was unclear. Hee, gentlemen of Guido, we are the prodigies from Zhao. Xavion laughed, then introduced himself. I am Xavion. I've come to challenge you in duel with your young prodigies. My cultivation is at the second layer Shackles realm. The mention of Xavion caused a stir among the few officers on the wall. His name was renowned, evoking panic due to his impact on multiple battles. One of Xavion's companions repeated the introduction, again, introducing himself as Xavion, declaring the same provocative message. Confusion spread among the officers on the wall. How could there be 2 Xavions? Then, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th disciples also declared their names similarly, all calling themselves Xavion. The officers were overwhelmed, unable to discern Zhao's intentions. This scenario was bizarre, unlike anything they'd ever encountered, and there was no way to tell which, if any, of the Xavions were genuine. All they could do was hesitate. The situation was indeed peculiar and left everyone on edge. Chapter 194. Guido Kingdom faces the challenge. Could Xavion have become some kind of monster? How could there be so many of him? For a moment, even those on the frontier couldn't figure out what was happening or which one was the real deal. This confusion significantly impacted the Janus's decision-making, making it tough for him to take action. Honestly, if they could identify the real Xavion, defeating him would not be impossible. After all, silencing Xavion was necessary. They might use special tactics to quietly take him out without affecting morale. However, now that they didn't know whether Xavion was real or fake, it put them in a difficult position. They couldn't order all disciples to take drastic measures. It would likely lead to a mutiny among the disciples. The Janus on the city wall hesitated. At this moment, Xavion continued, this time, we've come here to challenge your young geniuses. Our cultivation level is merely second layer Shackles realm. Let 5 of your young geniuses come out and fight us. If Zhao Kingdom has no geniuses or is afraid of us, then there's nothing we can do, and we will leave. Now, as 2 armies confront each other, we don't want to waste words. We only wish for a fair and just battle. Xavion's words convinced many officers on the city wall that he must be the real Xavion. But soon, this belief was refuted because one still couldn't confirm if he was genuine. What if he was just a decoy drawing fire? This left the Guido people baffled about how to proceed. The Janus on the city wall hesitated and finally decided to observe. If the real Xavion was here and confirmed, they would defeat him, even at the cost of their soldiers' morale. Indeed, while this war could be influenced, both sides were fighting to the death, and it might last a long time. In that case, Xavion would inevitably grow stronger. If Xavion grew, with his potential, he might one day destroy the entire Guido kingdom. So, even at some sacrifice, letting Xavion die was beneficial. However, what they feared most was that the real Xavion wasn't among them. Killing them would invite ridicule. The Fiki, we request to engage. Damn these arrogant Zhao scoundrels. Fiki, this matter is easy to resolve. Let us handle it. We will surely eliminate them. If I cannot kill this guy, my head will be useless. The young Guido warriors were eager and petitioned the Janus. Youthful tempers flared. Few could endure such humiliation. However, without orders from the Janus, they couldn't fight back. Even the soldiers were enraged. wishing to shoot them down immediately. It's just 5 people. Fiki, a decision must be made. Zhao is clearly prepared. If we kill these 5 below but find Xavion isn't among them, won't we be embarrassed? So, I suggest sending 5 disciples to fight. Maybe we can see through something. Some advised the Janus. They knew Xavion wouldn't reveal too strong a combat power. Maintaining invincibility was enough. Yet, it was still observable, depending on Xavion's acting skills. If these 5 from Zhao all had great talent and strength, and none had prematurely fallen, losses might occur. But with them attacking, Guido couldn't hesitate over whether Xavion was real. Such hesitation would be looked down upon. Their own soldiers would see it as a lack of resolve from the Janus. With this in mind, the Janus agreed and dispatched 5 disciples to begin engaging Xavion. Himph, what arrogance from 5 brutes. Watch me kill you all. After the gate opened, an aggressive Mike rushed out and attacked Xavion's group fiercely, clearly aiming to end their lives. We are all at the second layer Shackles realm. You must not exceed this realm, otherwise it means you're scared. One of Xavion's men warned. Himph, Guido Kingdom isn't afraid of small countries like yours. Rest assured, we won't do such things, the Janus coldly replied. Next, the disciples advanced on Xavion. Xavion drew his battle god spear and fought steadily. Honestly, with his current strength, these opponents were trivial, offering no pressure. But Xavion knew he must keep up the act. Confusion about his presence was crucial, not risking exposure for fear of endangering himself. Coming here was risky. Acting rashly might lead to discovery and danger. Xavion understood this clearly. Chapter 195, The Challenge. Xavion and the Guido Kingdom's Mikes were engaged in fierce combat. This time, Xavion held back, but the others didn't reserve much strength. The Zhao Kingdom's team comprised elite fighters at the second level of Shackles' realm. It was clear that they could thoroughly overpower their Guido counterparts. After prolonged fighting, the Guido side quickly saw some of its Mikes defeated and killed. Then the tide turned decisively in favor of Xavion's group. Notably, Xavion chose to win his third match. This left everyone guessing which one was the real Xavion, neither standing out nor hiding behind others. It would be hard for the Guido side to identify the true Xavion. Without photographs or surviving officers from the previous encounter, Xavion's true appearance remained a mystery, leaving many baffled. Seeing their Mikes fall quickly to the Zhao forces, the morale on the Guido side dipped. Did this imply that their young prodigies were inferior to Zhao's? Yet no one dared voice this doubt aloud. Hey, you guys up there, are you all cowards? Still hesitating? Xavion shouted up, his attitude more arrogant than anyone had expected. Or has Guido run out of people? Shamed by the Zhao Mike's provocations, the Homers immediately sent down a second team. However, this new group fared no better, soon succumbing under pressure. The Zhao team, well prepared and strategically selected, moved swiftly to finish off opponents and assist teammates. Once a member fell, it was only a matter of time before the entire team followed. Against many equally strong adversaries, even an individual's prowess couldn't hold up indefinitely, except perhaps Xavion, who was rare indeed. Faced with continued taunts from the Zhao Mikes, the Guido side felt increasingly helpless. Eliminating these youngsters would be easy but unacceptable to both the Zhao side and their own soldiers. Any direct action by Janus would expose Guido's weakness and boost Zhao's morale. In this small kingdom like Zhao, numbers mattered more than strength, making such a strategy disadvantageous. The Homer grew increasingly anxious. At this rate, all his second-level Shackles realm disciples might be slaughtered, leading to a loss of morale. He also sensed Zhao was deliberately stalling but couldn't understand why. Internally, Guido strategists speculated wildly. Meanwhile, Xavion and his allies stood defiant, hurling insults. Such a large Guido kingdom can't muster any challengers? I overestimated Guido. Previously, we viewed them as our major threat. Now, it's clear they don't deserve that reputation. Are Guido's soldiers as inferior as their young prodigies? I think so. These remarks left Guido's border forces embarrassed. But retaliating by slaying Xavion and his team was impossible. Zhao likely had protectors watching over their prodigies. After careful thought, the Homer reviewed the remaining disciples. He decided to send them down to fight fiercely, sacrificing themselves if necessary to stabilize the situation. He promised benefits for their families, knowing it would be a final, desperate stand. Though reluctant, the Guido Mikes agreed. Predictably, this battle ended with another Guido defeat, sparking jubilation among Bryans. Ha ha ha, Guido is doomed. Damn, didn't expect Guido's brats to be so useless. What's the point of continuing this? Hey, Guido, surrender. Hand over your territory and women, and we'll spare your lives. After all, men mean nothing to us. We don't have a tradition for that. Enraged by Zhao's arrogance, and seeing no reserves left, the Homer's face darkened. Guido was in a dire position, unsure if Xavion was among them. Continued losses would devastate Guido. Resolving this, he shifted focus to third-level Shackles realm officers and a fifth-level powerhouse. Approaching them, he said, now is your time to serve Guido. Disguise yourselves as disciples and eliminate these brats. Don't worry, we'll support you. This must be flawless. Translation ends here, maintaining the original structure and style while ensuring fluency and coherence. Chapter 196, Successive Assassinations. The Grand Fiki's deceit was believed by these people since they were to slay the 5 individuals this time. After all, unlike the disciples, they weren't under pressure this time. Most of them had very strong cultivation and combat strength. If it came to fighting Xavion and his group, Xavion and company would be no match for them. Hence, these people readily agreed. Next, they started disguising themselves as disciples, changing into their clothes in preparation to ambush Xavion and company. Changing clothes was simple. After all, this only required finding a few disciples and stripping their clothes. This time, the disciples were quite happy about being stripped, as it wasn't them who would die. While there was embarrassment now, it was far better than losing their lives. Soon enough, these people donned the disciples' clothes and moved toward Xavion and the others. These 5 had received orders to definitely slay Xavion and company. Hey, don't you feel like these new challengers are rather old? Yeah, They seem somewhat aged. Are these even disciples? I have an ominous feeling. Seeing the newcomers, someone from Xavion's group murmured. Upon seeing this, they grew nervous. If someone really came to assassinate them, with such a great distance between both parties, there would be no telling if the hidden experts could rescue them in time. If they didn't get rescued, things would go awry. Besides Xavion, few might survive. With this in mind, the rest felt uneasy. The mission was indeed challenging. Seeing the approaching challengers, one of Xavion's group sneered. These people don't seem like disciples. They exude such heavy killing intent that regular disciples wouldn't have. Furthermore, your cultivation levels should surpass ours. What do you mean, Guido Nation Fiki? This disciple took the initiative, hoping not to engage in conflict. Once fighting broke out, it would be bad for everyone. Xavion would be exposed, while the others might perish on the spot. Upon hearing this, the Guido Nation Fiki laughed. Don't worry too much, young disciple. These are our disciples, with cultivation similar to yours. They've just been in seclusion, hence why they're late. But rest assured, we from Guido Nation will abide by fair play. Seeing how shameless the Guido Nation Fiki was, Xavion sneered, instantly understanding. The Guido Nation Fiki must want to cut through everything swiftly, aiming to eliminate them all in one swoop. Regardless of whether he was present or not, whomever could be killed, would be killed. As Xavion prepared to talk with the Fiki, the attackers suddenly lunged at them. Bam bam bam. At the first clash, the others couldn't withstand it. After all, the difference between second rank and third rank Shackle's realm was significant. With such a gap, they weren't on the same level at all. Damn it, you're cheating, Guido Nation, using experts against us. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Xavion cursed aloud. Chaos erupted in Zhao Nation's camp, and the hidden experts immediately appeared, rushing to rescue Xavion and his group. Facing immense pressure, Xavion realized most of them were third rank Shackle's realm, but one was fifth rank. If he slew the opponent, he'd likely expose himself, yet if he didn't act, he'd watch his comrades face danger. After weighing the options, Xavion decided to intervene. Everyone, fall back. We're no match for them. One is fifth rank Shackle's realm. Immediately, Xavion rushed forward, unleashing immense power towards the fifth rank expert, shielding a fatal strike for one of his companions. That must be Xavion. Damn it, kill him. Seeing Xavion up close, the Guido Nation Fiki ordered some generals to rapidly descend and pursue Xavion. Slain by Xavion would indeed be a significant achievement. At Guido Nation's border, witnessing such dishonor, the soldiers' morale plummeted. Many doubted if Guido Nation was doomed. Otherwise, why such shamelessness? However, Xavion's group had little time to think as danger loomed. The rescuers swiftly arrived, holding off those on the city wall, while Zhao Nation's experts rushed to assist. It was clear the Guido Nation Fiki had lost patience. They aimed to save Xavion. Seeing so many come to their aid, Xavion's confidence soared, attacking the fifth rank expert relentlessly. After fierce battle, Xavion's relentless assault put the expert at a disadvantage until he finally fell. Never did he expect to encounter such a formidable youngster, capable of overcoming such realms, pressing him relentlessly. Had he known, he'd have sent a stronger person, then Xavion wouldn't escape. Furious at Xavion's prolonged resistance, the Guido Nation Fiki knew time was crucial. If Xavion escaped now, catching him again would be impossible. A chance lost was a chance forever gone. Chapter 197. Plan implementation. Damn it, a bunch of idiots. Quickly, seize Xavion immediately, or you'll be coming to me with your heads on a platter. The Percy of Guido State roared at all the officers present. Now that morale had already been compromised, failing to capture Xavion would mean their plan was truly in shambles. Letting Xavion escape would be disastrous, a complete loss without gain. Whoever kills Xavion, whether individually or as part of a group, will receive a reward of 1 million spirit stones and an elevated rank, up to a 5th level officer. At this moment, the Percy of Guido State announced another enticing offer, driving everyone into a frenzy. After all, the allure offered by the Percy was immense, pushing everyone to the brink of madness. As a result, these people launched even more aggressive attacks on Xavion, aiming to eliminate him. But Xavion no longer cared about the safety of others. Officers from Zhao State had arrived. Rescuing the 4 others was now assured. His primary concern was self-preservation, as he was the most likely among them to fall. After all, Guido State sent its strongest forces this time specifically to target him. He was the critical point. Once he escaped, the others wouldn't be targeted, as common disciples weren't worth much to the enemy. However, if he were killed, the lucrative rewards could easily entice anyone. Xavion swiftly retreated, and finally, reached the supporting Zhao State officers. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Yet, he still couldn't relax, realizing that he seemed like a plague here, drawing everyone's deadly intent. Therefore, Guido State's forces pursued him urgently, seeking to annihilate him. Xavion felt helpless. It became clear that even hiding at the rear lines wouldn't stop them. They'd follow and attack. Everyone's focus was on him. Reflecting on this, Xavion sighed. He finally understood why that officer suddenly wanted him to come here. It was purely to stir up trouble. Attack. At this moment, more Zhao State officers jumped out from hidden positions. Xavion was startled, for it seemed these officers hadn't joined the main expedition but were instead lying in ambush here. Immediately, Xavion grasped the purpose, luring him as bait to trap others. Given the importance of this battle, winning wasn't just about breaking morale. It was crucial to thoroughly undermine confidence. What was the most important confidence in a garrison or an army? Clearly, the officers. Thus, Zhao State decided to use him as bait while laying an ambush. This way, Guido State's officers would be unable to retreat. The last lesson taught Zhao State that deploying a large force openly could expose them too easily, making it unstable. So, Zhao State only dispatched some officers, leaving other garrisons seemingly strong but hollow. This minimized the target and avoided detection, ensuring Guido State would fall for the trap. Standing on the wall, the Percy of Guido State realized why Zhao acted this way. His face turned pale, recognizing his grave mistake. Everyone, return to the walls. We must hold the city this time. Seeing the constant slaughter of officers, the Percy was deeply anxious but powerless to solve it. Those who had ventured out were surrounded and couldn't return soon enough. To get back, they had to deal with the immediate enemy first. As a result, Guido State not only lost its officers but also, due to the Percy's errors, ended up losing the entire garrison. Though not yet completely lost, it was practically so. Once all the officers died, Zhao's main army would sweep in. With such low morale and no one left to resist, capturing the garrison would be effortless for Zhao. Killing Xavion now mattered less. What mattered was turning the tide. Seeing all Guido State's officers besieged, Xavion relaxed, roaming the battlefield and eliminating isolated Janus wherever possible. Suddenly, Guido's defenses crumbled, and defeat cascaded uncontrollably. On the wall, the Percy could do nothing but fret. Haha, I'll take you on. The camp Janus shouted to the Percy of Guido State before stepping onto the wall and engaging him in battle. Other soldiers tried to help their Percy but were utterly ineffective against Zhao's camp Janus. The ordinary soldiers didn't know how to alert Guido State about Zhao's strategy. In this situation, Guido State lost a crucial garrison without knowing it. Zhao seized the advantage effortlessly. Ha ha ha, Xavion, once we return, I'll promote you. Rest assured, you've done a great job this time. Hearing this, Xavion smiled in satisfaction, feeling he had indeed earned a lot. However, he realized that the survival of the remaining 4 depended entirely on this gamble. If their sacrifice could result in the death of all Guido's officers, the camp Janus would consider it worthwhile. Hashtag chapter 198, fight to the death. At this moment, the Guido side was in a deadlock. All the officers couldn't get out, and the Zhao side was fully prepared for this attack, putting great pressure on the Guido forces. The soldiers stationed at the border could only be anxious but helpless. In this situation, they could only wait for orders. Initially, they were supposed to defend the city. However, such an unexpected turn of events meant it wouldn't be long before they were dispatched by the Supreme Janus to face the enemy. After all, with all the officers engaged in battle, everyone else could only watch helplessly. If this continued, all the officers would die. Seeing this, after much deliberation, the Supreme Janus finally shouted at everyone, "Let's go out of the city and fight them to the death." After issuing this order, the Supreme Janus felt extremely aggrieved. He had truly intended only to defend. His fortifications were naturally defensible but hard to attack, so under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have initiated an assault. This fortress was very difficult to capture and also crucially important. But today's situation forced them to go out and meet the enemy. Otherwise, they couldn't hold the fort alone. They had no choice but to save the officers. Who would have thought that the Zhao side would come up with something like this? If they had known in advance, they definitely wouldn't have let all the officers leave for the sake of Xavion. Everyone listen. This time, ignore that little white mouse. Now, we just need to fight them to the death. Make them hurt as much as possible. That's all we need. The Supreme Janus shouted at everyone, giving Xavion a nickname, the Little White Mouse. Hearing this nickname, Xavion almost froze in shock. What a ridiculous nickname. Although his name contained by, he was certainly not a white mouse. How despicable this guy was to give him such a derogatory nickname. Though he indeed acted as a bait this time, Xavion wasn't willing to accept this internally. At this moment, the Supreme Janus of Guido had already sent a distress signal, calling for the nearest fortress to come to their aid. Then he personally went down to command everyone to start attacking the Zhao forces. According to his calculations, with so many people, they should be able to buy some time. As long as they could delay the Zhao forces, maybe they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Who knew, they might even be able to capture all of Zhao's forces this time. The Supreme Janus of Guido kept imagining this scenario, how he could hold onto the fortress. But whether or not he could do so was not entirely within his control. Charge! At this point, numerous soldiers from the Guido fortress rushed out, heading straight for the Bryans. Meanwhile, the Zhao army also began their assault, trying to seize the fortress. This fortress had been what the Supreme Janus of Zhao had wanted to capture for a long time. However, due to lack of a suitable plan and the presence of a significant number of troops within the fortress, he hadn't made a move. With Xavion's appearance and inspiration from Guido's actions, everyone realized the opportunity had come. Therefore, they had dispatched Xavion and his group here to provoke a challenge. Their goal was to lure all the officers down. Even this time, they had secretly prepared to sacrifice Xavion. Yet, Xavion didn't die this time. They chose to sacrifice Xavion because the fortress was too important. If captured, it would grant Zhao strategic advantage on the battlefield. So, they devised this plan, risking Xavion's life to take over the fortress. Meanwhile, Xavion had escaped to an absolutely safe place and watched the 4 disciples who had accompanied him in provoking the challenge run over. All stood there, still feeling the lingering fear from their experience. Whether they participated in the battle now was irrelevant. They had already accomplished their mission. Moreover, given their sensitive positions, going into battle wasn't suitable. To be honest, none of them initially knew they were being used as bait. Otherwise, they might not have been so willing. It had been too dangerous, nearly costing them their lives. If given another chance, they would likely choose to flee rather than rush into a suicidal situation. Phew, this was too damn hard. Although we did achieve a small feat, it was really not easy. Yes, when those officers came down, I thought I was done for. Sigh. It feels uncomfortable. It's as if we were used, one of them sighed. Be realistic, we were indeed used, another replied. Hearing this, Xavion also sighed inwardly. Using them as pawns like guinea pigs was truly unfair. If he had died in battle, those in charge would only mourn briefly, and the war would continue. Honestly, Xavion couldn't stand it either. He could accept dying in battle, but he couldn't bear being manipulated into dying senselessly. But arguing with those in power was futile. Thinking about this, Xavion said to everyone, discussing this now is meaningless. Let's go kill the enemy instead. The more enemies we kill, the sooner we can forget everything. Otherwise, we'll never forget this, which isn't good. Seeing Xavion say this without complaint, everyone had no choice but to suppress their grievances and head to the battlefield to start fighting off the soldiers. Why did Xavion and his group sweep through the soldiers instead of engaging with the officers? It was because they were now like blacklisted individuals. As soon as they got close to the officers, they'd be spotted immediately. The officers would then attack them all at once, surrounding and annihilating them. Whether or not they won the war was uncertain, but one thing was sure. They would be killed, and brutally. The hatred against them was intense, so Xavion and his team naturally couldn't risk direct confrontation. As for killing soldiers, that was far easier. Most soldiers had average skills, making them relatively easy targets. Chapter 199. Attacked again. At this moment, Xavion and his men were desperately fighting the enemy, hoping to kill as many soldiers as possible so they could quickly take over this border post. After all, the situation here at the border was clear. The chief of Guido's forces had definitely reported it to other border posts. If they didn't eliminate these soldiers as soon as possible, the entire war would turn unfavorable for them. What was once a sure thing would be filled with uncertainty. It was simply because if people from other border posts and military camps came to help, more of Zhao's side would die. Those who had shed blood and sweat for the war couldn't accept this. Xavion kept dashing through the crowd. At this point, the number of Guido's officers had greatly diminished. It was clear that these people now harbored a sense of dread. If this continued for a long time, they would surely lose this border. Such incidents in war were far too common. Thus, these officers were already prepared to die in battle, but losing the border post was definitely what they didn't want to see, and their hearts were filled with endless sorrow. Everyone, put in more effort. By nightfall, we will have taken over the border, said the Janison-chief of Zhao, very excitedly addressing everyone. Right now, the Zhao's chief was extremely nervous inside. If they failed to seize the border at this moment, would Zhao's fortunes suddenly be cut off? After all, until now, the entire Zhao country had basically only lost a small part and won most of the battles. Of course, the most important factor in this was Xavion. If they lost this war and their fortunes were severed, the Janus wouldn't be able to handle it. To be honest, deciding the fortune of a war wasn't something easily determined. No one could explain what fortune was, yet it existed. Of course, these supposed fortunes only applied under equal conditions without any huge gaps. A world-destroying powerhouse attacking Zhao would render even powerful fortunes useless. So, this was currently the chief's greatest concern. After taking out a large group of soldiers, Xavion was finally discovered by some Jaelins, who immediately shouted, "Little White Rat is here. Everyone, attack him together." All officers had unspeakable hatred towards Xavion, since he led them to failure this time. This Xavion had influenced many wars before. Guido often lost due to him, or else, before the full-scale war started, Guido could say they held a slight advantage. It was all because of him that they suffered continuous failures, allowing Zhao to regain its fortune. None of this could be accepted. Now seeing Xavion, everyone naturally wanted to get rid of him. Moreover, rumors before the campaign spread that an internal great mage had predicted that this war would undergo a sudden change due to one person. Initially, nobody took it seriously, thinking that unless a peerless warrior appeared, such changes were impossible. Yet, it actually happened. Now, all officers believed it. Thus, if there was a chance to slay Xavion, they would fight for it. The battlefield atmosphere changed. Many considered slaying Xavion their greatest glory. What the hell? Xavion never expected that because of his name, so many people would appear to surround and attack him. Would he continue participating? At this moment, a 6th-level lock domain expert swung his sword at Xavion, nearly killing him. Then several more experts attacked Xavion from different directions, leaving him trapped on all sides. Seeing this, Xavion knew he couldn't continue like this or he would die. This absolutely wasn't a solution. He began running fast, but some people behind still pursued him fiercely. Kill Little White Rat. When everyone started shouting, the whole battlefield turned into a chase after Xavion. Even ordinary soldiers wanted to kick Xavion. Xavion felt utterly hopeless. Xavion is here. From another direction, someone called out. Immediately, many were attracted to that direction, except those who saw Xavion with their own eyes shouted, "Don't fall for their trick. Xavion is here. We saw him." At this moment, everyone realized that Zhao intended to confuse things to protect Xavion. However, Guido despised Xavion deeply. How could they let him go easily? Many authoritative officers stood up and addressed everyone. Absolutely do not be confused by Zhao. Xavion is here. Don't lose him. This time, regardless of the cost, we must slay Xavion, or our Guido kingdom will lose face. Suddenly, a cold light fell on this officer, instantly killing him. Another Zhao officer did this, while many other Zhao officers rushed over to help Xavion and ease his pressure. Although they planned to sacrifice Xavion, letting him be sacrificed pointlessly was beyond them. So, everyone still hoped to protect Xavion and at least prevent his death. Seeing many come to his protection, Xavion was moved and struggled harder to escape. He swore never to get involved again. Let others worry about it. He couldn't bear the pursuit anymore. Chapter 200, the commendation ceremony. Xavion was in a foul mood. Everyone seemed to focus their main grievances on him, making him feel utterly helpless and extremely worn out. In this situation, every officer from the Guido kingdom, just like last time, had come after him. If this continued indefinitely, it would only be a matter of time before he met his demise. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't eventually catch up with him? Especially since in these battles, every time it had been him fleeing for his life while being pursued by a group of officers. Xavion was thoroughly sick of this kind of existence, particularly because they had even given him a nickname, Little White Rat. Now, with people intercepting the Jaelins behind him, they couldn't catch up to Xavion anymore, leaving them fuming with frustration as they attended to their duties. This battle had been fiercely contested, with everyone fighting desperately. However, Xavion and his comrades were now truly terrified. So many people harbored such deep hatred towards them. If things continued like this, they'd be killed on sight anytime they ventured outside. Worse still, if the Guido kingdom wasn't eliminated, these people might infiltrate Dao Guishu sect and continue hunting them down. Who would want to live such a life? Thus, Xavion and his companions felt a mix of fear and dread. They either had to grow stronger or go into hiding somewhere else under an assumed name. Staying here any longer would spell certain doom. Despite their concerns, subconsciously they still hoped the Zhao kingdom would win, as they belonged to its faction. Facing the combined assault of numerous officers, the Jaelins struggled to hold their ground. The number of Jaelins had dwindled drastically. It was nearly impossible for them to besiege Xavion anymore. Seeing this, Xavion and his team joined the fray. This chase had lasted a long time, with Xavion and his comrades battling fiercely until the remaining Guido soldiers surrendered. They then all entered the border fort. Xavion, this time you five have done a great job. Without you, we probably wouldn't have made it. The Percy walked over and gave Xavion a pat on the shoulder. He had initially been skeptical when someone suggested using Xavion, claiming he was very effective. But this time, he was convinced. Xavion alone had managed to divert all the hatred away from others, a skill no one else possessed. Hence, the Percy was smiling more broadly than anyone else. Everyone was jubilant, capturing the enemy's fortification and gaining control of their territory. They could now push forward. Xavion weakly remarked, Fiki, can we please not use me like this in the future? Honestly, this time it was incredibly dangerous. You don't know what it feels like to be surrounded by so many. The Percy consoled him. Don't worry, you didn't die, did you? You're as tough as a cockroach. Why shouldn't we make full use of you? This is your greatest contribution during the war. Don't worry about the credit. It will not be taken from you. Xavion. He realized that the Percy wasn't trying to soothe him, but rather prepare him mentally. Preparing him mentally meant more and more people would pursue him in the future, and such scenarios would keep repeating. Contemplating this, Xavion felt a wave of melancholy. If this continued, he feared it would not be long before he met his end. If he were to witness the end of the war, it would take too long, and Xavion believed he would become a martyr by then. Thinking of this, Xavion considered retiring from the battlefield. He walked into the border fort as celebrations followed their victory. Soldiers were escorting prisoners to the dungeon, a structure built by the soldiers themselves, who never imagined they'd be imprisoned there. This realization caused considerable anguish among the Guido soldiers, yet none could change their fate. With the Percy dead, perhaps they could live out their days quietly, but causing further trouble would only lead to death. The soldiers felt disheartened. Though the Guido kingdom hadn't yet been entirely defeated, Xavion's actions had set them up for failure. They knew they faced more harm unless they removed him. As night fell, Xavion stood on the city wall, gazing at everyone below, feeling melancholic. Many had died in today's battle despite capturing a border fort. Yet, there was no clear sign of overall victory in the war. If this continued, success would remain elusive. With his fame spreading, everyone now knew his name, Xavion. The Guido kingdom would likely send assassins for him upon learning of their fort's fall due to his interference. They might place a hefty bounty on his head, tempting even his allies. Without him, the outcome of the war between the Zhao and Guido kingdoms would be uncertain. That bounty could secure a comfortable life for anyone. No one understood Xavion's melancholy. The next day, the Percy held a commendation ceremony, specifically honoring Xavion and his 4 comrades. Seeing the joyful soldiers, Xavion felt somewhat relieved. Everyone knew that without him, many soldiers might have perished. His risks had saved countless lives. They smiled and accepted their commendations. Yet, Xavion had a nagging doubt. Did the Percy not fear that the Guido kingdom would launch a counterattack on this fort? After all, the Guido kingdom would never let this go easily. They could soon send a large force. Would the Percy's current carefree attitude not risk losing the fort again? Xavion whispered his concerns to a nearby officer, who surprisingly remained calm. Chapter 201. Return to the frontier. Upon hearing Xavion's concerns, the officer gave a faint smile and said, "Don't worry. Even if they do come here, it will take time. Besides, this place is easy to defend but hard to attack. It's unlikely that they can capture it anytime soon. So, rest assured, our Percy will not indulge in luxury and complacency. Rest assured, he won't be clouded by the current victories." Hearing the officer's reassurances, Xavion felt more at ease. He then began listening to the Percy's speech with peace of mind. Everyone was extremely excited during this speech. All the soldiers were shouting their lungs out, for in this comprehensive war, Zhao's state was now gaining an advantage. If things continued this way, at least Zhao's eventual victory would be almost certain. Xavion and the others listened attentively until the end. After the meeting, they returned to the barracks to sleep. On the way back to the camp, everyone looked at Xavion as if he were a star. Unfortunately, there were no cameras in this world. Otherwise, they would have taken countless photos with him. Back in the barracks, Xavion and his comrades exchanged glances before Xavion spoke up. "We've made quite a contribution this time. It probably won't be long before we return home." Nikki nodded and said, "I asked the Percy, and he said we'll be allowed to return in a few days. When we get back, everyone will be proud of us." Relieved by what the Percy had said, Xavion felt less anxious. What he feared most was the Percy suddenly having another brilliant idea and using them as bait again to attack another city. Honestly, Xavion had already grown tired of this war and detested being called a guinea pig. Fortunately, this was within their own camp. Otherwise outside many would call him a guinea pig, which Xavion found hard to accept. The next day, everything went as usual. The supporting forces arrived, and these troops from Guido State were shocked to find the war ended so quickly. This frontier town was notoriously difficult to attack, and yet it had fallen so fast, which seemed implausible. How did Zhao State manage to do it? However, the reality was undeniable. They had no choice but to admit that Zhao State indeed had the capability to achieve such a feat, though how exactly they did it remained a mystery. After observing for a while, the support troops immediately withdrew. After all, now that the frontier town was lost, it would be extremely difficult to reclaim. A forced attack might cost all their lives. Losses and gains are common in military affairs, and thus the retreat was understandable. When the Guido troops left, everyone breathed a huge sigh of relief. Honestly, after experiencing a big battle just a few days ago, Another confrontation would be too much for the soldiers to bear. No one hoped for any further complications at this critical juncture. Thankfully, the enemy left. Seeing the enemy depart, Xavion and his men also came down from the walls. Now it was time for them to request to return home. They were not originally from this camp, and their own frontier needed officers to garrison. Since they had achieved victory, it was time to go back. Xavion and his comrades briefly reported to the Percy, who agreed and arranged a flying boat for them. Everyone boarded the boat, heading back to their original frontier town. Shortly after taking off, Xavion and the others arrived at their original fortress. Although the fort had been ravaged by the recent battles, with several days past, everyone had gradually recovered. Without the constant harassment from Guido State, the fort received reinforcements and was relatively restored. Upon their return, the Percy personally welcomed them. His face lit up as he looked at Xavion like a treasure. Ha ha ha, I've heard about your great deeds over there. You've accomplished something remarkable. I'm incredibly happy. You haven't disappointed me once again. You've created another miracle. The Percy was laughing so hard that his eyes couldn't be seen. Although Xavion and the others didn't achieve this miracle here, the Percy was still elated, as they were under his command. Even though these young officers could continually rise in rank, they were still his subordinates. In the end, when they gather, many Fikis would envy him for having Xavion and other young officers under his wing. Haha, Percy, you're too kind, Xavion warmly smiled and said, no matter how skilled we become, it's all because of your nurturing. At this moment, Xavion was flattering the Percy, hoping to keep him in good spirits since they were under his command. The Percy was delighted by this and then shifted topics, saying, however, now that you've returned, there's something I need to inform you. After thorough consideration, it has been decided that you young officers still lack experience, especially considering the heavy responsibilities you'll undertake in the future. Therefore, after discussions, it has been decided to gather all young officers for systematic training. This training will take some time, but upon returning, you will take on important tasks. Despite your wartime achievements, your foundational skills are still lacking. War isn't just a test of individual martial prowess, but also a test of a nation's strength. Upon hearing this, Xavion and the others understood. It was a centralized training program. This was a good thing. It allowed these young officers to meet each other and undergo training together, ensuring they could shoulder greater responsibilities in the future. Thinking this over, Xavion and the others nodded in agreement. Then, the Percy continued earnestly, once you get there, you won't be engaged in battle, but rather receive training within Zhao State. But during this training, the elite mics from other factions and young officers will also gather. If there are any conflicts among you, you must resolve them yourselves to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. This translation aims to maintain the tone and style of the original text while ensuring it is fluent and coherent in English. The structure and paragraph breaks have been preserved to match the original format. Chapter 202, Military Officer Training Camp. The Supreme Fiki's intention was clear. This time, all those going would be young officers, definitely including some extraordinarily powerful talents in specific fields. When the time comes, both sides will undoubtedly be unwilling to concede. Conflicts are highly likely to arise then. After all, these young officers are notoriously arrogant and always inclined to compete with each other. Xavion nodded and said, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will do my best to resolve it. Since I can achieve these miracles, I can certainly handle this situation. Seeing Xavion's confident demeanor, the Supreme Fiki responded with some concern. But don't be too optimistic. Although you have many accomplishments this time, many people are not from within the sect. You haven't met them in the sect competition. These people are descendants of prestigious families in the imperial city. They look down on those from the sects, considering them places for the poor. Don't assume that during war, everyone is equal and works as hard as you do for victory. Some people come with a sense of superiority, merely putting on a show. Even the Allah cannot address each one individually. Often, it still depends on you. Hearing about the descendants of prestigious families in the imperial city, Xavion paused for a moment, then nodded. After all, when he was previously in the imperial city, there were some aristocratic mics around Tamara, who indeed exhibited arrogance. However, Xavion wasn't afraid. If someone really didn't respect him, well, dealing with him wouldn't be too difficult. Nikki also replied, Supreme Fiki, rest assured. We won't provoke trouble, but if anyone tries to oppress us, they'll have to pay a price. Seeing Xavion and his companions so confident, the Supreme Fiki finally nodded. Oh, by the way, Supreme Fiki, will Tamara be going with us? Xavion suddenly thought of a crucial question. If Tamara were to go along, there would surely be complications. Thus, Xavion was quite concerned about her. After all, she was like a bomb. If she joined them, troubles would undoubtedly follow. Hearing Xavion's words, the Supreme Fiki pondered for a moment and said, Tamara will definitely go. Not only that, she initially didn't want to, but hearing that you're going, she decided to join. Xavion. At this point, Xavion suddenly realized that if Tamara could train inside instead of staying on the battlefield, it would probably be what the Supreme Fiki and others had long desired. After all, if anything happened to Tamara, it would be a huge loss for them. Therefore, everyone must be very concerned about her safety, leading to this arrangement. Thinking of this, Xavion immediately understood that trouble would definitely follow. He nodded. The Supreme Fiki then looked at Xavion again, saying, Xavion, I know you find this troublesome, but you must bear it this time. The reason is simple. Tamara seems to value you as a friend, treating you as a confidant. For the sake of the overall war effort, you must accompany Tamara. Seeing the Supreme Fiki speak so firmly, Xavion had no choice but to agree. The flying boat to pick them up would arrive in a day or two. During this time, Xavion and his companions didn't have much to do, so they wandered around the camp. They were now familiar with various affairs in the camp. Meanwhile, disciples from Gue Su sect and Jin Guang sect had become more friendly, suggesting that placing the two sects together was a well-thought-out decision. In times of war, all disciples united against a common enemy, setting aside past grievances and realizing that the other side wasn't so detestable after all. Thus, the atmosphere became more harmonious, and relations between the two groups improved. Xavion could foresee that after the war, many close friendships would form among the disciples, increasing interaction between the two sects and resolving old grudges. Indeed, war seemed to be an effective way to resolve internal conflicts and divert attention. Reflecting on this, Xavion felt a cold smile. The Allah's actions might appear aimed at benefiting the Zhao kingdom, but perhaps the most important goal was to secure his rule. While the people in this world might not see anything wrong with the Allah consolidating power, Xavion, having lived in a modern society in his previous life, viewed things differently. Now, with everything orderly in the camp, Xavion and his companions no longer needed to hunt for food. Instead, they fully utilized the nearby stream. The clear water in the stream was like a sacred river to them. Anyone who dumped trash into it would surely be punished. This was because, during wartime, supplies were scarce, and often the daily ration of purified water wasn't enough. So, everyone relied on this stream for survival. In such times, this small stream was like their savior, providing fresh water whenever needed. Under normal circumstances, this might just be an ordinary stream, possibly becoming stagnant over time. However, Xavion and his companions were deeply aware of the stream's importance and treated it with great care. Xavion personally fetched a large bucket of water from the stream and returned to the camp for a bath. Xavion knew that before long, they would leave the camp and likely spend a long time fighting in other battlefields. People like them were meant to establish military achievements and couldn't stay in this border region forever. Eventually, they would all be sent to the front lines to fight and earn honors. Returning here would be difficult, but that was unavoidable. Xavion nodded and said, "Don't worry. No matter what happens, I will do my best to resolve it. Since I can create these miracles, I can certainly handle this situation." Seeing Xavion's confident expression, the Supreme Fiki responded with some concern. "But don't be too optimistic. Although you have many achievements, many of the people aren't from the sections. You haven't seen them during the sect competition. These individuals are descendants of prestigious families in the imperial city. They look down on people from sects, considering those places to be for the poor. Don't assume that during wartime, everyone is equal and works as hard as you do for victory. There will always be some who come with a sense of superiority and put on a show. Even the Allah cannot deal with every single issue like this, so often it depends on you." Hearing about the descendants of prestigious families in the imperial city, Xavion paused for a moment before nodding. Indeed, previously in the imperial city, Tamarath had several disciples around her who were quite arrogant. However, Xavion wasn't afraid. If anyone refused to acknowledge him, then dealing with it would solve the problem. At this point, Nikki also replied, "Supreme Fiki, rest assured, we won't start trouble, but if someone wants to bully us, well, they'll have to pay a price." Seeing their confidence, the Supreme Fiki nodded. "Right, Supreme Fiki, will Tamarath be going with us this time?" Xavion suddenly thought of a critical question. If Tamarath went along, there would certainly be complications, so he was very concerned. After all, she was like a bomb. If Tamarath were to join them, they would likely encounter numerous problems. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the Supreme Fiki pondered and said, "Tamarath will definitely go." Not only that, she didn't initially want to go, but after hearing that you're going, she decided to go as well. Xavion. At that moment, Xavion realized that having Tamarath undergo training instead of staying on the battlefield was probably what the Supreme Fiki and others had been dreaming of. After all, if something happened to Tamarath, they would suffer great losses. Therefore, they must be very concerned about her safety, which led to this arrangement. Understanding this, Xavion immediately realized that trouble was bound to happen. He then nodded. The Supreme Fiki looked at Xavion again and said, "Xavion, I know you're suffering inside, but this time, you must bear with it. The reason is simple. Tamarath seems to value your friendship deeply and truly considers you a close friend. For the greater good in this war, you must accompany Tamarath." Seeing the Supreme Fiki speak so earnestly, Xavion had no choice but to agree. The airship to pick them up would arrive in a day or two. With nothing much to do during this time, Xavion and his group began to stroll around the camp, familiarizing themselves with various activities. Aslans of Guisu sect and Jingguang sect had also grown closer, demonstrating how well the higher-ups had considered combining members from both sections. In times of war, all disciples united against common enemies, and after setting aside grudges, they found each other not as hateful as they thought. As a result, the atmosphere became more harmonious, and relations between the two sects improved. Xavion anticipated that after the war, many friendships would form among the disciples, and ties between the two sects would strengthen, allowing past grievances to be forgotten. War seemed an effective way to resolve internal conflicts and redirect attention outward. Reflecting on this, Xavion felt a wry smile. The Allah's actions appear to be for Zhao Kingdom's benefit, but perhaps most importantly, they serve to maintain his rule. While people in this world saw nothing wrong with the Allah's actions for his reign, Xavion, coming from a modern era, naturally had a different perspective. With everything orderly in the military camp, Xavion and his group no longer needed to hunt for food. Instead, they took full advantage of the nearby stream. Clear water flowed through it, making it invaluable to the disciples. Intentionally dumping waste into the river would result in dire consequences, as everyone understood the scarcity of supplies during war. Each day's supply of purified water was often insufficient, so they relied on the stream for survival. It was like a lifeline to them, providing sweet water when needed. Ordinarily, it might just be a regular stream, possibly turning into a dead one over time, but the disciples knew its importance and cherished it. Others might not feel the same. Xavion personally fetched a large bucket of water from the stream and returned to the camp to bathe. They all knew their stay here wouldn't last long. Not only would they leave soon, but they would also be busy on other battlefields for a long time, achieving honors and serving their country. This time, they couldn't return easily, though it was unavoidable. Chapter 202, Officer Training Camp. The Grand Fiki was clear in his message. The participants this time would be young officers, and among them, there were bound to be exceptionally talented individuals in their respective fields. It was likely that each side would not be willing to concede to the other. Given this setup, conflicts were highly probable. After all, these young officers were typically prideful and prone to competition with one another. Xavion nodded and said, "Rest assured. No matter what happens, I will do my best to resolve any issues. Since I've managed to achieve so many miracles, I'm confident I can handle this situation as well." Seeing Xavion's confident demeanor, the Grand Fiki expressed some concern. "But don't be too optimistic. Although you have many accomplishments, not everyone this time is from a sect. You haven't met them during the sect competitions. These people are descendants of major families in the imperial capital, and they often look down on those from the sects, viewing them as places for the poor. Don't assume that during war, everyone treats each other equally or fights for victory as you do. Some come with a sense of superiority, just for show. Even the Allah can't solve every issue individually, so you must rely on yourselves in many situations." Upon hearing about the descendants from major families in the imperial capital, Xavion paused briefly before nodding. Previously, when he was in the capital, Tamarath had companions who were indeed quite arrogant. However, Xavion wasn't afraid. If anyone disagreed with him, he could simply deal with it decisively. Nikki also responded, "Grand Fiki, rest assured. We won't start trouble, but if anyone tries to oppress us, they'll have to pay a price." Seeing the confidence in Xavion and Nikki, the Grand Fiki nodded. "Oh, by the way, Grand Fiki, will Tamarath be going with us?" Xavion suddenly thought of a crucial point. If Tamarath joined them, complications were inevitable. Therefore, Xavion was worried about her involvement. After all, she was like a bomb waiting to go off. If she joined them, trouble would surely follow. The Grand Fiki pondered for a moment and replied, "Tamarath will definitely go. In fact, she didn't want to initially, but upon hearing you'd be going, she decided to join." Xavion. At this moment, Xavion realized that Tamarath leaving the battlefield for training might actually be something the Grand Fiki and others secretly wished for. Any danger to Tamarath would be a huge loss. Thus, everyone was concerned about her safety, which explained this decision. Realizing this, Xavion understood that trouble was unavoidable. The Grand Fiki continued, "Xavion, I know this is difficult for you, but you must bear this burden. Tamarath values your friendship deeply. For the sake of the war effort, you must accompany her." With the Grand Fiki speaking so firmly, Xavion had no choice but to agree. The flying boat to pick them up would arrive in a day or two. During this time, Xavion and the others had little else to do besides exploring the military camp, becoming familiar with its operations. Disciples from Guisu sect and Jingguang sect grew closer, proving that putting them together was a wise decision. War brought them together against a common enemy, easing old grievances and fostering camaraderie. Xavion foresaw that after this war, many strong friendships would form between disciples of both sects, leading to more interactions and putting past enmity behind them. War, it seemed, was an effective means to resolve internal conflicts and divert attention outward. Reflecting on this, Xavion felt a cold smile. The Allah's actions, ostensibly for Zhao's benefit, were likely aimed at consolidating his rule. Although people here saw nothing wrong with the Allah's actions, Xavion, coming from a modern society, viewed things differently. With everything in the camp running smoothly, they no longer needed to hunt for food. Instead, they fully utilized the nearby stream. Its clear water became invaluable during the war, when supplies were scarce. The stream served as a lifeline, ensuring fresh water when bottled water ran short. Xavion and others treated it with utmost respect, knowing its importance in such dire times. Xavion personally filled a large bucket with river water for bathing. They knew their stay at the camp was short-lived. Soon, they would leave for other battlefields, where they would face greater challenges. Their talents demanded achievements on larger stages. Returning here might be impossible in the future, but that was part of their duty. Note, terms such as bu fuqi are translated as unwilling to concede, or disagree based on context. Chapter 203, Sinister Atmosphere. The next morning, everyone was still asleep when a group of officers arrived at Xavion's camp. This time, the Grand Fiki led the way, with all the officers following behind him. Hey, wake up Xavion. You can follow them now." At this moment, the Grand Fiki lifted the flap of Xavion's tent and addressed him. Still groggy from sleep, Xavion inwardly grumbled at the sudden intrusion. Why did they have to come at such an inconvenient time? Why couldn't it be more normal? However, Xavion naturally didn't voice his thoughts. He began to pack his belongings and prepare to leave. "How long will you be gone?" At that moment, one of the disciples asked Xavion. Xavion shook his head and inquired the officer beside him, "How long are we going to be out? When will we return?" Hearing this, the officer paused for a moment before replying, "Probably around 2 months. It's just systematic training, and you'll naturally return here after." Everyone understood that parting this time would surely stir some emotional farewells, so the officers were considerate in their announcement. After all, Xavion and his comrades were leaving, and as fellow brothers from the same sect, many would naturally feel reluctant. Upon hearing it was only 2 months, many who were about to embark on the journey breathed a sigh of relief. 2 months wasn't too long compared to years of training, which was not unheard of. Some might train for 3 to 5 years, only to return and find the war had ended, a truly frustrating outcome. So, everyone was relieved that the duration was shorter. Xavion and the others quickly packed their things and headed towards the small square to board the flying boat. After these 2 months of training, they would become fully qualified officers, a source of pride for everyone. These officers were feeling a bit uneasy themselves. Upon arriving, they would encounter many young prodigies, each with formidable cultivation and likely distinguished service records. They might end up at the bottom rung among these elite peers, and none of them relished that prospect. As the flying boat took off, everyone watched as it left the battlefield and flew towards the Zhao Kingdom territory. At a certain sect within the kingdom, this sect was where the young prodigies were truly cultivated. Upon arrival, they found it to be a devilishly harsh training ground. The people here wouldn't treat them any better because of their contributions in battle. The training here was brutal. After a long flight, Xavion's boat finally arrived at the small sect. This place wasn't renowned because many had been called away due to the war, and to allow Xavion and other young officers to focus on training, its disciples were temporarily transferred to another sect. Upon arrival, Xavion noticed several people walking like zombies, and when they saw new arrivals, they instantly perked up. Xavion couldn't understand what kind of training this was, or why the people here looked so exhausted. However, they didn't ask much and simply picked up their belongings and headed down. They knew the training would be tough. Unlike the battlefield, where they had options. If scared, they could transfer to logistics or even quit the sect to live a simple life. It wasn't the same here. There were no such choices once they entered this place. The flying boat quickly departed, as if afraid they might change their minds. Xavion and the others felt like they were stepping into a trap. The atmosphere here was eerie and unsettling, like an irregular sect. Yet, they had to endure the training here. You must be from the Guisu sect and Jingguang sect. Come with me, I'll arrange your accommodations. A towering instructor greeted them. You must adhere to discipline here. Don't let past accomplishments make you arrogant. Many officers here have greater achievements than you. So, no matter what, you must obey. If not, your past accomplishments will be erased. Xavion frowned at the threat. Erasing hard-earned merit seemed unfair, but no one cared about his thoughts. The eyes of those present gleamed with malice as they observed Xavion, anticipating his discomfort. Newcomers knew nothing of this place's horrors, or that it was designed to forge exceptional military geniuses, with identical rigorous training programs for all. This resulted in intense suffering for most, ensuring that few would ever want to return after the ordeal. Translation complete. Chapter 204. The Rules. Xavion and the others followed this officer to the so-called military camp, which was actually just a dormitory for students. These were the dormitories for the most ordinary disciples within this small sect. The conditions in the dorms were difficult to describe. Honestly speaking, as outstanding talents from prestigious sects, they usually wouldn't reside in such places. Even when they were outer sect disciples at their own sects, their living conditions had been far superior. However, this place was what it was, a rundown small sect where only the most ordinary disciples lived. To have a place to stay was already quite good. Xavion and his group put down their belongings and began tidying up the dorm. It wasn't that each person had their own room. Instead, dozens of people shared one large room. Moreover, the entire dormitory area was not very large, but almost all the prodigies who came here had to live together. One could say that the living environment was extremely cramped. However, Xavion did not argue about these matters. Complaining now wouldn't solve anything. The most important thing was to quickly clean up the garbage here. If the filth was left uncleared for too long, everyone might end up with various problems. Although this world was a cultivation world, it still had its share of diseases. Quickly clean this up, then assemble on the small square. An officer barked at Xavion and the rest. Hearing this, many disciples frowned. After all, in their respective camps, they were officers who commanded many subordinates. Now, this instructor was treating them like low-ranking soldiers, putting them back under strict control. Once someone's lifestyle and status reached a certain level, being forced to return to lower standards naturally caused dissatisfaction. Immediately, someone retorted to the instructor, "Mr. Atlee, aren't you overstepping? You don't have to act so high and mighty. Yeah, we are at least officers ourselves. How come here we're treated like servants? Are you here to flaunt your authority or to train us? We can endure hardship, but we will never lower ourselves." Instantly, several disciples began arguing with the officer, genuinely feeling disrespected. Hearing their complaints, the officer chuckled and replied to everyone, "You're here. You must follow orders. If you don't comply, it will be hard for you to leave unless you can defeat all the officers here." His blatant response infuriated many disciples, deeming him utterly unprofessional. It felt like being sent to a gangster training camp. While they didn't demand luxurious conditions, treating them without any dignity was something they found hard to accept. Lowering their standard of living was one thing, but losing dignity was another. Without dignity, many would rather not train here and abandon ambitious prospects. Many disciples held this same view. At that moment, some started goading the officer. "Ha, I thought you were something great. Turns out you just bully us. You should go show off to the people from the Guido kingdom. Why strut around here? You only bully your own kind because our cultivation levels are inferior to yours. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now." Aslan's heated arguments began as they refused to cooperate with the officer, wishing to strangle him out of sheer frustration. No one had ever treated them like this before, neither in previous camps nor in their sections. Not even in battles, when captured, would enemies treat them with such disdain. After all, they were prodigious young talents. Now you dare to treat us like this, truly risking your life. Seeing the disciples' reactions, the officer remained calm and said, "These are the rules here. Whether you accept them or not, you'll have to abide by them. If not, try leaving." One sentence silenced all the disciples. Going out to fight this guy would mean certain death. They couldn't beat him. But the discontent simmered within them. "You can be dissatisfied, but if you want me to concede, you need to show exceptional results. Here, these are the rules." The officer continued, "I'm leaving now. Wait for you at the small school." They were confident they could reach his level of cultivation at his age. Now suddenly making them bow down to him was something they naturally weren't willing to accept. If he had achieved an Avon's level of cultivation at a young age, then they would be in awe. Then, this officer said to everyone, "Now that I've gathered you all for training, let's start by testing your willpower." At this moment, someone brought over a small tray of pills. The pills looked very simple, but everyone knew these definitely weren't good pills. Then the instructor said to everyone, "Eat one each and swallow it. Once ingested, your cultivation will be temporarily sealed. Then, the training begins." Hearing about sealing their cultivation, some disciples immediately objected, loudly questioning the officer. "Why seal our cultivation? We can't fight on the battlefield without using our cultivation, can we?" All the disciples strongly agreed, clearly unsatisfied with having their cultivation sealed. At this point, the officer sneered coldly. "You don't need to tell me how to conduct things. Just remember, obey orders or else. Still obey orders." Subsequently, the officers began distributing these pills to Xavion and the others. Those at the front, upon seeing these pills, refused to eat them and started disobeying orders. The officer, witnessing this scene, picked up a pill and forcibly made one disciple swallow it. There was no way to resist. Everyone else's training is at 1 times, yours at 1.5 times. After finishing, you cannot leave and continue training with me. Upon hearing this, the disciples instantly exploded in fury, many starting to leave the area and protest. This guy really thinks highly of himself. I refuse to comply today. F***K. Never seen such a shameless person, truly taking chicken feathers as command arrows. One day among us might surpass him. Why is this guy so arrogant? Ignoring the officer's words, they all walked back into the military camp, Xavion included. He and Nikki obviously couldn't stand such treatment, being treated like subordinates when shouting orders at them. High officials that they were. This was embarrassing and unacceptable, especially since Xavion calculated that his merits should have already qualified him for a rank 5 officer, but due to some reasons, he only held a rank 4 position. They intended to grant him the rank 5 promotion after training, which required approval from above and took time. Now, Xavion considered himself a rank 5 officer. As for listening to this man, he truly chuckled at the thought. He would never listen to this guy. Xavion just wanted to leave. Seeing the disciples leave directly, many others training nearby drew in sharp breaths, marveling at their boldness. Before, none of them dared act so brazenly. Now, these people were their idols. In truth, the reason they dared confront the officer was twofold. They couldn't tolerate the mistreatment, and second, they all came from a border region where constant battles left most survivors with significant achievements, at least at the rank 2 officer level. So, their resistance stemmed from having earned merit. Back at the borders, even under their command, they weren't treated so strictly, let alone here listening to this man. Moreover, they had a rank 5 officer Xavion, along with Nikki and Zara. Their ranks and achievements were high, and led by Xavion, they felt more emboldened. Seeing the strong stance of the disciples, the officer frowned deeply and then announced to everyone, I give you 3 seconds to reassemble, otherwise, screw off. Who do you think you are? A disciple yelled rudely at the officer, who turned pale with rage at the sight, before whistling sharply. Instantly, several powerful officers emerged and headed towards Xavion and the others. They hadn't expected such defiance, especially in mass. Normally, only those with great merits or high cultivations dared defy. This time, it was a collective disruption. What do you think you're doing? Trying to force people? Xavion shouted angrily, I'm a rank 5 officer. I've established many merits on the battlefield. You intend to overpower me because of your cultivation? The officer laughed after hearing about the rank 5 status, then said, Impressive, a rank 5 officer. Indeed, you have reasons to be proud. Likely, you're the only Mike in the entire army holding this rank. But kid, don't get too cocky. If you think your rank 5 officer title is impressive, why not test it with us? Enraged upon hearing this, Xavion almost pulled out his war god spear to kill Sullivan, but he ultimately restrained himself, realizing this opponent was too strong. Besides, some core disciples from prestigious clans were also there for training, while they were mostly intersect disciples. To suppress the core disciples, several powerful individuals accompanied them as guards. Xavion stood no chance of winning. Chapter 206, Confrontation. Xavion was ready to explode with rage. Was this a wicked sect that he had entered? And they were forcing people as well? Honestly, if not for these people's overwhelming cultivation, Xavion would have definitely acted forcefully and given them all a good beating. However, the present situation was such that acting rashly would be detrimental to everyone. So Xavion knew deep down that now wasn't the time to confront them head-on. But while Xavion thought like this, others didn't. Many disciples had already begun to fight back. This time around, a number of 6th to 7th layer Shackles realm powerhouses had been deployed. In comparison to the overall group of disciples, these people were still manageable. To tell the truth, this could be considered the greatest effort Zhao State had put into cultivating officers. Everyone wished for their officers to obediently receive training, abandoning past unruliness. But Zhao's people also knew that officers were different from disciples. Most officers possessed strong cultivations. If they were made angry, they could simply leave. Therefore, so many people were specially brought from the front lines to cultivate these disciples. Now, quite a few disciples began to act, but their outcomes weren't favorable. Apart from Xavion, no one else had the strength to take on these officers alone. Soon, many disciples were suppressed. Xavion looked at everyone being subdued, and then turned his gaze toward the instructor behind him. Sir Atli, we have bled for Zhao. Isn't it improper to treat us young officers this way? Upon hearing Xavion's words, the instructor snorted coldly. What nonsense about proper or improper? Here, there's only one principle, obeying orders. Outside, I don't care how much power you wield, but once here, you must follow the rules. Otherwise, you will be disciplined. These are my rules. The instructor's behavior infuriated Xavion, yet he felt powerless against it. Indeed, when encountering such a person, it was almost impossible to reason with them. Everyone hoped for a reasonable discussion, or perhaps an easy departure or even better treatment, but this instructor behaved like a common thug. It was hard to believe he was an officer and not a street hoodlum. After pondering for a moment, Xavion looked at the instructor and said, Atli, I feel your methods are too extreme. We may have faces and reputations. We can endure hardship, but we cannot accept our dignity being trampled upon. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the instructor instantly walked over to him. Xavion, right? I've heard of your name, and I know your contributions on the battlefield are significant. But this isn't a place for you to act recklessly. You've repeatedly challenged the rules here. It's high time to establish some discipline with you. As the instructor spoke, he intended to attack Xavion. This time, Xavion did not retreat, but drew out his war god spear, preparing to engage in a fierce battle with the instructor. Since the other side treated them like this, they naturally wouldn't submit so easily. If the other party wanted to test their courage, then let this instructor see who would ultimately reign supreme. Xavion instantly unsheathed his war god spear and charged at the officer. Upon seeing Xavion attacking, The officer sneered coldly and reached out with bare hands toward Xavion's war god spear. The instructor was an 8th layer Shackles realm powerhouse. At this level, it was rare to fear disciples. Absolutely not backing down because of Xavion, this was the perfect time to assert authority. It was best to use someone revered like Xavion to set an example. Only after defeating Xavion would everyone acknowledge the reality that even their greatest contributor would submit, so would they. Just like herding sheep, control the lead sheep, and the rest will obediently follow without objection. Seeing this, Xavion immediately unleashed his cultivation, swiftly charging towards the opponent. In that instant, Xavion activated the system and advanced to the 3rd layer Shackles realm. Now, Xavion became a true powerhouse. Although his cultivation wasn't extremely high, he was capable of battling someone like the instructor. Haha, unexpected. Huh? You actually broke through at this moment. But, the gap between us is so vast, how do you plan to make up for it? The instructor sneered and began fighting fiercely with Xavion. However, as the battle progressed, the instructor's expression changed. Xavion's combat prowess was astonishingly brutal. Despite being at a disadvantage, Xavion showed no signs of defeat. Continuing this way, the situation might become a laughingstock for him. Enraged, the instructor said to Xavion, "Haha boy, I didn't expect you to have some skill. No wonder you're so arrogant. But rest assured, this isn't a place for your arrogance. So, this time, you misjudged. Since you've made a mistake, you must pay the price. Before, I merely wanted to test your true strength. Now, I'll take you down immediately." Saying this, the instructor unleashed his mystic ability. Instantly, a golden phoenix appeared behind him as if it came to life, pouncing towards Xavion. Seeing this, Xavion sneered coldly and yelled, "Doomsday Flower." Instantly, spiritual energy surged from Xavion's body, forming a vortex of spiritual power in front of him. Then, a gorgeous datura flower bloomed within the vortex. Its momentum erupted outward, extending emerald green vines towards the phoenix, beginning to wrap around the opponent. With this move, Xavion aimed to see just what made this officer so arrogant. Instantly, the Doomsday Flower lunged towards the opponent. Translation notes. 1. Pinyin names are used correctly. 2. The translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text. 3. Natural, fluent English has been ensured, free of grammatical errors. 4. Storyline and logic remain coherent with the previous content. Chapter 207. The Shameless Atli. Xavion sneered, showing no sign of panic in this moment. On the instructor's side, once they sensed Xavion's power, their expression began to change. Truly, Xavion was far too powerful this time, and his abilities were quite troublesome. Frankly speaking, the instructor now somewhat regretted instigating a fight with Xavion. However, since they had already engaged in combat with Xavion, they couldn't afford to lose face. Otherwise, how could they educate these disciples in the future? Only when these disciples were well educated could they be considered qualified officers, serving the state of Zhao wholeheartedly. The instructor had it all planned out, but at this moment, his phoenix suddenly let out a mournful cry, beginning to plummet instantly. Seeing this, the instructor was greatly astonished, never expecting Xavion to be so powerful as to actually shake the power he controlled. At that moment, the instructor's face turned dark. Meanwhile, those disciples who were being dominated saw this scene and began cheering for Xavion. Great, great, great. Xavion, teach this guy a lesson. Show him what we young officers are made of. Hell, I've been eyeing this guy suspiciously for a long time. You finally did something about it. Damn, I'm about to burst with anger. Hey brothers over there, forget the training and join us. Cripple these guys and then we can leave. Many people began shouting loudly to the remaining disciples. For a moment, many of those still training felt the same way. But they only thought about it. They didn't dare to really follow Xavion. After all, up until now, only Xavion had managed to engage with this instructor in combat. However, this sect wasn't just home to one instructor. There were many more, along with guards and other personnel, virtually an array of dragons and tigers. How could they leave so easily? Seeing the instructor's unwillingness to concede, Xavion said coolly, "Now, do I have the right to negotiate with you? My demand is simple. We didn't come here to seek abuse. We've bled on the battlefield, so we require that this training be done with dignity. Otherwise, it's all up for negotiation." Xavion spoke firmly, his words resolute. Seeing this, many disciples cheered inwardly. This time, Xavion was an idol-like figure to them. Witnessing his strength, all the disciples felt like they had found a backbone and became excited. However, the instructor's expression remained ugly. Through this clash, they had realized how difficult it would be to defeat this Muhammad. He indeed possessed formidable talent. Yet, failing to win against him would undoubtedly compromise his importance to the state of Zhao. If not properly educated, this could be the biggest flaw. Eventually, the Luther might hold them accountable. They existed to serve the elites, educating them thoroughly. But if even the top elite couldn't be subdued, talking about educating others would be pointless. The instructor understood they must show some real skills. Otherwise, negotiations would only excite the disciples further and make everyone stop following orders. How could they explain this to the Luther? The instructor walked towards Xavion and coldly laughed. "Haha, you think I have no means now? Today, I must let you know what it means to be an instructor, what it means to be a student." Saying this, the instructor waved their hand. Xavion thought they were going to release an ability, intending to resist, but realized they were merely calling for backup. Several instructors rushed towards Xavion in high spirits, clearly planning a group attack. Xavion protested. "What kind of man are you? Fight me one-on-one. Making everyone else attack is what?" Clearly, after failing individually, the instructor had no intention of a fair fight. Instead, they aimed to use numerical advantage and surround Xavion. These instructors surged forward, leaving Xavion unable to withstand their combined assault. Soon, Xavion fell to the ground, pummeled by the instructors. "What do you mean? Team up when you can't win? I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Indeed, as instructors, can you not admit defeat? Hell, too despicable. I've never seen someone as shameless as you." Many spat at the instructors, who ignored the remarks and continued attacking Xavion. Everyone knew Xavion was trouble and needed to be taken down to maintain control. Naturally, Xavion couldn't resist multiple attackers. After struggling to stand up a few times, he was repeatedly forced back to the ground, ending up bruised and swollen. How does it feel? I admit you're an elite. Honestly, at our age, we wouldn't stand a chance against you. But you're nowhere near strong enough to challenge us. You think it's that easy? Here, we don't care about reason. We use force to oppress you into agreeing to train with us. That's it. Remember, whether on the battlefield or here, you must obey orders. Those who don't comply must accept punishment. The instructor said smugly, infuriating Xavion. Never had he seen such shameless people. Now Xavion understood them better. As long as it served to train and suppress their rebellious nature, they wouldn't hesitate to resort to any means necessary. Chapter 208. Willpower Training. Xavion was seething with anger, but knew he couldn't resist at this moment. After all, there wasn't much he could do now except endure the misfortune. If he showed weakness and admitted his mistake now, Xavion felt that these officers would truly choose to beat him to death. Who could endure such treatment? No one was willing. Now under someone else's roof, he had no choice but to bow down. On their turf, they didn't have a choice but to comply. Subsequently, Xavion swallowed the pill, after which his cultivation began to drop dramatically as if his body were being sealed off. This was an act of desperation on Xavion's part. After all, he was outnumbered on their territory, and the gap between his and their cultivation levels was too wide. He had no other choice but to play along. Seeing Xavion submit, the disciples who were struggling while pinned to the ground immediately lost their resolve. One by one, they calmed down and decided to follow the requirements here. They had resisted, but their resistance failed. It wasn't entirely their fault. After swallowing the pill, Xavion felt somewhat defiant, but chose not to further provoke the opposition. This time, he walked obediently into the formation as it reassembled. Meanwhile, Xavion curiously examined the surroundings. In such conditions, Elena should find it difficult to survive here. He wondered if she had left, or was still undergoing training. Suddenly, Xavion saw a girl covered in dirt running out from a formation not far away. Her face was filled with regret, and she was promptly shouted at by an officer, causing her to quickly return to the formation. The girl looked familiar. On closer inspection, it was indeed Elena. Even the usually fearless Elena had submitted, indicating how intense the pressure here was. These instructors must have gone all out to subdue her, even setting the bar higher despite the human Aven's authority. Since the human Aven established this, he wouldn't remove it casually. Therefore, Xavion knew this time. Elena had really gotten herself into a predicament. The instructor walked over, coldly observing Xavion and others. Impressive, aren't you? Fine Zhao Kingdom officers, to stage a collective uprising. If His Majesty finds out, you might just lose your ranks easily. Upon hearing this, Xavion and others remained silent, collectively choosing not to respond. Everyone knew a storm was about to descend. No matter how formidable they were, they seemed helpless this time. The officers were too domineering, a level of power none of them had seen before. Continuing like this, they feared this training would be more grueling than actual combat. Even when they were ambushed at the border earlier, Xavion and the rest found it exhausting but never felt as suffocated as now. At this point, the officers continued, initially, this was meant to hone your willpower. Now, since you caused this disruption, we certainly can't let it go easily. Originally, you were supposed to run for 6 hours continuously. Now it's doubled to 12 hours. Run without stopping. Many laughed at first, thinking that running as punishment was a joke. They had traveled long distances on foot before, rescuing comrades at distant borders. It wasn't unheard of. But soon, laughter faded. Without their cultivation, they felt the strain of pure physical exertion, becoming extraordinarily tired. Barely past half an hour, they were already struggling. With 11.5 hours remaining, how could they possibly endure? Additionally, lacking cultivation, their energy drained quickly, leaving them hungry within a few hours. How could they continue training like this? Xavion and the others were extremely troubled. This situation taught them what true willpower training meant. Probably, this was exactly what the instructors wanted. Despite their suffering, they could only follow orders. Even though they were utterly exhausted, they forced themselves to continue. After 3 hours of continuous running, nearly all the young men struggled to hold on. Yet, they had to keep running. A sense of despair loomed over everyone. But the instructors sat nearby, relaxed in their chairs, while Xavion and the rest endured unimaginable torment. In reality, everyone being exceptional mics did possess willpower. Otherwise, running for 3 hours at such intensity would have made many faint. However, this time the instructors aimed not just for running but to test their willpower, pushing them to their limits continuously. It felt like hell for everyone. I can't go on anymore. I quit, suddenly cried Zara from the Golden Light sect. As a girl, she had held on for quite some time, but this ordeal was simply unbearable. She could tolerate dying in battle but couldn't withstand endless running. Seeing Zara stop, an instructor walked over, looking at her coldly and said, "You have 3 breaths to get up, or you'll bear the consequences." Hearing "bear the consequences," Zara became enraged, almost wishing to use her cultivation to kill him. After all, she had been on the battlefield for so long, just a step away from reaching lock stage 4, nearly ready to break through. Chapter 209. Keep running? Zara now stared coldly at the officer and said, "Atli, students are people too. Shouldn't we take things step by step?" Honestly, at this moment, Zara really wanted to lash out. But without her cultivation, all such thoughts were in vain. So, she chose to calmly talk with the instructor. Otherwise, with Zara's temper, she would have long wished to strangle this instructor. Seeing Zara's request, the instructor coldly replied, "Sorry, you need to get up now and finish the remaining time running. Don't ask why. Since you're here to endure hardships, not for you to throw a tantrum." Seeing the instructor's indifferent attitude, Zara immediately said, "My strength is completely drained. I can't keep running. If you like running, run 10 laps around the field yourself. If you don't wish to run, don't easily force others. At this point, Zara felt that her tone was already very polite. Honestly, if it weren't for her lack of cultivation, she had impulsively wanted to kill this instructor countless times. The instructor smiled and said, let me tell you this, even Tamrath, the Allah's most beloved daughter, has no say when facing us. You only have one choice now, persist and catch up with the group immediately. Stop arguing. I won't. Zara pouted, sitting aside. The instructor suddenly kicked Zara without any sympathy. Xavion was running in the line. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This situation was impossible to resolve well, no matter who encountered it. Moreover, how could Zara expect to negotiate with the instructor? It wouldn't work. With the instructor's current attitude, Zara still acted stubbornly. It was really unprecedented. Hey, Xavion, when our cultivation recovers, why don't we rebel against this instructor together? At this moment, someone from the Golden Light sect tried to incite Xavion. Upon hearing this, Xavion glanced disdainfully at him. He knew clearly what this guy was thinking, trying to drag him into a revolution. Honestly, this person liked Zara, which was why he acted this way. For others, no matter how badly they were beaten, this guy probably wouldn't care. Seeing Xavion ignoring him, this person laughed and stopped talking. He realized that if he forced his way in to solve the issue that neither Zara nor Xavion could resolve, it would change nothing. In fact, many would think he had lost his mind and mock him secretly for overestimating himself. Now, he could only watch helplessly as his beloved Zara got hit. The feeling was so frustrating. After being kicked, Zara swiftly turned around, drew her weapon, and rapidly attacked the instructor. Though she lacked cultivation, it didn't affect Zara's proficient combat skills or her willingness to fight. At most, she might lose and get a beating. In Zara's belief, she could be beaten, but never without retaliating. Seeing this, Xavion couldn't help but sigh. She truly qualified as a tough woman, still fighting back in such a situation. It was also unprecedented. However, Xavion was well aware that Zara was likely setting herself up for more trouble. Sure enough, after barely resisting a few strikes, her weapon was instantly snatched away, and the instructor kicked her again. Besides Xavion, Cheyenne, after a long run, saw this and said to Xavion, Xavion, I can't go on either. I can't take it anymore. This training is suffocating me. Cheyenne stopped running. Seeing this, Xavion was shocked and came out of the line to accompany her. Seeing Xavion causing another incident, several officers approached with batons and started beating him. Undoubtedly, the officers treated males and females differently. Zara just got a few kicks, but Xavion was mercilessly beaten with sticks. Xavion truly wanted to curse aloud. Seeing Xavion about to be targeted, Cheyenne took out her weapon, wanting to protect him, but Xavion stopped her. This time, Xavion did not choose to resist but let the officers beat him. Although Cheyenne and others did not understand, Xavion knew the reason. He wasn't suitable for a confrontation right now. Ultimately, the system inside him allowed him to use some power. Even forcefully unlocking his cultivation with the system wasn't impossible. However, doing so might expose the entire system, something Xavion was unwilling to do. The officers ruthlessly beat Xavion. Beside him, Cheyenne, though not understanding Xavion's thoughts, could only beg the instructors, Atli, please stop. We will continue running. Then, Xavion's voice suddenly echoed. He looked coldly at the officers and said, Atli, we're all human. Why must you do this? We're almost at our limits. Continuing this way will exhaust everyone. We're here for training, not to be tortured. Please know your place. Hearing Xavion's words, the instructor rebutted. You speak easily. Do you know what willpower training means? On the battlefield, strong willpower is often needed to persist. If you can't, the army will collapse along with you. This would cause enormous damage to the country. Do you understand? Now, you must keep running, no exceptions. Not only that, but you must persevere through 12 hours. At this moment, the instructor remained unyielding, speaking coldly to Xavion and the others. Chapter 210, Gradual Progress. Seeing this, Xavion chuckled and immediately said to the instructor, You talk grandly. Let me ask you, everyone has their limits. What happens when a person reaches their limit? Training for willpower should be gradual, not something that can be done in one go. Is it even possible to maintain such intensity for so long? In the end, you've gotten used to being dominant here. So, you don't care about the lives of the disciples, as long as you're satisfied. Is that what you mean? Faced with Xavion's words, the instructor was momentarily at a loss for an answer. Honestly speaking, no disciple had ever dared to speak to them like these new arrivals did. Most people were afraid that talking too much would result in heavier punishments. However, Xavion and his group dared to do so, pointing out the crux of the problem instantly. For a moment, the instructor felt humiliated, but still snorted coldly, Smooth talker. Xavion smiled faintly and said, Progress must be gradual. I know your intentions are good, but you can't expect us to run for 12 hours straight. We'll all die from exhaustion if we continue like this. 12 hours? We can't even endure 6 hours without almost dying from fatigue. Are you not human? Who gave you the right to act recklessly here? Scolded by Xavion, the instructor's face could not bear it. At this point, the other disciples also couldn't tolerate such intense running any longer and gradually stopped. Seeing this, the instructor had no choice but to yield and said, all right. Take a break for 1 hour and after that, continue running for the remaining 3 hours. 6 hours is enough. Forget about 12. With that, the instructor left directly, and finally, Xavion and the others heaved a sigh of relief. This place was like hell. Faced with these brutal instructors, Xavion and his group felt somewhat helpless. However, now they realized there were significant issues with how the instructors managed things. The instructors themselves had not noticed it, and previous disciples, fearing their authority, hadn't dared to speak up. After exposing this issue, these instructors might rethink human limits during training. In a way, Xavion and his group had won this round. Seeing that Xavion didn't resist foolishly but reasoned with the instructor and won, many disciples were elated. Their minds quickly understood that this situation wasn't the time to confront forcefully but to reason. If you could truly present an unassailable argument, then the instructors here wouldn't have a leg to stand on. After resting for an hour, Xavion and the others, albeit shakily, completed the remaining 3 hours of running. Then, everyone started heading back to their dorms. The willpower training had concluded. The day had been extremely tough. This was only the first day. If it continued like this, how would they survive the future? Thinking about this made everyone feel very uneasy, but they had no other options. Escaping from such a place seemed impossible. This time, they would train for at least 2 months. Xavion and his group deeply regretted agreeing to the Janus to come here for training. If they had known, they would have asked the Janus to request a special privilege to exempt them from training. Now, it was too late to say anything. When everyone returned to the dorms, the usual lively chatter was replaced by silence as everyone slept and rested. After exhausting training, sleeping was the first thing everyone needed to do upon returning to the dorms. This was different from before when they used to play around instead of feeling exhausted upon returning. However, Xavion and the others resigned themselves to the fact that leaving wasn't easy once they came here. In the afternoon, Xavion and the others gathered again at the small square. Compared to the morning, everyone stood more orderly. You've experienced the harshness of training this morning. Next, let's relax a bit. Everyone, follow me to the classroom for a lesson. This time, I'll tell you about the responsibilities and duties of being an instructor. The instructor addressed Xavion and his group. Hearing that they wouldn't train, everyone's faces showed relief. Not having to train was like a blessing from heaven for them. Usually, such good news would have made them cheer jubilantly. But this time, Xavion and his group dared not celebrate, knowing the instructors were vindictive. Once inside the classroom, the instructor personally lectured Xavion and the others, imparting much knowledge and cultivation necessary for instructors. Subsequently, Xavion and his group took notes diligently, just like they did in school in their previous lives. This time, everyone listened intently, cherishing this rare respite from training. After the lecture, everyone resumed training. In the days that followed, life alternated between strict training and intense learning. Each day was packed, leading to immediate sleep upon returning, gradually adapting to this lifestyle. Xavion and his group's cultivation eventually recovered. Later, they learned that the pill was only given to newcomers to suppress their rebellious nature. It was incredibly precious, and no one could afford it long term. Therefore, after confirming that Xavion and his group were compliant, the instructor's attitudes toward them became somewhat gentler. Life finally became a bit more comfortable for Xavion and his group. One day, after finishing their cultivation practice, Xavion and his group returned to their dormitory and lay down to rest. Though the past days were dull, they had adapted and were content. They hoped these days would pass as quickly as possible. Chapter 211. The discontent of the Imperial City disciples. At this moment, Atrista arrived at Xavion's dormitory. Initially, everyone was rather puzzled. After all, why would a girl come to their place? When all the young officers saw the figure of the Elena, they immediately understood that she must have come for Xavion. For the Elena having some special privileges, everyone had already grown accustomed to it. After all, her mysterious identity piqued many people's curiosity, but superiors had specifically ordered them not to inquire about her affairs. Seeing Xavion, the Elena immediately complained with a wry expression, "Xavion, I came here just to play with you guys, and these past few days have been sheer torture." Xavion laughed bitterly. Who would say otherwise? The training here is so intense we almost died, but this time, I dragged you down. The Elena lamented with a long face. Sigh. That damn drill master is utterly unyielding. Nothing works, even revealing my identity got me nowhere. Compared to our Grand Fiki, he's like a different world entirely. Damn it, if I had known this place was like this, I wouldn't have come here. Hearing her use such strong words, Xavion couldn't help but laugh. It was clear that life here had changed the little princess, altering her mindset somewhat. Don't worry, life isn't just about present troubles. There are also poetry and distant dreams. Besides, our training won't last too long before we leave. It's not like we'll be here forever, Xavion said to the Elena. Upon hearing this, the Elena responded pitifully, even 2 terms feels too long. I can't take it anymore. At this point, Cheyenne stepped forward to comfort the Elena, saying, Irene, don't worry. This is just one trial in your life. It will become an unforgettable journey. After all, as officers, we bear certain responsibilities, and some trainings are necessary, he continued. The mention of officers made the Elena clench her teeth. Previously, she thought officers were cool, but now she wished she could have her father strip her of all her official positions. However, she couldn't even see her father right now. Annoyed, she muttered, "Those officers, wait until I get out of here. I'll rally connections to make their lives miserable." Seeing the Elena speak like this, Xavion was shocked. He quickly replied, "Elena, please don't entertain such thoughts. Although the drill masters may be harsh, they do it for your father's sake, and for the good of the kingdom." Though reluctant to admit it, Xavion had to acknowledge that the drill masters were merely strict for the benefit of Zhao Nation. They didn't dare insult the drill masters under any circumstances. While Xavion chatted with the Elena, a few more young men walked in, clearly looking for her. "Oh Irene, what are you doing here? We've been looking for you." A Mike spoke with a friendly demeanor, but his eyes betrayed arrogance and disdain. He then noticed that Emma's attention seemed focused on a Muhammad standing nearby. "Oh Irene, who is this?" the Mike asked Emma, feeling slightly jealous. Emma replied nonchalantly, "This is Xavion, whom I mentioned earlier. Kale, you can go back now. There's no one here for you. I'm talking with my friends." Seeing how dismissive she was, Kale's face darkened. Privately, he liked Emma very much, but she had always been like this, indifferent. Moreover, many others shared his admiration for her. Kale came from a prominent family within the Imperial City and had initially been unhappy here, but over time, he adapted. Now, Seeing Irene treat a sect disciple so well and change her attitude towards him, Kale felt enraged. However, he didn't dare lash out openly. Instead, he left as instructed and returned to his dormitory. Back in the dorm, Kale shared this incident with other heirs from powerful families in the Imperial City. Hearing how Emma favored someone from a sect infuriated them. They had tried hard to win her favor, but to no avail. Now, a sect member enjoyed such closeness with her? This was intolerable. To them, sect members were beneath them, regardless of any achievements. Even though Xavion had accomplishments, they considered them negligible. His 5th grade officer title meant nothing. It wouldn't impress them. These young nobles started to remember Xavion. During subsequent training sessions, Xavion felt unfriendly gazes from other squads, not just from one person, but many. It became clear to Xavion that after chatting with the Elena, he had stirred a hornet's nest among the Imperial City elites. He likely offended them all. With a cold smile, Xavion decided to play along. He would show these arrogant Imperial City folks the gap between them and him. No one could hold him back, and no one could look down on him, not even those with special backgrounds. Since they dared to belittle him, he would not let this slide. Xavion planned to take action and confront them directly, visiting their dormitories to see if they still held their haughty attitudes. Please note that I maintain the structure and style of the original text while translating into fluent English. Chapter 212, Confrontation at the Doorstep. Xavion, those people over there don't seem to have a good attitude toward you, Nikki approached and said with a smile. He clearly noticed the hostility these people had toward Xavion. Let me guess, it's because of Emma, isn't it? Since she bears the surname Zhao, and so many people are fawning over her, it suggests that Emma is probably a princess, right? Nikki chuckled as he spoke to Xavion. Hearing Nikki's words, Xavion nodded with a smile and replied, it can't be helped. Those in the Imperial City lack resolve, leaving me with no choice but to endure this. But this matter won't drag on for long. I'll definitely take the initiative. Upon hearing that Xavion planned to take action, Nikki smiled and said, count me in. Rest assured, our brothers from Guesu sect will give you strong support. As for those people from the Imperial City, I've also studied them. They are increasingly displeased by the fact that we, ordinary-born disciples, are continuously outperforming them. Hence, they feel threatened by our status, which is inevitable. Xavion smiled and said, it's all right. These are not problems. At this point, several disciples had overheard the conversation between Xavion and Nikki. In truth, most of them had already guessed Emma's identity through the Grand Fiki's preferential treatment towards her. However, since Emma hadn't confirmed it herself, they were reluctant to pry. Xavion, count me in this time. And me too. Damn it, I've been itching to teach those guys a lesson for a long time now. Finally, we have a chance. Despite this being a training ground, disciples often engaged in private brawls without interference from the instructors, provided they remained undetected. Even if caught, what could happen? These young disciples, full of mindful pride and rivalry, found themselves clashing in such environments, especially when different sects competed against each other. It was normal for them to handle their own issues. After finishing training, Xavion and his group returned to the dormitories and quickly gathered a crowd before marching towards the other group's dormitory. The forceful approach made it clear to many that trouble was brewing. Daring to challenge the disciples from the Imperial City was indeed a bold move, earning respect for their courage. Curiosity drew a crowd as Xavion led a group from Jinguang sect and Guesu sect directly to the opposing dormitory, kicking the door open upon arrival. Interestingly, Jinguang sect had chosen to back Xavion, momentarily surprising him, but he soon realized they had become allies, mutually supporting each other. Similarly, Jinguang sect shared the same grievances towards the Imperial City disciples. Who is it? Upon seeing someone kick down the door, someone immediately erupted in anger. Seeing Xavion and company enter, these people felt like the heavens were mocking them. How dare a sect disciple openly defy them? They laughed arrogantly, then one of them looked at Xavion and sneered, so, you're Xavion? Himph, with a few accomplishments on the battlefield, you've lost your sense of self-importance. Xavion responded coolly, well, what can I say? My head has become quite valuable lately. Among all the young officers in Zhao State, mine might just be the most coveted, and there's nothing I can do about it. Since some people find me disagreeable, I suppose I owe them a face-to-face meeting. Xavion's audacious demeanor infuriated many Imperial City disciples. Truly, they had never been challenged by sect disciples before, and backing down would surely invite ridicule. Kale then stepped forward and addressed Xavion. You gained your achievements only because you fought on the battlefield while we haven't yet. Therefore, your merits can't compare with ours. Of course, neither can your life compare to ours. Then Kale issued a challenge. Now that you've come here to provoke us, dare you fight me one-on-one? Before Xavion could respond, a disciple from Jinguang sect burst out angrily, one-on-one my ass. Damn it, I've despised all of you for a long time. Just as this disciple was about to lunge forward, Xavion intervened. No problem, he thinks I'm weak, right? Let's see how his so-called pride fares in a duel. Smiling, Xavion walked forward and looked at Kale, saying, if I win this time, what will you do? Kale laughed, if you win, I'll keep away from you. But if you lose, stay far from Irene. She is far above your reach. Alright, deal. With the agreement, Xavion prepared for battle, his cultivation swirling around him. Seeing this, Kale smirked, I admire your courage, but you may not know that I'm a tier 4 lockdown realm warrior. Your cultivation is unlikely to defeat me. If you lose, remember to honor your word, or else it will end badly for you. Without warning, Kale launched an attack with his utmost strength, aiming to end Xavion's life in one strike. This left many in shock, knowing that killing Xavion might bring severe consequences. Despite hailing from the Imperial City, Xavion was a prodigy personally endorsed by the Allah. Chapter 213. The Embarrassment of the Imperial City Disciples. This Xavion, he's finished. Does he really think that because he's established some merits, no one else will dare to touch him? Sigh, who could disagree? I just hope this guy doesn't die this time. Otherwise, Kale will surely blame it on Hirsch, and if this incident affects Kale in the future, it will be troublesome. Xavion is too arrogant, but if he really dies today, it will indeed be problematic. Many of the Imperial City disciples shook their heads incessantly, harboring a bit of pity for Xavion in their hearts. The reason was simple. They didn't believe Xavion could defeat Kale. There was an inherent gap between them, with Xavion merely being lucky and accumulating some battle merits. However, people from Guesu sect and Jingguang sect, upon seeing this scene, were not worried but instead inwardly sneered. Do these guys really think Xavion is inferior to Kale? How naive. If Kale could defeat Xavion, his ancestors would be rolling in their graves. These people haven't seen Xavion fight genuinely, so they overestimate themselves. But this time, they would pay for their arrogance. Other sect members, noticing the conflict, also came to watch the spectacle. Compared to the people from Guesu sect, Jingguang sect, and the Imperial City, these onlookers actually hoped Xavion would win. The reason was simple. The people from the Imperial City were too arrogant, whose ancestor wasn't originally from a sect. Yet here, they developed an inexplicable superiority complex, as if those born in sects were inherently lower class. This was intolerable to others, so naturally, they hoped Xavion would win, at least making the Imperial City disciples less arrogant henceforth. Seeing Kale charging at him, Xavion smiled. How naive can this guy be? Does he really think being powerful in the Imperial City means he'll be equally formidable here? Without using any mystical powers, Xavion simply punched with sheer brute force. This time, he used all his strength, but on the surface, he appeared indifferent, as if underestimating Kale. Xavion wanted to crush the pride of the Imperial City people here. You look down on us sect disciples, do you? Let me show you how we, whom you despise, can overpower you. Seeing Xavion seemingly indifferent, the Imperial City disciples sneered. Heh, Xavion is truly arrogantly extreme. He doesn't even know his place. Indeed, how dare he disdain Kale like this? He'll have to pay for this. I was worried about Xavion earlier, but now he's being so arrogant, let him die. The Imperial City disciples spoke with contemptuous smiles, but in the next instant, something horrifying happened. Xavion swiftly punched toward Kale, causing the latter's expression to change drastically. In the next moment, Kale's face contorted as he flew backward, spitting blood uncontrollably. At this moment, Kale was filled with intense shock. Is this guy human? How could a Lock Realm second stage reach such power? Kale couldn't understand why he lost to this kid. Recalling Xavion's sect background, Kale grew furious. His pride wouldn't allow him to lose to a sect disciple. Attempting to struggle up, Kale tried to launch another attack, but found himself unable to move, severely injured by Xavion. Meanwhile, other Imperial City disciples witnessed this shocking scene. Not only the Imperial City residents but also outsiders were astonished, seeing Kale, who was supposed to be formidable, incapacitated by a single blow from a Lock Realm second stage Xavion. This shattered their worldview. When did powerless sect disciples become so powerful? Many stared at Xavion in disbelief, struggling to understand. Yet they had to admit his undeniable strength. No, Kale can't fail. Xavion must have used forbidden elixirs. Yes, it has to be that. Otherwise, with such a huge gap in strength, how could Xavion win? Xavion prepared in advance. If he used forbidden elixirs, we wouldn't know. This guy is despicable. Many Imperial City experts glared at Xavion, firmly believing he used forbidden elixirs. Otherwise, Kale wouldn't fail. Oh, I used forbidden elixirs? Hearing their self-deceptive words, Xavion laughed and approached a disciple. Check if my cultivation level is still Lock Realm second stage. Forbidden elixirs can enhance cultivation but cause chaos. Take a look yourself. Seeing Xavion's challenge, the disciple hesitated but eventually checked Xavion's cultivation. Upon confirmation, he was stunned. Xavion's cultivation remained unchanged, just a regular Lock Realm second stage disciple. Clearly, Xavion was exceptionally talented. Witnessing the disciple's reaction, many felt an ominous premonition but found it hard to accept Xavion's true prowess. Yet, the undeniable fact before them forced them to believe. Instantly, the faces of those who believed all out now. After all, a mob fight would definitely draw severe punishment from instructors. Having witnessed the brutal methods of the instructors over the past days, Xavion and his group didn't wish to provoke them either. Not provoking these instructors ensured smoother days ahead. The faces of the guys from the Imperial City darkened as Xavion's group swiftly departed. They'd been humiliated by those from the sect here. If news spread, they would be laughed at back home in the Imperial City. But regarding Xavion, they were currently helpless. Because Kale could arguably be seen as one of the strongest amongst them now. As most people here were inner sect disciples with similar cultivation levels, no one was nearly at the 8th Lock Realm. Therefore, they just had to take this hit. Training continued despite the incident. They did learn quite a lot through training here. The instructors put effort into it. Although they were very rough, there was indeed some effect. Xavion had to admit that special measures were sometimes necessary to nurture talent. Now, Xavion and his crew resolved their conflicts with the instructors. In private, Xavion even got along well with some previous instructors. Still, during training, these instructors wouldn't give them preferential treatment. These instructors treated Xavion and company pretty well, in general. On the day training ended, Xavion and his friends walked down the road, pondering how much longer this hellish life would last. This lifestyle had greatly enhanced their military skills but offered no significant boost to personal cultivation. Who liked to be tortured? Naturally, they wished to leave sooner rather than later. Xavion, I wonder how many wars broke out without us in the recent period. Also, how's our frontier now? Nikki asked while Jingguang sect and Guesu sect members gathered together to rest. How would anyone know? We are here, unable to fly out. Even if the Percy perished, we wouldn't be informed. Xavion shrugged indifferently. Life here limited their concerns for other matters. Seeing Xavion so helpless, Nikki felt increasingly anxious. Their long stay here coupled with their previous attachment to the frontier made him worry about it not being accessible now. It's fine, don't worry. That Percy guy is shrewd, especially after having already experienced setbacks. We'll return soon. When we get back, I'll have a good sleep. Xavion reassured Nikki. Many agreed with Xavion's thoughts. They hoped to return and rest. At that moment, a strong man from Qishao sect approached Xavion. Xavion, I'm from Qishao sect which has ties with your sect. Hearing this, Xavion cast him a glance. Oh, what's up? What's the matter? Upon Xavion's inquiry, Sullivan smiled. I know of your exploits. Your performance on the battlefield was commendable. Many places specifically mention you, thus sparking my curiosity. Just wondering how strong you actually are. So, saying this, his expression turned serious as he readied himself for battle. Xavion immediately realized he questioned his abilities, thinking he only relied on luck and exceptional cross-boundary combat prowess to win several battles. Being from the same tier, this man's contribution seemed far behind Xavion, making him feel uneasy. Xavion waved his hand. I have no interest in dueling you. If you want war credits, then kill more enemies on the battlefield. Anyway, strength can defeat foes. His words carried some sarcasm, implying this man was simple-minded. Did he seriously believe war credits only depended on physical exertion? Often, obtaining credits involved various elements, but certainly not directly equated to combat power or cultivation level. Seeing Xavion speak like that, the Marco laughed. Brother Bai, I've heard much about you. Now seeing you firsthand, why deny me this opportunity? Or, are you? He revealed a cunning smile. Afraid? Xavion was speechless. Indeed, being the top disciple with the highest war credits, challenges were inevitable. Feeling annoyed, he waved his hand. Yes, I'm afraid. Okay, can you leave now? You're really getting on my nerves. Deeming this person unworthy of argument, Xavion knew they weren't on the same level. Chapter 215. The End. When Xavion completely ignored his provocation and even unabashedly admitted fear, it caught the Chi-Drake sect member off guard. At this moment, the Chi-Drake sect disciple felt extremely embarrassed. If he continued to challenge Xavion, it wouldn't be good. But if he didn't, everyone could see that Xavion didn't intend to hold it against him. How would that not make him lose face? He was in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Xavion treated his existence as if it were nothing, making him feel increasingly awkward. Others from different sects witnessing this scene immediately decided not to challenge Xavion anymore. Indeed, it seemed Xavion didn't want to compete for battle achievements with them. If they insisted on challenging, it would appear petty, treating him like an imagined enemy. Such a situation should not occur. Instantly, no one dared to provoke Xavion further. Xavion and his friends Bear continued chatting as usual. Time flew by. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 months, they had been very busy. Every day, they were either engaged in intense training or memorizing required content, much like diligent students. This was the most challenging period they had experienced for a long time. 2 months later, everyone felt a sense of nostalgia. It had been such a hard time. However, they did not wish to undergo such training again. On this day, Xavion and his companions packed their bags, preparing to return to the border fortress. They looked overjoyed, as if celebrating a new year. Indeed, they were finally free. Oslons from other sects also prepared to return to their respective borders, where they would continue their arduous battles. During this period, everyone focused on their own training, with limited communication among them. After all, true strength would reveal itself on the battlefield later. There was no need to compete now. Xavion and his friends stood on the square, watching the flying boats approach. In their hearts, they felt a mix of emotions. Although just 2 months had passed, it felt like 20 years to them. Initially, there had been conflicts between them and the officers, but now they had mostly reconciled. Towards these officers, Xavion and his friends felt somewhat complicated. On one hand, the officers were too strict. On the other, they were truly dedicated to Zhao Kingdom's welfare. With backpacks on their backs, they boarded the flying boats, which took off into the sky. Looking at the sky, they felt a mixture of anticipation and excitement about the days ahead in the border fortress. After several days of continuous flight, they finally reached the border. Thankfully, everything was still in order. When informed that Xavion and his team were returning, the Percy personally came out to welcome them. Seeing Xavion again, the Fiki laughed. Haha, how have you been doing during your time there? I heard it wasn't easy for those who went through the training. Instantly, Xavion and his friends looked distressed. Nikki remarked, Fiki, you really put us through it. If we had known how unbearable it would be, we would never have agreed to go. At least it's only 2 months. If it had been a year or two, we would have cried our eyes out. In the future, please don't recommend such experiences for us. We don't want to go through it again. Seeing the pained expressions on Nikki and the others, the Fiki chuckled and understood the feelings of these young men. Then he addressed Xavion and the rest. Don't worry, it's all in the past now. Everyone is safe and sound. Nothing significant has happened here in the border fortress. There have been no wars or attacks from Guido Kingdom, and your comrades are all well. Upon hearing that everyone in their sect was unharmed, Xavion and his friends became relieved and happy. At this moment, nothing was more important than knowing everyone was safe. They quickly entered the camp, drinking and enjoying each other's company with the Fiki. Reuniting brought a lot of emotions. Through this trip outside, their skills improved significantly. After the drinks, Xavion and his friends headed towards the military camp, eager to see their sect members, as they must have missed each other greatly after such a long absence. Arriving at the camp, life inside seemed unchanged. Upon seeing Xavion and his friends return, the disciples in the camp were clearly surprised but soon became excited. You're finally back. How is it there? 2 months passed so quickly, time flies. What did you learn while you were away? Many disciples crowded around, asking questions curiously. Feeling their warmth and enthusiasm, Xavion and the others were overwhelmed with happiness. Subsequently, Xavion and his friends gathered everyone and recounted some of their experiences there. Of course, they did not mention the initial hardships they faced. Hearing about Xavion's magical journey, many disciples were amazed. They couldn't believe that even at their level, Xavion and his friends underwent such rigorous training. Had it been them, they might not have endured it. After all, they had never faced such difficulties in the sect before. For a moment, the disciples viewed Xavion and the young officers as gods. Only Xavion and his friends could bitterly laugh in their hearts, understanding how tough it had been, yet choosing not to reveal everything. They couldn't possibly share all the humiliating experiences. People value their dignity, and none would willingly recount such humiliation. Aslans then asked many more questions, as their daily lives had been quite monotonous. Chapter 216. A new mission. After Xavion and his team returned, they had a few days of leisure. During this period, the Percy gave them a brief leave. Of course, there was not much happening at the border anyway, so they spent most of their time resting. However, a few days later, the Percy suddenly summoned them. Upon entering the tent, Xavion and his team immediately noticed several unfamiliar figures waiting inside. Seeing this scene, Xavion and his team felt a jolt of unease. They knew from experience that when strangers were present in the command tent, it usually meant nothing good. Noticing Xavion and his team, the Percy promptly addressed the strangers. "These are our young officers, all present here today." Xavion and the others stood still, silently observing these new arrivals, wondering what could possibly bring them here. One of the men nodded briefly and then spoke to Xavion and his team. "Greetings. I come from the 2nd Army Camp. Recently, we need you to carry out a special mission." Upon hearing special mission, Xavion felt an immediate urge to refuse. He didn't want to gamble with his life. After all, if he stayed alive, he could kill many more enemies. If sent out on such missions, he might risk his own life. Ralph from the 2nd Army Camp continued, "You are new officers, not yet familiar with the overall battlefield dynamics. This time, the 2nd Army Camp is the main battleground." "Hold on." Xavion interrupted, turning to face the officer. "I have a concern. When we get there, will we be used as bait again?" This was indeed the crux of the matter. Frankly, Xavion be informed and not be kept in the dark. "Otherwise, we can't agree to this. Our lives are not toys for your command. We exist to protect the Zhao Kingdom." Impressed by Xavion's seriousness, the officer smiled and nodded. "Don't worry. This time, we will ensure no unexpected incidents occur. Although it will be challenging, everything should be under control. You are treasures of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Kingdom doesn't want any of you to die. Rest assured." With this assurance, Xavion agreed. He and his team boarded the flying boat. They knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary assignment. As emerging talents, they couldn't remain idle at the border forever. Sooner or later, they would return to the battlefield, perhaps even moving across different fronts. To end this cycle, only 2 scenarios were possible. Either Xavion and his team fell in battle, or the Zhao Kingdom emerged victorious. Therefore, they accepted their fate and followed the officer. The 2nd Army Camp was far from their border position. It was a critical battleground between the Zhao and Guido kingdoms, bustling with activity. Unlike their quiet border post, everyone here was preparing intensively for the impending war. When Xavion and his team arrived, they saw many soldiers training vigorously. Everyone knew a new round of battles was imminent. Moreover, the quality of troops here was noticeably higher than at the border. These were elite forces, highly trained and well coordinated. Once inside the camp, Xavion and his team were led to the command tent, where many high-ranking officials awaited. This was the first time they encountered so many important figures, causing some nervousness. Seeing Xavion and his team enter, an influential figure inquired, "Are these the disciples of Gue Su sect and Jingguang sect?" The officer nodded and excitedly said, "Excellent. We've been waiting for you, fellow students." Chapter 217. Being an undercover. Seeing the other party so pleased, Xavion instantly understood that this time, nothing good would come of it. At the moment, Xavion and his group gave a polite smile and asked them, "So, why did you have us come here this time?" Xavion had been wanting to know this all along. After all, they hadn't been brought here for no reason. These 2 sect disciples were doing well on the frontier, but the other side directly brought them over. This was indeed very confusing. Although not every frontier area included sect disciples, Xavion absolutely didn't believe that there wouldn't be any sect disciples in the 2nd military camp's nearby area. At that moment, seeing Xavion ask, the big shot smiled and then said to Xavion, "Let me introduce myself. I am the Janus-in-Chief here. You can just call me Fiki. In our main battlefield, we've been fighting with the other side for a long time without making much progress. However, we've heard that wherever your group goes, victory follows. Therefore, we've brought you all over as lucky charms. Who knows, maybe this time around, things will change on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, many officers burst out laughing immediately, roaring with laughter. Xavion and his group also laughed. It seemed like this Janus was easy to get along with. Then, Xavion questioned him seriously, "Fiki, since we are already here, might as well tell us what this is all about. Rest assured, we will keep it confidential. But we hope you won't deceive us and let us know the truth." Seeing the serious expression of Xavion and the others, the Janus realized he couldn't keep hiding the information from them. He then told Xavion and his group, "It's like this. We've been engaging the enemy for quite some time, but we haven't been able to make any significant breakthroughs either. The other side has no means to deal with us either. This time, we need you to infiltrate the enemy camp as undercover agents. At the very least, this time you need to gather a lot of intelligence for us." Hearing undercover, Xavion was momentarily stunned. This was definitely a dangerous mission. If he knew it would come to this, he might as well have been a decoy. Being a decoy at least meant having a bunch of people guarding you, but being an undercover agent, if discovered, could result in being brutally tortured by the enemy, leading to a miserable death. It was even possible one might suffer endlessly without finding relief, a scenario Xavion certainly didn't wish to experience. Seeing the reluctance in Xavion and his group's faces, the Janus comforted them, "Rest assured, this undercover mission isn't a suicide mission. This time, we have a method to alter your appearances. Besides, we've recently captured a small task force from Guido Kingdom who are still unknown to them. We can alter your appearances, then dress you up in their uniforms, and send you back into their camps. At that point, you just need to gather intelligence. The reason we chose you guys this time is because you are the most outstanding batch of young people in our Guido Kingdom. We have no choice but to find you for this mission. No other sect members are as capable as you, especially not those from the Imperial City. A previous mission with an Imperial City member ended up badly when he was captured and betrayed much information. Now, we have other plans to execute this undercover operation. Core disciples from the sects aren't ready yet. They each have their tasks. Naturally, we need you personally for this mission. This time, the responsibility falls upon you. We trust you greatly. To be honest, you are now the most powerful young officer team in the Zhao Kingdom. We hope you can gather valuable intelligence for us and even become officers within the enemy ranks, striving to rise through their ranks. I believe you can do this. After hearing these words, Xavion and the others fell into deep silence. If they went to war, would they end up having to fight against their own people? To be honest, Xavion and the others found it hard to accept this situation. Seeing Xavion and the others unable to digest it, the Janus added again, "Relax. I understand your concerns. Sometimes, without choices, self-preservation is key. Only if you survive can you gather more intelligence. Fewer people will die here. So rest assured, no one will blame you. You'll be heroes." With the Janus saying this, Xavion and his team felt slightly better. Then Xavion and the others looked at the Janus and asked, "So, when do we set off this time? How will we enter the enemy's base?" Seeing Xavion agree, the Janus smiled warmly and said, "No rush. First, you need to sign a contract. Signing the contract signifies you're under military orders to be undercover this time. Otherwise, we would worry if you suddenly changed your mind, considering how many have psychological barriers about this." Upon hearing this, Xavion and his group felt somewhat puzzled. This felt strange, as if they were going to be tricked again. Though Xavion and his team didn't understand this completely, now wasn't the time to overthink it. They were here to follow orders. So they quickly got the contract, reviewed it, and saw that everything was normal. It simply required them to be undercover, gathering as much intelligence as possible while ensuring their safety. After reading, Xavion and his group signed the contract without hesitation. Subsequently, Xavion asked everyone, "When do we depart? Since we agreed, we'll ensure we follow through as promised. You can rest assured." End of Chapter 217. Chapter 218. Are you kidding me? After Xavion and his team signed the contract, the officers felt a great sense of relief. Finally, someone was willing to undertake this mission. Soon after, the Janus told Xavion and his team, "There's no need to rush. Your operation will commence tomorrow night. For now, please take some rest." Seeing that even the Janus wasn't in a hurry, Xavion and his team relaxed. If the Janus wasn't anxious, what did it mean? It meant they had confidence. This thought filled them with a sense of honor. This time, they would bring glory to the Zhao Kingdom. The Guido Kingdom probably never expected that the very Xavion they so fervently sought was right there in their camp. Moreover, this time, Xavion and his team were determined to create a miracle. Leaving the tent, Xavion and his team did not discuss the mission. Being undercover required strict confidentiality. Any slip-up, or the presence of other informants within the camp could be disastrous. They considered all aspects thoroughly. Xavion and his team began to familiarize themselves with the camp. The camp was indeed much larger than any they had seen before. Seeing this formidable military encampment instilled pride in everyone. This was the strength of the Zhao Kingdom. This time, the Guido Kingdom was determined to fight until the bitter end, and there was nothing anyone could do to change that. The only option was to kill as many Guido soldiers as possible. When the Guido Kingdom was sufficiently weakened, they would surrender, allowing the people of Zhao to survive. Although Xavion didn't have parents here, he still felt a connection to this place. After being at war for so long, Xavion naturally hoped to make a contribution on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Xavion and his team toured the entire camp and became more acquainted with the officers. They then headed towards their resting quarters. Tents had already been prepared for them, treated as honored guests in the camp, ensuring their utmost importance. Inside the tent, after confirming no one was around, Xavion and his team began discussing the mission. None of them had experience with being an undercover agent, so they needed to plan meticulously to ensure safety. They discussed all possible scenarios, ensuring their plans covered every eventuality. Once inside as infiltrators, they had to know how to respond to different situations. Otherwise, if discovered, death by torture awaited them. They couldn't afford to fail. By the next evening, Xavion and his team gathered together, confident about their mission. They met in a tent where each member received a mask infused with the power of strong warriors, capable of transforming them into desired appearances. After receiving the masks, Xavion said, "We are going now. The preparations are complete. When we reach the Guido Kingdom side, we should be able to handle everything. Right? Let us get information about their network. If not, we might encounter unforeseen issues upon entering. Who are their friends inside? We need to know these things." Hearing this, the officers exchanged meaningful glances, causing unease among Xavion and his team. "Oh, there's something you don't know. We haven't captured any Guido teams. Tonight, you'll act because there's a Guido patrol near a changing shift point. You must sneak in under cover of darkness and eliminate them. Then, impersonate them to enter the Guido camp. Start from scratch with no network data." What? Hearing the officer's revelation, Xavion and his team were shocked. Was this real? They felt doomed. Entering the enemy camp without any background. Were they going to be cannon fodder? Xavion was reluctant, knowing that details like names could pose significant problems. This task was daunting, and they were unwilling to do it. Suddenly, they recalled why the instructor made them sign the contract in advance. It was all a setup. Xavion's face turned sour, and he confronted the officer. "Are you sure this isn't a trap for us? How are we supposed to go in? We'll likely die on the battlefield. If we die miserably, and may not even gather valuable intelligence, aren't you trying to kill us? At least we've done a lot for Zhao. We can't just be thrown away like this." Anger surged within Xavion as he raged at the officer, realizing he had been toyed with. Nikki and the others shared the same frustration, feeling deceived. The officer, noting their reaction, apologized, "I'm really sorry. However, once you're there, if things become dire, you can betray Guido's information to gain a chance at survival. You know many of Guido's secrets. We have our reasons, and it's unavoidable. You don't understand why we're doing this. Chapter 219. Willing to give it a try. Naturally, Xavion and the others did not care about the reasons why. Right now, they were seething with anger, feeling deceived by this individual, leaving them no place to seek justice. They had signed the contract. If they did not carry out this mission, the consequences would be more than they could bear. Therefore, Xavion and his companions felt stifled. Otherwise, if they had known beforehand, they would have refused and walked away immediately. At this moment, seeing that they still did not seem willing to forgive, the officer explained to Xavion and the others. This time, we asked you to conduct a night raid on the enemy's outpost because we had no other choice. Do you know that although you've won many battles, our side has been constantly pushed back on this main battlefield? Who can solve such problems? We are utterly helpless in the face of the constant changes on the battlefield. Things have been going poorly here, leading to more losses for our soldiers. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen you for this task. Honestly, among everyone, only you have the ability to do this. Only young officers like you can complete this mission, which is not what we want but what circumstances force us to do. We had no choice but to deceive you into signing the contract. If not, who knows if you would agree to carry it out. If you refused, it would spell disaster for us. Seeing their explanation, Xavion and his companions felt slightly better, though their anger hadn't completely dissipated. Seeing that they still didn't appear to forgive him, the officer continued. Let me put it this way. I've come here this time representing the Kurt's sincerity. This time, if you fail, you will be honored as first-class martyrs. You will serve as role models for all young heroes in the Zhao Kingdom and be remembered forever. We had no other choice but to do this. If you refuse, we will also respect your decision and reduce your ranks accordingly. Choose for yourselves this time. We have no other options. The officer said this helplessly, and it was clear he truly felt powerless. Considering this, Xavion and the others exchanged glances. They weren't afraid of death, but they feared being used blindly and then discarded like trash after being deceived. However, thinking about the difficulties faced by the other side, they forgave a lot more. After all, if it weren't for these people, they wouldn't feel so strongly. Moreover, coming here, they naturally came to protect their country. For the safety of the Zhao Kingdom, they would not fear anything. Thinking about this, Xavion and the others nodded immediately. Fine, but we can't guarantee success. We're willing to give it a try. If we fail, our ranks must be restored to their original status. Also, any rewards due should still be given to us. Since we're willing to give it a try, we naturally want to solve the problem for Zhao. However, our abilities are limited. Seeing that Xavion agreed, everyone became incredibly happy, and someone replied, Sure, as long as you're willing, everything can be negotiated. Rest assured, we don't intend to sacrifice you. Everyone hopes you succeed. If not, you can always retreat. There will be no objections from our side. Feeling somewhat reassured by this, Xavion and his team picked up their supplies and set off according to the map. The distance to the outpost wasn't too far, but it still required a significant amount of time for Xavion and the others to advance. At this moment, they were accelerating their pace. Everyone knew that if they wanted to succeed, they had to take advantage of the cover of night to infiltrate the area. Otherwise, they would be doomed. Once dawn broke, it wouldn't just be a matter of shift changes. They would likely face pursuit. Realizing this, Xavion and the others appreciated the urgency even more. They knew this opportunity was rare and might not come again. As for whether there were spies among them, they couldn't be sure. Xavion and his companions knew considering this was pointless. It was fate that decided life or death. Moreover, Xavion was not going there to die needlessly. He was very clear that if powerful enemies pursued them, he would fight to the death, pulling them down with him. Soon, Xavion and his team reached the front of the outpost. Now, the outpost lay in eerie silence, as if the entire valley had become tranquil. However, Xavion and his companions couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. The outpost was built on a cliffside, making it extremely difficult to assault. If they tried to sneak in, the guards would likely detect them instantly. Even if they attempted to flee, they would be pursued. Furthermore, Xavion was certain that Guido Kingdom would learn about their attempted raid and strengthen defenses, making future assaults on any outpost much harder. Outposts were secure because they could report back quickly. Killing the guards wouldn't stop the army from arriving almost immediately. Considering this, Xavion and his companions began to ponder. How could they capture this outpost? Without securing the outpost, any further infiltration plans or acquiring enemy intelligence would be impossible. Chapter 220. Infiltrating the outpost. Facing such a daunting mission, Xavion and his team were thoroughly perplexed. This time, they anticipated difficulties, but they didn't foresee how overwhelming these challenges would be. At such a high altitude, how could they possibly accomplish the mission? Wouldn't this mean they'd return empty-handed? Although their superiors promised no punishment for failing, could they really trust those words? Clearly, this was not a viable solution, leaving Xavion and the others utterly at a loss. Why don't we just go up and kill them all? After all, it's shift change now. No one will be on guard. We can just eliminate them and then replace them openly. Someone suggested this plan, to which Xavion and the rest sighed. It sounded easy enough, but if they killed these people, they would likely be discovered immediately. Then, Guido Kingdom might set a trap for them. Everyone knew that only powerful geniuses were chosen as spies. Entering this situation would be like entering the tiger's den. What awaited them afterwards would be uncertain. Thus, Xavion and the team found themselves trapped in an impasse. Everyone observed the area, surrounded by steep cliffs and mountains. The only accessible route led into Guido Kingdom territory, where they would inevitably be detected if they approached carelessly. Such an outcome would be disastrous. Therefore, scaling from that side was impossible, but returning empty-handed was also unacceptable. Xavion began pondering, eventually realizing that they needed to obstruct the guards' view somehow or distract them in another way. With this idea in mind, he and his team began discussing possible solutions. Given that they were under surveillance, any quick movement would take several seconds, ample time for the enemy to send out a message via communication jade slips. Suddenly, Xavion devised a strategy. He conferred with the others about its feasibility. After brief deliberation, they agreed to try it. If unsuccessful, they would return and accept whatever consequences followed, as they had no other options. Xavion and his team rapidly climbed toward Guido Kingdom's territory. They knew they needed to prevent the guards from alerting Guido Kingdom and ensure they were let in. This meant finding a way to blend in without setting off alarms. Ideally, they should impersonate the internal personnel arriving for shift change. To achieve this, they had to lay in wait behind the outpost and intercept the incoming relief soldiers. However, infiltrating the rear area wasn't easy. Remaining undetected was challenging, especially considering there were other outposts constantly monitoring activity. Therefore, utmost caution was required. They positioned themselves at the base of a small hill, which, based on timing, should be the path for the changing of shifts. To proceed, they had to incapacitate the guards. Not long after waiting, they spotted a group approaching for shift change, moving quickly towards them. Xavion and his team noted the men's appearances meticulously and then swiftly moved away. They cautiously made their way to the clifftop outpost. Executing this plan proved incredibly difficult, but they pushed forward without hesitation. Soon, they arrived below the outpost and lined up to ascend. You finally made it. Standing guard here is hellish. Take over for the next half-month. Seeing Xavion's group arrive, the guards on duty complained while already recognizing them from a distance. Conveniently, the guards knew each other, making the deception easier. All Xavion needed to do was disguise himself using masks. As they started climbing, someone above shouted, "State your names." Caught off guard by this demand, Xavion and the team hesitated momentarily. Apparently, Guido Kingdom was prepared for potential infiltration. Realizing this, Xavion understood that force might be necessary. If discovered, they would have to kill more and bring back heads as proof. Continuing upwards, the guards burst into laughter at their silence. "Haha, old buddies, just a joke, don't mind us." Recognizing the guards believed them, Xavion and the team proceeded confidently. With this initial breakthrough, their infiltration seemed promising. Chapter 221. Successfully infiltrating the camp. At this moment, Xavion and his group laughed heartily. "Don't worry, do you think we don't understand your type?" Speaking of which, Xavion and his comrades were all set for combat. This time, they faced nothing more than a few ordinary soldiers. If it came to a fight between these teenage officers and them, the outcome was obvious. Xavion and his team moved in on the soldiers swiftly. Seizing the moment before reinforcements arrived, they knew that dealing with everyone now would prevent any unwanted attention from Guido Kingdom's side, thereby avoiding questioning. The sudden attack caught the soldiers off guard. They barely had time to struggle before being quickly neutralized. Following this, Xavion's team immediately started handling the bodies. For Xavion and his men, this task wasn't particularly difficult. It was simple. These people were mere soldiers whose strength paled in comparison to theirs. These soldiers could be overwhelmed in an instant if engaged in battle. Subsequently, Xavion and his team swiftly transformed their appearances to match those of the soldiers. Notably, they also donned the dead soldiers' storage rings and personal items, disguising themselves as the fallen. After completing their transformation, Xavion and his group began acting in character. Soon, the relief guards arrived. "State your names." Xavion called out to one of the incoming guards, mimicking the earlier soldier's tone. Hearing Xavion's command, Sullivan laughed, replying, "Dash, how ungracious of you. Don't you recognize us?" Xavion was speechless. It appeared that Guido Kingdom's outpost had significant vulnerabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded so easily. Since the other party already believed them, Xavion responded casually, "You'll be stationed here for half a month. Enjoy it." "Hell, this godforsaken place is lonely. We're going back. Just stay here and take care of things." The newcomers didn't object. No one wished to be posted at an outpost. Then, Xavion and his team began leading the others towards Guido Kingdom's camp. Overall, infiltrating the enemy camp proved to be quite straightforward with no major setbacks. Xavion felt this mission was off to a good start. They headed toward Guido Kingdom's military base. Knowing its location well, they needed to gather information on the enemy forces after all. Upon arrival, Xavion's team prepared themselves to gather intelligence inside the enemy camp. However, the most frustrating aspect for Xavion was their low apparent cultivation levels. To be honest, the current officer Pat, whom Xavion impersonated, was only at the first level of Shackle's realm, a bottom-tier existence. Such a low rank meant they had limited influence within the enemy camp and would find it challenging to access higher-level secrets. They needed to advance their ranks at all costs. Thinking about their future promotions, Xavion felt somewhat lost. This mission added even more uncertainty. He mused that after the war, he might become someone holding military ranks in two different kingdoms, raising concerns about being treated as a traitor once the conflict ended. Finally, after crossing several mountains, they reached Guido Kingdom's camp. Inside, soldiers were bustling around, showing diligence and efficiency. Guido Kingdom's troops seemed in high spirits, possibly due to their recent string of victories, leading to some overconfidence among them. Observing this, Xavion and his group inwardly scoffed but quietly passed the checks, entering the camp without arousing suspicion. Once inside, however, Xavion's team was momentarily at a loss. They weren't familiar with the customs, or where to report for duty. It wasn't practical to wander around asking strangers where their barracks were. Xavion checked the soldiers' storage rings for information when a plump officer approached, spotting Pat. "Pat, you're back. It must have been tough for you all during these 2 weeks," the officer remarked. Recognizing the situation, Xavion nodded, replying awkwardly, yes, thank you." The officer frowned, sensing something amiss, but hesitated to inquire further. Suddenly, a soldier interrupted, saying, "Officer Isaac, here are the reports." Noting the name, Xavion memorized it instantly. Officer Isaac, preoccupied with the reports, led them onward. But Xavion's team found it challenging. Clearly, this was their superior. If they needed any help, it had to be from Officer Isaac. However, How could they ask specific questions without arousing suspicion? Isaac suddenly turned to look at them with a puzzled expression. Ace, you've reached your quarters. Why are you still following me? Caught off guard, Xavion grimaced, choosing not to answer. Instead, he guided his team toward a nearby tent, noticing each area seemed occupied. In this way, Xavion and his team navigated through the complex military setup, slowly integrating into their surroundings while planning their next move. Chapter 222. A homosexual preference? This was the military camp where Xavion and his group were currently staying, and also the position of the officer Pat that Xavion had taken over. Upon entering, Xavion was once again dumbfounded. The area was filled with identical camps, making it impossible to tell which one belonged to them. If he were to ask someone now, it would inevitably raise suspicion. Did they forget their own doorstep after a short trip? And there was a high chance people would suspect they had been replaced. Xavion's group could not afford such a risk. However, they couldn't identify their camp either. So, Xavion stepped forward and started chatting with a nearby officer. Hey brother, we've been out for so long this time. Have you missed us? Xavion said while pulling the officer aside. The officer. Pat, what's wrong with you? Did you go a bit wild on your trip? At that moment, the officer spoke to Xavion, who felt extremely embarrassed and wished he could find a crevice to crawl into at that moment. But there was another awkward point. Xavion didn't know this fellow's name. If he didn't know the other person's name, then it would be difficult to continue the conversation properly, leaving Xavion feeling very passive. Thus, Xavion led his men away from this officer and went to find another one. Brother, we're lost. Can you guide us back home? Xavion said to the new officer with an arrogant expression, letting him interpret the meaning on his own. Get lost. Xavion. Suddenly, Xavion got an idea and said to yet another officer. Hey, buddy, follow me to my tent. I have something to talk about with you. With those words, Xavion gave a knowing look. A simple gesture meant to confuse Sullivan enough to follow him into his tent. The officer shuddered at the sight, as if realizing that Pat might have developed a preference for men during the trip. Pat's ambiguous gaze made him feel uncomfortable. Instantly, the officer shook his head and warned Xavion from a distance. Let's talk here. Xavion. At that moment, Xavion could hear whispers around him. Did Officer Pat take the wrong medicine today? Why do I feel like Pat likes Colonel Arthur? These two always had a close relationship. I always thought they shared some secrets. Xavion's mood turned awful. Black-faced, Xavion led his men away, greeting various officers as they went. However, with rumors of his supposed homosexuality spreading, many officers began avoiding him, while some openly flirted with him. At this moment, Xavion's feelings were indescribable. His first day was going terribly, and if he had known this would happen, he definitely wouldn't have acted this way. His face grew darker than ever. Meanwhile, Ian, noticing the situation, came up with an idea. He approached one of the soldiers flirting with Xavion and said, You, come here. Officer Pat wants to see you in his tent. Hearing this, the soldier's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Ian then instructed him. You walk in front, let everyone see you clearly. Thinking he was about to be promoted or declared publicly, the soldier happily led the way, guiding everyone to Pat's camp. Inside the camp, Xavion sighed in relief. Finally home. The soldier then asked, Officer Pat, when should we start? Xavion. His mood, which had just improved, was ruined by this statement. Honestly, for a moment, Xavion wanted to kill the guy. He sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Not today. Let's do it next time. An old injury flared up on the road, and I'm in excruciating pain now. I'm not in the mood. Concerned, the soldier offered. How about I rub it for you? Xavion's face darkened. No need. You can go back now, be careful on your way. Realizing Pat wasn't serious, the soldier had no choice but to leave since Pat was an officer and he was just a soldier. Honestly, Pat wasn't exactly handsome, only average. This soldier probably wanted to use Pat to advance himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done this. As he walked away, the soldier felt disappointed, as if Xavion had dangled a big carrot before him and then snatched it away. After the soldier left, Xavion instantly regretted letting him go. On the way out, the soldier encountered several spectators pointing and whispering. Damn, did you see? He came out so quickly. Yeah, who would have thought Officer Pat couldn't last so soon? I never knew Officer Pat was that fast. Ian tried hard not to laugh, while Xavion's face turned completely black. Although he wasn't truly Pat, he was posing as him. This incident would spread like wildfire through the Dull camp, and everyone would soon know about it. Xavion's mood sank further, while others stifled their laughter. None dared approach Xavion's darkening brow, fearing his wrath. Xavion was utterly helpless. Chapter 223. Not necessarily a bad thing. At this moment, Xavion and his group finally caught their breath after returning to their own camp. They still couldn't claim they had firmly established themselves in the military camp. Now, it was essential to familiarize themselves with everyone here. At the very least, they needed to gather some information from the message jade slips. Otherwise, they would be like blind men feeling for their way in the dark. Something unfortunate could happen. Then, Xavion instructed Ian. Ian, immediately use the message jade slip to inform the Janus that we've successfully entered. At the same time, tell him about our current situation and not to be too optimistic. Be prepared for, well, whatever might come. Seeing that Xavion wasn't confident, Ian responded promptly and began sending messages through the jade slip. Afterward, Xavion started contemplating their next steps. Entering the camp was the first step towards gathering intelligence. The rest was just a matter of gradually blending in. What achievements they could make remained uncertain. Xavion felt a touch melancholic, realizing that they might spend their entire lives hidden in the Guido Kingdom's army, living undercover forever in Guido Kingdom's military. As long as the war between Guido and Zhao didn't end, they would remain spies. Thinking about this, Xavion felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. They then reviewed the names on the message jade slips, carefully studying them. This gave them some confidence. What do we do next? Nikki asked Xavion. Clearly, he wasn't much of a leader, even though he was once the leader of Eagle Alliance because of his strength. Here, he naturally deferred to Xavion. In the next step, establish ourselves within the camp, Xavion replied calmly. But for now, we are relatively safe as long as we don't mess up. Everyone should get some rest. Once we settle into the camp and understand its dynamics, being undercover won't be an issue. Although it seemed like a minor concern, it weighed heavily on Xavion. Without knowing who their contacts and allies were, they must ensure their survival. Xavion then left the camp alone to explore outside. He found that despite some loss of reputation, there were advantages. Many old friends kept their distance, reducing the need for interaction, which was a benefit. While some sought advancement through him, Xavion knew that by maintaining aloofness, he could avoid problems. Besides, Cheyenne was still inside the camp. Xavion continued wandering around the camp. He noticed that each camp had names of officers posted discreetly in hidden corners. Recognizing these individuals would now be easier. This discovery gave Xavion some assurance. It was probably designed so the enemy could quickly find the right personnel during a surprise attack. He then decided to visit nearby camps. Knowing the neighboring officers, making connections would be useful, albeit risky. Xavion realized it was necessary. He walked to a nearby camp belonging to an officer named Prince. Seeing Eric, the assumed name of Xavion in disguise, arrive, everyone became wary, unsure of his intentions. Xavion cheerfully asked, "Is Officer Prince inside?" Hearing Eric's voice, Prince emerged from his tent, looking puzzled. "Eric, what brings you here unexpectedly?" Xavion chuckled, "Nothing really, just wanted to catch up and chat." Prince shuddered. The rumor about Eric's preferences had spread throughout the camp, and people avoided him. Feeling uncomfortable, Prince replied, "No thanks, please return to your camp. I'm not feeling well today." With that, Prince ran back to his quarters and instructed the guards not to let Eric in. Though rebuffed, Xavion was pleased. This approach worked. He repeated this strategy, visiting many officers. Most dismissed him, but Xavion learned much about them. When Xavion approached another camp, intending to talk with the officer, the door opened. Seeing Eric, the officer was momentarily stunned. Note: in certain parts, context or characters' aliases like Eric were implied based on narrative flow, especially where direct translations were unclear. Chapter 224. A Powerful Alliance. "Officer Pat, what brings you to our camp?" the other officer asked. This officer was named Christo. Seeing that Christo didn't immediately dismiss him, Xavion was clearly surprised. Then, Xavion responded to the other man, "This time, I just came over for a casual chat. My own camp is rather dull, so I thought I'd come over to sit and talk with you." Upon hearing these words from Pat, Christo's eyes flashed with excitement. Then he enthusiastically addressed Xavion. "Is that so? Come in, please do. Hurry up. Someone, bring a chair for Officer Pat." With that, Christo warmly ushered Xavion inside. This made Xavion feel somewhat puzzled, but he still entered. In Xavion's mind, perhaps there was some sort of rapport between them. He now intended to find out more by probing around, thus laying the groundwork within the military camp. In the future, this could help him become a higher-ranking officer. After Xavion entered, the surrounding guards immediately left the tent, making Xavion even more confused. He felt that today's atmosphere was somehow peculiar. Christo chuckled, addressing Xavion, "Officer Pat, your sudden visit here. It must be because you want to team up with me, right?" Xavion: "Have I ever said I wanted to team up with you?" However, Xavion still nodded, inwardly marveling at how imaginative Christo was. Seeing Xavion agree, Christo's eyes gleamed. There seemed to be no reservations as his eyes grew increasingly fiery, and he started undressing. Witnessing this, Xavion instantly understood what was going on. Immediately, Xavion waved his hand at Christo. No, that's not what I meant." "Hee, little imp, then what do you mean?" Christo laughed lecherously, his face full of mischief as he shouted towards Xavion. Then, as if unable to wait any longer, he lunged towards Xavion. Naturally, Xavion wasn't going to let things go this far. He maintained a stern expression and addressed Christo. "Christo, you've misunderstood me. I actually—" Before Xavion could finish speaking, Christo licked his lips and replied, "What misunderstanding? Let's resolve it on the bed." Xavion was speechless at that moment. "You have to listen to me. I am not interested in men. Those rumors are all made up by outsiders. You actually believe them." Realizing that Christo was serious, Xavion naturally refused to back down easily. He wasn't someone who would submit quietly. Thus, he explained to the other man, "I came here this time just to establish connections and get acquainted, enhancing my network. I never imagined that you'd turn out to be this kind of person, believing such rumors. For all I did consider you a friend, Tisk." With that, Xavion stormed out angrily. Indeed, being an undercover agent was a dangerous job. After leaving, Xavion left a dumbfounded Christo behind. Christo hadn't anticipated that events would unfold this way. It turned out he had misjudged the situation. In reality, Xavion didn't realize that due to long periods without female company, homosexuality wasn't uncommon among the officers. Thus, initially Xavion didn't think being misunderstood was entirely bad. Although it cost him some reputation, it also served his purpose, considering it tarnished Pat's name, which wasn't directly related to him. Once the war ended, everything would be irrelevant. Yet, Xavion hadn't expected something like this. Xavion returned to the camp, furious. By now, he had a basic understanding of many officers in the area. At least he knew their faces. This prevented him from being lost. Although his reputation took a hit, still, Xavion felt a bit accomplished. Despite losing some reputation, he had gained a foothold in the camp. Moreover, he planned to use this reputation to accomplish certain things. Reputation, after all, isn't always bad for Xavion. Every situation has two sides, doesn't it? Sure enough, upon returning to camp, Xavion saw a message on the transmission jade instructing him to visit Kurt Finian. Seeing Kurt Finian, Xavion found himself at a loss again, recognizing this as a superior officer. However, Xavion had no clue where Finian's camp was located. Then, Xavion had an idea. He approached Prince's quarters and said coquettishly, "Big Connerin, Kurt Finian wants me to visit his camp, but I don't know where it is." Could you accompany me? Inside, Prince felt incredibly vexed at how this guy managed to latch onto him. Prince poked his head out and told Xavion, "Go alone. I can't accompany you. I'm not feeling well." Unconvinced, Xavion pressed on, "Big Conneran, isn't your health more important than anything else?" Prince. If not for their mutual respect as officers, Prince would have wished Xavion away. Nevertheless, Prince patiently informed Xavion, "Pat, Kurt Finian's camp is this way? Follow these directions. I can't go with you since I'm not feeling well." Satisfied with getting the address, Xavion left with a simple, "Okay." Simultaneously, Xavion surmised that Prince's illness wouldn't improve anytime soon. After all, with him in the camp, Prince wouldn't dare declare recovery easily. Xavion proceeded towards Kurt Finian's camp, unaware of why Finian had summoned him. But Xavion knew Finian was undoubtedly Pat's immediate superior. So, it was essential to gather more information about Finian. Considering Finian's significance, Xavion's spirits soared. Arriving at Finian's camp, Xavion glanced at it, immediately realizing that the rank gap between them was substantial. It appeared there might be another officer between him and Finian. Note: names like Pat and Finian should remain consistent throughout the translation. Chapter 225, Overlooked. As Xavion pondered all this, he walked towards Officer Finian. At this moment, Xavion fully appreciated the advantages of the homosexuality label. This way, it would reduce many useless social interactions, ensuring his survival to a certain extent. However, every coin has two sides. Such a label could make many people distance themselves from him, which was not favorable for improving relations and gathering military intelligence with others later on. Yet, one advantage remained. It could ensure their survival. Xavion knew very well that this war could last for decades without any problem. Currently, the battlefield situation was unfavorable, but this issue wasn't unsolvable in the future. For now, they only needed to stabilize. The Percy already knew they had infiltrated successfully. Now it was up to him to see what the Fiki would do next. Xavion soon arrived at Finian's quarters. After reporting his arrival, Finian quickly let Xavion in. As Xavion entered and saw Atli Finian, he felt somewhat uncertain. Xavion knew clearly that his brain couldn't stop working, constantly dealing with this officer. Any mistake in front of this officer might lead to big problems. He absolutely couldn't afford any slip-ups because any mistake from his side would doom everyone else too. Upon seeing Xavion, Finian glanced at him and said, "Pat, what happened while you were on guard duty?" Report. Hearing this, Xavion's heart sank. His greatest concern indeed came true. This officer clearly had some questions for him. It might be something Pat had reported beforehand, of which he was unaware since he wasn't the real Pat. If he couldn't answer, it would raise suspicions. At this moment, Xavion fell silent. He considered rushing forward and killing Sullivan, then forging documents and escaping the camp with everyone. After all, this Pat was merely at the 6th level Shackles realm, manageable with some effort, given Xavion's current abilities. Silently, Xavion said to Finian, "Officer Finian, I don't know what you're talking about, please explain further." "Humph," Finian snorted, saying, "You went out once, and immediately your sexual orientation changed. Can this not be a problem? Previously, you did a good job pretending, knowing that as my subordinate, such things mustn't happen. You should also know how much I despise these kinds of matters. My son severed ties with me because of this." Finian lectured earnestly, "Pat, watching you grow step by step like my own child, I must tell you this won't have a good outcome. Please change." Xavion. After being on tenterhooks all this time, it turned out to be about this. Frankly, Xavion wished he could kill this old man instantly for making him so anxious over gossip. Thankfully, he restrained himself and didn't act rashly, but tried to find an opportunity to turn things around. Otherwise, this old man would have been dead long ago. Then, Xavion nodded continuously with an apologetic expression, saying, "I'm sorry, Officer Finian. I'll change. I'll change." Finian snorted again. "I know you're insincere right now, but I'll observe you closely in the future. If you don't genuinely change, then I will focus on cultivating others. Your opportunities might be stripped away. I'm not threatening you. It's for your own good." Surprised, Xavion realized the old man had this sort of paternal love. Constantly apologizing, he managed to convince the old man after a long conversation and was finally allowed to leave. On his way back, Xavion thought to himself that this Officer Pat was already deceased. Honestly, the strength difference between their army and Zhao's wasn't significant. While Xavion wasn't a high-ranking officer yet, if given time. Revealing his cultivation along with Nikki and others showcasing their true strengths, achieving high rank was just a matter of time. Naturally, this had to happen gradually. A sudden transformation from a nobody to a genius wouldn't make sense. At this moment, Xavion realized the significance of his 5th-level officer title. Back then, he hadn't felt his rank was particularly high, but now he understood it was substantial. Returning to the camp, many who saw Xavion exhaled in relief. They had all worried during his prolonged absence. Everyone here was inextricably linked. One person's misfortune could endanger everyone. Everything here is mostly under control now. We're not entirely stable yet, but we're close, Xavion reassured them, easing their nerves. Although they were courageous young officers, being in unfamiliar enemy territory naturally caused anxiety. In this tense atmosphere, who could feel at ease? Hearing Xavion's assurances, several people felt more relieved. Next, Xavion began studying the Pat Jade slip and familiarized himself with local affairs, as there were still ways to expose them as imposters. Thus, Xavion focused on stabilizing everyone by having them continue their studies. Soon after, someone rushed into their camp, looking hurried. Chapter 226, Mission. Xavion gave the other person a puzzled look before asking, "Hello, what brings you here?" The other person. After some time apart, Pat had become quite courteous. This sudden politeness made the visitor feel odd, and he said to Pat, "Pat, why are you so respectful towards me? Remember, you've never been this polite to me in the past." At that moment, a mischievous expression flashed across his face, making Xavion feel slightly disgusted. Then, Xavion calmly replied, "My apologies for that. Due to some reasons earlier, our relationship, well, let's just say all that is past now. Xavion remained calm because he knew that as long as he didn't show weakness, nothing could be detected. Unexpectedly, upon hearing Xavion's explanation, the visitor pondered over it and suddenly understood why Pat was acting like this. It seemed Pat's homosexuality had been exposed. Since army officers despise such matters, Pat must have tried to mend relations with others, probably knowing that his backer no longer existed. With a meaningful smile on his face, he then told Xavion, "There is a batch of supplies that needs to be transported. I know you've just returned and are exhausted, but isn't this inevitable? Now, given the current situation, no one really wants to take on the task of transporting supplies, as things might happen along the way. However, Fiki Ding says that your unit must undertake this mission." Upon hearing this, Xavion started contemplating the underlying implications. Fiki Ding must have accepted this mission, or the mission had fallen into his lap. Unable to pass it off, he was assigning it to them since it was a tough job. Currently, only Xavion had offended Fiki Ding. Realizing this, Xavion suddenly became clear and replied, alright, I understand. Please report back that I'm fully cooperative and very willing. To others, this mission might seem troublesome, but for Xavion, it was currently the best solution. These people probably hoped something would go wrong, but with him involved, these supplies would not encounter any problems. After dismissing the visitor, Xavion saw Ian preparing to send a message using a transmission Jade tablet to report the matter to the Janus. "What are you doing?" Xavion whispered. Aware that raising his voice in the camp would draw unwanted attention, Ian responded in confusion, "I'm going to inform the others." Xavion looked at Ian with disappointment, saying, "Are you stupid? You want to tell the Janus to intercept these supplies? If we do that, our identities will be exposed. Even if we return to the camp, won't we be suspected? After all, we've just returned from the outpost. They might guess that we colluded with the enemy. Eventually, others won't have any trouble, but we will definitely face major issues." Hearing Xavion's reasoning, Ian was startled, relieved he hadn't sent the message. He then asked, "So, we're just going to let them transport these supplies away?" Xavion replied coolly, "This matter is under my control. I'll report to the Janus. At least until we know the specifics, we absolutely can't risk an interception. One wrong move, and we'll all end up dead. If the supplies are important, we'll ask higher-ups to decide. That's not our decision to make. But remember, no direct communication with the Janus without consulting me first." Listening to Xavion, Ian nodded vigorously, filled with awe. The matter was indeed terrifying. They nearly made a grave mistake. If their actions led to the interception of the supplies, they'd all die, having failed in their covert mission. Sometimes, sacrifices lead to gains. Letting supplies through may seem to give the enemy a short-term advantage, but in the long run, there would be benefits. Xavion knew this too well. Turning to everyone, Xavion continued, "This time, we'll transport the supplies without any issues. After this, we likely won't get assignments to the outpost again, where achievements can be easily earned. The outpost is less risky and thus highly sought after. But this mission is not for us. Our goal is stability and secrecy. Everyone needs to be prepared and ensure no mishaps occur." All present nodded, appreciating his leadership. Most lacked Xavion's strategic foresight. He knew that successful completion of this mission would earn them some credit, reducing suspicions against him. As their suspicions decreased, they'd grow less suspicious of him. Xavion led everyone toward the square, knowing all transport vessels would pass through there. Reflecting on this, he felt satisfied that this covert operation had been the right choice. Chapter 227. Opportunity. Xavion and his group arrived at the square where a massive flying vessel was parked. At that moment, 2 other armies were boarding it. Seeing this scene, Xavion and his companions were puzzled. Were they transporting goods from another place to here? Suddenly, someone spotted Xavion and his group and began shouting, "Pat, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to get on quickly? Can you afford to delay time?" Hearing these words, Xavion quickly responded with a smile. We're coming. As he spoke, Xavion hurriedly led his people onto the vessel. The vessel then started to launch. Xavion looked around, somewhat perplexed, and asked, "Where are we heading to transport things?" Upon hearing Xavion's question, someone replied, "Of course, we're returning to Guido Kingdom. Naturally, our supplies are in our country. That's a given." "Oh." Xavion nodded upon hearing this, feeling quite curious inside. Since coming to this world, he had never left the Zhao Kingdom. This was his first time crossing borders under such circumstances. Instantly, Xavion felt his good mood fade away. He did not know what Guido's internal conditions were like, but one thing he was certain of was that Guido's territory must also be in disarray, with all efforts directed towards the war. However, Xavion understood clearly that Zhao was in the same situation. No one wanted their country to be in shambles, but war forced them into this state. No one wished for war to happen. Yet, who could explain the conflicts between both sides in a war? In matters like this, there was no right or wrong, only allegiance issues. Next, Xavion saw that the flying vessel rapidly headed towards Guido's direction. Along the way, much of the scenery was destroyed by the war, revealing numerous battle-scarred mountains which left Xavion feeling distressed. At that moment, Xavion thought about asking someone, whoever said that in fantasy novels, battles rage for thousands of years, yet the landscape remains the same. Now, Xavion finally discovered traces of the battles. Shall we report this to the general? Nikki was still concerned about this matter and asked Xavion. Indeed, seeing Xavion gazing outside, Nikki assumed he was thinking deeply, unaware that Xavion was merely appreciating the scenery. Hearing Nikki's words, Xavion replied lightly, "We need to think carefully about this matter. We cannot conclude anything now. In matters like this, we have no choice. We can only report everything to the general and let him make the decision. Then, whatever specific actions we take must follow the general's orders. Similarly, we cannot let our guard down because sometimes the general's decisions aren't reliable. If they lead us to failure, what will we do? What if exposing us could result in destroying the enemy's crucial resources? Will the general choose our lives or prioritize destroying the enemy? In situations like this, we cannot decide, but we must consider ourselves. Our fight is not solely for Zhao, but more importantly for ourselves. Xavion's words were profoundly considered. He knew clearly that with the system he possessed, he could collect attributes. In that case, a small Zhao kingdom couldn't confine him. One day, he would certainly dominate the heavens, but dying here for the sake of Zhao wasn't appropriate now. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Nikki was momentarily stunned, then realized the logic behind it. After all, generals like them weren't always reliable. They were only focused on achieving merit without considering their subordinates' well-being. While standing from their perspective, prioritizing the battlefield was normal. Xavion and his companions didn't want to die pointlessly, so they absolutely refused to become cannon fodder in this situation. While the flying vessel was airborne, Xavion suddenly saw a group of troops battling below. His eyes instantly lit up, because Xavion noticed some of those soldiers were from Zhao. This was interesting. If it were Brian's, rescuing them would give him company. Moreover, some Guido soldiers were involved as well. After some consideration, Xavion found this idea feasible. Besides him, 2 other officers accompanied him on this mission, making it a 3-party operation. Apart from this, there was no higher authority involved. Xavion realized clearly that if he could convince the other 2, this plan would be achievable. Potentially, this could be an opportunity to earn merit. Immediately, Xavion approached the 2 officers and whispered, "Hey, I have a suggestion that might get you both some merit. Do you trust me?" What kind of suggestion? Upon hearing about earning merit, the 2 became interested. Being sent to transport supplies proved their low rank. Often, they were excluded from opportunities for distinction. Thus, Xavion knew their mindset well. They would risk it for a chance at merit. Then, Xavion explained to the 2, "Here's the deal. See those soldiers fighting below? What if we go down, under the pretext of helping, capture the Bryans alive, then board them onto our vessel and let others run off? Wouldn't that merit belong to us? In such a vast area, who would know who deserves the credit? Even if they try to complain, it wouldn't reach anyone important. I believe this plan is feasible. This way, our trip out won't be in vain, and our military achievements will increase. You know officers don't look favorably upon us, so why don't we find our own way?" Xavion skillfully persuaded the 2. Chapter 228. Snatching credit? Indeed, after Xavion's relentless persuading, these 2 individuals ultimately, after deep consideration, found that Xavion did make sense. After all, Xavion was now giving them a way out. They were assigned to transport supplies purely because of their low status. Would someone with high status be doing such work? Now, Xavion's solution seemed to open up an opportunity for them. Even if the higher-ups didn't give them a chance, they could create one themselves. Who would know who initially captured whom when the time came? The higher-ups would only look at the results. Immediately, the 2 officers looked at Xavion differently. This kid, having been around Officer Finian, truly had something extraordinary in his brain. A quality not common among ordinary people. Even if others had it, they probably wouldn't have the guts. No wonder this kid had climbed so far. And if not for this particular quirk this time, he might very well rise rapidly in the future. Thinking about this, the 2 officers immediately began to follow Pat's lead, starting to arrange for the flying boat to move closer. All personnel were summoned. This time, Xavion made sure everyone was prepared to capture alive no matter what. Getting everyone on board the flying boat and taking them to Finian would definitely get them credited, whether Finian was willing or not. The flying boat started its rapid descent. Everyone was ready. What did they fear? The losses would be others. Xavion and his group were hiding by the door of the flying boat. As soon as it landed, they suddenly rushed out, heading straight down. On the other side, the Guido Kingdom soldiers chasing the Zhao Kingdom soldiers paused when they saw the scene. Suddenly, a flying boat appearing was too unusual, and it seemed like these people were here to deliver supplies. "Haha, brothers, we are from Guido Kingdom just like you. I've seen you chase these guys for so long without catching them. We're just sitting idle, so let's help." Xavion laughed heartily, leaving everyone stunned. It was indeed strange. Suddenly a supply ship appeared and wanted to help them catch people. Though they couldn't pinpoint why it felt odd, it was clear this was meant to assist them. "Well, thank you, brother. This is great, as these guys are really tough." The officer replied immediately. Xavion and his group laughed inwardly. Those fools, being played yet counting the money for others, deserve it. Then, Xavion's group swiftly charged toward the fleeing Zhao Kingdom soldiers, intending to capture them alive and transport them back. They wouldn't dare kill any of them. "Brothers, move quickly. Grab them alive," Xavion shouted. Instantly, 3 battalions raced over, starting to subdue the enemies. Meanwhile, Xavion used telepathy towards the Zhao Kingdom soldiers. "Listen up, I'm a mole from the Zhao side. Follow my lead this time. We're going to capture you alive and take you to the flying boat. You will regain your freedom once on the boat, but not now. I am Xavion. Trust me, I'm here to save you." Upon hearing Xavion's message, the Bryans hesitated. It was rare to hear a voice of one of their own suddenly, but they didn't think much since they knew Zhao sent moles into Guido's camp. Unexpectedly, they encountered one. The Bryans immediately ran towards those from the flying boat, leading to the quick capture of everyone. "Aha, thanks to you all, we finally caught these guys. You're amazing." The officer responsible for the pursuit laughed heartily, walking over to Xavion's group. With Xavion's assistance, the task became incredibly easy. This time, Xavion and his crew had done them a great favor. Hearing this, Xavion raised his eyebrows. "Oh, don't mention it. After all, we also had a role. Thank you for helping us catch these people. Without your interception, it wouldn't have happened." Xavion diplomatically responded, instantly revealing their true intentions. What? Hearing this, they were dumbfounded. Did this mean they were trying to snatch credit? Seeing Xavion's sly smile, they understood. They had been tricked. Damn it. These people were clearly planning to frame them and claim the credit. Realizing this, anger surged through them as they yelled at Xavion. "You can't do this. It's against the rules and highly immoral." They were frustrated. To catch these people, they paid a heavy price, and now their efforts were stolen by strangers. At this moment, Xavion glanced at them and said, "Who can prove you started the chase? This was clearly our achievement. During our supply run, we helped capture criminals, took care of some criminals on the side. This kind of achievement isn't yours to compare. You were just passing by and want to claim the credit?" Chapter 229, Too Shameless. At this moment, Xavion felt greatly wronged, even becoming agitated. Seeing this scene, the opposite side was dumbfounded. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone this shameless. This was truly too much. To openly snatch credit and act as if no one was watching. Wasn't this intentionally making things difficult for them? Instantly, these people became furious. The lead officer sneered coldly, saying, "This time, are you sure you want to fight us to the death?" Upon hearing this, Xavion chuckled and replied, "What kind of logic is this? I've done something meritorious, and you're talking about fighting to the death? Snatching credit doesn't need to be this open and blatant. When did Guido ever have such shameless people?" Hearing Xavion's words, the other side nearly spewed blood, but at that moment, they could not do anything to Xavion. Since they were an army themselves, chasing these people cost them over half of their 50-odd brothers. In contrast, Xavion's side had 3 armies, totaling more than 150 people with almost no casualties. If they were to really clash, they would likely lose. Considering this, these people immediately realized they had suffered a loss. They had to accept it whether they liked it or not. Then, the officer grinned viciously. "All right, today I've been unlucky, but rest assured, I won't let you off easily in the future. Only a few officers responsible for transporting supplies, and you think we can't find out who was in charge this time? Just wait, sooner or later, you'll pay the price." With that, he led his men away. Indeed, he was ruthless. Being thoroughly enraged by the situation, he still knew there was nothing he could do but leave. For now, they had to retreat. Though the credit would likely be taken away from them, there was no choice. Knowing their names, there would be plenty of opportunities to cause trouble later. Then, they quickly left. Xavion watched this with amusement, wishing he could tell them to have a nice trip. This was way too easy. A great deed was accomplished just like that. Thinking of this, Xavion looked at the remaining 3 officers and said, "Why are you all standing around? Hurry up and load these people. This time we've made a big contribution. This time, we must quickly take these people away and return them all when we get back. By then, all this will be our credit." Speaking of which, Xavion glanced at these Bryans. Honestly, only about a dozen remained. Despite their small number, these soldiers were relatively skilled, and Xavion believed he could send them back to Zhao territory. Since he was here, he might as well help those who needed it. Thinking of this, Xavion and his team immediately began piloting their flying boat in another direction, soon arriving within Guido territory. The area was in ruins, showing signs of abandonment and neglect due to the war. Entertainment activities were set aside as everyone focused on the ongoing conflict. Seeing a warehouse, Xavion sighed deeply. Clearly, Guido had overextended itself to sustain the war effort, whereas Zhao, despite its hustle, seemed relatively unaffected overall. Finishing their task quickly, Xavion's group headed to the warehouse. Upon entering, they saw an officer overseeing operations. Approaching him, Xavion said, "Sir, we're here to collect supplies. Please prepare the goods for us." The officer sneered and closed his eyes, ignoring them. Xavion was bewildered. Didn't he hear me? What does this mean? Seeing by Faye's confusion, one of the other officers pulled him aside while another laughed apologetically at Sullivan and offered a large amount of spirit stones. Observing this, Xavion was puzzled. Then, the officer grunted approvingly and started tallying up the necessary supplies. Realizing the situation, Xavion understood. They wanted bribes. If they didn't provide money, the supplies wouldn't be delivered. If the supplies didn't arrive, it wasn't their fault, but the asking officers. This wasn't just about one corrupt officer. Others must be involved as well. Xavion pondered if this practice existed in Zhao as well. During war, taking advantage of your own people seemed incredibly immoral, yet he couldn't reprimand the official. He could only watch as Sullivan took the bribe and began loading the supplies. This clearly angered Xavion, but he couldn't say anything. Although he wasn't part of Guido, it pained him because this was wartime. Such behavior during a conflict could spell disaster. Though Guido might be evil, many citizens were good. Were Guido's soldiers' lives not important? Due to delayed supplies, troops could starve, and borders could fall. Who would bear responsibility for the fallen soldiers who only sought to aid their country? Thinking of this, Xavion was upset, but couldn't intervene. Chapter 230, a new plan. Afterward, Xavion began moving these items up. Only after everyone had loaded everything did Xavion and his group leave. Throughout the entire process, Xavion kept a cold expression and didn't utter a single word to that officer. The other 2 officers continuously signaled Xavion. Then with forced smiles, they praised the officer, making him feel better and fulfilling his vanity. Otherwise, the officer would surely have questioned why Xavion didn't seek his help or treated him coldly. In such a case, the officer definitely wouldn't let this go easily. On the flying boat, all goods were now on board. As Xavion prepared for takeoff, he was visibly upset. To be honest, if this had been an issue within Zhao's territory, Xavion would have intervened. However, since this involved an opposing nation, it wasn't his business and shouldn't be meddled with. Yet Xavion was still annoyed. Soldiers at the front were risking their lives, while these people behind acted like maggots, siphoning off resources. How could one tolerate this? Honestly, if something similar happened in Zhao, Xavion would have lashed out and punished those responsible. It was incredibly infuriating. As if understanding Xavion's thoughts, the other 2 officers showed no surprise. They said to him, "Pat, you're still young. You were favored by Kurt Finian and haven't experienced situations like this, so you don't understand. In such places, these officers are like lords, controlling our fates. If you fail, Kurt Finian will only cause trouble for you. Therefore, we have no choice but to comply with his demands. It's inevitable." You'll need to adapt to this situation in the future, as there's no other way. Unless you can regain Kurt Finian's favor again, which is nearly impossible because he despises men who favor men. So don't even think about it. Hearing this, Xavion nodded. He didn't really care how Kurt Finian felt about him because what mattered was surviving. Getting angry over this now wouldn't help. Elsewhere, Nikki and the others were also upset. Though they belonged to different factions, they found the scene disturbing. Xavion approached the people from Zhao. Currently, all of Zhao's operatives watched them closely, eager to learn what would happen to these spies. Truthfully, these operatives came prepared to die. Thus, they hadn't held much hope this time. This was just how it was going to be. Listen up, everyone. This time I've brought you into the Guido camp. I'll do my best to send you back to Zhao as spies. You must behave well. If you perform satisfactorily, I can get you back without issue. Once you return, you can report these events to your superior. Of course, if they refuse, there won't be much I can do. You'd be on your own. It's not easy. Even if I wanted to return you, it would be almost impossible due to heavy surveillance on this ship. If I took you back, the officers would notice, and all our efforts would be for nothing. Upon hearing Xavion's message, the operatives reassured him. Don't worry, we understand the situation and will cooperate fully. Even if things go against us, rest assured, we won't blame you. All we can say is that it's just bad luck. We have no control over fate. Comforted by their words, Xavion felt better. He looked at everyone and continued, once we get back, don't kill them yet. I have an idea. We can make them reveal some of Zhao's targets, thereby gaining the upper hand in battle. As he spoke, Xavion gave Nikki a meaningful glance. Nikki understood and used the transmission jade slip to contact their Janus, asking which targets to reveal. This operation would not only catch them in a trap, but also involve rescuing the captured operatives. If they couldn't be rescued, their fate was sealed. Soon, the Janus responded, informing Nikki which locations to divulge. Preparations would be made accordingly. With this information, Xavion and company headed toward the camp. Now everything was set, but success depended entirely on them. If the spy mission went well, Kurt Finian might view them more favorably, possibly recognizing their contributions and giving them another chance. This would wash away the stigma associated with them. At least, they wouldn't be scorned anymore. Thinking about this, Xavion felt hopeful. He was ready, and if this failed, he would try every possible means to return home because life in the Guido military camp was suffocating, and none of them wanted to live as spies. Soon, Xavion returned to the camp. After arriving, they supervised the unloading of supplies, which others handled. Then, Xavion and his team escorted the prisoners to Kurt Finian's quarters. This time, they would see if their efforts earned recognition. They had indeed performed a great service this time. Soon, Xavion and his team arrived at Kurt Finian's tent. Taking a deep breath, Xavion looked at the others and said, if we fail this time, we may have to sacrifice ourselves. Everyone needs to be mentally prepared. After all, Kurt Finian isn't fond of us, and failure is highly likely. Chapter 231. No way to turn the tide? Hearing Xavion's words, the other two officers sneered and replied, don't worry, we have long understood our fate. This time, we know our chances of success are slim. We will eventually be cannon fodder. These two officers mocked themselves. Clearly, they had long gotten used to their status here and could not change anything. They could only submit. If things worked out this time, they would be glad. If not, they'd just live it up until the end. After all, it was hard to change anything in a battlefield situation. Changing the bigger picture wasn't something one person's effort could achieve. Everyone had made their peace with this reality. Xavion knocked on the door. Soon after, Finian's aide let them in. Seeing it was Pat and his men, Finian immediately snapped irritably. What are you doing here? My place isn't welcome to your kind. Upon seeing who came, Finian instantly lost his temper. In the military camp, there were always differences between those who were favored and those who weren't. It was impossible for everyone in such a large camp to be equally valued, nor for every subordinate officer to fully obey orders. So, Finian had his own favorites. For example, previously, Xavion's impersonation as Officer Pat was highly favored, but now Xavion had no such luck. In response, Xavion laughed nervously and said to Finian, Sir, we're here because we've accomplished something. We captured people from Zhao. Yes, sir. We caught some people from Zhao and have a new plan. Sir, take a look at those people from Zhao. Before Xavion could finish, Finian waved his hand, interrupting, Enough! How many people did you capture? Just go register them. I won't manage such matters. I'm already busy enough each day. How can I handle these? Hearing this, the remaining two officers trembled like small quails. They feared Finian immensely in this world where rank dictated everything, leaving no room for resistance. They were completely at his mercy. At this moment, Xavion's eyes darted around before he said to Finian, All right then, sorry for the disturbance. Xavion led the two officers out and retreated to their own camp. They began discussing how to deal with the situation. Finian's indifference left them struggling to accept the outcome. Their hard work would be wasted if the prisoners were simply registered and likely forgotten. How could they bear to let their efforts go to waste? Inside Xavion's tent, the three officers wore troubled expressions. It looks like we can't turn things around. D***M. I'm furious. He wouldn't even give us a glance. At this rate, how are we supposed to get by? Why don't we just release the Zhao captives? No one in the entire camp cares anyway. What use do we have for these people? The two officers grumbled, clearly infuriated with Finian. Xavion thought for a moment and said, I understand you're upset, but we shouldn't act rashly. Although these guys are useless in our hands, letting them go now would be a pity. Why not leave them with me? I'll see what I can do. If nothing works, I'll release them later. Xavion spoke sincerely, and the two officers considered it reasonable. Pushing these people to Pat seemed advantageous. Letting those guys eat and drink under Pat's watch meant less burden for them. Plus, Pat didn't seem to give up hope of regaining favor. His resolve to win back Finian's favor was unclear. Handing these captives over to Pat would mean he couldn't blame them later. Without an officer's approval, releasing prisoners would be difficult. Whether Pat released these people or not would be problematic. If released, Pat might face responsibility if questioned later. Initially, they all would have shared the blame, but now Pat would bear it alone, a potential advantage. As for using these captives to win Finian's favor, don't even dream of it. Finian's hatred of such matters was intense after losing his precious son. Expecting him to reconsider was unrealistic unless Pat did something extreme, which was absurd. Seeing the two officers agree, Xavion continued chatting with them. During the conversation, they acted like Humphrey brothers advising a younger brother, sharing many secrets. This allowed Xavion to learn more about the camp's dynamics, enlightening him greatly. After sending them off, Xavion looked at the captives. These prisoners were indeed a hot potato. While he must take responsibility for the Zhao people, they couldn't ensure their own safety either. Feeding and housing them was a problem. Thinking of this, Xavion picked up a transmission jade slip and asked the Janus whether there were any high-ranking spies in the camp. Chapter 232, The Tragedy of a Tool. If he could, Xavion would truly want to send these guys away, anywhere else. At the very least, keeping them around indefinitely was not an option. Any random officer entering could potentially discover their presence. If word got out about them, they'd either have to be eliminated or handed over to other officers. Getting these people to leave quietly would be incredibly difficult. Not long after sending the message, the Percy replied, stating that there was indeed a way. However, it wasn't feasible at present to expose a certain individual for the sake of these Bryans. Now is absolutely not the right time. The Percy's advice was simple. Have Xavion keep them for the time being and look for a suitable opportunity to release them. Seeing this message made Xavion feel irritable. It seemed the Percy feared that if he exposed his position prematurely, higher-ranking officials would be dragged into it, which might be used against him to save face. This indicated a lack of complete trust in Xavion. Honestly, Xavion glanced at his 50-odd brothers. On this mission, most of the prodigies from the two sects had come along, with only a few left behind due to death or injuries. All who could fight were here. If something went wrong and they were discovered, all these brothers would die. These were Zhao's elite mics. Had the Percy ever cared for them? Or were they just tools, to be discarded once used? Xavion's mind raced through various scenarios. He understood now that relying on others wouldn't help. He had to rely on himself. He then instructed everyone, lock down all entrances to our camp. Anyone who wants to enter must announce themselves first. Otherwise, do not let them in. Xavion then exited the tent and walked toward the back of the camp. Behind the camp, various supplies were stored. As an officer with his own camp, a small but functional one, he could dismantle it and relocate to any corner of the world, even establish a kingdom on a mountain with the supplies provided. The camps were isolated, so there was no fear of being eavesdropped upon by outsiders. Inside the camp, there was a makeshift prison cell, a tent designed for holding captives. Though rarely used except perhaps to imprison abducted women for the soldiers' pleasure at night, it was common in wartime, when some independent camps abducted local women and forced them to stay. The small prison was quickly filled with those prisoners. The few women previously kept by Pat were given to others before they left for the outpost, leaving the cells empty. Xavion saw no reason to reclaim them. After securing the Zhao men in the cell, Xavion solemnly said, "You will temporarily live here. I will arrange for water and food, but escaping is too complicated at the moment. You wait here. At least under my watch you won't die." The Zhao men nodded, understanding that surviving was already a blessing. Under different circumstances, they might have met far worse fates. Naturally, they were grateful. With that, Xavion settled the men and turned to other matters. Ensuring their safety was all he could do now. The difficulty of removing them remained unresolved. Leaving the camp, Xavion noticed it was midday. Recently, there had been no major battles, yet they had come to gather critical information. Without such intelligence, they could only bide their time. His influence with the Janus was diminishing, requiring special measures to regain standing. That evening, Xavion decided to take a stroll. The monotony of camp life frustrated him, and walking might clear his mind. With Gu Tianxiong and others, Xavion strolled outside the camp, even venturing beyond required permission, so they stayed within the camp's confines. During their walk, they overheard suspicious conversation. "Did you bring it this time? The money from last time? Damn, don't think you can scam us. Pay up. Don't worry, your risk-taking will be rewarded generously." Listening discreetly, Xavion understood. They were trafficking medicinal herbs and other goods from the camp, selling them for profit. But this was illegal, and if caught, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 233, A Chance to Earn Merit. Seeing these guys selling medicinal herbs, Xavion's mind immediately started working overtime. If this was the case, it would undoubtedly be a significant chance for him to earn some merit. It seemed that these people had been secretly selling the internal supplies of medicinal herbs to outside loose cultivators. This way, they must have earned quite a sum of money. Although this was happening, Xavion knew that such a situation was fairly common and likely even existed within Zhao Kingdom's military camps. However, this was indeed an opportunity to gain instant merit. With this in mind, Xavion communicated his thoughts telepathically to Nikki and the others. "Great, let's catch these fellows, then. If you think this plan is feasible, we might as well give it a shot." Upon seeing Xavion's suggestion, Nikki pondered for a moment before agreeing. What Xavion said did make sense. Then, Xavion led a group towards them and immediately rebuked. "What are you doing? Finally, I've caught you red-handed this time." Startled by someone's rebuke, those few people quivered momentarily before glancing at the newcomers. When they saw that one of the arrivals was actually a junior officer, they immediately became more confident. The ringleader straightened up and said to Xavion, "Ho, isn't this Officer Pat? Hee, who knew you'd actually get involved with us?" Hearing this, Xavion frowned and asked, "Do you know me?" Taken aback for a moment, Sullivan laughed loudly and said, "Haha, who doesn't know you recently? Who didn't know that you've lost favor with Officer Finian due to your own actions? You want to restore your status by reporting me? Don't make me laugh. There are complex relationships behind these transactions. With your capabilities, you can't possibly bring me down. Save yourself the trouble, or else once I report back to my superior, do you think you'll be safe?" Xavion was stunned upon hearing the fellow's words. He couldn't believe how audacious these medicine dealers were, able to speak so defiantly after being caught. It seemed Pat's previous standing in the camp wasn't too high. Thinking about this, Xavion coldly said, "Ha, what big dog you've become, daring to threaten me. Now, come with me immediately. This time, even if your benefactors step in, they can't save you." Truthfully, Xavion felt infuriated. Being threatened by a minor figure like this guy made his life as an undercover agent seem futile. To reach this point, Xavion was genuinely furious. Hearing Xavion's righteous words, Sullivan sneered and mockingly retorted, "Just an abandoned pawn by Finian, and you dare shout at me? Really, who gave you the guts? If it were before, perhaps I'd have respected your status somewhat. But now, what are you? You still dare shout at me? Do you really think Officer Finian will still protect you as he used to?" Ralph added arrogantly, "If you're capable, try arresting me. If something happens to me, you win. But if nothing happens to me, then you're finished. Believe me, soon you'll just be an ordinary soldier. Or worse, a low-ranking junior officer threatening people like me? Haha." Shocked by these words, Xavion could only reply coldly, "In that case, you'll have to come with me. And none of you loose cultivators can escape either. Let's see if there's any Kurt backing you." Acting so arrogantly, immediately, Xavion ordered Nikki and others to detain them all. He had to test whether he was indeed losing his influence in the military. If that was the case, Xavion might resign himself to it, find a chance to run back to Zhao Kingdom, but things hadn't reached that point yet. Believing many from Zhao Kingdom were still undercover here, Xavion decided it was time to leverage these connections. He took out a jade slip and transmitted a message to Zhao's Kurt. "Kurt, please stand up for me. This time, I've captured several people illegally trading Guido Kingdom's medicinal herbs, which is a severe offense." The Kurt quickly replied, "Isn't that a good thing? Also, I'm Zhao's Kurt, and whatever happens on the Guido side isn't my concern." Xavion. Such a straightforward matter, and I need to spell it out? Xavion continued, "This might be my best chance to advance. If not, I may have to pull out from Guido's camp. Currently, I hold no standing in their camp. Due to some misunderstandings, Officer Finian dislikes me, making me fall out of favor. If this continues, I risk wasting my entire life here. I need to earn merit through this incident for a shot at survival. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my cover for long, and will eventually leave with others. Remember, this is my only chance. Missing it means no other opportunities." At this moment, Xavion truly understood the feeling of being oppressed. Previously, as a prodigy in Zhao and at Guisu sect, no one had treated him this way. But now, realizing someone sabotaging his efforts, he grasped how grave the situation was. In that case, advancement was hopeless. Now Xavion fully empathized with those victimized. Chapter 234, Military Tribunal. After hearing Xavion's words, the great Kurt of the Zhao Kingdom remained silent for a moment before replying, "All right." Seeing that this matter had been successfully resolved, Xavion's lips curled into a faint smile. These guys were cocky, weren't they? This time, he was eager to see how arrogant they would be after this. Honestly, Xavion believed there were spies planted by Zhao Gua in this camp, but he wasn't clear about it and had no contact with them. So, he left the matter to the great Kurt. He knew well that the great Kurt wouldn't disclose the identities of the spies to him either. Thus, such matters required internal handling. Soon, Xavion led the group to the military tribunal. Then, he knocked on the door and loudly called out, "Hey, business hours have begun." Inside, though there were officers on duty, they were half asleep. Hearing Xavion's shout, one of them grumpily walked out and asked, "Who are you suing?" Xavion smiled lightly and gestured towards the few people who had been selling medicines illegally. He said, "Look, these fellows are extremely detestable. They sold medicines illegally right under our noses, which is utterly nauseating. Deal with these fellows. I tell you, you must not bend the law. Otherwise, you'll definitely be in big trouble." Hearing Xavion's words, the officer froze for a second before glancing at the men. Honestly, these men were caught red-handed for selling medicines illegally. The judge had to take this seriously. After all, now was the time to meet performance targets, and this judge naturally hoped to thoroughly investigate the case. However, the difficulty lay in tracing the person behind them. If the trail was followed to someone powerful, it could be incredibly complicated. Evidence might even have been destroyed long ago. These men would then become scapegoats. But the judge looked at Xavion with some admiration for his bravery. Did this Muhammad not fear retribution from those influential people behind these men? This act of cutting off their profit line was daring indeed. Noticing Xavion did not say anything more, the judge registered the case and planned to investigate further the next day. Although the impact wasn't enormous, it was still a severe violation that needed strict scrutiny. Besides, this was a military tribunal. No background could influence matters here, so the judge felt reassured. After handing over the men, Xavion returned with his team. Whether this effort would succeed now depended on the Great Kurt. Honestly, if the Great Kurt didn't handle this issue properly this time, Xavion swore he wouldn't stay in the Guido Kingdom's military camp any longer. Even demotion was preferable to doing this thankless job. Anyone who wanted this hassle could have it. It had nothing to do with Xavion anymore. Upon returning, Xavion went straight to sleep, completely ignoring whatever was happening outside. He was unworried about the situation. The next morning, as Xavion was still asleep, Nikki gently shook him awake. Upon standing up, Xavion looked at Nikki in bewilderment. "The Great Kurt has replied. He assured us that this can be resolved and hopes we take care of our emotions, reminding us that we fight not just for ourselves but for our nation." Seeing that the Great Kurt finally offered help, Xavion smiled and started leading Ian and others towards the military tribunal. Today, regarding the illegal sale of medicines, he was determined to earn a significant commendation. No matter what, Xavion was willing to try everything possible to gain credit and promotion. Under the current Janus, he realized he wouldn't have much future here. Hence, he was prepared to make a bold move. Outside the military tribunal, a piece of news made passersby gasp. Internal medicine trafficking to scattered cultivators. This was truly a serious offense. Most common soldiers deeply loathed such acts. The reason being, most couldn't obtain certain medicines, yet these traffickers easily got what they wanted and resold it cheaply to scattered cultivators. Many were outraged but also aware of the complex interests involved, making few willing to challenge the system. Therefore, when seeing a major case exposed, excitement spread quickly, sparking intense discussions. Xavion strode confidently with his men towards the tribunal. Just as the judge was about to open court, seeing Xavion return, he addressed him gently. "Lieutenant Pat, please recount last night's events." Xavion recounted the entire episode, emphasizing how crucial such issues were to the camp's integrity. While many turned a blind eye, he couldn't ignore it. For Guido Kingdom's victory and honor, soldiers should not die by their own kind. His words resonated with many, garnering strong support for Xavion. Seeing Xavion receive such backing, the judge glanced at the drug traffickers. Honestly, investigating this shouldn't be difficult. It would benefit everyone except the culprits and Lieutenant Pat. But this time, Lieutenant Pat wouldn't escape unscathed. Previously, those who tried to use similar means to earn credits faced severe repercussions, often seeing their careers plummet. Advancement was out of the question. Note, the translation maintains the original tone and structure while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Chapter 235. Smooth promotion. At this moment, the judge was interrogating that gentleman. Only then did he realize that his superior could not save him this time. To survive, his only option was to confess and hope for leniency, as a chance to live. After all, one might rise again from death's shadow, but his actions warranted capital punishment, which would be easy to prove. The best approach was to admit everything, plead guilty, and perhaps stand a chance of survival. At this point, Xavion watched indifferently as this fellow underwent trial. What Xavion awaited most was receiving credit, once the trial concluded. This time, Xavion was determined to secure some benefits and free himself from Finian's control. Staying under Finian meant he couldn't have peace. This was highly undesirable for Xavion, so he had to ensure this man was condemned, earning himself the credit. The trial lasted over 2 hours, during which enough charges were piled against the defendant to warrant death. Seeing this, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xavion's mouth. Below, Guido Kingdom soldiers hailed Xavion as a hero. Xavion walked out of the courtroom and returned to his tent, letting others handle everything. He already knew who was behind that fellow since the name came up during the trial. Xavion wasn't afraid of retaliation. If he were, he wouldn't have done this in the first place. Soon, Xavion received news that he would be rewarded for making significant contributions to the Guido Kingdom camp. Public opinion was overwhelmingly positive, pushing him toward a rapid promotion. Upon hearing this, Xavion smiled faintly, though he knew that undercover operatives probably hadn't played a major role in this event. All it took was stirring public sentiment within the camp, with someone else handling the rest. Xavion soon left with Ian and Hayes for the award ceremony. Having eliminated a threat for the Guido camp, higher-ups needed to acknowledge him for the sake of the troops. This reward wouldn't be minor. Xavion was excited, sensing an impending promotion. As for Officer Finian, his future might be grim. To be honest, Finian wasn't a formidable officer in the entire camp. He was likely around the same rank as Xavion, probably a 4th or 5th grade officer. Despite commanding many lower-ranking officers, Xavion's position among these lower ranks was weak. Currently, he held a mere 2nd grade rank. 1st grade officers commanded few men and wielded little power, usually given as honorary titles to new arrivals. Xavion reached the podium. A senior general personally presented the award, praising Officer Pat, assumed alternate name for Xavion, for considering the whole camp, setting an example for everyone. The country would not overlook such contributions. Previously, Pat was nearly at 3rd grade level but still required more advancement. Now, Xavion was directly promoted from a 2nd grade officer to a 5th grade officer, a substantial leap. A mere 3rd or 4th grade promotion would disappoint the troops. Reaching 5th grade also made it harder for those behind the medicinal thefts to harm Xavion. 5th grade officers were influential, akin to Finian. Beyond this promotion, Xavion received valuable elixirs to boost his capabilities, encouraging further advancements. Seeing this, Xavion felt extremely pleased. Following his promotion, Xavion led his troops to a larger encampment. In the Guido army, 1st grade officers commanded 10 men, 2nd grade officers 50, 3rd grade officers 100, 4th grade officers 500, and 5th grade officers commanded 1,000 men. Commanding 1,000 men wasn't insignificant, especially since Xavion now gained widespread recognition. His reputation grew exponentially. Moving into the new camp lifted his spirits even higher. Unexpectedly, some men along the way flirted with him openly, hoping for favor. Even straight men hinted at favors for promotions, infuriating Xavion. Seeing this, Cheyenne and others laughed quietly. They had all risen with Xavion, following him to their new base, exercising his newly gained privilege to bring along subordinates. In the new camp, Xavion felt a sense of vindication. Now, turning Guido citizens might be easier, gaining inside information and influencing war outcomes. Time would tell how much progress he could make. Note, there seems to be inconsistency in the naming convention, where Xavion is sometimes referred to as Pat. I've maintained this ambiguity as per the original text. Chapter 236. Came as expected. When Xavion became a level 5 officer, not only did his power increase, but more importantly, the number of missions increased. Soon after Xavion was promoted to a level 5 officer, a mission was assigned to him from above. He was to guard a granary which might be attacked by troops from the state of Zhao soon. It was essential that these food supplies were protected, and at the very least, they couldn't fall into Zhao's hands. Upon receiving this task, Xavion sighed inwardly. Indeed, although he had been given the title of a level 5 officer, it seemed they still didn't fully acknowledge his capabilities. This mission seemed like an attempt to give him something simple to complete, at least for now, nothing else. Primarily, Xavion's sudden promotion to level 5 was too abrupt. Who would believe that someone originally a level 2 officer could handle such responsibility? Naturally, they gave him trivial tasks to prove himself. However, if this mission fell into Xavion's hands, he intended to use it as a stepping stone to advance further. After completing this mission excellently, Xavion began mobilizing his troops toward the mountain where the granary was located. During the journey, Xavion contacted the Kurt via a message jade slip, requesting that the Kurt send troops to attack here and ensure Xavion would emerge victorious. This way, through these deeds, he could gradually demonstrate his abilities. While his rank might not rise much in the short term, he would gain important information and critical assignments. The most crucial thing now was for the higher-ups to recognize his capabilities. The Kurt agreed after receiving Xavion's message. Letting Xavion earn some credit and gain valuable intelligence was worth sacrificing a few men, though certainly not too many. This time was destined to help Xavion. Xavion arrived quickly with his troops at the granary, hidden deep within a mountain, a quiet and secluded place unknown to many. After setting up camp, Xavion prepared to await any intruders. He told Ian, Nikki, and others about the plan, ensuring they knew what to expect when the battle started. Minimize friendly fire and play their roles well. Ian and others felt conflicted upon learning of the task. Despite Xavion assuring them not to worry, facing their own people made them hesitant. After all, being from Zhao, they preferred minimizing Zhao casualties. For over 10 days, everything remained calm. The tranquil environment and lack of activity pleased the troops. However, Xavion was different. He continuously insisted on strict defenses, causing ridicule among the soldiers. Many believed Zhao wouldn't find this place. It seemed implausible that Xavion feared failure due to inexperience. Yet, how could Zhao possibly locate them here? All soldiers felt emboldened by this logic until one evening at dusk when Zhao's army suddenly appeared. Zhao sent several assault teams, totaling about 500 men, moving stealthily through the mountains. Although unnoticed at first, Xavion received internal warnings as they approached. Walking past a slacking soldier, Xavion rebuked harshly. Why are you slacking off? What if Zhao attacks now? Caught red-handed, the soldier retorted stubbornly. Fiki Pat, I know you're nervous, but no one from Zhao can find us here. Calm down. Infuriated, Xavion snapped. If they attack, what then? Danger often strikes without warning. For all we know, Zhao could already be on their way. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted nearby. Xavion slapped the soldier, exclaiming, See? Danger came swiftly, yet you weren't vigilant. Shocked and terrified, the soldier realized the new Janus's ominous prediction. Many lives might be lost. Back at the camp, Xavion addressed everyone loudly. Everyone, Zhao has launched an attack. Follow my orders, and go to your posts. Prepared for this scenario, Xavion planned to guide Zhao's forces along certain routes and respond strategically. He aimed to ensure Zhao's defeat while showcasing his military acumen, drawing attention from Guido's officers, and paving the way for more power. Chapter 237, Showing Off Talent. At this moment, Xavion finally understood how many benefits there could be if he played both sides. This war was like a blessing in disguise for Xavion. As long as he wasn't suppressed by the officer Finian, he would have the opportunity to grow rapidly. The war was extremely fierce. Thanks to Xavion's orderly command, over half of the Bryans were killed here, and the remaining had to pay a huge price to escape. Xavion also wasn't left without supervision. Given that he was suddenly assigned and might lack experience, the higher-ups arranged a deputy general for him. This deputy general witnessed firsthand Xavion's extraordinary leadership, remaining calm under pressure and meticulously directing all the battles until every enemy was eliminated. Keep in mind, Xavion commanded 500 men in battle, while another 500 guarded the granary, only to come out when the first 500 were all sacrificed. However, Xavion managed to kill over 250 enemies with just 30 of his own casualties. Such an achievement was beyond belief. Seeing this, the deputy general swallowed hard, realizing a new military genius was emerging. Reporting this to the Janus-in-Chief would likely earn Pat direct praise from the top brass. Furthermore, because of these displays of talent, Pat would likely rise quickly through the ranks. Xavion was now very pleased. He had prepared an explanation in case he was asked why his remarkable talent hadn't shown earlier. He would simply say that at the time he managed too few people and was under Officer Finian who despised homosexuals, leaving no room for advancement. With this excuse, not only would Finian face criticism, but Xavion himself would rise rapidly. Truly, Xavion was overjoyed this time. He even altered his aura to appear as though he had instantly advanced from the second stage to the third stage of Shackle's realm, thus avoiding pretending to cultivate. Soon, news of the battle reached the camp. Initially, they were shocked that the Zhao actually sent troops to attack, especially since such an attack seemed unlikely. They dispatched reinforcements in haste, but it was too late. Then, news came that the battle was over. The report praised Pat as a man of strong military talent, indicating that he deserved a higher position due to his exemplary performance. It emphasized Pat's exceptional abilities, leaving the Janus-in-Chief momentarily stunned, surprised by Pat's unexpected prowess and somewhat suspicious. After all, Pat was just a newcomer. How could he possess such extraordinary talent? There was doubt that the communication jade slip had fallen into enemy hands, or that the soldiers were captured to create a diversion. Unexpectedly, reinforcements arrived shortly thereafter, and saw firsthand the 250 corpses laid out by Pat's side, with only 30 casualties on their end. This confirmed Pat as a rare military genius. Yet, it puzzled them. How did such talent end up here? They brought Xavion back to the headquarters. Standing before the Janus-in-Chief, Xavion felt no fear. After all, even if it was the top general of his own country, he had met them before. Now standing before Guido's top general, he felt confident in his disguise and thus unafraid. Pat, tell me, why did you show such exceptional talent this time? The Janus asked. Xavion responded promptly, report to the Janus-in-Chief. I have always been studying and researching privately. Due to some reasons, I didn't show it before. This time, I had the chance to shine, and I succeeded. Hearing this, the Janus pondered for a moment before asking, was it because of your inclination towards same-sex relations? Xavion inwardly sighed. Though reluctant to label himself this way, admitting it ensured his survival. He nodded humbly, yes, part of it was due to the limited number of men I controlled. Moreover, Officer Finian disapproved of me for personal reasons, leaving me with no choice. Still, I can't blame him entirely. Sometimes I understand his position. Xavion's words, especially the last part, nearly infuriated the Janus. How could such a promising Muhammad be nearly buried due to someone like Finian? Especially considering Pat's honest and simple nature, clearly dedicated to studying military tactics rather than scheming. Such talent was rare in any country, particularly because Pat lacked cunning and solely wanted to serve his country. Yet, the Janus wasn't foolish and questioned Xavion further to test his abilities. Moving against an established officer like Finian needed solid evidence. Xavion, well prepared, recited interpretations of Sun Tzu's art of war from his past life. His goal was to showcase his talents. Chapter 237, Flaunting Talent. At this moment, Xavion finally understood the immense benefits of playing both sides. This war was like a lifeline for Xavion. If he had a chance and wasn't suppressed by that officer Finian, he could quickly grow. The war was incredibly fierce. Thanks to Xavion's orderly defense, nearly half of the Zhao forces died here. The survivors only managed to escape at a great cost. Xavion was not without oversight. Although he was on site, because he was suddenly appointed, possibly lacking experience, his superiors wisely assigned him a deputy Janus. This deputy Janus witnessed firsthand Xavion's miraculous, calm, and well-ordered command, gradually leading all troops into battle until he killed everyone. It should be noted that this time, Xavion commanded 500 soldiers in battle, while the remaining 500 guarded the granary, stepping in only if the former were entirely wiped out. However, Xavion sacrificed just over 30 men to kill over 250 of the enemy. Such achievements were incomprehensible. Seeing this, the deputy Janus swallowed hard. He knew a new military genius was rising. Reporting this to the Kian would likely earn the young officer personal praise. Moreover, Pat's talent would likely catapult him up the ranks. Xavion felt elated. He also prepared his own justification. When questioned about his previous lack of such extraordinary talent, he could explain that managing too few people previously hindered him. Also, working under Finian, who despised homosexuality, made it difficult for him to show his true abilities. This way, Finian might receive criticism while Xavion advanced rapidly. To be honest, Xavion was overjoyed. Additionally, Xavion modified his aura, pretending to have advanced from the second level to the third level of Shackle's realm. This way, he wouldn't need to fake cultivation. Soon, news of the war reached camp. Initially, they were shocked that Zhao had indeed attacked, given the low probability. Moreover, the newly promoted officer was Pat, an abruptly elevated individual. The Kian rushed reinforcements, but by then, aid was too late. Unexpectedly, they received another update. The war ended. Pat proved himself militarily talented, exhibiting qualities indicating he should hold a higher position. And when conveying the message, they especially highlighted how outstanding Pat was. After reading this, the Kian was stunned, clearly surprised by Pat's excellent performance. Simultaneously, he doubted. After all, Pat was just a newcomer. How could he possess such strong talent? They suspected the communication jade might have fallen into enemy hands or been used as a diversion tactic. Unbelievably, sometime later, reinforcements arrived. They saw with their own eyes Pat arranging over 250 corpses, while losing only slightly over 30 of his men. Only then did they believe Pat was truly a rare military genius. But why would such a talent be here? Perplexed, they brought Xavion back to the headquarters. Facing the Kian, Xavion felt no fear. After all, he had met Janus before. Now, meeting Guido's Kian, Xavion felt confident in his disguise, naturally feeling unafraid. Conradu, why did you display such strong talent this time? The Kian asked Xavion. Xavion responded immediately, Sir, I've secretly studied and developed tactics. Previously, due to some reasons, I didn't show them. This time, having the opportunity to demonstrate, I succeeded. The Kian pondered briefly before asking, Child, is it because of your homosexuality? Internally, Xavion sighed, though unwilling to bear that label, admitting it would save his life. Xavion nodded shamefully. Before, one reason was the limited number of people I controlled, and another was that Officer Finian disliked me, so I couldn't do much. However, I can't blame him. Sometimes, I understand him. Upon hearing these words, especially the last part, the Kian almost flew off the handle. Such a good seed, such a fine child, almost buried due to Finian? Moreover, the boy seemed sincere and earnest, clearly diligent in studying military strategy all along. Such talent, regardless of any nation, was precious. Especially since Xavion was talent-rich yet simple-hearted, solely wishing to serve the country. However, the Kian wasn't foolish and questioned Xavion further, wanting to see more of his talent. After all, although Finian wasn't high-ranked, he was a veteran officer with decent camp performance. Removing him without sufficient evidence wouldn't be wise. On Xavion's side, he was prepared, reciting insights from Sun Tzu's art of war learned from his past life. These were pre-prepared remarks to flaunt his talent. Chapter 238, Approaching the Center of Power. Jean was intentionally vague when explaining these military strategies, withholding full details. It would be absurd for him to reveal everything at once. If all the tactics were disclosed, and this world's people had no prior exposure to them, what if Guido Kingdom used them against Zhao Kingdom in the future? The losses Zhao Kingdom would suffer due to his revelations could be immense. Thus, Jean held back, deliberately leaving some aspects unexplained, preserving something for later. The Kurd-in-Chief was thrilled to see Jean's profound understanding and personal insights. He knew he had discovered a promising talent this time around. Soon after, the Kurd announced that they had found an exceptional military genius among their ranks, boosting morale significantly. As for Officer Finian, he was demoted directly to a 4th-rank officer by the Kurd. Yet, given Finian's genuine talents, reclaiming his 5th-rank status should not be too difficult, especially during wartime. His demotion stemmed from nearly burying such talent, and also as a gesture to please Pat. Only by making Pat happy could Boston's efforts be maximized fully. After all, humans are inherently selfish. Despite Pat's talents, previous events had left him feeling disgruntled. Handling Finian would naturally foster greater loyalty from Pat. This truth remained constant over the ages. After a lengthy conversation with the Kurd-in-Chief, Jean was assured of his transfer back, and that any future decisions would involve him in deliberations. Reassured, he left happily, knowing this move set him firmly on the path toward power. Immediately afterward, Jean sent a transmission through Jade Scrolls instructing others to return since someone else was managing things now. He planned to focus on advancing within the military camp. Jean was acutely aware that any significant event soon might catapult him further up the ladder. Due to the Kurt's promises, Jean dedicated considerable time reviewing records, uncovering several secrets crucial to the entire Guido Kingdom military. He shared all these secrets with the Kurt, who was delighted but still hoped for Jean's continued advancement. The information gained so far wasn't critical enough to influence war strategies. Only reaching the top echelons would yield truly vital intelligence capable of swaying the war's outcome. Agreeing with the Kurt, Jean complied, reorganizing everyone upon their return and inspecting the entire camp. Undoubtedly, Jean was currently the strongest dark horse. Fame, however, brought its own troubles. Due to the homosexual label attached earlier, many men harbored secret affections for him, which frequently caused awkward situations like accidental collisions. This became a significant source of frustration for Jean, making him wish to leave if it weren't for Zhao Kingdom's interests. One day, Jean received a new order. The Supreme Fiki instructed them all to venture into the Gamma Mountains to find weapons supposedly left by their ancestors. According to rumors, Guido Kingdom's ancestors had hidden numerous weapons for future generations. Obtaining these weapons could prolong the war and even secure Guido Kingdom's victory. This was the reason for Guido Kingdom engaging Zhao Kingdom in an all-out war. Otherwise, given Guido Kingdom's strength, it wouldn't have dared to confront Zhao Kingdom head-on. Understanding his task, Jean knew he had to protect certain individuals to enter the Gamma Mountains safely and retrieve the weapons while preventing interference from Zhao Kingdom. This was a predicament for Jean. Informing Zhao Kingdom could lead to swift countermeasures from them, ending his undercover career. Conversely, failing this mission could have severe repercussions. Deciding not to refuse, since he lacked the authority, he informed the Kurt. The Kurt promptly convened a meeting and ultimately decided to recall Jean and his team, considering their gathered intel sufficient to confront Guido Kingdom effectively. Furthermore, this battlefield was the only one where Guido Kingdom maintained superiority. A Zhao Kingdom victory here would drastically diminish Guido Kingdom's morale, as they understood losing this advantage would put them on the defensive. Upon learning his undercover days were nearly over, Jean felt relieved and jubilant. Finally, he would leave this place. In the future, he vowed never to become a spy again, as it was too perilous. One wrong move could mean death. ###Chapter 239, Departure. After Xavion returned to the military camp, he quickly began organizing the troops. This time, they were going to search for weapons left behind by their ancestors. Additionally, this would be a war for liberation, so Xavion took it very seriously. After informing everyone of the mission, Xavion also met with their undercover operatives individually. He told them to take extra care of themselves this time, and under no circumstances should they sacrifice themselves for these people. After all, this was not their homeland, and they needed to protect themselves at all costs. They had come here to complete a mission. Xavion believed that this might be their decisive battle. Who knew? They might become famous through this war. Upon hearing this news, Cheyenne and the others were also incredibly excited. The days of constant disguise had been uncomfortable for them, but they endured it to fulfill the mission. Now, finally, the opportunity was coming, and they would soon leave this place. Having quickly packed up, Xavion and his team walked together toward the small square. It was likely that they were chosen for this task due to Xavion's exceptional ability to handle emergencies. Moreover, his knowledge of military tactics was formidable, and the general decided to promote him further step by step. However, Xavion was unwilling to accept that man's favor. This wasn't his homeland after all. This time, not only did Xavion lead the escort, but 5 other corps were also involved, making a total of 6. Including Xavion, there were 6 officers in charge of this critical mission. After communicating with the other officers, Xavion concluded that the Zhao Kingdom would most likely attack again, so they must prepare for battle meticulously. The legacy left by their ancestors could not be lost. Xavion and his team boarded the flying boats. They were heading into the Gamma Mountains to find the ancestral weapons. Everyone knew where the Gamma Mountains were, so each officer had their own flying boat. Once all those responsible for entering the mountains to find the treasures were aboard, the boats took off. On the flying boat, Ian and others sat beside Xavion. These men, who had followed him from the start, were Xavion's trusted confidants, a fact not hidden in the military camp. Many admired Ian and the others for becoming Pat's close associates so easily. Knowing that Pat's prospects were limitless and that he was being specially groomed, many believed that becoming his elite guard now would mean more cultivation opportunities later. Envy and resentment ran high. Their flying boat soon approached the Gamma Mountains. On the way, Xavion continuously communicated with the general using jade message stones, discussing strategies on how to capture the Guido Kingdom's forces and ensure a safe withdrawal. Only now did Xavion realize how difficult it was to truly shoulder responsibility for a mission. But since fate had chosen him, Xavion was determined to live up to it. On another flying boat, Pat isn't even at our level, yet he got promoted and is executing this important mission alongside us. I'm really pissed. Yes, sir, I feel the same. Pat doesn't deserve to be anywhere near you. Exactly. How can such a person share historical fame with you? That's an insult. But I heard that the general plans to focus on grooming Pat. If Pat has a bright future, we'll regret offending him now. What a joke, that nobody wants to climb higher. All because of Finian. He repaid kindness with hatred, taking down Finian. Disgusting. Many murmured among themselves, clearly resenting Pat's inclusion on the mission. Not only the officers, but also the common soldiers expressed strong dissatisfaction. How could they bear seeing a lucky newcomer work side by side with their promising Janus? Especially when their Janus reputation gave them advantages over other soldiers, they found it unbearable. I'll wait until this is over and teach that guy a lesson. Influenced by the soldiers around him, one of the officers stood up angrily and stormed inside. Not just one officer felt this way. All of them shared similar thoughts. They couldn't bear to see Pat elevated to their rank, thinking it was merely luck. After this mission, they planned to give Pat trouble, ensuring he understood he couldn't provoke them. At the very least, they wanted him to know they weren't people he could mess with. They urged him to go back to his village and rule like a petty king instead of joining them on missions. They felt tainted working alongside him. Of course, Xavion was unaware of all this. Now at the Gamma Mountains, they were preparing fiercely, ready to ambush others as soon as they landed. However, Xavion hesitated when it came to his own soldiers. Although they hadn't known each other long, they were loyal. At one point, Xavion wished to take them all back to his homeland. But he knew it was impossible, utterly impossible. Matters between two countries were beyond his reach. As an officer, forming ties with the enemy was taboo. Note, Shiji was replaced with world, and Guojia was corrected to homeland to fit better in context. Chapter 240, Gamma Mountain Range. Upon arriving at the Gamma Mountain Range, Xavion swiftly had everyone disembark from the flying boat. This time, Xavion took personal command. After descending from the boat, Xavion addressed everyone. Everyone, this mission is crucial for Guido Kingdom's honor. You must be extremely cautious as we're likely to encounter a large battle. Stay vigilant. We can't afford any slip-ups on our side. Everyone knows that because of someone named Xavion, Guido Kingdom has been retreating continuously. Now, this is our chance. We absolutely cannot let this opportunity slip away. Xavion's words spurred a collective shout from the soldiers below. Victory assured. Victory assured. Victory assured. Looking at these Guido Kingdom soldiers, Xavion felt no sentimentality. He glanced around. The feng shui of Gamma Mountain Range was acceptable. Permanently burying these troops here seemed like a reasonable choice. Next, Xavion approached another officer. As one of the 6 major army corps leaders, he intended to handle matters thoroughly and discuss with others. What should we do next? I'm completely clueless about this situation. Xavion inquired, knowing deep down he didn't want to assist Guido Kingdom, so he played along, pretending to be helpless, to gain their belief that he couldn't help it. However, upon hearing this, the officers sneered and looked at Xavion as if he were a joke. Not bad, Officer Pat, getting this far. It's beyond all our expectations. Realizing they were targeting him, Xavion calmly responded. These words are pointless. Whether I am qualified or not isn't decided by you. As colleagues, isn't this unnecessary? At this point, the other officers were silent, and then began discussing what to do next. I think we should proceed directly into the area and send those responsible for exploration inside while we protect them here. The main concern is whether the explorers will face trouble. It's unclear, but there's nothing we can do except watch. Hearing this, Xavion was confused. One officer clarified. Why can't we assist? The person rolled his eyes. Our ancestors left a taboo that only the younger generation can enter, not us. They aren't less ranked than us, and they are geniuses, those who qualify to enter. Also, there's no obstacle inside. We just need to prevent Zhao Kingdom's forces from coming here. If Zhao stays away, our young people can retrieve the weapons smoothly. Curious, Xavion asked again. Why can they go in but we can't? Is it age-related? Other officers laughed at this question. Then one explained. It's due to age. Those over 25 cannot enter. Also, one must have lock realm cultivation, even at 25. We don't know why. Perhaps our ancestors believe that if our juniors lack hope, they aren't worth saving. Xavion nodded, inwardly skeptical. Clearly, the ancestors did not intend full assistance, but to vet the potential of these individuals. Moreover, if Zhao wanted the weapons inside, their people could enter since Ian and others possess lock realm cultivation. Considering the relatively low ranks of the officers present, these mics could potentially overpower them. As Xavion thought, several proud young men emerged from a small flying boat, all under 25. They were indifferent to the ordinary officers, considering their own capabilities higher. They viewed Pat and his peers as lower-ranking officers, having barely made it this far. You must safeguard us carefully. Under no circumstances can Zhao Kingdom's elites disturb us. Now we must strive for Guido Kingdom's salvation, said the elites arrogantly. Among them was a 12 or 13-year-old boy. Xavion was surprised. Never before had he heard of such an outstanding genius within Guido Kingdom. To possess lock realm cultivation at that age was unheard of. Even Xavion hadn't reached that level. Clearly, this boy was a prodigy, too talented to be overlooked. Xavion resolved not to let this child return alive. Such talent could be dangerous if nurtured. Frankly, Xavion dreaded seeing his homeland affected by such powerful talents. Should Zhao be threatened by this boy, Xavion would feel guilty, unable to let this boy survive, no matter how young he was. Knowing his future lay beyond Zhao, the possibility of this boy wreaking havoc afterward was terrifying. Losing family and friends due to this boy haunted Xavion. Meanwhile, the boy seemed aware of Xavion's gaze, giving him a puzzled yet arrogant look. Note: 4 character names. I've used pinyin, e.g., Xavion, Pat. Please review and confirm if these names need adjustments. Chapter 241. Peerless Genius. At that moment, Norbert's clear face exuded a certain air of aloofness. When he saw Xavion looking at him, he felt somewhat puzzled. For some reason, whenever he saw this Conrad military officer, he had an intense feeling of enmity. Honestly, from the start of the war, the Humphreys had always warned him that his greatest adversary now was Zhao Xavion. Because of Xavion, they had suffered heavy losses. Therefore, all the Humphreys hoped that one day he could turn the tide and slay this so-called Xavion. Deep down, Norbert also believed that in the future, Xavion would be his greatest enemy. But for some unknown reason, he always felt that this Conrad was his true nemesis. What was happening to him? Seeing Norbert staring at him, Xavion smiled slightly but inwardly seethed. Then, Xavion transmitted a message to everyone around. Everyone, pay attention. Do you see that child? This time, no matter what, remember we must kill that child. Honestly, his talent is incredibly strong. I've never seen such a talented child. If he survives, he will surely bring great trouble to our Zhao Kingdom in the future. Don't feel pity because of his young age. Such a character, if allowed to live, will bring catastrophic disaster to our Zhao kingdom. Our people of Zhao are not sure if they can suppress him. Hearing Xavion's transmission, everyone turned their gaze towards the child. Frankly, many girls who saw the child with his clear features felt a surge of affection. But at this moment, they knew they absolutely couldn't let such a person escape. This was the reality of the world. Even with remarkable talent, due to different factions, one might never grow up. They simply could not be allowed to mature. Because once grown, they could bring disasters to others. So even though he was just a child, innocent and pure, he wouldn't be allowed to live. Afterward, under Xavion and others' watchful eyes, those people started heading into the deep mountains. Xavion then seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with an officer as if to build rapport. He grabbed the officer's shoulder and said, "Brother, I just got promoted and am still not familiar with things. Please, brother, guide me more. I want to ask, who exactly is that child? Isn't it supposed to be only those who have reached the Shackles realm that can enter here? That child seems terrifying. He looks only 12 or 13 years old. How can someone so young be such a prodigy?" Seeing Xavion trying to make friends and seemingly impressed by another genius, the officer chuckled and replied, "Young brother, this is where you lack knowledge. You don't know, this little brother is a genius from our academy. He just began cultivation recently, so it's understandable you didn't know him. But this little brother is definitely someone significant. Did you know, this child came from a common family, rumored to be the reincarnation of an ancient deity. In this life, he has been truly extraordinary. At the mere age of 12, he has already achieved the Shackles realm. Someone predicted that he will definitely become a pillar of our Guido kingdom. Even the Allah intended to adopt him as a foster son, but he refused. This child is pitiful. Both parents in his common family were disabled and mistreated, but here, he became an outstanding talent. This visit should be for gaining experience. After all, such a young child can't compare with other top geniuses in terms of experience and everything else. So sending him here is like sending him to gain prestige. For better fluency and natural reading in English, it can be edited too. So sending him here is essentially for him to gain prestige and experience. This conveys the meaning more naturally in English while maintaining the original intent. Upon hearing this, Xavion suddenly understood and glanced in the direction the child had left. Regardless, this little brother must not be left alive. He must be eliminated completely. Otherwise, such talent growing up would be too terrifying. Even at his age and cultivation level, considered a peerless genius among all, and being a transmigrator with unique advantages, Xavion felt insignificant compared to this native child, who was extraordinarily powerful. Under such circumstances, how could anyone not be frightened? Frankly, Xavion felt that compared to this child, he was nothing. Even his own aura seemed diminished when facing him. Xavion then led everyone back to the flying boat. Now, he needed to ascertain where the others were, and whether there might be any unexpected issues during this mission. Frankly, before encountering that little boy, Xavion thought that even if the ambushers didn't come, it wouldn't be a huge issue. These weapons might not significantly aid the enemy. However, after seeing the child, Xavion grew extremely restless. If this child were allowed to grow, it would be unacceptable. With so many people present, he wasn't sure if his actions would succeed. Then, Xavion continuously urged for reinforcements. Once the troops arrived, his plan could smoothly execute, ensuring the death of the child. Receiving the news that the main force had been ambushed in the Gamma Mountains for days, and confirming that everything was set, Xavion sighed in relief. Seeing soldiers dozing off due to the intense midday sun, Xavion realized this was the best time to act. If they acted now, the success rate would be exceptionally high. Possibly, this operation could earn everyone great credit. Thinking of these possibilities, Xavion felt excited, waiting eagerly for the right moment to initiate the action. Given their position within the camp, they could eliminate some officers. Once the officers were dead, they could fully occupy the area. The peerless little genius would have nowhere to run. Capturing and eliminating him would earn Xavion tremendous merit, far greater than ordinary achievements. Chapter 242. Making a move. Xavion stood like a hunter, waiting patiently while everyone else prepared for the imminent battle. This time, as soon as his side's army appeared, he would act immediately, striking down these officers surrounding him. This was part of their strategy, a classic tactic of capturing the king first. They had waited for several hours. During this time, the officers either waited quietly or chatted amongst themselves, seemingly unconcerned. But Xavion knew that beneath their calm exteriors, they were on high alert, ready to counter any move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent here. Charge! Suddenly, a roar of battle cries echoed from the distance, shaking the entire battlefield of Guido's legions. Soldiers began shouting and bracing themselves, preparing to face the approaching enemy. Everyone, get ready to resist the enemy. At this moment, one of the officers roared loudly, commanding everyone into battle. Xavion and his men also began issuing hurried orders. Before them, numerous soldiers from Zhao rushed forward. This time, the Bryans were clearly well prepared, advancing in an orderly fashion, as if coordinating an inside attack rather than a reckless assault. But who could think of such details at this critical moment? The officers' faces grew grim as they tried to defend against any detection. One officer, realizing that Zhao's forces had broken through their defenses too quickly, attempted to pull out a message jade slip to send an alert. Swish! Xavion suddenly lunged forward, using the God War spear to slash through the officer's body. Ralph collapsed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Everyone, attack! Xavion bellowed, and Nikki and the others quickly surrounded the officers, launching a surprise attack. Pat betrayed us. We're Ed. Damn it, now I understand why this happened. This guy has been working with the enemy all along. To hell with it, there's actually a traitor among us from the Guido kingdom. This makes me so furious. Many officers, seeing Pat's betrayal, were incensed, determined to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Xavion skillfully targeted only the key officers, those who held power and ranks similar to his own. In the blink of an eye, Xavion managed to take down 2 officers. Above the battlefield, several senior officers from Zhao flew over, clearly here to assist Xavion, helping him dispatch these enemies quickly. When these Zhao officers arrived, Guido's army would be no problem. I am Xavion. Xavion shouted to the arriving officers. What? Hearing Xavion's name, many officers felt their heads buzz in shock, unable to comprehend how the top-ranked killer on Guido's most wanted list, the Ouyang prodigy hated by all Guido citizens, could be right under their noses all this time. Suddenly, no one knew what to think, but they knew this wasn't going to end well for them. Damn it, kill Xavion. That bastard is too despicable. Immediately, some officers charged at Xavion, filled with hatred. Almost every officer in Guido despised Xavion intensely, yearning to tear him apart. He had caused their defeat once again, and this time, they were determined not to let him escape. Humph! Xavion sneered and unleashed his skills, engaging in fierce combat. Since Zhao had already made preparations, the Jaelins couldn't surround Xavion. Instead, Xavion entered the fray and started slaughtering unilaterally. Nikki and his group also exhibited formidable strength, inflicting heavy blows on the Guido army. The battle became a one-sided slaughter. Zhao's forces were highly motivated, while Guido's soldiers, foreseeing their inevitable defeat, lost morale. Especially Pat's troops. Upon discovering that their Janus was actually on Zhao's side, these soldiers were nearly driven mad with rage. They couldn't bear this truth. They had hoped to rise with Pat, only to find it was all a carefully orchestrated scheme. Other soldiers took advantage of the chaos, venting their anger on Pat's men, killing them at will. Xavion refrained from killing his own men, delegating this task to others. Truth be told, these were his troops. Even though he wasn't the real Pat, they had been awarded to him. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing Xavion hesitate, the others understood. The battle had become a rout, with many Jaelins being swiftly eliminated. It was clear that Guido was crumbling, with several officers fleeing toward other parts of the Gamma Mountains, hoping to escape with their lives. However, others would never allow this. Xavion and his allies would not let them escape. Those who fled were pursued relentlessly. Most importantly, they couldn't let Xavion's existence be exposed. If his information got out, it would spell disaster for Zhao. Xavion was a valuable talent, but if Guido learned detailed information about him, his life would be in grave danger. Just as Xavion would never let Guido's young genius live, allowing such figures to grow would inevitably lead to severe consequences. Once they matured, they would cause significant harm, which couldn't be changed. Everyone knew Xavion couldn't be allowed to live. Thus, Zhao's forces were obsessed with hunting down the fugitives to protect Xavion's identity. Escaping a few individuals might have made things easier for them. Chapter 243. I am Xavion of the Zhao Nation. The war continued, and this time the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. After an hour, everyone could see that the Guido Nation's army was thoroughly collapsing. Seeing the Guido Nation about to be obliterated, Xavion immediately instructed one of the officers. Stay here and guard everything. I'm going inside to eliminate all the geniuses. Now, there are still some geniuses inside. We must hurry over. Otherwise, if they find weapons, it would be disastrous for our Zhao Nation. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the other officers pondered for a moment before nodding and said, Be careful then. Xavion nodded and began rallying Ian and the others to move inward. This time, he was determined to slay all the geniuses. Furthermore, the weapons left by the ancestors of the Guido Nation must not remain in the world. They should be destroyed as much as possible. Time ticked away, and Xavion knew they couldn't afford any negligence. Reinforcements from the Guido side might already be on their way. If so, this could turn into a large-scale battle, which must be avoided at all costs. They moved swiftly inside and saw a cave entrance where several Guido Nation geniuses were gathered, including the 12 to 13-year-old genius. Attack! Xavion roared, then transmitted a message to Nikki, instructing everyone to focus on eliminating the strongest first while leaving the young genius for later, but ensuring he wouldn't escape. Officer Pat, how did you get in here? Have you all gone mad? The Guido geniuses were stunned upon seeing and focused on keeping him occupied until Xavion dealt with the rest. After prolonged fighting, one of the geniuses fell to Xavion's onslaught, while the other was also weakening. The battle was nearing its end. With better preparation and superior numbers, victory seemed certain. Then, Xavion turned his attention to the young boy. Well, little brother, you've done remarkably well. At your age, challenging us is truly impressive. In time, you will surely surpass me. But, unfortunately, you have no future. Perhaps one day you could challenge me, but not now. Today, your fate reaches its end. Xavion sneered, approaching the boy, while other geniuses surrounded him to prevent his escape. This was the crux of today's mission. Ah, little brother, we don't want to kill you. Don't blame this big brother. You're just too important, too talented. That's your mistake. Chapter 244. Offering a candy. Cheyenne now started to mock, not feeling an ounce of pity for the boy due to his young age. Everyone knew that this boy was an absolutely terrifying prodigy, even more formidable than Xavion would be in the future. Such a prodigy, if left alive, would eventually bring devastating destruction upon the Zhao kingdom. Different paths mean different allies. This was a matter of stance. If they didn't deal with him today, there might never be another chance. At sunset, as the evening glow spread over the land, Norbert was surrounded by Xavion and others. His usually cold face twisted into a sneer. I never thought that I, Favio, would also have a day where I'm forced to this extent. Xavion and the others smiled at this but said nothing, their eyes full of indifference, devoid of any compassion for the child. Despite his tender years, he had become a significant threat and must be eliminated. Sorry, kid. Who can help it if you're so powerful? Honestly speaking, your talent has genuinely shocked all Zhao nationals. To be frank, seeing your talent has made us all rather fearful. Nikki laughed teasingly at the boy, knowing the end was near for the child. Are you done talking? The boy scoffed. Have you heard of a saying, villains die because they talk too much? Xavion et al. To be honest, when those words came out, Xavion suspected who the real protagonist of this story might be. This young prodigy, despite his age, understood much and spoke so dominantly. Then, Xavion smiled and looked at the boy. Not bad. You understand this principle. But do you really think you can turn things around right now? You're very capable. At your age, achieving Chain Realm is impressive and somewhat makes us feel ashamed, Xavion chuckled. But surely you don't think your Chain Realm strength could match us, so many Chain Realm experts? With a sneer, Xavion sped up, appearing in front of the boy almost instantly. The battle was nearly over, and critical information needed to be obtained from this child, especially about the weapon issue and how to retrieve it. That was what they truly cared about. The reason they chose to interrogate this boy was simple. Children tend to confess under intimidation. He might believe, as a prodigy, that there's still a chance for survival. After all, such remarkable talent wasn't something anyone wished to lose. Suddenly, Fabio was alarmed as Xavion appeared before him. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at Xavion. The punch carried immense power, but to Xavion, it was like a joke, laughably weak. Xavion slapped aside the punch, grabbing the boy's fist and then his shoulder, immobilizing him. Squatting down, he sneered at the world-renowned genius. Fabio, fighting against us, you're not ready yet. Now, do you want to live? No. Fabio answered coldly, his eyes filled with hatred and frustration. Truly, if possible, he would have killed this person just as he did with the other geniuses before. Only now did Fabio realize why he felt uneasy from the first glance at Xavion. It turned out this was Xavion, the one whom the Humphreys always talked about. So, this guy was right here in front of him. Fabio tried to struggle, but how could his small body break free? Nikki, Cheyenne, Ian, and others gathered around, squatting down to surround Fabio. Slap. Xavion smacked Fabio on the buttocks, sneering, "Kid, this is your chance to live. If you don't take it, you won't get another one. Now, if you can cooperate, joining our Zhao kingdom isn't impossible. Maybe you'll be adopted by our Luther and receive top-notch training in Zhao. You should know, a prodigy like you is highly sought after." Everyone was slightly moved by Xavion's words. To make such an offer showed respect for the prodigy, indicating his extraordinary talent and causing everyone to regard him with considerable caution, even earning praise from Xavion. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Fabio sneered, "Haha, are you trying to trick me because I'm young, thinking I'm naive? Your Luther wouldn't raise a bomb next to him, would he? Isn't he afraid that one day I might retaliate? I understand clearly. If I reveal the weapon's secret, I'll surely die. No one can overlook my growth, especially since my benefactor is your biggest enemy." Seeing how the young boy could consider all this logically despite his age, Xavion paused, then fell into deep thought. How to get crucial information from him? If they couldn't extract this information, all their efforts would be in vain. Most of the other prodigies had committed suicide. Only this boy remained. The boy likely hadn't killed himself because he hoped to survive. Thinking of this, Xavion put on a friendly smile and took out a candy from his storage ring. Chuckling, he said to Fabio, "Kid, if you tell us, this candy will be yours." Fabio and others were speechless. Seeing this, everyone felt that Xavion was insulting the world-class genius. Really, a child of this age already understands much. How could a piece of candy sway him? Sure enough, Fabio felt insulted, pouting silently. The scene grew awkward. Without extracting everything from the boy, they might face a deadlock. If things continued like this, they might never leave this place. Eventually, Guido Kingdom would find out and send people to chase them down. Chapter 245, Threat. At this moment, it was clear that everyone was at a loss. Fabio remained silent, leaving Xavion and the others at their wits' end. If things continued like this, they would have made the trip for nothing. Xavion tried to reason with him. "Young man, let me tell you, our Olive of Men is extremely generous. He's truly a kind-hearted person. All you need to do is tell us how to retrieve the weapons here. We won't make things difficult for you. With your talent, if you join the Zhao Kingdom, you'll receive excellent training. Trust me." Then Xavion's tone turned stern. "If you choose to waste your talent, there's nothing we can do. After all, if you don't tell us, we certainly cannot take you away. You will definitely die here today." Fabio scoffed at Xavion's words, a hint of arrogance appearing on his face. This Xavion indeed couldn't compare to himself. In the Guido Kingdom, he was the undisputed top genius, well cultivated. Meanwhile, this guy was still executing missions here. People are indeed different. He had come here for experience, while Xavion came here to carry out tasks under great pressure. Seeing that this Muhammad wasn't budging, Xavion got angry and immediately started beating him on the buttocks. Immediately, pain and embarrassment showed on Fabio's face. Honestly speaking, as a peerless genius, being hit on the buttocks in front of everyone made him feel deeply embarrassed. To be honest, who dared treat him like this back in the Guido Kingdom? Fabio felt extremely humiliated. But Xavion's hand didn't stop. While physically abusing Fabio, Xavion continuously threatened and enticed him, yet achieved no results. Seeing this, Cheyenne shook his head and said, "Just kill him." Everyone looked at Cheyenne, puzzled. If they killed the boy, how would they find out where the weapons were hidden? Should they try questioning the other survivors? At this point, only a few people were left fleeing. Most of the Guido Kingdom citizens had been killed. However, Xavion and the others weren't sure if they could get the information from those remaining individuals. Cheyenne then looked at the others and said, "Clearly, we won't get anything useful from this kid. Keeping him alive serves no purpose. It's just a waste of time and energy. Since that's the case, why not just kill him? Why torment a genius?" Upon hearing this, Fabio became visibly uneasy. Fear spread across his face. A peerless genius like him, was he really going to meet his end here? To be honest, deep down, he didn't want to. Xavion hesitated slightly, but then became resolute. This kid wouldn't reveal anything useful anyway, so why not just kill him? Thinking this, Xavion fixed his gaze on Fabio. Instantly, Fabio trembled, looking at Xavion fearfully and asked in a deep voice, "What are you going to do?" Xavion replied calmly, "Do I even need to say? Keeping someone like you around, Aren't you just a ticking time bomb for our Zhao kingdom? As he spoke, Xavion drew the God of War spear and slowly approached Favio, while Ian and the others held Favio firmly. It was clear that Xavion was not joking this time. He did not believe that Favio would spill everything. The kid clearly harbored gratitude towards the Guido kingdom, and threatening him wouldn't work. Xavion was about to end the life of this peerless genius. Realizing Xavion was dead serious, Favio steeled himself, trying to maintain his composure. He couldn't believe that Xavion would really kill him before he revealed anything. However, the next moment utterly disheartened him. The coldness in Xavion's eyes and the absence of any further threats or inducements confirmed that they were truly going to kill him. Xavion aimed the God of War's spear at his chest, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Favio exclaimed in alarm, "Stop!" Xavion paused, surprised. "You've changed your mind and want to talk now?" Xavion had nearly killed him just then because Favio had called out too late. Seeing that Xavion was still concerned about the weapons, Favio glared at him through tears and said resentfully, "You're bullying a child. You'll suffer for this?" Xavion was speechless. On the brink of death, the kid still talked so much. Initially, Xavion thought the kid had come to terms with his fate. Now, it turned out to be just an empty curse. With that, Xavion once again pointed the spear at Favio and prepared to strike. At the same time, Favio quickly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" Hearing this, Xavion got furious and kicked Favio hard on the buttocks, bellowing, "Are you done yet? Are you going to talk or not? Don't waste my time. Damn it, do you think I'm some pig or dog to be toyed with by you?" Seeing Xavion's rough behavior, without any attempt to negotiate, Favio understood the situation. If he revealed the information, he might live. But even then, there was a significant chance he would still be killed. However, if he didn't reveal anything, he would be killed for sure with no room for exception. Thinking about this, Favio felt a wave of shame. He remembered the kindness shown by the Guido kingdom's Allah, but now, his life was at stake, and he had no choice but to act under duress. With that, Favio gritted his teeth and said, "I can talk, but you must promise one thing. You have to guarantee my survival." Upon hearing this, Xavion laughed. Initially, he thought the kid was tough, but it seemed like he was just putting up a facade. After a brief pause, Xavion said, "All right, I promise you'll survive. Speak." After hearing Xavion's words, Favio sneered disdainfully, saying, "Words alone mean nothing. How can you guarantee my survival? What if after I talk, you still see me as a threat and decide to kill me? I must warn you that no one else has access to this core secret. Even if you hunt down the ones who fled, it won't help." At this point, Xavion chuckled. The last statement was clearly just the kid's blabbering, impossible for it to be true. Still, it wasn't bad to reassure the kid since solving the problem was crucial now. Chapter 246, because this is war. If they didn't resolve this matter swiftly, what would happen if the Guido nation retaliated? Or worse, if the others failed to provide any useful information? Or even worse, if it turned out no one knew anything at all? With these thoughts in mind, Xavion pondered for a moment and then addressed Favio. "At our age, we wouldn't lie to a kid like you. If you reveal everything, we promise to ensure your safe return to the Zhao nation, where you'll receive top-notch cultivation support. We'll also introduce you to the Allah. Ultimately, as you're still growing, the final say will rest with the Allah. If that's not an option, you can choose to have your cultivation annulled, living out the rest of your days as a civilian. You won't die." Favio considered the offer. Truth be told, he found it hard to accept any of these conditions. He longed to return to the Guido nation and his former life, but none of that seemed possible now. If he went back and admitted to betraying them without producing the weapons, the Allah would undoubtedly execute him immediately, disregarding his past contributions. If he fled elsewhere, though he was indeed a prodigy, his mic and limited lock boundary cultivation weren't enough to secure him safety in another country. Seeing no other way out, Favio felt compelled to heed Xavion's words. Xavion looked at Favio and continued, "I can't make promises beyond this. Promises are cheap. Saying I'll give you the best resources or claiming the Allah will cherish you won't win your trust, nor can those be assured. All I can assure is that I will personally petition the Allah on your behalf, ensuring your survival. That's the best I can offer. If you don't agree, there's nothing more to say. Don't waste time. If your Guido compatriots arrive, we'll both be in grave danger." Reflecting on this, Favio realized it was indeed the case. He cursed his misfortune for being born into such dire circumstances. Heaving a sigh, Favio said, "I'll speak, and I hope you keep your word. The weapons are underground here. However, due to their antiquity, the array guarding them can't be activated. We've tried fixing the spirit array, but it remains ineffective. These weapons are crucial. If unleashed, they could double our army's strength, greatly boosting many officers' combat capabilities." Hearing this, Xavion's expression turned serious. The strength of the Guido and Zhao nations was nearly equal, but if the Guido doubled its power, this war would be as good as lost. They would undoubtedly crush the Zhao forces. Clearly, these weapons were immensely valuable. Xavion glanced at Favio coldly and scoffed, "That doesn't tell me much." Favio became agitated. "I'm not done. Our ancestors planned for this scenario. If the internal energies were depleted due to age, how to prevent the weapons from falling into enemy hands?" Pausing, Favio continued, "They devised a method, cause this entire place to collapse. Let the weapons be buried and destroyed forever." Intrigued by this proposal, Xavion urged, "Tell me the plan quickly. If it works, I'll do everything to protect you." Seeing Xavion's eagerness, Favio sneered, relishing his newfound leverage. He eyed Xavion coolly, reluctant to share the details. Annoyed by this, Xavion slapped Favio hard on the buttocks and threatened, "Speak up. If you don't, I'll kill you immediately." His voice dripped with lethal intent. Favio's repeated deception was unbearable, and Xavion was seriously considering killing him. Seeing Xavion truly enraged, Favio cowered and responded, "Why are you so impatient? I never said I wouldn't speak. My throat just hurt." Everyone was silent, realizing how rare it was to see Fabio concede so easily. Xavion turned his attention back to the boy, demanding, "Speak now. You only get one chance. If not, we're done." Despite not knowing his fate, Fabio had no choice but to comply. He told Xavion, "Dig here, and you'll soon find a green stone. It contains residual energy from the array. Simply detonate the stone, and the array's power will obliterate the weapons forever. The weapons are within an underground chamber. Once you destroy the stone, they'll be inaccessible." Without hesitation, Xavion began digging at the spot Fabio indicated and soon unearthed a stone pulsating with energy. Turning back to Fabio, he reminded him, "Just remember, if you damage the stone, its power will dissipate. If Guido's experts can enter, we must leave immediately. Otherwise, when Guido's troops arrive, you and I will both die." Xavion chuckled at this point, finding it amusing that Fabio was still trying to secure his own safety. Seeing Xavion laugh, Fabio grew nervous, asking, "What's so funny? Are you planning to betray me?" Xavion replied, "Not at all. Rest assured, I'll honor my promise. Now, let's destroy the stone." Pausing, Xavion added sternly, "But I must warn you, if this is a lie, and the destruction proves futile, this pit will become your grave." On this matter, Xavion showed no leniency. In war, he wouldn't spare someone just because they were young. Because this is war. Chapter 247. Not of the same kind. Seeing that Xavion still did not trust him at this moment, Fabio suddenly understood. He would never be one of these people. They only trusted their own kind. He would never be part of their team. Thinking about this, Fabio's hatred for Xavion and the others intensified. If not for this person, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. He should have been in Guido Kingdom, enjoying the adoration of countless people. Even the princes of Guido Kingdom dared not be too arrogant before him. Yet here, he was being suppressed by this guy. Fabio felt a deep sense of injustice. However, feeling unjust as he had no other way out. This was war. Situations like this were common. One could go from being on top to becoming a prisoner in an instant. With these thoughts, Fabio said softly to Xavion, "Don't worry, my life is in your hands now. I don't dare do anything." Upon hearing this, Cheyenne and the other girls felt a pang of sympathy. Honestly, this young boy had no enmity with them. It was only because of their positions that they ended up in conflict. In peacetime, seeing this outstanding young genius, they might have just wanted to pinch his cheeks instead of thinking about how to kill him. Xavion saw that Fabio did not seem to be deceiving them and heaved a sigh of relief. Then he addressed everyone. "Let's get to work. We need to destroy this stone. Everyone listen. This time, no matter what, we must break this stone so that the weapons inside can't come out. Otherwise, it will be catastrophic for our Zhao Kingdom." Hearing Xavion's words, the others nodded solemnly and proceeded to channel their spiritual energy into the stone. Within moments, the stone began to rapidly swell. It was evident that the internal fluctuations were highly unstable, ready to explode any moment. Subsequently, Xavion and the others exerted force together to suppress the explosion, which occurred internally without affecting them. The entire process went smoothly. Fabio watched all this with complex emotions. He knew that from today onward, his fate would be in the hands of these strangers. From now on, he would become a mortal enemy of Guido Kingdom, which had once shown him favor. Everything was settled now. After resolving everything, Xavion heaved a sigh of relief, clapped his hands, and looked at Fabio, saying, "Come with us. Can you guarantee that I will survive this?" Fabio was still uneasy. He worried that the Avon of Zhao Kingdom would not accept this outcome, and if the Avon did not accept it, he would face disaster. Moreover, he was unwilling to have his cultivation nullified and become an ordinary person. The thought was intolerable to him, leaving him incredibly anxious. Xavion smiled faintly. He didn't expect the young boy to show fear. Nevertheless, he reassured Fabio, "Don't worry. Most likely, you won't die. You've made contributions to the Avon, and he isn't so stubborn. At that time, if you express that you have no hostility towards Zhao Kingdom and wish to live there peacefully, the Avon will carefully consider your case. Even if he deems you too dangerous, he'll spare your life." Despite Xavion's assurance, Fabio remained unconvinced, but staying put was clearly suicidal. So, he had no choice but to follow Xavion. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. After all, he was only at the first level of Lock Realm cultivation. Such a level would not allow him to leave this battlefield, let alone start anew somewhere else. Honestly, if he had the ability to leave, he would definitely choose to start over in a new place. With his potential, any sect or kingdom would vie for him, ensuring he lived well. On the way, Fabio looked up at Cheyenne and cautiously sent her a mental message. "Sister, let me go. I promise that I won't cause trouble for Zhao Kingdom for the rest of my life. I don't want to lose my cultivation and become a simple peasant. That's not what I want. Grant me a flying boat and let me leave. Once I'm gone, if you ever need help, I will assist you wholeheartedly without holding today's actions against you. I understand it's a matter of position, so I won't hold it against you." Sister. Fabio clearly understood that appealing to Xavion and the others was futile. Women, especially those who seemed to have some affection for him, might be different. Perhaps, these sisters might be moved and grant him a chance. Upon hearing this, Cheyenne smiled wryly and looked deeply at Fabio. Clearly, she was slightly annoyed that her intelligence was being underestimated. Letting the boy go? If they did, his life would never be stable again. He would live in constant fear, eventually making them the truly pitiful ones. Cheyenne knew better than to make such a mistake. Seeing his pleas ignored, Fabio continued to beg, but Cheyenne remained silent. Finally, Xavion brought them to the flying boats. Zhao Kingdom's troops were already prepared to evacuate, each person equipped with a flying boat due to the seriousness of the situation. "We must leave immediately. If we don't, we're done for." Xavion instructed everyone. Seeing Xavion and the others safe, officers immediately started directing everyone to fly towards Zhao Kingdom. Guido Kingdom probably hadn't fully reacted yet. On the flying boat, Fabio gazed at the vast expanse of land below, feeling extremely unstable. Many times, he was tempted to shatter the boat, but ultimately restrained himself. He had the ability to destroy a boat, but the consequences were beyond his capacity to bear. Despite his reluctance, he could only follow Xavion towards Zhao Kingdom, facing an unknown environment and a new fate. Chapter 248, Return. Xavion and his companions quickly arrived above the Zhao Kingdom's military camp. Throughout the entire flight, Fabio had been desperately pleading for mercy, using every possible means to beg for release, but no one was willing to let him go. Most of the people on this flying boat were hardened men who wouldn't feel any sympathy for a child, especially not one who could be a ticking time bomb at any moment. Only a fool would let him go. Eventually, Xavion and the others landed in the military camp. With a smile, Xavion grabbed Fabio by the ear and walked off the boat. At that moment, the Janus stood at the entrance, greeting them. Seeing Xavion with a child in tow, the Janus was immediately stunned. Did you and Cheyenne actually reach this point? How long has it been? You already have a kid? And he's this big already? Xavion. Cheyenne. At that moment, Xavion's face turned blacker than ever. The Janus was clearly joking. How could this child possibly be theirs? Even a baby wouldn't have enough time to be born yet, let alone grow so fast. However, what happened next shocked everyone. Fabio suddenly said very obediently, "Hello, uncle. I'm a chosen one, so I'm different from ordinary people. That's why I grow faster, and my gestation period is shorter." At that moment, Xavion and Cheyenne's faces turned as black as pot bottoms. What on earth was this nonsense? This kid really dared to say such absurd things. He was truly desperate to survive, and would come up with any excuse to live. The Janus burst out laughing when he heard this and pinched Fabio's cheek, saying, "Little friend, where are you from? Why haven't we seen or heard of you before?" Then, the Janus looked at Xavion and asked, "Is this child a refugee?" Xavion and Cheyenne shook their heads simultaneously. Xavion then explained the child's identity thoroughly to the Janus. Upon learning the truth about Fabio, the Janus's expression turned serious, and his gaze towards Fabio lost its former affection, becoming entirely calm. Fabio was scared stiff by the Janus's stern look. Honestly, this terrifying Janus was someone he had never encountered before. He was now very afraid. If the Janus flew into a rage and ordered him to be killed, that would be the end of it. The Janus frowned, pondering Fabio's situation. Clearly, this was not an easy issue to handle. If handled improperly, this time bomb would explode, leading to consequences they couldn't bear. What should we do? The Janus asked everyone. Should we really send him to the Luther? Xavion shrugged and said, I don't know either. Honestly speaking, this little guy did make some contributions to the Zhao Kingdom and hasn't posed any significant threat. But Guido Kingdom holds great gratitude for him, making the situation complicated. We're also very conflicted. It's uncertain whether the Luther will accept him as a disciple. Upon hearing Xavion speak like this, not helping him, Fabio felt extremely upset. At that moment, Fabio suddenly felt that living was exhausting, wishing he had just died. Constant fear and anxiety weren't a solution. Even worse, he might die of fright before being killed. This kind of life was definitely not what he wanted. You can't betray me like this. I helped you and offended the Guido Kingdom. I'm homeless now. You can't hurt my feelings like this, Fabio said pitifully. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, Elena. Seeing her approach, Xavion greeted her with a smile. Elena, it's been a while. I'm glad to see you alive and well after returning. Elena had a displeased look and said to Xavion, You guys went undercover without even inviting me? That's just not nice. I spit. I thought you were friends. How unrighteous. As she spoke, Elena walked over to Xavion. When she noticed the boy, her eyes lit up, and she immediately pinched Fabio's cheek. Wow, Xavion, where did you find this cute little brother? He's adorable. Little brother, call me sister. Seeing someone who seemed to have control over Xavion, Fabio clung to this last hope and tried his hardest to act cute. Sister. The sweetness in his voice made even Fabio feel nauseous. Truthfully, he was once an absolute genius in Guido Kingdom, and begging wasn't something he ever considered. Many people tried hard to flatter him, but he paid no attention. Now, to survive, he had to constantly flatter others, which left him speechless. But at this moment, survival was more important than dignity. Seeing the cute little brother charming her, Elena almost melted. She hugged Fabio tightly and said, Wow, little brother, you're so cute. Where are you from? Fabio had no choice but to answer honestly, I'm from Guido Kingdom. Wow, you must be a war refugee. Poor you. Don't worry, follow sister, and I'll take good care of you. Elena spoke earnestly, determined to protect this little boy. Seeing this, Xavion became anxious. If Elena took this boy with her, who knew what might happen? Elena had a simple heart, and wouldn't sense any threat from this boy. But Xavion knew this young boy, though small in age, had a mind as mature as an adult. Who knew what could happen if Elena spent time with him? Moreover, with Elena showing so much affection, if not stopped soon, she might become too attached. This boy, bearing humiliation and hardship, would wait until he grew up, then usurp the Zhao Kingdom as his own. Thinking of this, Xavion hurriedly advised Elena, Elena, you absolutely cannot adopt him. He's already so pitiful, and you won't let me adopt him? Chapter 249. You scared the child. Xavion. Xavion was speechless. He knew it from the start that having the two meet would absolutely be a wrong decision. At this moment, Xavion also had a splitting headache. To be honest, if Tamara genuinely fell for this little guy, then with the Empress doting love for her daughter, it might really let this kid live. If this kid survived, what might happen in the future and whether he'd be like a ticking time bomb were all uncertainties. Right now, Fabio obviously learned to read the room. When he noticed this person before him, seemed able to keep everyone under control. Moreover, Xavion and his people looked helpless towards this person. Without too much thought, Fabio instantly understood who this person was. Immediately, Fabio sweetly called out to Tamara, Sister, it's my first time here, can you take me around? Seeing Fabio's adorable appearance, Tamara's heart almost melted on the spot. She then stroked Fabio's head saying, "Sure, little brother, come with me. I'll show you around here." At this moment, Xavion and others finally couldn't hold back any longer. If they didn't stop Tamara at this time, it would surely become a disaster later. Immediately, Xavion stopped Tamara with a serious expression and said, "Tamara, you absolutely cannot adopt this little guy. I'm not joking." Upon seeing Xavion's stern face, Tamara became puzzled. She suddenly felt that there must be a reason behind Xavion's actions. "Sister, take me away quickly. These older brothers looked so fierce on our way here." Fabio became anxious when he saw this scene. If Xavion continued to obstruct him, heaven knows what would happen. Fabio was absolutely unwilling for any accidents to occur. Xavion looked seriously at Tamara and said, "Tamara, if you adopt this kid, you won't be able to control him in no time. Not just you, given time. All of Zhao Nation will shiver at his feet. This kid is a real landmine." Xavion told Tamara seriously, standing firm, which left Tamara utterly bewildered. What was going on? It's just a cute little brother. How could such severe consequences arise? What exactly are Xavion and them afraid of? Tamara looked doubtfully at Xavion, then Xavion looked seriously at Tamara and explained, "His name is Fabio. You may not understand, but these two words mean hope in Guido Nation. As long as the war drags on, giving this kid more time to grow up, even the strongest geniuses in Zhao Nation might not be able to suppress him then. This kid once grown up will be extremely terrifying. Listen to me. This kid is a peerless genius of Guido Nation. By the tender age of 12, he has already reached the Lock Realm Level 1 cultivation. This terrifying growth rate means none of US can compete with him. Believe me, this kid is definitely a hazard. We aren't sure how to handle him yet, but one thing for certain is you absolutely cannot adopt him. The Guido royal family holds great significance for him. If we ever destroy Guido Nation, do you know what this kid might do to Zhao Nation? Have you considered this?" Hearing this, Tamara was dumbfounded. She looked at Fabio, never expecting such energy from such a young boy. No wonder this small child was captured by Xavion and company. Honestly, Tamara wasn't completely unreasonable either. She clearly knew that she owed everything she had today to the existence of the Zhao regime. If the Zhao dynasty were to fall, her world would vanish too. At this point, Tamara was completely stunned. Seeing this, Xavion continued, "Tamara, if you fancy little boys, then Zhao Nation has plenty of adorable kids for you to choose from. You have no deep feelings for him now. There's no need to invite a wolf into your home out of pity for him." Instantly, hearing this, veins popped on Tamara's forehead as she immediately struck Xavion. Damn it, what was this damn Xavion talking about? Does he even know himself if she liked young boys or not? Seeing his hope for survival crushed, Fabio's face contorted with tears streaming down. Looking at Xavion with hatred, he said, "Heh, you won. Indeed. Our clash didn't even begin before it ended. You've ruined everything for me. How I hate you. If heaven gave me a few years, even just 1 year, ahead of time, you wouldn't dare act so recklessly in front of me now." As he spoke, Fabio lifted his chest and glared menacingly at Xavion. "Yes, this time, I lost. I admit it. Now I'm in your hands. I know whatever I say, you won't allow my life or talent to continue. I know I'm not of your kind. Whatever happens, I accept it." At this point, Tamara was shocked by this overwhelming information. Seeing Fabio's hateful expression, her heart swelled with compassion. To be honest, Tamara felt an immediate fondness for this kid from their first meeting. But with this kid described so gravely by Xavion, Tamara was struggling to process all this information. "You scared the child." Tamara wiped Fabio's tears and whispered comforting words. Simultaneously, the previously isolated Fabio wailed, sobbing uncontrollably in Tamara's arms. Seeing this scene, Xavion sighed heavily. He knew what he did was cruel, but for the sake of Zhao Nation's future, he had no choice. In that moment, after learning everything, Tamara led Fabio away. Seeing this, Xavion didn't stop them and merely sighed. Honestly, Tamara appeared fierce on the outside, but she had a soft heart, unable to reconcile causing harm to a child. Note: Pinyin names used correctly in translation adheres to the original tone, structure, and logic. Chapter 250, Dilemma. At this moment, Marshall and the others brought Xavion and his group back to the military tent. Now, everyone was somewhat worried. How should they deal with this child? They could simply ignore Elena, but what if offering him to the Luther turned out to be a ticking time bomb years down the line? Yet, if they were to just kill the little guy, truthfully, it was hard for them to bring themselves to do so. After all, the boy was still young, and they found it difficult to agree internally. What should we do? Should we hand this kid over to the Luther, or just kill him? Someone asked, but no one responded on the spot. Eventually, after much discussion, Xavion and the others still couldn't reach a final decision. They decided to raise him here for some time until matters on the Luther side were resolved, at which point they would have the Luther come to see the child. It wasn't that they wanted to burden the Luther, rather, the journey was too long, and they were afraid that the Guido kingdom might intercept him along the way. This Mike was far too important. If their positions were reversed, they would undoubtedly do everything in their power to retrieve such a talented Mike. However, there was an even more pressing matter at hand, the campaign against the main camp of the Guido kingdom. Since they had obtained intelligence, they would definitely target some specific locations to ensure the destruction of the Guido kingdom's camp. Once this battle was won, the Guido kingdom would fall into a disadvantageous position, and the war wouldn't last many more years. Truthfully, returning to normalcy was everyone's wish. No one wanted to be dragged down by the war. War was not just a competition of resources, it also drained a nation's strength immensely. No one wanted war. Xavion received news that they would begin attacking the Guido kingdom's camp in 3 days. Prior to that, everyone prepared themselves. Now that Xavion and his companions were back, they planned to stay and assist in the upcoming battles. Following orders, Xavion and his team quickly walked out, heading towards other parts of the camp to relieve some stress, at least releasing the pressure accumulated from being undercover. Truthfully, though things seemed smooth in the Guido kingdom's camp, The pressure was always present. Who wanted complications? But that was the life of an undercover operative, living with one foot in the grave, always on the brink of death. The death of any one of them would set off a chain reaction, something no one could bear. Therefore, Xavion and his team needed to unwind as well. Xavion and his group walked towards a direction within the camp, and everyone felt a wave of relaxation. Soon, they saw Elena playing with the child. Elena's method of childcare was straightforward. She brought water and mud for Fabio to play with and even joined in personally. Seeing this, Xavion and his companions nearly smirked. Was this treating someone with contempt? Truly, Xavion felt this approach would infuriate the child. After all, in the Guido Kingdom, Fabio was an exceptional young genius. Falling to the level of playing with mud, could anyone endure such a situation? But to their surprise, Fabio not only did not oppose but played heartily with Elena, even guiding her in the game. This scene made Xavion and his team suspect if the boy was planning something. Honestly, they had never seen Fabio play with mud before, nor did they believe he spent his entire time in the Guido Kingdom doing so. Big sister, you are much easier to get along with than the royal descendants in Guido, Fabio said, looking at Elena. In the Guido Kingdom, those royal heirs either ignored me or excessively courted me. Various situations like that happened, while the Luther was too busy to care, leaving me without any genuine friends. Upon hearing this, Elena smiled and patted Fabio's head. Sister is a good person. I'm glad you like me. Frankly, Xavion was quite surprised that Fabio hadn't tried to find a reason to live. Usually, 99% of what the boy said had a hidden agenda, persuading them to let him go. But now, Fabio was behaving honestly, making Xavion and his team suspicious. Let it be. Don't take it out on a child. How to handle this little guy will be discussed by others. Rest assured, Cheyenne reminded Xavion. Honestly, women tend to be softer-hearted. If Xavion were to decide, he would be much harsher. Xavion approached with his group and looked curiously at Fabio playing with mud. Upon seeing himself caught in the act, Fabio blushed slightly, but then recalled Xavion's broken promise and stubbornly turned away, ignoring him. Why did you come? Elena was excited to see Xavion and his team. Frankly, her true friends were Xavion and the others, not this child. Her affection for the child stemmed from pity alone. Xavion glanced at Fabio and said to Elena, Elena, please come with me. Clearly indicating the matter involved Fabio, Elena followed Xavion to a secluded corner. Xavion told her, Elena, you cannot grow too attached to him. You must know this boy is a ticking time bomb. You've experienced little of the world. Everything is driven by self-interest. This boy has feigned affection to survive. If you cannot withstand it, letting him live could someday overthrow the Zhao regime, if not our own lives. He might spare you, but your father, brothers, and sisters, all would die. It's a fact. We haven't said we must kill him, but we need special methods to control him. Chapter 251. Battle begins. Tamara didn't object after hearing Xavion's words. Although she didn't really wish for her younger brother to die, she was also well aware that everything she had today stemmed from the Zhao regime. If the Zhao securities fell, all her gains would instantly disappear. Relying on herself? It was a joke. With her cultivation level, if not for the protection of the Zhao regime, she would have been killed long ago. Even in her daily acts of chivalry, which often stirred trouble, it was only due to her powerful backing that no one dared touch her. Otherwise, she would have died countless times already. At this moment, Xavion felt relieved that Tamara agreed. He feared that she might suddenly grow fond of this Muhammad and refuse to let go. Alright, remember, don't develop any feelings for him. If you like Bishounen, young handsome boys, there are plenty in this world. Why pine over just one Drake? Hearing this, Tamara glared at Xavion in anger. Seriously, when did she ever like Bishounen? However, Xavion escaped faster, and immediately left with Cheyenne and the others. They had done what they were supposed to do. As for how Tamara would handle Fabio, she should have some idea. Xavion felt it wouldn't be wise for them to intervene too much. What happens in the future isn't within their control either. Xavion returned to the military camp and started holding continuous meetings. It was imperative to eliminate the opposing camp this time around. The Guido Kingdom would soon notice something was amiss, but Xavion knew that since the impersonated Pat had vanished, the enemy would definitely be suspicious. Thus, suspicion might fall on him eventually. Using the identity of Pat to return to the Guido Kingdom again wasn't an option. However, this time, he believed they could successfully annihilate the Guido Kingdom's military camp. With critical intelligence under his control, Xavion was confident about wiping out the Guido forces. Afterward, Xavion and the team returned to the camp and began organizing the army, preparing everyone for the upcoming battle. 3 days passed quickly. This time, Xavion and his men appeared at the square, feeling rather excited. This was the moment to see the results of their undercover efforts. If successful, Xavion believed he would outshine all other officers. Thinking about this achievement, Xavion felt quite pleased. Witnessing his efforts significantly weaken the Guido forces made him proud. Achieving such accomplishments at such a young age was an honor for him, overshadowing many young people in the Zhao Kingdom. However, considering the broader picture, Xavion knew he was still very weak and insignificant in this world. He wasn't sure if there were other time travelers or system holders besides himself. As for Fabio, Xavion never doubted that he didn't have a system. Systems wouldn't let their hosts fall into such desperate situations as Fabio had previously, and they certainly wouldn't choose such a young child as a host. Brothers, the time has come for us to destroy the Guido Kingdom's army. The Janus stood atop and addressed the troops below with immense confidence. This time, we have enough confidence. Previously, we endured much in this battlefield, but now, we will make the entire Guido Kingdom suffer a crushing defeat. Don't ask why, because it's classified. But I guarantee that none of you will die in vain this time. Everyone listen up. We're going to thoroughly destroy the Guido Kingdom. We've endured for so long here, but all that was part of our strategy. Now, our endurance ends. With that, the Janus shouted, "Brothers, march!" Instantly, the entire force charged toward the Guido Kingdom's camp with loud war cries. The distance between the two camps was considerable due to the Zhao kingdom's retreats earlier. Simple reasons lay behind these retreats, consistent defeats on this main battlefield. However, this time, failure would not happen again. The general had decided to crush the Guido forces completely. Thinking of this, he felt invigorated. Previously, generals from other main battlefields looked down on him due to his poor performance. Now, this opportunity finally arrived for him to erase his shame. As the vanguard, Xavion led the charge. Soon, all units reached the front of the Guido kingdom's camp. Just as the Guido soldiers noticed their approach, they began preparations calmly. Having won most previous battles against Bryans, they were confident in their advantage. They clearly didn't believe Zhao came prepared this time. Seeing this, Xavion couldn't help but wonder if news of Fabio and Pat's failures hadn't reached the general yet. However, Xavion knew that protecting the Guido general, even though he treated him kindly, wasn't necessary. The Guido general would likely order his immediate execution if he discovered Xavion wasn't the real Pat. Thus, Xavion aimed to end the general's life. All of you, come out and face your doom. Xavion roared, leading the charge toward the camp. The camp was clearly preparing defenses, but Xavion wasn't worried. Knowing these defenses inside out, he wouldn't fall into any traps. He aimed to ensure a resounding victory from the start. Himph, Zhao scum. You dare provoke us again? Haven't you learned your lesson? Chapter 252. The Guido nation's pride appears. Hearing these words, Xavion and the others were nearly laughing. Did this person from the Guido nation really think he was a god forever? Damn, these guys probably didn't know that he had already obtained all their intelligence. Thinking of this, Xavion took out his war god spear and charged forward, immediately engaging in battle with the enemy officers. All brothers charge. Kill every single one of them. This time, we Zhao nation will take this place. Xavion roared at all the soldiers before engaging fiercely with the Guido nation's officer. Haha Muhammad, you're too arrogant. Do you really think it's so easy to breach our impregnable defenses? You're killing me with laughter, Muhammad. You even dare to charge alone? Rest assured, Muhammad, dying by my hand is truly your honor. Laughing wildly, the officer taunted Xavion. Then, they quickly engaged in battle. However, as the battle dragged on, the officer's composure began to waver because this Muhammad was far too powerful. Honestly speaking, he was at the 7th level of the Shackles realm, yet suddenly facing this 4th level Shackles realm made him feel old. He was no match for this young fighter. Honestly, the officer felt incredibly embarrassed. Being in Humphrey himself, he would lose to a Muhammad? The officer was extremely unwilling. Yet, Xavion was clearly prepared to slay him. The prolonged struggle served two purposes. Firstly, due to the gap in strength, and secondly, it couldn't be resolved too quickly. If this guy were killed, all the other officers would rush over, complicating the operation for Xavion and his men to break through the defense lines. So, Xavion acted wisely. He knew exactly what needed to be done now. Now wasn't the time for more indiscriminate killings. Being appointed as the vanguard was because he possessed extensive knowledge of the Guido nation. Only he remembered all the intelligence thoroughly, so the officers followed his commands strictly. If everything went smoothly, it would be credited to his prowess. This was much easier than individually slaying some people. Frankly, Xavion was quite exhilarated. As soldiers charged, the enemies soon realized their defenses were being breached by the Zhao forces, causing fear among them. Had the Zhao nation acquired their intelligence? Still, being seasoned soldiers, they suppressed their fears quickly and counterattacked Xavion and his troops. Xavion led his men into battle once again. Honestly, Xavion's side was engulfed in flames, everyone outside destroying the defensive measures while some officers had already stormed into the Guido camp, clashing fiercely with the inside officers, targeting important Janus who, once eliminated, would make the rest crumble. Because the most critical aspect of this camp was its formidable defense system. In previous wars, everything else seemed normal until it approached losing, at which point the defenders retreated into their strongholds, rendering the attackers powerless against this turtle shell, given the highly intricate design of the camp. That was why Zhao had been stymied before. Now, having obtained the defensive intel, everything was different. Attacking became feasible. The Guido nation, confident that no issue would arise here, withdrew part of their forces to recapture other battlegrounds. But all such moves were intercepted by Zhao. Knowing this, Zhao launched their offensive accordingly. Truthfully, if they hadn't had this intelligence earlier, capturing the camp would have been unshout. Xavion swiftly joined the fray. This translation maintains the original tone, structure, and intent of the Chinese text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. The names and key elements are preserved accurately. Hashtag Chapter 253, a powerful foe. At this moment, Xavion was engaged in fierce combat with his opponent. This Guido nation's prodigy was no pushover. Finally, Xavion had found an adversary who could match him. To be honest, when compared to the Zhao nation, the Guido nation lagged slightly overall. However, for some reason, the Guido nation kept producing powerful prodigies, making it seem that the Zhao nation was somewhat inferior in this regard. A country's strength is determined by two factors. 1, its current power, and 2, its potential. And prodigies are the symbols of a nation's potential. Now, Xavion finally understood why the Fernan chose to wage war against the Guido nation. Judging by the endless emergence of their prodigies, if they didn't fight now, the Guido nation might very well annihilate the Zhao nation in the future. Given the treasures left by their ancestors and the Guido nation's potential, their conquest of Zhao was just a matter of time. Kill. In an instant, the Guido nation's prodigy summoned a cloud of black mist, and from within, emerged several daggers made entirely of dark fog, charging straight towards Xavion. In that moment, Xavion felt a strong sense of danger. To be frank, the opponent was far more powerful than he was, leaving Xavion uncertain of how to proceed. Xavion, I'm coming. Just then, Nikki clearly sensed Xavion's predicament and immediately flew over to support him. Good. Seeing Nikki approach, Xavion nodded and then fiercely charged towards the Guido nation's prodigy. Ahead of him, the spiritual energy seemed to solidify into ice, enveloping him completely. Consequently, the black fog daggers were rendered useless against him. The Guido nation's prodigy froze momentarily, clearly not expecting Xavion to withstand his attack. But Xavion gave him no respite, swiftly thrusting the war god's spear towards the opponent. The battle raged on, and blood flowed like rivers across many battlefields. Soldiers from the Zhao and Guido nations clashed fiercely, turning the conflict white-hot in no time. No one wanted to lose in this moment, as the area became akin to a hell on earth, with blood flowing endlessly and corpses littering the ground. Shouts and cries filled the air. Xavion and Nikki now stood united, floating in midair, engaging in a new round of combat. F***K. This guy is really peculiar. Who would have thought he'd be so strong? Xavion spat out a mouthful of blood and growled, genuinely feeling that this Guido nation prodigy posed a significant challenge. He realized that he had encountered a true rival. What's there to fear? The two of us together can surely slay him, Nikki scoffed, looking at the Guido nation's prodigy. Turning to Xavion, he said, this guy, both in terms of age and other aspects, is far beyond our level. Such a person could easily be considered a supreme prodigy in our Guishu sect, worthy of being among the core disciples. So, we shouldn't feel inferior. Given time, we too can achieve all this. Xavion agreed deeply. The Guido nation's prodigy was indeed far older and stronger. Now, the Zhao nation's core disciples were serving as officers in various battles and facing off against other Guido nation prodigies, making their forces seem lacking in comparison. However, Xavion could call upon a core disciple to join his side and deal with this troublesome foe, or even leave it to the other party. Despite his young age and lower cultivation, Xavion held a high military rank, giving him the ability to surpass other core disciples, a feat others couldn't match. Sometimes, status wasn't solely determined by cultivation but also by identity and rank. Most importantly, one needed to have a powerful faction and background behind them. Heh, what are you two whispering about? The Guido nation's prodigy laughed sinisterly, condensing his spirit energy into a golden disc that radiated brilliance on the battlefield. Many soldiers feared that this might inadvertently harm the common troops during the clash between Janus. On the battlefield, warriors faced warriors, generals faced generals. It was an ancient, unchanging truth. Due to the significant disparity in cultivation and combat strength, it was impossible for them to fight together. Xavion sneered, brother, you have great talent. Why not join our Zhao nation? Your Guido nation is on its last legs. In a short while, your Guido nation will cease to exist. You've done enough for Guido. No need for blind loyalty. Join our Zhao nation, and we'll provide you with top-tier cultivation. When a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. The Guido nation isn't your eternal haven. It's time you started considering your options. Many are already preparing for the inevitable. Upon hearing this, the Guido nation's prodigy sneered dismissively and laughed coldly. Huh, what arrogance. Truly baffling where you get your confidence from. Our Guido nation will fall? What nonsense. If we do, we'll drag your Zhao nation down to hell with us. Don't worry, I will never join your Zhao nation. On the contrary, if you too wish to join the Guido nation, I find your talents commendable. Our Fernan is merciful and has a passion for talent, so you'd likely receive protection and top-tier cultivation in Guido. Amidst the war, both sides relentlessly tried to poach each other's talents. Seeing the obstinate resolve of the Guido nation's prodigy, Xavion laughed coldly. Such arrogance even at death's door? Truly hopeless. Since you're so stubborn, die. With that, Xavion and Nikki simultaneously unleashed their raging spirit energy, charging forward with their weapons to deliver a devastating blow. Chapter 254, another breakthrough. This time, Xavion and Nikki held nothing back, employing their most powerful abilities to face off against the illustrious son of Guido Kingdom. To be honest, this distinguished Mike from Guido was no pushover. This time, Xavion and Nikki truly met their match. However, neither Xavion nor Nikki felt any fear. Today, they just needed to resolve this opponent. After that, everything else would be a piece of cake. Their mission here would be completed. Once that happened, the army would launch a full-scale attack, trampling the military camp of Guido entirely. Guido's national fortunes would plummet, ultimately likely leading to its complete annihilation by the Zhao Kingdom. Bang! Xavion's spiritual energy suddenly surged towards the enemy. This time, the distinguished Mike of Guido couldn't withstand it completely, retreating several steps quickly. The distinguished Mike of Guido looked at Xavion in shock. He hadn't expected that this much younger Mike could unleash such formidable power. To be frank, at this moment, the distinguished Mike of Guido felt threatened. Given time, if this distinguished Mike of Zhao didn't meet with an unexpected early end, he would surely become a formidable figure in the future. With these thoughts, a killing intent immediately emerged within the Guido distinguished Mike. If he could eliminate this distinguished Mike of Zhao here today, then Zhao would lose a major talent in the future, and he himself would receive commendation. Moreover, this invasion by Zhao in their camp could also be seen as a heavy blow to them. With these thoughts, the talented Mike of Zhao quickly focused on Xavion. But at this point, Xavion and Nikki launched a fierce assault around him. In particular, Nikki, although lacking Xavion's extraordinary combat ability, unleashed strength this time that did not fall short of Xavion's, and even surpassed it. Humph, you two are quite something. This time, I underestimated you. The distinguished Mike of Guido sneered, his smile growing more sinister. His hair danced wildly, making him look like a demon rising from hell. You haven't seen anything yet? Xavion also sneered, unleashing another burst of fierce spiritual energy along with Nikki, charging at the enemy once again. This time, they engaged in a protracted battle. Xavion and Nikki faced off in an epic clash, but the outcome wasn't looking good for them because this opponent's cultivation was truly formidable, and his combat strength was almost unimaginable for someone of his age. Cross-realm combat capability wasn't exclusive to Xavion. The opponent possessed it as well. Seeing this, Xavion decided to break through his long-suppressed cultivation, advancing to the 5th stage of Shackle's realm. On the other side, seeing Xavion break through once again, Nikki was taken aback. He knew Xavion might break through under pressure, but he never imagined Xavion could frequently break through during battles. Xavion's actions thoroughly stunned him. At this point, Nikki was intensely shocked. Previously, he thought Xavion's achievements were due to luck, but now it seemed Xavion had not only luck but also remarkable innate talent, something ordinary people couldn't match. After breaking through to the 5th stage of Shackle's realm, Xavion's combat strength surged instantly. He immediately charged at the enemy with the War God Spear. Now, Xavion had turned the tide, pressing the distinguished Mike of Guido down firmly. At this moment, the distinguished Mike of Guido was filled with shock. To be honest, he had seen many who fought desperately, but never one as formidable as this. This was simply incredible. If this person weren't his enemy, he would have cheered for him. Indeed, in this situation, it was clear he was at a disadvantage, yet Xavion swiftly reversed the situation, turning the tables on him. Such power, he couldn't do it. Nikki, we must kill him today. Absolutely don't let this monster escape. Xavion roared, appearing like a divine being descended upon earth, his entire body glowing, swiftly rushing toward the enemy. The distinguished Mike of Guido began to retreat step by step. At the same time, Xavion roared and launched another ferocious attack. With this, the opponent's momentum weakened significantly. Then, Xavion attacked once again, discarding his weapon this time and fighting barehanded. All the soldiers watched as Xavion gathered strength in his hands, striking blow after blow at the enemy. Each hit left the distinguished Mike of Guido embarrassed and feeling his fate was sealed. Nikki was watching him closely, preventing any chance of escape. At this point, there was no way out for him. The distinguished Mike of Guido couldn't believe how quickly he was defeated. This all seemed too unrealistic, leaving him astonished. This Muhammad had forced him into such a dire situation single-handedly, while his allies didn't even need to intervene, just ensuring he couldn't escape. Damn, this kid is really strange. The distinguished Mike of Guido cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, he saw that many areas of their camp had been breached. Clearly, Guido was already at a disadvantage in this war. Seeing this, the distinguished Mike of Guido's expression grew gloomy. A thought arose in his mind. Perhaps their camp was doomed. Considering this, the distinguished Mike of Guido felt extremely uneasy. He then quickly tried to escape, hoping to survive. His opponent was too strong, so strong that he couldn't dare to challenge him anymore. But Xavion obviously didn't intend to let him go. He felt like he was trapped in a desperate situation. Perhaps if he could reverse things, fortune would turn, but everything was too late now. The distinguished Mike of Guido was utterly chilled by his opponent. At this moment, he didn't understand why this guy held such deep loyalty to Zhao. After all, this guy was just a disciple of a sect. Isn't it said that disciples are often looked down upon? Why was he working so hard? What exactly was the reason? Chapter 255, The End of the War. Though he didn't know why, at this moment, the Guido Kingdom's genius knew that he was in a desperate situation. At this point, that much younger genius was relentlessly holding him back, preventing his escape and leaving him frustrated with no way out. Die! Xavion roared again. This time, he unleashed a decisive attack. Under Xavion's relentless assault, the other genius was reduced to dust floating in the air, as dead as could be. Now, with bloodshot eyes, Xavion looked around at the chaos and rivers of blood all around him. At this moment, the great camp of the Guido Kingdom had been devastated by the Zhao Kingdom's forces. Many soldiers from Guido were scattering, and Xavion, upon seeing this scene, immediately employed a new divine skill, the blazing sun wheel. Instantly, a wave of heat rose, and the surrounding soldiers felt an intense heat. In that moment, Xavion stood atop the blazing sun wheel, unleashing it in an instant. It rolled towards the encampment, destroying everything in just a few seconds. Many Guido Kingdom soldiers perished due to this attack. Xavion watched this without a trace of sympathy. The reason was simple. These people were their enemies. If they survived and the Zhao side were defeated, the enemy would massacre everyone connected to the Zhao side, leaving them nowhere to bury their dead. Such a scenario was something Xavion absolutely did not want to see. So at this moment, he had no pity for these people. Even if they were ordinary people merely following orders onto the battlefield, nothing could change this fact. After killing many, Xavion then charged into the barbarian camp. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of Shackle's realm, he was considered a formidable warrior who no longer feared anyone inside. The Guido Kingdom could no longer view him as an ordinary Muhammad. Upon entering the Guido army camp, Xavion began battling the officers there. At this moment, Xavion shone like a radiant sun, instilling fear into many Guido soldiers. Clearly, the Guido Kingdom officers also noticed this Muhammad. So young, so powerful. Isn't this Zhao Kingdom's Xavion? Damn it, this little bastard even dares to attack our camp. I'm furious. Perhaps this has something to do with him. Therefore, no matter what, we must annihilate this brat here. As they spoke, several officers flew towards Xavion. Standing high in the sky, Xavion saw many desperately flying toward him, trying to seize the opportunity to kill him. Among these people, very few recognized Xavion. Perhaps they weren't even certain he was Xavion. But to vent their anger, Xavion was treated as the real one. Seeing this, Xavion sneered and flew towards them. They wanted to kill him? Well, let's see if they truly had the ability. How many have wanted to kill me? And how many have succeeded? Thought Xavion. Now, Xavion was fiercely fighting with several others. These Jaelins, driven mad with anger, desperately wished to slay Xavion instantly. Yet under these circumstances, Xavion was well protected. Many understood that his contributions significantly reduced the casualties and made this victory possible. Thus, many protected Xavion, rendering the Guido troops unable to harm him. Seeing these people struggling to kill him, Xavion simply smiled and said nothing. Xavion knew well that the Zhao Kingdom's officers usually gathered as a close-knit group, and most cherished brotherhood highly. Besides, among these people were their brothers in arms. How could they remain calm in such a situation? Not only the officer brothers, but many felt deeply for their soldiers. Soldiers who had followed them for years might die in war. How could this not pain their officers? With Xavion minimizing losses, how could they not protect him? Thus, every single person who came to kill Xavion ended up being killed by the Zhao troops. However, after wandering outside, Xavion noticed that most opponents were either already down or dead. His side's losses were minimal. Xavion felt profoundly satisfied. Everyone, charge forward and completely obliterate the Guido kingdom. With Xavion's roar, several defenses of the Guido side collapsed. Everyone stormed into the Guido camp, intent on obliterating everything. At this moment, the Guido side felt their fate sealed. In the sky, several Janus fought desperately, yet they were now jubilant. Continuing like this, it wouldn't take long before the entire Guido force was wiped out. This monumental victory would stun everyone on the battlefield. Through numerous battles, the Guido forces steadily retreated. Now trapped by the Zhao kingdom, these soldiers could not escape. Without foreseeing such a defeat, they had no large-scale escape plan. Seeing their soldiers fall, the Jaelins felt profound heartache. But Xavion led a pursuit, bringing the war to its final stages. He and his men happily stood atop the captured Guido camp, watching as their enemies were captured below. Chapter 256, A Great Deed. The war had ended. Many of the soldiers from the Guido kingdom were killed outright, resulting in catastrophic losses for them this time around. Reflecting on the events, it was heartbreaking for many. At several junctures during the war, they could have turned things around in their favor. This time, despite their thorough preparations, they suffered an incredibly devastating defeat. Initially, both Boston's strength were roughly equivalent. Plus, the Guido kingdom also had weapons left behind by their ancestors, only lacking in obtaining them. With such thorough preparation, it resulted in such a state, leaving each and every one of them heartbroken. Some even committed suicide on the spot to atone for their failure. Xavion and his group stormed into the military camp now in disarray. Wounded Guido soldiers lay groaning everywhere while Zhao Kingdom's troops rapidly surrounded them. The Guido kingdom suffered tremendous casualties this time. Xavion and his group moved forward with many people, encountering a number of originally Zhao women who had been captured and brought here. Their use was all too clear. Witnessing this enraged Xavion and his team, confirming their decision to wipe out everyone here was right. Honestly, seeing these women, Xavion did not know what to say. These women had led ordinary lives, yet misfortune fell upon them. What mistakes did they make? They had made no errors, but ended up being captured and forced to do such things. Little brother, this time you've done a great deed, said an Humphrey officer looking at Xavion with a smile. You've turned our entire military situation completely around. Such a thing was unimaginable. Your decision to go undercover this time was very correct. Upon hearing that, Xavion smiled. But then the old officer's next words sent chills down his spine. We think that if we need any more undercover operations, finding you will be perfect for sure. Xavion was speechless. Honestly, the previous incident was already frightening enough. He would never again agree to be an undercover agent. It was exhausting, not easy at all, worrying about losing his head all the time. Who could empathize with such pain? After surveying everything, although he felt it was worth it, Xavion was unwilling to go undercover again. He just wanted to return to the frontier to enjoy his retirement peacefully. At this moment, the Janus was directing people to move back the supplies here. These were all their resources, so naturally, they were overjoyed. Originally belonging to the Guido kingdom, these supplies became theirs without effort. Xavion led a group to the Janus's tent, which left him shocked when he saw skeletons found inside. No wonder it always felt eerie last time he was here. These bones were broken, clearly showing how the Janus had a volatile temper and loved beating people, making everyone feel terrified. Finally, as Xavion and his group walked out, they discussed what to do with the prisoners. Honestly, these captives had caused serious harm to Zhao, so initially there might be no problems, but over time, they'd still have to feed these captives. Yet, these captives had families, and killing them en masse seemed wrong. Honestly, Xavion felt conflicted, as did other officers. If they let these people go back, it wouldn't work. If they stayed to work in Zhao, that wouldn't work either. If these people rebelled or if Guido found out about their large number of captives, they would try anything to save them, creating more trouble. However, if these issues weren't resolved, every meal these people ate would create significant waste. This left many officers in deep thought. In my opinion, we should kill them outright. They are all our enemies. If we hadn't won, they would have slaughtered our civilians, said Xavion, looking at everyone. I think it's better to kill them. Moreover, keeping them has no real purpose. Aren't we essentially supporting the Guido kingdom? Hearing Xavion's words, many people found sense in it. Indeed, retaining these people would burden Zhao during wartime. So how could they focus on such matters? Considering this, the Janus walked out. Being the Janus, he had to deal with these people. Moreover, with so many people, having soldiers individually kill them was impractical and risky. So he took charge, and used powerful means to eliminate them all directly. Standing above them, the Janus addressed the prisoners. You hear me, though you are treated as war prisoners, if you can pledge allegiance to us, the Zhao kingdom, we will spare your lives this time. If you wish to live, living isn't hard. But you must swear to never return to the Guido kingdom. If you do and we find out, we will not forgive you easily. For the prisoners, these words were an immense gift. Immediately, many Guido soldiers shed tears of gratitude. Thinking they were surely going to die, this outcome was unexpectedly smooth. Although joining the enemy country wasn't ideal, it was far better than losing their lives. Convinced, many shouted praises for the Janus's righteousness, then followed the Zhao people toward a certain valley. Not understanding why, they thought they were building new camps here. As long as they could survive, everything else was fine. Only, they didn't know this valley would become their tomb. Chapter 257, Complete Annihilation. Kurt led these people into the valley. At this moment, they appeared extremely grateful to the Kurt, completely unaware that their doom was about to descend upon them. The once serene valley would soon become their burial ground. After all the captured soldiers from Guido were brought in, the Kurt smilingly ordered them to line up and wait here. By now, many Bryans had surrounded them to prevent any escape attempts. If any of the Guido soldiers tried to flee, the Bryans would immediately rush forward and kill them all. Xavion and his men also walked over, standing aside to watch the unfolding scene. At this moment, many officers like Xavion were summoned to participate in the massacre of the Guido captives, especially the young officers, not a single one spared. These young officers seldom saw blood. So this time Xavion and the others were called to ensure they killed enough to make these young people no longer fear blood. Xavion stood at the edge, sighing inwardly. He observed the Guido soldiers below, anxiously awaiting their fate. Honestly, these were just ordinary men who wanted to live, some even hoping to restore the Guido kingdom someday. But this posed a problem. No one knew who might be a spy or who hadn't truly submitted. Therefore, these Guido soldiers had to die here. If not, the consequences of their treachery would be severe. This decision was made because of those very concerns. Frankly, if these people loved Zhao and didn't mind being captured, they could easily be assimilated into Zhao's forces. After all, Zhao needed a large number of soldiers. Money must be spent wisely. If these people turned against them when Guido attacked, it would be catastrophic. This is why the Kurt considered it necessary to eliminate these men. The Kurt then rose into the air, hovering above the crowd, and addressed everyone below. Everyone listen. This time, we will eradicate every last one of these Guido men. Absolutely do not let a single Guido soldier escape. Hearing this, many Guido soldiers thought they misheard. Realizing the Kurt was serious, panic ensued. Some pleaded for mercy, others cursed. Reactions varied widely. Initially, not everyone suspected that the other side might lead them into the valley only to kill them. Yet, despite this suspicion, many chose to follow the crowd due to peer pressure. Moreover, while a significant number of people suspected it, most remained passive, allowing others to influence them, leading to this outcome. Honestly, if they had tried to escape as soon as possible, Albert and his men might have only managed to kill half of them, as no Bryans accompanied them to the valley. The purpose was to gain the trust of the Guido men. Only at the end did they realize how wrong they were. The Zhao never intended to spare them, but merely used them before leading them here to be slaughtered. Kill! Albert and the others roared, rushing into the crowd to begin the slaughter. Though hesitant inside, Xavion still followed the Kurt's orders. The Zhao Kurt also unleashed devastating martial arts, cutting down these men ruthlessly. The massacre was brutal. Many Guido soldiers cried out, trying to resist, wanting to drag some Zhao officers with them. But how could ordinary soldiers accomplish such feats? Even outnumbered, the officers' superior cultivation left them unmatched. Powerful cultivation meant everything. Xavion and the others continued slaughtering, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. Some Guido soldiers feigned death, hoping to survive, but tragedy struck soon after, as fleeing soldiers trampled over them, crushing many to death. Reality was merciless. Cries and curses filled the air, but Xavion and his men showed no pity. Leniency toward enemies equated to cruelty toward oneself. Understanding this, Xavion and his men were determined not to let anyone live. Soon, most of the Guido soldiers were killed, leaving only scattered survivors. Some lay wounded, or pretended to be dead. This situation worried many officers. If allowed, these men might eventually escape. Completely sealing off the valley was impossible, yet killing these remaining men wasn't easy. Xavion and his men began targeting the stragglers, none willing to let them live. Seeing this, the Kurt shouted from his aerial position, "Everyone, step back. Leave this to me." Drawing a deep breath, the Kurt gathered all the spiritual energy of the valley, his face cold and emotionless. Next, he spat out a torrent of flames, swiftly incinerating the Guido soldiers' corpses. These remains must be destroyed. Those who feigned death only miscalculated. Zhao had no intention of sparing them. Thus, they would truly meet their end this time. Note: proper nouns and names are transliterated using pinyin. Chapter 258, Guido Kingdom's Wrath. After the general's fire subsided, it wasn't long before all the bodies began to burn, and cries of agony echoed inside. For a moment, those who were severely injured and those pretending to be dead started fleeing for their lives. They never expected that the Zhao Kingdom's general would act so ruthlessly. This was something they hadn't anticipated. When the seriously wounded saw their comrades' bodies burning, they immediately gained the drive to escape, their severe injuries unable to stop them. For a moment, it felt like hellfire had descended upon the area, incinerating everything. Xavion and his men stood there with indifferent expressions. At this moment, Xavion and the others looked at the fleeing soldiers below and suddenly felt that if they hadn't won this battle, they would have been the ones desperately trying to escape. Such an outcome was something they absolutely did not wish to see. As officers, they carried responsibilities. If their soldiers were slaughtered so helplessly, it was something Xavion and his men could never bear to witness. They would blame themselves bitterly. Therefore, any sense of guilt vanished as they stood aside, watching those who attempted to flee get finished off, ensuring no one escaped alive. After the inferno, everything returned to its original state. Seeing this, Xavion and his men quickly followed the troops back to camp. This victory was clearly pleasing to the general, and a celebration was definitely in order upon their return. At this moment, Xavion and his men were full of hope. Promotions and rewards awaited them. Having achieved such significant success, the general certainly wouldn't overlook their contributions. Upon returning, they found people already preparing for the celebration in the camp. After all, a celebration always follows a victorious battle, especially after such a grueling war. It was essential to reward the soldiers. Otherwise, life would be utterly meaningless. Everyone gathered around bonfires, reveling in joy. Everyone was excited because this victory was truly exhilarating. Had they not won decisively, the opposing camp would have loomed over them like a heavy mountain, suffocating them. Moreover, initially, they had been at a disadvantage. If not for their officers' proper command, they might have ended up like the Guido soldiers, forced into surrender and ultimately killed. So, the deaths of the Guido soldiers were cause for celebration. Everyone knew that after this great battle, the war's course would change drastically, plunging the Guido side into utter despair. In the Guido kingdom, within a grand palace, the Avens sat in fury, everyone too afraid to breathe loudly. They had just received news of the camp's defeat on the main battlefield. A sudden loss on the main front meant total failure on that front, which would subsequently plunge the entire Guido kingdom into despair. If things continued this way, the Guido kingdom might cease to exist due to imminent destruction. The Avon couldn't accept this turn of events after nurturing plans for so long. Disheartened by the bitter harvest, he turned to his ministers and asked, "My lords, what are your thoughts on the current war situation?" In the hall, many ministers were silent, none expecting the war to unfold this way. If it continued, the Guido kingdom would surely fail soon. Earlier, several ministers had advised the Avon, and while their suggestions seemed constructive at the time, none of them had worked out. They failed utterly. Guido chose to fight this war because it felt confident, but now facing this result was hard to swallow. Allah, according to reports from our spies and undercover agents, it seems Zhao has infiltrated our camp and obtained crucial information, said a minister. Therefore, we suffered such a terrible defeat. Indeed? Spies? Who? The Avon was already losing patience. He knew nearby powers were aware of his impending failure, which was far from ideal. If this continued, his family would perish, his lineage fall from royalty, and he himself would serve under another major power. Could he, once lofty as the Avon of Guido, endure such humiliation? Upon the Avon's question, the minister replied, "According to intelligence, it appears the new officer Pat may be responsible. Because recently, our operations went smoothly without significant changes. It's impossible to acquire so much information suddenly. But Pat, previously unknown, skyrocketed to prominence, leading to this mess. He also handled the protection of Fabio, escorting him to the ancestors' legacy site. But the mission failed, and during the tally, many of Pat's subordinates' bodies were missing. While disappearing is normal, Pat remains highly suspicious. Further investigation suggests this is related to Xavion. Hearing Xavion's name again made the Avon furious. Xavion had indeed caused numerous setbacks, turning the tide against them. With Xavion around, Guido shifted from an advantageous position to being entirely reactive, mostly due to him. Chapter 259. The New Plan of Guido Kingdom. There was no need to guess. These damn things were definitely orchestrated by Xavion. After all, it seemed that apart from Xavion, the Zhao Kingdom lacked other notable talents. Since Xavion's sudden emergence had caused them significant losses, who else but him could have completed such a difficult undercover mission, penetrating their high ranks and even taking away critical intelligence? Ordinary informants could never achieve this. Though the profession of being an informant has always existed, most informants do not climb to higher positions because if they had powerful abilities, they would probably already be kings on the opposite side. This situation infuriated the Alexi. They had lost a major battlefield, the prodigy Fabio, and weapons left by their ancestors. These setbacks shook the very foundation of Guido Kingdom. All this damage was done by Xavion, plunging them into a passive state. This made the Alexi extremely angry. At that moment, his hatred for Xavion soared, wishing he could immediately strip him alive to improve his mood. However, the ruler turned to an old minister and asked, "What should we do? We've lost so much now. If we continue like this, our Guido Kingdom won't last long." This time, many of our bottom cards have been revealed prematurely, with no changes on the battlefield. Instead, it put us in a passive position. Also, who suggested sending Fabio out to train? Find that person, then execute them. This guy is driving me mad. My world-class prodigy was just sent away like that. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Fabio, my world-class prodigy. Each of these three major losses pained the ruler deeply. Hearing the ruler's command, someone immediately began investigating who had suggested sending Fabio along. Then, the ruler looked at all the ministers and asked, "How can we recover our losses? How can we kill that despicable Xavion? It's infuriating. I must eliminate this kid. Otherwise, he will continue to bring me nightmares." Eliminating Xavion was currently the greatest desire of the Alexi, yet all the ministers remained silent. It was truly difficult, almost impossible. If it were feasible, they would have acted already. They didn't even know what Xavion looked like, let alone kill him. Besides, retrieving Fabio or repairing the ancestral weapons seemed as hard as climbing to the heavens. "Ruler, I have an idea. I believe Fabio and Xavion are still practicing lightness techniques. Since they are likely in the second military camp and haven't left yet, if we launch a large-scale attack there and you personally take action to eliminate their general, wouldn't we be invincible? At that point, we could reclaim the main battlefield, retrieve Fabio, and kill Xavion. As for the weapons left by our ancestors, we have no method. Their energy is depleted unless you break through to that level to restore the energy. But that probability is low. If you could reach that level, we wouldn't need to fight so hard. So I suggest focusing on retrieving Fabio. Reclaim the main battlefield, kill Xavion, and start maneuvering with those people until Fabio grows up. Otherwise, we will inevitably face a crushing defeat." The old minister suggested this to the Alexi. Upon hearing this suggestion, the ruler became somewhat puzzled and asked, "Fabio is still alive? That seems unlikely. Someone like him would probably be killed." At that moment, Kent responded, "Based on human nature, since Fabio is a child, killing him would make the enemy feel guilty. But to learn how to disrupt our secrets, they might interrogate Fabio because children tend to spill everything easily. It's plausible Fabio would confess everything to save his life. As a world-class prodigy, he naturally hopes to grow up. Do you think Zhao Kingdom would let Fabio grow up? Yet, given his contributions, they won't execute him soon. Besides, I had someone calculate, and Fabio is likely still alive. Therefore, we can still retrieve Fabio, but you can't hold a grudge against a child for betraying state secrets. Bring him back, continue training him, and when he grows up, we can still destroy Zhao Kingdom. Killing Xavion and reclaiming the main battlefield is the only way to turn things around. Otherwise, we can only resist. We can't wait for the young talents to mature. Therefore, bringing Fabio back is the best option, at least according to Kent." Hearing this, the Alexi pondered deeply. It made sense, and indeed, there were no other short-term solutions. If they continued like this, their kingdom might really fall. So, they had no choice but to do this. Reflecting on this, the ruler slowly nodded, approving the plan. Chapter 260, The Fernan Moves. At this moment, the Fernan of Guido was somewhat agitated, eagerly hoping to reclaim the main battlefield in Favio, as well as kill Xavion. Indeed, it had been too humiliating recently, causing his mood to be rather foul. If this situation persisted, Guido would become a defeated nation. This was something the Fernan of Guido could not tolerate. Now, one of his veteran ministers proposed an idea to attack and kill Xavion, reclaim Favio and the main battlefield. This suggestion resonated with him, and he began to prepare for it, ordering his subordinates to mobilize nearby soldiers and generals. This time, he had to take back everything he had lost. Everything that he had lost would be reclaimed by his own hands, which filled him with excitement and kept him awake all night. The next day, the Fernan saw his subordinates begin to plan the operation, followed by the mobilization of many soldiers. According to reports, the Fernan of Zhao was not currently on this battlefield but inspecting military affairs at another main battlefield. As Avon, he naturally didn't need to personally handle every matter, but there were times when he still needed to take action himself. After all, delegating everything to ministers wasn't ideal, and at the level of Fernan, they possessed extremely powerful cultivation. They needed to remain vigilant against potential assassination attempts by enemy sovereigns, making this their role. Of course, no Fernan was invincible. Each had powerful followers and Bradleys to protect the country in case of their fall. The Fernan walked among the crowd. Many soldiers who were suddenly called up overnight were confused. They did not understand why they had been summoned. This time, they were just reserve forces, only stepping in if the front lines faced issues. Suddenly being called up in such large numbers made many of them anxious. Was there a major problem on the front lines? The Fernan stood on the platform and looked down at the soldiers, then shouted passionately. Soldiers of Guido, I know you are puzzled about your sudden mobilization. You might be unclear, but now I will tell you. Our main battlefield has been lost to Zhao. Such a situation cannot be tolerated by our nation. If we continue like this, we will be thoroughly defeated, and our people will fall into complete disarray, becoming slaves to the enemy. That's why I have mobilized you. You will follow me, and I will personally oversee this mission to reclaim the main battlefield. Moreover, there is a detestable enemy over there. Though his cultivation isn't high, he has caused us much trouble. This time, we must ensure that man does not live any longer, so we will go and kill him. Hearing these words from the Fernan, many soldiers immediately became excited. Many realized that the Fernan was leading them personally to crush Zhao's forces. Such a move by the Fernan brought a tremendous impact, boosting morale significantly since he was both their physical and spiritual pillar. The Fernan did not mention Favio. Since revealing Favio's situation would undermine their morale, it was best left unsaid. If word got out that their prodigy genius was captured by the enemy, it would devastate the entire nation's spirit and fate for years to come. For this reason, the Fernan had also established a rescue team. Their primary task was to locate Favio and bring him back safely. Regarding Xavion, the plan was to eliminate him if possible, but attention must not be diverted entirely to him. Losing this opportunity to rescue Favio would be catastrophic. Favio was the most critical priority. If he could be rescued, it would provide hope for turning the tide. Otherwise, targeting Xavion alone wouldn't be worth it. Many were thoroughly excited after hearing everything from the Fernan. With him leading the charge, they felt confident they could win this battle and reclaim the main battlefield. Indeed, the other battlefield was under the watch of others, so there was no immediate concern about an attack there. Moreover, the enemy had no reason to launch a full-scale assault, but they wouldn't expect Guido to escalate to this point. This boost in morale satisfied the Fernan, and with a wave of his hand, numerous flying boats descended from the sky. These pre-prepared boats were ready to launch an unexpected, fierce attack on Zhao. Such an operation mobilized all available resources. Suddenly withdrawing so many flying boats would affect everyday operations, but it demonstrated the nation's determination in preparing for this assault. They hoped this plan would lead to victory instead of further defeat. After the Fernan finished speaking, everyone boarded the vehicles. The people of Guido followed with renewed confidence, knowing the Fernan was leading the way. His presence could instantly elevate the lowest morale. Meanwhile, Xavion and his men celebrated in the camp, unsure if this would succeed. However, their infiltration plan was a success, and celebration was in order. Translation completed. Chapter 261. Storms are brewing. After the Avon of the Guido kingdom had prepared everything, he swiftly arranged for people to board the flying boats. This time, many individuals were piloting the boats, heading towards the Zhao kingdom. The Guido kingdom was returning with a vengeance this time, and no one knew how it would end. However, with the Avon personally overseeing this operation, it indicated just how serious they were about this matter. Even if their opponent could win this battle, it would likely come at a significant cost. Jean and his men were currently in the military camp. After a feast, they started to rest, feeling content. Many believed that at this rate, the Zhao kingdom would not have trouble annihilating the Guido kingdom entirely. It was only a matter of time. There were no other concerns. At this moment, everyone was very excited, hoping for this day to come sooner. People during peaceful times always hoped for war to showcase their value and achieve success. But those who had truly experienced the cruelty of war realized that peace was better. During peacetime, you could do as you pleased. But if freedom was lost and war was needed, many things would change, including children's goals. War was an undesirable state, but existed at any moment in this world. Due to their significant achievements, Jean and his men celebrated for several days, almost getting lost in luxury and forgetting that it was wartime, not peacetime. If outsiders saw this scene, they would praise it as a prosperous era, filled with singing and dancing. But such times were rare. In the military camp where Jean and his men were stationed, many had let their guard down due to recent victories, believing that war was far from them now. They thought this battlefield would not be reclaimed. However, unbeknownst to Jean and his men, hundreds of kilometers away, countless flying boats were approaching them en masse, all carrying flames of revenge to obliterate them. But Jean and his men were unaware, continuing their celebrations, thoroughly immersed in this life. Jean suddenly felt a profound emotion. If war ever ended, he would take all his brothers to settle in a bustling city free from strife and conflict. living peacefully every day. As for cultivation and the pursuit of Tao, he wouldn't consider them anymore. He now realized how precious life was. Living had many things worth cherishing, while death would mean the end of everything. Jean's thoughts were complex. He recalled many times when brothers had died unwillingly. If the war ended and they all survived, his wealth and strength could provide a good life in a secluded place. Living didn't have to involve endless competition. Unattainable things were never meant for him. As Jean pondered these thoughts, suddenly, a sentry lit the beacon fire in the distance. Soon after, cries of enemy attack echoed through the camp. Immediately, Jean and his men rushed to the army. Despite having been in peace for so long, they quickly returned to combat readiness under pressure. Judging by the severity of the alarm, this enemy attack was on a large scale. It seemed the Guido kingdom couldn't bear this loss and wanted to reclaim this battlefield. Jean and his men wondered why the enemy would return so soon. Normally, it would take decades or years to prepare for a counterattack. This speed was perplexing. Then Jean realized that the Guido kingdom had suffered continuous blows from the wars he caused. Any one of those incidents was enough to infuriate the Guido kingdom, especially the sudden destruction of Fabio. Their hope, few could accept that. Jean deduced that this attack was well prepared. At the very least, they intended to reclaim something. And Fabio was currently in their camp. Whether Guido kingdom knew Fabio was alive was uncertain, but Jean confirmed that his name had reached Guido, indicating they took him seriously. If so, he must find a way to escape or control Fabio. Perhaps it was too late to escape. Killing Fabio might sever the Guido kingdom's hope, as reclaiming this battlefield in the short term had limited use. Other battles were still raging fiercely, and the Guido kingdom, with its deep roots, hadn't truly fallen yet. Now was the time for a real test of strength. Realizing this, Jean immediately used a transmission jade slip to inquire about Fiki, Emma, and Fabio's whereabouts. However, in such a critical moment, the Janus might not pay attention to them. Thinking of this, Jean felt anxious. The enemy was definitely coming for Fabio and others. Solving these issues thoroughly would require time. He needed to distance himself from others to avoid involving them if anything went wrong. Moreover, the enemy was targeting him and Fabio, with Fabio being the key target. Jean immediately pulled a fellow soldier and ordered, "Find Nikki and Cheyenne for me immediately." Startled by Jean's urgent tone, the soldier hesitated briefly before following orders. After all, Jean was an officer, and disobeying his command was strictly forbidden. Chapter 262, Arranging Aftermath. Following Xavion's instructions, Cheyenne and the others were quickly brought over. With a serious expression, Xavion looked at Cheyenne and said, "Listen up. Guido Kingdom has launched an attack on us. We suspect that their aim is for Fabio and me. Therefore, all of you need to change your appearances. Under no circumstances should anyone recognize you. Absolutely do not expose yourselves. When the time comes, someone might betray you, but you must sever ties with me. No use worrying about unlikely events, but I'm afraid of unforeseen accidents." Hearing this, Cheyenne looked at Xavion anxiously and asked, "Then what about you? What will you do?" Xavion waved his hand dismissively upon hearing her words, saying, "Don't worry about me. Rest assured, I have plans. You must follow my instructions carefully. I can definitely protect myself." With that, Xavion rushed off to report his thoughts to Kurt Fiki. He believed that this time Guido Kingdom would launch an assault to kill him and recapture the battlefield, as well as locate Fabio. So, he needed to temporarily disappear, be vigilant against them, and take Fabio along. Kurt Fiki agreed with Xavion's analysis immediately after hearing it and endorsed Xavion's plan. Seeing that Kurt Fiki approved, Xavion quickly led people towards Tamrath. At this point, very few within the entire camp knew the identity of Tamrath, but Xavion still had to remind her to alter her appearance and inform her about Fabio's situation. Tamrath was easy to find. When the sound of war rang out, she would undoubtedly rush to the military command center to inquire about tasks she could undertake. Soon, Xavion found Tamrath, who was discussing some duties with an officer when he suddenly appeared. "Tamrath, I've been looking for you. Follow me now," Xavion said to Tamrath, pulling her hand and running out. "Does this mean there's something I can do?" Tamrath's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation to fight alongside on the battlefield. Seeing this, Xavion was momentarily speechless. Honestly, sometimes he doubted if Tamrath was mentally fit. If she weren't the princess of Zhao Kingdom, Xavion wouldn't bother with her much. Although she often means well, she ends up doing foolish things. "My dear princess, don't make things worse for yourself right now," Xavion advised. "What's most important now is hiding. Why would you go to the battlefield? If you get captured, the enemy might use you as leverage to demand Fabio, exchanging your life for his. I know you feel resentful and are strong, but even the strongest has limits. You're only in the shackles realm. You can't match those powerful warriors. You won't survive an ambush by multiple foes, so we're naturally worried about you. Please don't cause more trouble. Follow me now. Listen to me in disguise as a man. Do not let anyone recognize you. Otherwise, the Allah will be extremely worried, and many will seek you out." Xavion spoke urgently to Tamrath, believing that significant events might occur and ensuring her safety was paramount. Tamrath considered Xavion's suggestion to disguise herself as a man and agreed, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Relieved that Tamrath did not protest, Xavion then asked, "Where's Fabio?" Upon hearing this, Tamrath looked puzzled. Why are you looking for him? She was still wary of Xavion, who had advocated killing Fabio. Over the past 2 days, she had grown attached to Fabio, treating him like her younger brother. She had even avoided attending celebratory events just to consider Fabio's feelings. Now seeing Xavion suddenly seeking Fabio, Tamrath felt deep down that nothing good would come from it. Sure enough, Xavion, seeing Tamrath trying to protect Fabio, responded, "My dear princess, please don't complicate matters further. Find Fabio now. We have crucial business." To be honest, Guido Kingdom's attack isn't simple. On one hand, they aim to reclaim the territory. On the other, I suspect they want to kill me and retrieve Fabio. They might have special ways to locate Fabio. We cannot be too cautious. If they suddenly intrude and capture Fabio, it will pose significant trouble for Zhao Kingdom. Who can suppress Fabio in the future? So, Fabio must be handed over to me. I'll take him away to hide. Xavion spoke with undeniable authority, determined not to indulge Tamarath's whims. What kind of logic is this? Should they raise Fabio, provide him with cultivation resources to help him seek revenge? This scenario was terrifying, and Xavion wasn't sure if his system could handle Fabio. You're overthinking it. Guido Kingdom cannot possibly know Fabio is alive. Additionally, their grudge is understandable, Tamarath replied innocently. Almost laughing in frustration, Xavion replied. You may think it's nothing, but they won't give up on Fabio. Even without knowing if he's alive, they'll do everything to find him. Fabio's talent offers hope for Guido Kingdom's rise and a chance to defeat Zhao Kingdom. Chapter 263, taking Fabio away. Xavion stood before the Elena with a helpless expression, explaining his predicament. He was extremely frustrated because if this were an ordinary person, Xavion could easily use force to make them talk. However, given her special status, he couldn't resort to violence against her since she was the Elena. Therefore, he had no choice but to persuade her gently and repeatedly urge her to reveal where Fabio was hidden. At the very least, he needed her to tell him everything. Once he found Fabio, he could quickly take control of the situation. At the worst, Guido Kingdom wouldn't be able to snatch Fabio away this time. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the Elena fell silent for a moment before relaying the location of Fabio as requested by Xavion. I've arranged for Fabio to stay in a military camp. Follow me. Despite the profound reluctance in her heart, the Elena had no other option. Her arrogance and influence came from the Zhao regime. Without it, what would she become? Thus, she had to comply with Xavion's request to settle this matter as soon as possible. Now wasn't the time to dwell on her feelings for Fabio. If Fabio returned to the Empire, her loved ones would likely face annihilation at his hands. Leading Xavion, the Elena arrived at a beautifully constructed tent that she had personally set up for Fabio to ensure he had a comfortable environment. She genuinely cared for Fabio despite her circumstances. Seeing the beautiful tent, Xavion sighed inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would have never allowed the Elena to take Fabio away or let them meet. This mess. Most geniuses are indifferent to someone like a princess of a small Zhao kingdom. Honestly, once Fabio grows up, the Elena wouldn't even deserve to warm his bed. However, he couldn't voice these thoughts outright. If they didn't end this relationship now, many lives would be sacrificed in the future. Moreover, if Guido Kingdom learned that Fabio was still alive, the Zhao Kingdom would not know peace. When Xavion barged into the tent, he saw Fabio sitting on the ground, looking melancholic. Seeing Fabio still there, Xavion felt relieved. Could this boy really have a conscience? Did he decide not to run? However, Xavion quickly dismissed this thought. Given Fabio's alertness, it was unlikely he would willingly waste his talent. Instead, Fabio likely stayed behind because he feared failing to escape and being killed first. Furthermore, if Guido Kingdom invaded, he could always run later. But if they failed, he couldn't possibly escape the encampment. Elena, I'm taking this little brat away. Just follow my instructions. I won't harm you. Of course, I assure you that unless absolutely necessary, I won't kill him. With that, Xavion grabbed Fabio by the shoulder with one hand and brandished the war god's spear in the other. He then sternly addressed Fabio. Don't think we don't know that your Guido Kingdom has come back seeking revenge. Well prepared. We need assurance that you won't betray us. So, you must go with me now. Now, immediately, cooperate with me, or I'll take your life right here. As he spoke, Xavion dragged Fabio away. Fabio looked at Xavion with hatred, but had no choice but to comply since Xavion held his life in his hands. Following Xavion's lead, Fabio began escaping. Xavion led Fabio toward another part of the encampment. He had already arranged for people to keep him informed of the battle outside. Should things turn south, or if they faced defeat, Xavion planned to kill Fabio, change into common soldier clothes, and hide. His survival was crucial to ensuring no crisis befell Zhao Kingdom. Xavion took Fabio into a storage room, muffling his mouth while surveying the surroundings. Lowering his voice, Xavion continued. You should admit this much. Regardless of how I've treated you, the Elena truly cares about you. She treats you like family. You must promise something. If one day, the Guido Kingdom defeats Zhao and we're all captured, and you return to the Luther, you must protect the Elena's life. These past days, she has done her utmost to protect you and keep you alive, even though everyone objected. We knew what your survival meant for Zhao, but she insisted on not only keeping you alive but also preserving your cultivation and protecting you from sorrow. No matter what, the Elena has been kind to you. If you ever return to the Luther, you must ensure her safety and never harm her. Do you understand? Xavion laid out the facts plainly. Though the Elena couldn't bring herself to kill Fabio, she must know how good she's been to him. If they lost the battle today, perhaps Fabio's skills would allow him to survive and meet the Luther, giving the Elena a chance at life. After a moment's silence, Fabio nodded and replied, Rest assured, Irene's kindness hasn't gone unnoticed, and I can differentiate. I will never harm her. But if I live through this, I will take your life, no matter what. At these words, Fabio's micful face contorted into a grimace, revealing a depth of malice far beyond his years, transforming from innocent child to vengeful spirit. Chapter 264. Sorry, Sister Irene. Hearing these words, Xavion sneered and said, Now that's the truth. Rest assured, I never expected you to let me off. I am fully aware that by destroying everything you had, there's no way you'd spare me. I don't indulge in such illusions. Xavion then turned to Fabio and said, I hope you will honor your promise rather than play this charade with me. Seeing Xavion say this, Fabio snorted coldly but did not respond. All he could do was wait. Yet he knew deep down that it would be extremely difficult for him to survive this ordeal. Because of the arrival of people from Guido Kingdom, although they might have come to save him, the presence of Xavion turned their arrival into his nightmare. Once Guido Kingdom breached this place, Xavion would be the first to kill him. By then, surviving without cultivation, or even keeping a whole body would be considered lucky. It seemed as if heaven itself envied talent. Nobody wanted him to live. He was too outstanding. Otherwise, if he were just an ordinary Muhammad, survival wouldn't be an issue. But this matter wasn't within his control, for it was something determined by nature, so all he could do now was leave it up to fate. He couldn't afford to consider anything else. Everything at present was controlled by Xavion. Xavion glanced outside, where the sounds of battle were intense. Visible in the sky were many figures engaging in combat. Among them, one stood out, a completely golden figure radiating an awe-inspiring dignity, appearing remarkably majestic. Witnessing this scene, Xavion felt like his mind exploded. He hadn't anticipated that the Avon of Guido Kingdom would personally descend. Suddenly, Xavion felt as if he understood much about the current situation. With a cold expression, Xavion walked over to Fabio, folded his arms, and said calmly, "Unfortunately, it seems Guido Kingdom really did come for you. Let me inform you, your Avon is here and is battling fiercely outside. Probably before long, they'll break in and take you away." Xavion announced Fabio's fate regrettably, preparing him mentally. Upon hearing this, Fabio's thin body trembled involuntarily, his face full of fear. "Are you truly going to kill me? I have done favors for your Zhao Kingdom." At this, Xavion chuckled derisively and said, "That's true. You've done favors for our Zhao Kingdom. But you yourself are a time bomb. If you return, none of us will survive. Even if we nullify your cultivation, do you think the Avon of Guido Kingdom can't find a way to restore you? After restoration, you may not be as formidable as before, but you'd still be far better off than not being restored at all. You'll remain a peerless genius, while we'd only be fodder for you. So, naturally, I'm very uneasy about this. Now, observe carefully. Pray that your Avon withdraws quickly, otherwise today is definitely your end." Saying this, Xavion seized Fabio directly. After a brief silence, Fabio's small face suddenly twisted nastily, and he slapped towards Xavion. This slap contained Fabio's absolute strength. Determined to no longer hide, he wanted to escape on his own and meet his Avon to ensure at least survival, possibly leading to a promising future. Alas, Sister Irene had promised him everything as long as he didn't escape. By betraying her trust, he realized how loathsome and troublesome he was. Everyone knew his value in Guido Kingdom stemmed from being a useful tool. Without utility, he'd never be esteemed. Fate had destined him to be tragic. What could he do? Everything boiled down to self-preservation, for his life. Why was he born with a face that brought misfortune? Why did he possess such extraordinary talent that enemies sought to kill him, while allies tried every means to control him, making him a valuable instrument? Irene's sister, sorry. I've betrayed your promise. I have no choice. I must do this to survive. Sorry, if there's another life, I'll serve you as a cow or horse in repayment. These thoughts churned in Fabio's heart. He had decided. If he successfully ambushed Xavion, he would flee and never return to Guido Kingdom. He'd seek a peaceful place, become strong, and if fate allowed, reunite with Sister Irene. If she no longer existed, then, both Zhao and Guido Kingdoms would die. Not one would survive. Though Fabio's plan sounded good, he underestimated Xavion's agility. Xavion deflected his hand and grabbed Fabio's clothes, pinning him and smacked him hard on the bottom. "Damn, I knew you were plotting mischief. Do you believe I won't kill you right now?" Xavion roared menacingly, almost demonic. Had he a choice, he would never treat a child so harshly, but Fabio was no ordinary child, and he had no other option. After delivering several dozen slaps, Fabio was writhing in pain, his bottom swollen. Looking at Fabio helplessly, Xavion observed the fierce battle outside. Knowing this war pitted Guido against Zhao, he felt helpless and seething anger. He wished to rush out but couldn't, knowing Fabio, the bomb, would detonate if he did. Looking at Fabio's tearful face filled with grievance, Xavion's heart unexpectedly pierced with pain. Note, Waichut, grievance, has been translated to grievance to maintain fluency in English while accurately conveying the meaning. If you prefer a more contextually nuanced term, alternatives like sorrow or distress could be considered depending on the overall tone of the text. Chapter 265, Torn Apart. Xavion suddenly felt that hurting a child like this was truly shameful, despite the differing stances. After all, the other party was just a child. Thinking about this, Xavion immediately pulled Fabio's head over and looked at his young face, asking, honestly, "Are you really sure that after escaping, you will not harm Emma?" Fabio was puzzled by Xavion's sudden change of heart. He nodded solemnly, saying, "I'm certain. Over these years, Sister Bridget has been the first person to genuinely treat me well without any ulterior motives. Not even the Carmelo can compare." Upon hearing this, Xavion nodded right away and said, "With this heart of yours, your sister Irene would be overjoyed. Now, I'll give you a chance, a way to live and preserve your cultivation." Hearing this, Fabio's eyes immediately lit up, and he asked hurriedly, "What do you want me to do?" Xavion smiled faintly and replied, "Very simple. I have to go out and confront the enemy. I don't have time to play with you, a brat like you. You must stay here quietly and absolutely cannot go back to find the Carmelo. After this war ends, I will explain everything to the Allah and affirm that you indeed had no ill intentions towards us. With my support, your cultivation will definitely not be revoked. Moreover, you won't be suspected anymore, becoming one of us. At least you can be recognized here from now on. But if we lose this war and all die, then if you're discovered hiding here by the Carmelo, you'll also lose his trust. You might never regain your status in Guido again, or worse, the Allah may kill you directly. All these choices are yours. If you seek out the Allah after I leave, then it means I misjudged you. But our people will certainly try every means to kill you. And Sister Irene will be heartbroken and completely disappointed in you." Speaking to this point, Xavion glanced at Fabio. Instantaneously, Fabio shuddered. Sister Irene would be disappointed? Yes, Sister Irene was from Zhao's camp originally. If he left directly, Sister Irene would surely be heartbroken. Even now, Sister Irene protected him from being exiled and having his cultivation revoked. If he left without a word, Sister Irene would bear an enormous blame. Considering this, Fabio was torn inside. Xavion continued watching Fabio and added, "Rest assured, once I leave, there will be no one to watch over you. I am a man who walks straight and talks honestly. I promise not to arrange anyone to secretly watch you. The choice is entirely yours. If you choose to leave, remember, but you will never earn Sister Irene's forgiveness." After speaking, Xavion left. In times of war, Xavion could not stand watching a child idly while not contributing to the war effort. After Xavion's departure, Fabio remained silent for a long time. He personally surveyed the surroundings and found that no one was watching him secretly. Witnessing this scene, Fabio, still undecided in heart, made a decision to go out and see before making his final choice. He just wanted to check if Xavion was trustworthy. So, Fabio ran out wearing a mask, preventing anyone from recognizing him. After wandering around outside, he realized that no one attempted to arrest him. Fabio understood that Xavion spoke the truth and really gave him the choice. Seeing everything was real, Fabio initially felt elated, but soon fell silent again. Was he really going to leave? If he left, he might never see Sister Irene again. By the time he returned, Sister Irene might already have been taken away by Xavion. Moreover, Sister Irene would surely be heartbroken. Not only that, she might think he had misjudged her and feel utterly betrayed. Given past incidents in Guido, even though Sister Irene was beloved, letting such a prodigy go could result in consequences the Allah couldn't handle. What if ministers didn't agree? What if they ordered her death for such an error? Thinking about Xavion's words, Fabio wasn't fully trusting. He doubted Xavion possessed enough power since he was merely a talented disciple from a sect. Xavion's guarantee seemed like a blank check, unreliable. If Sister Irene couldn't protect him and his cultivation was revoked, what future would he have? Truthfully, Fabio had never felt so conflicted, even when betraying Guido. Standing outside, torn for a long time, Fabio suddenly saw a battle silhouette falling from the sky. It was Xavion. Xavion was injured. Clearly, the attack was intense. If Guido won this time, staying here would lead to accusations of ingratitude, possibly leading to execution. The chances of Zhao winning were slim. Under normal circumstances, he should escape and hide far away. Despite Xavion's previous remarks, Fabio knew he could still escape given his skills. In the past, due to his age, he was often underestimated, but with a technique allowing him to rapidly increase his body size, he managed to conceal himself effectively. Logically, he should leave and stay hidden. But leaving meant disappointing Sister Irene, possibly leading to her death. Please note, the story structure has been slightly adjusted to maintain narrative coherence and fluency in English. Chapter 266, Fabio's decision. After much deliberation, Fabio finally decided to stay here and die with Bridget. Even if Bridget might not survive this time, as his only relative, how could he not protect her in her time of need? Although Bridget's cultivation was slightly higher than his, what difference did that make? What is the meaning of life? Is it for power? No, the ultimate purpose of power is to protect what you cherish. And Bridget is the one person he wants to keep by his side forever. To be honest, Fabio had already given up all hope. Even if his cultivation would be ruined, he wanted to stay by Bridget's side without regret. At the very least, he couldn't let Bridget be taken away by that despicable Xavion. Fabio's young mind raced with countless thoughts. He was almost driven mad by anxiety. His small body trembled violently. Clearly, the pressure he was under was immense. If he only needed to display his abilities, everything would be fine. But he would lose the people close to him. When he returned after countless years, Bridget would probably be long gone. This time, Bridget might be in real danger. However, Fabio couldn't think about that anymore. He cared only for Bridget. Cultivation and combat strength, which he once clung to, now seemed trivial. Nothing was more important than Bridget. She was his life. With these thoughts in mind, Fabio immediately retrieved the transmission jade slip and sent a message to Xavion. "You're about to fail." Soon, Xavion replied, "Have you made your decision to leave?" Without delay, Fabio responded, "No. I believe you can't protect Bridget. Tell me where she is and I'll take her away." On the other end of the jade slip, Xavion was puzzled. Honestly, when Fabio said they were about to fail, Xavion thought the kid must have already escaped. But now, his words left Xavion confused. Why did this kid suddenly care about Bridget's situation? Could he have been moved by her? Immediately, Xavion probed Fabio. "Since you've left, just let go of Bridget. She really cares about you. But since you've fled far away, there's no need to tell the Carmelo her whereabouts. If he knew, he would do everything to capture Bridget. Could you bear to see her hurt?" Xavion soon received a barrage of messages from Fabio, filled with anger. The drawback was that Fabio's vocabulary was limited, so he kept repeating certain phrases, leaving Xavion even more bewildered. The kid wasn't saying he would leave, or anything else. Did he really just want to take Bridget away? Though Xavion couldn't grasp Fabio's intentions, one thing was clear. The kid harbored no ill will toward Bridget, otherwise, he wouldn't be cursing so profusely. Immediately, Xavion told him, "If you go to find Bridget now, you'll definitely be spotted by other officers. When that happens, do you think you can survive? If you die, Bridget will be heartbroken and blame me." Knowing that Bridget would be devastated by his death warmed Fabio's heart instantly. Next moment, he urgently urged Xavion to reveal Bridget's location. Eventually, Xavion, feeling helpless, revealed Bridget's position. Fabio constantly pressured him until he gave in. As for what Fabio planned to do, Xavion didn't care. Let the kid do as he wished. By giving Fabio the information, Xavion handed over control to him. If Fabio chose to escape, he could do so. If he did, Xavion would face severe consequences. But Xavion had no choice. He knew that when someone wanted to leave, they couldn't be stopped. Quickly, Xavion informed Fabio of Bridget's whereabouts. After receiving the information, Fabio matured instantly and went to find Bridget. Dressed in Zhao clothing, no one suspected he was from Guido. There was no way anyone from Guido could infiltrate Zhao's camp. Therefore, Fabio's journey was unobstructed. Meanwhile, Fabio met the Elena. The Elena was battling an enemy from Guido. Though relatively calm, the battlefield wasn't entirely peaceful. Even though she had changed clothes, Fabio immediately recognized Zhao Bridget. For some reason, he felt very familiar with her. Suddenly, Fabio charged forward and launched a surprise attack on Bridget's opponent. Caught off guard, the opponent fell quickly, easing Bridget's burden. She looked at the Muhammad beside her, confused. She had never seen him before and hadn't encountered him on the battlefield. He appeared to be around 18, yet he possessed Shackle's realm cultivation. Such strength shouldn't remain unknown. The Elena then turned to Fabio and asked, "Who are you? Why do I feel like I know you even though we've never met?" Fabio paused for a moment and then said, "Bridget's sister, it's me, Fabio. You must come with me now. This war is about to end for Zhao. I can sense that the Carmelo is nearby. If he decides to act, defeating you won't be a problem. You have to follow me now, or it will be too late." Hearing it was Fabio, Zhao Bridget was shocked. In her memory, he was still a child. How did he manage to escape under Xavion's watch? And how did he grow up so quickly? Though confused, Zhao Bridget never doubted Fabio's intentions towards her. Trusting him, she followed Fabio's lead and began to flee. Chapter 267. Go. Seeing this moment, the Elena still had not doubted him but trusted him unconditionally and followed him. Fabio felt incredibly heartwarming. At this very instant, he suddenly felt that staying to protect the Elena was the best decision he'd made in his entire life. Even better than when he had gone to serve the Carmelo back then. At this moment, Fabio held the Elena's hand and ran outside. She closely followed him, her mind filled with confusion. She whispered to Fabio, "Where are you taking me? Also, what's going on with you looking like this? And where is Xavion? You wouldn't have fled on your own, right? He shouldn't be unable to handle you." At this point, the Elena fired off a series of questions, instantly giving Fabio a headache. Her numerous questions would take some time to answer if he were to address each one. Fabio replied, "This is a form of transformation that allows me to look like an adult. Don't ask too many questions now, just know that I would never harm you. The current battle situation is dire. To be honest, holding this main battlefield is extremely difficult. If I leave with you now, it means we've completely betrayed Guido. We'll have nowhere to go, but following me will guarantee your safety. Trust me." Upon hearing Fabio's analysis, the Elena fell silent. Honestly, the failure of this battlefield was something she absolutely did not want to see. Additionally, she was deeply concerned. If this battlefront failed, many of her friends would die, including Xavion. She might never see them again. Thinking of this, the Elena tried to break free from Fabio to find Xavion. However, Fabio held tightly onto her hand without letting go. "You tell me why you came here? Where's Xavion? Did you kill him?" Suddenly, a terrible possibility occurred to the Elena. Fabio was full of mysteries, extraordinarily powerful despite his young age. What if he had hidden cards that Xavion couldn't beat? With this thought, she stopped running and demanded answers. Seeing the Elena stop and feeling relatively safe for the moment, Fabio transformed back to his original appearance. He said, "Sister Irene, come with me. This main battlefield is destined to fail. Xavion let me go to face the enemy and told me that if I wanted to escape, I could. But I knew you'd be heartbroken. To be honest, no one has ever treated me as kindly as you do. You genuinely see me as a younger brother. So, I've decided you're my only family. I can't watch you die here." Fabio's young voice speaking these words left the Elena speechless. Such complex thoughts from such a young child. Reflecting on this, she felt a pang of sorrow for all he must have endured. She looked at Fabio and asked, "But how could Xavion truly trust you? Was he testing you?" Shaking his head, Fabio replied, No, he was giving me a choice." He recounted the entire process before looking at the Elena. "Sister Irene, honestly, I like you, which is why I chose to stay. Now, this battlefield is losing potential fast. The Carmelo is here. Do you think you can hold out? Also, to be frank, I hope you'll follow me and escape far away. Your talent is good, and mine ensures I will be valued wherever I go, easily obtaining a status. At that time, I will protect you through the rest of our lives. Let's forget about this war and go somewhere peaceful, away from conflict. Can we live peacefully there?" Hearing this, the Elena smiled and shook her head, saying, "You've passed the test and can return with me to meet my father, the Allah. He will surely like you. As for liking me, we'll discuss that when you're older. I'm not in the mood for such matters now." Upon hearing this, Fabio immediately panicked. "Don't you understand what Xavion meant? Whether or not I can keep my cultivation isn't up to you, Xavion, or even your father. In the end, they won't be able to protect me. I refuse to become a useless person. Sister Irene, do you know how devastating that would be for someone with my talents? I can't bear it. Sister, can you bear watching me lose my cultivation and become a mere farmer? I don't want to. I'd rather die. I have great prospects ahead. Why should I pay the price for your disputes? Why won't you go with me?" The Elena fell silent. Fabio's arguments made sense. Even after passing the test, her father would still need to deal with ministers, and whether or not he could protect Fabio's cultivation was uncertain. Disabling Fabio's cultivation would be cruel. Reflecting on this, the Elena paused and then spoke, "Go." Fabio was confused. "What?" The Elena continued, "Brother, go, pursue your highest aspirations. A small place like ours can't be your stage. From the bottom of my heart, I wish you success. Please, if one day you achieve greatness, don't seek revenge on our country or Xavion. They acted out of necessity and duty, not because of you. I fully understand and support your desire to leave Zhao. I believe you're a good person and won't seek retribution against our country. I hope you can forgive us and set aside any grudges for the inconvenience caused. This is a matter of position, beyond our control." Chapter 268. The final decision. How could the hatred between the two Boston be so easily put aside? To be honest, Tamarath was now incredibly conflicted. Fabio had achieved such cultivation at such a young age. His future accomplishments were evident. For someone like him, being stripped of his cultivation and reduced to an ordinary person would drive him mad. Tamarath couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. At this moment, she removed her storage ring from her finger and said to Fabio, "This storage ring has a lot of money inside, enough for you to live lavishly for many years. Furthermore, there are several protective magical artifacts inside. Take them with you, and in the future, they will help you avoid many fatal attacks. This is all the help I can offer you." Hearing this, Fabio became somewhat anxious. "Sister Irene, don't you really want to go with me?" Irene gave a bitter laugh. "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Sister Irene has family and friends here, Jan, my father, the Avon. There are things I can't let go of. They mean everything to me, and so do you. But I can't choose you over them. So please forgive me. I know you see me as your only family, just like you can't let me go. I can't let go of father and the others. I'll arrange for a flying spirit ship for you and some servants. Escape, and after you leave, don't come back until you're strong enough." Tamarath's voice started to choke up as she spoke. Truly, letting Fabio go was something she found very hard to bear. However, if staying meant he would have to sacrifice his hard-earned cultivation, then she decided it was better to let him go. Staying here didn't guarantee happiness, while escaping might not be such a bad thing for him. It was just that she would never see him again. Hearing this, Fabio fell silent. He understood what Emma was saying. She couldn't abandon Jean or her father, and Fabio was not the type to act on impulse. He understood it all. He genuinely felt Emma's affection for him, but he couldn't return to the Zhao kingdom and face everyone. If he did, his cultivation would likely be nullified once more. After all, a 12-year-old boy reaching the Lock realm meant potential disaster for the future, and no one would dare risk it by letting him go. Now, Fabio, who had just regained hope for survival, was torn. There were no perfect solutions in the world, and choosing between Tamarath and his cultivation was immensely difficult. He wished he could keep his cultivation and stay with Tamarath. But fate seemed cruel, presenting him with this impossible choice, making him almost cry. Tamarath hugged Fabio tightly. "Don't be sad. What happened before was due to circumstances. In the future, you'll meet many good people. Hope you can live happily and peacefully. Forget about me." As she spoke, she began tidying up his clothes. Initially, her fondness for Fabio was because of his adorable appearance, but now it came from deep sympathy and heartfelt love. To be stripped of his cultivation was indeed unfair to him, but she could not selfishly confine him, as he yearned for freedom and the chance to soar through the 9 heavens. Emma had made up her mind. No matter what, she would take responsibility for this, ensuring Fabio's life and cultivation were protected. Suddenly, Fabio asked, "Sister, what about you when I leave? How can you escape those ministers' wrath? Won't your life be ruined?" Tamarath smiled. "Promise me that no matter what, you won't seek revenge on the Zhao kingdom or its people, including Jean. Will you do that?" Looking at Tamarath, Fabio felt his heart ache. At this moment, he truly experienced the pain of separation, even at his young age. Wiping away his tears, he told her, "Sister Irene, I won't leave. I'll stay by your side and take care of you. Let's face whatever comes together. Forgive me, I can't accept living without you. You must promise me, if we can't protect my cultivation, never leave me. Even if we can't be Bo and Wilhelmina, I'll be your closest brother. Even if I can only stay by your side doing chores, don't abandon me." Tears mingled with words, and it was clear how painful this decision was for him. Yet, Fabio did not regret it. Because, at this moment, he realized that losing his only family member, Irene, would make him forever unhappy. If she were gone, what would be the point of living? Even if he reached the pinnacle of the world someday, without her, what would it mean? Surprised by Fabio's words, Tamarath exclaimed, "Really?" Fabio nodded firmly, his eyes full of helplessness. She hugged him tightly. "That's wonderful. Rest assured, Jean and I will do our best to protect your cultivation. Don't worry. I'll do everything for you, even at the cost of everything. Believe me, I'll get father to agree. I will never betray you. I'll watch you grow into a mighty figure, soaring through the 9 heavens." Hearing this, Fabio wiped away his tears and nodded. Looking at the distant battlefield, he said, "Sister Irene, we can't stay here any longer. It's useless. Call Jean over now. We need to leave immediately. If we don't, there's no point. The Guido Kingdom's human Avon is here. You can't resist." With that, Fabio prepared to take Tamarath back to the Imperial City to meet the Zhao Kingdom's Avon. He would do everything in his power to survive and, at the very least, stay with Tamarath forever. Chapter 269. Return to the battlefield. At this moment, Fabio had already made up his mind. If he had to die, so be it. This time, no matter what, he was determined to stay by Irene's side. Upon hearing Fabio's words, the Elena gave a bitter laugh and said, "Do you really think we can persuade Xavion now? He's even willing to abandon you to fight the enemy. Do you think Xavion will come back with us? Then let's just go." Hearing her words, Fabio became anxious. He feared that if she went back, it would be meaningless to stay behind. He stayed not to die alongside the Elena but to protect her, ensuring her continued growth. The Elena shook her head upon hearing Fabio's words and asked, "Do you believe in miracles?" "Miracles?" Fabio paused, then grew more anxious. "At this critical moment, you're talking about miracles? Our current strength can't influence the battle at all. All we can do is run away. Otherwise, we won't survive. If Xavion and the others want to persist, let them. Let's go, my dear sister. I really don't want anything to happen to you." At this point, Fabio was almost driven mad. After paying such a high price, why did the Elena still want to stay? The Elena shook her head and told Fabio, "You have 2 choices. Either return to the imperial capital of our Zhao state alone and report everything to my father. I'll explain everything in the message stone, and my father won't blame you. Then you wait for me to come back alive. Or, you can temporarily leave and come back later. I absolutely trust you, of course. Even if you never come back, I will understand and bless you. In the past, my friends always protected me. Now, I don't want them to continue protecting me. This time, I want to fight alongside them, to defend our country. Hearing this, Fabio was stunned. In his heart, he had never truly been loyal to any state. Even the Guido state was merely a tool for him. With the Guido state soon to invade, if he returned with Emma, could they really change the outcome of the war? To be honest, Fabio was a rational person. But at this moment, even he felt powerless to sway the Elena's decision. After careful thought, Fabio finally said, "All right, I'll follow you and fight alongside you. From this moment on, I'm officially joining the Zhao state. Even though we're likely to die this time, being able to die alongside you makes it worth it. In this life, meeting you has truly been a blessing." With that, Fabio pulled the Elena and walked toward the battlefield. Seeing Fabio decide to support Zhao, Emma was visibly moved and deeply grateful. If anyone ever tried to harm Fabio or strip him of his cultivation, she would refuse and even threaten suicide. At this moment, the siblings walked together toward the battlefield. When Fabio and Emma appeared on the battlefield, the Guido army was clearly gaining the upper hand. The Zhao army was taking continuous blows. This time, the Guido state came well prepared. Not only were their numbers greater than Zhao's, but they also had more powerful fighters. After all, Zhao didn't have an even-level figure, while the Guido state did. The Guido state was determined to seize control of this battlefield. Despite their desperate resistance and cries for help, Xavion and the others couldn't solve the problem. "Think carefully, sister. Once we join them, we will all die," Fabio said to the Elena. "And not just a peaceful death." For her sake, Fabio was going against his own principles by attacking his former benefactor, the Guido state. A difficult decision that required immense courage. The Elena smiled and replied, "If you, a mere kid, aren't afraid, why should I be?" They both laughed, entering the battlefield together. Fabio immediately took on the role of an adult, engaging in intense combat with the Elena. This time, they fought shoulder to shoulder like true siblings, working well together. Of course, in Fabio's heart, they were now Bo and Wilhelmina. On Xavion's side, Xavion was relentlessly attacked by the enemies. Although he hadn't revealed his name, those people were determined to eliminate all potential threats from Zhao. Anyone with potential in Zhao faced destructive retribution. Now, Xavion had no choice but to flee. However, the Janus of the Zhao forces was struggling against the Aven-level fighter, who had overwhelming strength. Despite having tactical talent, the Janus wasn't a match for an Aven-level fighter, who exerted pressure with every move. Meanwhile, the Malik stood in midair, frowning. Fabio should be here, shouldn't he? Was he restrained? Or perhaps dead? Where's that damn Xavion? And where is the Elena, the Aven's beloved daughter? The Malik suspected a trick and feared they might escape, so he ordered some men to start hunting for them. Searching the area, they aimed to capture Xavion and his companions and kill them all. But there was no sign of them. After escaping for a long time, Xavion found the Elena, accompanied by a Mike fiercely defending her. Xavion recognized the Mike, but couldn't place who he was. Seeing the Elena, Xavion ran toward her. He was utterly exhausted and needed rest. Chapter 270. Xavion is injured. Resting by the side of the Elena was undoubtedly the wisest choice, for she would definitely protect him. Once he recovered, all other problems would become insignificant. He could still slay many enemies. At this moment, the Elena noticed Xavion running towards her. She knew him too well. On the other side, Fabio naturally spotted Xavion as well. Since Xavion had not changed his attire from earlier, Fabio immediately recognized him. "Haha, you finally look this pathetic. You're hilarious." Seeing Xavion in such a pitiful state, Fabio laughed spitefully. The hatred Xavion had instilled in him was too great. It was a rare opportunity to mock him now. "Who are you?" Xavion felt perplexed upon encountering this Mike. He didn't recall ever interacting with this boy before. Why was he mocking him? He sensed familiarity but couldn't place it. "I'm Fabio." At this point, Fabio conveyed proudly to Xavion through telepathy. Hearing Fabio's name, Xavion's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated Fabio possessed such skills and could change his appearance to escape trouble. Xavion realized that if Fabio appeared in his young form, he'd surely be hunted down. But Fabio had prepared an ace up his sleeve. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have left Fabio alone. But why was he here again, especially returning to be with the Elena? Xavion couldn't quite grasp Fabio's intentions. If Fabio stayed, he might be seen as Zhao's ally, which could save his cultivation. To be honest, Xavion wasn't overly concerned about Fabio's cultivation. Countless children lost their potential each year, making him somewhat numb to it. What truly worried him was the Elena's reaction since they were friends, and she was crucial to the stability of Zhao, due to being the beloved daughter of the Luther. Immediately upon seeing Xavion, the Elena greeted, "Fabio is now one of us. He decided to stay with us to fight against Guido. So, there's no need to guard against him. If he wanted to flee, he would have done so long ago. He chose to stay with me," she added, feeling proud of resolving the issue. Upon hearing this, Xavion smiled and nodded, acknowledging the positive outcome. Had he known Fabio could transform, he wouldn't have let him go. It turned out Fabio had indeed gained trust. Hopefully, the situation could continue favorably until the Luther of Zhao agreed to let Fabio live in Zhao. Xavion quickly joined the Elena and started meditating, consuming medicinal pills to heal his injuries. Severely wounded, the situation was precarious. Xavion didn't want to see Zhao fall, losing this battle. With the enemy's Aven present, it seemed Zhao's only hope lay in their own Aven arriving. The Aven of Zhao must already be en route. However, whether he would arrive in time was uncertain. Reinforcements were rapidly heading to the front lines, focusing on this critical battleground. Xavion soon engaged in combat again. Meanwhile, the Janus in the sky looked as though he was barely holding on. Despite his best efforts for Zhao, the Janus had no means to turn the tide. To stall time until the Aven arrived, he fought desperately. The Avon of Guido sensed the Janus's intent to delay. Yet, what truly concerned him was locating Fabio. Without Fabio, this trip would be pointless. Only by finding Fabio could Guido secure its future. His presence guaranteed Guido's prospects. Then, the Avon of Guido glanced at Zhao's Janus and said, I offer you a chance to live. Tell me where the child is. He's our most vital prodigy. Find him, and I'll ensure you receive equal treatment in Guido. Maintaining an imposing demeanor, the Avon tried to extract information using intimidation. Fabio's significance to Guido was immense. Guido's rise depended on him. Laughing sarcastically, Zhao's Janus replied, that kid? Unfortunately, he's dead, without a trace of his body. How could we possibly let him survive? Meanwhile, Fabio sneezed repeatedly, watching the Janus above and muttered, the people of Zhao sure know how to curse someone who's perfectly fine. Chapter 271. Interrogation. At this moment, the Guido Kingdom's Avon's favor toward Fabio was evident in Xavion and company's eyes. They were anxious and fearful that Fabio might suddenly return to the Guido Kingdom. If Fabio were to return at this point, it wasn't guaranteed that he would earn the Avon's complete trust again, but one thing was certain. His cultivation level would be safe, and he would continue living as before. The Guido Kingdom's Avon wouldn't easily let him go. Fabio glanced up at the curtain chief in the sky, wishing fervently that Sullivan would be struck dead. This fellow, much like Xavion, was despicable. No, perhaps not as bad as Xavion, but both were equally detestable. Having no affection for either of them, Fabio naturally hoped that the Guido Kingdom's Avon would strike the fellow dead. Fabio, at this moment, grew increasingly concerned, fearing that the Avon would once again seek him out. For if found, to protect Irene's life, he would have no choice but to return. Thinking about this, a sense of melancholy washed over Fabio. At this moment, the Avon smiled and said to the curtain chief, you're still lying to me? Let me tell you, we've consulted our seers this time, and they assure us that Fabio is definitely still alive. We just haven't seen him yet. Through divination, we learned that Fabio is fine, and more importantly, his cultivation hasn't been diminished. I'll give you one last chance. If you can help us locate Fabio, then you will be allowed entry into the Guido Kingdom. If you fail, I promise you will regret it severely. With these words, the Avon began exerting immense pressure on the curtain chief. Instantly, the curtain chief's face paled, but he absolutely refused to reveal Fabio's whereabouts. To him, Fabio's importance was all too clear. He knew Fabio would later destroy the Zhao Kingdom. Thus, there was no way he would betray this information. Seeing that the curtain chief remained silent, the Avon sneered, what about Xavion? Don't tell me Xavion is also dead. I want to see Xavion now. Tell me everything. If you don't, you will surely meet your end today. The Avon resumed his pressure, turning to address everyone present. Listen carefully. If any of you can provide information on Xavion, the Elena, and our talented Mike, you will be allowed to live. This revision ensures that the translation reads more naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. The term, spared, has been adjusted to allowed to live, for smoother readability and better context. You have this opportunity in front of you. If you grasp it, you'll enjoy privileges in the Guido Kingdom. Fail, and the main battlefield of Zhao Kingdom will fall today, leading to your deaths. Upon hearing this, many within the Zhao Kingdom began to murmur among themselves, wondering about Fabio and Xavion's whereabouts. In times of crisis, who wouldn't want to survive? Who wouldn't wish for a better future? The opportunity lay before them, but they genuinely had no clue where Fabio, Xavion, or the Elena were. Seeing no response, the Avon became enraged. Since none of you are talking, then so be it. Kill everyone here. As he spoke, the Avon unleashed his formidable power, sweeping through the crowd, instantly causing many deaths under his hand. Seeing this, Xavion and the Elena grew deeply worried. Honestly, in this situation, who could ensure they wouldn't be caught in the crossfire? Was the Zhao Kingdom's main battlefield truly going to be lost? Frankly speaking, Cheyenne and the others weren't here. Xavion had already sent them to the rear lines. Knowing they were safe was his current comfort. But the most unpredictable factor was Fabio. If the Avon continued searching for him, Xavion couldn't guarantee that Fabio's changed appearance would remain hidden from the Avon. Xavion looked at Fabio and asked, does the Avon know what you look like now? Hearing this, Fabio shot a glance at Xavion and retorted, of course he does. All my abilities come from him. What do you think? These words chilled Xavion to the bone. If the Guido Kingdom's Avon took control of this battlefield and started searching, finding Fabio would be inevitable. Finding a living person with that face would be straightforward. If Fabio were dead, he would revert to his original form. Thus, regardless of how Fabio hid, he couldn't escape. Worried about this, Xavion feared their side couldn't hold out without support from their own Avon. Since none of you talk, then die today. With that, the Avon resumed his slaughter, aiming to force the Zhao Kingdom to divulge all. Ha, the Avon of the Guido Kingdom is quite impressive, isn't he? A mocking voice echoed from the sky. Looking up, Xavion and company saw another curtain chief arrive. This new presence eased the pressure on their own curtain chief, bringing a brief reprieve. Xavion and the others felt relieved. This delay might buy enough time for their own Avon to arrive. Oh! The Guido Kingdom's Avon chuckled. Another so-called curtain chief? You're expendable too. Preparing to slay the newcomer, the Avon moved to attack. Recognizing the threat overhead, Xavion and the others grew deeply worried. Should a battle erupt above, they would be caught in the crossfire, potentially exposing or killing everyone. Not wanting exposure, Xavion focused on protecting themselves first, surviving one moment longer if possible. Meanwhile, Fabio was visibly anxious. He knew that if the Avon kept pressing down, Sister Irene would certainly perish. Chapter 272, Stepping Forward. At this moment, Fabio watched as the Chaz struck without restraint from the sky. He could no longer hold back. Fabio knew that if he didn't appear now, once the Chaz's palm came down, both he and Hugh's sister Irene would die. Once dead, Nothing else mattered. At that moment, Fabio glanced at Emma and smiled bitterly. "You sister Irene, I'm sorry. To save your life, I can only reveal myself. Rest assured, I can betray anyone, but not you, sister Irene. I will risk my life to protect yours." As he spoke, Fabio's aura surged powerfully. Then, Fabio soared into the sky, hovering in the void, reverting to his original form. Looking at the Chaz, he shouted, "Chaz, stop." Saying that, Fabio used his small body to block in front of the Elena. If Emma were to die, then they'd have to trample over his corpse first. Fabio? Upon seeing Fabio, the Chaz's overwhelming power was about to descend, but to preserve Fabio and for future hope, the Chaz had to forcibly restrain himself. He looked at Fabio and saw him spreading his arms, seemingly protecting something, and instantly understood. "Fabio, what is going on here? Explain yourself clearly." The Chaz narrowed his eyes as he asked, a faint anger stirring within him. Seeing Fabio's unfettered appearance now, it clearly meant he had not been confined. Why did Fabio only appear at this moment? This suggested the possibility of treason. Feeling the pressure from the Chaz, Fabio felt an intense strain. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and responded, "Chaz, you have treated me well, and I never thought of betraying you. There was a reason why I didn't come out before." "Oh." Hearing Fabio's explanation, the Chaz blinked and coldly remarked, "Then explain to me, what reason?" At this point, the Chaz no longer wanted to argue. The fury burning in his heart grew. If Fabio couldn't provide a satisfactory explanation, he would take this boy by force and torture him for 10,000 years. Originally, Fabio was the most important in this operation. Now, however, there was a strong possibility that Fabio was collaborating with the enemy, leaving the Chaz feeling utterly hopeless and filled with rage. To cultivate Fabio into an unparalleled genius, the Chaz had invested all his efforts. Precious herbs that he wouldn't even give to his own children were all given to this boy. But now, Fabio might be colluding with the enemy, which was unbearable. At this moment, Fabio looked down at the people below and said, "Chaz, here, I recognized an Humphrey sister who treated me very well. I don't want to leave her. The reason I chose to betray our country is because of this Humphrey sister. If you can ensure her safety, I will do whatever you say." Standing tall, Fabio was taking a gamble. He bet that for future prospects, the Chaz wouldn't kill him or the Elena. Otherwise, he would have no way out. Realizing his current strength couldn't match up against the Chaz, Fabio decided to negotiate to gain concessions from the Chaz to let Emma live. As for Xavion, Fabio didn't even mention him. For one thing, Xavion was practically an enemy, and secondly, Xavion had caused significant losses to Guido country. Even the Chaz couldn't let Xavion off, and not revealing Xavion's whereabouts was already quite commendable. After hearing Fabio's words, the Chaz thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this Humphrey sister must hold an important position in the camp. Otherwise, you wouldn't betray me just for a woman. What is her identity? Tell me." Understanding this, Fabio nodded. "Her identity isn't important. What matters is that when I was captured here, only she treated me well, without any discrimination, treating me like her own brother. If you can ensure her survival, I can return to Guido country. I have no hatred towards Guido country and no feelings for Zhao country. Everything I've done is for Hugh's sister. If you cannot ensure her safety, then I'd rather die." These words were spoken firmly. Fabio adopted an uncompromising attitude. Facing the Chaz's intimidation, Fabio showed no fear. The Chaz fell silent, knowing that sheltering an enemy's daughter was a major taboo. Moreover, if Fabio focused all his loyalty on this Humphrey sister, what if she asked for revenge later? Would he, this benefactor, be killed by Fabio? Would he raise a white-eyed wolf? Truly, the Chaz was conflicted. On one hand, he wanted Fabio alive and loyal. On the other, he hoped Fabio would forsake the Humphrey sister. However, achieving both seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Xavion and others were profoundly shaken. Others might not know who Fabio's Humphrey sister was, but Xavion and his comrades were fully aware. Isn't she Zhao country's Elena? Frankly, if the Guido Chaz were to keep the Elena, the war wouldn't need to continue. But would the Guido Chaz agree? Would the Zhao Chaz allow it? Could the blood feud between them change because of a child? Clearly, this was impossible. Now, Fabio believed he could protect the Elena's life, unaware that it was entirely unfeasible. Because of her royal status, could a beloved princess of Zhao country ever submit to the enemy's control? Obviously, not. Everything was full of contradictions, making the future unpredictable. Yet, Xavion and the others were also exhausted. If the Zhao Chaz rushed here, it would take time, during which the Guido Chaz could resolve everything. The Guido Chaz looked at Fabio and asked, "What is your Humphrey sister's true identity? Tell me now. I will eventually find out. Not telling me now shows your distrust." Chapter 273. She is a princess. Fabio was taken aback for a moment before he responded to the Luther of Guido, saying, "She is a princess from the Zhao kingdom." As soon as these words were spoken, they caused an immediate uproar. Many were shocked, while others immediately understood which princess it was, the Elena of Zhao. Moreover, this princess was known for her fiery temper. How could such a character possibly submit herself to another person's command? Thus, this discussion was almost meaningless. Upon hearing this, the Luther smiled, but his smile was cruel and menacing. Before this point, when Fabio mentioned his sister, the Luther had already deduced that this sister must hold a high rank in the army, perhaps even wielding immense power. Otherwise, she would not have been able to protect Fabio. Now the truth was revealed. She was indeed a princess of Zhao, meaning his plan to use Fabio to destroy Zhao was now nullified. Fabio was thoroughly captivated by this woman. He wondered what magic this princess possessed to make Fabio betray him. If he captured this princess, would he have to cease hostilities with Zhao? Would he have to favor Fabio, or even the princess of Zhao's royal court in the future? Frankly, the Luther of Guido could not tolerate such a scenario. At that moment, he wished to strike Fabio dead for daring to betray him. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it, as Fabio was a disciple he had nurtured with great effort. Killing him would be too wasteful. The Luther fell silent. Then, he looked at Fabio and asked, "Are you certain your sister can surrender to our Guido kingdom? If she doesn't interfere with military matters and never hates me in the future, sparing her life and bringing you back to Guido is not impossible." Hearing this, Fabio quickly relayed the message to the Elena, urging her to agree. If she did, her status in the future wouldn't be low once he grew more powerful. With their lives on the line, it was time to preserve everything they could. At this moment, the Elena approached the Luther and said, "I'm sorry. I live and die for my father, the Allah. I cannot accept your terms." She then turned to Fabio and apologized. "Fabio, I'm sorry. I understand your intentions, but I cannot betray my father." Seeing this, Fabio's anger surged, frantically imploring the Elena, "Sister Irene, are you mad? Do you know what situation we're in? Even if we die, the war will not change. Even if we survive, it won't lead to anything good. Why not seize this chance to save ourselves?" Fabio was truly desperate. This outcome left both parties unsatisfied. The Luther might not welcome them easily, and the Elena wouldn't comply, ultimately leading to her death and his own despair. The Luther of Guido laughed, looking at Fabio. "See, this is her answer. Perhaps she's honest. Fabio, let me give you a chance. Capture her, and she will be your slave forever. You cannot listen to her. She is your slave. Can you remain loyal to me this way? Your betrayal is understandable. This is my greatest concession." The Luther still planned to take Fabio back and decide his fate later, though one thing was certain. Fabio's status would significantly diminish upon return. Now, it all depended on Fabio's choice. Fabio knew Guido had researched many terrifying drugs capable of turning someone into a puppet. He refused to let Sister Irene become a slave. This was not what he wanted. Shaking his head with tears streaming down his eyes, Fabio pleaded with the Luther, "Please kill me. I cannot accept this. My life has always been unfortunate. Anyway, I'm just a crippled child from under the Green Mountains. An insignificant life. Forgive me, Luther. I appreciate your efforts, but I will never betray Sister Irene." Closing his eyes, Fabio grabbed the Elena's hand. Witnessing this, Xavion shook his head admiring Fabio's loyalty. If Fabio survived today, he would undoubtedly gain Zhao Zaven's trust. But, would it really come to that? Seeing Fabio's defiance, the Luther was nearly enraged. All his efforts to keep Fabio alive and give him opportunities were being spurned over a woman. His heart had clearly shifted to Zhao. The Luther extended his hand toward Fabio, devoid of any former affection, filled only with boundless hatred. He wanted Fabio to live a life of perpetual torment. Seeing the Luther approaching, Xavion sighed, then soared into the sky, aiming to help Fabio and the Elena. Though his actions were like a mantis trying to stop a cart, he knew he had to protect his friend, the Elena. If he failed to help now, he would regret it for life. The world isn't perfect. This was the best he could do. As for Cheyenne, he hoped she would forget him and live well. He felt guilty toward her, but knew he could not abandon his friends in need. Meanwhile, the Hewitt fought fiercely to fend off the Luther's attacks, hoping to ensure Fabio and the Elena survived. Chapter 274. Giving you one chance. Faced with the Elena's capricious nature, Fabio felt utterly helpless and could only accompany her in her whims. After all, deep down, he had already considered the Elena as his own family. Honestly, to encounter someone worth risking one's life for was already a great fortune in life. Therefore, Fabio had no intention of giving up on the Elena. Since she refused to yield, he would stay by her side. At that moment, the two marshals were desperately holding back the Luther to give Xavion and his group time to escape. Fabio seized the opportunity presented by the obstruction and immediately dragged the Elena away, fleeing for their lives. Meanwhile, Xavion had secretly retreated and, noticing Fabio and the Elena fleeing, discreetly removed obstacles for them. Some Guido Kingdom officers who tried to seize this chance to earn credit by capturing the Elena and Fabio were quietly eliminated by Xavion. Xavion had recently advanced to the 6th layer of the Shackles realm during the previous battle. He was now willing to protect these two as they fled, being practically invincible at this level. Thus, he wasn't worried about anyone harming them under his watch unless a Spirit Mark Realm powerhouse appeared. However, Spirit Mark Realm powerhouses were limited in number and distributed across various battlefields, so Xavion hadn't seen any of them take action against Fabio and the Elena yet. Spirit Mark Realm experts also valued their reputations. Two mere first-layer Shackles Realm mics simply weren't worth their effort. Under Xavion's protection, the two managed to escape. Then, Xavion commandeered a flying boat from somewhere and began searching for them. While looking for Fabio and the Elena, he also searched for Nikki and others. Since they had come together, it made sense to call them when escaping, especially since Cheyenne was among them. These people were easy to find because Cheyenne and others were helping each other and no one had died yet. After locating them, Xavion immediately urged them onward to find the Elena and Fabio. Now, Xavion only wished to flee with everyone and return to the Zhao Kingdom for safety, given the threat posed by the Guido Kingdom's Luther. The current situation was extremely dire. Unfortunately, at the Luther's level, it was merely a snap of the fingers for him to eliminate them. The two marshals wouldn't hold out much longer either. When they inevitably fell, there would be no one left to provide shelter. Xavion soon caught up with Fabio and the Elena. Given their cultivation levels, their escape speed wasn't very fast, allowing Xavion to quickly catch up. Upon finding them, he immediately brought them onto the flying boat, and everyone began their hasty retreat. "Xavion, are we just abandoning the battlefield behind us?" asked the Elena somberly. This was her first defeat in her life. Shaking his head, Xavion replied, "We can't even help by staying there. Our most important task now is to survive. If we don't escape now, the Luther will hear of our deaths and surely grieve and become enraged. This isn't good for his mood, and it will harm our war strategy." Xavion knew that if the Elena were captured here, the Guido Kingdom's Luther wouldn't kill her immediately but would use her as leverage to negotiate with the Zhao Kingdom's Luther. Given her favored position as the daughter of the Zhao Kingdom's Avon, her capture would indeed cause trouble for the Luther. Hence, Xavion's decision to focus on ensuring her safe return. Compared to killing a few more enemies on the battlefield, returning the Elena safely was far more important. Upon hearing Xavion's words, the Elena's expression darkened. Though this situation wasn't her fault, she realized how everything depended on the Zhao regime. If it fell, her identity as a princess would mean nothing. Fabio looked at Xavion. For the first time, he found Xavion somewhat tolerable. Previously, Fabio had found Xavion abhorrent, even tyrannical. However, after saving the Elena and aiding her escape via the flying boat, Fabio's opinion of him changed slightly. Though Xavion remained unpleasant, Fabio acknowledged his sacrifice this time. If Xavion hadn't intervened, Fabio might have escaped death alone. Xavion could have hidden and perhaps escaped without revealing his identity. But by choosing to rescue them, Xavion showed his commitment. Honestly, Fabio didn't know what to make of Xavion anymore. Objectively speaking, Xavion seemed to have the country's best interests at heart and even valued friendship. Yet, personally, Fabio still held a grudge over past grievances. Still, he understood Xavion's difficult position and the inevitability of circumstances. Nonetheless, Fabio knew he wouldn't easily forgive Xavion. He planned to give Xavion a chance upon their return, but otherwise, he wouldn't pardon such an adversary lightly. After all, the pain inflicted was too great. Chapter 275, Pursuit. At this moment, Xavion was leading a few people in escape. His heart was filled with melancholy as the situation on the battlefield behind them remained unknown. How long it would take for the Fernand to catch up was anyone's guess. Therefore, whether they could escape successfully was completely uncertain. This time, Xavion had truly encountered the strongest opponent of his life. And it was no other than Guido Kingdom's Fernand, a formidable sovereign indeed. Facing such a powerful opponent, he found it nearly impossible to resist. Even while leading others in their flight, survival seemed bleak. After all, if the Fernand were to catch up, they would all be doomed. Confronting an enemy of such formidable power, even the usually confident Xavion began to lose faith. He could fight across realms, but not by such a huge gap. It was simply out of reach. Now, Xavion wanted to find a small village to let Adley and the others hide while he fled with Fabio and the Elena. However, Xavion knew that Adley and the others would never agree to such a plan. If he did so, they would likely hate him forever. Thus, Xavion had no choice but to continue running for their lives. The remaining people didn't speak, but everyone felt an immense pressure weighing down on them. If they failed to escape this time, they would all die. An unprecedented level of pressure weighed heavily on each one. No one knew what would happen next, so everyone was filled with dread. Big sister Irene, don't be afraid. Even if Guido Kingdom's Fernand catches up, as long as we work together, we'll manage to escape. Fabio encouraged the Elena, which made Xavion and the others feel almost amused. What was this young boy thinking? To be falling for someone at such a young age? Honestly, in their eyes, Fabio was just like a little clown, falling in love so early on, and none of them were sure if it was true love or something else. Hearing Fabio's reassurance, the Elena smiled and asked, "Do you really not regret following us to escape? Right now, our fate is uncertain. The final outcome is unpredictable." Upon hearing this, Fabio grew anxious. Did she mean he was cowardly? Shaking his head furiously, he replied, "No, I don't regret it. Even if I die, I will protect big sister Irene." A wave of laughter erupted within the flying boat, making Fabio roll his eyes repeatedly. These guys were simply too mean, mocking him without any good intentions. He wondered why it was so funny. They treated his sacred love like entertainment. If it weren't for his inability to fight them, Fabio would definitely challenge these people for ridiculing his feelings. Behind them, there were no signs of pursuers yet, but seeing this, everyone remained worried. When fleeing, a peculiar psychology took over, unfathomable fear. While no one was chasing them, they feared the unknown, hoping for confrontation to ease their anxiety. But when pursuers appeared, it only heightened their fear. At this moment, Adley constantly contacted her father and the Fernand, informing them of their escape route, hoping for swift rescue. Only their safety would assure the Fernand's peace of mind. Just then, several figures sped past. They were all at the 9th level Shackles realm, indicating that Guido Kingdom's Fernand wasn't primarily focused on revenge, but on the battlefield. Thus, he didn't come personally. However, the pursuing forces were not few, divided into several groups since they didn't know the exact escape routes. Xavion sighed deeply and quickly urged the flying boat forward. Although he could hold his ground against them, it wouldn't be enough to buy time until the Fernand arrived. Spotted them. Catch up quickly. Seeing Xavion's flying boat, someone shouted and they swiftly chased after them. Xavion, not being truly at the 9th level Shackles realm, gradually fell behind under their relentless pursuit. Seeing this, Xavion sighed again. Life was truly lonely and bleak. The relentless chase was far from a positive sign. Yet, Xavion knew he mustn't panic, but hasten their escape to await the arrival of reinforcements. The Fernand had already responded and was en route. They just needed to hold on a bit longer. Clearly, the Fernand was also anxious, not just because of the battlefield and the Elena, but more importantly due to Fabio being a ticking time bomb. If Guido Kingdom's Fernand recaptured Fabio and made him serve again, they would all face death, for Guido Kingdom could not withstand such an exceptional genius. During their flight, they passed through mountain ranges which they used for cover, but ultimately, the pursuers caught up. What do we do? Those are 9th level Shackles realm experts. If we confront them, we can't possibly win, the Elena panicked. For the first time, she realized how insignificant she was without the Zhao regime's protection. Xavion and the others were risking their lives for the Zhao regime. Without it, they would be too insignificant in this world. Don't be afraid. I'll handle them. You keep running, Xavion said, preparing himself for battle as the others continued their desperate flight. Chapter 276, The Luther Arrives. As Xavion spoke, he quickly descended from the flying boat and assumed a fighting stance to confront the enemy. At this moment, Xavion deeply understood his mission was to protect everyone's safety. Among all present, his cultivation and combat strength were the strongest. Only he could fight them. Others couldn't even last a round. Therefore, in such a situation, he had to take on everything himself. At the very least, he must not let others fall into despair. If they were to develop negative emotions, all of them might die here. This would be a battle for survival. This was undoubtedly the most formidable foe Xavion had ever encountered in his life. However, he knew that with his system, he could at least hold them off for a considerable amount of time. As long as he successfully restrained these people, the chances of the others surviving would increase significantly. Xavion was well aware of this situation, which is why he chose to face the enemies first, giving others a chance to survive. He had to detain these enemies completely. Xavion. Seeing this, many people became worried about Xavion. His cultivation simply wasn't enough against these pursuers. If Xavion were to force a confrontation, even if they survived, Xavion wouldn't. Thinking of this, many felt like crying. Xavion was risking his own safety for theirs, a spirit that truly moved them. Such selflessness was rare. At this moment, Fabio stared blankly at everything happening before him. Only now did he understand why the Elena regarded this man as a friend and believed him to be a good person. Based on the current situation, choosing Xavion as a brother was absolutely correct. Who wouldn't want such a loyal friend? Would someone like Xavion ever show weakness in front of them? No, he would only strive his utmost for those around him. If it were Fabio in this situation, he would also hope to be friends with someone like Xavion. This friendship was different from what he had known before. It made him realize what true friendship meant. Friendship meant being willing to risk one's life for you. If not for the deep bond between them, even with her royal status, the Elena might have chosen to save herself. After all, who isn't selfish when faced with danger? Yet, Xavion was willing to sacrifice his life for others, an act that left Fabio in awe and admiration. Thinking of Xavion, Fabio's heart became incredibly complex. Honestly, if their positions hadn't been so different, he would have wished to be friends with Xavion. But he wondered if he would ever get such an opportunity in this lifetime. Then, everyone saw Xavion unleash his powerful cultivation, rising up swiftly and charging headlong towards the enemies. Everyone wanted to help, but now was the time to escape. They were too far below Xavion's level to make any meaningful contribution. It would be akin to ants trying to shake a tree. They could only watch as Xavion fought fiercely, powerless to help. Many felt an unbearable sense of helplessness, knowing that if Xavion sacrificed himself for them today, they would be filled with guilt forever. After Xavion charged in, the 9th level Shackled Realm experts naturally didn't let him go easily. Everyone knew they needed to capture everyone alive this time, so initially, they held back when confronting Xavion. However, they hadn't anticipated that this Muhammad, much weaker in cultivation than they were, could unleash such formidable power. Instantly enraged, they started unleashing their full strength after losing one of their comrades. Clearly, Xavion wasn't going to be an easy catch. But Xavion was incredibly agile. Knowing the futility of direct confrontation, he kept changing tactics, managing to drag out their attention. Meanwhile, Fabio and the others hurried forward. Suddenly, several majestic figures appeared ahead of them, and the Elena recognized the Allah of Zhao leading a group rushing towards them. Seeing this, the Elena almost wept with relief but remained worried about Xavion's safety. Xavion was holding back the pursuers for them, engaging the enemies alone. She needed to inform her father immediately, so he could lead reinforcements to rescue Xavion. The Allah continued to move swiftly, not easing until his daughter appeared unharmed before him. Her safety was paramount. Being the favored child among all his offspring, the Elena sometimes even received special treatment, even clashing with ministers due to her impulsive righteousness. After much effort, the Allah finally reunited with the Elena. Seeing her alive, he was overjoyed. At that moment, the Elena, sobbing, told the Allah, "Father, Xavion is protecting us by facing the pursuers alone behind us. We must go in and save him. If we're too late, something might happen to Xavion." The Elena was extremely anxious. If Xavion died, how could she face Cheyenne? How devastated Cheyenne would be. And there were Ian and the other brothers. Frankly, Xavion was likely risking his life because of her. If not for her, Xavion could have escaped easily. He wasn't a significant target, especially since no one knew who he was, and his combat prowess was formidable. Yet, to protect her, Xavion gave everything, leaving her profoundly touched yet deeply pained. Yet, this was war. Chapter 277. Rescuing Xavion. Upon hearing the Elena's report, the Allah of Zhao realized at this moment that Xavion was not present. His heart began to worry. If anything happened to Xavion, he wouldn't be able to face the sect Khalil of Gueshu sect. Moreover, he held Xavion in high regard. If something happened to him, he would feel guilty, for Xavion was risking his life protecting his daughter. A scenario too sentimental and hard for him to accept. Immediately, the Allah of Zhao sped up and rushed towards where Xavion was. No one had expected that the Carmelo would make such an aggressive move after a recent defeat. Usually, people wouldn't think it logical since the battle here required too many resources, which was nearly inconceivable during war. But the Carmelo indeed was peculiar, launching an attack on everyone there unexpectedly. Originally, they were defending elsewhere, only to find out the Carmelo came directly to Xavion's side, even chasing his daughter whom he adored deeply. If he hadn't seen his daughter alive just now, he would have lost control. Soon, with the speed of the Allah of Zhao, he arrived at Xavion's location. Xavion was covered in wounds, but still fought fiercely. When the Allah of Zhao appeared, Xavion didn't notice because he was deeply engrossed in battle. The Allah of Zhao couldn't help feeling moved. Such a remarkable might was rare. At that moment, the Allah of Zhao shouted loudly, extending a hand towards the people surrounding Xavion. He spared no effort to ensure Xavion's survival. Seeing someone intervene, Xavion turned around and saw the Allah of Zhao. Relief washed over him, like finding a solid support. He had succeeded in protecting the Elena's life despite believing he might die due to the overwhelming strength and numbers of the enemy. Yet, Xavion refused to give up and continued fighting, undeterred by their shameless superiority. After seeing the Allah, Xavion knew he was finally safe. As long as he was safe, everything else could be discussed. On the battlefield, the Carmelo hadn't inflicted significant damage yet. If the Guido wanted to annihilate the Zhao, they would also pay a heavy price. Their two Cots were not far weaker than the so-called Allahs. While the Allahs were the strongest, the Cots were certainly formidable. Deciding a victor at their level was incredibly difficult. Thus, Xavion knew hope was not lost. Thankfully, he hadn't given up and managed to escape quickly with the Elena. Otherwise, Zhao's advantage would have been completely lost. The Allah looked at Xavion and smiled, saying, "You did well this time. I heard you accomplished great deeds. Rest assured, you will be rewarded. We can't waste time discussing details now. We must hurry to the battlefield. I'm worried about unexpected changes." Worry clouded the Allah's face. If the Guido succeeded, all advantages accumulated from previous battles would vanish. They were still ahead of Guido, but the gap would diminish significantly. All efforts would then be in vain. Thinking of this, the Allah felt very reluctant. Watching their country improve step by step, no one would want to see it fall further behind, even at the cost of more lives. His feelings were thus mixed. Xavion nodded and boarded the flying boat. This time, it would be driven by the Allah, much faster than if driven by Xavion alone. On the boat, Xavion saw the Allah looking intently at Fabio and said, "You're Fabio, right? I've heard you're a genius from Guido." Hearing this, Fabio hurriedly explained, "I am now part of Zhao and have proven myself. Please investigate thoroughly." Due to the prior war, the Elena hadn't elaborated much, leaving the Allah unaware of Fabio's heroic act of exposing himself to save her. Hence, the Allah's initial attitude towards Fabio was somewhat cold. "The Muhammad seems capable. You've done well bringing him along, showing thorough consideration," the Allah said while piloting the boat. "This Muhammad has done us a great favor by destroying Guido's weapons. However, his hidden power is too formidable, requiring careful deliberation." Hearing this, the Elena, feeling safe now, immediately told the Allah, "Father, there's no need to deliberate. Fabio has no suspicion. We've become a family." She quickly recounted some events from the battlefield, even touching Fabio's head. Fabio blushed hearing those embarrassing moments revealed. Honestly, the Allah before him could now be considered his father-in-law. How should he face this old man in the future? Chapter 278, Father-in-law and Son-in-law. After hearing about Fabio's affairs, the Luther now had a clear understanding of the situation. He was confident that Fabio would never betray his daughter, and he sighed with relief. To be honest, recruiting such an unparalleled genius was an absolutely worthwhile deal. Fabio would grow to a terrifying height in the future, and if his own son were not capable enough, he could very well pass the throne to the Elena. That way, his empire would remain secure forever. Thinking about this, the Luther felt incredibly happy inside, but his face showed amusement as he looked at Fabio. Fabio felt awkward under the Luther's gaze. Honestly, ever since some of his affairs were exposed, feeling deeply in love with the Elena at such a young age made him blush even thinking about it. He found it hard to face this so-called father-in-law. At this moment, Fabio, looking at the Luther, became somewhat at a loss. Slap. The Luther suddenly slapped Fabio on the buttocks, causing him to jump up from the pain. Then, with an amused look, the Luther said, "So you're the kid who wants to marry my beloved daughter?" Confronted with such questioning from the Luther, Fabio's face turned red immediately. He didn't know how to respond. The Luther watched Fabio with interest and said, "You're still just a kid, yet you're already thinking of marriage? Quite impressive for your age." Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter on the flying boat. With his face burning red, Fabio began struggling to escape, rushing to the upper deck of the flying boat to hide himself away from this father-in-law. It was too embarrassing. He, a peerless genius, encountered such an awkward situation and was laughed at by everyone, making him feel thoroughly mortified. It seemed quite inconceivable. But, actually, this feeling wasn't too bad. It seemed like this father-in-law did not have much against him. Thinking that the father-in-law did not seem to have any objections towards him, Fabio immediately broke into a foolish smile again. As long as he could be with the Elena, climbing blades or diving into fire wouldn't matter. Seeing Fabio flee, the Luther chuckled and quickly sped toward the battlefield. Frankly speaking, if something went wrong on this battlefield, Zhao Nation would suffer greatly. The Luther couldn't bear the thought of losing such a hard-won victory before it was fully secured. So, the Luther was also growing anxious. As for this little son-in-law, let him play in the mud. This kid doesn't understand anything and is essentially just a child. There was no way he'd finalize anything at this point. After all, the Elena was still young and needed time. They'd wait until this kid grew up before discussing anything. If he still harbored deep feelings for her daughter when he grew up, and if the Elena liked him, then it wasn't out of the question to agree. Indeed, the Luther was delighted to have such a remarkably talented son-in-law. With someone like him, expanding Zhao Nation would be seamless. Even becoming the leader among all nations wasn't out of the question, and he wanted to show his former classmates the glory of his achievements. Even though Xavion and the others didn't know it, the Luther had his own circle of influence. At the level of the Luther, he interacted with other Luthers from neighboring nations. Within this circle existed a certain order, with invisible leaders presiding over it. Both Guido Nation and Zhao Nation occupied a middling status within this circle, and each wished to advance further. However, in this situation, none could make significant progress. Therefore, these two nations resorted to war. Before, the conflicts between them seemed trivial. The true issue was both Luthers wanting to stand above all others. Thus, this war began. Moreover, within this circle, it wasn't only the Luthers involved. Leaders from various countries and local sects also participated, forming a mysterious and powerful circle unknown to ordinary people. They orchestrated everything around them, controlling the fate of all living beings in the region. However, Xavion and company weren't at the level to enter this circle. Not even the sect Khalil of the Gueshu sect could do more than belong to the lowest tier within it. At this moment, the Luther's eyes were filled with anxiety. Now, putting aside the issue of a son-in-law, having Fabio relieved him of worry. Previously, he saw that his daughter favored Xavion, but Xavion had a Dao companion. If this companion were just an ordinary person, he might give in to offers of status and benefits. What happened to that girl afterward wouldn't matter. However, Xavion was the son-in-law of the sect Khalil of the Guishu sect, which complicated things. The Luther knew better than to offer empty promises because the Guishu sect was formidable. Though the Guishu sect appeared to belong to Zhao Nation and followed the Luther's orders during wartime, they were mostly allies. Many times, the Luther's authority surpassed that of an alliance leader, leading to this situation. Forcing the Guishu sect would spark a civil war between Zhao Nation and the Guishu sect. Indeed, if the Guishu sect stood alone, it wouldn't be much of a threat. But if its allies joined the fray, chaos would ensue throughout the nation. Once chaos reigned, the nation would be doomed. Even if the Luther managed to subdue those sects, it would cost him heavily, which was why he would not easily pressure Xavion. Due to these reasons, the Luther felt troubled. His daughter needed a suitable match, but the question of who this match should be remained unresolved. If the Elena had deep feelings for Xavion, matters would become extremely complicated. So, upon seeing the Elena also liking Fabio, he felt hopeful. Chapter 279. The Plan of Two Great Figures. The Allah of the people brought Xavion and the others, quickly appearing on the battlefield. Thereafter, Xavion observed the situation around the battlefield. At this moment, the entire battlefield was in shambles. The Carmelo stood tall here while the spirit of Zhao had been severely damaged, yet they were still putting up fierce resistance. Several Bradleys, including the leader of Guishu sect, had arrived. Otherwise, there was no way they could have held out for so long. However, even with reinforcements, the battle here remained intense. Although Guishu sect's leadership and a few others managed to hold back the Carmelo, they could not truly defeat him, and the struggle continued. Upon Xavion's return, when the Allah of Zhao descended, the entire battlefield erupted into chaos. The Allah of Zhao, descending from the flying boat, immediately sneered at the Carmelo, saying, "I really didn't expect you would come up with this move. Fortunately, I received news in advance, or we would have paid a heavy price this time. I truly thank you." Humph. Upon hearing this, the Carmelo immediately sneered coldly, "You did quite well, managing to bring all my forces over, and our pride, Fabio, has also turned to your side. I must say, this move of yours is excellent." Hearing these words, Fabio blushed. Although he was used by the Carmelo, Fabio still felt some guilt towards him. After all, if not for the Carmelo, Fabio would not be alive today. At the last moment, the Allah gave him a chance to turn back. Moreover, without his cultivation, Fabio would remain an unimportant boy from a small village, never witnessing the world. In essence, the Allah made him who he was, and now, he had betrayed him. Seemingly sensing Fabio's distress, the Elena hugged him tightly, comforting him. In situations like this, it's hard to discern right from wrong. While Fabio's betrayal seemed unforgivable from an outsider's perspective, there was much complexity and duress involved. Both sides had their own motives. The Carmelo didn't shelter Fabio out of kindness either. Otherwise, this war wouldn't happen, and Sullivani orphans of Guido wouldn't be ignored. Now, the Carmelo clearly didn't want Fabio on their side. If the final showdown began, the Carmelo would surely attack Fabio, leaving him no escape. Considering this, the Elena embraced Fabio firmly, vowing to protect him no matter what. At this moment, the Allah of Zhao glanced at the Carmelo and said, "I know you've gathered all your strength to counter me and reclaim the battlefield. Rest assured, I'm also ready for a game. My people are already engaging in major battles elsewhere, and I've also assembled considerable forces, giving us closure to this war. Let's decide the outcome once and for all. The winner will claim victory, but whoever loses should be kinder to both nation civilians, alright?" Clearly, both Avens sensed that this would be the ultimate confrontation. Forces were assembling on both sides, with Guido preparing to make their final stand. With little hope left, they aimed to boost morale and possibly regain the upper hand, or even destroy Zhao. But a loss meant the end for Guido. Neither side was confident of victory, making the stakes higher than ever. The Carmelo laughed upon hearing this. He had anticipated this very moment. Releasing the Elena was part of his strategy, not to kill her, but to lure the Allah of Zhao into a decisive battle. Knowing Xavion and Fabio were on that boat, how else could he pursue them successfully? His plan aimed to force the Allah of Zhao into a showdown rather than spread destruction elsewhere. It worked, as planned, with minimal reinforcements, making the Carmelo believe he had achieved his goal. Though victory wasn't guaranteed, the Carmelo was certain Zhao would pay dearly, even in victory. Future allies might help him seek revenge. That was his true objective. Listening to both Avens, Xavion realized they had already struck an understanding. Their pursuit of them was merely a ruse to draw each other into battle. Feeling manipulated, Xavion quietly approached Fabio and slapped his buttock. "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Did someone offend you?" Fabio glared at Xavion, clearly annoyed. Chapter 280. The Inevitable Trend. "No problem." Xavion replied, "I just suddenly felt that my chi and blood weren't flowing smoothly, so I slapped you." Fabio's inner thoughts. #. Honestly speaking, if Fabio could fight against Xavion, he would have definitely gone all out to fight this infuriating guy. How dare he hit him, just because he felt uncomfortable? What did it have to do with him? At this moment, the two Luthers had already begun their confrontation. The conflict between the two Luthers had a long history, and was not something ordinary people could resolve. This war was precisely instigated by the two Luthers, and now, they both wanted to seize this opportunity for a major showdown. After all, since both Luthers were present, they were well aware that if there wasn't a clear victor between them, many innocent people would be implicated, leading to countless casualties and even causing people to lose faith in them. After all, this was a personal conflict between the two of them, yet many commoners had to participate in the battle. If one of them died, then the other conflicts would ease, and the war could end. This was a good solution, but it required the cooperation of the two Luthers. If they didn't cooperate, nothing could be done. However, now it was evident that the two Luthers were set on determining a winner. Many people began rapidly evacuating, wanting to keep a distance from the two Luthers. Given their current dangerous states, if a grand battle erupted, these bystanders might be caught in the crossfire. So, this was truly what the two Luthers were worried about. At this moment, Xavion led everyone, practically dragging families along as they retreated. The two Luthers were now in opposition. This time, when our Avens confront each other, we really won't need to participate in the battle, will we? Tamarath asked anxiously. After all, the Guido kingdom was currently at a disadvantage. If the Guido kingdom's Luther went berserk, her father would bear significant pressure. What if the Guido kingdom's Luther lost his mind and took her father along with him? Hearing Tamarath's words, Xavion gave a faint smile and said, "Don't worry. This time, the two Luthers must have everything arranged. Absolutely no one can remain inactive. It's not just the battle between the two Luthers, but also the contest of national power. The generals and Janus will also take part in the battle. Our current cultivation is too weak, so we can't join the battlefield temporarily. After all, we can't influence the outcome of the war, but anyone who can influence the war will absolutely go to the battlefield. Many people could influence the war, but they enjoyed great power and lived comfortably in peacetime. However, when critical moments came, these people still needed to step onto the battlefield. If they didn't, the two nations couldn't solely rely on the strength of the Luthers to decide the outcome. Below the Luthers were forces capable of confronting the Luthers. So, this time, high-ranking officials from both sides would engage in a major showdown. Whoever won would survive. But what if my father loses? What will happen then? Upon hearing Xavion's words, Tamarath became anxious. Everything she had came from the Zhao regime. If her father lost this war, what would become of her? What if something happened to her father? Xavion shrugged and said, "That's not within my control. I can tell you that this is beyond our ability to intervene. This involves too many factors. If your father cannot handle it, rest assured, you will die. Not only will you die, but I will also die, and Fabio won't survive either. This is a definite law. As nobles, we cannot escape it. Once the war begins, as key figures, we will definitely die. So worrying about it now is futile. You don't need to be concerned about your father's safety. If your father doesn't manage things properly, you will surely die with him." Xavion spoke casually, clearly having placed his bets on the Luther. If the Zhao kingdom's Luther could not stand up to the Guido kingdom's Luther, there was nothing Xavion could do. Things were just that brutal, with no room for reaction or negotiation. Thus, Xavion could speak so lightly. If he had a choice, how could someone like Xavion let everything go? Hearing Xavion's words, Tamarath felt saddened. At this moment, Fabio ran over and said to Tamarath, "Sister Irene, what Xavion said is correct. We can't intervene. We can only watch. After all, it won't just be our family dying. Many people, including the soldiers here, will also be eliminated. The Guido kingdom will never allow Bryans to exist. So, we can only calmly watch as spectators. Sometimes, when the tide turns, it's impossible to defy it. Personal power is ultimately too insignificant." For Fabio, a heaven-defying genius, to say such things was astonishing to Xavion. However, this also reflected the cruelty of the war. In this war, if there were other choices, Fabio wouldn't have spoken like this, and he would have thought of his own interests. But Fabio had joined the Zhao kingdom's camp and had to support its Luther. Although the Guido kingdom's Luther had been kind to him, to Fabio, the Guido kingdom's Luther was merely a passing guest. Everything was for his survival. Fabio knew that living might make him feel guilty towards the Guido kingdom's Luther, but if he died, the Guido kingdom's Luther wouldn't feel guilty towards him. Moreover, the Guido kingdom's Luther might even kill his family. All this was unavoidable, a matter of allegiance. If there were no problems between the factions, Fabio wouldn't fear death. But now, he had chosen this side and had to serve the Zhao kingdom wholeheartedly. Chapter 281, Top-Tier Confrontation. Even someone like Kingston spoke up, and for a moment, the Elena also quieted down. She no longer cared about anything else, leaving everything to how her father would handle it later. At this moment, Xavion approached with a grin on his face as he looked at Kingston and said, "What do you mean by this guy named Xavion? Just how much do you hate me?" Hearing Xavion's words, Kingston shot him a disdainful glance. Obviously, he knew very well why he harbored such immense dissatisfaction towards this guy, especially after that slap from earlier which he hadn't avenged yet. Kingston didn't respond. Seeing Kingston's indifference, Xavion chuckled, then suddenly slapped Kingston on the buttocks again. This kid needed to be taught a lesson to change his attitude towards him. At the very least, after fighting side by side, they couldn't continue glaring at each other. Besides, if not for the opportunities Xavion provided, Kingston wouldn't have stood here today. Had Xavion killed Kingston back then, it would have been nothing out of place. Even if he had just mistrusted Kingston back then, Kingston wouldn't have earned the Luther's trust. Caught off guard by the sudden slap, Kingston jumped up immediately. How many times had this guy hit him? If only his cultivation were not inferior to this guy, he would have directly gone after him. Humph, it's just that my cultivation is not up to par right now. If I were stronger than you, then? Kingston grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with Xavion. After all, in his view, he believed he could eventually close the gap between them. Hearing Kingston's words, Xavion nodded thoughtfully before giving him a smile that carried a hint of mischief. At this moment, Xavion's system began working, propelling him into another breakthrough. The accumulated strength from the battlefield caused Xavion's cultivation to rise rapidly, breaking through one level after another. 7th level lock realm, 8th level lock realm, 9th level lock realm. Suddenly, Xavion became a powerhouse at the 9th level lock realm, only a step away from the spirit pattern realm. This spectacle left Kingston utterly dumbfounded. How did this guy manage to do it? Even Kingston knew he couldn't achieve such an abnormal speed. It was common knowledge that higher levels in the lock realm were progressively harder to break through, and Kingston couldn't be certain if he could reach the 9th level lock realm at Xavion's age. Not only Kingston, but everyone else was equally stunned by Xavion. Xavion shrugged indifferently. No problem. We will begin the battle soon, so I'm preparing myself in advance. I'll definitely take care of the people of Guido Kingdom. After all, to be honest, I've contributed the most in this war. Upon hearing Xavion's words, Kingston was momentarily shocked, feeling somewhat incredulous. He always considered himself the chosen one, while Xavion was merely a supporting character. Now, Kingston suddenly felt that Xavion might be the protagonist of this world, perhaps even from some novel where Xavion was the main character. Otherwise, how could he achieve all this? Otherwise, how could anyone have such an abnormal advancement speed? Thinking about this, Kingston felt like crying, envisioning himself being forever overshadowed by Xavion as the top elites of Zhao Kingdom. Xavion's cultivation was too formidable. Would he have to endure having his buttocks slapped by Xavion for the rest of his life? Why was it always like this? Was he doomed to never escape Xavion's shadow? Because of Xavion, he had suffered so much, becoming a prisoner and ultimately betraying the Luther of Guido Kingdom. All due to Xavion. If not for him, perhaps he wouldn't have met Hugh's sister Bridget, and his life wouldn't have any meaning. Thinking of these things, Kingston felt a little better. At least with Hugh's sister Irene around, enduring some hardships wasn't too bad. At this moment, Xavion chuckled as he observed Kingston. This kid probably still dreamed of beating him up someday. Feeling his system filled with power, Xavion believed that as long as he wished to break through, he could draw nourishment and instantly achieve breakthroughs because he was the true chosen one. Everyone else was just a supporting character compared to him. Above, the Luthers and some high-ranking figures of various empires were already engaged in combat in the sky. At this moment, the sky turned dim and yellow. The ones below watched the battle above, unable to predict the outcome. If their side lost, they would all die. Conversely, if the enemy camp failed, they would slaughter freely. Thus, everyone was intensely focused on the outcome. The Luthers had become the focal point. Xavion watched the scene unfold above. If his guess was correct, the Luther should be at the 9th level spirit pattern realm. There was an enormous gap between him and the 9th level spirit pattern realm, far beyond what could be bridged in a short time. Therefore, Xavion knew he was still far from becoming a Luther. Even with his system, reaching that level would take a couple of years. But those few years were manageable. Ultimately, he was the true chosen one in this world. Even if Kingston excelled now, could he surpass Xavion's speed in the future? After all, with his system, everything would be taken care of. As long as the system remained, his incredible advancement speed would continue indefinitely, whereas Kingston's cultivation and talent were limited, needing to risk everything for advancements. Chapter 282, Understanding. This was also where Fabio was destined to never be able to compare with Xavion. Fabio was merely an ordinary person. Even if his potential were any higher, could he compare with a transmigrant like me? Definitely not. Fabio is still quite talented in some ways, but compared to someone carrying a built-in advantage like myself, the locals are just too weak. Beside him, Fabio saw this scene and felt utterly defeated. This time, he would no longer entertain any thoughts of rebelling against Xavion. In the past, he had always harbored dreams of one day rising up and giving Xavion a severe beating. Now it seemed that for the rest of his life, he would always be overshadowed by Xavion. At this moment, while Nikki and others were shocked by Xavion's breakthrough, they weren't overly surprised, as Xavion had constantly brought them unexpected surprises before, leaving them somewhat desensitized. But deep down, Nikki and others felt somewhat elated, because Xavion's sudden advancement in cultivation and potential meant that Xavion was now on par with Fabio. Thus, they needn't worry about Fabio ever retaliating against them. After all, although Fabio was now technically on their side, they still harbored concerns about him resenting them and settling scores in the future. After all, people can change over time, and whether Tamara could protect them then remained uncertain. Not only that, they weren't sure if Fabio would remain loyal to Tamara in the future. So they were genuinely relieved now. With Fabio subdued under Xavion's shadow forever, there was no longer any fear of retribution, and they could live at ease from now on. Above the battlefield, the strong continued their struggle. This time, Zhao Country's Luther fought fiercely and swiftly put Guido Country's Luther on the defensive. Guido Country's Luther hadn't expected that when facing Zhao Country's counterpart, he wouldn't stand a chance. Moreover, this time, Zhao Country's fighters often launched surprise attacks, making his situation extremely passive. If things continued this way, Guido Country's Luther knew very well that he would die here. That meant the revival dream would be dead, and all noble descendants would be slaughtered, a situation unacceptable to them. At this point, Guido Country's Luther was nearly driven mad. Their world-class genius had fled, and they had lost ancestral weapons left by their forefathers. Not only that, they suffered a military defeat. Everything pointed to the fact that their advantage was completely lost, and the scales of war tipped towards Zhao Country. This made Guido Country's Luther unable to accept it, yet he couldn't defy fate. All he could do was helplessly watch as their forces dwindled. The soldiers of Guido Country were thrown into collective panic. If this continued, and their Luther fell, they would still face retribution. No one wanted to die. So in that moment, these Guido Country soldiers united and began launching attacks on Zhao Country's forces. The people of Zhao Country, seeing this, quickly dispatched troops to counter the Guido offensive. The resistance from Guido was unexpectedly diverse. Some even stripped the clothes off dead Bryans to disguise themselves as Zhao troops, while others knelt in submission, doing anything to survive. In essence, this war brought out all kinds of human behavior. However, this was only natural. After all, everyone values their own life. Back at Guido Country's side, watching Zhao Country's relentless attack, fear spread among Guido's forces. They fought desperately on the ground, but if their Luther failed, death was inevitable for them as well. Their chances were pitifully slim. Jean saw this and felt the urge to intervene, knowing it was crucial to swiftly crush Guido Country's resistance and accept their surrender, thereby annexing Guido Country into Zhao's territory. Time was of the essence. However, Fabio naturally hesitated to act. After all, Guido Country's Luther had shown him great kindness. Helping to defeat Guido now would be an unforgivable betrayal. Even though Fabio had betrayed Guido Country, it was out of necessity. If Irene could join Guido Country with him, he would never have betrayed them. This was a choice he had no control over, so he wouldn't act against Guido country now. The people of Zhao country understood Fabio's position. Everyone has their own loyalties and emotions. It's unreasonable to expect someone who just joined Zhao country to immediately swear undying loyalty. Such instant devotion is rare and unnatural. Therefore, it was up to Zhao country's forces to handle the situation themselves. Upon seeing the scene below, the Luther of Guido country felt a wave of relief when he noticed Fabio did not join the battle against his army. At this moment, he chose not to hold Fabio's betrayal against him. This child ultimately hadn't fully betrayed him. If Fabio helped defeat the Guido army, it would secure his future position in Zhao country. Fabio must have realized this, but chose not to go through with it. At this moment, the Luther of Guido country recalled the scenes of Fabio's arrival and growth under his watch. He realized that despite everything, Fabio still had a conscience. In an instant, the Luther of Guido country reflected on how he might not have treated Fabio with complete sincerity. Everyone used Fabio as a tool, hoping he would grow strong, but no one truly treated him like family. Perhaps this was the difference between him and Zhao country's princess. Seeing this, Zhao country immediately dispatched forces to resist the Guido country attack. Not only resisting, but the Guido fighters used various tactics. Some even stripped clothes from fallen Bryans to disguise themselves, while others knelt to save their lives. Essentially, all human emotions surfaced during this war. But that was normal. Had Zhao country been in such a predicament, they would have acted similarly. After all, everyone valued their own lives. Back in Guido country's camp, seeing Zhao country's relentless attack, panic spread among Guido country's forces. They were fighting bitterly on the ground, but if their Luther failed, they would still die. So, their chances were pitifully few. Seeing this, Xavion wanted to intervene. It was clear that quickly finishing off Guido country, accepting their surrender, and incorporating Guido country into Zhao country's territory was the right move. Therefore, progress was critical. However, Fabio couldn't act easily. After all, Guido country's Luther had shown great kindness to Fabio, and it would be ungrateful to fight him now. Although Fabio betrayed them, it was under unavoidable circumstances. If Bridget had joined Guido country with him, he would never have betrayed. It was a choice they had to make. Thus, Fabio wouldn't intervene now. The Zhao country people understood and wouldn't blame him either. Everyone has their own stance and feelings. You can't expect someone who just joined to be fanatically loyal immediately. That's both impossible and abnormal. In the sky, Guido country's Luther saw what happened on the ground. Seeing that Fabio didn't join the battle to encircle his troops, a look of relief appeared on his face. At this moment, he didn't care much about Fabio's betrayal. This child ultimately didn't betray him entirely. After all, if Fabio helped Zhao country, it would solidify his position in Zhao country later on. Fabio wasn't blind to this, but he chose not to do it. This child still has a conscience, thought Guido country's Luther. Suddenly, memories of Fabio flooded his mind. Fabio grew up under his watch over the past 2 years, and he knew Fabio better than anyone. In this moment, he suddenly realized that he had never truly treated Fabio as a son or a close family member. Everyone had viewed him as a tool, hoping he would grow strong for their benefit, not like how Tamara of Zhao country did. Chapter 282, Understanding. This was also the area where Fabio was destined to be unable to compare with Xavion. Fabio was just an ordinary person. Even if his talent was superior, could he compare with someone who had come from another world? Definitely not. Fabio did have some talent, but compared to someone like myself, who carries a cheat with him, the locals were simply too weak. Standing nearby, Fabio witnessed this and felt utterly defeated. This time, he no longer had any thoughts of defying Xavion. In the past, he had harbored dreams of one day standing up and giving Xavion a beating, but now it seemed that for his entire life, he would always be overshadowed by this guy. At this point, although Nikki and others were shocked by Xavion's breakthrough, they were not overly surprised because Xavion constantly brought surprises to them, so much so that they had become somewhat numb to it. Nonetheless, Nikki and company felt inwardly happy. Since Xavion's cultivation and talent had advanced significantly in one go, surpassing Fabio, they would never have to worry about Fabio taking retribution on them in the future. After all, though Fabio was currently aligned with their camp, they still feared that he might hold a grudge over past events and settle accounts with them eventually. Over time, people can change. Then, even the Elena might not be able to protect them indefinitely. Not to mention them, they were uncertain if Fabio would always remain loyal to the Elena in the future. Therefore, they were worried. Now, Fabio would never rebel again, with Xavion always above him. This way, they would never have to worry about retaliation, allowing them to live comfortably. In the sky, the strong ones were still battling. This time, the Luther of the Zhao kingdom displayed remarkable prowess, quickly putting the Luther of the Guido kingdom at a disadvantage. The latter hadn't expected that he would fare worse against the Zhao Allah. Moreover, Zhao's warriors frequently ambushed him, making this battle especially passive for him. Continuing like this, the Guido Luther knew he would surely die here. His dream of revival would be crushed, and all the royal family members would be slaughtered, a situation unacceptable to them. As a result, the Guido Luther was nearly driven mad. Their supreme genius had escaped, and they had lost the ancestral weapons passed down by their ancestors. Furthermore, they had suffered a defeat in the war. Everything pointed to the fact that their advantage had vanished, and the scales of war were tipping towards Zhao. This was something the Guido Luther couldn't accept. However, despite his inability to accept it, there was no way to change his fate. He could only watch as his forces dwindled. The Guido army was thrown into collective panic. If this continued, even after the fall of the Guido Allah, these Guido soldiers would still face retribution. No one wanted to die, so the Guido soldiers united and launched a desperate assault on the Zhao forces. Seeing this, the Zhao side immediately dispatched reinforcements to resist the Guido offensive. Resistance wasn't the only challenge. This time, the Guido side resorted to various tactics. Some even stripped clothes from fallen Bryans to disguise themselves as Zhao personnel, while others begged for mercy just to stay alive. Indeed, the full spectrum of human behavior unfolded in this war. However, this was normal. Had these circumstances arisen on the Zhao side, they would have done the same. After all, Everyone values their own life. Observing the relentless offense from Zhao, the Guido side grew anxious. Even as they fought fiercely, if their Avon fell, they would still die. Thus, their chances were bleak. Seeing this, Xavion intended to assist immediately. Clearly, the quickest solution was to finish off the Guido Empire swiftly, accept their surrender, and incorporate Guido into Zhao territory. Speed was essential. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for Fabio to intervene, given that the Guido Allah had shown him great kindness. Acting against Guido now would be too disloyal. Although Fabio had betrayed them, it was out of necessity. If Irene could join Guido with him, he wouldn't have betrayed them. He had no choice but to do this. So, Fabio wouldn't interfere. The Zhao side wouldn't blame him either, recognizing that everyone has their loyalties and emotions. They couldn't expect immediate loyalty from someone who just joined. It was neither possible nor natural. Such cases were rare, so the Zhao side needed to resolve matters among themselves. The Guido Allah observed the scene below. When he saw that Fabio hadn't joined the fight or besieged his troops, he felt a sense of relief. In this moment, he no longer wished to blame Fabio for his betrayal. Ultimately, this child hadn't completely turned against him. In fact, aiding Zhao would have solidified Fabio's position there more, yet he chose not to. The Guido Allah thought back to the years Fabio had spent under his watch, growing up in front of him. He realized he had never treated Fabio as a true family member but rather as a tool. Perhaps that was the difference between him and the Zhao princess. Chapter 283. The last blessing of Guido's Allah. A dying man speaks truthfully. At this moment, Guido's Avon felt that his situation was dire. It seemed he was nearing the end. When he saw Fabio again, many things became clear to him. No wonder Fabio could be captivated by the Elena and betrayed Guido for her sake. No wonder Fabio stood firm in his stance even in these critical times, choosing to follow the Elena when life and death were on the line. In this moment, the Avon finally understood everything. In the past, he always thought he had been too kind to Fabio, sometimes even treating him better than his own sons. Many people disapproved, leading to Fabio being isolated at times. But now, the Avon realized that he had never truly treated Fabio well. Fabio was always burdened with high hopes, expected to one day help them stand above all others. Yet, Fabio was just a child without any close family. Growing up alone in such an environment, what must have been going through his mind? Previously, some princes had spoken rudely to Fabio, and although they were punished, those words had taken root in Fabio's heart. Fabio knew he was merely a tool. Now, not attacking him showed that Fabio still had gratitude deep down, proving the boy did nothing wrong. The Avon knew about Fabio's capture by Zhao. At this moment, with a clear head, the Avon finally understood that Fabio was a person with feelings, not just a tool. Naturally, when someone treated him well, he would want to protect that person for life. From start to finish, their relationship with Fabio had never changed. Thinking about this, the Avon looked at Fabio. Sensing the Avon's gaze, Fabio glanced at him and quickly lowered his head. Seeing this, the Avon quietly sent a telepathic message to Fabio. Child, you don't need to feel guilty. I understand all your choices. Rest assured, I won't blame you. Now, I have realized much. I wish you happiness and hope you can live joyfully in Zhao. You owe us nothing. On the contrary, your decision to join them is perfectly normal. You should feel no remorse, but rather celebrate this. For he posed greater danger. With Zhao overpowering them, they felt compelled to act. Despite the surge, none could match Xavion's combat power, making him seem like an unstoppable war god. Soon, the surrounding enemies dared not engage him, nor did those battling above interfere. Relieved, the Elena and her companions watched as Zhao neared victory. This win meant no more enemies for Zhao, bringing stability and rest for a long time. These people would finally be safe. Suddenly, the Avon of Guido took several steps back, then shouted to the Avon of Zhao, "Hold, I have something to say." Confused, the Avon of Zhao looked skeptically at him. Suddenly declaring something made him suspicious. But Guido's Avon continued, "Ceasefire, we admit defeat. This time, you, Zhao, have won. I willingly concede. Please do not exterminate our people. Our soldiers have lost the will to fight. Spare them, let them return home. Guido will surrender to serve as Fabio's dowry. Treat him well, and accept him as a son-in-law." Coughing from severe injuries, Guido's Avon awaited a response. After thinking, Zhao's Avon nodded, "Rest assured. I will treat Fabio as my son-in-law properly." Chapter 284. The War Ends. Upon hearing the Zhao Avon's assurance, the Malik finally nodded with relief and looked up at the sky. He gave a bitter laugh, then glanced down at Fabio for a moment before initiating his self-destruction. Everyone who witnessed this immediately retreated in panic. The power released from an Avon's self-destruction was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Even a slight involvement would result in the death of commoners. This time, the Malik had admitted defeat. Witnessing this, Xavion and others scrambled to retreat, while the Guido soldiers on the ground, sensing their Avon's resolve, knelt collectively toward the direction of the self-destructing Avon. Their country, the Guido, had suffered a complete failure this time around. From now on, they would become mere appendages of the Zhao, likely to be completely annexed and lose all independence. At that moment, after the Avon's self-destruction, many high-ranking officials of Guido began to detonate themselves as well. Only by sacrificing themselves could they ensure the survival of the populace behind them. High-ranking and powerful individuals may often act arrogantly and seem unreachable to commoners, but they bear heavy responsibilities when faced with challenges. In dire times, they must take responsibility. Everyone silently watched the fall of the Malik and other leaders, feeling profound emotion in their hearts. Xavion and others observed everything from afar. This war was finally coming to an end, and all that remained was to manage the remaining people of Guido. There was no one left in the Guido nation to resist. In this mystical world, power was everything. Without great cultivation, it was impossible to rebel like in ancient times because it wasn't about numbers but the decisive strength of the final confrontation. With everything settled, Fabio hid his sadness. He knew that showing sorrow was inappropriate at this moment and must appear calm. Otherwise, if others noticed, he might be put at a disadvantage, and everyone would start to doubt him. Now, everything had ended. He only needed to live a peaceful life with the Elena going forward. The Elena glanced at Fabio and felt comforted by his ability to conceal his emotions. She had grown much through this war, understanding that the world was not as simple as she had imagined. Her previous life was sheltered, while others faced different realities. This experience had transformed her. All right, the war has ended. All Guido soldiers, lay down your arms. You can return to Guido. From now on, you will be citizens of our Zhao kingdom. Everything is unrelated to you. Only the governing authority has changed. You remain loyal subjects of our Zhao kingdom. With that, the Zhao even moved to inform other battlefields and instructed everyone to stop the conflict. They truly couldn't continue fighting. Any further battles would cost too much and lead to unnecessary deaths, leaving behind chaos. The Avon was still in his prime and did not need replacement. With time, he could restore everything without issue. Seeing the Avon's announcement, Xavion and others nodded. Everyone started organizing the Guido soldiers and began arranging matters, as the war had officially concluded. Though the war was over, Xavion knew it would take time to reclaim Guido territory. Such tasks usually fell on military officers, and although he was a senior officer, he recognized that his cultivation was inferior to true strong warriors. Thus, he needed to be proactive to avoid being marginalized. After resolving external affairs, Xavion, along with the Elena and Fabio, entered the military tent. Now that the war was over, they needed to convene to discuss future plans. What their next steps were and other matters required their participation. Though Xavion and his group were merely senior disciples, they had undergone significant changes through this war. They were no longer people needing protection, but true guardians of the land. Inside the military tent, when Xavion and others arrived, many officers focused on Fabio, recognizing his importance in this war. Had it not been for Xavion capturing Fabio and gathering crucial intelligence, there would have been numerous unexpected issues, and the war wouldn't have ended so quickly. Fabio's emergence was like a legend. Such a genius, unmatched in talent, was unprecedented in their land. As Fabio appeared in the military tent, the Avon smiled at him. Fabio, I've heard about your deeds. Rest assured regarding your cultivation. You will remain one of our top geniuses. We won't hinder or strip you of your abilities. Now, can you rest easy? Hearing this, the Elena, Xavion, Cheyenne, and Ian felt relieved. The burden they had carried lifted. Knowing Fabio's cultivation was safe meant his potential to rise again was secured, freeing them from any regret. Losing a prodigy of such caliber would be deeply saddening, especially given his remarkable talent. But with the Avon's personal assurance, they had nothing to worry about. Translation notes. Maintained pinyin names such as Fabio, as per instructions. Retained paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text. Ensured natural English flow while preserving tone and style. Hashtag Chapter 285. The treatment of Guido Kingdom. After hearing the words of the Allah, Fabio nodded. Frankly speaking, this was the first time he had completely relaxed since arriving in Zhao Kingdom. Then, Fabio looked at the Allah and asked, So, Your Majesty, what about the matter between me and Tamara? You were going to address it here, right? This was one of the things that Fabio was most concerned about. He only had two main concerns. One was the issue of his own life and death, and the second was his relationship with Tamara. The first concern had been answered earlier, but the second one had been the reason for his lack of appetite and sleep over the past few days. If he couldn't have Tamara, then all his efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing this, everyone present, including Xavion, burst into laughter. A 12-year-old child discussing romantic matters and asking for his future father-in-law's approval was indeed laughable. Xavion laughed so hard that he could barely keep a straight face. After all, he was still just a child. As long as Fabio and Tamara's feelings hadn't changed and Fabio continued to love her in the future, given his potential and cultivation, how could the Allah not agree to this? It was almost certain to happen, but Fabio took this matter very seriously. The Allah then put on a stern face and said deliberately, What's this? Are you joining our Zhao kingdom and expecting me to give you my daughter as well? No, that's not what I mean, Fabio quickly retorted, not intending to make any such demands. He simply wanted assurance that if he continued to love Tamara, she wouldn't end up marrying someone else. After all, he adored his Irene's sister so much that he was willing to give his life for her. Fabio, flustered, said to the Allah, Father-in-law, no, Your Imperial Majesty, I truly love Irene's sister. For her, I would risk my life. Even if Irene's sister asks me to die, I won't hesitate. But because I love her, I hope you can approve this. You know that I joined Zhao Kingdom because I love Irene's sister. Fabio was getting more and more anxious. After all, he had no means to resist the Allah now. Guido Kingdom, which was once a mess, was now a complete disaster. Most of its strong cultivators were dead, and while the common soldiers followed his orders due to the Allah's final decree, there were no powerful figures left to offer any real resistance. The Allah chuckled and said, Well, young boy, wait until you're grown up before talking about this. Right now, it doesn't make much sense. Children your age don't even know what love is. Hearing this, Fabio felt belittled and was about to retort when suddenly Irene covered his mouth, signaling him to stop. Irene's face had already turned red. She didn't want to continue in this embarrassing situation. Seeing that Irene did not wish to discuss it further, Fabio, who cared deeply about her feelings, immediately dropped the subject. Although he was internally distressed, he decided to ask the Allah privately after this matter was settled. If he didn't get a clear answer, Fabio felt he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. This was far more tormenting than any other hardship. After resolving this issue, Xavion and others discussed how to annex Guido Kingdom and some other matters. They also awarded Xavion for his contributions in the war. Xavion accepted the reward gladly. If he refused, it might raise objections from others, as everyone knew his bright future. After this discussion, they decided to travel to Guido Kingdom with all the soldiers to integrate it fully into their territory. Then, they would rebuild the borders and finalize the annexation. Once done, they would return to their peaceful lives. This war had a profound impact on Xavion. It seemed like he had witnessed everything in the world during this period. Since the war began, Xavion had always wondered when it would end. During this time, they saw countless lives lost, people struggling to survive at any cost. Previously, Xavion had read many war novels, finding wars intriguing and heroic. However, he never realized how deep the impact of war truly was. Now, he understood the saying, one general's glory comes from 10,000 bones. As the protagonist or the destined hero, he might enjoy the spoils, but the people suffered. Thus, Xavion resolved that no matter how powerful he became in the future, he would oppose war and seek peaceful resolutions like the previous Carmelo Kingdom, ensuring that the people did not endure unnecessary suffering. After everything was settled, Xavion led the army to Guido Kingdom. Upon arrival, the cities in Guido Kingdom were eerily quiet. The news of defeat had spread, and many people were devastated. Despite having issues with the previous Allah, they still identified as citizens of Guido Kingdom and supported their side. But now, the news of defeat made it hard for many to accept. They had no idea when Zhao Kingdom would come and take over. Many had simple hearts and respected their former Allah, despite his flaws, for his contributions to them. Xavion and Fabio arrived and observed the scene, feeling quite emotional. In the capital of Guido Kingdom, many noble families had fallen from power. Now that Guido Kingdom was part of Zhao Kingdom, their clans might survive, but these nobles hadn't contributed much. What awaited them in the future? Many old patriarchs had died in the war, and they knew that their families' fates were sealed. When Xavion and company returned, many families came to pay homage. Chapter 285, The Handling of the Guido Kingdom. After hearing the Allah's words, Fabio nodded. Frankly speaking, this was the first time he had truly let out a sigh of relief since coming to the Zhao Kingdom. He then looked at the Allah and said, "So, Your Majesty, what about my relationship with Tamrath? Are you going to address that here as well?" This was one of Fabio's main concerns. He only had two key worries, his own life or death situation and his romantic involvement with Tamrath. The former issue had been clarified before, but it was the latter that had left him restless these past few days. If he couldn't be with Tamrath, all his efforts would have been in vain. Everyone, including Xavion, burst into laughter upon hearing this. For a 12-year-old child to discuss matters of the heart in front of them, even asking for his future father-in-law's approval, was indeed amusing. Xavion almost couldn't stop laughing. After all, Fabio was still just a child. As long as their feelings remained unchanged and Fabio continued to love Tamrath, given his potential and abilities, how could the Allah not agree? To everyone, this matter was as good as settled, but Fabio clearly took it very seriously. At this point, the Allah looked at Fabio and, putting on a stern face, said jokingly, "So, by joining our Zhao Kingdom, you expect me to hand over my daughter as well?" No, that's not what I meant," Fabio hastily replied. He had never thought of bundling everything together. He just wanted the Allah's assurance that if he loved Tamrath in the future, she wouldn't become someone else's Wilhelmina. After all, he adored Irene deeply and would even give his life for her. Feeling urgent, Fabio said to the Allah, "Father-in-law, no Lord Allah, I really like Sister Irene. I would willingly stake my life for her. Even if she asked me to die, I would not hesitate. I only joined the Zhao Kingdom because I love Sister Irene." Fabio felt increasingly anxious. Currently, he had no leverage against the Allah, and the Guido Kingdom was in chaos, its powerful figures mostly dead. Though ordinary soldiers followed the Allah's final decree to obey him, without strong support, they lacked the strength to resist. The Allah chuckled and said, "Little boy, wait until you grow up. Talking about this now is pointless. Children like you don't know anything about love." Hearing this, Fabio felt belittled and was about to retort when suddenly, Irene covered his mouth, signaling him to stop. Her face was already flushed red, unwilling to continue this awkward conversation. Seeing that Sister Irene didn't want to mention this further, Fabio immediately dropped the subject, though his mind was racing with anxiety. He decided that once everything was settled, he would find the Allah privately to ask about it again. Not resolving this would make him feel restless. This uncertainty was far more tormenting than the fear for his life. After settling this matter, Xavion and others began discussing how to integrate the Guido Kingdom and other related issues. They also awarded honors to Xavion, acknowledging his significant contributions to the war effort. If Xavion hadn't accepted the rewards now, others might have voiced objections. Everyone knew Xavion's bright future, so he gladly accepted. They decided to head to the Guido Kingdom next, leading all the Guido soldiers back and consolidating the new territories. They believed things would stabilize over time, allowing them to return to their peaceful lives. This war greatly impacted Xavion, who had been contemplating when it would end ever since it started. They had witnessed many struggles for survival and the sacrifices made. Previously, he had read numerous stories about war, finding the idea of achieving great deeds intriguing but never fully comprehending its true nature. Now, he realized wars inevitably lead to casualties. Kut's glory often comes at the cost of countless lives. As the protagonist or the chosen one, while he enjoyed privileges, the people suffered. Therefore, Xavion decided to resolve conflicts diplomatically rather than through war, ensuring the people wouldn't endure hardship again. After everything concluded, Xavion and his group led the army towards the Guido Kingdom. The cities of the Guido Kingdom were eerily quiet, with citizens mourning their defeat. Many found it hard to accept despite not entirely agreeing with their previous Avon. Yet, as citizens of the Guido Kingdom, they supported their side. When news of their defeat spread, many wondered when the Zhao Kingdom would arrive. A considerable portion still held loyalty to their fallen Avon, respecting him for all he did. Xavion and Fabio came here, feeling profound emotions as they observed the desolation. In the capital of the Guido Kingdom, powerful families had declined. They finally faced real-life threats. Now under the Zhao Kingdom's rule, their clans would survive, but they themselves had contributed little, facing possible decline. Many families welcomed Xavion and the others, recognizing the new reality. Chapter 286, The Guido Kingdom's Imperial City. The moment Xavion and Fabio arrived in the Guido Kingdom, they immediately experienced the power that authority brings. Countless people came to pay homage, constantly pleading for mercy, hoping he could spare their lives. If only their families wouldn't fall from grace, kneeling to Xavion was of no concern. At this moment, Fabio felt a myriad of emotions. While he had been favored during his time in the Guido Kingdom's Imperial City, his status in the Guido Kingdom had mostly been average because he was once an ordinary child. Now, he profoundly felt the gap between his past and present identity. At this moment, Fabio couldn't help but feel a little proud. Xavion led Fabio as they one by one rejected these families, and reviewed various documents about the Guido Kingdom thoroughly, thereby gaining an understanding of its basic situation. Now, they just needed to gather the remaining key figures of the Guido Kingdom for a meeting. Once everything was sorted out, they could leave this place. After all, there wasn't much left to linger over in the Guido Kingdom. They arrived inside the Imperial City, where Xavion no longer feared sudden attacks, for the surviving forces in the Guido Kingdom were no match for him. He was now undoubtedly the most powerful being in the Guido Kingdom. Leading a group of men, Xavion rushed toward the Guido Kingdom's palace. The primary goal was to eliminate all the royal offspring. After all, how could the descendants of the Guido Kingdom's Avon be ordinary? If any managed to escape and grow strong, causing trouble for the Zhao Kingdom later on, what then? Xavion's team swiftly entered a back garden within the Guido Kingdom. The servants there were terrified by the sight of Xavion and his unfamiliar soldiers, never having seen anything like it in the Imperial City. Approximately how many descendants does the Guido Kingdom have? Xavion asked Fabio. Hearing this, Fabio counted on his fingers and replied, 14 in total, 8 boys and 6 girls. They should all be here in the back garden since it is their territory. But, you must spare one person's life. Fabio said, looking at Xavion. Who? Xavion didn't understand Fabio's reasoning, given his current allegiance to the Zhao Kingdom. Why would he want to preserve the Guido Kingdom's lineage? If the Zhao Kingdom's Avon found out, he'd be furious. Fabio looked at Xavion and said, it's the Arnold. He is a cripple with very low standing. The Avon rarely visits him, and he has been incapacitated for many years. There's no chance of him seeking revenge. Regardless, the old Avon was kind to me, and I cannot entirely sever his bloodline. The Arnold is a cripple. Leaving him alive won't harm anyone. Later, we can send him far away to live quietly in a remote area. Without resources, even if his descendants learn to cultivate, they can't possibly seek revenge. Besides, I'll explain everything to him. I believe he'll understand. Upon hearing this, Xavion finally understood. So, Fabio still harbored gratitude. It wasn't a bad thing. Preserving the old Avon's lineage showed respect for him, and besides, the old Avon had been kind to Fabio. Even if some descendants of the Arnold became formidable, Fabio would grow even more powerful. By then, it would be too late, and the circumstances would change dramatically. Additionally, Fabio could erase their memories when he reached a certain level of cultivation, ensuring the lineage remained harmless. In this sense, Xavion understood Fabio. Growing up alone, he naturally felt grateful. Satisfying this gratitude would not cause any harm, and the Zhao Kingdom's Avon wouldn't mind. As Xavion and his men burst in, several young princes and princesses rushed out. Seeing Xavion and Fabio, they seemed to understand their fate. News of the Guido Kingdom's defeat had long spread. Yet, none of them fled. Pride played a role. They refused to abandon their nation. Moreover, without power, living as commoners was intolerable for most. Additionally, many of the Guido Kingdom's nobles were secretly watching them. If they tried to escape, the nobles would not allow it, fearing repercussions themselves. Therefore, the royals were trapped. Tamarath gazed at them, feeling profound regret. If their side hadn't won, she and her siblings might have faced such a dire fate. It was hard to endure becoming captives. Thus, Tamarath felt the most affected. Only now did she realize how important it was to have someone like Boston. Several princes shouted at Fabio, Fabio, my father showered you with kindness, and you repay him like this? You ungrateful scoundrel, you'll never come to a good end. Many princes berated Fabio. Knowing their fate, they realized their status as princes offered no salvation. Their opponent wouldn't spare them. Chapter 287, Nation falls, family perishes. After hearing these words, Fabio sighed and then looked at them somberly. I know you hate me, but all this was the old Avon's wish. He made me his successor here. This isn't my fault. War always has its winners and losers. It can't be helped. I have served the Guido Kingdom, and I only came here following the orders of the human Avon. Many people can testify that I was merely fulfilling the late Avon's wishes. I understand how you see it. I have betrayed the Guido Kingdom. No matter what happens, I will always remember the old Avon. Fabio said a lot in one breath. It was clear that he was feeling bad now. After all, attacking the country of his benefactor was not something anyone would willingly do. However, in this world, there was often no choice. In most cases, strength decided everything. Your race could only survive if you were strong enough. This was the law of this world. Upon hearing Fabio's words, many scoffed. Though they had heard such explanations before, they still didn't trust him. How could Allah Father suddenly make someone like Fabio the successor? At this point, Fabio looked at everyone and said, commit suicide. I don't want to take action against you. Moreover, Yuan does not need to die. I will guarantee and protect your lineage so it can continue. This is the only thing I can do for you. I promise that in the future I will protect the family of Yuan and ensure that his bloodline will continue forever. Saying this, Fabio beckoned to Yuan. Hearing Fabio's words, Yuan felt as if he were dreaming. As a son of the human Avon, he didn't have to die. Not just Yuan, but everyone else was equally shocked. Given their special status, while others might survive, they, the Avon's children, were not expected to live. Upon learning that Yuan could survive, it seemed like they began to believe what Fabio had previously said. After all, protecting the crippled 8th prince showed that Fabio did not intend to completely exterminate them. Furthermore, this decision wasn't solely up to Fabio. Thinking this way, many found some comfort. Some princes and princesses approached Ewan and said, "Arnold, we know we were wrong. We neglected you and looked down on you because you were a cripple. But now we are going to die, and you can live. We hope that in the future you can carry on Father's bloodline. Please forget everything and let our family's bloodline continue in this world. What we did in the past was unforgivable. Though it's too late for us to regret, we still want to say sorry." Hearing this, the 14-year-old 8th prince was both shocked and deeply moved. Perhaps this was a joke played by heaven. These people only spoke kindly to him at this moment. Even though it was late, it still warmed his heart. "Don't worry, brothers and sisters. I'm sorry, but I couldn't save you. I could only save myself." The first prince nodded upon seeing this scene and then told Ewan, "Remember, 8 brother, live an ordinary life in the future. Don't think about revenge. Remember, never let your descendants seek vengeance. We will bless you from the afterlife. If you let your descendants seek revenge, then we won't recognize you as our brother. Remember, live an ordinary life and heed our words. Don't let us restlessly turn in our graves." The first prince spoke genuinely. He didn't allow Ewan to take revenge not because he had feelings for the Zhao kingdom, but because he knew Zhao had Xavion and Fabio, and they were far beyond their capabilities to challenge. Even if Ewan could cultivate, what difference would it make? In the future, just live an ordinary life. There was no need to live in deep hatred, especially since even Father couldn't take revenge. What more for them? Among them, none might ever become as powerful as their father. Actually, the Guido kingdom's human Avon was still quite young. Typically, human Avons, to ensure the continuity of their dynasty, would have dozens of children and cultivate them over time. If one batch failed, they'd switch to another until they found a suitable heir. Such a vast kingdom couldn't be entrusted to ordinary people. Ordinary people couldn't protect such a large country either. But with only 14 siblings, their nation had fallen. Sometimes, reality seemed almost ironic. Listening to Bede's instructions, Ewan nodded seriously. He understood the implications. Then he walked to Fabio's side and told everyone, "Don't worry, I will not seek revenge. I will work hard to spread our bloodline." At this moment, Ewan clearly knew his mission, to ensure the survival and continuation of the entire family. Everything else was insignificant. After speaking, Bede and others nodded in satisfaction and began committing suicide one by one. The whole process was watched by many, but no one dared to intervene. After all, the entire country was collapsing. Who had time to care about these princes? The 8th prince painfully watched his siblings die one by one. Finally, he glanced at Fabio and said, "Fabio, I hope you keep your promise and don't deceive us." "Don't worry," Fabio nodded. "Everything I said is true. The old Avon told me much on his deathbed. He said he didn't blame me. Everything I did was out of necessity. If I had a choice, I wouldn't have betrayed the Guido kingdom. I am a man who knows gratitude. However, I was already dead to begin with. Otherwise, you wouldn't see me alive today. And your fate was already determined. My survival ensures your bloodline can continue. So everything is fair." Fabio expressed all his grievances of recent times, unhesitant despite Xavion being nearby. Chapter 288. The first person under heaven and earth. The grand finale. With Xavion and Fabio's joint efforts, they swiftly resolved all issues in the Guido kingdom. Dealing with the entire Guido kingdom only required eliminating all the royal family members. Thereafter, gradually restoring order was all that was needed. During these days, Xavion continuously engaged in battles and killing, causing the system to accumulate more and more vitality points, allowing him to break through directly to the 9th layer of the spirit pattern realm. Many people had long been yearning for this realm, as it was merely a step away from the ultimate supreme realm. However, over the years, no one in this world, whether the rulers of the Guido kingdom, Zhao kingdom, or any other kingdom, had ever managed to break through to the supreme realm. It could be said that it was extremely challenging. After Cheyenne helped Xavion handle everything, they returned to the Zhao kingdom. Since the previous victory, the Luther of the Zhao kingdom had greatly appreciated Xavion. When the Luther learned that Xavion had broken through to the 9th layer of the spirit pattern realm upon their return, he was greatly astonished. "Haha, Xavion, you're really something, a truly formidable young talent. I never thought that the realm which we old fellows have pursued all our lives, you have obtained so effortlessly." The Luther of the Zhao kingdom looked at Xavion and laughed heartily. At this moment, many ministers also congratulated Xavion. After all, during this prolonged Great War, Xavion had become an irreplaceable pillar of the Zhao kingdom. Many knew that the Zhao kingdom's prosperity would probably owe much to Xavion in the future. Hearing everyone's congratulations, Xavion smiled faintly. Now that the major enemy had been eliminated and everything was gradually returning to order, achieving a breakthrough to the supreme realm was not impossible but required a considerable amount of time. During this period, he only needed to utilize the system to collect vitality points. However, the vitality points required to break through to the supreme realm were extraordinarily high. Even if an entire army practiced daily with Xavion, they could not provide such an enormous amount of vitality points. To reach that level required perfect timing and conditions. At this moment, Ian, Nikki, Fabio, and others were all celebrating Xavion's achievements, all looking at him enviously. Why was there such a significant gap between equally talented geniuses? Xavion had grown alongside them, yet in just a short span of time, he had become a towering figure while they, despite their early promise, still lagged far behind him. Not just his former friends felt this way. Even the patriarch of Guishu sect, who had watched Xavion grow, could not help but marvel at Xavion's power. Thinking about how his daughter chose Xavion back then, the patriarch sighed inwardly, grateful that he hadn't tried to break them apart at the time. Though he hadn't opposed Cheyenne's relationship with Xavion, deep down, he was not entirely supportive. After all, Xavion was just a low-ranking disciple in the sect, powerless and lacking influence. Who would have thought that such an ordinary Mike would grow into the brightest star in this war? Perhaps Cheyenne's judgment was indeed better than his own. Now, everyone sat together, drinking and chatting about this event. With the death of the Guido Kingdom's Avon, there were no longer any major conflicts in the world. Moving forward, they only needed to rest and recuperate. Not only did Xavion, but also the Luther deeply desired the supreme realm. Such cultivation levels had been reached before, but reaching this point was exceedingly difficult. Once one became a supreme, they would be the strongest in the world. But breaking through to this level was exceptionally hard, leaving even the strong like the Luther without hope. We are old. Perhaps everything will depend on the likes of Xavion and Favio in the future. People like us may never have the chance to reach that level in our lifetime. The Luther looked at Xavion with profound feelings. Breaking through to that level was truly too difficult. Xavion smiled faintly and said, "Hugh Luther, I do have a method that could help me break through to the supreme realm." But, leaving some suspense, the Luther immediately became interested, asking Xavion, "What is your method? Have you gained some insight into the supreme realm?" Xavion nodded and explained, "However, it requires you and other powerful figures to constantly spar with me. Through continuous battles, eventually reaching a state of perfection, we can achieve the breakthrough to the supreme realm. But this would take a long time and won't yield immediate results." Although Xavion spoke this way, this method was only suitable for himself, definitely not for the Humphrey Luther and other powerhouses. After all, he possessed the system, enabling him to advance by collecting vitality points. The Luther and others couldn't grow this way. Knowing this might leave some lingering regrets among the Humphreys, Xavion disregarded it to become a supreme powerhouse. The Hugh Luther glanced at Xavion and said, "Let's go." They soon began sparring outside. 5 years passed quickly. During these 5 years, Xavion and the Luther along with other powerhouses sparred daily, aspiring to break through to the supreme realm. Over time, everyone's combat skills improved significantly, but no one managed to reach the supreme realm. On this day, Xavion sat in his palace. As he opened his eyes, his gaze suddenly blazed with stardust. Suddenly, he looked into the distance, and his aura changed dramatically. Compared to before, Xavion's strength had markedly increased. At this moment, Xavion had finally entered the supreme realm. Many sensed Xavion's breakthrough, and the Luther and others rushed to congratulate him. Xavion knew that he no longer needed to strive desperately. From now on, he only needed to protect Cheyenne and ensure eternal peace and harmony. The end.